I transmigrated into a world where everyone could become a god. Yet right from the start, he was driven to slit his wrists by the school bully. In the depths of despair, the heart of the swarm awakened within me. Gain infinite divine power and hundredfold time acceleration. My insect hive can instantly produce Zerglings and Banelings, assembling an army of 20,000 in the blink of an eye. Facing a life or death duel against the school bully's 100,000 goblins, I boldly stepped forward, and my insect horde tore through the enemy forces with unstoppable force. Everyone thought I was finished. Little do they know, my Zerg calamity has only just begun to devour and evolve. When stronger enemies emerge, my hive has already unlocked Hydralisks and Ultralisks. Chapter 1, Alien Insect Chu Shao, I've set my eyes on your sister. Bring her to my bed tonight. Otherwise, I'll lead my goblin army to flatten your divine domain, destroy your godly kingdom, and ensure you never ascend to godhood. Bzzzzz. It felt like millions of mosquitoes were buzzing inside his head. Chu Shao gripped the edges of the bathtub with both hands, struggling to climb out, his body dripping wet. The interior of the vat was a vivid crimson. The pain in his wrist told him that he had just survived a suicide attempt by slashing his wrist. This was a world where everyone could become a god. At the age of 18, every person could awaken a divine kingdom and inherit a type of soldier. There are humans, demi-humans, insectoids, mechanoids, ghost clans, demon clans, and so on. After crossing over and merging with the original host's memories, Chu Shao learned he had a cute 15-year-old sister who was currently attending middle school and living on campus. The original body inherited the weak insectoid race, often bullied by the school tyrant Wang Chang. Not long ago, Wang Chang was struck by the beauty of the sister who came to deliver food, igniting his lust. After failed attempts at seduction, he resorted to threats. The original host had the will to resist, but his insect swarm was too weak. They were just ordinary ants. Not only could they not defeat Wang Chang, but there was also a high chance his divine domain would be shattered, turning everything into fuel for the other's advancement. Wang Chang wasn't some petty thug who could be easily shaken off, he was a true bully. If he said he was going to bed with her, then he meant it. There was no way he would let his sister go. In utter despair, the original host could only resort to suicide. He also recorded a video and uploaded it, hoping to escalate the matter and trade his own death for a sliver of hope for his sister's survival. Wang Chang's domineering attitude stems entirely from having well-connected parents, a powerful father and mother. His father is a lower deity, and his mother is a middle deity. The profession rankings in this world are divided into black iron, bronze, silver, gold, demigod, lesser god, intermediate god, greater god, supreme god, god king, god emperor, and creator god. An ordinary person becomes a demigod upon awakening, but if their divine domain shatters, they fall to black iron, never to ascend to godhood. Becoming a deity is no easy feat. Wang Chang's father, having attained the status of a lesser deity, has already surpassed 99% of demigods, rising to the pinnacle of human achievement. The Wang family was not a major clan that Chu Shao could afford to offend. Hellish start. System, are you there? If it weren't for the cheat ability, I'd just lie back down. Chu Shao waited for a long time, but still no one responded, his wrist aching faintly. Huh, what's this symbol? Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the back of his hand. A purple, claw-covered insectoid mark pulled him from the abyss of despair. Check the divine kingdom. Consciousness merged with this imprint, revealing the state of the Chu Shao divine kingdom directly on the retina. Name, Chu Shao. Level, demigod. Divine power, infinite. Talent, time differential. The flow of time in the divine realm is 100 times faster than the outside world. Faith power, infinite. Race, alien Zerg. Zerg structures, none. Swarm, larva, upgradable to hive, Zerg structure, X1. Isn't this the race from the game when my computer exploded? Could it be that my followers have already been replaced from ordinary ants to the alien Zerg? Now you're playing my game. As one of the three major factions in the interstellar world, the Zerg are far from weak. In the game's CG scenes, the overwhelming swarms of insects send shivers down one's spine. Unlimited faith and divine power allowed Chu Shao to recklessly spawn troops, unleashing the Zerg's greatest advantage. The original body failed to nurture the ant tribe due to insufficient faith power. The insectoid race is inherently dull-witted, utterly incapable of comprehending the concept of faith. Even if a few among them gain some rudimentary intelligence, they remain muddle-headed at best, offering only meager amounts of faith energy. The faith power generated by 100,000 ant-like beings is roughly equivalent to that of a single shallowly devout human believer. Incubate, commanding the larvae to settle in a valley within the divine realm. The purple larva wriggled its rear tentacles, swiftly found a suitable spot, and plunged headfirst into the ground. With a pop, the larva exploded, instantly leaving a massive tumor-like growth on the ground. Thump, thump, the sound of breathing emanated from within, with blue countdown numbers displayed above the fleshy lump. 3 days? 3 days in the divine realm would be about 43 minutes in the real world. Chu Shao watched the incubation of the insect nest without blinking. This was tied to his very own fate. Tick, tock, time passed second by second, each swing of the second hand in agony. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the rhythmic breathing ceased, a massive insect nest came into Chu Xiao's field of vision. Connected to the hive mind, Chu Xiao seemed to possess a god's eye view, capable of observing everything within the nest. Optional structure, blood pool. The blood pool can unlock two types of units, Zerglings and Banelings. Leaplings are the most basic combat units of the Zerg, capable of burrowing, rapid movement, and swift attacks. Banelings evolve from leaplings and can sacrifice themselves to detonate everything, highly threatening to enemies. Great! If these can be produced, I won't be a weakling anymore. To unlock the blood pool, one must first nurture worker bees. Half an hour later, 4 ferocious worker bees crawled out of the insect nest and burrowed into the ground nearby, behaving no differently than when the larva had transformed into the nest. On the ground, 4 pulsating, breathing tumors suddenly appeared. This time, each blood pool will only take 1 day. After about a quarter of an hour, the 4 blood pools were completed. Chu Xiao excitedly shouted in his heart, mass-produced troops. The construction time for arming units is much shorter than for buildings, appearing virtually instantaneous in the real world. Review the Divine Kingdom information again. Name, Chu Xiao. Level, Demigod. Divine Power, Infinite. Talent, Time Dilation, time flows 100 times faster within the divine realm than the outside world. Faith Power, Infinite. Clan, Aberrant Insects. Zerg Structures, Hive, Unique, Spawning Pool. Swarm, 20,000/20,000 Ironclad Zerglings, 15,000, Ironclad Banelings, 5,000. It's full. Even with Chu Xiao's boundless faith and divine power, the capacity of his divine kingdom to house his followers is still limited. To expand the swarm and unlock new structures, he must devour the divine kingdoms of other demigods to strengthen himself. The moment this thought occurred to Chu Xiao, a surge of impulses, killing, destroying, devouring emanated from the insect hive. His eyes instantly turned blood red. Chu Xiao struggled to suppress the impulses, and his eyes reverted to their original black color. He couldn't arbitrarily invade others' divine kingdoms and devour their sacred realms, that would be unlawful. To protect newly awakened demigods, the Pantheon established a law: no divine realm may attack another unless they obtain a challenge token. Violators will be severely punished. Challenge tokens are further divided into regular duels and life or death battles. Ordinary duels can be applied for at school. The school also encouraged everyone to fight among themselves to grow rapidly. Life and death combat is quite challenging and generally not permitted for ordinary people. Challenges can only be conducted within the same rank. They had just awakened, and their divine domain's followers were merely at the black iron rank, incapable of standing against the assault of a lesser god-wielding demigod-level followers. This regulation, to a certain extent, limits the suppression, exploitation, and persecution of weaker deities by more powerful ones. However, exceptions always exist. Chapter 2, Live Broadcast. Bang! The door was violently kicked open. Wang Chang's face turned beet red the moment he saw Chu Xiao's suicide livestream, with all fingers pointing directly at him. Where is that damn thing? Get the hell out here! Chu Xiao's livestream was still on, with a winged camera beside him constantly aimed at the bathroom. Outside the door and within the livestream, Wang Chang's furious roars could be heard. Bathroom? Are you in the bathroom? Chu Xiao walked from the bathroom to the room, dripping wet. The face, still that breathtakingly handsome face. The person, no longer the same person. In the live broadcast room, comments were flying by. So handsome. Little brother, I wanna have your babies. Here he comes. This is the bastard who drove the little brother to despair. Damn, he's really arrogant, isn't he? Not content with driving someone to suicide, he even dares to come and provoke them? This is insane. Poor little brother, sob sob. Angry shouts against Wang Chang and sympathetic voices for Chu Xiao filled the air. Wang Chang never expected such a reaction. After all, with his status as the young master of the Wang family, wasn't any woman fair game? Such a trivial matter actually made his parents find out, and they even slapped him, scolding him for being an idiot. With someone else now inhabiting Chu Xiao's mind, there was no way he'd tolerate such insolence in his own home. He seized Wang Chang's incoming fist and delivered a crushing knee strike, bending him over like a shrimp. Looking down at Wang Chang lying on the ground, he scoffed, "What the hell are you barking about? Phew, damn. If you're so tough, little bro, how come you were driven to suicide? Yeah, right. Could it be a staged act? What's the use of being amazing? No matter how impressive he is, he's still just a student. Can he really compete with the other kids' parents? Even if that guy is a loser, he'd still wipe the floor with our little brother here." Everyone fell silent. Sometimes, pressure can truly crush a towering, upright man into a groveling slave. One-on-one, there's nothing to fear. If they won't back down, just fight. But everyone has family, everyone has concerns. Too many concerns become shackles, weighing one down until they can barely breathe. Someone in the livestream commented that the guy had a younger sister, and the screen instantly filled with flowers. "Chu Xiao, how dare you hit me? Aren't you afraid of being expelled from school?" Wang Chang never expected the usually meek Chu Xiao to resist one day and, caught off guard, was easily struck by him, leaving him both humiliated and enraged. Chu Xiao snorted coldly and said, "I've figured it out. Death won't solve the problem. If I die, you scum will still go after my sister. The teachers at school wouldn't dare to intervene in this matter. So today, I'm going to beat you to death and drag you down with me. Bullshit. When did I ever say I'd go after your sister? Slandering me like this, I could challenge you to a life or death duel over it. Wang Chang refused to admit it. He denied every evil deed he had ever committed. The pantheon exists in this world, so superficial formalities must still be observed. Moreover, a better reputation attracts more capable and powerful individuals to pledge their allegiance. Although Chu Xiao and Wang Chang are demigods, the demigod rank is quite peculiar. Above the gold tier but below the lesser deity tier, its power can range from iron tier to lesser deity tier. In other words, the weakest might be as feeble as iron tier, while the strongest could even slay deities. Wang Chang had come specifically to salvage his reputation, otherwise, he could have dealt with the matter quietly. Chu Xiao, your sister has caught my eye. Have her delivered to my bed tonight. Otherwise, I'll lead the goblin army. A recording played clearly from the voice recorder. Wang Chang's face darkened as if smeared with ink. I have a habit of recording, you don't need to deny it. Everyone in the livestream understood what was really going on, the evidence was merely the icing on the cake. Aside from Wang Chang, even Chu Xiao's homeroom teacher looked uneasy in front of the livestream. Chu Xiao also released the recording of the homeroom teacher's partiality. Each heartbreaking remark was like a steel blade draining the original body of blood, shattering his last shred of hope. Hanghai No. 1 High School. Chu Xiao's homeroom teacher stood up and said respectfully to the group of leaders in front of him, I'll go handle this. It won't bring shame to the school. As he walked out, everyone could clearly see his trembling figure fueled by anger. For the sake of promotion rates, salaries, and reputation, it's understandable for teachers to favor good students over underperforming ones. But the homeroom teacher's blatant favoritism in the recording revealed by Chu Xiao was infuriating. Every single time, it was Wang Chang who provoked and assaulted Chu Xiao. Yet, even when Chu Xiao didn't fight back, the homeroom teacher labeled him as the troublemaker. Punishment by standing, warnings, threats. Gradually, Wang Chang became more and more unrestrained, and Chu Xiao was bullied more and more frequently. Holy shit, I can't hold back my AK anymore. Is this bastard really a teacher who sets an example for others? Whoa, my heart aches for you, little brother. Wait for me, I'll go find my dad and have him deal with your homeroom teacher. By the way, my dad is the director. The public opinion turned increasingly unfavorable toward Wang Chang and the homeroom teacher. Wang Chang knew that Chu Xiao's goal had been achieved. The live stream viewership skyrocketed from less than 1,000 to 600,000. With 600,000 people simultaneously watching the drama of an underprivileged student fighting back against the powerful with his life at stake, everyone was eager to see how things would ultimately unfold. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. Most cases were suppressed through underhanded means by the powers behind the scenes. Deep in Chu Xiao's mind, a figure gradually dissipated. Thank you, please take good care of my little sister for me. That was the lingering obsession of the original body's soul. The original host's suicide livestream didn't attract many viewers. After Chu Xiao arrived, he immediately spent money to promote it, and after beating Wang Chang, some interested parties gave him an extra push. Otherwise, the number of viewers in Chu Xiao's livestream wouldn't have skyrocketed to 600,000. Wang Chang was caught in a dilemma, his face covered in bruises, his mouth trembling like a squiggly line. I challenge you to a duel, do you dare? Lose, and you admit it was a false accusation. Win, and I'll give you 100 divine power points as an apology to make up for the misunderstanding caused by my inappropriate words. Wang Chang gave himself a thumbs up for his quick thinking. Whether I win or lose, I can justify it to myself. Recording can be interpreted as venting angry threats in a fit of rage. Simply adding some context beforehand can influence the outcome. Suppress the unfavorable public opinion. Chu Xiao smirked with a twisted grin. His eyes emitted a light that made Wang Chang's heart tremble. A life or death bet, do you dare? With the Pantheon as our witness. Both inside and outside the livestream, everyone was stunned by Chu Xiao's decisiveness. Using the Pantheon's name to issue a life or death duel means no one can interfere, and no revenge can be sought afterward. At the very least, the Wang family cannot openly target Chu Xiao for retaliation. A life or death duel, is it? Fine, I accept your challenge. Asterisk at the Wang family home, Wang Chang's parents furrowed their brows. Mid-flight, the homeroom teacher monitoring Chu Xiao's livestream breathed a sigh of relief. At the school, the emergency meeting administrators collectively sighed in relief. A life or death duel is perfect. If Chu Xiao gets killed, all our problems disappear. Their bodies swayed precariously atop their unicorn warhorses. Though the blade insect's impact couldn't pierce the armor, it was devastatingly heavy, like being struck by a sledgehammer. When a dozen blade insects targeted a single rider, even flawless armor couldn't prevent internal injuries from the shockwaves. Oof. Air superiority remains firmly in my grasp. Since the battle began, the eye beetles in the sky had been observing the battlefield. The timing of the dragon's appearance, orchestrated by the Genesis Chronicle, was perfect. No mages nearby. No archers. Stir and retreat. The cockroaches and jumpers, having caught their breath, immediately counterattacked. What a waste of that burst damage. Fong Yen Luo, how much longer? Soon. We'll break through the defenses any moment now. Hurry up. Zheng Donglai fumed, his beard bristling and eyes bulging. Fang Yanluo expended vast amounts of divine power to fortify his legion, yet Chu Zhao's hybrid forces still broke through. The spine-spiked crawlers, mutated from worker bees, were pre-positioned for ground defense. One by one, the formidable heavy-armored knights were impaled by their sharp hooks, instantly shattering the black armor that could withstand silver-grade jumpers. Even gold-tier knights struggled to withstand the relentless assault of 30 to 50 crawlers. The spine-spiked crawlers appeared suddenly, swarming densely across the battlefield. Before the thunder beasts even appeared, their army was already mired in a quagmire. Damn it, Chu Xiao has grown stronger again. He's advancing at an alarming pace. Find a way. Structures like the blood pool and cockroach nest, having devoured vast quantities of high-quality corpses, spawned increasingly formidable aberrant insects. They suddenly snapped to attention. Chu Xiao grew stronger with every battle. This was no place for a protracted fight. The more anxious they grew, the more they urged, how much longer? Almost there. The alien insect's resistance is weakening. Fang Yanluo broke out in a cold sweat. The alien insect's resistance was so fierce that his forces suffered heavy losses with minimal effect. The alien insects fought with seamless coordination, making it nearly impossible for the heavy cavalry alone to withstand them. Chu Zhao's gaze fixed on the four. As long as the four demigods remained on the battlefield, he would not step down. Both sides remained anchored like pillars of stability, holding their ground until the very end. The Zerg army had taken shape. A sea of lurkers and broodlings overwhelmed the heavily armored cavalry. Facing an insurmountable challenge, the Dragonfly cavalry confronted the Alliance Legion formed by martial arts masters. Cockroaches, fire cockroaches sweeping Zhang Donglai's musket and heavy artillery units aside. Spiked snakes and toxic explosions. The fallen ruins of the canyon were bombarded again and again by explosive insects. Both sides fought fiercely for 3 hours, with neither gaining the upper hand. Fang Yanluo, how much longer? Attack! Zheng Donglai shouted, himself hoarse with rage. Almost there, but casualties are heavy. Whether it was Fang Yanluo, Tang Wanjun, or Chu Fifan, their respective followers and insect swarms were tangled together, indistinguishable from one another. I don't care about casualties. I want a breakthrough. Easy for him to say. Fang Yanluo seethed with pent-up rage. In the blood-soaked mud, the insect swarm surged like a tidal wave. When a cockroach with jet-black carapace and blood-red eyes effortlessly tore apart a heavily armored black-clad cavalryman, Zheng Donglai and his two companions lost all composure. Damn it, how much longer do we have to wait? Fang Yanluo was furious too. The casualty ratio between the black-armored heavy cavalry and the alien insects tilted decisively in Chu Zhao's favor. If you think you can do better, go ahead. Enough, all of you. Stop arguing. We must break through immediately, or we'll be utterly defeated. The black-armored heavy cavalry was being relentlessly pursued by the alien insect horde. Suddenly, a heavy cavalryman had a flash of insight and exclaimed, "Divine Lord! The Divine Lord has bestowed a divine technique." All the black cavalry instantly entered a state of fearlessness, their physical prowess surging by 50%. Their warhorses let out a piercing whinny. Fang Yanluo pushed himself to the limit, no longer holding back his divine power. Boom! 3 cockroaches were crushed beneath iron hooves. The vanguard squad finally broke through the swarm. Spiny snakes and jumping insects along the path were no match for them. Fang Yanluo gasped for breath. Having drained his divine power to the limit, his tens of thousands of vanguard troops sliced through the purple swarm like a razor-sharp blade, splitting it clean in two. Good. We've broken through. Now it's our turn. The main army behind the Black Riders could finally advance, launching a sweeping charge that mowed down the alien insects in their path. Chu Xiao narrowed his eyes. They've taken the bait. Chu Xiao led a 10,000-strong elite jump bug cavalry in a rapid retreat. A thunder beast unfurled its psychic barrier in defense, but hundreds of gleaming lances pierced its torso, reducing it to a mangled wreck. Fang Yanluo arrived like the wind, flicking it away with a spear thrust. Pursue it. Fang Yanluo advanced deep into enemy territory alone, his black cavalry charging like tigers. Before long, he sensed something amiss. Hold on. Rein. Fang Yanluo reined in his warhorse, facing off against Chu Xiao, who stood ready for battle. Glancing behind him, 3 demigod-level thunder beasts stood like mountains, blocking the others. Chu Xiao, you intend to kill me? If not you, then who else should I keep around? With just these? Is this not enough? Buzz. Tens of thousands of flying swords soared into the sky. Fang Yanluo's expression darkened. Flying swords? How could there possibly be so many? Tens of thousands, not even Yi Guhong's Qingming sword sect had prepared this many. Where on earth did Chu Xiao get them? Even more perilous were the venomous snakes, cockroaches, jumping insects, and flying dragons endlessly tearing into the black cavalry from all directions. It's over. Chu Shao set me up. Come save me. Hold on. We're coming. This is what you get for your arrogance. Fool. 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 Fan Yanluo was always a brute-type son of the gods. He wasn't even fit to be a frontline general, yet his very nature led him to be captured by the abyss. And now he hadn't learned his lesson. Yet Zhang Donglai and his companions gradually realized the thunder beasts were formidable and the alien insects ferocious. Damn it! These alien insects keep multiplying, we can't kill them all. Chu Zhao's divine power surged, unleashing 8 flying swords that danced like dragons, their blades blazing with icy light. Go! Take down one first. Finish the job in one fell swoop. Clang! 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 The flying swords pierced through Fang Yanluo's heavy armor, shattering the protective aura and knocking him from his horse. Fan Yanluo's divine power was insufficient, he dared not even recklessly unleash his divine arts. 8 semi-divine flying swords encircled him as he hit the ground, mercilessly beating a fallen foe. His battle helmet lay discarded, divine armor shattering piece by piece. Fang Yanluo raised his lance, trembling violently. When the hell are you coming? How many more minutes do you need? His fear grew with every blow. Few could break He Guhon's sword formation technique. He, Fang Yanluo, couldn't do it. Tang Wanjun and the others couldn't either. They could only rely on sheer numbers, each handling a few flying swords, combining their efforts to resist. Zheng Donglai and his men were afraid too, fearing Chu Shao would pick them off one by one. Asterisk. Fang Yanluo, come on. I can't hold out much longer. The other 3, damn it, stop whining. If you think you can handle it, then go ahead. Chapter 157, Fierce as a Tiger. 10 minutes. Fang Yanluo's been under concentrated fire for 10 minutes. He's almost done for. Holy crap, Chu Zhao's alien insect is way too powerful. His demigod tier thunder beast is holding off Zheng Donglai and his crew. Red light shot skyward as divine magic exploded. Zheng Donglai, Tang Wanjun, and Chu Fifan halted. Forget it. We have to abandon that brute. The trio had expended considerable divine power for the ambush. They'd also squandered more divine power trying to rescue Fang Yanluo. After halting, the thunder beasts did not pursue them, merely blocking their path. Save me! Save me! The alien insects lacked divine armor, but their relentless attacks were slowly crippling Fang Yanluo. Blood gushed from his mouth. Fang Yanluo's spear was snapped in half, his body weakened to the point of near immobility. Ha 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 ha! Chu Shao! You win! Kill me now! Zheng Donglai! You won't end well! Swish! A sword shot through the air. Fang Yanluo's head rolled across the ground, crushed under the feet of the swarming alien insects that had rushed in. He's dead. One of the former children of the gods is dead. Though reckless, his personal combat prowess was undeniable. Surrounded by Chu Shao and the alien insects, Fang Yanluo held out for 10 full minutes despite his waning divine power. Spectators watching from the sidelines felt a chill run down their spines. Chu Shao remained the same, strikingly formidable. The divine power he expended was impossible to replenish, leaving him unable to cast divine spells. Without their divine leader, the Black Riders swiftly weakened. The 2 million strong army vanished swiftly. Yet the void left by the left flank was filled by the alien insects. Help! They are coming! They are coming! We can't hold them back! Retreat now! No retreat! Anyone who retreats will be killed! They tore into the humans, their teeth-grinding chews echoing with a sickening crunch. They crawled out of the barracks buildings, one after another, setting out on their march, wave after wave. The allied forces dwindled rapidly. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The battle raged on for a long time. Zheng Donglai and his 2 companions were drenched in sweat. Only when facing the endless swarm head-on did one truly grasp its terrifying nature. The trio was formidable, sweeping away vast swaths of the alien insects. Yet it was futile. As long as the root cause remained unchecked, killing countless more would be futile. Damn it, why can't these things be infected? Zheng Donglai had intended to exploit the demon's nature to infect the minions, turning them against each other. Nothing is more terrifying than a comrade stabbing you in the back. Once trust is lost and everyone fears for their own survival, even the mightiest general will taste defeat. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Since that's the case, you shall all serve me. Demons descent, purge and destroy. A sizzling sound erupted from the bodies of the human coalition forces, accompanied by a foul, putrid stench emanating from their flesh. A single horn sprouted atop their heads as their bodies began to fuse together. The 8 million strong alliance was reduced by 2/3 in an instant. Yet the transformed humans grew monstrously large, tearing apart the alien insects with their bare hands. The insect corpses fell into their mouths like spicy snacks. You, who are you? Tang Wanjun and Chu Fifan stared at Zheng Donglai in utter shock. Don't worry, it's your turn now. Come on. Fusion, demon descent. No, don't. Tang Wanjun and the other turned to flee. But could they escape? From the moment they accepted the demonic will, they had already lost everything. Zheng Donglai reached out, sucking the two flying backward. He abruptly extended two tongues, piercing the backs of their heads and licking the divine essence from their minds into his belly. Tang Wanjun and Chu Fifan deflated like punctured balloons, soon reduced to mere empty shells. 3 heads, 6 arms, a body of crimson muscle, covered in twisted eyes. Zheng Donglai's appearance terrified everyone. What is this? Is it a demon from the abyss? No, I've never seen anything like it, not even in the illustrated catalogs housed within the pantheon. Zheng Donglai's 3 heads twisted into maniacal grins. Abyss? Fiend? You speak of them? I am a demon from a void deeper than the 99th layer of the abyss, an extra-dimensional celestial fiend. Deeper than the 99th layer? Celestial demons from beyond? Aren't they the legendary, terrifying foes? How could they still exist today? Wait, if exotic celestial demons have appeared, could there be more among us? The terror of the demons beyond the heavens was drilled into every student during high school, repeated over and over until it was etched into their very bones. Wasn't Zhang Donglai the son of God? How did he become one of the demons from beyond? Chu Xiao, come join us. You'll gain everything. Zheng Donglai was pleased with everyone's reaction. Fear was the wellspring of their power, slaughter was merely a tool to harvest that fear. Zheng Donglai, now with 3 heads and 6 arms, extended a hand toward Chu Xiao in invitation. Get lost. Ugly rejection. 3 heads and 6 arms were one thing, but such hideousness? How could Chu Xiao possibly accept that? What? Daff? I said, get lost. Zheng Donglai and his 3 minions froze in unison. Why wasn't Chu Xiao afraid? His insect swarm had been suppressed, and the power of the demon lord far exceeded their wildest imaginings. 300 silver-ranked beings could forge 1 gold-ranked, and 300 gold-ranked could create 1 pseudo-demigod. Hundreds of pseudo-demigods rose to their feet. Chu Xiao's forces collapsed like a mountain crumbling, retreating in waves, save for a few gold-tier soldiers fighting alongside demigod-level thunder beasts in desperate resistance. The rest of the forces could not withstand this horde of pseudo-demigods. Chu Xiao, we're here to help you. Don't go. Changling's expression grew grave. They had finally been drawn out, the void fiends. Going now won't help, it'll only slow us down. Trust him. Only Chu Xiao can resist the void demon's sonic assault. Wang Xiaolin had never learned how to combat void demons, and even as a lesser god, she was powerless against them. Hundreds of void demons were surrounded by tens of millions of alien insects. 1 demigod-level thunder beast after another fell. Zheng Donglai's roar sent chills down the spine. Ding! At that moment, the Genesis record analysis completed. Firewall activated. A protective light membrane enveloped Jia Yishuan, Zhou Xueming, and even Wang Xiaolin, shielding them from the extraterrestrial demon's intrusive attacks. Ha! It seems to have no effect on me. Me too. Hey, you 3 awesome sisters, come help me. The 3 replied in unison. Alright, they'd been itching to get started all along. 3 tigresses unleashed, terrifying beyond belief. Queen Blade's insect wings spread wide. Snow's angelic outfit. The black wings behind Wang Xiaolin transformed into 3 streaks. Like a startled swan's shadow, Wang Xiaolin clashed head-on with Zheng Donglai. Her spear tip flashes. A Jura spear. The spear tip dark as ink. Its crescent-shaped intent carved a bloody path through the void demons, flicking Zheng Donglai out from his hiding place. Boom! Zheng Donglai, flung aside by the power of a lesser god, was horrified. You, how could you be a lesser god? The other 2 women were equally fierce. Having undergone the purifying rite at the sacred spring, their bodies now channeled divine arts with vastly increased power, their abilities brushing against the very fabric of the laws. Wherever they passed, they swept through like a whirlwind. Damn fierce women! The audience watched in stunned silence, thought she was just a pretty face, but she turned out to be fierce as a tiger. Chapter 3, Pantheon. Ding! 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 3 resounding bell tolls echoed throughout the city. Wang Chang produced the duel token and declared that the Pantheon would oversee the proceedings. The 2 vanished from their spot. Chu Xiao's figure materialized in the grand arena. The surrounding seats were filled to capacity. In the live stream room, someone announced the arena's sequence number. Viewing the duel required only the expenditure of divine power. The homeroom teacher, who had been rushing along, halted. With a flash, he materialized within the crowd. A message from his mother arrived within Wang Chang's divine realm. Only then did he realize, breaking out in a cold sweat. Right, how could he dare? Whenever he bullied Chu Xiao, the boy had resisted before, only to be brutally beaten by his goblin army each time. Could it be someone was backing him? The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. Wang Chang scanned Chu Xiao's calm face from head to toe. Chu Xiao, who's backing you? Was this a setup by my parents' enemies seeking revenge? Tell me the truth, and I'll spare your sister. Xu Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't seem quite as foolish as expected, though the truth diverged from Wang Chang's assumptions. His confidence stemmed from the swarm. I don't understand what you're talking about. Are we fighting or not? If not, I'll give you a chance to surrender. A cross-shaped vein pulsed on Wang Chang's forehead. How dare this good-for-nothing act so defiant today? Rage surged within him. You don't know when to quit. Even if you have your support, I have my trump card. I'll breach your divine domain, strip you of your godhood, and make sure you can never be arrogant again. And your sister, I won't spare her either. Enough talk. Bring it on. Xu Xiao had nothing left to lose. Both sides were brimming with fury, and the crowd around them began to egg them on. Fight. Stop holding back. I want to see the sight of a shattered divine realm. Son, beat him to death. Wang Chang silently nodded toward the spectators, feeling considerably reassured. With both his father and mother present, and his grandfather the most powerful figure in the family, a high-ranking god on par with the principal there to back him up, he felt confident. On the giant screen above, the combatants' information appeared. Party A, Wang Chang. Retainers, Goblin Legion 100,000 100,000, Black Iron Goblin Warriors 80,000, Black Iron Goblin Cavalry 15,000, Black Iron Goblin Archers 4,000, Black Iron Goblin Captains 500, Black Iron Goblin Warriors 450, Black Iron Goblin Mages 49, Bronze Goblin Champions 1. Party B, Xu Xiao. Minions, Swarm 20,000 20,000, Black Iron Lurker 15,000, Black Iron Baneling 5,000. Please confirm whether both parties wish to continue the battle. An ethereal electronic voice sounded, heard by both Xu Xiao and Wang Chang. Xu Xiao frowned slightly at Wang Chang's stats, while Wang Chang was ecstatic. Ha ha, Xu Xiao, you're not allowed to run away. Though he couldn't fathom why Xu Xiao's worthless bugs had transformed into two types he'd never heard of, bugs were bugs, what difference did it make? Their numbers weren't even sufficient. What was the bug clan's advantage? Mass troops, brother. At that moment, Wang Chang was brimming with confidence, certain he could witness victory in his grasp. Holy, holy, holy. The audience erupted in murmurs. Why keep fighting? Just surrender. You're still a student, right? Pantheon has protections for students, it's no shame to concede. Exactly. He's got 100,000 troops, you've got 20,000, and he's got all kinds of units working together. Plus, Wang Chang has a bronze tier goblin. As a sophomore senior, I'm warning you. Bronze versus iron is like dad beating son. No matter how many iron units you bring, it won't matter. The few cases where underdogs pulled off a comeback. Not replicable. In the spectator seats, a striking figure stood with beautiful eyes brimming with tears. Xu Linger appeared there, covering her mouth, choked up and unable to speak. But she had to shout out loud to stop her brother's reckless actions. Brother, don't fight. Let's move. Let's leave this place, okay? Wang Chang's eyes blazed like headlights, and the pitiful young girl only fueled his desire to conquer. Xu Xiao, if you refuse, I guarantee you won't leave Hang Hai alive. Holy, that's despicable. Threatening him with his own sister? It's confirmed. Wang Chang really intends to use dirty tricks to possess that girl. Don't give in, brother-in-law. Thousands of good brothers-in-law will stand by you. Xu Xiao spotted the homeroom teacher, school administrators, and the principal in the crowd. Their expressions were cold and indifferent, showing no intention of intervening. Agreed. 20,000 versus 100,000, the odds are in my favor. Wang Chang's lips curled into a cold smile. Done. Brother. No one believed in Xu Xiao. The girl's piercing cry was drowned out by the roaring crowd. The divine realms of both sides began to connect. The primeval forest behind Wang Chang, the insect nest world behind Xu Xiao. Ha! What's that? It looks so eerie and terrifying. People noticed the insectoid creatures behind Xu Xiao seemed far from weak, each one snarled with bared teeth, fierce and ferocious. Wang Chang, no wonder you had the nerve to challenge me. So your race has evolved. You still underestimated me. Even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit. I'll show you what hell truly is. Wang Chang pulled an object from his pocket, a hexagonal gem emitting a soft, white glow. He then tossed it toward his goblin army. Boom! A cloud of smoke dispersed. And the 100,000 goblins on the field instantly doubled in number, transforming into a terrifying legion of 200,000. Holy! Xu Xiao's brothers-in-law couldn't help but curse. This was downright unfair. Wang Chang's lips curled into a smirk. Kill! Kill! Xu Xiao likewise commanded his insect swarm to charge. Their life or death duel involved little in the way of technique, it was pure raw power. Both sides had transparent maps. Goblin archers drew their bows and fired. Clang! 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 Some arrows struck the Zergling's hard exoskeleton, deflected by its purple shell, and severed by its scythe-like claws. So fast! Wang Chang's heart tightened. Xu Xiao's insect was too fast, many arrows missed their mark. Goblin Mage cast Fireball. Boom! 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 Breathtaking fireballs exploded within the swarm, hurling jumping bugs skyward. Yet more jumpers surged past the forest edge, charging into the woods. Using the trees as cover, they dodged the fireballs and continued their relentless advance toward Wang Chang. Wang Chang's face stiffened. His gaze fell upon the towering, imposing green goblin beside him, standing like a giant at his side, and he felt slightly better. Goblin cavalry, charge! The two sides clashed in close combat. Thud! 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 The ferocious swarm charged fearlessly, leaping into the air to tear apart the advancing goblin cavalry with claws and sharp spines. Their armor offered no defense against the jumpers' razor-sharp attacks. One fell, and another swiftly took its place. Every insect shared a single purpose, to claim the heads of heretics for their god. Charge! Quickly! Wang Chang's expression grew increasingly grim. The goblin cavalry charged with overwhelming speed, leaving his infantry unable to keep pace. What he had expected to be a swift, decisive engagement had turned into a stalemate. Worse still, the two forces were now locked in close combat, rendering the cavalry's advantage useless. Wait, what's that? Chu Zhao's lurkers had suffered heavy losses against the goblin cavalry, but from within the hive, a swarm of 3,000 lurkers surged forward like a dark cloud. Wang Chang's eyes widened in disbelief as a wave of dread washed over him. Chapter 4, Fungal Carpet, Accelerate. Holy, holy, holy. What is that? Reinforcements? Within Chu Zhao's divine realm, 3,000 Zergling marched at breakneck speed. Hurrah! 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 The swarm cheered excitedly. Wang Chang's heart skipped a beat. His 30,000 goblin cavalry had already surrounded Chu Zhao's 20,000 insects, while the remaining 16,000 infantry were on their way. But who the hell can tell me why they can still spawn troops like crazy? There are many ways to spawn troops, the fastest being to consume divine power. But even if you deplete divine power, everything you lose must be rebuilt from scratch. For example, if a goblin warrior dies, the one you summon back is a blank slate hero. You know what I mean, it's weak. That's why most players summon and train troops in advance. They don't mass-produce units non-stop like Chu Zhao does. After 3,000 lurkers charged forward, the fungal carpet of Chu Zhao's swarm gradually spread toward Wang Chang's divine realm. Look, they're splitting up. Counter-encirclement. Damn, only 3,000 troops? Is that enough? Some were excited, others skeptical, but only Wang Chang felt the pressure. 3,000, that's manageable. He only has 3,000. I can still handle this. No one noticed that this time, the swarm expanded while carrying the fungal carpet. Wang Chang immediately deployed 5,000 cavalry to block their advance. The two sides clashed in another brutal battle. Every strike drew blood, every blow pierced bone. Splatter! Splatter! The lurkers' side-like blades resembled the scythe of death itself. Working in trios, they took down a goblin cavalryman with every strike, sending him tumbling from his horse. Gradually, Wang Chang sensed something amiss. Chu Zhao's insect swarm seemed to be stalling for time. Wait! Shock! Wang Chang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as panic seized him. Bloodshot veins crawled across his irises like earthworms. Why are there still more? Within Chu Zhao's divine realm, 5,000 jumping insects assembled and set forth. Kill! Kill! Kill, little brother! Kill them all! Damn it, such colossal divine power, such a mighty wellspring of faith is this infinite troop spawning? When Chu Zhao unleashed another wave of troops, everyone lost their seats and leapt to their feet. Ha 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 ha! Serves him right. So little brother's troops are endless after all. This is getting interesting. Go for it, brother-in-law. I hate bullies and scum like him the most. Kill him, breach his divine realm, and finish him off. The crowd reveled in the spectacle, eager for more drama. The spectator stands. Mrs. Wang's trembling body leaned against Mr. Wang's shoulder, her chest heaving as she gasped. It's a plot. Definitely a plot targeting Xiangzi. Darling, send someone to stop this. Xiangzi can't come to harm. Wang Dad embraced Wang Ma's proud figure, soothing her. Don't worry, dear. Xiangzi is my only child too. Nothing will happen to him. Besides, I'm still here. With him around, nothing bad will happen. The couple looked toward their father, who remained composed on stage, and finally felt somewhat reassured. That brat, if he dares hurt my son, I'll make him pay with his life. No, even if my son isn't hurt, I'll still make him pay. The school administrators and Chu Zhao's homeroom teacher all fell silent. Who would have thought Chu Zhao had this kind of potential? What a waste. He's crossed the Wang family. Principal, shouldn't we help Chu Zhao? His performance has been quite impressive. The bald principal glanced toward the elevated platform where an elder of the high god sat. Forget it. We could have intervened before today. Now that old Wang has set his sights on killing the kid, saving him would cost too much. It's not worth it. The female teacher nodded and sat back down, resigned. Chu Zhao displayed immense potential, yet no one truly believed he could infinitely spawn troops. The resources of a divine realm were always finite and scarce. No one possessed the resources to arm every soldier to the teeth. Some scoffed at Chu Zhao's idea of winning the competition by mass-producing troops, arguing that new units would only grow weaker over time. The fungal carpet gradually spread across the divine realm. Wang Chang's 16,000 infantry arrived on the battlefield just in time. His eyes narrowed coldly as he stared at Chu Xiao and sneered. Chu Xiao, you stand no chance. I admit, you startled me earlier. Now, prepare to die. 16,000 infantry closed in, a dark, oppressive mass. To any observer, the outcome seemed inevitable, Chu Xiao's defeat and the fall of the Divine Kingdom. No. Little brother, do you have any backup plans? It's unlikely. If I had one, I would have used it already. Chu Linger clutched the hem of her skirt tightly, her lips pressed together so hard they hurt, tears streaming down her face. Brother, if you die, Linger will join you. As Chu Xiao's army teetered on the brink of annihilation, Wang Chang burst into maniacal laughter, his arrogance so repulsive it made anyone want to slap him across the face and stomp him into the ground. His gaze fixed on Chu Linger, his eyes gleaming with lust. Little beauty, you're mine. I'll have you this way, that way, and every way. As filthy thoughts filled his mind, a wave of pleasure washed over Wang Chang. A lowly peasant deserved to be dominated by him. A lowly peasant was nothing but his plaything. Done. The last jumping bug was slain. Wang Chang had nothing left to fear. He took in every flicker of worry, rage, and fear on Chu Xiao's face. This clown had run out of tricks. Kill them all. The goblin army set foot within Chu Xiao's divine realm for the first time. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening explosion erupted within the ranks. Before Wang Chang could react, Chu Xiao's expression darkened. His eyes flashed with savage intent, as if he wanted to devour him. Kill. Leave none alive. From every direction, it was impossible to tell where the swarm was coming from. Hordes of jumping insects swarmed the hills and valleys, appearing within the goblin army's line of sight. Holy, that's so sneaky. Holy crap, I suddenly love men now. Some were so shocked they couldn't speak, stammering, "Aba, aba, aba." The tide turned abruptly. The goblin army that had invaded Chu Xiao's territory found itself surrounded by an endless stream of jumping insects. To make matters worse, Chu Xiao held the home field advantage and had set up ambushes in advance. The clamor of battle raged on. Yet Chu Xiao's insect swarm seemed impossible to annihilate. One wave fell, only for another to surge forward, making it utterly impossible to gauge the true extent of his forces. Even more astonishing were the insects that suddenly detonated within the goblin formations. Each explosion carried the force of a peak black iron tier attack. Explosions erupted. Flames 5 or 6 meters wide shot skyward, taking countless goblin warriors with them. Terrifying. So terrifying. My goodness, what kind of god-tier move is this? Woo-la! Woo-la! Hurrah! The swarm's cries became the death knell for the Goblin Legion. Kill. Endless slaughter. Slaughtering until heaven and earth grew dark. Slaughter that sent shivers down the spine. Thud. Wang Chang collapsed backward, utterly spent. His goblin cavalry dwindled drastically, his goblin warriors dwindled drastically, his goblin mages were nearly wiped out. It's over. Mommy, save me. Even with a bronze-tier goblin warrior still by his side, Wang Chang felt no sense of security whatsoever. The thought of his divine realm shattering and himself becoming a useless shell. It was an utterly unacceptable reality. And he completely lost his will to fight. The encirclement lasted an hour, the blood-stained fungal carpet turning a deep crimson. At that moment, the lurkers darted back and forth, their speed suddenly doubling, swift as lightning. Each hopper seemed imbued with a divine spell of swiftness. A big groin swung his blade at a ferocious jumping bug. Suddenly, a blur filled the vision, and the raised arm froze mid-air. The body shattered into pieces, scattering across the fungal carpet. Those with keen eyes gasped in shock. Look! The speed of these bugs! Another voice cried out, the casualty ratios tipping. All eyes stared in stunned silence. Originally, Wang Chang's Goblin Legion, relying on their sturdy armor and sharp swords, had been gradually overwhelming Chu Xiao with a 1-to-3 casualty ratio against the Jump Bug Legion. 1:1, 2:1, 3:1. Each jumping bug moved with such blinding speed that even the goblin cavalry couldn't stand their ground. It took 3 goblin cavalrymen fighting together to kill a single lurker. Marching along the fungal carpet, the lurker's mobility increased dramatically. Only then did Wang Chang notice Chu Xiao's strategic setup. His face darkened like storm clouds, heavy enough to drip rain. A surprise attack. He's been biding his time all this while for today. Veins bulged like earthworms across Wang Chang's forehead as he stared wide-eyed at the 15,000-strong jumping bug army. They charged toward him like a skyward piercing blade, advancing in a straight line. The remaining goblin legions continued to be consumed by the suicide hell of 2,000 explosive insects, a trap meticulously constructed by Chu Xiao. Soon, the faith power of Wang Chang's divine realm plummeted again and again. The divine realm rapidly faded into ashes. Wang Chang braced himself with both hands, trembling as he froze in place. His eyes filled with helplessness as he watched the endless waves of alien insects surge forward, roaring as they closed in on him. His pants. Wet. Chapter 5, The Shattered Divine Realm, Advancement. Pissed himself? Holy crap, the arrogant young Master Wang scared himself to pee his pants. Front page news. What's going on? I didn't sense any divine power fluctuations. Why did they accelerate? Or were the swarms just playing dumb all along? Too fast. Way too fast. What do you think? How do our fastest cavalry compare to these insectoids' speed? Impossible, impossible, impossible. Even the speed of the grassland wolf cavalry ridden by Chen Zihan, that prodigy from number 15 high school, can't match theirs. Exactly. Unless they use divine magic. Chen Zihan is the top contender for this year's college entrance exam champion. It's over. Young Master Wang's sunk in the ditch. The crowd buzzed with whispers. No one had anticipated such a dramatic reversal. That was an army of 200,000 goblins. Wang Chang of the Wang family, though not as prodigious as Chen Zihan, Dongfang Mingyue, Mu Shuang, or Han Daoran, still ranked among the top 5 talents in Hanghai City. Who could have imagined it all crumbling in an instant? Wang Chang and Chu Xiao had agreed to a life or death duel, a true divine battle. Losing even one elite goblin was a heavy blow. Replenishing such forces would be no easy task. To replenish his forces, Wang Chang would have to journey to the goblin plain to recruit new troops, then equip and train them. Chu Xiao clearly wouldn't give him that time. Kill. The swarm of jumping insects descended in an instant, their murderous intent overwhelming. Wang Chang trembled violently, scrambling and rolling toward the temple behind him, leaving a goblin warrior to buy him time. His pathetic spectacle was broadcast live, captured in a close-up shot. The crowd erupted in frenzied laughter. The Wang family members all turned ashen-faced. "Honey, we have to stop that bastard. He's going to kill Qianzi." Wang's father nodded and began contacting his own father. At that moment, the goblin warrior moved. He stepped forward, his arm swinging violently. A crescent-shaped blade aura, thin as a cicada's wing, swept forward, cutting through the first 100 jumping insects to reach him. In an instant, the insect bodies sliced cleanly in two by the blade energy, the cuts as smooth as mirror surfaces. SSSSHHH. Sword energy? This goblin warrior can actually wield sword energy? That can't be right. Black iron users enhance themselves with magic, bronze users can barely infuse blades. Isn't projectile blade energy a silver tier ability? Before the others could ponder further, the goblin warrior charged alone into the swarm, slaughtering indiscriminately. What? Bronze versus black iron? It was indeed absurdly powerful. Yet only a few noticed something amiss, shifting their gaze to the seemingly drowsy patriarch of the royal family, who sat as serene as ever. The old man paid no heed to their gazes, continuing to command the goblin warrior with his formidable divine soul. What a pity! If only Changzi's hero level were higher, this old man could wipe them all out in one go. The school leaders saw the old man blatantly cheating, yet they remained silent. On one side stood a powerful, influential family of high-ranking gods with boundless prospects. On the other, a helpless orphan who could be trampled at will. The course of action was predetermined long ago. Principal. Quiet. We'll pretend we never saw anything. The female teacher clenched her jaw but dared say no more. These people were utterly corrupt. A bronze-ranked goblin warrior wielding blade energy, a single man holding the pass against 10,000. Wang Chang snapped back to reality, stunned by the goblin warrior's formidable presence. Oh right, I still have this ultimate weapon. Ha ha ha, Chu Xiao, I'll repay today's humiliation 100-fold, 1,000-fold. The swarm of 15,000 insects quickly lost a third of its numbers, and the remainder couldn't hold back the goblin warrior's advance. Wang Chang stood rooted to the spot, admiring the goblin warrior's slaughter feast. I'll see just how much divine power you can afford to waste. I'll make sure the one backing you down to earth, turning his investment into nothing. Both Wang Chang and the Wang family believed Chu Xiao's divine power must have been funded by someone. Grandpa Wang Chang wielded the bronze warrior with exquisite sword techniques. Many had already realized that ordinary goblin warriors simply couldn't match that level of skill. But what difference did it make? They could only clench their fists, feeling deeply unfair for Chu Xiaoming. Boom! In an instant, a blast bug concealed beneath the jumping bug's belly detonated the moment the goblin warrior struck it. The blast's heat wave sent the goblin warrior flying backward. The Wang family had sensed trouble. Damn it, we've fallen for the trap. Boom! 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 A continuous series of explosions erupted as the remaining 3,000 explosive bugs launched wave after wave of suicide attacks against the goblin warrior. Cunning little bastards. With a mind like that, no wonder Qianzi got completely outmaneuvered by him. The goblin warrior crossed his arms over his head, wrapping his body in magic to withstand the flames and intense heat from the exploding bugs. If he could just survive this wave, victory would still be his. The explosive insects pressed forward relentlessly, showing no sign of stopping. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A full minute of unrelenting explosions. Everyone was stunned. Holy crap, holy crap. You guys, do you think the goblin warriors will get blown to bits? Probably not. Bronze tier magic's quality and quantity far surpass black iron tier. A black iron peak self-detonation might cause some damage, but it's not significant. It's not like they could wear him down to death. There aren't that many explosive bugs. Yeah, look at Chu Xiao blowing things up like crazy now. But once he stops the bombardment and lets the goblin warrior catch his breath, he'll have to face Chu Xiao's fierce assault next. Chu Xiao simply couldn't hold them off. The Wang family head shared this assessment, maintaining his composure as he waited for an opening to strike back. Earlier, he had been careless. Soon, everyone grew numb. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. The Goblin Legion was wiped out ages ago. No one dared declare victory. The situation had suddenly become impossible to read. Could we really wear down the Goblin warriors? Shoo! At these words, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Could it be that they were about to witness a legendary battle, Black Iron defeating Bronze, a feat worthy of the history books? Thrilling. Starfield, explosive beetles, 20,000, bombardment. Chu Xiao transformed all his forces into exploding beetles. After a lightning-fast march, they pounced upon Wang Chang's goblin warriors. Magic power drained away bit by bit. Iron armor shattered. The outer layer was damaged. Flesh torn and mangled. The agonizing pain made the head of the Wang family grimace slightly. The goblin warriors' position had long since become a sea of flames, the scorched earth cracked and sinking beneath their feet. For a full hour, Chu Xiao unleashed relentless bombardment. Goblin warrior. Dead. Controlled to death. We won. We really won. You're awesome, big bro. I love you. Unexpectedly, Chu Xiao truly defied convention, encircling and slaying a goblin warrior capable of effortlessly tearing through the Black Iron Army's encirclement. 20,000 exploding beetles adjusted their formation and charged once more, encircling the goblin temple. No, don't come any closer. Chu Xiao, I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. Spare me. I'll stay far away from you two siblings. Inside the temple, Wang Chan clutched a statue of himself, pleading desperately. Chu Xiao paid him no heed. If only I'd known then what I know now. Chu Xiao, stop. Do you want to make enemies with the Wang family? Do you know what that means? Outside the hall, Wang's mother's eyes bulged with fury. She'd never let her son suffer injustice. How dare this brat? Chu Xiao, think carefully. We can compensate you. From the audience, the homeroom teacher stepped forward and shouted at Chu Xiao, Chu, listen to your teacher. Why must things escalate like this between classmates? Obey me, release Wang now. We're only trying to help you. Chu Xiao turned, his gaze sweeping over Wang's mother, the school administrators, and the homeroom teacher. Rage surged from the depths of his heart. Do you understand? The real Chu Xiao has been driven to death by you all. Teachers? You call yourself a teacher? Get the hell out of here. With a thunderous roar, Wang Chang's divine realm shattered violently. A vast fungal carpet spread across the goblin forest kingdom. Boom! As the ruler of the divine realm, Chu Xiao's body erupted with a towering pillar of golden light. Chapter 6, The Spark Project. Having devoured everything from his opponent, Chu Xiao felt a warm glow spread through his body as all his attributes saw a significant boost. View Divine Realm information. Name, Chu Xiao. Level, Demigod. Divine Power, Infinite. Talent, Time Differential. Divine Realm time flows 100 times faster than external time. Faith Power, Infinite. Follower Race, Xenomorphs. Zerg Structures, Hive Unique, Blood Pool. Swarm 20,000 40,000, Dark Iron Roach 0, Dark Iron Baneling 20,000. Primal Essence, 100,000 used to upgrade units and spawn one bronze grey creature. Zergling Gene, Unlocked Structure, Zergling Nest. Chu Xiao sensed the shift in warp energy concentration within the realm and felt a surge of excitement. The concentration of magic essence determined the upper limit of power for all living beings within the divine realm, and it was also closely tied to his own strength. Simultaneously, Chu Xiao could transplant rare fruit trees and herbs into the realm, cultivating them as signature products. Managing a divine realm involved more than just fighting. There were numerous other approaches. Some demigods who disliked combat thrived by pursuing such livelihoods. With the land area doubling, the kingdom could now accommodate a larger military force. He also obtained 100,000 points of source essence. Each drop of source essence could enhance a strange insect, growing harder armor, teeth, and blades. Yet another option lay before him. To channel all 100,000 points into a single alien insect, birthing a hero unit at this stage. Bronze Tier Zergling. Chu Xiao, you cannot kill me. I, Wang Chang, will definitely kill you. As Chu Xiao processed his victory, a furious shout erupted from the spectator stands. At the last moment, the head of the Wang family used some unknown means to rescue Wang Chang. Still trembling with fear, Wang Chang wore a black cloak, glaring at Chu Xiao with hatred. His body had undergone flesh rebuilding, rendering all the preparations the Wang family had made for him utterly useless. Chu Xiao's eyes narrowed. This was not the outcome he desired. He immediately shouted toward the sky. Pantheon, do you permit others to interfere in a life or death duel? This is unfair. Or are you, the Pantheon, prepared to favor him? The golden celestial gate opened. A two-winged angel flew out, its pure white feathers drifting down. The angel's golden eyes fixed upon both sides. Seeing Chu Xiao's furious eyes, Wang Chang's smug expression, and the cold sneer of the Wang family patriarch, it declared. The Supreme God King has paid the price for his victory. The Pantheon acknowledges this outcome. Therefore, it is fair. Ha 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 ha. Boy, see this? This is what happens when you cross the Wang family. The Wang family remains the Wang family. Prepare to face our wrath. Anger, injustice, so what? Wang Chang's body trembled violently beneath his cloak. The terror of near death was so profound that witnessing Chu Zhao's humiliation unleashed an uncontrollable, maniacal grin. The others fell silent. Yes, they too had heard tales of those who paid a heavy price to escape the death penalty of a life or death duel. This was the fundamental gap between a great clan and a rootless orphan. Chu Zhao laughed upon hearing this, a furious, raucous laugh. How laughable. Absolutely laughable. He paid the price? Why haven't I received it? I died, but he was rescued? If your Pantheon acknowledges this as justice, then I refuse to accept it. I demand a reconsideration. I demand Wang Chang be executed. He should have died long ago. The angel frowned, seemingly unprepared for anyone daring to question the Pantheon's decision. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, Chu Zhao spoke again. I request to join the Spark Project. Therefore, I require a just verdict. What? Holy crap, did I hear that right? What did the young master just say? The Seeds Project? Bro! Chu Linger, who knew of the Spark Project, wept uncontrollably, her tears streaming down like rain. Those around them stared as if they'd seen a ghost. Seeing Chu Zhao's unyielding gaze, they felt a deep sense of admiration. This time, they truly respected this young man from the bottom of their hearts, a young man who dared to defy authority. But it was reckless. Wang Chang froze, then erupted with elation. Joining the Spark Project was tantamount to suicide. Why would the Pantheon protect ordinary demigods? Certainly not for any noble cause of kindness or justice. Such lofty pretexts were meaningless. It was for one reason only: manpower. Powerful military strength. The Pantheon's adversary was the Abyss. A faction that opposed them, wielding abyssal power that matched the Pantheon's own. Thus, the Spark Project was conceived. Yet its sheer cruelty led to its suspension, and it is scarcely mentioned now. The trembling of the angel's wings betrayed his emotions. Are you certain? I am certain. That is why I request reconsideration. Do you understand what this entails? A sneer curled at Chu Zhao's lips as he pointed a finger at Wang Chang, who stood ready to gloat, his tone laced with amusement. I know exactly what it means. It means he's dead meat. Thud. Overwhelmed by sudden terror, Wang Chang's heart raced. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, Chu Zhao, don't get too cocky. Due to its unique nature, the Spark Project afforded its participants the highest level of protection from the Pantheon. Otherwise, they wouldn't risk cultivating a mortal enemy harboring resentment toward them. The Wang family's expressions darkened. They instantly grasped the possible outcome. Indeed, if Chu Zhao joined the Spark Project and requested a review, Wang Chang might die. The entire Wang family could be destroyed. Wang Dad and Wang Mom both shot venomous glances. That little brat deserves to die. Even Wang Shang, the head of the Wang family and an upper god, wore a grave expression. In that case, I shall submit your request. In 3 days, you will face your first battle against the Abyss. Madness. Utter madness. While the Pantheon had the Spark Project, the Demon Hall possessed its own countermeasures. Countless prodigies had participated in the program before, only to suffer crushing defeats and become trapped within the Abyss. The horrifying scenes of suffering worse than death still played on a loop within the Demon Pantheon. The mere thought of those prodigies' fates sent shivers down everyone's spine. Terrified, they clamped their legs together, cold sweat pouring down their backs. Fallen gods, demons, devils, they've always been masters at manipulating souls. To be captured by them is worse than death itself. Precisely for this reason, no one dared to sign up for this plan anymore. Even those seeking revenge would not choose it, for there was simply no hope. As the angel had stated, Chu Zhao's request would be submitted for review. Yet whether it was approved or not depended entirely on his performance in the battle against the Abyss 3 days hence. Victory meant Wang Chang's death. Defeat, and Chu Zhao dies. Without value, the Pantheon won't bother protecting you. Clinging to life. Don't worry, Xiangzi. He won't win. But Mom and Dad, I'm scared. Wang Dad and Wang Mom didn't know what to say. For 3 days, the Wang family dared not move against Chu Zhao. Otherwise, the entire Wang family would perish. Damn it, I'll have the Wang family seal off Hanghai City to prevent his sister from escaping. Don't think you can stall with this tactic. Once he's dead, we'll eliminate his sister. Chapter 7, Negotiation, Deal. Brother. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have angered the Wang family or joined the Spark Project. Chu Zhao embraced a 15-year-old little girl in the grand arena, his emotions complex. Seeing the girl who bore such a striking resemblance to his sister from his previous life, his heart ached. His sister, suffering from long-term malnutrition, was skin and bones. Chu Linger possessed extraordinary beauty, yet she was so light that a gentle breeze seemed enough to knock her over. No need to apologize. The ones who should apologize are those who did wrong. Linger did nothing wrong. Come on, let's get out of here and talk. Xu Xiao reappeared at home, but Wang Chang had already left. Supporting himself on the table as he sat down, Xu Xiao gazed up at the white ceiling, his mood heavy. Battling the representative of the 10,000 Demons Hall won't be nearly as straightforward as dealing with Wang Chang. The demonic offspring they send are masters of combat, and besides, my intelligence will likely be leaked. Xu Xiao tapped his fingers on the tabletop, pinching his chin as he scrutinized his information panel. The number of bred insect swarms had doubled, reaching 40,000. He had also unlocked the Viper gene, enabling the cultivation of Viper's units effective against both aerial and ground targets. Yet he still felt uneasy. The original host's intelligence already contained details about the Fireseed project. In every Divine Demon Fireseed war, the Abyss faction deployed forces numbering at least 500,000. And no fewer than 5 Bronze Tier hero units. His side? 40,000 troops, no Bronze Tier heroes. Could the advantage truly lie with them? The alien insects were undeniably formidable, but if Wang Chang pressed his advantage relentlessly, leaving only a small force for self-protection with Bronze Tier goblin warriors leading the charge as vanguards, the outcome remained uncertain. At the very least, it wouldn't be a crushing defeat. To win the trial against the Abyss, we must further enhance our units. 100,000 Source Essence could strengthen 1,000 level 2 units or 1 Bronze Tier Zerg unit. If only someone could provide the resources. After pondering for a long time, Xu Xiao dialed a number on his wristband. Hello? Xu? A beautiful figure appeared in the blue video frame. Sumushue wore a pink nightgown, her icy eyes carrying a hint of appraisal as she looked over curiously. Xu Xiao cleared his throat before addressing the young lady his original self had secretly admired. Su, I hear you're collecting various unit types. I'd like to propose a trade. Sumushue exclaimed in surprise, you want to sell me those 2 troop types? Sumushue never expected Xu Xiao to seek her out. They had little connection beyond her recent help boosting the livestream's viewership. She hadn't paid him much attention otherwise. Typically, no one would trade away their carefully cultivated units. Doing so would allow others to study your weaknesses and devise countermeasures against you. Sumushue paused for a moment. Alright, hold on. I'll have someone come pick you up. Xiao Shui, are you still going to help him? Sumushue hung up the phone. Beside her, a woman wearing gold-rimmed black glasses stood by the bed, holding a thick stack of white papers. Never mind. Here are the materials you requested. Sumushue took the documents and flipped through them page by page. They were filled with intelligence on the Fireseed battlefield. Her slender fingers traced the outlines of monstrous beasts depicted on the pages as she sighed. And Xu, do you think Xu Xiao can help me rescue my brother's soul? The mature woman shook her head. Xiao Shui, these materials are meant to motivate you to grow stronger. But don't dwell on rescuing Xiao Han. Countless members of the 8 great families are trying to retrieve people from the 10,000 Demons Hall. But Xu Xiao encountered Su Mushue at the Su residence, uneasily facing Aunt Zhu's scrutiny. This woman was formidable, immense. A palm-sized jumping bug materialized in Su Mushue's hand, its amber eyes glowing in concentric circles. Insectoid beings of low rank could only summon creatures this size. Unlike the ferocious specimens seen in the Divine Realm, this one appeared oddly cute and clumsy. Not bad. An intriguing species, worthy of study. The explosive bugs are quite interesting too. How do you propose we trade? I hope Sumu Shui can support me and help me survive this Abyss war. I need 5,000 sets of insect armor, 50,000 points of source essence, and divine spells. Xu Xiao, do you even realize what you're saying? Aunt Zhu cut Xu Xiao off, stepping in front of Su Mushue with a furious glare. You're gravely mistaken if you think Xiao Shui is some gullible sucker you can take advantage of. Believe me, even with the Pantheon's protection, the Su family could make you vanish without a trace. A murderous aura washed over him. Xu Xiao stiffened, then let out a bitter laugh. Facing true powerhouses, facing the elite aristocracy of Great Xia, he had underestimated their strength. Of course I wouldn't dare deceive the Su family, nor would I deceive Su, the classmate who helped me. Though it's a bit late, I still want to thank Su for finding people to promote me. You know? Xu Xiao nodded, shifting his gaze to Aunt Zhu's face. His expression turned serious. I'm not speaking without cause. Please witness this. The space behind Xu Xiao opened, and a monstrous creature slowly emerged from within. A cold, violent aura washed over them, its body resembling a king cobra standing upright. Its head was heavily armored, with side-like blades on either side that seemed capable of slicing through anything. Seeing the shock on their faces, Xu Xiao's lips curved into a faint smile. Unlike the scenes in the game, he too had been terrified the first time he encountered the stinger snake. Not everyone could face the terror of the insect horde head-on. If I were to arm 5,000 of these alien insects and cultivate 5 bronze-tier stinger snakes, would you still think victory impossible? During the battle against the Goblin Legion, Xu Xiao realized his alien insects were still weak. He couldn't even solo kill the weakest Black Iron tier goblins. Only by relying on the fungal carpet and sheer speed could he achieve a surprise attack, pushing the casualty ratio to 3 to 1. True, his divine power was limitless, and his swarm could rapidly spawn troops. Like other follower clans, each rebirth of the swarm was essentially a reforging, producing unrefined, unenhanced. To produce advanced units, he needed source essence and weaponry. After squeezing 10,000 goblins dry, Chu Xiao obtained a mere 100,000 points of primordial essence. He needed far more to arm an elite swarm. It's not enough. Not nearly enough. Unless you offer other terms, Xiao Shui won't agree. Chu Xiao stood there, his gaze cold and stern. He hadn't expected Aunt Ju's stance to be so resolute, it surpassed his expectations. He could buy it using divine power. But he couldn't risk exposing his limitless divine power. Otherwise, he'd be captured and turned into a machine for producing divine energy. What? You don't have it? Then you can leave. Wait a moment. Chu Xiao gritted his teeth, his face betraying inner conflict. Experience truly counts. Su, if you're willing to make a vow with me, will you absolutely promise not to reveal what I'm about to say? An oath sworn in the name of the Pantheon cannot be broken by anyone. Kid, who's old? And get a grip on your current situation. Aunt Zhu. Su Mushue pouted at Aunt Zhu. Don't trick him. Chu Xiao, we promise to swear. Phew. Chu Xiao exhaled, his mood seemingly lightening. But his next words sent shockwaves through the two women who had just sworn their oath. What? Your divine power generates tens of millions every month? No wonder your true production is so terrifyingly fast. Genius. I have to admit, you really are a genius. The once aggressive Anju instantly revised her opinion of Chu Xiao. As a god, the amount of divine power one could obtain was a crucial indicator of their worth. With divine power, the vast majority of problems could be solved effortlessly. Even if Chu Xiao didn't seek their help today, he had other means to obtain everything he desired. Millions of divine power each month, a modest annual goal, it would open up endless possibilities. Given time, he would undoubtedly grow powerful. Young man, you did right to come to us first. Possessing such a treasure invites trouble. If word of this leaks out, no one but our Su family can protect you. So, what benefits are you prepared to offer Xiao Shui? Aunt Zhu didn't mind playing the villain. A man like this must be bound to the Su family by force or bribery if necessary. With that, she gave her ample bosom a shake and fixed her gaze squarely on Chu Xiao. Chapter 8, Angel, 12 Wings. Party A, Su Mushue. Party B, Chu Xiao. Witness, Aunt Zhu. Contract 1, Party A shall provide continuous safe haven for Party B and his sister during Party B's participation in the Spark project. Contract 2, Party B may use divine power to purchase scarce resources from Party A, including source essence, equipment, divine arts, etc. Party A must maintain confidentiality for Party B and conceal the source of their immense divine power. Contract 3, Party B aims to rescue Party A's brother, Suhan. Upon successful rescue, Party A shall be responsible for eliminating the Wang family. Contract 4, Party B grants Party A exclusive live streaming rights for every battle of the Fireseed project, with proceeds split 50-50. Contract 5, Party A and Party B establish an alliance, advancing and retreating together, and shall not harm each other in any form. Very well. We shall provide everything you require. Your sister will be protected by the Su family. You have to admit, experience really does count. Hot and spicy. Chu Xiao didn't gain the slightest advantage. This would suffice. His divine power was immense, but useless if he couldn't deploy it. With the Su family as his connection, acquiring rare resources would now have a plausible justification. Pantheon, the 100 heavenly palaces. So, after a century, someone finally has the courage to join the Fireseed project? Reporting to Your Excellency. It is an ordinary demigod from planet 1024, known as Earth. His retinue consists of a swarm of insects unlike any I've ever witnessed, extremely ferocious. The two-winged angel never imagined he would one day be summoned by the divine sovereign. Excitement mingled with apprehension. What if the Lord blamed him for mishandling the demigod's affairs? The consequences would be dire. I knew it. There's bound to be someone who fears neither death nor demons. They'd scream their heads off even if thrown into boiling oil or forced to climb mountains of blades or plunge into seas of fire. Scared the others into backing out. This little fellow is intriguing. Ensure he is well protected. I will not tolerate his death outside the Abyss battlefield. Yes, sir. The two-winged angel trembled with relief that the boy had survived. Now then, such a courageous little fellow deserves a reward. What do you suggest? The two-winged angel knelt on one knee, not daring to meet the divine sovereign's gaze. To his astonishment, a faint smile flickered across her perpetually icy, unchanging face. Were any of the god kings or god emperors who adored her to witness this, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. I'll reward him with my original technique, the blindly random practice method of concentration. The two-winged angel bowed his head, eyes bulging in shock, utterly speechless. Who didn't know the power of this one? Her self-invented series of randomly made-up divine arts might sound absurd, but each one was a terrifying divine technique capable of shaking heaven and earth and making demons weep. What? Did I get the wrong gift? No, it's perfect. Chu Xiao will be absolutely overjoyed. Exactly. He'll be so grateful he'll be in tears. Don't you dare keep any for yourself. The two-winged angel repeatedly protested his innocence. This figure was none other than the dreaded guardian of the Pantheon. The Pantheon's top 100 rankings only recorded the time of ascension, not the exact position. But since this one ascended to the top 100, no new divine emperor has successfully challenged them to enter the top 100 and take residence in the celestial palace. Enough. Give him the item and protect him well. The two-winged angel felt as if a great burden had been lifted. Beneath the 100th heavenly palace, demons roared in agony as heads were severed, limbs torn off, hearts, livers, spleens, and lungs ripped out, yet they still clung to life. Enough noise. When the abyss releases its prisoners, this god shall release you too. The next day, Zhu Xiao obtained the technique, randomly practicing the concentration technique. My lord, may I ask the name of the divine being who bestowed this divine technique upon me? I wish to repay her kindness. Enough. Just practice diligently. Not losing the abyss war is itself a way to repay the favor. Repay? What could you possibly do for her? Traveling back and forth between dimensions would wear out even a two-winged angel. After handing the item to Zhu Xiao, she vanished instantly. Zhu Xiao opened the divine technique tome. The characters within seemed to come alive, dancing and diving into Zhu Xiao's dark eyes. Within his mind, the art of concentration suddenly crystallized into sharp clarity. A divine technique detailing how to harness divine power to condense divine essence felt as familiar as if he'd practiced it for 2.5 years. With my current strength, I can only condense 10 drops of divine essence per day? Or is it that even with my limitless divine power, most people simply cannot provide that much? 1 unit of divine essence equaled 1 unit of divine power. A single drop of divine essence contained divine essence measured in the billions. No wonder it's so damn hard to practice. Who the hell could master this? According to the book's records, the divine essence refined by this divine technique could effortlessly elevate a creature's life grade. A single drop transforms black iron into bronze, and not just ordinary bronze. 2 days later. Name, Zhu Xiao. Rank, demigod. Divine power, infinite. Divine elixir, 0. Divine arts, super speed, steel body, self-healing. Talent, time differential, time flows 100 times faster within the divine realm than in the outside world. Faith power, infinite. Follower race, Zerg. Zerg structures, Hive unique, lurker nest, spine crawler nest. Swarm 4,000 40,000, Black Iron Zergling 20,000, Black Iron Baneling 14980, Black Iron Hydralisk 5,000, Bronze Zergling 10, Bronze Hydralisk 10. Primal Essence, 300,000 used to upgrade units or spawn 3 bronze tier creatures. Within 3 days, Zhu Xiao effortlessly mastered the 3 divine arts provided by the Su family. 3 days in the real world equal 300 days in the divine realm. Learning 3 divine arts? Piece of cake. The grand arena was packed to the rafters. Projections from both the divine realm and the demon realm broadcast this grand event live, a rare convergence between the two realms that hadn't occurred in a century. The war between the two realms raged on, yet news remained sealed off from Earth, Planet 1024. Zhu Xiao's figure appeared in the arena, drawing gasps from the crowd. Whoa, thought he'd be some brute, turns out he's not bad looking? Stop swooning. Fighting the abyssal race means staking your very soul. On the abyss side, former celestial prodigies hung like bait on hooks, mercilessly impaled on curved spikes forged from abyssal demon iron. Burned, roasted, frozen, whipped, they wailed in agony. The abyss bared its fangs at humanity, terrifying most into submission. Beep, beep. Zhu Xiao glanced down at the message on his wristwatch. 99 plus. Countless relatives trapped on the other side could no longer contain themselves, flooding him with messages begging Zhu Xiao to exchange their loved ones. Oomph of friendship with the Peng family? As if I'd want it. Would the Zhou family publish a thank you notice in the paper? And threats? Ha 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 ha. Have these people always been this shameless? Space suddenly warped, and from the vortex emerged a minotaur demigod. His eyes gleamed with savagery, as if he'd already marked Zhu Xiao as dessert on his table. You weakling over there, I am Niu Benben of the Minotaur clan. State your name. The human who will slay you, Zhu Xiao. The spectator stands fell instantly silent. Zhu Xiao's arrogant and domineering demeanor struck the Abyss clan as laughable. Their gazes locked, sparks flying like lightning. Battle fury surged from both, neither flinching. Minotaur's mountainous frame pressed down like a crushing weight, making spectators flinch. 2 blue maps, visible only to the spectators, materialized. Zhu Xiao and Niu Benben could only see their own territories. This time, the maps were no longer transparent. To scout enemy positions, they would have to deploy reconnaissance units. It began. Party A, Niu Benben. Clan, Tauren Legion 500,000, Black Iron Tauren Warrior 440,000, Black Iron Tauren Shaman 5,000, Black Iron Tauren Archer 50,000, Black Iron Tauren Warmaster 4,495, Black Iron Tauren Shield Bearers 500, Bronze Tauren Warriors 5. Party B, Zhu Xiao. Clan, Swarm 40,000, Black Iron Lurker 20,000, Black Iron Baneling 15,000, Black Iron Hydralisk 4,960, Worker 20, Bronze Lurker 10, Bronze Hydralisk 10. The moment both sides' information was revealed, the crowd erupted in chaos. Wang Chang, seated in a designated area, watched as the color drained from his face like receding tide, leaving him as pale as a sheet. Pointing frantically at Chu Xiao, his voice trembling with each word, he exclaimed. How could he possibly have 20 bronze tier units? He wasn't alone. Every spectator who saw Chu Xiao enter the arena accompanied by 10 bronze jumpers and 10 bronze spine snakes lost their composure. On the Abyss side, the 99th tier Abyss Lord overseeing the match suddenly roared toward the Heavenly Palace direction. Damn it! You're cheating! Chapter 9, Fierce Alien Insects, Brave Bull. The Abyss lodged its protest immediately. After a brief review, both sides stared at Chu Xiao in even greater disbelief. Chu Xiao hadn't cheated. Fortunately, Chu Xiao only had about 20 bronze tier alien insects. The insectoid race's rank wasn't particularly high, which was refreshing. The Abyss side didn't think much of it. They'd certainly encountered opponents stronger than Chu Xiao before. Ha ha ha, you're not bad. But thinking you can turn the tables with just 20 bronze tier bugs? That's a bit naive. The Abyss side held a deep disdain for human-based rank systems. A sneer flashed across Neo Benben's bovine face as he drew the battle axe strapped to his waist and brandished it before Chu Xiao. Just you wait, old ox here is gonna slice you up piece by piece. Talk all you want. After this, you'll be the one ending up in the hot pot. Chu Xiao ignored him, shifting the Divine Throne crystal into the designated battle zone. When clashing with the Abyssal race, both sides no longer connected through divine realms. Instead, they jointly deployed forces to the agreed-upon 100 battles ground, placing their core divine realm crystals there. 1 hour was allotted for deploying formations before the battle commenced. Phew, that's enough. Chu Xiao secretly scattered 20 worker bees around the crystal. Suddenly, a thick fog rolled in from the distance. Chu Xiao narrowed his eyes as the dense white mist cut off his vision. The hazy fog made commanding troops extremely difficult. Demon's divine power, abyssal mist. Outside the battlefield, numerous humans from the Pantheon faction gasped in shock. This vile divine power was one reason many prodigies had met their end in battle. It disrupted perception, severed reinforcements, and allowed the ever-present demon legions to launch sudden attacks from the shadows. Damn it, they're trying that trick again. Does Chu Xiao have any dispelling magic? Some waited for Chu Xiao to dispel the mist, but seeing him remain motionless for so long, they couldn't help but feel astonished. Surely he hasn't neglected his preparations and failed to bring a counter-dispelling spell? When facing the abyssal races, the first priority is securing clear lines of sight. Some abyssal creatures burrow underground, cloak themselves, and launch ambushes. They may be no match for the divine races in open combat, yet the divine races often find themselves defeated in wars they never fully understood. Wang Chang wept with joy. Perfect. That bastard hasn't mastered the dispelling spell at all. He's doomed to lose. Su Muxue, wearing her headset for the broadcast, looked at Anju with confusion and concern. She was certain she had already taught Chu Xiao the great light spell, the very dispelling spell needed here. Anju was equally perplexed, shaking her head helplessly and urging her to stay calm. On Neo Benben's side, a 50,000-strong army split into 4 columns marching toward Chu Xiao. His Mist Divine ability, also a scouting technique, instantly pinpointed Chu Xiao's headquarters. In the Abyss battlefield, where victory hinged on destroying the crystal, he had long secured an unassailable position. The Abyss Lord smiled faintly, his provocative lips curling toward the celestial palace above as he spoke coldly to the 12-winged angel. A cold gleam flashed in the icy crystal eyes of the figure above, whose jet-black lashes fluttered lightly. Completely ignoring the Abyss Lord's provocation, the figure spoke. Not the west. Nor the east. Not the south either. Unseen by all, a swarm of insects surged forth from beneath the earth. Spine snakes bored tunnels through the earth, while jumpers crawled out to scout. Their carapaces were imbued with the Su family's support magic, a divine interference spell designed to prevent detection. As the swarm's sovereign, Chu Xiao could receive the collective consciousness of the insects. Countless jumping insects conducted rapid scans, all to pinpoint the ultimate target. Dispelling magic? He didn't need it at all. The battlefield was straightforward, a contest of reconnaissance versus counter-reconnaissance. Before the battle, Chu Xiao had repeatedly analyzed both sides' strengths and weaknesses. His swarm stood no chance against Neo Benben's Tauren in open terrain. Therefore, aside from scouting units and an elite force, he had retreated his entire army into the main base to defend against Neo Benben's assault. Hold the line, locate them, and wipe them out. A simple strategy, yet highly effective. Chu Xiao's strategy caught everyone off guard. Unable to detect the subterranean swarm, they assumed he was merely playing defense. As Neo Benben's army approached the valley where Chu Xiao hid his crystal, he furrowed his brow. This seemed too easy. Charge! 5,000 war oxen were dispatched as a probe. The armored, spear-wielding herd raised their hind legs and charged into the valley. Boom! 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 Sure enough, the herd stepped on explosive bugs that detonated. Yet, the instant the bugs detonated, a blue protective shield flared around each bull. Brave oxen, charge! Moo! Empowered by the shaman's magic, the cattle became frenzied, their eyes glowing red as they charged madly into the valley. Here, the disparity in power became evident. It took Chu Xiao 5 or 6 explosive insects to take down a single mad bull. The herd's advance was lightning fast, covering a third of the valley in an instant. The human side could no longer sit idly by. Damn, these Minotaur warriors have breached Chu Xiao's first line of defense. Why hasn't he made a move yet? Where are those jumping bugs? Charge! It's over. If we don't counterattack now, the bull herd's shamans will reach the crystal. Once they cast their shamanic spells, the crystal will shatter instantly. Chu Xiao remained unhurried, while everyone else was on edge. After a brief probing advance, Niu Benben immediately ordered his army to push forward. Upon breaching the second line of defense, they faced fierce counterattacks from the jumping bug forces. Finally, something worthwhile. A Tauren's axe struck a Zergling, clanging off its hardened carapace before being knocked back. The insect armor supplied by the Su family was proving effective. A Zergling darted out from behind him. Its crossed legs sliced the Minotaur warrior clean in two. So fast, so hard. Some began to notice the astonishing transformation in Chu Xiao's insect swarm. Divine arts. Divine arts. Each jumping bug is imbued with 3 divine arts: extreme speed, steel body, and self-healing. This compensates for the gap in divine rank. But they say insect brains are no bigger than grains of rice. They can't possibly comprehend divine arts. How are they casting them? And with so many insects, how much divine power must this consume? 3 conditions are required to cast divine arts. First, the demigod Chu Xiao must have mastered the divine arts to bestow them. Second, the vassals themselves must possess the knowledge. Third, divine power must be expended, either the demigod's own or that of the vassals. No demigod could be as generous as Chu Xiao, shouldering the divine power needs of his followers and sharing the divine arts through the swarm consciousness. The Minotaurs gradually found themselves locked in a bitter struggle. The already narrow valley became a colossal flesh-grinding mill, a merciless meat grinder tearing apart countless lives. The swarm suffered heavy losses, yet new insects crawled forth from pools of blood. The newly born insects were slightly weaker, but their elders had already weathered the initial onslaught. The pressure fell upon Niu Benben, a look of anguish spreading across his bovine face. He never imagined the swarm's resistance would be this fierce. It's those strange insect nests in the rear, they must be destroyed. Take to the skies, Shaman Core. Take to the skies. He had long known that Chu Xiao's swarm possessed an inexhaustible nature and had prepared accordingly. According to intelligence, the swarm emerged from these blood pools. The Minotaur shaman suddenly unfurled green wings from his back, lifting them all into the air. Holy, a bull flying in the sky? Long live the abyss. What a load of hot air. Who blew them up there? The crowd stared in disbelief as the flying oxen ascended, utterly unprepared for the emergence of an aerial force from the bovine herd. Since ancient times, whoever controlled the skies held the power to dictate. Could Chu Xiao withstand this? Kill. The battle raged on for a long time, the scent of blood spreading relentlessly. Niu Benben grew increasingly frantic, ordering the herd to attack at all costs. Suddenly, the entire map lit up. No one understood what had happened. They stared in bewilderment as Chu Xiao led 5,000 fierce stinger snake troops charging into the high ground where Niu Benben was hiding. A collective chill gripped the crowd. When did they get there? How did they find it? 100,000 minotaurs, perched high above, stared in terror at the towering, ferocious spike snakes below. But none were more terrified than Niu Benben himself. 4/5 of his army had been committed to attacking Chu Xiao's territory. But things weren't going smoothly. Dense showers of spines erupted from their backs, raining down upon the cattle herd like hailstones. Moo! 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 One by one, the startled cattle were pierced by the sharp arrows. The 10 bronze-colored spike serpents at the forefront grew even more ferocious, leading the charge into enemy ranks as the gleam of their sickles swept across the field, clearing the battlefield before them. The oxen's eyes turned green with rage. Who was the true beast, and who was the vermin? The insectoid's rank was low, yet his herd suffered defeat. The insectoid's rank was low, yet Chu Xiao's swarm slaughtered mercilessly. Chu Xiao rode a bronze-colored jumping insect, leading 800 elite jumping insect troops. Under the guidance of 5 bronze jumping insects, they charged out from the flank. This left everyone stunned. No one had anticipated how he managed to conceal his movements from the cattle herd and launch this sudden assault. Chu Xiao's 800 riders were exceptionally fierce. Within a few charges, they crushed the resistance led by 2 bronze minotaurs, repeatedly ramming through the enemy lines. In an instant, panic gripped the cattle herd. The Abyssal clan collectively cursed under their breath, their hairs standing on end. Meanwhile, within Chu Xiao Valley, 10,000 vicious spike snakes arched their backs, unleashing a furious barrage of venom at the soaring shamans. From the moment Chu Xiao launched his ambush, Niu Benben's eyes, as big as bronze bells, filled with utter disbelief. We've lost. A terrifying realization rose from the depths of his mind. Wan Chang, Xu Zhao's homeroom teacher, and the school administrators all leapt from their seats. No, this can't be. Chapter 10, you bastards, get up here. In the air, flying bulls plummeted down. On the battlefield, the herd charged relentlessly, yet the charging cattle could not breach Xu Zhao's defenses. Wave after wave of alien insects were fed into the meat grinder. Battle raged, explosions erupted. The insect swarm exploited the terrain's advantage, stubbornly holding the oxen at bay. The Lord of the Abyss regretted deeply why did that valley exist. Why couldn't the Minotaur tribe leverage their numerical superiority? Gazing at the smug gaze of the angel across the field, he was filled with regret. Damn woman. I wondered why she insisted so much. Turns out it was to pick this prime spot for him. Meanwhile, Xu Zhao's side enjoyed a favorable situation. 15 bronze charged through the charging bulls formation as if they were unopposed. 5,000 venomous snakes unleashed relentless attacks from the rear. Xu Zhao led 800 cavalry to the crystal, where he found the Minotaur in a daze. Xu Zhao, divine elixir, +1. As a warrior, have you no intention of fighting back? What? The Minotaur before him didn't immediately grasp Xu Zhao's words. Scratching his not-so-bright horn, he exclaimed in surprise. You mean, you're going to spare me? Many sought to recruit powerful abyssal races as their vassals. After the divine realm was breached, Niu Benben would lose all the mighty powers that came with his demigod status, but he'd still be a formidable bull. Being recruited wasn't impossible. What are you thinking? Shouldn't you die like a warrior? I can give you a chance a one-on-one duel with me. Ha! With Xu Zhao's scrawny frame, he actually dared challenge a Minotaur warrior over 2.5 meters tall to a duel? Not just Niu Benben, but everyone else looked utterly bewildered. Has he lost his mind? No way, no way. He's about to throw away this golden opportunity? Outside the arena, both humans and abyssal races were betting on Xu Zhao's defeat. Sumu Xue frowned. What is he trying to do? Xu Zhao continued taunting Niu Benben, who was puffing out steam from his nostrils in anger. Well, got the guts? Niu Benben's nostrils flared like two smokestacks, his hind hooves scraping the ground as he sneered, fine. If you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. On the Abyss battlefield, both demigods possessed comparable divine ranks. Both were demigods, each possessing a black iron tier status. Niu Benben had no reason to refuse. Though both black iron, the Minotaur race far surpassed humans in strength. At this stage, Xu Zhao hadn't even mastered any proper martial arts techniques yet. Niu Benben gripped his battle axe. Such an opportunity couldn't be missed. Come on, I'm ready. He took the bait. A wicked smile tugged at Xu Zhao's lips as he consumed the divine elixir, advancing to bronze rank. Niu Benben stared at Xu Zhao's smirk, and the word shocked instantly flashed through his dim-witted bovine mind. Damn it, that sly human. Whoosh. A faint whistling sound cut through the air as Xu Zhao vanished from his spot in the blink of an eye. In Niu Benben's enormous bovine eyes, a gleaming long blade came into focus. Before he could react, Xu Zhao's icy killing intent had already locked onto his throat. Moo! Niu Benben hastily raised his battle axe to block in front of him, his heart sinking into despair. So fast. You aren't black iron? Xu Zhao grinned, uttering words Niu Benben could scarcely believe, just promoted. In the next instant, Xu Zhao's blade shifted abruptly, slicing toward one of the bull's powerful legs. Moo! Niu Benben let out a piercing scream of agony. No, how could he be bronze? The Abyss side couldn't possibly have failed to identify him beforehand. Breaking through at the last moment, how could such misfortune befall him? Niu was about to cry. A large chunk was missing from Niu Benben's calf. He collapsed in misery. Nice tendon workout, perfect for 7-up 8 down with spicy sauce. Xu Zhao flicked his knife lightly, slicing Niu Benben's calf meat into paper-thin strips that landed neatly on the blade's edge. Niu Benben was utterly terrified, his eyes suddenly reflecting the fiery glow of a hot pot. A raging fire ignited. And he was the ingredient destined for the pot. The terrified ox tried to flee, but there was nowhere to run. Next, I'd like some beef tongue. Beef ears. Beef tenderloin. Beef brisket. The Abyss side stared blankly as Niu Benben was skinned alive by Xu Zhao. For a moment, they even forgot their anger. Terror. Brutality. Bloodshed. Just as the Abyss had once done, only now, the ones being treated as food were themselves. The delayed rage erupted. Roar. Stop, you brat. You're asking for death. Human brat, you're dead. This demon will wrench your head off. The enraged voices echoed throughout the Abyss clan, while the human side erupted in triumphant laughter. Well done. Well done. Victory. A decisive kill. Xu Zhao returned the Abyss race's atrocities against humanity right before their eyes. What a thrill, so satisfying. A century's worth of pent-up fury found its complete release in this moment. Black fury surged from the Abyssal Lord, who attempted to intervene, only to be blocked by another formidable presence. 12 wings spread wide. Behind the formidable Lord of the Celestial Palace, countless flying swords materialized. The Lord of the Abyss was forced to retreat, his eyes bloodshot as he watched Chu Shao dissect his prey with surgical precision, his teeth grinding audibly. Finally, Chu Shao wielded the war axe of the Minotaur clan, shattering the tough ox bones blow by blow. All the oxen clamped their legs together, trembling in fear. Chu Shao, covered in ox blood, remained oblivious. And turned with a horrified glance, his eyes fixed on Wang Chang, who had already retreated into his mother's embrace. Demon. He is a demon. A bronze-hued aura surged around Chu Shao. He relentlessly cultivated the blindly random spirit condensing technique, finally crystallizing a single drop at the last moment, a divine essence capable of elevating the very essence of life. This propelled his life tier to bronze rank. The next advancement to silver required 1,000 such drops. Chu Shao knew not which great being had bestowed upon him this unreasonable divine technique. But he must prove his worth to that being here. He had mastered this technique. And now, advancing to bronze. After advancing to bronze, Chu Shao could now continuously produce life essence to upgrade his troops. He devoured the enemy's crystal, doubling his troop capacity once more and unlocking the cockroach unit. We won, we won. Su Mushue's cheeks flushed slightly. She had finally won. Her judgment had been correct. A single, unassuming act of kindness had shown her the hope of redeeming her brother. And Zhu. I see it. Xiao Shui, it seems you must hold on to him tightly, don't let anyone else take him away. And Zhu, we're not that kind of relationship. A crimson blush spread across Su Mushue's cheeks, unaware that the eyes of the 8 great families of Daxia had turned green with envy as they watched Chu Shao, like ravenous tigers eager to devour him. Beep, beep, beep. A barrage of messages flooded her wristwatch. Members of the 8 great families and numerous clan heads were desperate to contact Chu Shao. For according to the wager's terms, after victory, the Pantheon could redeem one prodigy from the abyss. The decision rested solely in Chu Xiao's hands. Chu Shao sensed waves of goodwill, malice, and threats. He had no time to spare. His expression turned cold as he barked at Wang Chang, who was cowering like an ostrich. You bastard, get your ass up here. It was time to deal with this lecher. At Chu Xiao's roar, Wang Chang trembled even more violently. I don't want to. I don't want to die. Wang Shang, the head of the Wang family, had been slapped repeatedly across the face. He had expended tremendous effort to rescue his grandson from a life or death duel, just as many other major clans had done before. Yet here, an unexpected turn had occurred. This brat had actually defeated the Abyss race. It wasn't that the Abyss race was weak, but that Chu Shao was too strong. Typically, the abyssal mists couldn't be dispelled, forcing the temple's forces to circle aimlessly within the fog, posing little threat. Yet Chu Shao had managed to illuminate the entire map in one fell swoop, shattering the mist's influence and striking straight at the heart of the enemy. This ability was terrifying. It had effectively neutralized one of the Abyss's strongest assets. Boy, don't push your luck. Release my grandson, and all grievances between us are forgiven. Why would Chu Shao listen? Forget it, I won't agree. Seeing Chu Xiao's stubborn refusal, Wang Shang immediately shot a meaningful glance at Chu Xiao's homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher stepped forward again, pleading with Chu Shao. Chu Shao, what grudge could there be between classmates? This is just a misunderstanding. Release young Master Wang, and I'll overlook your disrespect toward me. Otherwise, I'll hold you accountable for failing to honor your teachers. Think carefully about this. The homeroom teacher was confident he could manipulate Chu Shao. Teachers held a natural authority over students. And besides, no one respects someone who shows no respect for teachers. To betray one's teacher and dishonor one's ancestors, such moral bankruptcy. Who would dare trust him with their back? Shameful. Utterly shameful. Chu Shao trembled with rage inside. Those were the emotions left to him by his original self. Get lost. Ignoring the rage of these bastards, he suppressed the urge to charge forward and confronted the 2-winged angel in the sky. Lord, does the Pantheon not owe me an explanation? Or are you still planning to favor Wang Chang? The 2-winged angel inwardly groaned. The young master was someone their divine sovereign had taken a liking to. They couldn't afford to let him harbor ill will toward them. The angel's gaze toward the Wang family grew increasingly hostile. His icy eyes fixed on Wang Chang as he bellowed. You worthless scum, get up here. Chapter 11, Devouring Divinity. No, I won't. Wang Chang resisted fiercely, the Wang family glaring at him. But it would brook no refusal. Wang Chang was forcibly transported onto the field by the angel. The 2-winged angel placed one hand over its chest and addressed Chu Shao. Honored child of the gods, your enemy has been placed upon the table. Please enjoy. Every demigod participating in the Spark project would attain the status of a divine child. Originally, this honor was reserved solely for demigods of exceptional talent. With the demise of all previous sons of God, Chu Shao, who had previously lacked any qualification for the role, seized this unexpected opportunity. The title of Divine Son symbolized status and represented the face of the Pantheon. It could not be violated. Handing Wang Chang over to Chu Shao for disposal was the Pantheon's directive. Brother. Big brother. No, father, grandfather. Please let me go. Wang Chang, tears and snot streaming down his face, begged for mercy at Chu Xiao's feet as the scene was broadcast live. Everyone witnessed the cowardly, life-fearing demeanor of the Wang family patriarch's grandson. Bastard. Wicked son. Chu Shao chuckled darkly. Are you trying to hand your mother over to me? Ah, yes. As long as you let me go, she's yours. Madame Wang's teeth chattered with rage, but what could she do? Her son had been spoiled rotten by her. Get lost. Ugly women hold no interest for me. Chu Shao kicked him flying with one swift kick. Wang Chang rolled over, clutching his stomach, only to be suddenly blocked by a purple monster. Opening his eyes, he instantly froze in terror, foaming at the mouth as his eyes turned white. Chu Shao had summoned a bronze tier spike snake nearly half a person's height. Its deep purple carapace made it look terrifyingly fierce. Its forelimbs were sharp, scythe-like claws. Its jaws snapped open, revealing dagger-like teeth glinting coldly. Devour him. Everyone gasped in shock, utterly unprepared for such a brutal command from Chu Shao. I refuse to dirty my hands myself. Ah, so that's why. Though the image of cannibalism remained nauseating, his reasoning made sense. No one questioned Chu Zhao's intent to devour Wang Chang's divine essence, nor did anyone know that the bronze tier creature, the stinger snake, could break through the genetic lock's restrictions after consuming Wang Chang. This way, he would possess two high-potential alien creatures. One jump bug that devoured Niu Benben and one stinger snake that consumed Wang Chang. Chu Shao hadn't anticipated that, left unchecked, one jump bug would be drawn to the divine essence within Niu Benben's body and devour it of its own accord. Thus, he ended Wang Chang in this manner. The live stream ended. The Abyss clan withdrew, and the gaze of the Pantheon receded. On the field, only the Earth faction seeking to befriend Chu Shao and the Wang family remained. Wang Ma wept until she fainted. After casting threatening glances at Chu Shao, the Wang family members vanished without exception. Young Master Chu, I am Zhou Haisheng, head of the Zhou family. I am Chu Tianming of the Chu family. Yi family, Yi Lingxi. Sun family, Sun Dahai. One after another, influential figures whom Chu Shao would never have had access to before swarmed toward him. Among the crowd stood Chu Zhao's homeroom teacher, her eyes filled with venom as she watched him surrounded by the crowd. You're Mr. Liu, Chu Zhao's homeroom teacher, right? Ah. Yes, that's me. May I speak with you? After all, you've nurtured such an outstanding student. Sure, of course. A minor clan leader who couldn't break through the crowd approached Chu Zhao's homeroom teacher, hoping to use him as a connection to reach Chu Shao. Teacher Bai, you should also talk to Chu Shao. Make sure he changes his opinion of the school. The obese, bald principal Gao Yi shot Chu Shao a final look filled with disgust. If he succeeded, wouldn't that make him look incompetent? After the principal, who was like a god among men, departed, he left behind a flustered female teacher. How could he possibly still have any fondness for this school? Phew, that was exhausting. Thanks for covering for me, Aunt Ju. At the last moment, the Su family and Aunt Ju stepped forward, helping Chu Shao fend off those families who sought to draw near and exploit him. It was also thanks to the Su family that Chu Shao could extricate himself without offending anyone. No problem, but we still need to discuss compensation. Can the person retrieved from the abyss be handed over to our Su family? Ha? Wasn't it agreed we'd retrieve Su Han? Isn't Mu Shue's brother on the exchange list? Aunt Ju nodded grimly. Beside her, Su Mushue clenched her teeth tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably as she struggled to hold back her emotions. The Chen family rigged things, swapping their grandson for Su Han. We won't let them get their way. The Chen family, one of the 8 great families of Daxia? Exactly. The Su family isn't some minor clan to be trifled with. Chu Shao understood. It seemed these families were locked in fierce rivalry. Then why not just not choose him? It won't work. Haven't you noticed you're under a suggestion-type divine spell? This spell is of such a high grade that it's completely unbreakable. Since it only involves choosing someone, it poses no direct threat to you, so the Pantheon didn't issue a warning. Chu Shao was startled. Is that even possible? If someone wanted to kill him, it could happen in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, they wouldn't dare kill you outright. Even if they're a family with a god king like the Su clan, they wouldn't dare openly kill the son of God. Hearing Aunt Ju's words, Chu Zhao's heart finally settled. Very well. Since they plotted against me, I won't stand idly by. Chu Shao transferred the decision-making authority through a contract while remaining vigilant. Each of these families possessing high-ranking divine positions was formidable. He absolutely couldn't afford to be careless. Chu Shao, the insect swarm's rank is low, and the individuals it summons are weak. How do you plan to resolve this issue? Chu Shao was well aware of this limitation. Aunt Ju, my insect swarm is by no means weak. A lower rank has its advantages. Typically, a demigod can only summon around 100 familiars. The higher the rank of the followers, the fewer in number. But my swarm relies on sheer numbers for victory. I have a plan for that. Aunt Chu nodded, glanced at Su Mushue, then advised Chu Shao, having a direction is good. Since your personal strength is currently weak, you could learn some professional skills to bolster yourself. You could also team up with Xiao Shui for expeditions to elevate both your own rank and that of your insect swarm as much as possible. The Fire Seed project is no simple task. Don't get complacent after a single victory. Next, I'll arrange for you to enter various quasi-secret realms for cultivation. Seize every opportunity to grow stronger. Xu Xiao understood. A demigod's strength in the real world depended on both their own rank and the rank of their summoned familiars. Xu Xiao was currently bronze tier, but lacking skills, he ranked near the bottom of his tier. His combat power relied primarily on his insect swarm. Only when the swarm grew stronger could he truly be considered powerful. Summoning a spiked snake half a man's height brought Xu Xiao no sense of strain. He felt he could summon even more. The spiny snake, originally palm-sized, suddenly surged to Su Mushua's waist. A savage aura instantly surged forth. Anju and Su Mushua both gasped in shock. Xu Xiao. Is this the strange insect you showed us earlier? Xu Xiao had shown his hand, and Anju realized her worries had been for naught. Su Mushua's mouth fell open. She saw shock and satisfaction in Anju's eyes. She had assumed Xu Xiao's insect swarm was only formidable within the divine realm, but it turned out to retain such ferocious power even beyond its borders. The clan's assessment of him had been too low. No, everyone had underestimated him. At this realization, ecstatic joy spread across Su Mushua's face. Her brother could be saved. Xu Xiao took in their reactions and smiled. I told you my swarm isn't weak, right? Chapter 12, bestowing true names, Jumpy and Prickly. Not merely formidable, utterly formidable. Xu Xiao's alien insects shattered the notion that insectoid species were low tier and weak in combat. As his body returned home, two voices echoed in his mind. Master, Master, we want to come out too. After coming to a halt, Xu Xiao scanned his surroundings. Who's speaking? It's us. The voices emanated from within the divine realm. Xu Xiao connected his consciousness and discovered the speakers were a jumping insect vastly larger than its peers and a spiked snake. These two were the very alien insects that had consumed the divinely endowed Wang Chang and Niubenben. You can speak now? I knew they'd broken through the rank restrictions, but I didn't expect them to speak human language so quickly. Master, the divine realm is boring. We want to come out. The two alien insects spoke with childlike voices, yet clearly articulated their desires. Xu Xiao joyfully summoned them out of the divine realm, and their faces flushed with a human-like blush. Master, we like you. Ha ha ha, I like you too. Though they were terrifying alien creatures, Xu Xiao saw them as adorable as two children. Then from this day forward, you shall be called Tiao Tiao, and she shall be called Cici. Thank you, Master, for bestowing our names. Whoosh. Instantly, two blue beams of light shot up from Taio Taio and Saika's bodies, causing Xu Xiao to lose a significant amount of divine power. Before his eyes, a little girl with pigtails appeared. Yet behind her was a tail with sharp spines, and her legs and hands still bore the features of an alien insect. The hairstyles on Taio Taio and Cici bore a striking resemblance, 7 or 8 parts alike to their alien insect forms, yet all trace of terror had vanished. Xu Xiao gasped for breath, only then realizing the gravity of what he'd done, bestowing a true name. But wasn't it only gods or beings of equal standing who could bestow true names upon their followers? After becoming Xu Xiao's divine followers, Jumpy and Stingy experienced a surge of power flowing back to them. He felt his jumping speed become incredibly fast. With a thought, his body shot upward only to inevitably slam his head against the ceiling. Ouch, 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 ouch. Maybe I should try this outside. Xu Xiao pressed his 4 fingers together, revealing a layer of razor-sharp, scythe-like keratin on their surfaces. A light slash sent air rippling with a popping sound, as if torn apart. The sound of wind cutting through the air rang in his ears. Xu Xiao widened his eyes and tried again. Another pop. A flash of silver blade light, as if it could cut through anything. Master is formidable. Master, you're the best. Such sweet talk. I'll cook for you guys. There were a few discounted steaks left in the fridge, perfect for treating Jumpy and Prickly, who possessed the traits of lightning speed and scythe-like hands. Spiky chirped happily, Master, Master, be careful. The bad guys I ate heard someone's plotting against you. Oh? Cici, do you know exactly how they plan to do it? Cici shook her head. She had devoured Wang Chang and absorbed his memories, but that was all she had gleaned. Cici is useless, but Cici will protect Master. Xu Xiao patted Cici's head reassuringly. Alright, I'll be careful. It would be strange if those people didn't make a move. Xu Xiao brought out 3 steaming plates of black pepper steak. Hearing the 2 little ones swallow their saliva, he couldn't help but chuckle. Let's eat. When cooking the steak, he'd added a drop of divine essence, otherwise, a single steak wouldn't satisfy a single alien insect. When it came to his own portion, Xu Xiao suddenly had a whimsical idea. He extended a finger instead of a knife, drawing a line from top to bottom. Clang! Xu Xiao's face lit up with excitement. Not only had the steak been sliced cleanly, but the porcelain plate had been neatly cut through by his razor-sharp fingertip. So sharp. Fun, fun. Let me try too. Don't. Xu Xiao was too late. Thud. The dining table before him was cleaved in 2 by a short, stubby arm wielding a knife. Xu Xiao recoiled in shock. Cici, you nearly sliced me in half too. I calculated it. It won't happen. After smashing the table with a single blow, Cici proudly poked its head out, waiting for Chu Xiao's praise. Chu Xiao was at a loss for words. That single blow could easily shatter first-tier bronze armor. Cici, you can't swing your sword around the house anymore. Master, did I do something wrong? No, it's my fault for not explaining clearly. Chu Xiao felt utterly drained. Why did this feel like raising a daughter? He had zero parenting experience. Later, he tried naming other alien insects, only to be disappointed. No matter what names he gave them, the alien insects showed no reaction whatsoever. Seems it really is connected to consuming divine beings. After returning Tiao Tiao and Cici to the divine realm, Chu Xiao threw on a coat and headed out. Hanghai First Girls High School. Brother! At the school gate, a girl in a blue uniform waved at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao watched his younger sister returning from evening study hall. In the original host's memories, this girl, their soul family, had been deeply cherished. Very well. Since I've taken your body, I shall shoulder this responsibility in your stead. Smiling, he crossed the street and embraced Chu Linger tightly under the streetlight. Brother, what's wrong? Nothing. I'm just incredibly happy. From today onward, every day will bring us good fortune. His sister was still alive. It was truly wonderful. For a fleeting moment, Chu Xiao had completely mistaken her for his deceased sister. Perhaps heaven granted me this chance to travel through time precisely so I could protect her both for the original soul and for myself. Brother, I was so worried about you. Worried you'd lose, worried you'd die. Her slender frame trembled, betraying a faint fear. Let's go. I've made an agreement with the Su family, they'll send people to protect you from now on. Your commuting status will be changed to boarding, so I can finally rest easy. The Pantheon's protection for Chu Xiao had its limits. First, it wouldn't prevent demigods or practitioners of equal standing from seeking trouble with Chu Xiao. In the Pantheon's eyes, this wasn't a threat, it was training, a test. If even that required protection, death would be preferable. Second, to prevent Chu Xiao from using the Pantheon as a weapon, it would not protect him in conflicts he actively provoked. Lin's arrangements were meticulous, leaving no room for exploitation. Therefore, boarding school is the safest option. I won't. I want to stay with my brother. Chu Linger knew this well, but she feared her brother might do something foolish again. Chu Xiao reached out and ruffled her hair, declaring with authority, rest assured, I'm not the same person I used to be. Anyone who dares to harm us siblings will be made to regret it until their last breath. Put. Chu Linger felt comforted by her brother's words. Her brother truly had become more handsome, more dazzling than ever. Let's go home. I'm starving. Chu Xiao and his sister lived in an old residential building. Dim lights cast their long shadows. You damn. You owe me money and won't pay it back. I'll beat you to death. No, please spare me, big brother. I only borrowed 5,000, but you're demanding 50,000 back. I simply can't afford it. Bull. You took 400,000 from me, demanding 100,000 in interest is perfectly normal. I never took 40,000. I didn't take anything at all. You think I don't know whether you took it or not? Chu Xiao frowned, watching a group of street thugs kick and punch a woman in a tight skirt by the roadside. From their exchange, it sounded like a lone dispute. Bro, it's sister he. She always looked out for us. Let's go help her. Chapter 13, Moon Knight Brigade. He Ching spotted the siblings under the streetlight and cried out in alarm. Good brother, good sister, you two run. Don't worry about me. The gang of thugs surrounding her turned, their eyes lighting up. Fine. If you can't pay, we'll take your brother and sister as collateral. The leader, sporting a black earring, eyed Chu Linger with admiration. Little sister's a real looker, though that school uniform's a bit lame. No worries, though big brother'll take you shopping for something better later. Guaranteed to make all the boys swoon. Boss, this guy's not bad either. Take him to Nightfall Bar, and plenty of rich ladies will pay top dollar. He Ching, pinned to the ground, screamed hoarsely, no. They have nothing to do with me. Don't do this. She clung to one of them, her voice filled with despair. I'm the one who owes you money. Don't drag innocent people into this. Get lost. You won't escape. I'll take care of you later and collect some interest. The leader delivered a flying kick to He Ching's stomach, glaring at her with vicious hatred. He Ching clutched her stomach, her face contorted in pain, as if deeply regretting involving Chu Xiao and the others. 12 bronze tier thugs. How amusing. Chu Xiao shielded his sister behind him and addressed the thugs. This woman's right. We've nothing to do with her. Take her away now. The gang leader was stunned, not expecting Chu Xiao to be so ruthless. He glanced at his men, as if to say, this isn't how the script was supposed to go? He Ching's expression darkened. She hadn't anticipated Chu Xiao cutting ties so cleanly either. Fighting back a twitch at the corner of her mouth, she sobbed, good brother, no, Chu Xiao is right. I'll go with you. Let them leave. Brother, sister, he's a good person. How could you do this? Chu Linger tried to rush out to help He Ching, but her brother held her back tightly. After a moment of stunned silence, the group grinned, clearly not intending to let Chu Xiao off. I don't believe a word of it. Guys, grab him. With that, they lunged toward the two. Just then, Xu Xiao vanished. Damn it! The gang leader froze in terror as a dark shadow flashed at the corner of his eye. A purple scythe swung toward his kidneys. He could only twist sideways, shielding himself with both arms. Clang! Metal sparks flew everywhere. Xu Xiao swung his hand blade, striking a pair of bronze-carved arm guards. The sheer force instantly sent the thug leader flying. Then, he appeared beside another man in a single bound. His speed was too swift for the man to react. A fist slammed viciously into his chest. Crack! A crisp sound echoed through the air. Everyone heard the crack of breaking bones, their faces instantly turning icy. How brutal! After knocking the man down, Xu Xiao repeated the same tactic. His body darting like a flea, moving so swiftly it left only an afterimage. Too fast. A group attempted to mount a counterattack, only to be knocked down in an instant by Xu Xiao. He Qingqing's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Xu Xiao dispatched everyone one by one with a single punch each, then prepared to leave. Wait. He Qingqing stood up, tossing a token toward Xu Xiao. Her expression was complex as she said, "You've passed the Moon Knight Course assessment. Accept this token. From today onward, you are one of us." Xu Xiao took the square token engraved with a crescent moon. After a glance, he said nothing and led his sister home. "Boss, that kid's insane. He shattered little Li's bones." The gang leader grumbled irritably. Rubbing his aching arm, he noticed the bronze arm guard had long since been torn off, shattered by Xu Xiao's single blow. Heartache. He stared bitterly at Xu Xiao's retreating figure. He was, after all, a silver-tier Moon Knight, yet Xu Xiao had closed in on him so swiftly he'd barely registered it. The most pitiful one was little Li. That kid went all out with lethal force. Anyone else might have been finished. Serves you right. Who told you to trash-talk his sister? You and Xiao Li were the most into it just now. Zhang Heng scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He'd gotten too caught up in the act. Big sis, where did we slip up? He Qingqing rolled her eyes inwardly. Spotting the restrainer exposed on the squad leader's wrist, she kicked him in frustration. Headquarters had ordered Xu Xiao to be recruited into the Moon Knight Corps. He Qingqing had arranged the test, leading a small squad of Moon Knight members to pretend to be thugs and bully them. Send little Li away. I'll go upstairs to explain. Shu residence. Brother, how did you figure out they were all acting? Xu Linger grew even more impressed, her bright eyes sparkling with admiration. Thud. Xu Xiao tapped her on the head with a knuckle. Observe more. Don't act impulsively. You'll encounter more situations like this in the future. Being so impulsive will only lead you into others' traps. Got it, but I've got you to protect me. Beep beep beep. Tears glistening in her eyes, Xu Linger rubbed her head as she opened the door to find He Qingqing standing there, looking apologetic. Sister He? He Qingqing's gaze swept past Xu Linger to land on Xu Xiao's darkened face, then shifted back to his sister. Linger, may I come in for a moment? Xu Linger ushered He Qingqing inside. He Qingqing extended her right hand toward Xu Xiao. Let me reintroduce myself. Captain of the 5th Squadron, 3rd Brigade, Moon Knight Corps He Qingqing. Xu Xiao, I now formally invite you to join Moon Knight on behalf of Squadron 5. The Moon Knight Corps, one of Hanhai's 4 great Knight Orders, boasted numerous powerful professionals. While everyone could awaken their divine realm at 18, few could ascend from demigod to lower god. For ordinary people, the only path to godhood was attending Divine Realm University. Unlike Xu Xiao's previous life, where college students were everywhere. Out of tens of millions of annual examinees, fewer than 50,000 gain admission to pursue higher education. The rest have their divine essence crystals reclaimed by the Pantheon, relegating them to ordinary practitioners. Joining the Moon Knight Order was undoubtedly an enticing option for ordinary individuals, but Xu Xiao was not ordinary. Wait, there are benefits to joining us. One immediate advantage is access to the Pantheon store without any purchase records being tracked. As far as I know, the primary clause in your contract with the Su family is the purchase of their supplies, correct? Xu Xiao, who had been about to dismiss them, was suddenly startled. His gaze turned hostile as he looked over. He hadn't expected them to know even that. Indeed, Xu Xiao desperately needed a secure, stable channel for procuring supplies. If possible, he'd rather avoid partnering with the Su family altogether, as that would expose his limitless divine power. He Qingqing seemed to have grasped the crux of the matter and continued. Rest assured, we won't probe the source of your immense divine power, nor do we wish to antagonize the forces behind you. We're actually quite eager for you to purchase products from the Moon Knight Corps flagship store. What do you think? The Moon Knight Corps can even send people to protect Linger. That's far more reliable than your little girlfriend. After all, the Su family isn't run by her alone. One after another, He Qingqing hit Xu Xiao's weak spots. Xu Xiao regarded He Qingqing solemnly, his mind constantly weighing her trustworthiness. After a long moment, he reached out and took her hand. I'll be counting on your support going forward, Captain He. After lengthy discussions, the Moon Knight Corps agreed to increase their investment by 50% beyond the original mid-tier contract. Xu Xiao was satisfied with this outcome. Acquiring suitable equipment would make the college entrance exams in 3 days proceed more smoothly. The Moon Knight Corps would also decide whether to increase their investment based on the exam results. Chapter 14, Nightwalker Set. That stubborn little brat. He won't budge until he sees results. He Ching watched Chu Xiao browse the shopping list of the Pantheon store and couldn't help but marvel at how she had been subtly outmaneuvered. Chu Xiao had always intended to join the Moon Knight Order, merely playing hard to get to drive up his value. Securing Chu Xiao meant one less worry for He Ching. Though it came at a cost, she harbored no regrets. Chu Xiao's potential was undeniable, and his value would only rise in the future. Had she not lived nearby, the Order wouldn't have assigned the mission to her. We'll meet again in 3 days. Chu Xiao waves dismissively, infuriating He Ching so much she turned and stormed off. After seeing He Ching off, Chu Linger turned to Chu Xiao, who was still reviewing the shopping list from the 10,000 God store. Brother, couldn't you be nicer to Sister He? That was just so rude. Chu Xiao lifted his gaze, his tone softening instantly. Alright, I admit I was wrong. Come see, there are so many great things here. I'll get you a full set too. The 10,000 God store operated on a membership system, requiring invitations for access to control resources. Members were also ranked by tier. Like Chu Xiao, the lowest tier 0-star members could only purchase white and green equipment. Yet even white equipment was inaccessible to ordinary people without special connections. The knights he'd beaten today weren't wearing any gear. Once they were outfitted, even the most basic white set would make them far from easy to defeat. The gap in status between professionals and gods is vast, but equipment can partially bridge that chasm. The standard 12-piece set includes helmet, armor, gauntlets, gloves, boots, weapon, jewelry, rings, bracelets, necklaces, earrings, pants, and belt. Chu Xiao browsed through sets suitable for himself and his sister, discovering they could all be purchased using divine power, a delightful surprise. Brother, you have money? Chu Linger poked her little head closer, her eyes widening at the staggering prices displayed. She covered her mouth, unable to speak. She feared that if she showed any interest, she might force her brother to sell himself. No, how many times would he have to sell himself for that price? Chu Xiao saw his sister's wild thoughts and snapped irritably, what are you thinking? Of course I can afford it. The prices listed were exorbitant. A single white longsword demanded 100,000 points of divine power. A demigod with ordinary awakening potential could only convert about 70,000 to 80,000 points of divine power from a year's worth of faith energy. But he couldn't just sit idle, saving every bit to buy a single sword. In other words, acquiring enough to buy a single sword would take at least 2 or 3 years, perhaps even longer. To complete the 12-piece set, Chu Linger thought, her brother had no other way but to sell his ass using his looks. She must protect her brother's integrity. Where did you get all this pocket money? Kids, mind your own business. Just pick whatever you like. Chu Xiao possessed limitless divine power, rendering him utterly indifferent to gear that required divine power to activate. His response boiled down to 3 simple words, buy. The benefits of joining Moon Knight were evident. Without this status, the Su family would never have arranged for him to purchase the set. Chu Linger remained skeptical. Until her brother produced a single drop of divine essence, causing her to gasp in astonishment, her little mouth forming an O. She quickly covered her mouth, afraid she might scream. Within the porcelain vial, a droplet of liquid shimmered with golden radiance. Only then did Chu Linger, knowing its worth, believe that Chu Xiao's words were true. This single drop was worth more than her brother could ever earn, even if he worked himself to death. She decided not to dwell on its origin and selected a windspeaker set. She herself was a wind attribute archer. Brother, you're too good to me. Not only did you scrimp and save to send me to the professional school, but you also got me this set. But you never splurge on yourself and went to a regular high school. Linger loves her big brother the most. Chu Xiao didn't know that when Chu Linger looked at her brother in the mirror, she could see 2 figures. The terror in her eyes was turned away from him. Holding his sobbing little sister as she threw herself into his arms, Chu Xiao couldn't help but feel moved. The original owner truly cherished her. Too bad he died so young. Brother, which one did you choose? The Nightwalker from the Assassin series. The Nightwalker series featured 2 black tang swords sheathed at the waist, with light armor protecting the chest. Gloves, pants, everything black, enveloping the professional in pitch darkness. Set trait, merge with the shadows. When Chu Linger saw Chu Xiao dressed in this outfit, she felt as though she were looking at an assassin hardened by countless battles. So cool. The black armor accentuated Chu Xiao's angular features, lending him an even more formidable aura. Chu Linger was momentarily mesmerized. Bro, you're so handsome, you're going to spoil your future sister-in-law rotten. Chu Xiao chuckled. Stop talking nonsense. If not her, then who else? He had to admit, beneath the suit, he did possess a certain aura reminiscent of a dark-clad hero from a TV drama. After browsing the items he was authorized to purchase, Chu Xiao felt an even greater urgency to upgrade his privileges. The divine gear he could only admire but not buy was too tempting for a wealthy tycoon with limitless divine power like himself. Of course, true divine gear couldn't be bought with divine power alone. 3 days later. Hanghai First High School. Chu Linger and He Qingqing accompanied Chu Xiao to the high school campus to take the college entrance exam. As a major metropolis with a population nearing 5 million, Shanghai saw roughly 50,000 students take the exams annually. Of these, fewer than 3,000 had the chance to enter the Divine Realm's top 10 institutions for advanced studies. After entering the top 10, a portion of students are eliminated each year, ultimately leaving only about 100 who truly survive to embark on the divine path and ignite the divine flame. The rest are all eliminated, relegated to becoming practitioners. Look, it's Wang Ming from the Wang family. Li Si, Chen Yudao, Xu Haiyan, Su Mu Xue, and Zhao Sizhu. Wang Ming and his peers were among the top 5 students at Shanghai First High School, and their entrance immediately drew everyone's attention. Xu Xiao followed the 2 malicious stares behind him and saw Wang Ming, dressed in a light green suit, glaring at him. He silently mouthed the word jerk, nearly provoking Wang Ming into an outburst. Wang Ming, why stoop to his level? Once we're inside the secret realm, we'll deal with him together. Beside Wang Ming stood Li Si, Chen Yudao, and Zhu Haiyan. Having replaced Wang Chang as the sole focus of Wang Dad and Wang Mom's cultivation efforts, his sole mission was to eliminate Chu Xiao. Wang Ming nodded, rallying the trio. Let him gloat a little longer. You 3, let's sweep the top 4 spots. Better yet, kick Su Mushuao too. The Su family offered a hefty bounty for her. Of course. He's nothing but a worthless clown. Your brother was careless. With us teaming up, how could we possibly lose? Xu Xiao remained unaware that 4 formidable opponents had already joined forces. The crowd approached the entrance to the secret realm. Beyond the purple light circle lay the entire Shanghai College entrance exam secret realm, a colossal low-level secret realm capable of accommodating all examinees simultaneously. Many had already donned their class-specific outfits without exception, the offspring of the powerful and wealthy. In contrast, ordinary people, and even the offspring of mid to low-tier professionals, wore hardly any decent gear. They had either depleted their family fortunes to purchase a single weapon or piece of armor, or they had taken out student loans provided by the Pantheon to buy a single weapon. The college entrance exam was a high-stakes gamble in life. Win, and your future was limitless. Lose, and you were destined to be a hard-working ox or horse. Observing the starkly divided crowd, Xu Xiao couldn't help but speculate maliciously, was the Pantheon orchestrating this to harvest enough beasts of burden? The Pantheon livestream commenced. The annual college entrance exam extravaganza this humble family is about to rise. Bull! Are you even awake? Open your eyes and see the gap in resources between aristocratic families and commoners. Sigh, this year's exam will just be another race where the commoners play the supporting role. The yearly day of cattle and horses, dreams shattered in the secret realm. Amidst the livestream comments, many were excited, while others couldn't care less, purely spectating and chatting. In Chu Xiao's camera feed, Wang Ming and his 3 companions stood out in their green uniforms, drawing considerable attention. Their rankings were impressive, securing 7th, 11th, 18th, and 29th places among Shanghai City's 50,000 examinees. Making it into the top 100 alone earned them the title of seed contenders. Within the Su family team, Su Muxue gave Chu Xiao a knowing wink. The unspoken understanding among them was clear. If the chance arose, they'd team up. When someone mentioned Chu Xiao, his popularity was equally high. Wait, Chu Xiao's ranking is only 35,647? No way, he's the badass who won the Abyss War. Xu Xiao's low ranking surprised everyone. These demigods mostly favored professionals. For a professional without formal education or sufficient resources, a ranking in the 30,000s was already the result of immense effort. Xu Xiao dismissed the need for explanation, but this revelation shattered everyone's preconceptions. Even those who had once backed him lost interest, switching their attention to other channels. With over 50,000 channels available, everyone could choose their favorites to watch and tip. Viewers could even place bets on their chosen students. If their pick achieved an exceptionally high rank, they'd receive rewards. The Pantheon had perfected this system to a fine art. Chapter 15, Shadow Labyrinth. As Chu Xiao stepped into the secret realm, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Before he could recover, a group of students with fresh, inexperienced faces appeared randomly around him. Chu Xiao roughly estimated there were about 500 of them. Come on, anyone want to team up? I'm an Iron Tier 8 shield wielder. Looking for a few equally skilled folks. I'm a Black Iron 9th Tier swordsman. Anyone interested, come on over. I'm a mage. Looking for a party. The moment they arrived, the crowd busily sought out suitable teammates. The Divine Realm University entrance exam not only permitted teaming up but actively encouraged it. Some spotted Chu Xiao and wanted to join his party, but were dissuaded by those around them. Don't you know he's crossed the Wang family? They've put out the word whoever takes Chu Xiao down becomes their honored guest. We're being generous not to gang up on him. Well, I'll pass then. Chu Xiao overheard their conversation. He had no desire to team up anyway and was quite content with the peace and quiet. Many chose to solo, surrounded by varying degrees of loyal followers. Those who can continuously expend divine power to summon their familiars are truly formidable. Soon, everyone formed their groups and set off in different directions. Chu Xiao chose a path and strode straight ahead. The journey was filled with fighting and killing, nothing particularly novel. Most students would stop here. Passing a graveyard, 5 girls were working together to slay the skeleton warriors emerging from the graves. Chu Xiao, wanna join us? One of the girls spotted Chu Xiao, her eyes lighting up as she extended the invitation. Cici, are you daydreaming? Look at his gear and skill, are we supposed to carry him? All 5 girls were quite skilled, wearing complete sets of white grade gear clearly from well-off backgrounds. In contrast, Chu Xiao carried nothing but a tang sword. They assumed he couldn't afford better gear and was pitifully weak. So what? He's good looking. I disagree. Me neither. The girl named Cici sighed helplessly, turning to Chu Xiao with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry. I really wanted to bring you in. Chu Xiao smiled deeply, not the least bit bothered. He strode forward with a determined stride, continuing deeper inside. Cici, look, he's ignoring you. What a heartless jerk. But he's really handsome. This minor incident went largely unnoticed by everyone except those involved. Further in, the abyssal aura grew heavier, demanding divine power to resist. This single requirement alone would eliminate 70% of the candidates. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The ground suddenly bulged. Hundreds of thick, skeletal arms burst forth, clawing at the earth as they strained to climb outward. Before Chu Xiao, over 100 formidable skeletal warriors brandished bone blades as they charged toward him. These skeletons were taller and more formidable than those found in the graveyard. A cold gleam flashed in Chu Xiao's eyes. His blade flashed out swiftly. The skull, flickering with blue soul flames, split cleanly in two. The tang sword sliced through the hard skull as easily as cutting through tofu. Clang! Killed 1 black iron tier 5 skeleton warrior. Reward points plus 10 inch. Killed 1 black iron tier 5 skeleton warrior, reward points plus 10. Killed black iron tier 5 skeleton warrior x1, reward points plus 10. Before long, a large pile of white bones accumulated around Chu Xiao. As Chu Xiao continued his slaughter, the giant screen outside the secret realm displayed students rapidly climbing the ranks, some with potential soaring, others eliminated by monsters. Chu Linger and He Qingqing craned their necks to watch. Sister He, where's my brother? Cemetery. Cici collapsed exhausted after landing the final blow on the skeletal skeleton. Finally wiped them all out. Sisters, how many points did you get? The skeletal skeletons weren't easy to kill. The 5 of them had finally cleared the graveyard of skeleton warriors, but each one only yielded a few points. 20, 25, 43, 37. I got 61. A total of 186 skeleton warriors. Cici turned her head to watch Chu Xiao's departing figure, then pushed herself up to head inside. They were already facing such difficulties right at the start. Who knew how well Chu Xiao was doing on his own? Cici, you're not still thinking about Chu Xiao, are you? He can't handle this alone. Exactly. His gear's subpar, and he didn't seem that strong. He's probably already been eliminated. No way. He's the one who eliminated Wang Chang, the expert. Professionals and divine warriors are different. Wang Chang was a pushover without his army of heavily armed goblins. Me? I could take on 100 of him single-handedly. After a brief rest, Cici stood up, leaning on her long sword. Alright, let's continue. Whether we're eliminated or not, we'll find out once we're inside, won't we? Once inside the secret realm, each participant could only see their own ranking in the top 100 rankings. Currently, Chu Xiao wasn't among the top 100 candidates, but Cici didn't believe the boy would lose. The other 4 had no objections and quickly sprang into action. The 5 moved cautiously, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. The mock exam simulated the environment of human warriors entering the abyss battlefield. The skeletons in the graveyard and the monsters spawned elsewhere were all abyssal races. Bones littered the ground along their path. Ha? No monsters? That's weird. Yeah, there's nothing here but bones. You think any skeletons might be lying in wait, pretending to be dead for a sneak attack? The 5 girls formed a circle and slowly advanced deeper into the maze. Cici scanned the ground unobtrusively, musing, it's not that there are no monsters, they've all been killed. Look at that skull. The cut is smooth enough to send a chill down your spine. Whoosh. It's true. Every cut is perfectly clean, one clean slice through. Such masterful blade work. Is there someone this skilled among us? The 5 strained to recall the 500 who entered, but none had heard of a student with such exceptional blade skills. You don't think it was Chu Xiao, do you? Cici uttered a name that left the other 4 speechless. They froze in shock. Impossible. If he killed that many skeletons alone, his score would be astronomical. He'd be ranked high and well known by now. I don't think it's realistic either. Everyone knows how tough abyss skeletons are. My basic axe couldn't even scratch them. There's no way he did it with a broken blade. Keep moving. We're following him. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao sped forward. With every step forward, the satisfying sound of kills echoed in his ears. After slaying a skeleton hound, his points broke through the 5,000 mark. Chu Xiao didn't actively upload his score, so his ranking remained unknown. Ding! Congratulations to candidate 35647 for clearing the stage. Hidden boss unlocked. Proceed with challenge? Having circled the same area for ages, Chu Xiao rejoiced at the sound. Does this mean I can advance to the next stage? Select challenge. Challenge difficulty levels ranged from easy, normal, hard, extreme, nightmare, to hell, with points awarded varying drastically between tiers. Difficulty levels above hard even offered divine technique rewards. This was a golden opportunity for ordinary people to obtain divine techniques for free. The Secret Realm Challenge is not a game. There are no do-overs. To play it safe, it's best not to choose levels above extreme. Facing the cautious choice most would make, Chu Xiao drew a deep breath. I have no way out. I choose Hell Mode. Cloud Tower. Among 50,000 red screens, the first red alert illuminated. The watchful angel was just about to click open when a colleague called him over. Come quick. Chen Zihan from the Chen family is about to challenge the Nightmare tier boss. Chapter 16, Boss Battle. Chen Zihan, prodigy of the Chen family, one of the 8 great clans, entered the Nightmare tier boss battle. The news flooded the front pages. Shu Linger, looking utterly defeated, turned to the anxious-faced He Qingqing and asked, Sister He, did you find my brother's channel? He Qingqing shook her head helplessly. In their carelessness, the two of them hadn't even asked for Chu Xiao's exam ID number. Searching manually had left their eyes dry and swollen, yet they still couldn't find it. Damn system! Can't it search by name? He Qingqing was so furious she wanted to smash her wristband. Linger, since we won't find your brother anytime soon, why not take a look at this Chen Zihan guy? Fine. Shu Linger wanted to see her brother's battle footage. She couldn't care less about Chen Zihan. But there was nothing she could do now. She'd just have to wait for her brother to climb the rankings before she could see him. Goblin Warrior Lair. Chen Zihan charged in, clad in knightly green armor and wielding a greatsword. The livestream chat erupted instantly. Holy crap, Chen Zihan must be the first candidate to hit 5,000 points and challenge a Nightmare tier boss. He truly lives up to his name, handsome and incredibly powerful. He's definitely this year's top graduate. Who was Chen Zihan? He is the prodigy of the Chen family, born amidst divine light and supernatural phenomena. He awakened his divine realm early, inheriting the light god cult. Chen Zihan himself is also a bronze tier paladin. His birth filled the entire Chen family with excitement. Within the goblin lair, sword energy surged wildly. Chen Zihan swung his long sword, summoning a squad of fully armed paladins to launch a full-force assault on the goblin warriors. Several times, he narrowly escaped perilous situations. His courage, tactics, and strength far surpassed those of his peers. Gradually, Chen Zihan's forehead became covered in cold sweat. The nightmare-level boss instance proved no easy feat. Over half of the 100 paladins he summoned had been killed or wounded. Even the 2 bronze-tier guardian knights lay unconscious on the ground, struck down by the goblin warrior's massive axe. Holy Light Guard. Unbreakable Will. 2 powerful divine spells struck the remaining knights, instantly invigorating the weary warriors as they charged toward the goblin warriors. Cloud Tower. A group of high gods overseeing the examination gathered around an old man, praising him. Old Chen, your grandson is impressive. He's already far ahead of everyone else and chose the Nightmare difficulty challenge. Old Chen's grandson is no ordinary talent. He should break through to silver rank before long, right? We should congratulate him early then. It seems first place is already a certainty. That kid Zihan will definitely get into Shunbei or Diqing. The first place reward is substantial. Rumor has it that particular someone said it. You mean the gatekeeper of the Pantheon? Exactly. Learning the divine arts bestowed by that figure grants one the status of disciple. His future prospects are limitless. The elderly man surnamed Chen stroked his beard. Though not one for flattery, even he couldn't help but let his white whiskers curl upward at his old friend's praise. He glanced toward the primary livestream with a satisfied look. With their expertise, they understood Chen Zihan had no chance of achieving the feat of slaying the goblin warrior and completing a 3-star clear. But if he persisted long enough beyond the 1-hour mark, he could meet the requirements for a 1-star clear. At 18 years old, clearing a nightmare-level dungeon with a single star? That feat had been achieved by only a handful of individuals in all of human history. Chen Zihan shared this perspective, basing all his tactics on stalling for time. Outside, Zhu Linger watched Chen Zihan's tedious monster-slaying process and couldn't help but tease. Sissy, I'm not watching this. He's worse than my brother. He struggles so much with the goblin warrior, but my brother kept it firmly under control the whole time and finished it off cleanly. He Qingqing scrolled through the comments, thinking of Chu Xiao, and unexpectedly closed the live stream as well. Having witnessed Chu Xiao's speed firsthand, how he single-handedly defeated a small squad of bronze tier knights, He Qingqing couldn't help but feel that this prodigy of the Chen family was somewhat unworthy of their Moon Knight Guild. She had initially planned to recruit Chen Zihan. I really am a trash girl ditching the old flame for the new one. Let's keep searching for Chu Xiao. Shen Zihan was still struggling to hold on, with the livestream audience exploding. Just then, a flood of comments suddenly took over the screen. Holy, hurry to stream 35,647. That guy's on a killing spree. I swear on my balls, this hero is way stronger than Shen Zihan. If you're lying, I'll cut off my balls. No way. But if you're gonna cut them off, I'm watching. You're warned if you can't pull it off, I'm gonna open your box. My dad is XXX. Relax, I'm not a plant. You'll see for yourselves. Seeing the group members so calm, the viewers grew curious what kind of scene could make him so confident? Stream room 35647. Flames blazed skyward. The scorching air was thick with waves of burning heat. The earth trembled beneath the charging black horde. Kill! A swarm of insects, vast as the sky, followed three swift figures as they charged toward three knights shrouded in drifting blue flames. Hundreds of exploding beetles detonated beside the undead knights ahead. Jumping beetles shrieked piercingly, then swung their scythe like forelins down with brutal force. Clang, clang, clang. Jumping and stabbing attacks struck the other two undead knights, sparking blinding sparks as they gradually tore through their defenses. The undead knights sought to eliminate these three vermin. But they were blocked by the elite army of venomous snakes guarding nearby. Holy crap, holy crap! Who the hell is this badass? He's actually challenging the undead knights. Entering the livestream, three towering undead knights radiated an oppressive aura that felt suffocating. From beneath the black helmets, their ghostly blue eyes seemed fixed on the viewer. Viewers felt their murderous gazes pierce through screens, their icy stares cutting straight to the soul. What shocked them even more was that the streamer didn't flee. Instead, he charged at the Death Knights again and again. See? I didn't lie. I stumbled upon this incredibly fierce candidate by accident and they hadn't leaked a single detail beforehand. Everyone fell silent. Xu Xiao's figure moved like lightning, his blade striking the knight's hardened armor. Heavy! But this time, his Tang sword sank deeper. After landing the blow, he didn't linger, immediately retreating backward. Xu Xiao finally shattered the undead knight's heavy armor, causing sparks of spirit fire to fly off the plates. Roar! Threatened to the core, the undead knight erupted in fury. Black flames rippled outward in concentric circles, scorching the air and sending temperatures soaring. Though Xu Xiao had retreated 30 zhang away, he could still feel the soul-scorching heat radiating from the undead knight. Wave after wave of heat swept through, extinguishing the swarm of insects. Eerie green ghost flames landed on the alien insects, instantly igniting them. What terrifying soul-black flames! He's going all out now. The crowd gasped in unison. Crunch, crunch. The teeth-grinding sound made one's teeth ache. In the hollow eye sockets, the undead knight's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Whipping his horse, he closed the distance to Xu Xiao in an instant. The terrifying pressure forced one to want to kneel down. Xu Xiao gritted his teeth and channeled divine power into the Nightwalker set. The set's passive ability activated, merging with the shadows. The boss's domain was rife with shadow-filled spaces. Whoosh! Xu Xiao vanished instantly, leaving the side knight's descending blade to strike empty air. Set ability? Look! Xu Xiao's behind the undead knight. Holy crap, that must be a bronze tier set. So awesome, I'm so jealous. Rich guy. How did he get it? As Xu Xiao vanished, the livestream's atmosphere surged to a fever pitch. Too fast, too cool. Merging with the shadows, Xu Xiao resembled an unparalleled assassin concealed within the darkness. Even the undead knight's charge skill failed to lock onto Xu Xiao. Failing to catch this little bugger, the Death Knight seethed with rage, his soulfire trembling with fury. Then, Xu Xiao suddenly materialized beside him. A cross-shaped blade slashed down. The undead knight swung his blade in counterattack. Clang! The power of the Nightwalker's set's belt, combined with the attributes bestowed by the ring, bracelet, necklace, and earrings, along with the two Tang swords in his hands, amplified the cross-slash attack fivefold. Xu Xiao landed as the undead knight's greatsword shattered into pieces, one arm severed and falling. Awesome! Absolutely awesome! That was so cool, that one strike. The crowd erupted in excitement. From the moment he broke through the defense, Xu Xiao's counterattack speed surpassed the undead knight's recovery rate. The undead knight possessed immortality. Given even a moment, his armor would automatically regenerate. Once his defenses were restored, the fight would become far more difficult. At this critical moment, Xu Xiao launched relentless assaults from the shadows, striking from multiple angles to completely overwhelm the undead knight. Xu Xiao's relentless assault sent everyone's adrenaline surging. It felt as if they were the examinees themselves, the very assassins mercilessly slaughtering the undead knight. Many began to envision Xu Xiao as an assassin. His Nightwalker outfit certainly fit the role. Xu Xiao fought with such fervor, such frenzied intensity. Thanks to the protection of his bronze-tier armor set, he could withstand even the scorching flames when he closed in. When the undead knight collided with him, the shockwave was largely absorbed by his armor and pants. Though his stomach churned violently, his mind grew increasingly clear. The effect of his jewelry. Take him down. He had to seize the moment and finish him off. The undead knight possessed formidable regenerative abilities. Without the swarm or his relentless disruption, it was doubtful anyone could break through his defenses. Even if the defense were breached, it would be swiftly repaired. That layer of armor was incredibly difficult to breach. Xu Zhao's true strength lay not only in his own combat prowess, but in his swarm, his greatest asset. The elite spine scorpions arched their dorsal spines, unleashing a hail of projectiles. Pitifully, the undead knight's full strength was suppressed, unable to unleash his true combat power. His armor shattered, viscous black fluid oozing from the wounds. Within the hollow eye sockets, crimson flames erupted violently. A defiant roar erupted from its gaping jaws, the shockwave shaking the entire space. The charging swarm was sliced apart, one by one, exploding into fragments. How terrifying! Shu Linger watched as the undead knight burned his very essence. The viscous black substance crawled over his body as if alive. Reconstructing a twisted, black figure, she couldn't help but worry for her brother. Enveloped in the black liquid, the undead knight's body gradually gained substance. Even though it was rotting flesh, it supported him. His blows grew heavier, his sword swings more ferocious. This form wouldn't last long, but it was enough to unleash his signature move, the Holy Light Slash. His arms writhed with muscle, materializing another broadsword. Swinging his massive hand, taut with rotting flesh, down toward Xu Zhao. The sacred power before him twisted and desecrated, transforming into the force of death. A foul, deathly black mist accompanied the blade as it slashed forward. Black light is still light. It sealed off the abilities of Xu Zhao's armor set. Holy, the Death Knight unleashed his ultimate move. Holy Light Slash. It's the Paladin's ultimate move, Holy Light Slash. That strike is easily silver tier quality. It's over. The streamer's done for. There's nowhere to dodge. Honestly, I don't have the confidence to survive this. Many recognize the undead knight's ultimate move, Holy Light Slash. Its properties perfectly countered Xu Zhao's merge with shadow ability. They pitted Xu Zhao. His luck was just too terrible. Within the towering cloud-piercing tower, a group of proctors watched with furrowed brows, their hearts torn. Was such a promising talent about to be ruined? Help! They couldn't. With Xu Zhao's strength, he could probably one-shot a boss of average difficulty. Most candidates would opt for the easiest difficulty. But who could blame Xu Zhao for choosing hell difficulty? Helping him would be unfair to the others. Seeing the terrifying light blade slashed by the Death Knight, no one held out hope for Xu Zhao. Even clad in a bronze-tier Nightwalker set, he'd be shattered by that devastating strike. Brother, run! Shu Linger's face was frozen in terror. He Qingqing beside her was at a loss for words, praying only that Xu Zhao could somehow dodge it. The undead knight had been a paladin in life. The Holy Light Slash possessed immense destructive power, with few of equal rank capable of withstanding it. At that moment, swarms of alien insects burst forth from the earth. Never before seen species of insects and cockroaches. One after another, they leapt in front of the Holy Light Slash, using their flesh and blood to block it. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. 40,000 cockroaches erupted from the earth in unison. The scene was truly spectacular. Using his minions to form a flesh and blood insect wall? No one had anticipated Xu Zhao could summon such a vast swarm of insects and then cruelly sacrifice them to shield himself. How ruthless. But it seems to be working. The relentless wall of cockroaches steadily weakened the Holy Light Slash's power. By the time it reached Xu Zhao, it lacked the strength to breach the Nightwalker's defenses. It worked! Xu Zhao blocked the strike, causing those worried for him to breathe a sigh of relief. Seizing this opening, Xu Zhao bent his knees, leaving spiderweb-like marks on the ground as his body launched forward like a cannonball. Counter-attack! Everyone craned their necks, holding their breath, eyes fixed on the blade's gleam as Xu Zhao swung it toward the undead knight's body. Crack! A sharp crack echoed. As if the entire battlefield had been paused. Xu Zhao's blade, after relentless assault, finally shattered the undead knight's iron-hard helmet. There, the soul's flame burned. Xu Zhao's blade glinted with a cold, icy light. His eyes suddenly narrowed. Now! Explode! Countless lurkers, each carrying a burrower, crawled up the undead knight's body. Their claws dug deep into the knight's flesh. Flames erupted in clusters. Some bomb bugs deliberately burrowed inside to detonate. Fiery cracks instantly spread across the undead knight's body, which, as more and more bomb bugs burrowed inside, seemed as fragile as glass. It could hold on no longer. Shattering completely. The undead knight's form froze atop its warhorse. After a brief moment of suspension, it crashed backward onto the ground. Dead silence fell over everyone present, leaving them utterly speechless. The entire sequence was brief. Yet the ferocity of the clash was devastating. Even as a mere bronze-tier projection, the undead knight was a high-tier unit from the abyss. Not something students at this stage could handle. Almost simultaneously, Jumping left a trail of afterimages as he shattered the undead knight's carapace. This undead knight was once again swallowed by the endless sea of insects. Xu Zhao stood rooted to the spot, watching as CIC's spiked projectiles finished off the last undead knight. A beam of white light descended from the sky, revealing a sacred-looking treasure chest suspended mid-air. The live stream erupted. Bro, you're awesome. Those two adorable familiars are awesome too. 666. As Chu Xiao led his two familiars to annihilate the undead knights, the admissions officer could no longer sit still. He called out urgently. I'm from the admissions office at Southwest University. We want you, kid. Get lost. We're taking him at Magic City University. We at Divine North are also keeping an eye on him. Amateurs watch the spectacle, professionals see the skill. The group of bigwigs exchanged glances. Chapter 17 exploded. Viewers in live room 35647. 5,000, 50,000, 100,000, 300,000. Within mere breaths, the online count shattered the 10 million mark. Latecomers were still confused, having been dragged in by friends without knowing what was happening. Discussions about Chu Xiao had already flooded the entire screen. This guy seems to be the young man who won the Spark War. It's him. I kept wondering why I couldn't find this guy. Turns out he was hiding here under the radar. Chu Xiao's swarm engulfed the battlefield, extinguishing 3 exceptionally powerful undead knights. Some even brought up his previous kill of the Minotaur warrior. Once or twice could be luck, but Chu Xiao demonstrated the true power of his swarm for the 3rd time. People witnessed the elite swarm standing in perfect formation behind Chu Xiao, like a disciplined army. All skepticism and arrogance dissolved into waves of awe. Witnessing the swarm's performance, no one could equate them with other lowly insectoid races. Uniform in formation, disciplined in execution, fearless in the face of death. Who wouldn't admire and envy such a loyal and formidable army? What was truly terrifying was the swarm's relentless, unending numbers, wave after wave. They could not fathom how many more ferocious, savage swarms lurked within Chu Xiao's divine realm. Too fierce. My god. That prodigy from the Chun family next door is still kite-flying, desperately hanging on. I snuck out to peek. It was unbearable to watch, utterly unbearable. They were getting crushed the entire time. I thought getting a 1-star rating on Nightmare difficulty was already impressive. But this kid just beat a 3-star Hell-tier boss. Is he really only 18, just like us? Cloud Tower. A group of elders gathered around the Chun family patriarch, momentarily at a loss for words. Does anyone know Chu Xiao's current score? A student this outstanding shouldn't have gone unnoticed. Let me check. A teacher with access to the exam score system quickly began the process. A glowing orb rotated, revealing all of Chu Xiao's information. Chu Xiao 32647, total points 25201. 25,000? How come he's still ranked over 30,000? Let me check again. Found it. This candidate chose not to disclose his ranking and hasn't proactively uploaded any battle records. Without manual uploads, the system only detects data during the scheduled 3-hour scans. There are quite a few students like him. Quite a few. What kind of kid could possibly score 25,000 points? Their team was responsible for supervision and maintaining order. Beyond ensuring the fairness and integrity of the exam, they also bore the responsibility of discovering the human race's prodigies. Overlooking a child with over 25,000 points was clearly a dereliction of duty on their part. Quickly, retrieve all the combat footage of him. Footage of Chu Xiao's battles began playing. A group of academic heavyweights huddled before the central control screen, eyes wide and unblinking. As if they could absorb the entire screen into their eyes. Quick! That strike was clean and swift, unlike anything a student could manage. The blade was ruthless, cutting with perfect precision. He seized the moment perfectly, a promising prospect. They leaned forward, watching Chu Xiao dispatch skeleton warriors and hell wolves one by one with each swing, murmuring praise from time to time. Chu Xiao remained deep within the boss instance. He reached out and opened the gilded wooden chest beside him. A blinding golden light burst forth from within. The lid flipped open, revealing a jade-like scroll radiating a sacred aura, now resting before him. Chu Xiao snatched the dungeon boss's reward, eagerly anticipating this rare divine spell he could obtain for free. Randomly practiced art of weapon forging. Another one of these? An overpowered divine technique? Transform the body into a vessel, expending vast divine power to refine the essence of matter and construct a divine form. Chu Xiao narrowed his eyes, utterly captivated by the divine art's depiction of forging a supreme divine body from all things, a form that would dominate the ages. This divine technique required a massive foundation of divine power, continuously tempering and absorbing essence to achieve transformation. It generated cosmic void, evolved laws, and achieved the supreme Tao. Chu Xiao struggled to fathom the extraordinary genius of the ancestor who penned this forging technique, one who envisioned a world-creating realm beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals. As a beneficiary of the spirit condensation technique, he grew increasingly convinced of the extraordinary nature of this art of refining. One book of spirit condensation technique could condense divine essence. It provided him with all the resources needed to reach the silver rank, and without any additional help, he could smoothly advance to gold. This art of refining, however, served as his safeguard. He could apply it to transform himself, reshape the insect swarm, or even forge divine weapons and tools. Chu Xiao's heart trembled violently. It was clear the art of forging would offer him immense advantage. As he immersed himself in its study, dozens of pairs of eyes within the towering cloud-piercing structure stared in astonishment at Chu Xiao's hands. The supreme divine art. It truly is the supreme divine art, that peerless divine technique bestowed by the One. How could she have taken notice of a mere examinee, and an ordinary mortal at that? How could a high school student possibly master such divine arts? Breathless, eyes fixed on him. If they could, these people would tear through the void in an instant, appearing before Chu Xiao to claim this divine technique for themselves. But they couldn't, nor dared they. Never mind whether these old scholars could master it, the mere thought of facing that one's wrath made them tremble. Envy, jealousy. Why wasn't it them who had earned that one's favor? Why was it a student with no background who had received the divine technique? Even so, they could do nothing. Why don't we upload his current battle record and list him as a seeded player? Someone suggested, and the others exchanged knowing glances, all agreeing it was a good idea. Right. Such an outstanding candidate shouldn't be overlooked. This way, we can keep a close eye on him. I agree. I concur. Chen Tianqing's sharp gaze swept over these old fools, his thoughts hidden deep within. Goblin lair. Chen Zihan struggled desperately, nearly collapsing several times, but ultimately succeeded in clearing the one-star hell tier difficulty. Escape. After exiting, he glanced at the top 100 rankings. First place, Xiao Xianer 12501. Second place, Chen Zihan 11368. Third place, Yifan 10587. Xiao Xianer, the little princess of the Xiao family, am I really that far behind her? Chen Zihan was the hot favorite to win, neck and neck with first place Xiao Xianer. Third place Yifan of the Yi family was also hot on their heels, making it difficult to pull ahead. Looks like they've cleared the first boss too. The top 10 are all people I know, pretty much as expected. Just as Chen Zihan prepared to advance further, the rankings shifted. First place, Xu Xiao 25201. Boom! In an instant, the entire crowd erupted. Chen Zihan's composure shattered completely. The name that had just begun to gain recognition among some had now exploded across the entire internet. Everyone following this year's college entrance exam began discussing it. Who is Chu Xiao? How did he manage to take the top spot? Damn it, he must be cheating. My Xiener can't possibly be ranked below someone else. Chapter 18, 5 Golden Flowers, Take Me Flying. Immortal Body. Icy Breath. Necromancy. Chu Xiao stared at the skull mark that had appeared on the back of his hand. Such marks also adorned Tiao Tiao and CIC's bodies. With a flick of his thoughts, the icy cold skull mark vanished. From the 3 undead knights, he extracted 3 distinct traits using his blind forging art. His own was an undying body, capable of sacrificing itself by consuming soul power. The skull mark on his hand served as a space to store soul power. To substitute for his death, the entity must possess the same rank. This meant Chu Xiao needed to collect soul power from beings of the bronze rank, or continuously accumulate his own until he reached that rank. Additionally, soul power aids in repairing his own body, offering a degree of protection against death. The prickling sensation is a chill, emitting a bone-chilling cold that slowly drains the vitality of approaching enemies, even freezing their bodies solid. The fluttering is the summoning of undead, capable of summoning corpses to fight for her. Not bad. Though refining essence traits is demanding only 1 trait per death knight, we've all grown stronger. Jumpy. CC. Jumpy and Prickly happily gathered close, affectionately nuzzling Chu Xiao's cheeks. Master, can we stay by your side? Must we return? Chu Xiao pondered for a moment before gently persuading them to return to their forms. For him, the most challenging boss battle of the first wave was over. Ahead lay the entrance to the second stage. Chu Xiao had navigated his path relatively smoothly, but this stage had already eliminated far too many. What followed would test their insight. In terms of comprehending divine arts, the two of them couldn't offer any assistance. After 2 rounds of selection, the spots for Divine Realm University were largely locked in. The final step was the university's selection process and the announcement of results. Keeping them in the Divine Realm would be beneficial for recovery and evolution. Cici, are you certain Chu Xiao is among them? Outside the portal, 5 girls waited there. Moments ago, a shocking announcement had appeared on the leaderboard. First place, Chu Xiao 25201. The name Chu Xiao immediately made them think of the boy they had encountered. Could it be him? Wait. We have to wait. The girl named Cici insisted firmly. Having come this far, their path had effectively reached its end. It took all 5 of them working together to barely take down a werewolf boss. As required, the 5-person team needed to kill 5 bosses. Their gear was damaged, their mana depleted. To venture further meant certain death at the hands of the secret realm, ending their exam journey. They had arrived full of confidence, but reality proved so cruel no one felt good about it. Cici had kindly offered to carry Chu Xiao through. But now it seemed utterly absurd. Barring any miracles, their entire party would fail the exam. As the condition for the Pantheon's revival, the Divine Realm crystals of the 5 would be reclaimed, forcing them onto the path of professional adventurers.
At this moment, the gap between commoners and aristocratic families widened irrevocably.
Ordinary people received minimal vocational training before the college entrance exam, barely enough to qualify for it.
But to achieve good results, they had to invest heavily.
Cece and her 4 friends came from relatively well-off families.
Most people couldn't even afford a basic white outfit and were eliminated early on. Cece craned her neck in anticipation, finally spotting Chu Xiao emerge in a full Nightwalker outfit. Cece froze. Chu Xiao's outfit looked expensive. Wasn't he just an ordinary person?
One of the girls covered her mouth in surprise.
It's a Nightwalker. A Nightwalker outfit was a small fortune.
From top to bottom, Chu Xiao's black, form-fitting outfit hugged his solid physique, tracing sleek lines. His entire being radiated a magnetic aura, like a leopard poised to strike. The 5 girls recoiled as if caught in the gaze of a predator.
Chu Xiao asked earnestly, "What's up?" "Shu God, you must be the top-ranked Shu God, right?" One girl stammered nervously.
She had refused to team up with Chu Xiao earlier. She had dismissed him as too weak, but now that he'd won first place and wore the expensive green Nightwalker outfit, she never imagined Chu Xiao could undergo such a transformation.
Cece walked over.
Given her personality, she probably wouldn't have come over, but the college entrance exam is too important for anyone to ignore. She had to swallow her pride and ask,
"Chu Xiao, would you consider teaming up with us?" Chu Xiao already had enough points. This request also carried another meaning, "Carry me."
Cece's first invitation had been out of kindness. She couldn't bear to see this handsome guy eliminated. This invitation, however, was her abandoning her pride to beg him to carry her. Her watery eyes brimmed with trepidation.
The other 4 girls felt equally conflicted. Normally, they wouldn't agree to this, right? If you're not willing. Sure. What? You mean you're willing to team up with us?
Cece couldn't believe her eyes, but Chu Xiao had already sent a party invitation.
Join Heart of the Swarm? Heart of the Swarm? Count me in. Without hesitation, Cece clicked to join. College entrance exam teams were nothing new, but few possessed Chu Xiao's caliber.
When all 5 girls joined, they all thought Chu Xiao had lost his mind.
Are you sure this is okay? Bringing along 5 deadweights, does he not want to be the top scorer in the college entrance exam? He's a lunatic, blinded by beauty.
Though the 5 girls were beautiful, each with her own charm, it hardly seemed worth sacrificing his future for women he could easily have later.
Chu Xiao couldn't hear the outside chatter.
He only knew that after forming a team, while the rewards would be shared, his teammates could also help shoulder the burden of summoning the insect swarm. Sharing his own points, that was the price Chu Xiao paid for leading the team.
"Chu Xiao, Captain, what should we do?"
Cece, one of the 5 golden flowers, stepped forward, arm linked with the dashing Chu Xiao, her voice brimming with excitement.
"Captain, my demands aren't high. If I get into university, I can be your girlfriend, okay?"
Zhang Xiaoxiao suddenly changed her attitude toward Chu Xiao, feigning a pounce and revealing her figure in full view.
"Sis Cece, you're so mean." "Captain, I can do it too."
Zhang Cece stuck out her butt, shoving aside this green tea sister.
"Get lost. Chu Xiao is the first one I set my sights on." Zhang Xiaoxiao wasn't about to let go. Such an opportunity was rare. "Sis Cece, you're so perfect, why not let me have him? Or maybe we could share? I wouldn't mind."
Seeing Zhang Xiaoxiao's words growing increasingly bold, so bold they were starting to sway him, Chu Xiao quickly intervened.
"Enough, you two don't need to do anything. We'll find the boss, then just shout 666.
Chu Xiao subtly sidestepped, evading the 5 girls vying for his attention. He had targeted Zhang Cece and her group precisely because they were weak enough that even if they teamed up, they wouldn't pose a threat to him. No need to worry, they were hired assassins sent by someone. Defeat the 5 bosses on the first floor of the Shadow Labyrinth. Everyone earned the right to proceed to the next layer. They pressed deeper into the labyrinth. Along the way, they could keep fighting monsters to boost their points. The deeper they went, the more Cece and the others felt that Chu Xiao was being too kind to them. Could defeating the bosses grant them admission to the university? That thought was correct, but if they let their guard down because of it, they might be eliminated by the abyssal monsters lurking in the shadows behind them. That was close. Zhang Xiaoxiao pulled to safety by Chu Xiao just as an abyssal crocodile lunged for her, patted her massive chest, still trembling with fear.
Blood Manor.
Xiao Xianer, the young princess of the Xiao family, stood with her jade-like legs planted on the blood-red corpse of a vampire baron. Fixing her gaze on Chu Xiao, who ranked first, a beautiful curve formed at the corner of her lips.
"Interesting. We'll meet on the next floor."
Another girl with long legs approached from afar, carrying another vampire corpse in her hand.
"Xianer, that guy's so annoying, he actually snatched your top spot."
Xiao Xianer shrugged off the minor setback, instead teasing another sister. "Su, your boyfriend's charm is truly irresistible. Look, he's already got 5 new little girlfriends."
After meeting Su Muxue, they invited her to join their group.
Su Muxue's face flushed red as she hurriedly explained.
"Chu Xiao and I aren't boyfriend and girlfriend.
I can't control who he hangs out with."
Su Muxue grew inwardly wary.
This little princess of the Xiao family was truly extraordinary. She could actually see visions related to Chu Xiao.
Rumors claimed she'd awakened a divine eye with foresight. It seemed true. Is that so? Then if I snatch him away, don't cry, Su. Xiao Xian'er's willow brows curved into tiny crescents, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she watched the flustered Su Mushua wearing a mischievous smile. Chapter 19, The Celestial Steel. After a bloody battle, Xu Xiao had eliminated dozens of abyss race tribes before reaching the lakeside dock. The old man at the dock lifted his hat brim, his aged eyes scanning the six figures. Toll fee 5,000 per person. You. Zhang Xiaoxiao tried to haggle, but Xu Xiao stopped her. Old man, we'll pay. He could cover the cost alone, there was no need to complicate matters. The old man looked over in surprise, smiling. I like generous young people. If you'd haggled with me just now, I'd have doubled it tenfold. Haggle again, and I'll double it again. Ha 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 ha. The old man was clearly formidable. Xu Xiao knew he couldn't overpower him, so he smiled and said, how could I dare? Old man, you're willing to ferry us across the river. This small fee is only fair. Smart. I hate stingy men who haggle over every penny, especially when they're dragging 5 beauties along. You're decent, you deserve a life full of sexual bliss. I'm easygoing. If I'd met someone hot-tempered, I'd have beaten them to death. Sure enough, as soon as Xu Xiao and his group boarded the boat, another party approached to rent a vessel nearby. They argued fiercely with the boatman over the fare. In a fit of rage, the boatman struck one of them dead with his pole, disqualifying them from the exam. Zhang Xiaoxiao ducked her head, trembling behind Xu Xiao. Don't worry, kid. I don't eat people. Ha 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 ha. Riverbank. Lake Island. Xu Xiao arrived at the island by boat with the 5 golden flowers. The shore was densely packed with people. Some men, noticing the 5 beauties, Zhang Sisi among them by Xu Xiao's side, eyes gleaming, approached them with heavy breathing. Ladies, care to join my team? Guaranteed pass. A young man clad in chest armor gazed at them expectantly. The moment the 5 women appeared, all his attention was instantly drawn to them. As for Xu Xiao, he was completely ignored. Zhang Sisi didn't take the hand offered to her. Instead, she flashed a sunny smile and addressed the boy, sure thing. But we owe our captain a favor. Could you help me repay it? Of course. Whatever it is, I can handle it for you. The boy felt a small surge of pride. His family was quite wealthy, there wasn't much he couldn't handle. Then hand over 20,000 points to settle it for us. What? 20,000? Are you kidding me? Boarding passes cost 5,000 points each, and those without enough points could transfer theirs. Many who couldn't defeat the abyss monsters simply collected points from others. The boy's points were bought from several people. 1 point costs 1,000, totaling 3 million points. 20,000 points equals 20 million, that's not how you pick up girls. At least he couldn't afford to throw away 20 million like that. He's outta here. Xu Xiao walked away. Cici and the others hurried after them, while one girl kindly reminded the bewildered boy. Our captain's name is Xu Xiao, you know. Xu Xiao? The boy hurried to check the leaderboard. Sure enough, Xu Xiao, having lost 20,000 points, had fallen from first place. The top spot had returned to Xiao Xian'er, who held the most points. As he shouted, the others abruptly turned to look. Spotting Xu Xiao's retreating figure, they sneered, he's chosen to fall from grace. I thought something terrible had happened to him, but it turns out it was all for a woman. Ha 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 ha, what a complete idiot. Does he seriously think he can catch up now? Giving up such a massive lead, what does he have left to compete with those prodigies for first place? After Xu Xiao plummeted from first to 10,000th place, many who had been secretly watching searched for clues for ages before finally finding a trace in the comment section. While there were many named Xu Xiao, the closest match was the one ranked 10,235th. Xiao Xian'er, Chen Zihang, Yifan, Zhou Tianqi, and others frowned at the rankings from their respective lake islands, utterly baffled by what had transpired. At the center of the lake island, a stone stele pierced the clouds, reaching skyward. Those who arrived first formed layers upon layers, clustering near the stele to study the divine techniques engraved upon it. Xu Xiao found a spot to sit and began the examination. The first round tested combat prowess and wealth accumulation. This round tested insight. Captain. The arrival of the 5 girls instantly drew a collective gasp. Zhang Sisi, her long hair cascading down, stood closest. Her snow-white legs were crossed as she flashed a sweet smile at Xu Xiao. Zhang Xiaoxiao wore a single ponytail, and beneath her tight hot pants were 2 equally snow-white, killer legs. Every leg lover present shot him furious glances. Why should he get to have all 5 beauties? As the 6 gathered in a circle, closing their eyes and focusing their minds, a series of selectable divine arts flooded their consciousness, ready for their choice. Divine arts were categorized into 6 difficulty levels: simple, normal, difficult, extremely difficult, nightmare, and hell. Perfect mastery of a simple level divine technique earned 100 points, ordinary level 200, difficult 500, extremely difficult 1000, nightmare 5000, and hell 10,000. Each person could select up to 5 divine arts, with scores determined by proficiency. In the shadows, Wang Ming quietly awoke from his state of comprehension.
Seeing Chu Xiao appear on their lake island just as Wang Chang's mother, Gao Zhangqin, had foretold, confirmed that the Wang family had made their move. He released a tiny mosquito from his palm. Vanishing into the air, it flew toward Chu Xiao. Oomph. Chu Xiao, enjoy these 5 hell-tier divine arts at your leisure. This flying mosquito was imbued with a force-choice divine technique, ensuring its target could only select the highest-tier hell-grade divine techniques.
His consciousness entered the divine realm.
Before Chu Xiao, 5 golden scrolls materialized. The divine aura emanating from each scroll felt strangely familiar. I only selected 1 hell-tier divine technique.
Why did 5 suddenly appear? And they're all familiar, super-spec divine techniques?
Chu Xiao couldn't grasp the crux of the matter, but it didn't hinder his learning. He opened one scroll, and a flood of information surged into his mind.
Moments later, Chu Xiao snapped back to reality.
Barrier techniques, like the previous concentration and artifact forging techniques, all require massive amounts of divine power.
Each practice session also demands considerable divine energy. No wonder it's rated as hell-level difficulty. Who could afford to practice it?
Fortunately, my divine power is sufficient, and in the divine realm, I possess the innate talent, time differential, which can provide ample time. Chu Xiao attempted his first divine technique, blindly messing around barrier technique. Massive amounts of divine power were drawn from his body, forming a blue light barrier around him capable of withstanding attacks of bronze tier 7.
Chu Xiao commanded a jumping bug to attack. Clang!
The jumping bug's sharp side struck the barrier.
Dizzy and disoriented, it slid down the barrier's surface as if colliding with a solid wall of bronze. Not bad. Pretty strong. Continue. With each activation, Chu Xiao's proficiency increased, strengthening the barrier's defensive power.
The barrier was formidable, yet it had one weakness. Once activated, Chu Xiao himself became immobilized. The slightest movement caused the barrier to dissipate.
Is it only for defense? That makes it hard to use effectively in actual combat. Chu Xiao commanded the jumping insects to attack him.
He dodged while casting the divine spell.
Once, twice, 3 times. This is so hard defending while moving.
On average, Chu Xiao succeeded only once every 100 attempts.
Was it really just a matter of skill proficiency? The defensive barrier also had a scaling issue.
The smaller the barrier, the stronger its defense, but also the harder it was to create.
To precisely condense a barrier sphere to block hundreds of jumping bugs' attacks required impeccable timing.
After thousands of practice attempts, he finally succeeded in projecting the barrier outside his body, controlling it to the size of a fist. A fist-sized barrier sphere could elevate defensive strength to silver tier, yet it proved difficult to intercept attacks with precision. Currently, Chu Xiao could only simultaneously manifest 2 barrier spheres. As time ticked by, Chu Xiao's proficiency steadily increased. For others, a divine technique of hell-tier difficulty would be daunting, but Chu Xiao paid it no mind. His exceptional comprehension meant the divine technique itself posed no challenge. With infinite divine power at his disposal, Chu Xiao could practice without restraint. Beyond barrier techniques, Chu Xiao also needed to master alchemy, dispelling, purification, and inscription, all demanding extensive time.
Lake Island number 7. Chen Zihan frowned.
He had chosen to comprehend a hell-tier divine technique, yet the divine realm crystal remained stubbornly unengraved.
His divine power was insufficient to successfully cast even a single divine spell. Half the allotted time had passed, leaving no room for further delay.
With a frustrated punch to the ground, he exclaimed,
"Damn it, must I abandon this hell-tier divine technique?"
Glancing at the others nearby, he immediately selected a difficult-level divine technique to play it safe.
At this stage, failing to comprehend even one divine technique meant immediate elimination.
His resolve shattered, and he found himself utterly outmatched by Xiao Xianer.
Time ticked away, inch by inch. Xiao Xianer awoke on Lake Island number 3, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. 5 nightmare-level divine arts, all 4 beyond the slightly weaker one, were perfect. Total points, 2,300. Grandfather once said, "Nightmares are nightmares for mediocrities, but hell is hell for everyone."
He warned me never to touch hell-tier spells, and it seems he was right. Xiao Xianer had considered challenging a hell-tier divine technique, but her future vision revealed certain failure, so she wisely avoided it.
I wonder which genius will choose the hell-tier difficulty. That arrogant Chen Zihan definitely will. Chu Xiao, what would you choose? Xiao Xianer concluded her insight.
Even with her points added, she remained in first place.
First place, Xiao Xianer 14801. Second place, Chen Zihan 12868.
Third place, Yifan 12787. Chen Zihan stared at the rankings on Island 7, his face darkening alarmingly. His misstep in choice had allowed Yifan to catch up to him in points. The gap between him and Xiao Xianer was widening.
There were 10 islands in total in the lake.
As the final moments approached, nearly everyone stood up, scrutinizing the college entrance exam rankings. Some felt sorry for Chu Xiao. A solid 20,000 points just vanished like that. No one knew what had happened. On the 10th island where Chu Xiao stood, Wang Ming approached the 5 golden flowers with Li Si, Chen Yudao, Zhu Haiyan, and another burly man, flashing a dazzling smile.
My name is Wang Ming, heir to the Wang family of Hanghai City. Pleased to meet you all. Wang Ming's greedy gaze swept over the women's hidden areas.
The 5 women were not only exceptionally beautiful but also fully developed, each one so voluptuous she seemed ready to burst forth, making one's mouth water. One alone could drive an ordinary man mad with desire, let alone all 5 together. What a blissful life that would be. Zhang Cici's face twisted with disgust as she snapped. I'm not in the mood, and I have no interest in meeting you lot. Get lost. Refuse the wine offered, and you'll drink the punishment wine? Believe it or not, I can kick you out right now. Wang Ming laid his cards on the table, his lecherous intentions plain on his face. Of course, if you abandon Chu Xiao and follow me, I could let you coast along too. Whoosh. Zhang Cici drew her sword. She was already grateful to Chu Xiao for bringing her here. Being kicked out didn't matter anymore. Who do you think you are, comparing yourself to Chu Xiao? Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? Wang Ming's expression froze for a moment before erupting into a furious laugh. I warn you, Chu Xiao is already eliminated. You can't protect him now. Who told him to overreach himself and challenge a god-tier spell at hell difficulty? Zhang Cici heard of Chu Xiao's choice for the first time, but immediately sensed something was off. Impossible. How could you know his choice? Did you rig the system? Wang Ming's face twisted with smug satisfaction. Zhang Cici knew her suspicion was correct, and her expression darkened instantly. The Wang family has some nerve, disrupting the exam like this. Wang Ming's gaze toward the 6 carried contempt. Such a clever woman. A clever person should know how to make the right choice. And you? If you don't choose me, you'll be eliminated. Zhang Cici stared dumbfounded at her friends beside her. Xiao, Tian, you 4 don't actually believe him, do you? Wang Ming fixed his gaze on the remaining 4 women. Seeing their hesitation, he burst into loud laughter. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 20, Divine Arts. Xiao, Tian, Shuqi, Xinwan, you're being too much. I'm furious. Zhang Cici puffed out her cheeks, scolding her friends for being so gullible. How could they fall for that scoundrel's sweet talk? Zhang Xiao also realized she'd overreacted and quickly pleaded. Cici, I'm sorry, but I really was tempted. Think about it, if we can't become gods, our fates are sealed as sacrifices for family alliances. What if we end up marrying some old man? You wouldn't want that either, right? But don't worry, even if we betray them, we'd never choose him. Zhang Xiao pointed at Wang Ming. With her years of experience reading people while making tea, she knew this man was untrustworthy. Hearing this, Zhang Cici felt a little better. That's more like it. Did you hear that? Now get lost. Wang Ming was furious enough to burst a blood vessel. He'd been played for a fool. Raging, he cursed. You! Go to hell! Wang Ming unleashed a punch, his mastered divine technique, the moon-shattering fist, at the highest difficulty level. A silver arc of light slammed toward the panicked Zhang Cici. He would make these women regret it. Failing to enter Divine Realm University would condemn them to lives of worthlessness. Then, as a god, he could freely humiliate them. The thought alone was delicious. Faced with Wang Ming's explosive fist, Zhang Cici was utterly stunned. That punch was too powerful, and her mastery of healing magic was merely at the basic level. Healing magic was utterly useless against such force. She was about to meet her end. A flash of triumph crossed Wang Ming's face, but it instantly turned deathly pale. Chu Xiao, whose eyes had opened at some unknown moment, glared at him with fury. With a sharp crack, his fist was seized. And with a single squeeze, Wang Ming's bones shattered like fragile glass. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Then his body was yanked forward, leaving a footprint imprinted on his waist. Thud! Wang Ming was sent flying high into the air by Chu Xiao's kick. His right arm, held taut by the grip, suffered bones and muscles torn apart. Chu Xiao's furious gaze met Wang Ming's eyes. His voice trembled slightly as he cried out. Chu Xiao! Get lost! Chu Xiao spun and delivered another kick, this time releasing Wang Ming and sending him hurtling through the air. Having forged his body into a weapon. After refining the mark of the undead knight's immortal body, his physique had undergone significant enhancement. At this moment, that enhancement was fully realized. His bronze great strength obliterated Wang Ming's protective artifact, shattering every bone in his body. Wang Ming plummeted to the ground, his fate unknown. Li Si, Chen Yudao, and Zhu Haiyan stared wide-eyed, breath caught in their throats. Every muscle tensed as they assumed defensive stances, fearing Chu Xiao would target them next. Aren't you going to get out of here? The 3 exchanged glances, finally pulling their awestruck eyes away from Chu Xiao before slowly backing away. Captain, did you succeed? Chu Xiao looked at them, gesturing for them to check the rankings. Whoosh! The 5 women stared in shock, as if they'd seen a monster, completely dumbfounded. First place, Chu Xiao 55201. That's so many points, Captain. Are you a genius? Cici's eyes brimmed with admiration. Zhang Xiao reacted quickly, immediately pledging her loyalty. Captain, I never betrayed you. I've been covering for you the whole time. Her words and eyes begged to be taken under his wing. Zheng Tianxin, Shin Shuqi, and Li Xinhuan nodded in unison like chicks pecking at grain. The three of us have long regarded the captain as our idol and idolized you.
Island 7. Chen Zihan's smile faded from his face.
Though he was still chatting and laughing with others, he abruptly turned and strode toward the steps encircling the heavenly steel. Xiao Sienna was once again pushed off the pedestal, yet she felt not the slightest bit unhappy, rather, she believed this was only fitting. She stepped aside of her own accord. Su Mushiue stood up and addressed her, Miss Xiao, I'm going to find Chu Xiao next. I hope we both make it to the end.
Xiao Xian'er nodded.
Of course. But I want to go with you to see the man ranked above me.
Su Mushue's expression stiffened. Is it really okay to abandon your squad members? As for them?
Of course we're all together. We'll still journey side by side. Xiao Xian'er's island, like the other 9, held a stone stele reaching toward the heavens. Golden steps appeared in concentric circles around the stele.
Ascending these steps would lead to the next stage. Xiao Xian'er stepped onto the first step.
Her expression shifted slightly, but then, as if nothing had happened, she continued her ascent.
Let's go too.
On Chu Xiao's island, many people began climbing the steps. The steps weren't wide, and there were no guardrails around them. It looked pretty terrifying.
The moment Chu Xiao stepped onto the first step,
his points began to drop.
Others noticed the issue too. Each step consumed points.
The faces of those at the top turned deathly pale.
Help me.
A boy was about to exhaust all his points, stuck on the path, helplessly watching one candidate after another pass him by. His heart raced with panic and dread. Looking down at the sheer drop thousands of feet below, my legs couldn't help but shake violently.
Who'll lend me some points? I'll pay you back as soon as I get back up. Off, I don't even have enough myself.
The boy stared in despair at the hands that had pushed him away, helpless as a doll, and burst into loud sobs.
Death itself wasn't terrifying. What was terrifying was waiting to die.
And having to take one more step forward before falling. It was like suicide.
Too cruel.
Some students just stood frozen in place, too terrified to move forward. Cici and the others took each step with heavy hearts. They glanced at Chu Xiao from time to time, yet felt too ashamed to speak up. This time, they truly couldn't ask Chu Xiao for help again. One misstep could drag the captain down with them. Chu Xiao focused his mind on the divine spell he had just acquired. Dispel, dispel, dispel. When that strange suction force gripped his feet, he used his haphazardly practiced dispel spell to drive it away. To his surprise, his points didn't decrease, they actually increased. With every step he took, his points increased by 1. He had no idea how many steps lay ahead to reach the end. Even with over 55,000 points to his name, he felt uncertain. So Chu Xiao decided to try casting a divine spell. Perhaps that was the key to breaking the deadlock. The effect was astonishing. This, it turned out, was the true second stage. These steps tested the mastery of divine arts. Others who cast divine arts didn't achieve results as extraordinary as Chu Xiao's, yet they too gained new points from the steps. Su Mushue, for instance, could earn 1 point roughly every 3 to 5 steps. Those whose divine arts had reached perfect mastery could maintain their points, keeping their scores steady. Only thus could they sustain themselves to complete the entire journey. Some who discovered the secret of the steps gloated inwardly, keeping it to themselves. One less opponent meant one more chance at victory for themselves.
Others deliberately watched others struggle, finding satisfaction in their misery. I can't go on.
You go ahead. Halfway through the journey, Li Xinhuan was the first to give up. One more step would deplete her points. Once depleted, she could no longer remain on the steps and would fall off, eliminated from the exam. Despite Chu Xiao revealing the method, her mastery of divine arts still lagged behind others.
No, don't help me.
Li Xinhuan stared at the distant steps on the horizon, knowing she couldn't hope to reach them. The cost of points would surely outweigh the gain. Even if Chu Xiao had plenty of points, could he really carry them all up? Ah! Li Xinhuan suddenly felt her body grow light as her legs lifted off the ground. Her head pressed against a warm, sturdy chest. Her eyes widened in panic. She couldn't believe Chu Xiao had picked her up.
Was he going to carry her? Let's go. Sure enough, Chu Xiao continued upward.
By carrying her, he could use the dispel spell to ward off the suction force beneath his feet and prevent Li Xinhuan's points from falling.
Xinhuan, you sly fox.
If I'd known, I would have given you my points so the captain could carry me instead.
Cici teased Li Xinhuan, whose cheeks were flushed red enough to fry an egg. She could still hold on for a long while. Chu Xiao smiled at the girl in his arms. Keep casting divine spells, you might even gain more points. Then I might have to help others too.
Li Xinhuan's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. At that moment, all she wanted was to rest quietly in the captain's arms.
Great. Great. Xinhuan, rest well and come down soon. I want a hug from the captain too.
The 5 girls chattered and giggled. Seeing this, the others felt envy and a thought arose in their minds.
Could we also get carried to conserve stamina points?
Then, on the steps, a large group of boys burst into a display of intense camaraderie.
Chapter 21, 150,000 points, cheating? My turn. My turn.
Jiang Sisi urged, while Zhang Xiaoxiao stubbornly clung to Chu Xiao's embrace, refusing to let go. The plastic sisterhood shattered. Every 1,000 steps, they switched partners. Through this rotation, their points not only didn't decrease but actually increased slightly. After pulling her best friend off, Jiang Sisi eagerly jumped up. She wrapped her snow-white, lotus root-like arms around Chu Xiao's neck, gazing at him with deep affection. This man was too handsome. How could there be such a handsome man? His long lashes were sensual, his bright eyes like stars, his chin captivating, his pectorals sculpted and defined. Just go ahead and kill me with your looks. Focus, or you won't have enough points for the second half. Oh. Jiang Sisi rested her head against Chu Xiao's chest, smiling blissfully. As the six climbed upward, they encountered the boy who had called for help earlier. Seeing Chu Xiao effortlessly carry 5 useless girls, the boy's eyes lit up with hope. Chu Xiao, Chu God, please lend me some points. Please save me. The boy clung to Chu Xiao's leg, pleading tearfully. He desperately wanted to advance. Unable to ascend to godhood, he'd be stuck toiling like a beast of burden for life. Working himself to death, earning barely enough to scrape by, all while enduring constant discrimination. Every day, he'd be ordered around and forced to grovel. His parents didn't love him, his wife despised him, and someday even his own children might blame him. The thought of facing such a fate sent the young man into a panic. The very thought of such a life was terrifying. Not only was he a beast of burden, but his offspring would be too. A beast of burden to society, a beast of burden to everyone in his family. Screw that. I'm going to become a god. I'm going to change my fate. The boy clung to Chu Xiao, refusing to let go no matter what, even after learning that performing divine techniques could increase his points. But he only had 1 point left. He desperately wished someone could lend a hand. Let go. I'll transfer you 5,000 points. Whether it works or not, well, that's up to fate. Thank you, God. Rest assured, I'll repay you. Seeing his past self reflected in the boy, Chu Xiao's heart softened. He gave him one chance. Whether he seized it was up to the boy himself. After walking a few hundred steps, another sleazy-looking guy approached for help. This time, Chu Xiao didn't intervene. Stop right there. Why help him and not me? I want to pass the college entrance exam too, to rise above others. The pockmarked boy spread his arms to block Chu Xiao's path, seething with anger. Seeing Chu Xiao aid that loser below, he thought he could exploit the same pity to climb to the top. He hadn't expected Chu Xiao to be so ruthless. Get lost. Chu Xiao was growing irritated, sensing palpable hostility from the boy. No, I won't move unless you help me. I can't get through, and neither can anyone else. Are you sure? I'm sure. You helped them. What's one more for me? He avoided Chu Xiao's gaze, not daring to look him in the eye, yet his body remained planted in front of the 6 people, blocking their path. Thud. Chu Xiao casually swung his fist, smashing it into the boy's jaw. His body, fortified by the undying physique, was as hard as steel. The heavy blow shattered the boy's teeth one by one. His face contorted as his body spun 720 degrees in midair, hurtling down the stairs. Chu Xiao didn't even glance at this trash. Moral blackmail? Threats? Get lost. After walking for nearly half a day, they reached a staircase of 100,000 steps. The 6 finally saw a massive circular platform packed with examinees. The college entrance exam seemed simple, but it was actually quite brutal. Of the 50,000 examinees, 40% were eliminated before even setting foot on the island. Many candidates were instantly killed by the Abyss race upon landing, dying inexplicably. Each island started with 3,000 people, only 1/10 remained on their platform. There were 9 such platforms in total. Across all 10 islands, a total of 30,000 candidates competed, yet fewer than 4,000 reached the summit. Chu Xiao noticed that 3 of the discs had very few people left, each with fewer than 200. It seemed they had discovered that attacking each other could also earn points, leading to mutual slaughter. Master, I made it up too. The last boy climbed onto the platform and jogged toward Chu Xiao. The 10 circular platforms began to converge, merging into a single vast arena. 10 small elevated platforms rose up around the perimeter. Each platform held 300 seats. Only those who secured a seat could truly advance. The Divine Realm Academy would divide these candidates among themselves. Here, everyone became a competitor. Charge! One of the top 10 spots is mine. Get out of my way. I'm going to be the first one through. Chu Xiao pressed forward, the boys ahead of him falling one by one, slain by stabbing blows. Pierced through, brains splattered, severed at the waist. A variety of bizarre deaths unfolded, refreshing to behold. So you're an assassin? Yes, sir. From now on, I, Sun Xian, am yours. After a faint reply reached his ears, Sun Xian continued eliminating troublesome candidates for Chu Xiao, clearing his path unimpeded to the high platform. Chu Xiao hadn't expected that casually helping someone would bring such unexpected rewards. Upon reaching the platform, he found a seat and settled down. Soon after, Cici and the others also secured seats. Master, I'm here too. Sun Xian ignored Chu Xiao's disapproving glare. After shooing away the person in front, Sun Xian stood guard like a door god. Anyone attempting to challenge them was swiftly sent packing. Xu Xiao couldn't fathom why someone like this had fallen so low as to have no points.
Could it be simply because they hadn't noticed the rules governing the platform? Having someone else do the work for him wasn't so bad. Xu Xiao resolved to embrace his immortal body.
The immortal body mark on his hand guided the flow of magic, gradually strengthening his physique. Whenever he had time, Xu Xiao immersed himself in cultivation. The mark's cultivation method made him stronger, even after his divine realm shattered and he became a practitioner. Of course, hidden enemies wouldn't let Xu Xiao off the hook without the Pantheon's protection. But training was still worthwhile. He tempered his skin, his bones, his blood, his organs. His skin, coursed with magic, grew as resilient as bronze, vastly enhancing Xu Xiao's survivability. The 300 seats were quickly filled, though only 287 actually sat down due to the ensuing scramble. When time ran out, a hole instantly appeared beneath the candidates who hadn't secured a seat. They plummeted through the circular platform, falling 10,000 meters into the void. Ah! The piercing screams sent shivers down the spines of those who heard them. How tragic! Zhang Cixi and the other 4 girls huddled together in terror, their eyes filled with gratitude as they looked at Xu Xiao. If not for him, they might have fallen too, becoming another casualty of the plunge. Wha, Cixi, did we pass? Hanghai City's previous enrollment quota was 3,000. With fewer than 3,000 remaining on the field now, logically all should gain admission to Divine Realm University. It's not that simple. I heard 2 Divine Realm Universities had their qualifications revoked because the Abyss battlefields they guarded were breached. This year's enrollment might be reduced. Do you know which 2? Our platform won't reduce its quota too, will it? Don't be such a downer. A blue light screen suddenly appeared in the center of the high platform, displaying everyone's points. Each person could find their own position on the blue screen. Look, Xu Xiao's in first place. His points seem off, don't they? 15,000? Xiao Xianer in second place only has 3,000. How could he possibly have 15,000? Cheating. He must be cheating. Exactly. I don't believe it. How come I only have 3,000, but he has 150,000? All eyes turned toward Xu Xiao's seat. Scrutiny, suspicion, envy, resentment. Wang Ming, supported by others, gave a cold smile. His hired trolls had done their job. This is unfair. We're reporting cheating. Get out. Get out, you cheating scum. Wang Ming grinned as everyone unleashed a torrent of verbal attacks on Xu Xiao. He simply couldn't believe Xu Xiao had earned that many points. It had to be someone behind him providing the cheating methods. It wasn't unheard of for someone to get caught before, but such brazen cheating was rare. Xu Xiao, it's about time we met. At that moment, a hand extended from across the table toward Xu Xiao. Several pairs of burning gazes lifted to meet the sight, eyes locking onto 3 stunning figures. How beautiful! Xiao Xianer blinked her beautiful eyes, awaiting Xu Xiao's response. Chapter 22, False Accusations. Beside Xiao Xianer stood Su Muxue, whom she hadn't seen in days, clad in military attire with a silver longbow slung across her back. Su Muxue, along with another girl carrying a long sword, appeared alongside Xiao Xianer. This is Yi Lingyan, from one of the 8 great clans. Her grandfather is a god-tier powerhouse who guards the nation. Yi Lingyan turned her head haughtily, exposing her snow-white neck, refusing to look at Xu Xiao. His outstretched hand froze. After greeting Xiao Xianer, Xu Xiao assumed this girl might be more approachable. He withdrew his hand and addressed Su Muxue instead. Have you decided which Divine Realm University to attend? Su Muxue, Xiao Xianer, and Yi Lingyan all held high rankings, making admission to the top 10 universities a certainty. Without hesitation, Su Muxue replied, our Su family always aims for Xinbei. So this time, I'll choose Xinbei. Xiao Xianer added, for me, either Xinbei or Diqing would be fine. What about you, Xu Xiao? Which one do you want to attend? Each of the top 10 universities had powerful backers. For ordinary students, just getting in is an achievement. But for Su Muxue and her peers, their goals were already set long ago. Xiao Xianer flashed a sunny smile, her gaze lingering on Xu Xiao's handsome features. No wonder Su can't stop thinking about you, that face fits my aesthetic perfectly. Xinbei produces combat talents, while Diqing cultivates technological geniuses. Xu Xiao, compelled by his own circumstances, knew that strengthening his abilities was his top priority. He smiled and said, personally, I lean toward Xinbei. After all, the divine fire experts from Xinbei are exceptionally powerful. Among the 10 divine kings, 7 hail from Xinbei. After teasing Su Muxue, Xiao Xianer's dark eyes lingered on Xu Xiao's face. Then I'll choose Xinbei too. Too bad we're not in the same secret realm. Su misses you terribly, but you don't seem to feel the same. Big jerk. Xu Xiao glanced at Su Muxue, her cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. He interrupted. This college entrance exam secret realm uses random teleportation. I also wanted to team up with Su Muxue. Su Muxue, clad in light armor hugging her form, looked at Xu Xiao with a hint of regret and said, there's nothing we can do about it. Thanks to Xianer, everything went smoothly. As for you, to have fought your way through and achieved such impressive results, your strength is truly admirable.
Xiao Xianer interrupted. Zhu Xiao, how did you manage it? 15,000 points?
Ignoring the outside world's skepticism, he faced the girls who had grown ears, eager to pry into his secrets.
Zhu Xiao replied truthfully, it's quite simple. I've mastered 5 nightmare tier divine arts, each granting me 10,000 points.
On the steps, each step I took added 1 point, so that's how I accumulated this much.
Each step added 1 point?
The girls were instantly astonished. Xiao Xianer, in particular, only gained surplus points after reaching the final 10,000 steps. Yet Zhu Xiao had been gaining points from the very start. His mastery of divine arts far surpassed her own. Su Muxue finally understood why Zhu Xiao had chosen the Hell Tier divine technique.
Upon reflection, it made perfect sense.
God, this is just too unbelievable. I knew you were strong, but I never imagined you'd be this ridiculously powerful.
Zhang Cici's eyes sparkled even brighter. Didn't you find learning divine arts difficult?
A little, but the results turned out well.
What do you mean not bad? You're cheating. Teacher, it's him.
I bet he already knew the exam questions and secretly mastered 5 hell-level divine arts. Otherwise, who could possibly master 5 such high-level divine arts in such a short time?
After the 3,000 candidates were selected, the teachers from the 10 major academies entered the venue.
Wang Ming and his group approached, accompanied by a middle-aged man. The surrounding crowd stirred, gathering around them.
Bull! You're slandering a great god. I, Sun Xian, won't stand for it.
Wang Ming ignored him, pointing sharply at Zhu Xiao and the 5 golden flowers behind him. Teacher, cheating on his own is bad enough, but he brought female classmates along too. I observed them, those 5 girls couldn't have passed on their own. Even this male student only passed because Zhu Xiao helped him cheat.
He disrupted the exam process recklessly, he should be expelled. You bastard. Sun Xian couldn't hold back an inch. Accusing him of cheating was one thing, but daring to slander the legend?
He charged forward, ready to take Wang Ming down.
Thud.
The middle-aged teacher flicked his wrist lightly, and Sun Xian, charging forward, was sent flying by a single slap.
Lu Hai was Xinbei's teacher, Gao Jingqin's foster brother, and Wang Chang's uncle. Lu Hai's gaze fell on Zhu Xiao as he sneered coldly, so it's you?
You've got some nerve, daring to cheat openly during this sacred exam.
Get out of here immediately. Your exam results are invalidated, and you will face consequences for your actions. Teacher, we didn't.
Zhang Cici protested urgently. Sun Xian had been mercilessly knocked away by him, likely ruining his chances at this college entrance exam.
Now even they were being accused of cheating? Oh, I almost forgot about you lot. All 5 of you, your results are null and void. Xiao Xianer and Su Muxue exchanged glances, sensing something was terribly wrong.
This teacher had made such a forceful entrance, and seemed utterly convinced that Zhu Xiao had cheated.
Teacher, I believe Zhu Xiao. Could there be some misunderstanding here?
Zhu Xiao stopped Su Muxue, who was about to confront the teacher, and coldly asked Lu Hai.
If you say I cheated, what proof do you have? Zhu Xiao remained composed.
From the moment Wang Ming arrived with his men, he knew this was undoubtedly the Wang family's doing.
But the divine selection ritual wasn't something he could control. What right did they have to slander him? Hey, old Lu, got any proof?
One by one, 9 more powerful figures with overwhelming auras flew over, bringing the 10 top recruitment teachers to the scene.
Humph, stubborn as ever. Fine, let's test the divine power fluctuations on this student named Zhu Xiao and see if there's any issue. Lu Hai's mocking expression sent a chill through Zhu Xiao's heart. Could he really have fallen into a trap? Lu Hai extended a finger, tracing a blue circle in the air.
With a flick of his finger, the appraisal technique landed upon Zhu Xiao.
Divine power rippled across his body. Targeted divine selection technique? He really is cheating. Boom!
Both the students in the arena and the spectators outside were utterly stunned.
Good heavens!
Zhu Xiao, the top scorer in the college entrance exams, is actually a cheating scoundrel.
Unbelievable. Who's backing Zhu Xiao? Who has such immense power to help him? Severe punishment. Severe punishment. Severe punishment.
This kind of person is truly disgusting.
Can fairness and justice even be guaranteed anymore? How are ordinary people supposed to survive?
Xiao Xianer refused to believe it, immediately turning to Su Muxue, who was equally stunned.
Her unspoken question, is this your family?
Su Muxue shook her head firmly.
Their family didn't make decisions on their own, how could they have intervened?
Zhang Cici and the other 4 were dumbfounded. Even if they believed Zhu Xiao, it seemed impossible to defend themselves.
Zhu Xiao, what else do you have to say? Zhu Xiao suddenly understood. What a vicious scheme.
No wonder he hadn't been given a choice, they'd been thrown straight into hell mode.
It was clearly Wang Ming's doing. Hell tier difficulty was enough to eliminate most people outright.
But the Wang family hadn't anticipated that he could master 5 divine arts and, using them, secure 150,000 points, leaving everyone else in the dust. If he were allowed to keep those 150,000 points until the exam concluded, He wouldn't just be Hanghai City's top scorer, he'd be the national champion.
That's why this frame-up happened. How to explain it?
The selection was indeed biased, but it wasn't his doing.
Wang Ming's expression betrayed his excitement.
Xu Xiao couldn't speak up. Even if he did, no one would believe him.
Teacher, I don't know what's going on.
Besides, there's the live stream video, right? You can check the footage to verify.
So you can't explain it?
After obtaining divine magic of this caliber, do you really think I'd believe some video?
Outside the arena, Wang's father and Gao Zhangqin embraced each other, feeling utterly satisfied.
Seeing Xu Xiao destroyed like this brought them more joy than killing him outright. Once Xu Xiao was disgraced and ruined, with no one left to protect him, that would be the Wang family's moment to strike.
Inside the arena, outside the arena.
Uninformed onlookers, unaware of the truth, erupted in fury, shouting at Xu Xiao.
Get out of here, you piece of trash. Why aren't you leaving? Exposed like that, and you still have the nerve to hang around? In the towering cloud-piercing structure, Chen Tianqing and several elders watched the scene in silence.
They wanted to intervene but were blocked by a two-winged angel. Hold your horses. Let the flames burn brighter.
I've already suppressed everyone's power to bronze tier. Chapter 23, Supreme Divine Art. Fine. Since you won't leave, I'll lend you a hand.
Lu Hai paid no heed to his status as a teacher or the vast power gap between himself and his student. He struck out at Xu Xiao, delivering a palm strike. Though his power was suppressed, he remained a divine flame-ignited powerhouse. The gap between him and his student was vast.
Lu Hai pressed down on the 5 girls, including Zheng Sisi and Xu Xiao.
He could already envision Xu Xiao being struck down and expelled from the exam hall. The thought of the rewards his dry sister would bestow upon him drew a wicked smile to Lu Hai's lips. Recalling his foster sister Gao Jingqin's beautiful form, Lu Hai unleashed his full power. If he could kill Xu Xiao with a single blow,
the rewards he'd receive would only multiply. Ha! Suddenly,
Xu Xiao's iron-like grip clamped down on Lu Hai's wrist, leaving him utterly unable to break free. A wave of terror washed over him like a tidal surge. Before his body could react, Xu Xiao's figure had already flashed into his peripheral vision. Xu Xiao moved with blinding speed so fast that by the time Lu Hai registered his presence, the world spun violently around him.
Ugh! Lu Hai's kidneys jolted, his face turning deathly pale.
Xu Xiao delivered a heavy hammer punch, a powerful blow landing squarely on his side.
Lu Hai's eyes rolled back, darkness engulfing his vision as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, utterly losing his balance.
Just as he was about to collapse, Xu Xiao slashed a palm upward from his chin. Struggling for breath, Lu Hai flew backward, his eyes filled with deep fury and terror. He could never have imagined that a student would dare to defy convention and strike him. A student had actually managed to inflict such a severe defeat upon him. Yet Xu Xiao showed no sign of letting up. He charged forward from his spot, continuing to unleash a barrage of attacks on Lu Hai.
A punch, a kick, another punch.
Before Xu Xiao, Lu Hai's body was hunched low, his hands instinctively shielding his vital areas. His face was flushed purple, clearly in extreme agony.
Xu Xiao, stop!
The other 9 teachers seemed to snap out of their stupor only then, rushing over to intervene. The other examinees around them rubbed their eyes repeatedly, utterly stunned by the unprecedented spectacle. A student dared to attack a teacher vastly more powerful than himself, leaving him utterly defenseless.
The events unfolding before them defied all understanding.
A profound sense of awe welled up toward Xu Xiao. Xu Xiao halted his assault, slowly retracting his bloodstained fist. Turning his face, he addressed the 9 teachers with an innocent expression.
Teachers, I've been thinking. It seems only real combat can prove my strength. With my abilities, I shouldn't need to cheat, right? You.
An elderly man with a salt and pepper beard was so enraged he couldn't speak. If any other teacher still doubts me, we can continue practicing. Xu Xiao noticed that when Lu Hai attacked Sun Xian, he seemed restricted. Unable to unleash his full power, he had this thought.
Did they want to frame him for cheating, robbing him of his chance to enter Divine Realm University?
With both sides locked in a bitter feud, there was no need for courtesy. The teachers were furious. But they seemed genuinely unable to overpower him. Xu Xiao possessed formidable physical prowess, while they were merely ordinary lower-tier gods. Even at the bronze tier, they weren't invincible. The elder's face darkened as he fixed Xu Xiao with a cold stare.
Xu Xiao, do you think this will clear you of suspicion? Forget explaining yourself. Even if you could, the 10 greats won't tolerate you now. Is that so? Is it you who can't tolerate me, or the 10 greats? Old man, do you speak for the 10 greats? Who doesn't know how to pull off a close-up shot?
The old man was so enraged his beard bristled and his eyes bulged. This world was even more ruthless than Xu Xiao's original society. As long as you had strength and value, bending the rules a little was no big deal.
His arrival here meant starting in hell.
Even now, the threat of survival remained ever present.
There was absolutely no need to kowtow to these people. A crowd demanded explanations from him. Why should he give them any? If you're not satisfied, let's settle this with a fight. It's just a selective imprint, not some divine spell I cast. You refuse to investigate and immediately accuse me of cheating. Frankly, I find the 10 greats rather unimpressive. If you don't think I cheated, how else could I have earned so many points? Then I'll request the Pantheon's intervention to restore my reputation. But Xu Xiao's icy gaze swept across the faces of the 10 teachers. You accuse me of cheating, yet I must prove my innocence? Isn't that unfair? If I haven't cheated, won't you all have to pay the price? Like never being able to teach again? I don't think you deserve it. Boom! The room erupted in uproar. A single student challenging these powerful admissions officers? Unthinkable, truly unthinkable. A young bull fearing no tigers, that must be him. These people were cold and indifferent. Utterly opportunistic. Some even abused their positions to enjoy undeserved perks such as Xu Xiao showed no leniency. When a student was falsely accused, no one stepped forward to speak up for justice. They were willing to ruin someone's life based on mere appearances. How could Xu Xiao possibly respect people like that? The 9 teachers exchanged nervous glances, none daring to take the wager. What? Now you're not so sure I cheated? If you are absolutely certain I cheated, you should bet against me. You can't lose anyway. Fine, I'll take your bet. The divine magic fluctuations emanating from you are inexplicable. If you hadn't cheated, how could you possibly manifest directional selection divine magic, the very phenomenon that produces the divine light? The elderly man, berated by Xu Xiao, retorted angrily. He was merely stating facts, there was no injustice here. Trying to use reverse psychology to dodge punishment? You're too young. 3 more stepped forward. We'll wager 2. Old Fong is right, those divine technique fluctuations defy explanation. 15,000 points is too outrageous. No ordinary student could possibly earn that much. For were willing to stake their claims, they'd received favors from certain parties and were determined to bring Xu Xiao down. 5 others chose to watch from the sidelines. Xu Xiao felt a pang of disappointment, having expected everyone to show such courage. Well, 4 would suffice to teach them a lesson. Pantheon, demigod Xu Xiao requests judgment. I stake my soul as the wager. Should I lose, I submit to your disposal. Should I win, I implore you to deliver a just verdict. Soon, Xu Xiao encountered the familiar 2-winged angel. His 4 teachers looked expectant, but this angel seemed to still be half asleep. And he looked vaguely familiar. The angel, seemingly disinterested, didn't even glance at the 4 before announcing the verdict. Xu Xiao did not cheat. The 5 divine arts he masters are alchemy, inscription, barrier, purification, and dispersal. The 4 of you should resign from your teaching positions at Divine Realm University immediately, lest you mislead your students. With that, the angel prepared to vanish. The 4 panicked. They were merely ordinary lower-tier gods. Without their positions at Divine Realm University, they would be nothing. Your Excellency, wait. This is impossible. How could he have mastered 5 nightmare-tier divine arts in such a short time? This has never happened in all of human history. Indeed, my lord. The divine magic fluctuations emanating from Xu Xiao defy explanation. What's there to explain? The divine arts on Xu Xiao were bestowed by that one. Who would dare cheat? And who would use such supreme divine arts to cheat? The angel looked down upon the 4 with condescension, his authoritative voice bearing down on them. What? Are you questioning me? Or are you implying I cheated alongside him? The angel's piercing gaze made cold sweat break out on the 4, who trembled and stammered. We wouldn't dare. It's just. The 4 kept their heads bowed, seething silently. Their trembling demeanor drew a mocking sneer from the angel. Xu Xiao's divine technique is the supreme divine art bestowed by His Majesty. If you have any objections, take it up directly with the 100 heavenly palaces. With that, pure white wings slowly fluttered, scattering a few feathers before vanishing from sight. Supreme, divine technique. The angel's final words pierced straight through the hearts of the 4, the palpable killing intent unmasked. If they dared show any further doubt toward that figure, the vanished angel would undoubtedly strike them down. And how could it possibly be the supreme divine art? Chapter 24, Void Black Mosquito. In that moment, Xu Xiao became the most coveted prize in everyone's eyes. Everyone itched to take a bite. But they dared not. Rumor had it that she fiercely protected her own. Anyone daring to openly seize it would have their family graves dug up. With the Pantheon backing Xu Xiao, Lu Hai and Wang Ming's faces darkened to a terrifying shade. Their carefully laid schemes were shattered by Xu Xiao's overwhelming force. Who could have imagined? This would somehow connect to that figure from the 100 heavenly palaces. The 2 men quietly retreated, only to be intercepted by Su Muxue and Xiao Xianer. The 5 golden flowers were equally furious, blocking their escape route. Mr. Wang and Mr. Lu, where might you be headed? Wang Ming gave an awkward laugh. Haha, it's all just a misunderstanding. We're classmates, after all, why take it so seriously? Lu Hai remained stubborn, brushing off the wrinkles on his clothes from being beaten by Xu Xiao and sneering coldly, when doubts arise, it's my duty as a teacher to verify them. What? You're going to lay a hand on your teacher? Lu Hai shot a contemptuous glance at the 5 golden flowers. Do you 5 really think you have what it takes to pass? If they scrutinize you, you won't get into Divine Realm University. You.
Jiang Sisi hadn't expected Lu Hai to be so shameless, openly threatening them like this. It was true they were coasting by, but no one had forbidden them from riding someone else's coattails. This loophole was actually intentional on the part of the higher-ups, designed to give ordinary students a chance to enter Divine Realm University.
The secret realm boss in the first stage wasn't easy to defeat. Except for those from wealthy families who received elite education from childhood and embarked on professional paths early.
Even someone like Jiang Sisi, from a relatively well-off family, couldn't guarantee a smooth passage.
While teaming up certainly allows some to coast through, enabling those lacking strength to enter Xingyu University. But without teaming up, how many commoners could actually get in? Seeing the 5 of them hesitate, Lu Hai turned to tease Chu Xiao. You think anyone will want you guys in the final admissions round? Just wait. Even if you're top of the class, I've got ways to make sure you get kicked out. Assaulting a teacher, that's your crime.
The facade shattered.
He stopped pretending.
Link by link, Lu Hai forced Chu Xiao into action, creating ample grounds for a public prosecution that would strip him of his top-ranked college entrance exam title. The figure from the 100-number Heavenly Palace was terrifying, but the Wang family had already declared an all-out war against Chu Xiao. There was no turning back.
Even if they couldn't kill Chu Xiao,
as long as they delayed him long enough to prevent enrollment and miss his golden growth period, the Wang family would still win. The 10 Divine Realm universities were united as one. They had already coordinated their stance. They would either refuse Chu Xiao admission outright or accept him only to sideline him. There were plenty of ways to make it happen. After issuing his threat, Lu Hai, seeing no response, was about to stride away triumphantly.
Chu Xiao frowned.
The angel had departed too swiftly, leaving Wang Ming and Lu Hai unpunished.
Was this it? Stop right there. Absolutely not. There's a phenomenon in this world: the more you back down, the more others will push you around. Backing down. But push forward and you'll gain everything.
He, Chu Xiao, is not the original self who was driven to suicide, too scared to even fight back.
If you want to take me down, I'll fight you to the bitter end. Mr. Wang framed me and thinks he can just walk away? You used mosquitoes enchanted with divine magic to set me up. Don't you owe me an explanation?
Teacher Lu, as an educator, you're taking sides.
Don't you bear any responsibility? Wang Ming puffed out his chest, utterly unfazed. Who framed you?
You still haven't explained the divine magic fluctuations detected on your body.
He was confident no one would detect the divine magic he'd imbued into the mosquitoes.
The Wang family had prepared void black mosquitoes. Once they fled, no one could catch them. Not only could the void black mosquitoes conceal themselves within the void, they could also bypass any barrier. Wang Ming heard that Chu Xiao seemed to know barrier techniques too, but he couldn't catch a void black mosquito that could break through barriers.
Exactly. Chu, you're the one framing Wang now. Without evidence, we won't let this slide. Lu Hai was well aware of the void black mosquito's capabilities.
Even he, a master specializing in barrier techniques, couldn't stop a single void black mosquito.
Chu, did you trap that mosquito?
If so, produce it immediately.
Otherwise, Divine Realm University will certainly not accept a student of questionable character.
The others began murmuring among themselves. Chu Xiao clearly held the disadvantage. Seeking justice would prove difficult. Wang Ming and Lu Hai gloated triumphantly, and even the 4 teachers who had bet away their positions felt a sense of satisfaction.
Chu Xiao faced a choice: either apologize and swallow his pride, or face relentless attacks that would ruin his reputation. You're certain I can't produce evidence, right? You know the void black mosquito can break through barriers, right? But have you considered my barrier technique? Isn't it different? Wang Ming refused to believe it. This scheme had the Wang family racking their brains.
The most crucial point was ensuring no one detected any clues.
Do you know what supreme divine arts are? Chu Xiao asked in a haunting tone.
It turned out that unreliable sounding name had another designation: the supreme divine art.
The supreme divine art possessed formidable effects.
Seeing Chu Xiao explain with such authority, Wang Ming panicked inwardly but forced a calm expression.
What void black mosquito? Do you think you can just make up nonsense to frame me?
Chu Xiao merely smiled faintly. That smile, however, caused Wang Ming to turn and look at Lu Hai, who was staring in utter shock.
Could he really be capable of it? Void black mosquitoes were incredibly difficult to detect. But Lu Hai suddenly remembered something.
He recalled how the Lord of the 100-numbered Heavenly Palace had once used barrier magic to detect and trap a god-tier void black mosquito to its death. At that time, even the main god-level powerhouses had failed to detect it, merely a void black mosquito of the lower god rank. Yet that lord, relying solely on his mid-tier god strength, not only detected it but also trapped it. It was only then that the Wang family learned of the void black mosquito's true nature.
Teacher Lu?
Cold sweat beaded on Lu Hai's forehead. If it were true that Chu Xiao's divine arts were bestowed by that being, he dared not imagine the consequences of being discovered using the void black mosquito. Wang Ming, however, remained unaware of all this. Not only him, but no one else knew this secret either. Chu Xiao slowly raised his hand, a pale green energy sphere appearing in his palm. Within the orb, a monstrous mosquito with 8 long legs and 3 eyes thumped against the green wall. It struggled desperately to escape. A void black mosquito. It really is a void black mosquito. A group of teachers and students screamed. This mosquito was weak, so weak that any black iron tier practitioner could swat it dead, provided they could actually get close enough. Those who had heard of the void black mosquito's terror all stared wide-eyed in horror, retreating cautiously backward. Void black mosquito, infinite growth. It once invaded the divine realm of a prime god. Billions upon billions of divine subjects and warriors, even the prime god itself, were devoured. After committing this atrocity, that void black mosquito departed with utter nonchalance. No one could stop it. Until the Lord of the 100 Heavenly Palaces appeared. Lu Hai screamed in terror. Xu Xiao, you've been breeding a void species, the notoriously vicious void black mosquito. Everyone, attack him together. If we don't, we'll all die here. Xu Xiao is a spy sent by the abyss. Good grief, Lu Hai never misses an opportunity to smear himself. The laughable part? A bunch of fools actually believed him. Chapter 25, Fireseed University. What do you think you're doing? A group of men approached with menacing expressions. Su Muxue, Xiao Xianer, and Zhang Sisi spread their arms wide, forming a protective circle around Xu Xiao like mother hens shielding their young. Su Xiao, please step aside. Xu Xiao and that black mosquito he's holding are too dangerous. We must take action. A female teacher pushed up her black-rimmed glasses and declared sternly. Xiao Xianer frowned. Zhang Huizhu, the admissions officer from Diqing University, did she actually intend to kill Xu Xiao too? Whether it stemmed from righteousness or ulterior motives, only she knew. Teacher Zhang, this is too rash. We can't step aside. Su Muxue also recognized Zhang Huizhu and couldn't understand why she would intervene to help the Wang family against Xu Xiao. If there were no other reasons, as a teacher, she should remain fair and impartial. But Su Muxue knew something. This female teacher only favored good students with prestigious family backgrounds. Xu Xiao possesses the void black mosquito, the evidence is undeniable. What more is there to argue? If he weren't its master, how could he control this creature? Zhang Huizhu's argument was sound and well-founded. The teachers from the other 8 universities perked up. As she said, ordinary people simply couldn't control the void black mosquito. This became their justification for attacking him. Many students felt a sense of satisfaction. Regardless of the truth, with Xu Xiao's 150,000-point exam score invalidated, they now had a chance to advance further. That 150,000-point score had weighed on them like a mountain, crushing their breath. You disregard the facts and treat human lives with utter contempt. Are you still teachers at Divine Realm University? Su, watch your words. Out of respect for your grandfather, Elder Su, I won't press this. But if you speak disrespectfully again, we can cancel your exam results too. The same goes for the rest of you. If you continue to obstruct us, your scores will be cancelled along with Xu Xiao's. At these words, a wave of unease swept through the crowd. Failing to enter Xinyu University meant they would be cast off the disc and fall to their deaths. Having sacrificed Divine Realm crystals to forge their physical bodies anew, they stood to lose everything. Helping Xu Xiao meant staking their own futures on a gamble. And it was a near certain losing bet. If all 10 Divine Realm universities rejected you, no matter how outstanding your grades, you'd fail to gain admission. Others before you have fallen into this trap, proud and defiant, refusing the Divine Realm University's placement offers only to slip through the cracks. Clearly, they were using this as a threat. How could they do this? Zhang Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together, her heart aching. She had underestimated the harshness of society. Deep down, Zhang Xiaoxiao was utterly reluctant to walk away. But on one side lay her future, and on the other, loyalty. Not just her, even Su Muxue and Xiao Xianer, both from distinguished families, looked grim. Everyone, you don't need to offend the 10 greats for my sake. Xu Xiao's lips curled slightly as he watched their performance and scheming with a cold smile. The Wang family's meticulous planning was flawless, he had to admit it. To oppose such powerful clans, one must be prepared for this kind of psychological toll. Xu Xiao looked at this group of teachers and felt nothing but disgust. They had no professional ethics, caring only about profit. Chances are, every last one of them had skeletons in their closets. There's no need for you to put on this show of concern. You simply wish to prevent me from entering the top 10 and pursuing further studies, don't you? You can't kill me. You won't stop me from attending Divine Realm University either. Zhang Huizhu sneered coldly. Xu Xiao, stop spouting nonsense. Your unauthorized containment of the void black veins is already a capital offense. Even that nobleman couldn't save you. They believed their arguments were sound and justified. Even if a heavenly palace noble descended, as long as she hadn't committed any errors, she couldn't be arbitrarily punished. At the same time, they were eager to solidify Xu Xiao's crimes. It would be best to eliminate him. Once he was dead, everything would be over. Xu Xiao's gaze grew intense as he addressed Zhang Huizhu and the other 9. Surely you don't believe you can cover up the truth? I demand a verdict from the Pantheon. To whom does this black mosquito truly belong? The Pantheon's judgment? Who do you think you are?
Do you think the Pantheon has nothing better to do? That it meddles in every matter? Wang Ming sneered coldly.
Just moments ago, he'd received word that the Wang family had sealed off the entire area. Xu Xiao's request couldn't get through. Xu Xiao had appealed to the Pantheon twice, and the Pantheon had responded both times. To prevent such interference, the Wang family had directly invoked their clan's resources to seal off the area. Regardless of the stormy aftermath, they would first ensure the matter was dealt with decisively.
Even the Pantheon wouldn't destroy the Wang family over a single death.
At most, it would be a matter of bargaining, something they were all too familiar with. For a long time, the air hung with an eerie stillness.
Ha 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 ha. I told you so.
You reap what you sow, Xu Xiao. Your collusion with the Abyss has been uncovered by the Pantheon.
No one will come to your aid.
Wang Ming suppressed the panic surging within him, a ripple of satisfaction spreading through his mind.
It worked. The Pantheon wouldn't come to his aid.
Xu Xiao was as good as dead. Xu Xiao's gaze turned cold as he scanned the horizon, finding no sign of angels descending.
Could it be that no response would come?
Su Xiao, I'll say this one last time, step aside. Su Mushua's defiant eyes brimmed with tears, as if she'd made a decision.
No way.
Xu Xiao froze, stunned that Su Mushua would go this far for him. Xiao Xian'er reacted similarly, lightly pushing off with her toes to push through the crowd and stand firmly in front.
I won't move either.
If you've got the guts, go talk to my grandfather.
He dotes on me the most.
Jiang Sisi, Zheng Xiaoxiao, Zheng Tianqin, Shen Shuqi, and Li Xinwan stood tall, their voices firm.
Without Xu Xiao, we wouldn't have made it this far. So this is our decision. Fine. Stubborn to the last, are you? In that case, your scores are all cancelled.
Zhang Huizhu looked at the girls coldly, mocking their irrationality.
Just then, the space rippled.
As if some force was shattering the barrier. A palm tore open the space, and two pairs of pure white wings squeezed through the gaping fissure.
Feathers drifted down like snowflakes. Who's being so annoying, adding to my workload? The angel had returned.
Lu Hai and the others were so startled their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets.
Someone silently asked Lu Hai. What's going on? Didn't they say the Pantheon wouldn't intervene and we could easily obtain the supreme divine arts? I don't know either. The Wang family guaranteed it. Lu Hai was dumbfounded.
Watching the angel break through the barrier and emerge, he felt utterly disoriented.
Ha? Avoid Black Mosquito? Whose is it? Master, it belongs to Xu Xiao. He's a spy sent by the Abyss. Kill him now. Wang Ming urged urgently. Is the Pantheon your father? Is the Pantheon your mother? How come the moment you call out, they send someone over? Normally, it shouldn't respond no matter how you call.
Crying out to the Pantheon for justice is like petitioning the Emperor regardless of right or wrong, you'll get 100 lashes first.
The Emperor doesn't have time to play games with you all day. Boom!
Wang Ming didn't even see what hit him before a fist sent him flying. His entire body shattered completely, and the divine realm crystal drifted out from within him.
It's over. I'm done for.
Wang Ming never expected the angel to shatter his divine domain without a word.
How could this happen?
The two-winged angel looked down from above with utter disdain, coldly stating,
Do I look that easy to fool? This charade is over. Lu Hai violated the Pantheon's laws by summoning the void Black Mosquito.
His divine realm is abolished, and he is expelled from the Pantheon. Wang Ming falsely accused Xu Xiao, the top scholar of the imperial examinations, shattered his divine realm, and became a fallen practitioner. Zhou Qiang and his 3 companions lost their wager, expelled them from the 10 greats of the divine realm. The others will be dealt with later.
First, handle the recruitment. Wang Ming, Lu Hai, and the 4 members of Zhou Chang's group looked as if they'd lost their parents, their faces twisted in anguish. The remaining teachers felt a chill of dread.
Immediately, they turned to Xu Xiao with eager flattery. Oh, Mr. Chu, Southwest University warmly welcomes you.
And Shanghai University welcomes you too.
In an instant, Xu Xiao became the coveted prize everyone was scrambling for. Xu Xiao offered no response, regretting only that he hadn't managed to swallow the crystal taken by the angel.
He replied coldly, The 10 greats? I'm not worthy of such company. Turning to the angel who hadn't left, he declared,
I wish to join Fireseed University. Instantly, a single stone sent ripples across the pond.
Chapter 26, The First. Name, Xu Xiao. Level, Demigod.
Markings, immortal body, divine form, icy breath, prickly, undead summoning, jumping.
Divine body, immortal copper skin. Divine power, infinite. Divine essence, 36. Divine arts, super speed, steel body, self-healing.
Supreme divine arts, alchemy, inscription, barrier, purification, dispersal, artifact forging, mind focus. Talent, time differential, time flows 100 times faster within the divine realm than in the outside world.
Faith power, infinite. Follower race, xenomorph.
Insectoid structures, hive unique, blood pool, spine lair, cockroach nest. Swarm 4,000 80,000, black iron roach 20,000, black iron baneling 14980, black iron hydralisk 5,000, bronze roach 10, bronze hydralisk 10. Primal Essence 120,987 used to upgrade units or spawn one bronze tier creature.
Xu Xiao now holds the rank of bronze tier 1.
His body bore the mark of an immortal form, forged with an indestructible copper-like skin. The surging vitality radiating from him sent shockwaves through both the arena and beyond. Markings: Divine Body, Divine Arts. The gains from the Gaokao secret realm had already transformed his aura beyond recognition.
Xu Xiao's proposal to join Fireseed University stunned everyone once more. Why would he want to go to his death? Seed University? What is that? Suggestion: read more books.
It's part of the Pantheon's Fireseed project, specifically selecting prodigies to cultivate ultimate powerhouses.
He might actually qualify for Fireseed University. Bull. Xu Xiao is talented, but weren't all those prodigies before him talented too? To join the Seed University, you must participate in the Death Grey battle. Only then will the higher-ups reopen the Seed University. Too bad.
In the past, Xu Xiao might have had a shot. The Death Grey War demands both the Divine Sovereign and the Divine Retainers be exceptionally strong, neither can be lacking.
Xu Xiao's insect swarm is intriguing, but I doubt he'll survive the ordeal. Why seek death when you could just pick any of the top 10? Heh, the guy above is too naive. Does Xu Xiao have a choice?
The top 10 universities are all in cahoots.
He'd either be rejected by all of them or face targeted persecution if he got in.
Sigh, this year's top scholar is truly pitiful.
You hit the nail on the head.
Not that I'm into conspiracy theories, but I have this incredibly talented cousin from a poor family. He got marginalized at Imperial Qing University just because he offended someone.
Holy crap, you're not talking about last year's runner-up, Li Xuanwan, are you? Enough. Let's just watch the show.
Zhang Huizhu froze, her eyes flashing with displeasure. A flicker of panic stirred within her, as if Xu Xiao had seen through their scheme. They had one more plan.
After recruiting Xu Xiao, they'd deal with him within the university.
The 10 greats were essentially microcosms of society, teeming with intricate social dynamics.
Is this kid genuinely seeing through us, or is he just sulking? If it was the former, that would be terrifying. Outside,
Gao Zhengqin lay in Wang Dad's embrace, letting his large hands slip beneath her blouse to caress her. Her gaze locked onto Xu Xiao, who hadn't been killed by his bangs. She silently cursed Lu Hai as useless. She had gone out of her way to please him last night. Lu Hai had promised so earnestly that he would definitely take care of Xu Xiao today.
But unexpected events kept piling up.
The matter with the void black mosquitoes was far from over. If her involvement was ever uncovered, she was finished. A murderous intent flashed in his venomous eyes as he stared at Xu Xiao, Wang Ming, and Lu Hai.
The two-winged angel regarded Xu Xiao solemnly, searching his eyes for a negative answer as he pressed. Xu Xiao, have you made up your mind?
Fireseed University was originally established to prepare for the Fireseed project. It received preferential resources and high-level privileges, prioritized in all matters. It was proposed by the elders to cultivate divine elites. Seed University was a colossal Divine Emperor artifact that integrated all the power of the Divine Emperor.
It stood as a colossal fortress at the very border between the Divine Realm and the Abyss.
A place where war sustained war, where the glory of the Divine Clan was forged through blood and battle hymns. Following the failure of the Fireseed project, it was sealed by all the high gods. To unseal it, one must triumph in the Death Grey War.
Confirmed and certain. Master, only thus will my examination results not be invalidated, is that not so? The angel could not refute this.
The 10 great ones had clearly banded together to target Xu Xiao. If none of them were willing to accept Xu Xiao, then his top-ranked exam results would be meaningless. But such an approach would look bad. Therefore, they would target him after his enrollment.
Behind the 10 greats stood 10 Divine Emperor-level powerhouses whose strength rivaled that of Divine Sovereigns.
Even his own Divine Sovereign would struggle to sway their decisions. The failure at Fireseed University might well bear their handiwork. The angel was pleased with Xu Xiao's resolve.
Fanning his pristine seabong wings, a multicolored halo blossomed above his head.
On his back, 2 pairs of severed wings swelled with blood-filled buds at the stumps.
Whoosh! 4 pairs of wings unfurled, unleashing the might of a main god.
The overwhelming pressure caused the entire space to tremble.
Lucian, the first president of Spark University, has accepted your application. Seed University, Lucian, Xu Xiao.
News of all this spread like a storm generated through the live broadcast screen, rapidly reaching every corner. Lucian has returned to the position of supreme god.
Many trembled in secret.
Lucian, the peerless powerhouse of yesteryear, could still stir up storms even if he wasn't a god king now. They feared Lucian uncovering the truth behind the incident of years past. For then, they would face Lucian possessed by the spirit of a god of slaughter.
Some eyes turned to Xu Xiao, filled with hatred.
Had it not been for him, Lucian would never have had the chance to recover. Back then, to take responsibility, he severed his own 5 pairs of wings, a move that delighted many enemies. Only with the reconstruction of Fireseed University could Lucian truly recover. They sought to cripple Lucian, to cripple the right-hand man of the 100th Heavenly Palace. Yet now, because of Xu Xiao, everything was ruined.
Contact the Wang family. I will kill Chu Xiao. Lu Xian's golden eyes fixed on Chu Xiao with approval.
A century had passed, and he was pleased to see a spirited youth display such unyielding resolve. His wings fluttered in the sacred light, spreading ripples that benefited every student profoundly. Opening Fireseed University was, for him, a gamble of epic proportions.
Win, and he could reclaim his seat as the supreme god.
Lose, and he would forfeit his last pair of wings.
The nationwide secret realm assessments had concluded. Chu Xiao was undeniably ranked first. Lu Xian shot into the air, his 6 pairs of golden wings unfurling with renewed radiance.
His voice boomed like a temple bell.
The 25,452nd Divine Realm election concludes.
First place, Chu Xiao, 155,201 points.
Reward, 1 set of angelic battle armor, 3 divine essences, and 10 divine crystals.
Ignoring the students' envious stares and the teacher's furious glances, Lucian immediately finalized Chu Xiao's rewards.
This outcome shocked everyone in the other examination halls.
Though some had learned through special channels, they remained dissatisfied that Chu Xiao received such generous rewards.
Second place, Zhou Haitao, 116,542. Third place, Fong Wenxian, 103,421 points.
Fourth place, Xiao Xiener, 31,254 points. Fifth place, Shen Zihan, 25,412. Ninth place, Su Muxue, 125,450. Only then did people realize that 2 of the top 3 had surpassed 100,000 points, creating a significant gap from 4th place. The college entrance exams concluded.
Next, they would enter the Divine Realm University for a month-long training program. Only after completing this training would the true test begin. Of course, even if one failed the second trial, they would still be granted auditing privileges at Divine Realm University. However, in terms of resource provision, they would need to be entirely self-sufficient and receive no preferential treatment whatsoever. Upon the circular platform,
Su Muxue and Xiao Xiener exchanged glances before addressing Lucian.
Principal, we wish to join Fireseed University as well. And me, Zhang Cici, Zhang Xiaoxiao, Zheng Tianxin, Shan Shuqi, Li Xinwan, Yi Lingyan, Chan Zihan, Yi Fan.
Chapter 27, A Spark That Ignites a Prairie Fire.
Mr. Chen, why did you make such an irrational decision? Shenbei University welcomes you. Some tried desperately to persuade him.
If Chu Xiao didn't enter the top 10, he would slip beyond their control.
Some even sought to exploit Xiao Xiener and Su Muxue.
Xiao, Su, our Imperial Cheng University welcomes you as well.
My Southwest University. My Magic City. No thanks, we'll stick with Fireseed.
A group of admissions officers were dumbfounded. Back when Fireseed University burst onto the scene, rising from an obscure private institution to break into the top 10, they were utterly overwhelmed.
But it had already fallen into decline.
Xiao Xiener, Chen Zihan, and Su Muxue were among the top 10 candidates in their examination hall. Failing to secure even the top spot was one thing, but not landing a single top 10 candidate was simply unacceptable. Especially Zhang Huizhu and the original Lu Hai both had come here aiming for the top 10.
Now, all their efforts had come to nothing? No, my mind is made up. Me too.
Su Muxue and Xiao Xiener were voluntary, but Chen Zihan was ordered directly by his grandfather, Chen Tianxing. Fireseed University once a gathering place for prodigies.
Lu Xian snorted coldly.
A thunderous explosion erupted beside Zhang Huizhu's ear, sending her flying backward in a stunned recoil. She knelt where she fell, her divine realm trembling.
Even her divine essence showed signs of shattering in an instant.
Zhang Huizhu stared in horror at Lucian, whose cold gaze bore down upon her.
Lu Xian said nothing, yet his meaning was unmistakable.
Whoever dared to compete with him for someone, he dared to shatter their divine essence and destroy their divine realm. Zhang Huizhu seethed silently, clutching her stinging, snow-white chest as she gritted her teeth and slowly retreated.
Failing to complete the recruitment mission meant she would face the wrath of Emperor Qing University.
She dared not approach the 3 who had joined Fireseed University. She could only settle for the next best option, seeking out the remaining students with outstanding potential. But the students who had been easy to recruit in previous years now hesitated.
Goodbye, Chu Xiao. Captain, goodbye. Legend, miss me. The crowd gradually dispersed from the venue. Lu Xiao received a flame token from Lucian, granting him access to Fireseed University. Then, the lone pillar supporting the university vanished. Preparations for the upcoming freshman welcome ceremony began in earnest.
Chu Xiao waved goodbye to all his classmates. Seeing his sister, overcome with joyful tears, he embraced her and smiled. Linger, I got in, okay? I saw it all. I'm going to Fireseed University too, just like you, to become a spark of fire.
A single spark can start a prairie fire. Well done.
He Qingqing witnessed the entire scene.
Xu Xiao's performance was both expected and unexpected.
She hadn't anticipated that the boy she'd invited would perform so exceptionally well.
Xu Xiao, I've already reported your situation to our commander. The regiment has decided to grant you access to an intermediate secret realm, the Divine Tomb. Later, you'll be able to explore the Divine Tomb and obtain cultivation resources. Thank you, Captain He. Secret realms, resources. Indeed, aligning with a faction for advancement proved far more advantageous than going it alone. The Moon Knight Order, with its vast resources, offered him a single secret realm, yet it provided immense assistance. Upgrading the Divine Realm, upgrading angelic battle gear, upgrading the Divine Body all required resources. And some resources simply cannot be bought, they are controlled by a select few. You're welcome. I'll take Linger with me now. You can head home. Xu Xiao nodded. Xu Linger had classes in the afternoon and couldn't linger here. Back home. Xu Xiao examined his reward, lost in thought. The angelic battle armor comprised 12 pieces, including a helmet, armor, and arm guards. Its element was light, granting resistance against most abyssal races. It seemed to be a reward bestowed by Lucian's Divine Lord. Is this because they're considering the upcoming Abyss War, worried I might be at a disadvantage? Though currently classified as white gear, the angelic battle armor possessed a formidable ability, devour and evolve. By devouring enough green tier sets, it could advance in rank. Green sets aren't the problem, it digests 1 per day, requiring 100 sets. Even with the time differential, does that mean 1 day in the real world? Advancing to green takes 1 day, but blue requires 10 days and there are wear requirements. Blue gear requires silver tier strength, so that can wait. Opening the Pantheon shop, Xu Xiao placed an order for 100 sets of gear. Instantly, a series of rustic wooden crates materialized within the room. Opening the boxes, Xu Xiao found helmets, armor, bracers, and other pieces lying quietly inside. He sent them into the Divine Realm, where the angelic battle gear consumed them to advance. 3 divine essences reappeared in Xu Xiao's hands. Divine essence could be used to upgrade structures. 1 divine source could upgrade the blood pool to level 1, enabling the production of bronze tier troops. Level 2 requires 10 divine essences, enabling the production of silver tier troops. The insect nest cannot be upgraded, insufficient resources. The blood pool, spine nest, and cockroach nest each require exactly 3 divine essences. Upgrading buildings also requires time. Upgrade. Xu Xiao deemed it worthwhile and issued the upgrade command without hesitation. Without a second thought, he sent them into his 3 structures. Only by raising the structures' levels could his insect swarm grow stronger. Using source essence could also enhance them, but once they died, they'd have to be rebuilt from scratch. For now, they solved one of Xu Xiao's most pressing problems. It feels like whatever I want, the rewards just deliver, so consider it. He was delighted. The remaining divine crystals were placed into the Divine Realm to be slowly absorbed. Strengthening the Divine Realm's domain, awaiting the moment for advancement. In the shadows. Several shadowy figures lurked furtively atop the rooftop of the residential complex across from Xu Xiao. Wang Ming handed over the binoculars in his hands. Uncle Lu, Teacher Zhou, Teacher Li, Teacher Sun, Teacher Wang. Xu Xiao has already crippled his own martial arts. Really? Let me see. Through the binoculars, Lu Hai confirmed that Xu Xiao had indeed used his college entrance exam rewards for enhancement, just as Wang Ming had stated. Excellent. As the Honorable One stated, once Xu Xiao begins using these rewards, his angelic battle gear and divine realm will seal off. This is our optimal moment to strike. Killing him will not only avenge us but also earn us favor with the Lord behind the scenes. Everyone, do you all understand the stakes? Wang Ming, Zhou Qiang, and the others nodded silently. Wang Ming's exam results had been invalidated, and his Divine Realm crystal was about to be reclaimed. The master had promised that killing Xu Xiao would grant them a chance to enter Divine Realm University. Zhou Qiang and the others faced the same prospect. Eliminating Xu Xiao meant their return to Divine Realm University. Lu Hai pulled his bronze helmet down to cover his face. Wang Ming and the others did the same. For some reason, Zhou Qiang and the other 3 remained suppressed at the bronze tier, but the situation had changed. Fully armed, a faint silver glow flickered across Zhou Chang's equipment as he coldly declared. Rest assured, this isn't the Gaokao secret realm. Though our cultivation is suppressed, we're clad in silver grade armor now. Our combat power has reached silver grade. How could we fail to kill a half-god rookie like Xu Xiao who has nothing? Another teacher recalled the humiliation suffered in the secret realm when Xu Xiao had defeated them without their armor, and his anger flared. Teacher Zhou was right. We suffered in the secret realm precisely because we lacked our armor. The guards protecting the Chu family are just ordinary silver grade. Dealing with them will be a piece of cake. Right. Lu Hai's eyes blazed with murderous intent. He, a mighty warrior who had ignited his divine flame, had been thoroughly humiliated by Xu Xiao. Xu Xiao's attacks were formidable at the bronze rank, but they were all clad in silver grade armor, more than sufficient for defense. Xu Xiao was fast, but silver grade armor could still keep up. They had come prepared, intent on taking Xu Xiao's head. Gao Zhengqin appeared mid-air, clad in form-fitting black knight attire that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her ample breasts trembled with excitement as her piercing gaze fixed on the 6 figures poised for action atop the building. Xiangzi, Mama will avenge you soon.
If I weren't afraid of getting caught if I did it myself, that bastard Chu Xiao would be dead already. That bastard Lu Hai, I spent 3 nights with him, yet he still couldn't finish off Chu Xiao. Let him burn out his last bit of heat. Chapter 28, Secret Technique Crimson Slash. Inside the room. Chu Xiao closed his eyes, carefully processing the insights gained from this journey through the secret realm. The conclusion was clear: she had grown stronger, but not strong enough. At the bronze tier, he felt invincible. Yet once an opponent reached true silver tier combat power, he was utterly helpless. Take the 3 bronze tier undead warriors, for instance. Though their rank was merely bronze, their defenses were silver tier. Tiao, CICI, and the insect swarm scraped away at their defenses like cupping therapy, taking ages to finally breach them. Had the undead knight been just a fraction faster, outpacing the swarm, it would have evaded the encirclement. Then, the one who would fall would be himself. After all, the secret realm assessment was just a test, bound by various constraints. But Chu Xiao understood he would inevitably encounter such overpowered bronze warriors in the future. They appeared bronze tier, yet wielded silver tier combat prowess. Or even faced genuine silver ranked foes head-on. When fighting Lu Hai, Chu Xiao also discovered that while he could defeat the unarmed man, he could never kill him. This was because Lu Hai himself was a divine fire powerhouse, possessing astonishing regenerative abilities. To kill Lu Hai, you must strike him when his soul is threatened the very moment his rank automatically elevates to protect him. It must be swift, precise, and ruthless. While Lu Hai is still suppressed at bronze rank, I'll directly destroy his body, leaving him no time to recover. The more Chu Xiao thought about it, the more inspired he became, deciding to enter his divine realm for practice. During the divine realm's advancement period, Taio and the others couldn't leave, but Chu Xiao's consciousness could descend. By descending his consciousness into the divine realm and leveraging his innate time differential, Chu Xiao could cultivate divine arts with a hundredfold advantage over others. Within the divine realm, the hundredfold time differential meant he had already trained for an extended period. Purple insect armor covered his arms as his figure shot forward explosively. Fast, got it. Close range, close combat, absolutely precise. Finally unleashing a vicious strike, channeling all his essence, energy, and spirit into the palm strike. Put. A small hole pierced through the air, sending ripples of crimson energy outward. Not enough. Still not enough. This technique remains within the bronze tier, it won't pierce a silver tier body. Chu Xiao paused, shifting his focus to the trapped void black mosquito in his hand. Perhaps the opportunity for breakthrough lies within you. The void black mosquito could devour anything theoretically. It could consume Lu Hai, whose power was restricted to bronze rank. After being fed until it reached bronze rank, the mosquito's form swelled dramatically. With a wingspan of 6 meters, it resembled a small aircraft. The void's aura relentlessly battered the barrier, warping its once stable form. Chu Xiao dared not continue feeding it. Since I cannot subdue you, I shall refine you. On the rooftop, the group sprang into swift action, taking only moments to deal with the guards. Then, Lu Hai took the lead, leaping across the gap between the 2 buildings and landing on Chu Xiao's floor, entering through the window. Wang Ming and the others arrived one after another. Chu Xiao was startled awake, slowly opening his eyes. 6 figures clad in combat gear appeared, their intentions clearly hostile. These men must be the assassins sent by the Wang family. Chu Xiao sneered coldly. The Wang family can't wait any longer? Wang Ming surveyed the surroundings, confirming that Chu Xiao's 2 strange insects were absent. His tone was casual as he said, "Nonsense. We're not from the Wang family. Someone wants you dead. Prepare to die." He only wanted to kill and then destroy the evidence. Now, his strength was far beyond what it once was. Eager to prove himself, Wang Ming struck first. He leapt forward, materializing behind Chu Xiao as a cold sword glint whistled toward his throat. Seeing the group appear, Chu Xiao's heart sank. Silver ranked. The protectors were the Moon Knight squad he'd clashed with before, the ones wearing restraints. 5 of them were silver ranked experts. Wang Mingjing's backer had forcibly enhanced him, pushing his energy fluctuations to the peak of bronze tier. He too was clad in silver tier armor. Such gear had allowed him to ambush and kill a Moon Knight stronger than himself, leaving his confidence skyrocketing. Chu Xiao, die. Speed specialization. Wang Ming's robes fluttered wildly. Wind God's thrust. Wang Ming transformed into a gust of wind, his speed so astonishing it took one's breath away. Lu Hai nodded silently. This speed was more than enough to kill Chu Xiao. He and the others closed in behind Chu Xiao, sealing off every possible escape route. Chu Xiao stood rooted to the spot, his consciousness spreading out to sense their movements. Wang Ming's speed was nearly impossible for Chu Xiao to track with his naked eyes. Only by harnessing the perception abilities of the refined void black mosquito could he enhance his void perception. He remained motionless. Wang Ming beamed with delight, convinced his sword had intimidated Chu Xiao into complete submission, not a hint of resistance. Wang Ming's swordsmanship was indeed swift, reaching the realm of an expert. A sliver of silver-hued energy had broken through the bronze limit, reaching the silver tier. Chu Xiao had encountered an exceptional warrior. He had been pondering when to test his newly mastered ultimate technique, but never expected the enemy to arrive so swiftly.
Wang Ming's magic power coalesced to its peak within the blade.
A sliver of icy light pierced the air from its tip, sharp and unstoppable.
Fine sword. Gao Zhengqin cheered wildly from the sidelines.
It was precisely Wang Ming's formidable thrusting technique that had convinced her to assign him the primary offensive role.
Even Lu Hai, suppressed to bronze rank, couldn't match this skill. Xu Xiao's expression shifted slightly, concealing his excitement beneath his gaze. Got him.
Lu Hai, oblivious beside him, suddenly felt an urge to intervene.
If Wang Ming claimed the first kill, wouldn't he become worthless?
Last night, he'd sought out his old flame Gao Zhengqin for intimacy, only to be coldly rejected. Worse, he'd witnessed her and Wang Ming in the act. So this was where he'd been waiting.
Wang Ming thrust forward with abandon. Just like last night.
All the vitality in his body was sucked away by that demonic sword, transforming into a fatal strike. Seeing Xu Xiao frozen like a dumb goose, Lu Hai could hold back no longer.
He launched a sudden attack from behind Xu Xiao. In the blink of an eye, Xu Xiao, caught between two enemies, found himself in a desperate predicament. Wang Ming and his group had obtained intelligence and seized the perfect moment.
They struck while Xu Xiao was upgrading his divine realm and unable to summon his followers, a move that could only be described as ruthless. Just as Xu Xiao's head was about to fall, the smug expression on Wang Ming's face froze instantly. Buzz. The blade's resonance echoed in his ears. Xu Xiao vanished from sight.
Where is he? Watch out, he's behind you.
A sharp pain shot through Xu Xiao's mind. Using Crimson Slash drained his mental energy to the extreme, but it also boosted his speed to the high-tier silver rank.
This strike broke through the limitations of his current rank. This strike tested the limits of his physical form.
The Crimson Slash tore at his divine form, yet it endured under the mark of his immortal body. Void power. Voidscape energy swirled around Xu Xiao, distilled from the essence of the void black mosquitoes. It carved a crimson hue through the air. The color of death from another dimension. A stabbing pain pierced Wang Ming's chest. And he lowered his head in disbelief, staring at the purple scythe piercing through his chest. The scythe was formed from Xu Xiao's single hand, covered in insect armor. The razor-sharp blade sliced through his silver armor as easily as piercing paper. Two more sword lights struck toward Xu Xiao from both sides. Zhou Qiang and a teacher, seeing the dire situation, lightly tapped their toes and rushed forward like ghostly apparitions.
Clang! A crisp metallic clang echoed against Xu Xiao's skin.
The copper-plated armor shattered.
The two men rejoiced. Two 1-centimeter deep gashes instantly appeared on Xu Xiao's back. You're asking for death.
Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain. The bones in his back, however, were perfectly aligned, firmly blocking the two men's attack. Xu Xiao's bones had transformed into copper-hard steel. He had forged his body into a weapon, constantly refining his divine form.
At this critical moment, he unleashed every ounce of his vitality.
He blocked the combined strike of the two masters.
Their eyes bulged in disbelief as they saw their swords could no longer penetrate Xu Xiao's body even slightly. Their understanding shattered. How could you be this hard?
It felt like striking high-grade armor forged from tempered steel.
Oh no.
One felt a chill on his neck, then spun to see the ceiling. His head rolled away from his body. Two experts with silver-tier combat prowess failed to kill Xu Xiao. How the hell is this guy still bronze-tier? Xu Xiao endured the stabbing pain in his mind as his long sword sliced through one of the ambushers, severing his head clean off. He fished a vial of divine elixir from his robe and gulped it down in one go. It recharged his drained body. Xu Xiao's divine power was indeed limitless, but it was like money locked away in a bank. Now that the bank was closed, he couldn't access it at all. Only divine elixir could restore him. The other man, witnessing his companion's gruesome death, felt a wave of deep regret wash over him.
Limiting their strength to bronze rank, was this a suicide mission?
They were nothing but sharpening stones for Xu Xiao.
Damn it!
Zhou Qiang watched in stunned silence, his eyes narrowing.
Xu Xiao counterattacked in an instant. The purple scythe slashed toward Zhou Chang's throat with blinding speed.
Before Zhou Qiang could register fear, he instinctively swung his sword to block. A gaping wound ripped open from his neck to his chest, exposing raw flesh as dark purple blood gushed out like a burst dam. Xu Xiao's crimson slash was so outrageously powerful that Zhou Chang's silver battle armor tore apart like paper.
How could such a monstrous divine technique exist? Zhou Qiang refused to admit, even in death, that he could be so utterly humiliated. Absorb. Devour.
Xu Xiao's crimson slash was indeed monstrous, but it had one weakness: it required vast amounts of soul power. The first time he cast it, he consumed his own soul power. The second time, it consumed the soul power he had devoured from Wang Ming.
The third time, the fourth time. Each activation depended on devouring vast amounts of soul energy. Therefore, if sufficient soul energy couldn't be gathered within 3 seconds, the attack would be interrupted. To use it again, it would have to devour Xu Xiao's own soul. Even Xu Xiao's immortal body could not sustain its use indefinitely.
It has a 6-hour cooldown. But Crimson Slash, it's truly irresistible. Xu Xiao simultaneously activated extreme speed, combining it with the bounce ability he'd acquired from CC and Taio Taio to rapidly close the distance. He must kill them swiftly.
Gao Jingqin's breath caught.
Just moments ago, when she'd been about to strike, a supreme voice had threatened her ear. The foot she'd already stepped forward with retracted abruptly. Her gaze turned resentful as she fixed it on Xu Xiao.
Gao Jingqin understood the figure behind Xu Xiao permitted them to deploy bronze-tier assassins, but would never allow a god to strike him down with a dimensional attack. Damn it! Is that demonic prodigy Xu Xiao truly impossible to kill? Xu Xiao's strike was too exquisite. So exquisite it could be called a secret technique, even she felt a tinge of admiration. It surpassed even Wang Ming's expert-level wind god stab, reaching the realm of mastery.
Mastery, proficiency, expertise, mastery. Xu Xiao had already surpassed all his peers, having grasped his own secret technique. Savoring the thrill of the kill, Xu Xiao realized. Trash belongs in the trash heap. Die! Xu Xiao unleashed his fury.
You want to kill me? I'll cut you down.
With his Bronze Realm early-stage strength, Xu Xiao unleashed astonishing speed as he charged toward Lu Hai.
What kind of move is that? Scarlet Slash.
A sword technique specifically designed to slaughter trash like you.
Lu Hai's face darkened at Xu Xiao's furious roar. Crimson Slash.
That crimson streak of blade light truly lived up to its name.
Yet, if only it weren't Xu Xiao's secret technique.
Xu Xiao was too decisive, his killing intent too overwhelming. At times, Lu Hai couldn't believe this was a young man who hadn't yet been hardened by the harsh realities of life. Where on earth did he get such a temper?
Lu Hai was fleeing. Xu Xiao was hot on his heels. Time was running out, he had only 3 seconds. Lu Hai dared not confront him.
Many people simply couldn't grasp secret techniques at the bronze level, relying instead on advanced skills to steamroll their way through. Secret techniques represent the pinnacle of mastery in a specific skill, a return to simplicity that rivals advanced abilities. Another defining feature of secret techniques is their ability to grow alongside their master. Ultimately, they become a personal killing move. Those who grasp secret techniques are invariably the elite among professionals and the chosen demigods. Yet Xu Xiao was so monstrously talented. Having awakened as a demigod only recently, yet already possessing the crimson slash that even Lu Hai envies.
Damn it, what kind of being have we offended?
Lu Hai began to regret his decision, but with the arrow already on the string, he had no choice but to fire. He shouted at the other two. Kill him! Or we'll all die. The other two teachers exchanged bitter smiles, one of them suddenly flashing a cold, resolute glint in his eyes.
I'll hold him off. You two attack together.
Xu Xiao's lips curled into a merciless sneer.
Come on then. I was afraid you wouldn't show up. Some fool came to die. In truth, another half-second would have been enough to interrupt Crimson Slash. Xu Xiao wouldn't share that information with them. His eyes sharpened as he watched the 3 charging specters. His arms covered in purple insectoid armor, he swung his scythe-like blade, narrowing his eyes slightly. Then, the terror of death exploded at the center of Lu Hai's forehead. A faint crimson trail glowed on his neck.
His eyes were drawn to a breathtakingly crimson scene. In his final moment, Lu Hai saw Gao Jingqin cowering in the corner, stamping her delicate feet in regret.
Qin. Lu Hai's eyes bulged as a terrifying energy surged through his body, instantly inflating him into a 3-meter-wide balloon.
He could never return to his lover's embrace. He exploded on the spot. Blood and entrails splattered across the faces of the remaining 2. Though they were minor deities, they now dropped their weapons in utter bewilderment and fled for their lives toward the window. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. From the first Wang Ming to the other 3, Xu Xiao killed each bronze-tier peak opponent within less than 3 seconds. The 2 had not even a moment to consider resistance. They had completely forgotten that, though restricted, they were still lesser gods whose insight and experience far surpassed Xu Xiao's. Crimson hues drifted from behind them. Before they could even reach the window, their upper bodies parted from their lower halves. Exploding flesh and blood splattered across the entire balcony. In the moonlight, the scene was utterly unsettling. What a waste, 6 fine bodies. After retrieving the 6 men's equipment, Xu Xiao channeled a massive surge of soul energy into himself. His soul strength was greatly enhanced. His consciousness spread outward, perceiving everything around him with crystal clarity. Insect chirps, bird calls, even the whispered conversations of the young couple next door were audible. Within 100 meters, his divine sense could grasp everything. Overjoyed, he thought. It actually feeds back? Does this mean I've reached silver-grade soul power? Xu Xiao glanced down at the skill books in his hands: Shadow Dart, Instant Sword Technique, Shadow Step, along with the vast quantities of divine crystals and divine elixirs, murmuring to himself. Security in this rundown neighborhood is pathetic. Chapter 29, Intermediate Secret Realm Divine Tomb. Shadow Dart, Instant Sword Technique, and Shadow Step originated from Wang Ming's treasure bag. When Lu Hai and the others left, they only brought divine crystals and divine elixirs, no advanced skills. All harvests were swept into the divine realm, continuing to provide resources for its advancement. Xu Xiao dialed He Qingqing's number and briefly explained the situation. On the other end, He Qingqing paused for a moment before responding.
Alright, I'll come handle it immediately. Xu Xiao then called Su Muxue.
Their agents had also been killed and needed to be dealt with. After finishing, Xu Xiao sank back into his chair, still feeling the chill of fear.
Too dangerous.
From now on, I must avoid letting anyone guess when I'll ascend to the divine realm.
Accustomed to commanding swarms, Xu Xiao still lacked experience in one-on-one combat. Gao Zhangqin slipped away unnoticed.
Leaning against the wall as she entered the private Yunding villa she had purchased, her face still bore the shock of leaving Chu Xiao's neighborhood. 6 peak bronze tier warriors and bronze tier warriors possessing silver tier strength that had been lost like that. Beyond regret, terror dominated her thoughts.
This won't do. Silver rank, gold rank, demigods, anyone capable of action, I must recruit them all.
Until this boy is dead, my heart will find no peace.
Tap, tap.
Who's there? Gao Zhangqin whipped her head around to see a woman in a crimson evening gown striding toward her in sky-high stilettos.
The deep V neckline revealed her identity instantly.
You're...
Put.
Gao Zhangqin struggled to turn her head, only to see a familiar figure beside her holding a divine weapon, stabbing her clean through.
Why? Because you're utterly useless, you fool.
Not only did you fail to kill Chu Xiao, you exposed yourself. Blood stained Gao Zhangqin's teeth crimson. She never imagined she'd meet her end this way. Her husband's ability to reach this place spoke volumes.
Gao Zhangqin gave a bitter laugh. You knew all along?
Of course, you worthless. You've been cheating on me behind my back.
If you weren't still somewhat useful, I would have dealt with you long ago.
Gao Zhangqin's face paled. So she'd been nothing but a pawn all along. She screamed wildly.
Ha 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 ha. I'll be waiting for you to join me down here. And you think Xianzi is your son? No. He isn't. He's the bastard you had with Gao Yisheng. Wang Lang's cold smile sent shivers down Gao Zhangqin's spine. Did he know this too?
Wan Lang pulled the artifact from Gao Zhangqin's chest and whispered softly into her ear, Xianzi is my son.
Your bastard was swapped long ago.
Now, you shall bear the wrath for assassinating the son of the gods sent from the pantheon. You. Wang Chang kicked her flying, dragging her head to slam it violently against the wall. Bitch. Die. All these years, his pent-up rage had finally found release. If not for fearing the wrath of Gao Zhangqin's cousin, Gao Yi, he would have killed her long ago. Let's go, baby. Next, we need to deliver this sad news to my cousin.
The next day, at the crack of dawn,
Xu Xiao sat cross-legged, lifting his eyelashes. Leveraging the hundredfold acceleration effect of the Divine Realm domain, he successfully mastered Shadow Dart, Instant Sword Technique, and Shadow Step. Today, he and Su Muxue had agreed to cultivate in the Su family's quasi-secret realm. Most secret realms were formed from the divine kingdoms left behind by fallen powerhouses who had ignited divine flames. Quasi-secret realms, however, were divine kingdoms left by powerhouses of semi-divine status. Unlike full-fledged secret realms, they lacked complete ecological laws. Ordinary people couldn't stay within them for long periods, but they were perfectly suited for novices like Chu Xiao and his companions. Su Muxue sat in the latest Windrider car, while Aunt Zhu waved at Chu Xiao from the driver's seat. Chu Xiao occupied the back seat. Soon, the wheels came to a stop. Chu Xiao unlocked the Windrider door handle and stepped out.
Su Muxue exited from the other side.
Their arrival instantly drew the attention of the Su family members present, along with the younger generation from their affiliated clans who had come for the trial.
It's the young Mississippi. The young miss has come to the secret realm trial today too. My luck is too good. If I could be with the young miss, I'd gladly remain a bachelor for the rest of my life. Suck up, haven't you seen the person beside the young miss? Hostile stares fell upon Chu Xiao, the unwelcome presence beside Su Muxue. Seeing him arrive in the young miss's carriage sent jealousy seething through them. Su Muxue wore her hair in a high ponytail. Beneath her moon-white, form-fitting attire, her figure was slender and graceful, delicate enough to fit in the palm of one's hand. The boys who coveted her attention regarded Chu Xiao as their primary rival. Chu Xiao shot them a single, piercing glance. His gaze, sharp as a blade, froze the hostile boys in their tracks. One by one, they clutched their chests in agony, collapsing to their knees in anguish. His soul power, having reached the silver rank, enabled such feats. The crowd gasped in horror. Chu Xiao smiled faintly, addressing the stunned crowd, you really needn't be so hospitable. What era is this? Kneeling and bowing isn't exactly in vogue anymore. Clad in his Nightwalker-infused angelic battle armor, its dark patterns radiating a subdued divine light, and with 2 tang swords suspended at his waist, Chu Xiao stepped before the assembled Su family members and declared, Rise. Put. Su Muxue was amused by Chu Xiao's words. Her beautiful face flushed crimson, sunlight spilling across her snow-white neck. Her smile left many Su family members spellbound. Many were distant cousins of Su Muxue, dreaming that getting close to her would propel them to new heights. Su Muxue said indifferently, let's go inside. Hold on. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can enter the Su family's quasi-secret realm.
At that moment, a youth clad in navy blue training robes stepped forward from the crowd, addressing Chu Xiao with unmistakable brusqueness. His appearance sent ripples through the crowd like a pebble tossed into a lake, instantly stirring unease.
It's Su Yuan, the eldest lady's half-brother. Su Muxue was the daughter of the late matriarch of the Su family.
Su Yuan and his younger sister Su Qing were the second daughter of the second wife. They were known for constantly clashing with Su Muxue. Su Muxue's gaze swept indifferently over Su Yuan as she spoke coldly. Su Yuan, I have already obtained father's consent regarding this matter.
You should not make unreasonable demands. The one acting unreasonable is you.
Su Yuan's face twisted with scorn, the corners of his mouth curling upward. You actually defied the family's wishes and chose that so-called fire seat university. The Su family has decided to cut off all resources allocated to you as the eldest daughter. Of course, if you're willing to admit your mistake and repent, the family will revoke the punishment. Hearing Su Yuan's words, several Su family members preparing to enter the secret realm halted abruptly, turning to stare at him in astonishment.
Su Muxue sneered coldly. Does my father know about this?
Of course.
Without his approval, the family wouldn't have issued this punishment.
Therefore, not only Chu Xiao, but you too are disqualified from entering the quasi-secret realm.
Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief.
That the young miss would be barred from entry was utterly shocking.
Aunt Chu, call my father. I refuse to believe he'd do this.
Not far away, the purple-clad girl toyed with a hidden weapon between her fingers, sneering coldly, my dear sister, it won't matter who you call. Sure enough, after Aunt Ju delivered Su Muxue's father's ruthless words with a stiff expression, the ancestral jade pendant her mother's family had passed down, worn at her chest, trembled with her fury. Chu Xiao, I'm sorry, Su Muxue hadn't expected her stepfather to be so heartless. Fighting back tears, she apologized to Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao drew a gilded token from his robe, waved it before the girl, and smiled. It's fine. I was planning to invite you to train with me in the secret realm atop the mountain anyway. A wave of gasps rose from behind Chu Xiao, followed by incredulous exclamations.
Intermediate Secret Realm. Divine Tomb? Chapter 30, The Professional. An intermediate secret realm, a divine realm left behind after the fall of a mid-tier god. It was far more precious than the Su family's quasi-secret realm. Su Yuan never imagined his sister's lover possessed such formidable strength. The formation of a secret realm is no simple matter. Not every fall of a mid-tier god results in the creation of such a realm within their divine domain. On average, only one secret realm emerges for every 10,000 mid-tier gods. Its rarity is beyond imagination. Su Muxue could scarcely believe it.
Among the myriad intermediate-level secret realms, the Divine Tomb stands as one of the most formidable.
Chu Xiao, how did you qualify to enter the Divine Tomb? Is it that hard? Someone applied for me.
Huff. Su Yuan stared at the token in Chu Xiao's hand, his eyes bloodshot.
He knew all too well the value of the Divine Tomb. Rumor had it this secret realm offered low difficulty with high rewards.
It was a place where a certain powerful figure collected relics from fallen gods and demons, never open to the public. Su Yuan had once fantasized about gaining that powerful figure's favor one day, earning the privilege to enter.
Entering the Divine Tomb would mean effortlessly acquiring divine gear. Within the Divine Tomb lay various legacies.
If he were fortunate enough to be chosen, his path to igniting the divine flame would be smooth sailing.
Miss, could you take me along?
Yeah, I heard this token can bring 10 people.
Count me in, okay?
A crowd eagerly gathered around.
Su Yuan thought for a moment, then strode over and declared. Misunderstanding. All misunderstanding.
I was just testing my dear brother-in-law. Chu Xiao, the Divine Tomb may not be overly difficult, but it's far from safe. I don't feel comfortable letting you and Mu Shui go alone, so I'll join you.
The crowd fell silent, thumbs up raised in admiration for Su Yuan's shamelessness.
But in the divine path competition, shouldn't one seize every resource to grow stronger?
Su Yuan might be shameless, but no one found it unreasonable. Su Yuan looked expectantly at Chu Xiao. In fact, I'll even ask father to lift Mu Shui's punishment.
No need.
Chu Xiao, let's go.
Su Muxue didn't want to linger a moment longer. Su Yuan panicked, rushing forward to grab his sister.
His gaze suddenly met Chu Xiao's.
The icy chill emanating from those eyes, like the depths of an abyss, instantly froze him in his tracks.
He leapt backward in alarm.
Those eyes that had seen murder, seemed poised to strip him bare, bone by bone. The silver tier mental power radiating from Chu Xiao made Su Yuan, a mere bronze tier P cultivator, feel like a mouse facing a cat.
Damn it, it's just an intermediate secret realm. What's there to be so arrogant about? Mountain Summit Secret Realm.
Chu Xiao handed the gilded token to the two stone statues guarding the entrance. The stone statues, resembling living divine generals, flashed a hint of surprise in their eyes. After inspection, one statue pushed open the bronze stone door. Golden steps surged forth from the crevice of the stone door. Chu Xiao and Su Muxue entered one after the other, disappearing up the stairs.
Wait, I'm coming too.
Su Yuan, who had followed them, grew frantic upon witnessing the divine tomb open. Ignoring the two stone statues blocking his path, he charged forward.
If he could enter the divine tomb, a little humiliation was nothing.
Just as his fingers were about to touch the radiant glow of the secret realm, two stern voices boomed.
No token? Get back!
Su Yuan was forced back by the divine generals, slamming heavily into the cliff behind him.
Veins bulged on his temples. So close. Ha 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 ha. This young master is truly hilarious. No wonder he comes from a lowly background, he's got no shame left. Who says otherwise? Wasn't his mother the same?
Suing the Su family dry for resources.
Su Yuan stiffened, too enraged to speak.
As the eldest son of the Su family, he was not favored within his own household. The scorn he endured only deepened his hatred for Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao and Su Mushue appeared in the divine tomb, only to discover they weren't the sole trial participants.
Xiener. Su. Big shot. X5. Chu Xiao brought Su Mushue. Xiao Xiener led Zhang Cixi and the other 5 girls, accompanied by Chen Zihan, Yifan, and Yi Lingyan. The Fireseed University group was complete. Xiao Xiener teased, so, Su, you refused my offer to bring you to the secret realm just so you could go on a date with someone? No way.
Xiener, you never mentioned the secret realm was the divine tomb.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have missed this chance. Put. Even if I didn't bring you, someone else did, didn't they? Secret realm, divine tomb.
Upon learning his granddaughter had chosen Fireseed University on a whim, Xiao Xiener's grandfather promptly dispatched messengers bearing the divine tomb's token.
At their stage, no secret realm was more suitable than the divine tomb.
As one of the secret realms once reserved exclusively for Fireseed prodigies, Xiao Xiener's grandfather had applied for it multiple times. All had been denied until this time, when his granddaughter's enrollment at Fireseed University finally secured approval. The girls bickered and played around for a while before finally settling down. Chu Xiao and his companions pressed deeper into the secret realm, arriving at a village within its confines. Outside the village, towering tombstones bore the names of deities who had once shaken the world. Su, since you and Chu Xiao are new here, let me give you a rundown. Xiao Xiener pointed to the massive black tombstones outside the village.
Each tombstone represents a mighty deity once laid to rest here. Those near the village are all upper-tier deities. The further out you go, the more powerful the buried deities become. Among them lie archgods, god-kings, and even god-emperors. My Xiao family alone has 6 divine emperor-level beings buried here. Then surely my Su family has some as well? Su Mushue was stunned again and again. No wonder that big brother outside was so desperate to get in. Outsiders only knew that the god's tomb held countless opportunities, but they didn't realize it could even bury god-emperor-level powerhouses. Xiao Xiener blinked and turned to Chu Xiao. I brought your 5 little girlfriends in too. They're now familiarizing themselves with their acquired professional skills. You should also start considering which profession would be best for you. Chu Xiao's eyes lit up. For those of Xiao Xiener and Su Mushue's backgrounds, career paths were charted for them from an early age. Even if they couldn't ascend to godhood, they'd become formidable professionals, future demigods, or even gods. Chu Xiao exclaimed in delight, we can choose professions here? Of course. Actually, each of us has an initial profession, that of a gravekeeper. After completing basic grave tending tasks, you gain the opportunity to become a true gravekeeper. Beyond that, you can find your desired profession at the skill divine tree near the village entrance. I'm still considering whether to abandon my original profession and switch careers. Chu Xiao was astonished. This is the first time I've heard of being able to change a predetermined profession. Xiao Xiener smiled. Neither I nor the others knew before we entered. Chen Zihan and the others are also torn. Chen Zihan's grandfather, Chen Tianqing, was the commander of the Winter Snow Knight Order, a large knight order rivaling the Moon Knight Order. And even he coveted the divine tomb. That's why he ordered his grandson to enroll in Spark University. The value of the divine tomb was beyond imagination. Xiao Xiener continued her explanation. Chen Zihan has set his sights on the advanced class of the Holy Knight, the Divine Light Holy Knight. Yifan has his sights set on the advanced class of the Archmage, the Mana Mage. Lingyan has set her sights on the advanced class of the Two-Handed Swordsman, the Peerless Swordsman. I've set my sights on the advanced class of the Sage, the Earth Prophet. To change professions, one must complete a specific quest. Conversely, Chu Xiao, who possesses no class, can choose his profession immediately. Chu Xiao followed Xiao Xiener to the stone stele at the village entrance. Placing his hand against the densely inscribed surface, his consciousness sank into the stone. A massive fruit tree hung heavy with multicolored fruits. White, green, blue, orange, purple, red, gold. 7 grades of occupational fruits awaited the picking. The sacred tree provides scissors of corresponding colors based on the amount of divine nectar you contribute. All villagers use these scissors to obtain their professions. Communicate with the sacred tree to see a list of all professions before your eyes. White, 100,000 divine power. Green, 1 million divine power. Blue, 10 million divine power. Orange, 100 divine elixir. Purple, 1,000 divine elixir. Red, 10,000 divine elixir. Golden 100 divine crystals. At that moment, only one thought filled Xu Zhao's mind, holy. 100 divine crystals. He had possessed them once. Divine power was manageable. He could convert divine elixir, but divine crystals were hard to come by. Even the top scorer in the college entrance exam only received 10. He had plundered another 95 divine crystals from the 5 lesser gods under Lu Hai. Had he not used them to upgrade his divine realm, he could have chosen a golden profession? Fortunately, the Divine Tomb Village offered various quests. Completing these quests could earn contribution points, which could offset the cost. Chapter 31, Golden Profession. Clink, clink, clink. Stab, quench. Xu Zhao, bare-chested, swung a large hammer in his hand, striking a circular curved surface as he crafted armor. 1 month in the secret realm equaled only 1 day outside. The divine realm had ascended to intermediate divine realm status. Within the divine realm, magic essence concentration surged dramatically, capable of sustaining more powerful beings. Without sufficient magical essence concentration, Xu Zhao's insect swarm would gradually degenerate over time, unable to sustain the entire bronze tier. Following the upgrade, the conversion rate of divine power into divine essence accelerated further. Simultaneously, by utilizing the art of refining, he could convert divine essence into divine crystals. Over the past month, Cici and Tiao Tiao, serving as Xu Zhao's right-hand assistants, have been helping with the forging. Great God, I'm here to collect the reserved Whisperer set. Zhang Cici led 4 girls into the blacksmith's shop. All 5 girls now sported new appearances, clad in sets crafted by Xu Zhao. At their waists hung their respective weapons, a one-handed longsword, a 9-section whip, a rune card, a holy light staff, and a magic tome. Zhang Cici and her 4 companions had secured sufficient resources early on to advance to purple tier professions. Zhang Cici, Paladin. Zhang Xiaoxiao, Druid. Zhang Tianxin, Rune Mage. Xin Shuqi, the Holy Maiden. Li Xinwan, Summoner. Master, here you go. These are the resources we gathered from hunting this month. See how much divine elixir they can be exchanged for? Well, this is quite good. The quality should cover 9 drops. From hunting black iron monsters at the start to bronze monsters now, the 5 girls' strength had grown rapidly. Together, even Xu Zhao himself would have to be cautious against them without unleashing his insect swarm. Master, do you still need more divine crystals? Not quite yet, but almost. I'll have enough soon. Zhang Cici said gratefully, then we'll help too. We need to get you your profession quickly. Their recent rapid advancement owed much to the divine elixir sponsored by Xu Zhao. Obtaining a profession wasn't straightforward. The prevailing method was the master-apprentice system. This system required resources to maintain the relationship. Given their privileged status at home and affluent lifestyles, they couldn't afford to gamble away a small fortune's worth of divine elixir for a chance at an orange tier profession. I'll help too. If it weren't for the master, landing a blue combat class would be a miracle. Count me in. +1. +1. Thank you all. For the past month, Xu Zhao's forging chamber had burned with unceasing light. With Cici and Tiao Tiao working alongside him, they'd finally earned enough contribution points to offset the divine crystals. Another 100 sets of armor would suffice. Another month passed within the divine tomb. Xu Zhao submitted the final set of armor. Phew, Cici and Tiao Tiao are finally done. Time to rest. Master, I want steak. Me too. I'm exhausted. I deserve compensation. Xu Zhao smiled as he ruffled the 2 little ones' heads. Alright, whatever you want, I'll make it happen. After 2 months of relentless effort, Xu Zhao had finally gathered 75 divine crystals and accumulated enough contribution points to offset 25 of them. Xu Zhao opened the door to find Su Muxue, Xiao Xianer, and the others waiting outside. Even Chen Zihan and Yi Fan, who were rarely seen, stood nearby. Xiao Xianer couldn't help but advise, Xu Zhao, haven't you chosen a profession yet? Why not give up the golden profession? A red one wouldn't be bad either. Golden professions demanded too much. Even if you somehow gathered the resources, late-game cultivation would still be a major hurdle. Chen Zihan's Divine Light Paladin, Yi Fan's Mana Mage, Yi Lingyan's Peerless Swordsman, Xiao Xianer's Earth Prophet, and Su Mushua's Blizzard Sword Maiden all were red professions. Xianer, leave him be. The Death Grey War is about to begin. Even if he got a golden class now, Xu Zhao wouldn't have time to practice his skills. He's chosen to wallow in self-destruction. Your only opponent is me. Chen Zihan unleashed intense battle intent toward Xiao Xianer. While Xu Zhao wasted 2 months, they honed their skills for 2 months. Their power gap had widened irrevocably. The Xu Zhao who once held the upper hand was now a thing of the past. Oomph, he's quite confident. Xu Zhao smiled as he observed the supremely confident Chen Zihan, fully understanding his arrogance. Judging by the transformation of the 5 golden flowers, Chen Zihan, who was already formidable to begin with, must have reached an entirely new level now. When Xu Zhao's gaze met his, Chen Zihan felt an inexplicable flutter of unease. How could this be? I'm already very close to silver rank now. Xu Zhao, don't pay him any mind. Chen Zihan talks big, but he's actually a decent guy. Yeah. We're classmates now.
We'll fight the 10 greats and the abyss together. The moment they entered the divine tomb, the cultivation program of Fireseed University had already commenced. Every university possessed similar secret realms. 1 month outside equates to varying durations inside. But there's one universal rule: those who fail to break through the golden realm will be eliminated. Seed University added one more trial beyond the 10 greats. The Death Grey Battle. Ignoring Chen Zihan, Chu Xiao declared, "Allow me to secure my profession first." "You mean you're done?" Xiao Xianer stood at the doorway, her expression a mix of surprise and doubt. The other girls swarmed around him, tugging at Chu Xiao's arm toward the village entrance. Come on. We want to see what class the master can get to." Chen Zihan and Yifan followed with indifferent expressions, striding after them. Communicating with the divine tree once more, its trunk trembled, and its lush branches rustled softly. "Hello there." The divine tree was delighted, stretching its branches like a child and revealing the golden fruits it had long prepared. Chu Xiao exchanged his divine crystals and contributions, receiving a brocade box in return. Opening it, he found a pair of gleaming golden scissors resting inside. He stepped closer to the sacred tree. The divine tree proactively lowered the branch bearing the golden fruit. "Thanks a bunch." With a sharp snip, he plucked a cool, heavy fruit. Chu Xiao bit into the golden, juicy fruit, and an instant beam of light shot skyward from his body. It really is a golden profession. Chu Xiao succeeded. Chen Zihan's eyes twitched, a pang of envy stinging him. The thought of the immense divine power expenditure required afterward eased his discomfort slightly. Golden Void Shadow Sting. Name, Chu Xiao. Level, Demigod. Markings, Undying Body Divine Form, Icy Breath Prickly, Undead Summoning Jumping. Class, Void Shadow Stinger. Class Level, Bronze Tier 3. Class Skills, Void Mark, Void Blade, Void Flash, Secret Technique Scarlet Slash. Divine Body, Undying Copper Skin. Divine Power, Infinite. Divine Fluid, 36. Divine Crystal, 1. Divine Arts, Super Speed, Steel Body, Self-Healing. Supreme Divine Arts Alchemy, Inscription, Barrier, Purification, Dispersal, Artifact Forging, Mind Focus. Talent, Time Differential. Time flows 100 times faster within the divine realm than in the outside world. Faith Power, Infinite. Vassals, Xenomorphs. Insectoid Structures, Hive Unique, Blood Pool Tier 2, Spine Lair Tier 2, Roachness Tier 2. Swarm 40,000 80,000, Bronze Roach 20,000, Bronze Baneling 15,000, Bronze Hydralisk 5,000, Bronze Zergling 40,000. Primal Essence, 155,497 used to upgrade units. Chu Xiao opened his eyes as a group of people rushed over anxiously. What is it? Seems pretty powerful. Chu Xiao smiled as he revealed his class. When he had studied the 3 skill books left behind by Wang Ming earlier, it seemed he had been classified as an assassin class. The advanced class of the assassin. The Void Shadowstalker enhanced the original 3 skills into void attributed abilities. This saved Chu Xiao the time of familiarization. Dong. The ominous tolling of the bell sent shivers down everyone's spine. The Death Grey Battle begins. Chapter 32, Grey Space. A hazy, gray space. Chu Xiao and the Fireseed University group materialized at the city gates. The Grey World was unsettling, but more importantly, this ruined city would serve as their fortress against the Abyss clan. It's too dilapidated. I scouted it. Only 60% of the city walls remain intact. The southern wall is nearly completely shattered, offering no defensive value whatsoever. Zhang Xiaoxiao, a druid, commanded an eagle to survey the entire city from above. Chen Zihan suggested, "I think we need to designate a leader for this mission and assign tasks." The city's ruin was plain for all to see, its air thick with decay that threatened to seep into their divine domains. Left unchecked, the entire divine realm would crumble. After summoning 100 paladins, Chen Zihan immediately severed his connection to the divine realm, his expression grave. The others felt the same. They all knew the brutality of the Death Grey War, but never imagined it would start at hell-level difficulty. The city gates cracked, groaning under the strain. Without the divine power from the realm, they couldn't hold out much longer. I agree too. I'm voting for the Great God. I'm also voting for the Great God. Chen Zihan's face twitched. Suddenly feeling like he'd shot himself in the foot, half the people here were Chu Xiao's people. What's more, he and Yifan weren't united either. A democratic vote was utterly hopeless. Poof. A bad leader drags down the whole team. The captain's choice affects everyone's lives. I think we should pick the strongest. Yifan remained silent, his expression conveying the same sentiment. The air instantly grew still as the group turned their gaze toward Chu Xiao, waiting for his opinion. Sure. I think that's a great idea. What? Chen Zihan was startled. He hadn't expected Chu Xiao to agree so readily, assuming the man would use his popular support to oppose him. This was absolutely brilliant. Didn't you say it yourself? The captain should be the strongest. I agree. But let's be clear, whoever loses must accept it. If you still refuse to acknowledge me after I become captain, I won't hold back. Chen Zihan retorted haughtily, "Humph, as if you're already the captain. Rest assured, if you beat me, I'll follow your every command. Let's get this over with." "You two together?" Xu Xiao beckoned to Chen Zihan and Yi Fan with a flick of his finger. The air between them seemed to freeze over. Fine. Since you asked for it, how could we refuse? Yi Fan, let's deal with this arrogant jerk first, then we'll settle our score." Chen Zihan was furious. "Do you really think you're still that top-scoring college entrance exam student?" He knew Chu Xiao's insect swarm was extraordinary, but within the gray space, the swarm couldn't connect to the divine realm. Its numerical advantage was useless here. 9 worker bees followed Chu Xiao. The moment he arrived here, they had immediately gone off to find suitable locations to hatch blood pools, viper dens, and cockroach nests. Cici and Tiao Tiao stood guard nearby, itching to join the fray. "Wait a minute. What is it?" Chu Xiao raised his eyes in confusion, following Chen Zihan's gaze to the 2 fierce little girls' faces. He couldn't help but smile. "They won't be joining the fight. It's just the 3 of us." Who said that? "They could join if they want. I just wanted to confirm if my familiars could participate." If Chu Xiao sent his vassals into battle while Chen Zihan stayed behind, that wouldn't be courage, it would be foolishness. Involving the vassals in combat meant unpredictable losses, and Chu Xiao didn't want to deplete either side's fighting strength so recklessly. Especially Chen Zihan's paladins, losing even one would be nearly impossible to replace. Yi Fan's situation was similar. His vassals comprised a human army, a cavalry unit of 500 men. They needed to be kept for defending the city. Sumu Xue and the others stepped aside, clearing space for the battle. Chen Zihan's successful transformation into a divine light paladin radiated brilliant golden light from his armor. The heavy plate offered formidable defense, making him both a formidable attacker and defender. No wonder he was so confident. With this new gear, he could breeze through the nightmare tier goblin lair and even felt confident tackling a hell tier dungeon. "How arrogant, child. Did you truly believe I'd stood still?" Xu Xiao shifted his gaze to the other figure, the mana mage. Purple lightning swirled around Yi Fan, a sign of abundant mana and formidable power. The air itself warped slightly under the pressure of his overwhelming energy. Each of his spells now carried several times the power of before. Both combatants approached silver rank strength, their presence thickening the air with palpable tension. Such a combination would be a nightmare for anyone ordinary. Xu Xiao's gaze remained utterly unflinching. Only by facing such formidable foes could one truly demonstrate one's own strength. Both sides were ready. Within the gray haze, the 3 stood locked in a triangular standoff. Xu Xiao's form suddenly blurred and vanished as he activated his class skill, Void Flash. In the blink of an eye, he materialized behind Yi Fan. Yi Fan was utterly shocked. Could Xu Xiao's golden class skill be this powerful? But he had already deployed a magical defensive shield around himself. 3 layers. Clang! 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 To everyone's surprise, the shield Yi Fan had constructed with his bronze tier, 8th rank power shattered instantly under Chu Xiao's strike. A figure flashed past. Yi Fan touched his neck, revealing a fresh blood trail. Instant kill. Yi Fan's expression darkened considerably. Even as a mage who shouldn't have engaged Chu Xiao in close combat, he shouldn't have lost so humiliatingly, right? Chen Zihan's terrified expression was hidden beneath his armor. Peering through his helmet, he realized he'd lost sight of Chu Xiao entirely. Chu Xiao's ability to vanish on the spot sent a jolt of terror through his heart. This was utterly unreasonable. Their rank was significantly higher than Chu Xiao's. Could the gap between them really be this vast just because of a golden class? For the first time, Chen Zihan regretted his choice. Perhaps he should have held out a little longer. Jiang Cici and the others felt their hearts pounding wildly. He was too strong. The legend truly lived up to his name. From Jiang Cici's solitary obsession as a fan at the start, to the entire 5-member group now utterly captivated by Chu Xiao's power. Jiang Cici's beautiful eyes sparkled as she declared, "I hereby announce the official formation of the God's Support Group." Chen Zihan scrambled to move faster, but Chu Xiao's blade was quicker still. His figure appeared behind Chen Zihan. His blade pressed against Chen Zihan's throat. "Enough, right? I know you all have trump cards. This is just a sparring match, no need to risk your lives, is there?" Chen Zihan fell silent. Chu Xiao had already demonstrated his strength. Indeed, he was stronger than himself. "Captain." Chen Zihan felt completely deflated, losing all interest in continuing the fight. As Chu Xiao had said, if everyone played their trump cards, it would become a life or death battle, and that was unnecessary. Chen Zihan conceded defeat, and none of the others seemed intent on challenging for the captaincy. Chu Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Chen Zihan and Yi Fan, guard the north gate. Sumu Xue, Xiao Xiener, Yi Lingyan, the 3 of you guard the west gate. Jiang Cici, you 5 take the east gate. The south gate is mine. As Chu Xiao issued the orders, the Death Grey War officially commenced. Spectators from the Abyss and the Divine Race entered the arena. Chapter 33, Wave of Despair. After a century's hiatus, the Death Grey War reignited.
This conflict became the talk of the town among humanity. Everyone prepared popcorn, ready to watch the drama unfold. Many had already forgotten the catastrophe of the Grey Zone. Enjoy this show. A century ago, the Abyss unleashed the Grey Zone upon the Great Xia. All were horrified to discover the divine realm invaded by the Abyss's aura, faith shattered, the divine realm broken. Only after 10 divine kings intervened and cast the banishment divine art did it retreat from Great Xia. Since then, expeditions have been sent periodically to purge the abyssal monsters, preventing the gathering of abyssal energy within the Grey Zone. Xu Xiao and his team were stationed in the first layer of the Grey Zone, where the maximum strength of monsters was bronze tier. Xu Xiao, Chen Zihan, Su Muxue, and Zhang Sisi each took charge of defending one of the 4 sides of the desolate city. An angel and a demon descended upon the enemy and ally sides respectively, serving as overseers. The Abyssal Lord, corrupted by evil, presided over the edge of the abyss. The divine faction dispatched the angel from the 99th heavenly palace, once more the sacred Kaisa. Both sides projected their divine senses onto the battlefield. Before the damaged southern city walls, Xu Xiao's forces had dug 3 massive trenches. 15,000 stinger snakes guarded within, forming 3 defensive lines. Flanking them were 25,000 mixed forces of jump bugs, blast bugs, and cockroaches. It begins. It begins. The Death Grey War officially commenced. Angels and demons overhead served as broadcasters, transmitting the battle's progress far and wide. Neither the divine nor demonic factions made any attempt to conceal their actions. The Wang family. Principal Gao Yi and other school leaders and teachers, invited by Wang Lang, gathered at the Wang family's villa to watch the battle unfold. Wang Lang feigned grief as he addressed Gao Yi. Cousin, Zhang Qin died so tragically. You must avenge Xiangzi and Zhang Qin. Gao Yi shot Wang Lang a withering glance, inwardly despising him 1,000 times over. Did he really think Gao Yi didn't know the truth? But he didn't care. Besides their small group, Wang Lang had arranged for a group of beautiful divine attendants to serve him. It was certainly a pity he could no longer make love to his dear cousin, but the murder of his son demanded vengeance. Rest assured, I've already made arrangements. I too was a divine son who participated in the Death Grey War back then. Even if I abandon this identity, I still have ways to eliminate him. What's your brilliant plan, cousin? Wang Lang's acting was mediocre, but he was certain Gao Yi didn't know that Wang Chang had been replaced by his own biological son. He intended to set him up. Killing Xu Xiao would be ideal, but even if he couldn't, the old man would still be dragged down. It's a secret. At that moment, Wang Lang gave a meaningful glance to the divine attendant. She immediately collapsed into Gao Yi's arms, pounding his chest with her little fists. Good brother, good daddy, I want to hear it too. Why not share some amusing stories from back then? Gao Yi shot Wang Lang a glance. He didn't mind if his past embarrassments came to light. After all, everyone involved was already dead. Alright then, I'll tell you all about it. Beneath the ruins of the city, there was a passage leading to the outside world. Back then, we used this secret passage to sneak out of the city and launch repeated ambushes against the abyssal races. Outside the wasteland city, the abyssal races' mist spread. Countless monsters lurked within the abyssal fissures, their bulbous eyes flickering like lanterns as they stood ready for battle. When the mist reached the city's outskirts, Xu Xiao and the others could see it. Their expressions immediately turned grave. That damn ability again. Exactly. Ever since the Abyss clan discovered how useful the mist ability is, every single Abyss monster has mastered it. Damn it. In this gray space, our divine power can't be replenished. Does the Abyss clan intend to wear them down until they die? Inside the livestream, everyone was cursing the Abyss. You just figured that out? You just figured that out? +1 inch. You just figured that out? +2 inch. Xu Xiao withdrew his gaze. He knew the Abyss clan's tricks well. Their mist divine art couldn't be countered by simple dispelling spells. Small-scale dispelling spells proved ineffective, while large-scale, sustained dispelling spells consumed too much divine power. Either approach was disadvantageous for demigods like them. The ground trembled. In the wilderness forest, 2 skeletal figures with astonishingly intricate bones pulled their swords from a venomous snake. Shaking off the dark green insect blood, they vanished without a glance back, their forms disappearing into the teleportation array beneath their feet. Deep within the forest, a skeleton mage summoned his skeleton warriors. The staff pointed toward the base of a large tree. The skeleton warrior instantly understood, dashing behind the venomous snake and thrusting his sword through it before it could react. Xu Xiao frowned. Within the hive mind's connection, many more venomous snakes were missing. Targeted elimination. The Abyss's reaction speed was astonishingly fast. Given the current situation, the Abyss had undoubtedly discovered the sting snake's stealth capabilities and dispatched a specialized anti-stealth species to eliminate their spies. Xu Xiao had anticipated the stinger's abilities being exposed, but never imagined it would happen so swiftly. After the outer perimeter's spiked snakes were eliminated, a vast horde of abyssal skeletons, fiends, goblins, and blood wolves crawled out of the fissure. Under cover of the fog, they advanced toward the desolate city. The human side grew anxious. The Angels livestream dispelled the fog, revealing footage of the Abyss deploying elite warriors to exterminate Chu Xiao's alien insects. Some finally understood how Chu Xiao had located the Minotaur tribe's crystal during his first battle against the Abyss. The Abyss reacts so fast. After just one battle, they figured out Chu Xiao's snake sting stealth ability and used skeleton mages to take out his vision. Does Chu Xiao even know how to dispel divine spells? Even if he could, it wouldn't matter. Casting a dispel spell over such a vast area would drain all his divine power. Exactly. Countless prodigies have been dragged to their deaths by this blatant strategy. Once divine power is depleted and divine spells can't be cast, they stand no chance against the Abyss clan, who can unleash their divine abilities at will. Wang Lang and Zhang Huizhu exchanged smug glances before bowing to Gaoi. Cousin, you're truly formidable. You instantly discerned Chu Xiao's abilities and relayed them to the Abyss clan. Gao Yi's expression darkened as he cut them off. Watch your words. I have no ties to the Abyss. Right. Let's drink. Keep the music playing, keep the dance going. All eyes waited for the first wave of impact. Boom! 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 The Abyss army finally reached Chu Xiao's first defensive line. Cheap skeleton warriors charged forward first, deliberately targeting the explosive insects within the swarm. Detonating them. Excellent! Excellent! The Abyss Lord slapped his thigh and roared with delight. The vast, dark mass of the Abyssal Legion instantly overwhelmed Chu Xiao's first line of defense. The 5,000 spiked snakes on the line offered a brief resistance before being utterly torn apart by the skeleton warriors, ghouls, goblins, and blood wolves. The first line of defense proved utterly useless. An overwhelming number of enemies appeared on the horizon, filling the air with despair. A thick, dark mist filled the sky, heavy clouds bearing down with oppressive force. Chapter 34, The Fierce Opening Battle. So fast. Chu Xiao hadn't anticipated the Abyss clan's combat prowess being this formidable this time. Far exceeding expectations. No wonder people feared Fireseed University and dreaded the Death Grey War. Without a constant supply of divine power, demigods faced a high probability of death. The Abyss launched a massive assault. Cheap skeletons spotted the swarm and targeted the self-detonating bomb bugs, trading one for one. Goblins mounted on blood wolves and wraith riders charged at blinding speed, their charge combat skills exceeding Wang Chang's by more than threefold. Among goblins, the Abyssal clans are the elite. Faced with the Abyss's swift and fierce assault, a single word immediately came to Chu Xiao's mind. Blitzkrieg. The shattered city walls wailed mournfully. Chu Xiao glanced at the rapidly dwindling lives on the battlefield and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Looks like the first wave is going to be a brutal fight. The Abyss's elite forces had yet to make their move. As the vanguard, a pack of bronze-ranked goblin knights charged with savage grins. Their mounts were the blood wolves, of fearsome breed renowned in the Abyss, their claws tearing swiftly across the scorched earth. Gurgle gurgle charge. Goo goo gee, their only black iron tier. Slaughter them. The goblin cavalry were well equipped, their armor reflecting the swarming insect horde charging toward them, looking down on the insectoid race that occupied the lowest rung of the Abyss's hierarchy. Until they recognized Chu Xiao, a different kind of insectoid, distinct from the rest. Suddenly, the jumpling's body flared with green and blue runes. Boom! A jumpling vanguard leapt from its spot, instantly covering 50 paces and darting overhead. What? The goblin knight commander, seated atop his bloodwolf, jolted upright. The black iron-grade jumping bug's leaping speed far exceeded expectations, each creature pulsing with the glow of magic. Magic energy coiled around the jumping beetles. Just as bronze-grade warriors bound magic to their armor and weapons to enhance their power. The commander's smile froze instantly. Bronze-grade! A gasp echoed through the livestream chat. Instantly, they witnessed every jumping bug fortifying its body with magic, arming their already razor-sharp scythe like forelimbs to the teeth. Thud! 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 Goblin cavalrymen screamed in agony as they collapsed to the ground. The blood wolf rolled over to bite the jumping beetle, its gaping maw clamping down on the creature's body only to be sliced into pieces by another beetle attacking from behind. Caught completely off guard, the goblin cavalry tumbled one by one from the blood wolves' backs, needing a gruesome end. Damn, the swarm is too strong. Cheers erupted from the human side, with praise flooding the chat. Holy, that's extravagant, they actually engraved inscriptions on every single broodling to enhance their bodies. What the hell am I seeing? These bugs are way stronger than the Abyss grunts. Who dares say the Exos are low tier now? Chu Xiao, backed by his 40,000 strong swarm, clashed head-on with the Abyss foes, a sight that was utterly thrilling to behold. Human demigods held an absolute disadvantage when battling within the gray space. This explains why most deities avoid direct Abyss offensives, instead constructing fortresses, strongholds, and cities across adjacent plains to mount layered defenses. Only a handful of exceptionally powerful deities could achieve victory by entering the Abyss to fight on enemy territory. While the Abyss forces could retreat if overwhelmed, deities venturing in were essentially digging their own graves. The swarm of 40,000 insects was gradually dwindling. Chu Xiao's blood pools, viper dens, and cockroach nests had yet to complete their incubation. Now he too understood the agony of watching his forces dwindle with every skirmish. The abyss was fundamentally different from his divine realm.
The incubation of alien insect structures not only lacked the natural time differential advantage but was actively repelled by it.
3 of the 9 worker drones perished instantly, unable to withstand the abyss's aura. Big shot, how's your end holding up? Need backup?
Zhang Cici and 4 girls held the eastern gate, which remained intact and still bore the protective formations laid down by their predecessors. Once activated, it only required a steady infusion of divine power or the consumption of divine essence to hold. This allowed them the capacity to check on Xu Xiao.
I'm fine. Keep the eastern gate's formation intact. Don't let it fall. Zhang Cici nodded solemnly.
Only upon arriving at the east gate did they realize how considerate Xu Xiao had been when assigning tasks. The thoughtful provision of 5 bottles of divine essence, each containing 10 drops, would sustain them for a long time.
Facing the abyssal hordes, the 5 girls couldn't break through.
They could only rely on the formation to defend the city gate. Outside, a dark, endless mass stretched as far as the eye could see. If they couldn't eliminate the threat, falling was only a matter of time. At the west gate, Xiao Xianer pointed her staff outward. Earth spikes erupted from the ground, impaling countless abyssal creatures.
Phew, I need a break. Su, you take over guard duty.
Su Mushiue took the defensive array disc from Xiao Xianer and began maintaining the barrier. Su Mushiue was drenched in sweat, while Xiao Xianer beside her was also panting heavily.
The 2 of them periodically attempted counterattacks, slaying the abyssal creatures outside with decent results.
The cost, however, was a massive drain on their divine power. Coming from prestigious families, both Su Mushiue and Xiao Xianer possessed items like divine elixirs that could restore divine power. During one's rest period, the other would take over, ensuring the eastern gate remained impregnable. Su Mushiue cast a worried glance toward the south gate, where the commotion was most intense. Yet this turmoil was forged with flesh and blood. It was a grim sight and a dangerous one.
I wonder how things are going with Xu Xiao. Don't worry, he'll be fine. What concerns me now is Shiman, can those 5 female classmates hold out? Xiao Xianer stood up. The fact that they hadn't received Zhang Cici's distress signal meant things were still manageable for now.
But after all, they were of ordinary backgrounds, and the treasures they carried couldn't compare to theirs. Yi Lingyan approached from a distance and informed them, I just checked they're holding their ground defensively without engaging.
The situation isn't critical for now.
Besides, compared to the main force Xu Xiao encountered, the ones here are merely harassment units.
True.
The southern city wall is shattered, leaving no intact defensive formations. Xu Xiao has no choice but to endure the onslaught. The 3 women desperately wanted to send reinforcements, but leaving even one behind would weaken the defensive barrier.
The Abyss clans seized this opportunity.
They launched a fierce assault, trapping the 3 women in place.
Steel yourselves. They're coming again.
Hearing this, Su Mushiue and Xiao Xianer approached the ramparts, their gazes hardening as they surveyed the endless tide of skeletal hordes below. The 3 of them could take turns resting, but Xu Xiao was alone.
Another hour passed. The desolate city still held firm, its defenders having repelled over a dozen assaults from the ramparts.
Some began to notice that these students, fresh from the Divine Realm selection, were different. Not only were they all practitioners, but they had grown immensely powerful, shedding their former inexperience.
Pop. Pop. Within the ruins of the desolate city, 6 unnoticed structures shed their outer membranes and successfully transformed.
Xu Xiao, Tiao Tiao, and Cici led their forces into battle. Suddenly, a look of profound relief washed over Xu Xiao's face. After waiting so long, he had finally seen it through.
Chapter 35, Secret Passage Ambush. Hordes of insects crawled out from 3 nests, replenishing their losses.
In the gray space, worker drones incubated insectoid structures at a slow pace.
To prevent accidents, Xu Xiao had not activated all the nests to produce alien insects.
The inactive structures remained silent, indistinguishable from the surrounding ruins and thus undetectable. The enemy had already attempted to destroy the blood pool to halt Xu Xiao's army production. He habitually held back a reserve. The Abyss faction, who had believed victory was assured, were enraged by the sudden appearance of the Zerg.
Damn it! Where did this swarm come from? Didn't we already seal off these demigods' divine power sources? Doesn't he fear being assimilated by the Abyss and becoming a fallen god? The newly spawned alien insects were still only bronze tier in strength, which was devastating news for the Abyss faction. The Abyss's vast numbers were rendered useless against the swarm. Bronze tier alien insects faced the Abyss army not without resistance, but on a 1-for-1 basis. Even the Viper units, previously slaughtered in the Blitzkrieg, took down numerous Abyss troops before perishing. To achieve rapid penetration, the Abyss had assembled massive Type A legions for a Blitzkrieg, aiming to annihilate the wasteland city within 3 minutes. Little did they expect to encounter the anomaly that was Xu Xiao. If the battle continued, their Alpha Core would be annihilated, leaving only the weaker Beta Core which stood no chance against Xu Xiao. In the livestream chat, witnessing Xu Xiao once again leverage his swarm advantage, viewers grew exhilarated. Brilliant! I knew the first defense line was too easy to breach, it was a decoy.
Lure them in first, then strike. That was precisely Chu Xiao's plan. A portion of the spine snakes and cockroaches burst forth from the ground, blocking the recklessly advancing abyss forces. Goblin cavalry and fiend cavalry tried to retreat, only to find spine crawlers arching their backs and firing spine needles from behind. Flies and cockroaches swarmed from both sides, joining the assault.
Instant kill. Brilliant. That's exactly how you beat a dog when it's down. Chu Xiao, you've really made us proud. Some observant souls noticed the inscriptions etched into the alien insects' bodies. Speed, steel body, and self-heal. Thanks to the magic of inscription, the effects surpassed even divine spells. A chorus of astonished gasps filled the air. Though the alien insect's status among creatures was still lowly, they now rivaled goblins. The fact that some individuals could even go toe-to-toe with a big goblin was downright terrifying. Elevating one's status is no simple feat. The Lord of the Abyss narrowed his eyes. This Chu Xiao is far too dangerous. The moment murderous intent flickered in his mind, he found himself locked in the terrifying divine perception of the being opposite him. The beautiful goddess clad in angelic battle armor now radiated pure, unadulterated killing intent. The Lord of the Abyss finally turned his gaze toward Chu Xiao with regret, daring to do nothing. The shattered city walls ran red with blood. The bloodstains of both sides had barely dried before being soaked anew. Chu Xiao and the abyssal forces before him clashed fiercely around the three defensive lines and the crumbling walls. The insect swarm fought valiantly, holding back the advancing abyss forces at the south gate. At the north gate, Chen Zihan repelled a small wave of undead soldiers that had slipped through. Hearing the deafening battle cries from the south gate, he couldn't help but startle. He turned to Yi Fan, who was charging back, and asked solemnly, "Yi Fan, if you were assigned to defend the south gate, could you hold it?" Yi Fan sat astride his warhorse, gripping the reins tightly as he gazed at the dense, dark mass of enemy forces at the southern gate. He gave a wry, helpless smile. "We can only hold our ground because we have the relatively intact city walls to rely on. If it were like the situation at the southern gate, I wouldn't be confident." Though they still grumbled about Chu Xiao outwardly, deep down they fully acknowledged his superiority. The south gate had completely collapsed, leaving no walls to rely on for defense. Chen Zihan felt equally hopeless. "Me too." The two proud prodigies wore solemn expressions. They prided themselves as geniuses, yet none could match Chu Xiao's feat of single-handedly holding a city. Chen Zihan and Yi Fan retreated back into the city together, heads bowed in rare deference. In their hearts, they wondered what surprises Chu Xiao could possibly bring them now. While all eyes were fixed on the battle at the city gates, an elite force from the abyss advanced underground. A goblin warrior, a lich, a devil, and a three-eyed blood demon wolf led the troops, dodging the swarm of insects above ground as they charged directly toward the desolate city. The lich held a compass in his hands, its needle spinning ceaselessly. "I ask you, do you truly believe human intelligence? We've been wandering these underground passages all day. Surely what awaits us isn't a human trap?" The goblin warrior didn't trust human lies one bit. In his view, human nonsense was just like the devil beside him, not a single word could be trusted. Sometimes, humans were even more terrifying than demons. After all, demons never break their pacts. Humans are certainly untrustworthy. But you must believe they are a race obsessed with infighting. When it comes to harming their own kind, they spare no effort. The devil beside him nodded vigorously, fully agreeing with the lich. "Rest assured, I still hold the devil's contract. This human betrayed his own comrades 100 years ago. It was he who led our ancestors deep into the city back then, slaying the prodigy of that era." The blood demon wolf beside him declared proudly, "That's right. The soul of that prodigy is still imprisoned by our blood demon wolf clan, humiliated daily. Those useless fools in the divine realm are furious." All right. Then hurry up. My great blade is already itching for blood." "Found him." Immediately, the lich exclaimed with delight, then addressed his three companions. "I'll notify the idiots above to launch a full-scale assault immediately. The blood pool's location is protected by a powerful barrier, there are no pushovers. If we can lure them away from their stronghold, that would be ideal." On the ground. After guarding the south gate for half a day, Chu Xiao finally spotted the enemy commander. 3 one-eyed trolls, 2 ogres, and 5 big brutes. When the trolls, ogres, and big brutes appeared, Chu Xiao, who was holding an inscribed wall tile to repair the ramparts, exclaimed, "Brilliant!" He embedded the brick into the wall. Combining barrier magic with inscription magic, he restored the missing corner of the southern wall's formation. A radiance of water and wood rose up. Now is the time to counterattack. Jumpy and Prickly, each accompanied by a pair of lightning-fast jumping beasts, burst out of the mist. Wherever they went, the mist automatically parted. Retaliation is only fair. Passively enduring attacks was not Chu Xiao's style. The Abyss clan launched a fierce assault. Chu Xiao hadn't seen their commander before and didn't know what they were plotting together. Now that they had emerged, he could finally engage them in battle. His greatsword was thirsty for blood. Blood pools, Viper's Lair, and Cockroach Nest ramped up production. Su Muxue, Zhang Sisi, and the others were startled by the water curtain of light rising at the south gate.
They were even more astonished to see Tiao Tiao and CICI leading troops in a counterattack. Xu Xiao had mastered 5 supreme divine arts during the college entrance exams, and now he was putting them to use. Xu Xiao's strength far surpassed theirs. Even if Su Mushui intervened, she wouldn't dare venture far. Charge! Full force attack! The spectators outside were even more excited than Xu Xiao himself. Xu Xiao's entire 40,000-strong force charged headlong, delivering a crushing blow against the million-strong army before them. Some had cooled down, convinced Xu Xiao was attacking a stone with an egg. Xu Xiao's mixed army of 40,000 alien insects advanced in orderly formation. Jumpers charged forward, laying down fungal carpets for cover, followed closely by stingers and cockroaches. Spine spikes from the spine crawlers and acid from the roach swarms rained down upon the abyssal forces. Skeleton warriors melted to bone, goblin cavalry screamed as they corroded, wraiths were cleansed by divine magic, and blood wolves were knocked flying, whimpering. Holy crap, 40,000 against a million? That's insane. What? How is this even possible? Facing a million foes with death-defying resolve, my insects, I adore you. The crowd watched, pupils contracting, hearts pounding wildly. Xu Xiao's alien insect legion pierced the enemy's heart like a sharp arrow. Beneath the earth. Upon receiving the report, the Lich pondered. Everyone, the situation is dire. We must destroy their blood pool immediately. Chapter 36, Gaoi, you've crossed the line. Fierce. Too fierce. In terms of numbers, Xu Xiao was at a disadvantage. No, only others saw it as an advantage. 40,000 against a million, they tore through the Abyss Clan's battle formation with ease. But the Abyss Clan was no pushover. 3 one-eyed trolls unleashed earth magic, causing the ground to surge upward like 2 giant palms closing in, trapping the insect swarm and part of the Abyss army together. Big Brother Bryn found himself trapped within, facing off against the formidable Jumpy and Prickly. The 2 ogres charged fearlessly, followed by a contingent of elite troops. In an instant, the swarm surrounding Xu Xiao was trapped. The remaining forces marched southward, charging toward the southern city walls. Goblin mages launched fireballs that struck the newly repaired water barrier. The barrier trembled violently as the explosive force of the fireballs accumulated. It would shatter once the threshold was reached. All barriers shared a common weakness: they would shatter either when their energy depleted or when the intensity of attacks exceeded their defensive threshold within a short time frame. The Abyss faction actually intends to launch a frontal assault? Xu Xiao was too careless. How could he deploy all his forces? By the gods, are we losing? The battlefield's momentum shifted in an instant. Those who had backed Xu Xiao immediately turned from supporters to critics. Their expressions darkened in an instant. Jiang Sisi, Su Mushue, and others wanted to come to his aid but couldn't spare the hands. Shen Zihan also felt Xu Xiao had been overly careless, his teeth chattering with rage. Damn it! I actually thought he could hold his ground. Who knew Xu Xiao was all brawn and no brains? This is just throwing it away. I should have never let him be captain. He just has to show off. Before Xu Xiao, the water barrier trembled precariously. He first sent a group message, urging everyone to stay calm and avoid rash actions. Then he waited in silence. It's broken. It's broken. That damn barrier is finally shattered. At that moment, the Abyss forces erupted in collective cheers. Hordes of Abyss troops surged through 3 defensive lines, closing in on Xu Xiao. Hordes of insects swarmed in from both sides of Xu Xiao. Right on. He had already dug trenches underground. When the Abyss forces were halfway through, he ordered the explosive insects to blast away all the supporting wooden stakes. Amidst bursts of flames, the goblin legions were the first to lose their nerve, charging wildly into the formation. They fell into traps, impaled to death. They trampled each other, crushed to death. Chased down by swarms of insects, they died. Trash. Useless scum. A warlord goblin slashed down several fleeing goblins, but the rout could not be halted. Only then did he notice the mage corps, brutally ambushed by burrowers' precise stabs. Some fleeing mages were caught and blown to bits by exploding burrowers. The mages, capable of providing long-range fire support, had their positions exposed early and were systematically eliminated by Xu Xiao. Damn it, cunning humans. Damn it, die. The warlord cursed furiously, his words spilling out in rage. That human deliberately lured us into attacking the defensive water curtain just to draw out all our mages. Without the mages' damage output, hundreds of thousands of troops crammed into the narrow cage Xu Xiao had set for them, unable to leverage their numerical advantage. Compounded by the goblins' chaotic scramble, their well-ordered formation was thrown into utter disarray. Xu Xiao gave a cold laugh. The legions led by Jumpy and Prickly had repeatedly charged through the million-strong army, long ago planting seeds of terror in the timid goblins' hearts. Compounding this, the absence of higher-ranking species like the goblin chieftain, ogres, and trolls meant the timid goblins faced no restraint whatsoever. Having calculated all this, Xu Xiao lured the advancing abyssal forces into an encirclement, while the 40,000-strong ambush force struck from both flanks, achieving astonishing results. Seeing the tide had turned against them, the demon lord commander cried out in alarm. Full retreat. Now.
He must escape this place to regroup his forces. If he could lure Chu Xiao away, that would still count as completing the mission. Pursue them. Leave not a single one behind. The routed legions were prime prey, utterly incapable of mounting an effective counterattack. Chu Xiao resolved to capitalize on this moment to expand his gains. Charging forward, he cut down countless foes. Then, boom! 3 mushroom clouds rose within the ruined city. Chu Xiao, who had just charged out, immediately retreated. That direction is the blood pool? With 1,000 elite troops still by his side, Chu Xiao led them in a charge toward the source without hesitation. Goblins, fiends, blood wolves, skeletons, 50,000 elite forces from the abyss had emerged right under their noses. Good. 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 At the Wang family villa, a group roared amidst an ambiguous atmosphere. Gaoi ran his hand over the plump teacher beside him, reveling in his advantage with a triumphant laugh. The subterranean passages beneath the wasteland city were his crowning achievement. Back then, when Gaoi suggested surrender and retreat, everyone had mocked him as a coward, a traitor, a weakling. He was just an ordinary student who had gotten lucky getting into Fireseed University. He couldn't compare to those prodigies, couldn't match their family backgrounds, couldn't rival their array of life-saving skills. What's wrong with wanting to live? Why should I have to die just for spouting a few noble-sounding words? That day was much like today. The battle raged fiercely outside. Yet Gaoi succumbed early to the abyss's temptation, leading the abyssal race through a newly discovered tunnel to launch a surprise attack. The outcome? Everyone else perished. Only he survived. Not only that, but he used the resources he gathered to break through to become a high god, a ruler who could indulge in unrestrained power. Holding teacher Bai Jie, whom he had subdued with his power in his arms, Gaoi felt nothing but exhilaration. You bastard, die. Pay for my son's life. Gaoi, Wang Lang, and Zhang Huizhu, all three were consumed by vengeance for Wang Chang. As they watched Chu Xiao panic and lead 1,000 jumping insects deep into the abyss for a desperate encirclement battle, the 3 conspirators, united in their wickedness, simultaneously broke into smiles. Zhang Huizhu, witnessing the bloodied form of the man who had killed her son, cried out in satisfaction. The more he struggled, the more she relished it. His snow-white chest trembled with laughter. Die! Die! I demand your sister pay for my son's life. And all those who aided you, that little from the Su family, the 5 whores who followed you, even the entire Shao clan, every last one of them shall die. Zhang Huizhu laughed maniacally. Gaoi watched a genius about to fall, his twisted heart filled with satisfaction. Over the years, he had abused his power to suppress, frame, and eliminate countless talented prodigies. His gaze fell upon Wang Shang, Chu Xiao's homeroom teacher, and he felt a surge of satisfaction. What could be more thrilling than watching the protagonist, betrayed and humiliated, seethe with anger yet dare not speak? Bang! At that moment, the door to the villa's secret chamber was kicked open. A group of angels streamed in. Their eyes filled with disgust at the sight of Gaoi, Wang Shang, Wang Lang, and the others. Seize them. Take them away. Before Gaoi could react, Wang Lang beside him spoke up first. Who are you? Do you know this is the Wang family estate? Smack! An angel struck Wang Lang down with a single blow, sneering coldly, of course I know. I also know you all conspired to frame the Son of God. Not even the Heavenly King himself could save you now. Gaoi tried to speak, but 2 angels pinned him to the ground. He was a high god, yet the angels restraining him were all high gods themselves and far more formidable than him. Among the angels, Gaoi recognized the one he feared most. Teacher? Lucifer had reclaimed his former appearance and power, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Get out! You are unworthy to call me master. Gaoi, you have committed a grave offense. Lucifer turned to face Zhang Huizhu, who knelt with her head bowed, dressed in revealing attire that exposed her ample bosom. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Zhang, why have you fallen so low? Teacher, I was wrong. I shouldn't have become obsessed with money and power. I truly wanted to be a good teacher who nurtured students. But you were tempted by the allure of the world? Lu Xian was bitterly disappointed. Zhang Huizhu had been one of his most promising students. After the devastating defeat a century ago, she was the most promising student he had discovered. He never imagined she would sink to this. Enough. Go with them and explain your situation clearly. Lu Xian turned to watch the figure fighting valiantly in the livestream, a faint smile playing on his lips. Chu Xiao, I hope you don't disappoint me. I've been working hard to eliminate those vermin plotting against you. Among the angels, a figure glared with hatred at the captured Wang Lang and his mistress, murmuring, My dear husband, you killed my child, you killed me. Never imagined I could crawl back from hell, did you? Gao Zhengqin turned state's witness. Chapter 37, The Spark, endlessly burning. Impenetrable. Completely impenetrable. Chu Xiao charged ahead, leading his troops into the enemy's 50,000-strong formation, slaughtering relentlessly. But this time, the enemy's resistance was fierce. One after another, the jumping insects exploded around him. The scene instantly turned bloody. Viewers in the livestream couldn't help but wipe a cold sweat from Chu Xiao's brow. Fortunately, Xu Zhao's formation held firm and his formidable prowess shone through. A single man holding the pass, 10,000 could not break through. The Goblin Warrior and the Blood Wolf two-peak bronze tier abyssal monsters were forced back step by step under Xu Zhao's relentless blows. Wiping the blood splattered on his face. Xu Zhao's breathing grew heavier. Thankfully, my divine power holds. Devouring the Nightwalker's angelic battle armor allowed me to block the Goblin Warrior's axe swing. After taking the blow, a metallic taste filled Xu Zhao's throat. He spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, and his undead body began to assert its power. 3 structures were blown to smithereens. For a moment, neither the jumpers nor the stingers, nor the legions at the city gates, could receive reinforcements. Countless alien insects perished in the overwhelming assault of the Abyssal Legion. Many believed Xu Zhao was finished, and with him, the other Fireseed University students. Run! Stop fighting! Yeah, we'll forgive you this time. The fact that the battle had lasted this long was already beyond anyone's expectations. The Fireseed War wasn't a life or death battle. Retreat was still an option for the defeated, though it would likely bring accountability and disgrace afterward. Ha, Xu Zhao, why not surrender to us of the Abyss? In the human realm, countless seek your death. But we of the Abyss are different. We cherish talent. Your strength is commendable. I can grant you an opportunity. Bring your alien insects and sign a contract with me, and you will be accepted into our demonic clan. The demon clan kills both body and soul. Xu Zhao's predicament wasn't due to his own inadequacy, but betrayal. His intelligence. The subterranean passages beneath Wasteland City had long been sold. As a promising demigod among the quasi-gods, the Great Xia not only failed to protect him but subjected him to unjust treatment. Such injustice would inevitably breed hatred. Demons relish tempting such souls into corruption, transforming them into fallen gods. Each fallen god thus tempted possessed formidable power, capable of posing immense danger to both humanity and the divine races. Xu Zhao, no. Think of your sister. If you become a fallen god, what kind of gaze and treatment will she endure? Get lost. If you ask me, Xu Zhao should just rebel. If it were me, I'd rebel too. What kind of nonsense is this? Someone betrayed us, allowing the Abyss to break through from within. Don't do it. If you agree, you'll be remembered as the greatest villain in human history. Though Xu Zhao wasn't watching the livestream comments, most were urging him to hold his ground. Meanwhile, paid commentators relentlessly urged him to surrender. The Wang family's malice permeated every aspect. Gao Yi and Wang Lang, seeing the demons surrender please, gloated to Lucian, ha, I know I'm as good as dead. But Xu Zhao won't survive either. Teacher, another promising student you nurtured is about to die before your eyes. Xu Zhao's homeroom teacher, Wang Shang, wore a complex expression. He had never paid much attention to this student back then. Xu Zhao had grown strong enough to single-handedly take on the 4 bronze-ranked Abyss Lords without being overwhelmed all through his own efforts. Had he shown more care and stayed out of this mess? The credit for teaching such a prodigious student would have been enough to elevate his status. His wife, Bai Jia, wouldn't have ended up with Gao Yi. How he regretted it now. Gao Yi, Wang Shang, and Wang Lang had been captured by Lucian, but now they only wanted to see Xu Zhao die to satisfy their inner balance. Only by eliminating Xu Zhao could they justify their status as villains. For some reason, Lucian not only kept the livestream active but forced them to watch it together. Get lost. I have no interest in being a traitor. Xu Zhao shouted angrily. Under no circumstances would I ever surrender in front of so many people. The Divine Realm's live broadcast also served as a form of oversight. Perhaps it was precisely because they sensed individuals like Gao Yi that they decided to broadcast the entire event, leaving no room for treacherous villains to survive. Xu Zhao flashed out, stabbing through 2 big brother Blins with a single strike. Instantly teleporting back to the military formation. Seated atop an enhanced jump bug, he pointed his long sword and roared. Live as a hero, die as a mighty spirit. I, Xu Zhao, will neither surrender nor retreat. I fight to the death. The angels in the sky broadcast Xu Zhao's words. His name swept like a storm, instantly echoing through every corner of the Great Xia. What a line! Live as a hero, die as a legend. Xu Zhao, you're my hero. No surrender. No retreat. Fight to the death. This is how we humans should be. What is there to fear from a mere abyss? I, Lu Xiu, vow solemnly, next year, I shall enroll in Fireseed University and showcase the might of our Great Xia. Me too. Fireseed University, ignite the path to our human race's rise. A single spark can start a prairie fire. I shall become the next Chu Daxian. Long live the great master. The great god is invincible. Charge. Slay the abyss devils. You filthy devils, you bully us, you insult us, but the heroes of Great Xia cannot be exterminated, cannot be destroyed. Take them down. In an instant, the crowd was swept up in fervor. Lucian watched Xu Zhao's impassioned speech, saw how he reignited the fervor within the group, and grew increasingly satisfied with him. Today, he would live to become a legend. If he fell, he would leave behind the spark of revival. For that is the very essence of Fireseed University. Chu Xiao's voice, amplified by divine broadcasting, reached not only the Abyss clan before them but also the 5 golden flowers guarding the east gate, stirring their blood to boil. Jiang Cici's beautiful eyes shone brightly as she addressed her sisters. We too no surrender, no retreat, fight to the death. Su Muxue, Xiao Xianer, and Yi Lingyan echoed her resolve. The 3, who already bore a blood feud with the Abyss, were even more resolute in their determination to fight to the death. Chen Zihan murmured under his breath. No surrender, no retreat, fight to the death, huh? Yi Fan, we can't let him hog all the glory, can we? We'll fight too, let's go all out against them. Kill! 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 The battle cry shook the heavens. Suddenly, hordes of alien insects emerged from all directions. Each alien insect bore the engraved, looping battle cry of Chu Xiao. After blowing up 3 buildings, the smug lich and the demon urging surrender both paled, exclaiming in shock. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How do you still have so many troops? Well, obviously they came back from the dead. Chu Xiao wouldn't explain it to them. Silent, the structures producing the broodlings blended seamlessly with the surrounding ruins, undetectable to their scans. His own charge had been solely to ensure the 3 activated swarm structures remained intact. Now, the army was fully prepared. 20,000 troops marched majestically outward, heading to support Jumpy and Prickly, who were still locked in fierce combat. Another 40,000 alien insects emerged from the streets, underground passages, and rooftops, encircling the invading abyss demons. Jiang Cici, Su Muxue, and Chen Zihan were dispatched by Chu Xiao to block the enemy reinforcements outside the city. The defense of the desolate city was entrusted to him and the swarm. The encirclement and slaughter begins. The humans in the spectator stands shifted from sorrow to joy. Chu Xiao did not disappoint them. Kill! 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 Chapter 38, Fight to the Death, No Retreat. The Lich and the Fiend's faces froze. Goblin warriors and bloodwolves stood ready for battle. Though the army stirred, it remained composed. Herein lay the stark difference between elite troops and ragtag forces. Well, not bad. No wonder you had the guts to venture deep into our territory and launch such a bold ambush. But not a single one of you will escape. Chu Xiao's gaze was cold. This battle total annihilation. Before a squad of shield soldiers formed by Big Bro Brolin. Spine crawlers and roaches relentlessly fired their spines and sprayed acid. Hordes of lurkers leapt across the gap between the 2 sides, their twin blades hacking at shields that slowly corroded and shattered. Both sides fought to the death, locked in a brutal slaughter. Chu Xiao, sword slung at his side, guarded 3 Zerg structures tasked solely with their protection. The swarm was ferocious, and the abyss's resistance was fierce. This was not a battle to be resolved in a short while. His gaze drifted to the distance. The rest had obeyed orders, abandoning their defenses to advance toward the abyss. A bloody battle between the 2 sides commenced. Yi Fan's cavalry charged into battle first. With swarms of insects shielding him, a fiery red glow ignited upon his body. Divine Art, Bloodbath. Divine Art, Battle Formation. Divine Art, Fearless. Yi Fan's 500 cavalry charged like a razor-sharp arrow, plunging straight into the million-strong army. The Abyss forces, who had just reorganized their formation and were preparing to counterattack, were once again thrown into disarray. On the left flank, Chen Zihan's 100 Holy Knights erupted with divine light, charging with unmatched ferocity. Holy Light Protection. Unbreakable Will. Chen Zihan roared, and his group tore open another breach, clearing a path for the swarm of insects following behind. The 5 golden flowers performed admirably. Their coordination was seamless as they held the rear guard, eliminating the abyssal monsters attempting to flank and attack from behind. Su Muxue transformed into the Sword Maiden, forming an iron triangle with the Earth Prophet Xiao Xianer and the peerless swordswoman Yi Lingyan. Together, they unleashed divine magic upon the overwhelming horde of demons. The Abyss dispatched 3 giant trolls to command the front lines, their high-tier status inspiring the entire horde to fight back with desperate ferocity. The 3 trolls rolled 6 fireballs the size of miniature suns in their hands. They hurled them toward Yi Fan, who served as the vanguard. A thick wave of heat descended, the flames painting the sky into a dazzling sea of fire. The trolls' mountainous bodies advanced. Watching Yi Fan's vanguard get blown away, their 6 eyes glowed like blood moons, radiating a bloodthirsty light. Yi Fan clenched his teeth and shifted formations. Though he reacted swiftly, dozens of cavalrymen were still grazed by the fireballs, vaporizing instantly. Those trolls are terrifying. No wonder ordinary people can't stand up to them. Though trolls were a bit dim-witted, their innate magical prowess was undeniably formidable. 3 fireballs struck like thermobaric bombs, their searing heat burning through several layers of Yi Fan's defensive divine spells. At that moment, swarms of jumping insects descended like a plague, swarming toward the 3 trolls and launching a coordinated assault. They tore and sliced into skin as rough as a lava turtle's shell. Yi Fan and his companions finally seized an opportunity to break away. Hordes of exploding beetles, spiked snakes, and cockroaches began tying down the trolls, while the rest focused on slaughtering the weaker Abyssal Legion troops. Both sides clashed fiercely. For a time, neither side could gain the upper hand, relying solely on brute strength, divine power, and sheer will. The sun set. The battle raged from morning until nightfall. Jiang Sisi and her companions faced several perilous moments, saved only by Chu Zhao's timely insect swarm reinforcements. Jiao Jiao supported Cici, who had lost an arm, as they withdrew from the battlefield. The two of them fought a single ogre and 5 big brutes, paying the price of an arm. Cic's quills pierced through one ogre and 2 big brutes before finally breaking through. Jumpy, retreat now. Jumping arrived before Jiang Sisi and the others, shouting at them. Meanwhile, 5 freshly hatched jumping bugs lay on the ground, waiting for them to mount. Xiao Xianer, Su Mushue, and the others had also received the alert. They each mounted a jumping worm and retreated swiftly. Xu Xiao gave the order. They could use the city walls for cover and engage the enemy one more time. They rescued Chu Zhao's 2 alien insects. They understood that this phase of the mission was complete. Behind them, the 3,000 cockroaches had finished constructing the defensive system. Now they needn't fear the trolls' fireballs shattering the protective barrier. Xu Zhao's siege against the 50,000 troops within the city was nearing its end. The Lich, Goblin warriors, Devils, and Bloodwolves now had fewer than 2,000 troops remaining. Every attempt to break through the encirclement was thwarted by the elusive Chu Xiao, who always managed to track them down. Chu Xiao was panting heavily. Infinite divine power did not equate to infinite physical stamina. A day of relentless combat had left him utterly exhausted, though his immortal body restored some vitality. The tide had turned against them. The fierce, protracted, and bloody battle was drawing to a close. But it was clear to all, the Abyss clan was weary. The Goblin warrior glanced at the 3 monsters beside him and coldly ordered, "You go. I'll hold the rear." His eyes burned with bloodlust. Chu Xiao commanded the alien insects to target the goblins specifically. The Goblin warrior's cavalry had been decimated. He felt no shame in facing his people, but only a burning desire to tear Chu Xiao apart with his bare hands and avenge them. Outside, seeing Chu Xiao secretly set traps underground, ambushing another wave of pursuing abyssal monsters. The human side was ecstatic. What a sight! What a thrill! This is what a true human prodigy should be like. The great Chu advances cautiously, commanding with precision. Though the battle rages on, he's already decimated the enemy's 400,000 troops, while our losses are negligible. Negligible? It's all thanks to the Great One's insect swarm. Those adorable little bugs, each one fighting to the death for victory. Are swarms really that powerful? How did Chu Xiao manage to mass-produce troops within the Abyss domain? Exactly. Didn't his blood pool, Viper's Lair, and Cockroach Nest get ambushed and destroyed by the Abyss forces? I know. The god brought 9 special insects from the start. I saw it. My guess is there must be 9 structures capable of producing the swarm. Some began analyzing the situation. Jiang Sisi and the others also returned to the city walls. Countless spiked snakes, cockroaches, and explosive bugs were positioned above, ready for battle. Behind the walls, rows of jumping bugs guarded the gate. Jiang Sisi and the others had exhausted most of their divine power. Now, their focus shifted to observing the swarm. Trolls, ogres, and the big bro Brolin led hundreds of thousands of troops across the border. A dark, oppressive aura of demonic energy engulfed the sky, making the night even darker. Roar! The leading monster roared to the heavens, unleashing its fury. That roar was also the command to attack the city. There was no retreat for anyone. Hordes of monsters were forced to charge forward. The bloodwheel's foul-smelling saliva dripped onto the ground, making a slurping sound. With a kick of its hind legs, it charged forward, carrying the goblin soldiers with it. The skeletons leading the way linked together, forming a human ladder. They climbed upward, stepping on the skeleton ladder. Fang specters crawled up the walls like moss, spreading upward in a dark green tide. The terrifying assault sent shivers down the spine. Spectators outside could only watch, clutching each other in fear, too terrified to utter a word. Flames, ice, and spike spells pelted the defensive barrier, shaking it to its foundations. Low-tier demons charged forward like whipped slaves, eyes bloodshot with reluctance yet forced to advance. Both sides fought with every ounce of strength they possessed. From the city walls, Jiang Sisi summoned her courage and roared. Everyone! We! Fight to the death, never retreat! Chapter 39, Golden Profession Void Shadow Sting. Jiang Sisi stood atop the city wall, her declaration to the demonic horde was heartrending. Xu Zhao's formidable prowess drew stunned gazes. Crimson blade light dyed the darkening night sky red, freezing the scene in a momentary silence. Xu Zhao's heart, breath, and spirit became one as his secret technique, Crimson Slash, traced a dazzling arc through the darkness. Before him, hundreds of goblin warriors lay bloodied, hands clutching their throats as they fell in unison. The clatter of armor hitting the ground echoed across the battlefield. Goblin warriors choked back sobs, their eyes blazing with hatred toward Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao, you're ruthless. May you die a horrible death. The group of big brother goblins that followed him had exhausted their strength and magic protecting him, only to be mercilessly slaughtered by Chu Xiao in the end. The goblin warrior's grieving heart felt as though pierced by countless blades. The goblin warrior drew his axe, a crimson mist rising from his back. Rage?
The goblin warrior's form swelled to over 3 times its original size, unleashing a terrifying, overwhelming pressure. He raised the massive axe overhead, leaping toward Chu Xiao and bringing it down in a sweeping strike, roaring. Earth-splitting slash. The terrifying blow cracked the ground hundreds of meters before him into a jagged expanse. The axe, coiled in crimson magic, unleashed an invisible force field 2 stories tall. A massive arc of light plowed 3 deep gullies into the earth, while the violent pressure blast sent fragments of pavement flying in all directions. Just as the arc of light reached Chu Xiao, less than 3 meters from his head. Chu Xiao's battle armor fully activated, 12 pure white wings unfurling behind him. His tang sword emitted a dragon-like roar. Chu Xiao roared in fury. Enough noise. His figure suddenly blurred. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the goblin warrior. The goblin warrior's eyes widened as he watched the earth-splitting slash streak past him at blinding speed, landing behind him. He swung his axe in retaliation. The axe collided with Chu Xiao's dual blades as they slashed forward. His eye sockets bulged, teeth clenched, the goblin warrior was forced backward, his knees buckling under the pressure. Veins bulged prominently across his arms. Chu Xiao's arms, gripping both blades, pressed down on the back of the axe, a drop of purple demon blood dripping from the blade's tip. Unnoticed, a faint bloodline had appeared between the mighty goblin warrior's eyebrows. Had he not reacted in time? He would have been cleaved in 2 by Chu Xiao's flying tang sword. All flash and no substance. Chu Xiao gave his blade a light flick, and behind him came the dull thud of a giant crashing to the ground. The goblin warrior's legs buckled beneath him. He rolled awkwardly on the spot before scrambling away. The demons, liches, and blood wolves about to flee twitched their lips. Yet their eyes remained fixed on the goblin warrior pinned down by Chu Xiao. This is bad. We have to help him, or none of us will escape. Agreed. Together. The devil was a cunning trickster who valued his life above all else under normal circumstances. He would never put himself in danger. But he never expected that even the strongest among the goblin warriors would be held down by Chu Xiao. If they couldn't distract Chu Xiao here, once he killed the goblin warrior, it would spell trouble for them. Chu Xiao pressed his advantage against the goblin warrior. The spectators watched in stunned silence. Wait, is Chu Xiao really this strong? I thought he was only good with his insect swarm. Who knew his personal combat skills were this insane too? What was that move? How did he get behind him in an instant? Some began analyzing Chu Xiao's technique, while others noticed his battle armor and gasped in recognition. No wonder it looked familiar, it's the Seraphim battlesuit from the Angel clan. It's incredibly fast and has formidable defense. Plus, it has the ability to absorb and evolve. Chu Xiao has fully unlocked its potential. Exactly. Chu Xiao's class seems anything but ordinary. His skills are incredibly powerful. He can even withstand the earth-splitting slash of a goblin warrior who relies on brute strength. No doubt about it, it must be a purple class. No, I think it's a red class. Purple classes aren't that strong. The group speculated wildly, yet none dared suggest a golden class. Golden professions, how many years had it been since anyone had seen one? His class skill, Void Blade, infused his strikes with a thread of void energy. Even the goblin warrior's full-power earth-splitting slash was effortlessly sliced through. Bang! 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 Each collision sent shivers down the goblin warrior's spine. His fury, his skills all casually parried by Chu Xiao. Meanwhile, he had to exert every ounce of strength and tread carefully just to land a single blow. Even in his frenzied state, the goblin warrior retained his wits, a terrifying trait indeed. Yet now, facing this torrent of attacks, the goblin warrior felt a flicker of fear. He turned to Chu Xiao and demanded, What class are you? You want to know? I won't mind telling you. Golden Void Shadow Stab. A golden class. It really is a golden class. Chu Xiao's reply sent shockwaves through the goblin warrior, nearly stopping his heart. The onlookers speculating about Chu Xiao's class found it hard to believe as well. Rare golden classes had appeared on many top players before, the most recent being the Angel King, Sacred Kaisha. Holy crap, he has a class that rivals the Angel King's. Then what does my blue class even mean? Different colors signified different tiers, with each level representing a massive gap. Gold signified an SSS tier profession, the standard for all prodigiously gifted geniuses. A flash of blade light. In the blink of an eye, Chu Xiao soared into the air, spinning spirally as he brought his blade crashing down onto the goblin warrior's hastily raised great axe. Space seemed to warp. The power of the void surged up the bronze tier peak battle axe. With a crack, a massive gash split open where they met. Chu Xiao's body, strength, and divine power surged forward. The massive axe shattered instantly, crumbling to pieces. The goblin warrior stumbled backward, his eyes blank and lifeless. Whoosh! Chu Xiao's overwhelming might forced them to reassess this man once more. At that moment, the devil and the lich's spells arrived. Steel Bone Curse. Blood Boil. Agility of the Spirit Cat. Both cast a barrage of buff spells upon the goblin warriors, hurling poison, slow, stun, and other debuffs at Chu Xiao. Bloodwolf snatched 2 battle axes from somewhere, then had the goblin warrior mount his back, using himself as a mount. Gale. Sky Step. Iron Armor.
Bloodwolf also possessed divine abilities. Carrying the Goblin Warrior as one, they became formidable cavalry. The Goblin Warrior charged once more. This time, Zhu Xiao took 3 steps back. This is interesting. The combined efforts of the 4 of them actually managed to suppress Zhu Xiao, a golden-tiered professional. The night sky was dyed crimson and pitch black as the energies of both sides tangled and collided in the air. Boom! 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 The relentless battle raged across ruins, rooftops, and streets. The ripples from their skills could even be felt on the city walls. The battle on the city walls was equally fierce. Witnessing Zhu Xiao's valiant prowess, the group fought even more desperately. Zhang Cixi and her comrades repelled dozens of suicidal assaults, staining the ramparts a deep purple. A mountain of corpses piled up below the walls. Zhu Xiao's swarm relentlessly fired spines and acid. Jumpers intercepted skeletons and goblins scaling the walls, every inch of the ramparts a contested stronghold. Yifan's 500 cavalry were forced to dismount and reinforce the ramparts, with only 83 survivors remaining by his side. Chen Zihan's paladins were reduced to just 7 powerful guardian knights by his side. The girls' familiars were nearly wiped out, with almost none remaining. Even the girls themselves were all wounded. Had it not been for timely treatment, Zhang Xiaoxiao would have been nearly severed in 2 by a goblin. Yet this baptism of blood and fire only strengthened their resolve and unity. Chen Zihan no longer sought personal glory, instead silently coordinating with Yifan. Zhang Cixi took on the responsibility of command, accepting the temporary authority granted by Zhu Xiao. Jumping and stabbing flanked her, coordinating their movements. Zhu Xiao's secret technique, Crimson Slash, was also prepared at this moment. Chapter 40, Array Slash. Thunder Beast. After obtaining his profession, the secret technique Crimson Slash officially became one of Zhu Xiao's lethal moves. Yet every coin has 2 sides. And as a Void Shadow Sting class skill, Crimson Slash grew exceptionally powerful. After depleting vast amounts of his stamina and energy, this skill could cleave through silver. Similarly, after unleashing Crimson Slash, he would be weakened for a period, requiring time before he could use it again. The Goblin Warrior's strength had reached a point where only Crimson Slash could fell it. Yet the opportunity is fleeting, there is only one chance. Zhu Xiao fought relentlessly while searching for that opening. Each fierce battle with the Goblin Warrior was only barely sustained by his undead body and self-healing abilities. His body and spirit were pushed to their absolute limits, utterly exhausted. Zhu Xiao's main forces were occupied defending the city with Zhang Cixi and the others, leaving no spare troops to assist him. He had to rely on himself. The blade flipped. Blinding speed. Void mark. Zhu Xiao charged forward, unleashing a blade strike that struck precisely where the mark was placed. The blade's glint lingered in the air. The Goblin Warrior sensed danger at the back of his head. He ducked to dodge, only to find a Tang sword appearing behind him. He urged his Blood Wolf to pivot, attempting to intercept. Awah! At that moment, the Tang sword aimed at the Goblin Warrior's nape suddenly plunged downward. Its true target was the Blood Wolf beneath him. An explosion erupted. A gleaming silver Tang sword plunged into the wolf's anus, its coiled magic exploding within its body. The rectum instantly ruptured. The agonizing pain from within caused the Blood Wolf to roll its eyes back, collapsing onto the ground and dragging the Goblin Warrior down with it. Zhu Xiao's anal assault on the Blood Wolf made everyone's anuses clench. Zhu Xiao had long resented this high-mobility Blood Wolf. Without its speed, the Goblin Warrior would have been no match for his Void Flash. First, he severed its speed, ensuring his Crimson Slash would strike true. Inside the prison cart, Gaoi watched in silence as Zhu Xiao decisively crushed the 50,000 troops crawling out of the abyss through the secret passage. Back then, he too had faced the seemingly unstoppable abyss forces and chosen betrayal. The others, driven by righteousness and devotion to Great Xia, chose to defend to the death knowing it was futile yet resolute. Only he refused. He wanted to live. He wanted to survive and grow stronger, so he betrayed them. The sudden appearance of the army caught the demonic defenders off guard. Ultimately, their formations were shattered, and the southern wall then guarded by the strongest defender was breached. That guardian, once as valiant as Zhu Xiao, ultimately fell. Master, was I wrong? But I too wanted to be a hero like him. But his strength was insufficient, he could never be a hero. I told you, don't call me master. You're not worthy. I let you witness this to show you that Zhu Xiao is the talent I have chosen. Your petty schemes are utterly insignificant. Meanwhile, Wang Lang was both shocked and furious. Zhu Xiao was so powerful, so gifted one day, he truly could destroy the Wang family. He believed his father, had he seen this, would surely continue pursuing Zhu Xiao. But could he? Zhu Xiao was formidable, protected by a vast army. The endless streams of insects had already left a deep impression on everyone, shattering their previous misconceptions. Wang Sheng stood in silent agony. He had missed his chance. He had missed out on such a promising student. If only he had shown more care back then. He and his wife wouldn't have ended up in this dire situation. Lucian took in every expression on their faces. Zhu Xiao himself was astonished. He had even prepared for the angels above to break the rules and save him. You lot still not ready to reveal the mastermind behind this?
Stubborn to the end, then I shall extract your divine souls and torture them daily. Let's see how long you can endure.
The group fell silent, especially Gaoi, Wang Shang, and Zhang Huizhu.
Each harbored a blood feud against Chu Xiao for the death of their children and would never reveal the mastermind's identity. At that moment, Bai Jia, who had held back for so long, suddenly spoke up. Sir, I'll tell you. I saw the backup plan left behind after Gao Yi's conversation with the mastermind.
Lu Xian watched Gao Yi's face turn pale and chuckled. Very well. If you earn merit, I might just spare you. Hearing this, Wang Shang beside him immediately pleaded with Bai Jia. Honey, I was wrong. Please put in a good word for me with the Lord and save me.
Bai Jia shot Wang Shang a look of disgust before turning back to Lucian.
Your Excellency, I know all the evil deeds he committed against Chu Xiao. I'm willing to reveal them all. Gao Yi and Wang Shang glared furiously.
Lucian slapped both of them across the face and they finally fell silent. Having dealt with this group, Lucian turned his gaze back to Chu Xiao. The blade was ready. In the video, Chu Xiao's thumb pressed against the pommel as he drew the blade. The entire screen instantly filled with crimson, and the audience heard only the sound of metal scraping. Scarlet slash. A fan-shaped blade light erupted outward, as if tearing through space itself. The four demons opposite him were seized with terror. The crimson blade energy sliced through the sky like a knife, tearing open a wound in space. As Chu Xiao drew his blade, the goblin warrior prepared his own desperate strike. Sky-splitting, earth-cleaving slash. Two slashes collided fiercely above the desolate city. Violet ripples warped space, instantly forming a massive circular fissure on the ground. Both combatants, unable to withstand the energy unleashed by their clash, began to sink. Crack after crack erupted with a thunderous roar. Crimson light erupted violently. Row upon row of houses behind the goblin warrior collapsed, sending waves of dust billowing into the air. Both fought with every ounce of strength. It was a fight to the death. After striking with his blade, Chu Xiao's condition deteriorated rapidly. His immortal body began to regenerate at an alarming rate. Even so, the copper-hard skin of his undead form peeled away layer by layer like aged tree bark, his divine body rapidly withering away. He cast divine healing spells and steel body. Chu Xiao continuously channeled magical energy to sustain himself. The four monsters on the other side were also suffering. Crimson slashes shattered the defensive spells the Lich had cast before the goblin warriors. Even the Lich himself felt bone-piercing agony as the blade's aura corroded his own skeletal structure, searing pain erupting across his withered, numb flesh. A look of terror suddenly spread across the Lich's face. Each strike piercing straight to the soul. Crimson blade light and azure energy intertwined, the explosive force tearing through Chu Xiao and the four monsters. Finally, the dust settled. Chu Xiao struggled to open his eyes. Across from him, the goblin warrior lay dead, every blood vessel in his body burst. Behind him, a Lich clung to life, barely holding on. With a burst of speed, he mustered his last ounce of strength to blast the necromancer to pieces as it turned to flee. The demon had long since fled during the brief moment of combat. Just then, the blood wolf lying motionless on the ground suddenly sprang up. It sank its teeth into Chu Xiao's shoulder, dragging him along the ground as it tore at him with frenzied bites. Chu Xiao was covered in blood, his body drained of all energy. Chu Xiao bit through his tongue, forcing his spirit to rise. He channeled the last drop of magic within his body, his eyes blazing with fierce resolve. He teleported behind the blood wolf, his blood-stained fist smashing viciously toward its skull. Boom! The blood wolf's head exploded like a watermelon, its foul-smelling demonic blood splattering Chu Xiao, transforming him into a hellish demon god. Victory! He rose to his feet and sheathed his blade. Chu Xiao's lips curved upward, revealing a rare smile. Beneath his seraphim armor, his body was drenched in blood, yet he paid it no mind. After deploying 2,000 explosive insects to collapse the subterranean passage, he finally collapsed to the ground. We've won. Finally, all the invading demons are destroyed. Some who witnessed Chu Xiao slaying 3 mighty demons and annihilating 50,000 elite invading monsters finally let their guard down. This battle reminded them of the legendary battle of the celestial prodigies. Back then, they too had been ambushed, yet they had suffered defeat. Chu Xiao's elimination of over 50,000 elite forces, goblin warriors, liches, and blood wolves sent shockwaves through the demonic hordes assaulting the south gate. Sensing their lord's demise, the monsters dared not advance further despite the looming threats of trolls, ogres, and giant goblins behind them. Flee! 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 A group of low-intelligence skeletons were trampled by fleeing goblins. The ghouls scattered in panic. The blood wolves grew restless and agitated. Even the dim-witted trolls in the rear sensed the tide had turned, turning to flee into the forest behind them. Kill! Zhang Sisi seized the moment, directing the jumpers, blasters, and cockroaches to pursue the fleeing foes, leaving only the stinger snakes guarding the walls against any unexpected threats. In this pursuit, Chu Xiao's insect swarm slaughtered 300,000 enemy troops. Chu Xiao absorbed the demonic crystals of 3 abyssal demigods, expanding his divine domain once more. The insect swarm reached its maximum capacity, 500,000. Unlocked, Thunder Beast.
Chapter 41, Divine Realm Dustbound Realm.
Whoa, we're getting a Thunder Beast. The Thunder Beast was the most formidable combat unit among the Hive mind, the backbone of the swarm.
Its threat level rivaled that of an armored combat vehicle. But a single Thunder Beast requires 10 demigod corpses?
Xu Xiao had hoped to use the 3 demigod corpses he obtained to create 3 intelligent beings like Jumpy and Prickly.
Forget it.
I'll save them for producing Thunder Beasts instead.
Who among the Zerg enthusiasts could resist the allure of a Thunder Beast?
With the 4 lesser gods and 1 demigod obtained earlier, I've now gathered 15 demigods in total.
Xu Xiao aimed to amass 10 Thunder Beasts at once. He'd have to hold back for now. Xu Xiao had a premonition: the mighty chariot Thunder Beast would surely astonish the world.
Jiang Sisi, Su Muxue, and Xiao Xianer descended from the city walls and headed straight for Chu Xiao's location.
Xu Xiao, are you okay? Master, I'm here to rescue you. I'm fine.
Despite his exhaustion, Xu Xiao still had much to do.
Xiao Xianer, do you know where the control center of Huancheng is? I know.
My brother once helped guard the Wasteland City, so I'm very familiar with this place.
Good. Lead the way.
After a brief rest, Xu Xiao felt physically ready and hurried toward the control center of the Wasteland City.
He needed to find a way to restart it. Xiao Xianer gasped, you mean to temporarily merge your Divine Realm Crystal with the Wasteland City?
Xu Xiao confirmed, exactly. Only by transforming the Wasteland City into a Divine City can we resist the erosion of the gray space while also unlocking more of its functions. The Wasteland City had once been a Divine City itself. A city teeming with vitality, capable of sustaining countless fireseed prodigies in their growth and advancement. By merging his Divine Realm Crystal with the Wasteland City, Xu Xiao had nominally become its ruler. This move carried both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that within the Wasteland City, Xu Xiao no longer had to fear the abyssal power of the gray space. The disadvantage was that if the city fell, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. The Battle of Deathgrey has only just begun, hasn't it? As the captain, I must set an example and resolve to stand or fall with the Wasteland City. Chen Zihan and the others stared at Xu Xiao, knowing he wasn't playing the hero. They looked at him with admiration.
Captain, if there's anything you need me to do, just give the order.
Me too.
Me too.
Xu Xiao patted his chest.
I'm glad you have faith in me. I can lead you to defend Wasteland City for 100 days. Now, I'll issue my orders.
Su Muxue, Xiao Xianer, Yi Lingyan, the 3 of you, go immediately and investigate the entire situation in the Wasteland City. Locate the positions of the original formation nodes within the city.
I need them repaired.
Yes. The 3 women accepted the task without question.
Next, he addressed Jiang Sisi and her group. You will lead the insect swarms to repair the city walls and structures within the city.
Jiang Sisi pledged confidently, Master, you can trust us with this.
Chen Zihan, Yifan, I will entrust each of you with 10,000 Zergling units. I demand you train and cultivate them into elite cavalry.
Chen Zihan and Yifan were taken aback, not expecting this to be their assignment. During the battle, Xu Xiao had observed. Only a handful of Yifan's border troops were powerful professionals, the rest were all low-tier black iron warriors.
Their warhorses couldn't match the speed of the jumping beetles.
Yet they still managed to unleash tremendous combat power. This might be related to Yifan's own class talent. Chen Zihan was similarly unique. His paladin class had been transformed from an ordinary human. He was a paladin, yet not quite one, as if he relied entirely on his divine master. Both of their strengths could be further enhanced.
As you command.
We shall lead an elite cavalry force.
Vassals and divine lords forge bonds through spirit contracts.
Through this bond, the vassals provide the divine master with the power of faith.
Once the divine master transforms this into divine energy, they can manifest various mighty powers.
Transferring a vassal's spirit contract severed all ties to them.
The might of Xu Xiao's insect swarm was plain for all to see. And the mere presence of 10,000 Zergling swarms made Chen Zihan's breathing labored. This was immense trust.
Alright, everyone except Xiao Xianer should get back to work.
Jiao Jiao and CICI guarding me is sufficient.
Led by Xiao Xianer, Xu Xiao entered the control hub. 16 massive, shattered stone pillars filled the room.
These are the heaven-piercing divine pillars.
Once you connect your crystal to the Wasteland City, the heaven-piercing divine pillars will manifest within your divine domain. After 100 days, they will permanently remain within the divine domain, supporting its transformation toward the dustbound realm. No wonder Fireseed University could defeat the 10 Greats so easily. Having a method to rapidly upgrade to the dustbound realm makes it worth the risk of becoming a city lord. Xu Xiao couldn't help but marvel. Then you stay here and repair the heaven-piercing divine pillars. I'll go handle some business first. After Xiao Xianer departed, Xu Xiao found 5 divine essence crystals in his hand, rewards for slaying Wang Ming, Lu Hai, and their cohorts. Without the protection of life or death duels or mechanisms like the Fireseed War, Xu Xiao dared not rashly attempt to devour them, fearing powerful guardians might lie within. Especially with lower-tier gods like Lu Hai and his group, their divine domains surely harbored powerhouses beyond his ability to confront. Divinity itself was a resource.
Divine bodies themselves served as excellent divine essence materials, enabling the evolution of alien insects. Devouring the divine domains of the powerful added forests, lakes, and seas to Chu Xiao's own domain. The 4 demigods of the abyss, including the Minotaur, granted Chu Xiao volcanoes, lava pools, plains, and the Valley of Death. The richer the terrain within a divine domain, the more robust its ecosystem. Such a world could also support broader cosmic laws. Chu Xiao stroked the heaven-piercing divine pillar while caressing Wang Ming's divine essence crystal, murmuring, "The merged divine domain territories have pushed me to the peak of bronze tier, with a population cap of 500,000. Beyond this point, even consuming divine domain crystals won't raise the population cap. To further evolve into the mortal affinity realm, I must first repair the heaven-piercing divine pillar. Using a divine realm crystal for repairs feels wasteful, but there's no time to spare." After inspection, Chu Xiao discovered the heaven-piercing divine pillar before him was devoid of divine essence. Gritting his teeth, he melted Wang Ming's divine realm crystal into it as material. 3 days later, the first pillar began to glow faintly. A luminous patch ignited, covering a quarter of the desolate city. A pale golden halo spread like ripples on water, dispersing the grayish mist. Jiang Sisi, who was directing the insect swarm to repair the southern city walls, wiped the sweat from her brow and turned to look. The sky revealed a long buried azure blue, and new buds sprouted from the withered trees within the southern city. The malevolent presence the 5 of them had sensed quietly receded. Connecting to the divine realm, a torrent of divine power surged forth. "Sisi, I feel like I'm being filled up. So gentle, so warm. Xiao Xiao, I'm about to break through to bronze tier 5. Jiang Sisi, Zhang Xiaoxiao, and the other 3 were both shocked and delighted. Though their innate talents weren't extraordinary, their current levels were rapidly catching up to Xiao Xian'er and Su Muxue. "Sisi, me too. I'm about to break through to tier 4. My barrier is about to shatter too." The 5 girls embraced each other, offering mutual congratulations. Meanwhile, Su Muxue, Xiao Xian'er, and Yi Lingyan also sensed the shift. No words were needed. They crossed their legs, began connecting to the divine realm, and prepared to break through. Shen Zihan and Yifan exchanged dry smiles before sitting down themselves. "Yifan, we must keep pace with Chu Xiao. Otherwise, he'll pull ahead of us again next time." Night. Chu Xiao appeared in his room, exhausted. He stepped inside only to retreat swiftly, pointing at one of the lewd-looking bodies and stammering, You, what are you doing here?" Jiang Sisi wore a white nightgown, revealing her jade-like arms and long legs, while her ample bosom left one parched at the sight. Chu Xiao dared not make a single move. Glancing left and right, he hurriedly pushed her back into the room and closed the door. "Jiang, what are you doing in my room at this hour?" Jiang Sisi lifted her nightgown, blushing as she twirled before Chu Xiao. She whispered, "Master, do you like it? It looks good." Chu Xiao was bewildered by Jiang Sisi's boldness. Was she really testing him like this? "It's getting late. You should hurry back to your own room." I never expected the master to be so decisive during the day yet so innocent at night. I just wanted you to help me evaluate this dress." Jiang Sisi's ears burned bright red. Her boldness was entirely due to Zhang Xiaoxiao's coercion. After leveling up, Zhang Xiaoxiao had declared, "For such immense kindness, this humble maiden has no way to repay you except by pledging herself." That's how the plan for tonight's surprise visit was set. If it were anyone else, she could have laughed it off. But her best friend? She knew Zhang Xiaoxiao was exactly the type to pull something like this off. That's why she decided to take the initiative. Beep beep beep. The sound outside the door startled Jiang Sisi and Chu Xiao. Jiang Sisi quickly scanned the room. With nowhere to hide, she darted toward the wardrobe. "Chu Xiao, are you there?" Chu Xiao sighed in resignation and opened the door. He saw Zhang Xiaoxiao, cloaked in a coat, sneaking toward him. She glanced inside, confirmed no one was there, then pushed him into the room. Thanks." Zhang Xiaoxiao felt awkward. This was her first time doing something like this. "Master, if it weren't for you, I'd probably still be dreaming of finding a wealthy man to leech off. I never knew I could live such an amazing life on my own." She'd nearly been cut in half, facing life and death. It was terrifying yet exhilarating. It was as if a switch had been flipped inside Zhang Xiaoxiao. She resolved to take control of her own destiny with her own 2 hands. Swish! Old Shoulder was incredibly cunning. Before Chu Xiao could react, the beauty before him was left wearing only a pink lace-trimmed gown, its openwork design teasingly revealing her alluring figure. "Goddess, do you like it? It looks good." Chu Xiao didn't know what else to say, so he offered a reassuring, "You were too aggressive earlier today. Be more careful from now on." "Mei Chem, I know. I just came to thank you for saving my life. Also. Ding dong ding dong." The door knocked again. Zhang Xiaoxiao jumped like a startled rabbit, glanced around the room, then darted toward the wardrobe. "Don't!" She moved so fast that Chu Xiao couldn't stop her in time. "Chu Xiao, are you there?" Opening the door, Zhang Tianxin slipped inside while invisible, closing the door behind her. Only after removing the runes did Chu Xiao clearly see her alluring black gown, equally vast and snow-white.
He swallowed hard twice, his body slowly shifting behind the wardrobe to block the view.
Shun, what brings you here so late? I bought a new dress and wanted your opinion. Does it look good?
Zheng Tianxin's figure was far more voluptuous than the previous two girls. Xu Xiao didn't know where to look, accidentally catching glimpses of snow-white skin and a deep cleavage. His conscience pricked and he stammered, "It looks good."
I knew it would look good.
"Hey, do you have a girlfriend?" Xu Xiao groaned inwardly, his forehead breaking out in a cold sweat thicker than when battling a demigod in the abyss. Before Xu Xiao could answer, another knock sounded at the door. Zheng Tianxin pushed Xu Xiao aside in fright and darted back into the wardrobe. Xu Xiao faintly heard muffled gasps and rustling sounds coming from inside the closet.
Master Chu, are you there? No way, again? With a sigh, he opened the door.
Li Xinhuan, clad in a purple battle robe, appeared before Xu Xiao, who was trying desperately not to be seen.
Master, have you seen Cici and Xiao Xiao? Aren't they in the room?
Li Xinhuan shook her head, scanning the room suspiciously. Then she spotted a jacket lying on the floor and smiled.
Isn't this Xiao Xiao's coat? What's it doing here?
This. Xu Xiao didn't know how to explain himself. Before Xu Xiao could fabricate an excuse, a knock abruptly sounded at the door. Without waiting for an answer, Li Xinhuan grabbed the coat and ducked into the wardrobe. The closet was clearly a bit cramped. Xin Shuqi, dressed boldly and lightly, adjusted her glasses and entered the room, her voluptuous figure commanding attention. Step by step, she cornered Xu Xiao into a tight spot.
Hey, do I look good?
Yes, you look beautiful.
You all look beautiful. What?
Xin Shuqi didn't catch it clearly, but she didn't dwell on it. Standing before Xu Xiao, her eyes brimming with desire, she clutched her skirt tightly and declared resolutely, "I like you.
Can you be my boyfriend, God?"
Xin Shuqi had always been the quiet one in their group of 5. After facing life and death that day, she had come to a realization. If she didn't confess now, she'd never get another chance. When it was time to seize the moment, she had to seize it. If you don't fight for it, you'll end up with nothing. Zhang Cici, Zhang Xiaoxiao, Li Xinhuan, Jing Tianxin, each of them had more to offer than she did. Xin Shuqi's assets weren't bad either, but she simply lacked confidence. Xu Xiao froze in place, never having considered these questions before. The door knocked again. This time, Xin Shuqi hid in the wardrobe unsuccessfully. "Don't push. There's no room left."
Oh my!
A group of people tumbled out of the wardrobe. 5 people rubbed their heads, pajamas disheveled, revealing glimpses of skin. Xu Xiao got quite the eyeful. At the doorway, Su Muxue stood stunned, tears welling in her eyes. She handed a bowl of noodle soup to Xiao Xianer before running out crying. Xiao Xianer shot a meaningful glance inside before chasing after her with a smile.
"Xu Xiao, what the hell is going on here?" After the fierce battle, both sides fell silent. Everyone bustled about in orderly fashion. Within the desolate city, the girls remained silent about the events of that night. Su Muxue, as usual, teamed up with Xiao Xianer for their cultivation practice. Xiao Xianer couldn't help but laugh. "I told you strike first. I hadn't even made my move yet, and Xu Xiao was already being targeted. If I'd really moved, you'd have been crying your eyes out." Su Muxue's sword-wielding hand paused, the sword energy in her grasp growing even more frenzied. Outside the city, the Abyss clan stirred restlessly, regrouping their forces in preparation for a counterattack. Chapter 42, Newcomers of the Fire Seed. Half a month passed after repelling the Abyss clan's assault. In the northern district, Chen Zihan opened his eyes with delight, exclaiming, "I've broken through to silver." Beside him, Yi Fan rolled his eyes inwardly, knowing he still fell slightly short. Yet with a little more time, he too would achieve the breakthrough. For half a month, the waters remained calm. The Abyss clan seemed to have abandoned the first layer. But everyone knew that was impossible. If they failed to retake the wasteland city by the 100-day mark, the Divine Clan would solidify their hold on it within a century, establishing their first stronghold. This was the Abyss's its acknowledgement of humans who ventured into its depths. Hold firm for 100 days, earn recognition for a century. In the western and eastern districts, waves of ascension energy surged through the city. In Su Mushua's bright eyes, an ice soul longsword reflected, its aura intertwined with hers, radiating a terrifying presence. Above the city, the energy of the 3 ascensions reverberated, colorful waves surging forward like tides. Xiao Xianer opened her eyes as the orange-yellow energy faded from her body. She gazed regretfully at the 2 sisters before her. Just a hair's breadth from silver. "Yen Yen, what about you?" "Bronze 8th rank." Just then, a group of figures suddenly appeared at the city gate. The leader, his expression haughty, surveyed the city once ravaged, now reborn with delight. "Not bad. This city will be the foundation of my rise. Xu Xiao, Su Muxue, Xiao Xianer, Chen Zihan, and Yi Fan, all 5 are excellent. I permit them to follow me." The eldest son of the Su family followed closely behind like a guard. "Young Master Chu, they'll be eternally grateful at your command. You are the crown prince of the Chu family in the capital." "Ha ha ha, well said. I always thought Shenbei and Diqing were decent choices. Who knows what possessed my old man to drag me to the Spark Academy?"
Su Yuan, you're the only loyal subordinate I brought with me. You'd better live up to my trust. Chu Zichen brought Su Yuan, who had sought him out, to the Spark Academy. He had initially been dissatisfied, choosing to remain seated in the carriage, admiring the scenery along the way. Now, it seemed rather pleasant. Wafting the scent of blood, Chu Zichen pinched his nose in disgust.
Su Yuan, this place is filthy. How can my city be so disgusting? Go clean it up. Yes, young Master Chu. Su Yuan cast a divine waterfall spell, directing it toward the city gates. Stop.
Zheng Tianxin, stationed on the city walls, witnessed their foolish action and rushed to intervene, but it was too late. The blue cascade crashed against the walls, washing away the bloodstains while also sweeping away the divine traps Zheng Tianxin and her team had painstakingly set up.
Slippery. Greasy. Spikes. Fire oil. These divine arts were now swept away by Su Yuan's great waterfall. You bastards, do you know what you've done?
Today was Zheng Tianxin's turn for patrol duty, so she was left to watch the city walls. Jiang Sisi and the others had been summoned by Chu Xiao, who claimed the Whisperer set had been re-enhanced to better align with their professions. Unexpectedly, while patrolling this section of the wall, she witnessed humans clad in fire seed uniforms launching an assault against the fortifications.
She couldn't comprehend it. Whoa, what a beauty.
Chu Zichen emerged from the carriage, flipping his hair styled with gel and slicked back. Convinced of his own charm, he conjured a rose for Zheng Tianxin. My lovely lady, I am Chu Zichen of the Chu family, one of the 8 great clans.
May I ask your name?
Zheng Tianxin, seeing Chu Zichen not only ignore her but instead flirt and hit on her, trembled with anger.
I ask you, do you even know what you've done? Chu Zichen, observing the freshly cleaned wall, failed to grasp Zheng Tianxin's fury. He chuckled, oh, that. I had my men give the city a thorough cleaning. After all, it looked disgusting and filthy. You. What's wrong, Tian? Jiang Sisi, Chu Xiao, and 3 others arrived at South City.
Chu Xiao was holding a Whisperer outfit, about to give it to Zheng Tianxin, when he spotted Su Yuan in the crowd.
Su Yuan spotted Chu Xiao as well.
He quietly approached Chu Zichen and whispered in his ear, Young Master Chu, that man up there is my sister's lover. The Su family had already decided to give my younger sister to you. But this despicable Chu Xiao kidnapped my little sister. Please, young Master Chu, teach him a lesson.
Oh? Is that so? How dare he bear the Chu name? How dare he compete with me for a woman? Chu Zichen had never cared about Chu Xiao.
He considered himself above others and paid no attention to the ants in the corner until his grandfather mentioned Chu Xiao's name repeatedly. He often sighed, wishing Chu Xiao were part of the Chu family. If his brother hadn't died, he'd be about Chu Xiao's age now. Grandfather droned on endlessly, but Chu Zichen couldn't focus. Only one thing registered. That he was stronger than himself. Chu Zichen twisted his stiff neck from side to side and roared, Chu Xiao, open the door. We're here to take this city. Chu Xiao shot Chu Zichen a strange look before turning to Jiang Sisi's face and asking, did I hear that wrong? Nope, big shot. He said he's here to take over this city. Chu Xiao's gaze drifted to the distance, where a group of restless, foolish monsters forgetting their lesson were charging toward them. He glanced again at Chu Zichen, who was wearing nothing at all, and sighed. Seems they were drawn here by these creatures. Amidst the crowd, he spotted a familiar figure, Sun Xian. Open the gate. Get him inside first. Hurry. Zheng Tian couldn't help but protest, are we really letting that brainless fool in? He's already destroyed all the traps we set on the walls. Yes. The monsters are coming. What? Zheng Tianxin and the other 4 girls gasped in unison. Chu Xiao's senses were several times sharper than theirs at least, their demon eyes detected no monsters. Zheng Tianxin trusted Chu Xiao implicitly. Her expression immediately hardened as she headed toward the city gate. The gates swung open. Chu Zichen was pleased that this sensible woman had come to apologize. He feigned anger and said, Poof. Though a bit late, you still have to open the gate for this young master, don't you? But I'm quite displeased, young lady. Zheng Tianxin snapped impatiently, hurry up and come in. Meanwhile, Sun Xian had already dashed inside the moment the gates opened, scanning the area. Where is the master? Where is the master? Spotting Chu Xiao atop the city wall, he shot upward like the wind. Chu Zichen frowned. Sun Xian was a classmate he'd been eager to recruit, yet this guy was nothing but a sycophant to others while acting all aloof toward his cold-blooded assassin. Damn it! His anger flared up all at once. Hurry up and get inside. Monsters are coming. Zheng Tianxin urged again. Monsters? Ha! What kind of joke is that? With me here, what monster dares to show its face? Besides, if I just come in because you tell me to, where's my dignity? Unless, classmate, you're willing to date me. Tonight, we could have a deep conversation. Standing at the city gate, Chu Zichen detected no approaching monsters. As a silver-ranked archer, even suppressed, his senses should surpass those of a bronze-ranked, right? Even he hadn't sensed it, yet these people still tried to scare him. Zheng Tianxin, blocked at the gate, was truly exasperated. Ignoring Chu Zichen's outrageous words, she urged one last time, this is what our captain sensed.
He wouldn't be wrong. Either come in or leave.
If you don't come in now, I'm closing the door.
Shu Xiao? Shu Zichen gave an awkward laugh and turned to the other students behind him. Everyone, did you sense any monsters? 16 idiots chorused in unison, no. Chapter 43, Swamp Mud.
The group burst into laughter. Except for Sun Xian, the fool who came willingly, the rest were all forced to attend by their families.
They were all second-generation heirs from wealthy families.
All day long, he's not doing anything worthwhile, just throwing parties, having fun, and wasting his life.
Meeting the crown prince of the capital finally gave them a backbone. Did you hear that? Could your captain's perception possibly surpass mine, young Master Chu? Shu Zichen wore a silver-grade quantum ranger suit.
He sensed the power restrictions within this space gradually lifting. Yet he failed to detect a single abyssal creature.
Facing a bronze tier 4 player like Zheng Tianxin, wasn't his word authoritative enough?
Shu Xiao had no chance of breaking through to silver rank and surpassing him.
Shu Zichen found it laughable.
Have Chu Xiao come down to pay his respects to our crown prince. Seriously, with young Master Chu here, you're in luck. From now on, you'll just coast to victory, just cheer us on in the city, dance for us, and shout 666 to show your support.
Monsters? Who are you trying to fool? I'm silver tier 2. Let me tell you, there are no monsters within 3 kilometers.
The group scoffed in disdain.
They were silver ranked like Chu Zichen.
Some were stronger, some weaker, but they all shared one trait, they were all drug-enhanced.
Their families had abandoned them.
Seeing these 5 gorgeous, busty young beauties gave their lives a glimmer of hope. Some had already begun fantasizing about these girls offering themselves in exchange for his help. Seeing their stubborn resistance, Zheng Tianxin was thoroughly enraged. She commanded the nearby venomous snakes.
Close the gates.
At the gate, 16 spiny snakes formed 2 rows, their stubby arms pulling the chains to seal the entrance.
Wait a moment? What do you mean?
2 voices spoke up to stop them. Zheng Tianxin paid no heed, continuing, crawlers, keep it up, shut that gate. Seeing she was serious, the crowd grew utterly frantic. Some tried to rush forward, only to be deterred by a row of spiny snakes erecting their sharp spines. That aura, that sheer force, there was no doubt they'd be riddled like a honeycomb.
Shu Zichen felt his face burn with embarrassment. These people really didn't treat him like their boss. Su Yuan, stop it for me. Destroy it if you have to. Su Yuan was already prepared.
He knew his role well, a loyal enforcer, waiting for Chu Zichen's command. Su Yuan manipulated the water from the moat excavated by the alien insects through Chu Xiao, transforming it into 2 massive hands that seized the rising city gate, locking in a struggle with the spiny snakes. The slowly rising gate froze in place, the spiked snakes pulled forward by the immense force. The gates, chains, and creaking sounds were particularly jarring. In Zheng Tianxin's perception, the rune-marked traps she had set were triggered. She urgently called out to the group.
This is your final chance. Either enter or get out.
Su Yuan and Chu Zichen were indeed silver-ranked, but no silver-ranked individual kept their senses constantly maxed out for reconnaissance. Within the usual range, there was still nothing. Facing Zheng Tianxin's furious roar, Chu Zichen felt like he'd been yelled at by this woman.
Damn it, how dare she yell at the crown prince of the capital? Woman, you're pushing your luck. Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson. Break down the city gates for me.
Su Yuan obeyed the order, summoning 2 water elementals to hurl streams of corrosive acid at the gate's chains. The highly corrosive acid touched the chains, causing them to soften and dissolve.
Bang!
Under Su Yuan's relentless assault, the city gate finally collapsed. Chu Zichen gloated triumphantly, unaware that the entire scene was being broadcast live by the angel above. The sudden activation of the broadcast signaled that another battle was about to commence within the 100-day deadline. Across the vast map, countless red dots lit up amidst the gray, desolate wilderness.
Holy, where did this idiot come from? This is just asking for trouble. We're done for.
I know him, he's the heir apparent of the Chu family from the capital.
How did such a brilliant man like old Master Chu raise such a moron? I really want to go in and warn them the monster army is coming.
Chu Zichen hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation yet. Seeing the beautiful woman before him looking so anxious only made him feel more smug.
Hey! Where are you running off to? Roar!
Behind him, the thunderous roar of 1,000 horses galloping filled the air.
Only then did Chu Zichen snap to attention.
Turning his head, he saw the dark, shadowy figures of monsters rising on the horizon.
Holy, run! A colossal muddy swamp descended from the heavens, obscuring the sky as it descended upon the desolate city with its gates wide open. The mountain-like mass slid smoothly through the gate, completely separating Chu Zichen from the city within. Outside the walls, the group paced frantically in circles. Inside the gates, Xu Xiao, Tayo, and Cici had already reached the base of the city walls. Zhang Cici and the others remained on the city walls to deal with the attacking demons. Before them lay a massive sludge. It was a particularly vile creature from the abyss, the swamp mud. These mud monsters could merge with the terrain, transforming flat land into their domain, a swamp. Once unleashed, even gold-ranked warriors could be swallowed whole. The putrid stench of decaying mud filled their nostrils. Xu Xiao sensed danger and ordered his explosive insects to hold their breath before detonating against the mud creature. The foul stench carried toxins that assaulted the nerves, rendering victims utterly immobilized. Layer after layer of mud baked dry, making the swamp slime monster extremely uncomfortable. Just as it tried to flee, a water ball slammed into its back. "You moron?" Xu Xiao was furious, the first time he'd ever wanted to chop someone into pieces. After squeezing through the city gate, Su Yuan, desperate to claim credit, unleashed a water spell on the cracking swamp mud. The sacrifice of the explosive insects became a laughingstock. "Didn't you know fire is the slime monster's weakness?" Su Yuan, of course, had no idea. He stubbornly retorted. "Who says I don't? But your water is countered by it only because you're too weak. Mine, however, can dilute the sludge with sheer volume, allowing me to locate the monster's core and destroy it." For the first time, Xu Xiao witnessed someone's ignorance and shamelessness reaching such depths. He couldn't be bothered to explain. No amount of water would matter, because the slime monster could reproduce endlessly within it. "You." Ignoring the slime monster's threat, Xu Xiao used Void Flash to reach Su Yuan first, knocking him unconscious with a single punch. Even if it meant draining massive energy, wasting this skill, and waiting for the cooldown. He had to take this bastard out first. Xu Xiao had a premonition, if he didn't eliminate him first, things would definitely go south. After knocking Su Yuan down, he immediately ordered Zhang Cici and the others to pour fire oil into the moat. The swamp mud monsters were originally summoned from the abyss to deal with the moat. Once it multiplied endlessly, even its corpses could fill the moat. That would pave the way for the following forces. Now that it had stormed in, slaughtering indiscriminately and devouring vast numbers of jumping insects and spiked snakes, the effect was even better than filling the moat. For a moment, Xu Xiao couldn't tell if these creatures were even enemies. The cockroach's acid proved ineffective against the swamp mud, leaving only the blast bugs capable of inflicting damage. Even Xu Xiao himself had little recourse against these creatures immune to physical attacks. The only recourse was to use his speed to lure it away, preventing it from charging into the city and destroying the heaven-piercing divine pillar. Enemies poured through the city gates in droves. Chapter 44, Silver Rank, Filler. Hordes of monsters poured through the south gate. Exploding bugs detonated continuously on the bodies of the swamp mud monsters. Jumping beetles and spiked snakes engaged in close combat. Xu Xiao shifted his strategy, luring the not-so-bright swamp slime while simultaneously slaughtering the invading abyssal fishmen, goblins, slimes, skeletons, and ghouls. The fishman mage continuously replenished the slime creature's water supply. This caused its body to grow ever larger, transforming one-third of the southern city into a swamp. Xu Xiao swiftly redirected his forces to encircle and eliminate the mage. After the fishman mage was eliminated, the swamp mud had gained momentum, steadily oozing forward and devouring everything in its path. Meanwhile, the entire abyssal army that had entered the city unexpectedly retreated. Some were baffled, while others wore grim expressions. "It's all those lunatics' fault. Now we're all doomed. What's the big deal? It's just a monster. Why didn't Xu Xiao go kill it? Kill it my ass. Open your eyes. The monster's core has fused completely with that vast swamp. There's no way to find it now. This thing's invincible now. You don't even want to think about what they're facing. We missed our chance. If we'd blocked the monster at the city gate earlier, without that idiot messing things up, Xu Xiao could have taken it down." The crowd was filled with regret. How could they let that idiot in? They missed the easiest chance to kill it. What the hell is Fire Seed University doing? Lucian watched Xu Xiao's response. 6 divine relics materialized around him. The Embers of Creation, the Celestial Covenant, the Blood Seal of All Souls, the Godslayer's Emblem, the Philosopher's Stone, and the core of the Great Library. Each relic was enveloped in his divine power, not a trace of divine fluctuation escaping. Lucian's golden eyes flashed coldly as he declared. "Xu Xiao, should you pass this trial, you shall claim a divine emperor tier relic. Should you fail, it shall be my mistake in judging you." The swamp mud relentlessly devoured structures to expand itself, its appetite growing ever voracious. Finally, half of the southern city had been submerged into a waterlogged wasteland. Upon the city walls, Zhang Cici asked Zhang Xiaoxiao, who sat atop a black panther, gripping a 9th tier whip tightly, "Are you ready?" Zhang Xiaoxiao nodded resolutely, ready to face death. "All right, let's begin." Xu Xiao's explosive beetles stood on the ramparts, waiting for the perfect moment. Pop, pop, pop. They leapt toward the swamp below. They bombarded a single spot relentlessly, evaporating vast amounts of moisture until a small patch of soft earth was exposed. Now! Zhang Xiaoxiao leapt onto the patch of earth atop her black panther. With a flick of her whip, the struck ground bulged upward, sprouting a fresh bud. Growth! Growth! Transparent wings sprouted from Zhang Xiaoxiao's back as she transformed into a life fairy, capable of controlling plant growth. Using the accelerated trees to drain the underground moisture, she transformed vast swamplands back into fertile soil. It's done. The others landed shortly after, standing on solid ground. They clapped hands and cheered. I'll continue then. Zhang Xiaoxiao coordinated with Chu Xiao's explosive insects to begin planting trees. A single accelerated giant tree required vast amounts of nutrients and moisture, all drawn from the swampy mud. Roar! The advancing, all-consuming silver-grade mud monster suddenly snapped awake. Realizing its body was gradually shrinking, it lashed out in fury toward Zhang Xiaoxiao and her companions. Get lost! I'm protecting the great god's woman. Emerging from the thicket, Sun Xian's magic dagger flashed orange light. He intercepted the fatal blow aimed at Zhang Xiaoxiao before vanishing again. Zhang Xiaoxiao, who had been sowing seeds, patted her chest in relief and thanked the hidden Sun Xian. Thanks, but I haven't captured the great god's heart yet. Her cheeks flushed crimson. I'm not really his woman yet. Sun Xian offered no reply, but he believed it was only a matter of time. What overcomes earth it worked. Plants need water to grow, and monsters need water to expand their bodies. All you have to do is drain the water from them. That said, planting within its body was no simple feat. Had it not been for 50,000 exploding beetles relentlessly bombarding the area, evaporating every drop from the small marsh, Zhang Xiaoxiao would never have had the chance to sow the seeds. Chu Xiao's insect swarm had reached a staggering 50,000, everyone a premium unit. They spread everywhere. The swamp mud monster instinctively began its own rescue, driven by a single thought. Water. I need water. Suddenly, it discovered a vast reservoir deep beneath the earth. An opening. Where is that? The place where the abyssal creatures ambushed us last time? After planting the last seed, Zhang Xiaoxiao watched in shock as the monster darted toward a hole in the southern city wall. Master, stop it. The monster is trying to escape. Chu Xiao gave them a reassuring smile. How could that be? All the swamp mud had flowed into the underground space, revealing vast pools of water within. It drank deeply. The monster's body rapidly swelled, swiftly filling the entire space. The colossal creature's form filled the entire subterranean void. From within the mud, two enormous crimson eyes emerged, like a blood moon, slowly opening. Boundless malevolence emanated from them. Chu Xiao, die. Everyone outside assumed Chu Xiao was finished. That such an unintelligent monster could speak human words meant it had evolved. Silver grade. He's reached silver grade. Chu Zichen, who had awakened at some unknown moment, noticed the scene at the cave entrance and cried out in alarm. Chu Xiao, haven't you read any books? Don't you know swamp mud expands and multiplies when it encounters water? Applying his newly acquired knowledge, he shouted to leave the city. Let me out. I'm not going down with you lot. That's right, that's right. My grandfather is the deputy commander of the 5th Military District. My dad's a division commander in the Northeast Army. My mom is a billionaire CEO. Each of them boasted formidable connections. They stormed the city gates, determined to break through the barriers blocking Zhang Cici and the others. Zhang Cici and her group stood their ground. Only when Tayo and Cici took Chu Zichen hostage did they finally back down. The mud in the cave was rising rapidly, threatening to overflow any moment. Unable to persuade Tayo and Cici, Su Yuan hurried over to Chu Xiao and snapped. Do you know what you're doing? If anything happens to young Master Chu, your sister won't escape unscathed either. What did you say? Su Yuan was about to resort to force. But he met a pair of eyes like death itself. Chu Xiao, one hand on the hilt and the other gripping the scabbard, advanced step by step. Say it again if you dare. I didn't catch that. The palpable intent to kill pressed against Su Yuan's forehead, sending his heart racing in alarm, his spine prickling with pain. All around, thousands of alien insects shifted their bodies, encircling him and emitting a hissing growl. Speak. Repeat what you just said. The distance between them was no more than 3 paces. Su Yuan dared not move. I was wrong. But young Master Chu really can't come to harm. Chu Xiao watched him silently until Su Yuan was on the verge of tears, then spoke in a hollow tone. Next time, think before you speak. Ignoring Su Yuan, who was scared out of his wits, Chu Xiao returned to the cave entrance and peered inside. The demonic creature within the cave suddenly died. Its body stiffened rapidly, solidifying into a cement-like substance that completely sealed off the entire secret passage. A cockroach emerged before the cement had completely dried. He handed a monster crystal to Chu Xiao. Su Yuan's jaw dropped in astonishment. Dead? A silver-ranked monster was killed? It wasn't just him. Everyone was utterly baffled. Chapter 45, Bronze Proof. Alchemy, poisoning. Only a handful of girls witnessed Chu Xiao's alchemy process. Only then did they realize. It turned out the great sage had been scheming against the swamp monsters all along, intending to use them to fill the cave and permanently seal this hidden threat. The potion Chu Xiao concocted was highly toxic, instantly killing the silver-grade swamp mud. That wasn't water at all, it was deadly poison. The Abyss Lord's face darkened with fury. The Lord of the Abyss, ruler of the 99th layer, swept his sleeve and departed. Beneath him, the demon lord who orchestrated this ambush knelt trembling on the ground. From behind came the Abyss Lord's furious voice. Under no circumstances must the divine race hold the wasteland city for 100 days. Otherwise, you're as good as dead. Yes, yes. I will immediately reinforce our forces and seize the wasteland city. The demon lord waited until the lord of the abyss had departed before daring to rise, trembling with fear. He glared at Chu Xiao, seething with hatred, wishing he could tear him limb from limb. But what could he do? The live stream ended abruptly. The abyss's probe had revealed not a single hair's worth of information. The swarm-sized Chu Xiao had displayed alone numbered over 300,000. The others could now also mobilize troops from the divine realm. The forces in the wasteland city instantly swelled to over 500,000, matching their own numbers. The demon lord had no choice but to abandon his assault plans and redeploy forces from other tiers. Damn it, trash. If those few weren't so incompetent, I wouldn't be in such a passive position. Even a million-strong army would fail against a demigod restricted from summoning his familiars. Dying would be too easy for you lot. The demon lord violently smashed everything within reach. Beside him, the Lich Lord, Goblin Lord, and Blood Wolf Lord gathered, asking, "Old man, what are we to do? The first layer of the gray space can't hold so many creatures." That Chu Xiao is too cunning. He occupied the population with massive swarms ahead of time, preventing us from freely reinforcing our troops. Wait. We can only wait. Even in this dire situation, the demon lord maintained his patience. Once the first layer revives, we'll deploy our forces immediately. I've already had scouts monitor the revival timeline. We'll definitely beat the divine race to it and seize the initiative. The three lords nodded. There's no other choice. After all, the gray zone still has its population cap restrictions. The population cap for the first layer was 1,200,000, with the abyss or human race able to occupy up to 90% of that quota. Therefore, whoever summons first holds the advantage. Chu Xiao exploited this to buy time. Once the population cap is further lifted, the abyss will undoubtedly launch a fierce assault. Within the wasteland city, Chu Xiao was swinging his hammer in the forge when a petite dwarf suddenly appeared. The female dwarf gazed curiously at the set Chu Xiao was crafting, picking up a piece of whisperer armor and examining it closely. Solid defense. It can engrave 3 commonly used divine spells, very female-friendly. One by one, the dwarves pointed out the strengths and weaknesses of Chu Xiao's forged set. It was clear she possessed great skill in forging and formidable strength, and she seemed quite fond of the sets Chu Xiao had crafted. Need something? Ha? Aren't you curious who I am? The dwarf lowly bounced over to Chu Xiao. She'd come to check him out as part of her mission, but Lucian's chosen boy turned out to be far more impressive than she'd imagined. The forged set was still of a low grade, yet the craftsmanship was remarkably skillful. She boasted of being the disciple of the Angel King, inheriting his forging techniques, though in truth, she had never truly mastered the art. Not curious. If possible, please leave immediately. The lowly paid no heed to Chu Xiao's wariness. She only admired the boy's forging skills. If she could, she'd love to snatch them away. Supreme artifact crafting technique. There's no need for such hostility toward me. I've come to grant you Phase 2 access to the 10,000 Gods shop. Access to the 10,000 Gods shop? I haven't done anything to deserve that. Chu Xiao had no idea how to elevate the divine shop's privileges. He had assumed he could only advance by awaiting the rewards from the Moon Knight Order. You don't know? Then what have you been doing all this time, selling equipment? The lowly was utterly perplexed. Suddenly, as if a thought struck her, she giggled mischievously. So, Lucian tricked you, huh? All the gear you handed over to Fireseed University, he sold it all, didn't he? Chu Xiao's face darkened. He hadn't expected that to be the case, but he didn't have permission to open a shop in the Pantheon store. Anyway, the Pantheon store believes you're qualified for an upgrade, so they sent me to activate your bronze credential. Keep it safe. The lowly pulled a badge emblazoned with the Cat vs. Dog War logo from her magic pocket. She handed it to Chu Xiao. The badge instantly transformed into a streak of light, entering Chu Xiao's wristwatch. The application on his wristwatch interface automatically opened, displaying a product catalog before Chu Xiao's eyes. This time, a vast array of products filled his vision. Unlike before, when he could only purchase a limited selection of gear, the full range of categories was now available for him to buy. So I was using a stripped-down version before? Pretty much. It's one of the tactics major factions use to recruit new members. After all, opening the 10,000 Gods shop unlocks infinite possibilities. The dwarf lowly was pleased with Chu Xiao's astonishment and continued, Black iron grade items mostly require divine power for payment. Bronze grade items, except for a few, mostly require divine essence. Silver grade items require divine crystals. So even if someone grants you access, you usually can't trade. But you seem to be able to, don't you? Chu Xiao's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpricks. His entire body felt as if struck by lightning, and he swallowed hard with difficulty. It felt as though she had seen through everything about him. He certainly didn't want to become a slave exploited for divine power by certain individuals. I told you, little one, you needn't be so wary of me. The shop of all gods was created by the Angel King. With the mark she bestowed upon you, there's no need to fear anyone coveting your little secrets. Alright, my business here is done. It's time for me to go. This lowly was actually a much older predecessor than Chu Xiao. After the lowly departed, Chu Xiao suddenly realized time seemed to have just begun flowing again. Everything around him regained its original colors. Is this what it means to be powerful? With a touch of envy, he withdrew his gaze and turned his attention to the 10,000 gods shop. The shop was divided into black iron, bronze, and silver sections. The bronze section primarily sold low-grade raw materials. Transactions could be made using divine power. Perfect timing. I was wondering how to acquire materials for rebuilding the wasteland city. Looks like the big shots up there saw my predicament. Rebuilding the core pantheon of the ruined city required vast quantities of bricks, cement, raw stone, and more. Unlocking weapon production requires ore, silver ore, and copper ore. Water, food, and clothing are also essential, given the growing number of human followers. Their weapons, equipment, food, clothing, and shelter all require careful consideration. Having taken control of the desolate city, Chu Xiao became its ruler, unlocking numerous hidden capabilities within the city. Chu Xiao. I demand to see Chu Xiao. The commotion outside grew louder. When Chu Xiao emerged from his room, he saw Chu Zichen being fawned over by the new arrivals. He stood there, smug and self-satisfied, tilting his head with a sideways glance, like a proud peacock. I hear you're the city's weaponsmith? Hand over your forge. Among my people, there are specialists in weapon crafting. Do not touch any equipment or materials in the storeroom. I will handle all arrangements. Starting today, all supplies will be allocated by me. As for you, go guard the city walls with Chen Zihan. Oh, and hand over all your divine power. I need it for crowdfunding supplies. Chapter 46, The City Lord. Chu Xiao's lips twitched as he scrutinized Chu Zichen from head to toe, inside and out, multiple times. Finally, he couldn't hold back and snapped, Are you out of your mind? Chu Xiao pointed at his head, too lazy to engage, and started walking toward the interior of the room. Wait a moment. Su Yuan blocked Chu Xiao's path. His gaze darted left and right, avoiding the fierce glare directed at him by Chu Xiao. We really need to talk. Seeming to think Chu Xiao didn't believe him, he hurriedly pulled a chubby little boy from the crowd and pointed at him. Xiao Luo's divine domain is a land of plenty. His original profession is a farmer, so he can provide you with large quantities of divine rice and divine fruit. You know, the favored ones can't survive on ordinary food alone. Without proper nourishment, they'll grow weaker and weaker, making it impossible for them to resist the Abyss army. Before Su Yuan could finish, the chubby boy pulled a sack of divine rice from his domain freshly harvested, radiating potent divine energy. I also run a shop in the Pantheon store. This divine rice has earned 5-star reviews. Each grain requires a single point of divine power. This was the one thing Luo Xiaopang could probably hold his head high about. He wasn't skilled at fighting, and the familiar he'd acquired was rather weak, a creature called a magic rabbit. They possessed little combat strength but possessed an innate love for cultivation. Chu Zichen snatched the bag from the little chubby boy's hands, took out a grain of divine rice the size of a rice kernel, and waved it in front of Chu Xiao. Never seen this before, huh? This is rice you could never afford in your entire lifetime. 1 grain equaled 1 point of divine power. An ordinary person earned only 5,000 divine power points a month. Of course they couldn't afford it. A single bowl of this divine rice could bankrupt you. Precisely because of this, the little chubby kid was rolling in wealth. His body fat alone could fill a huge vat. But ever since Chu Zichen set his sights on him, life had turned sour. So, if you submit to my authority, you can eat the divine rice cultivated by Xiao Luo. Chu Zichen put on an air of generosity. He'd come to realize that brute force wouldn't work for their group, but the world wasn't just about fighting and killing, it was more about human relationships and social dynamics. Control the resources, and you control the initiative. Seeing Chu Xiao's eyes gleaming at him, the chubby boy crossed his arms over his chest and said warily, Forcing me won't work. I'd rather die than submit. Upon hearing this, Chu Zichen immediately ordered the others to hide the chubby kid. He had entered through the official recruitment channels of the Fireseed Academy and wasn't afraid of Chu Xiao acting recklessly. Chu Xiao's eyes locked onto the little fat guy. Seeing him looking like a wronged widow being bullied by a thug, he couldn't help but chuckle. Me and you? Squeezing oil? Interested in joining Wasteland City to rebuild Divine City? You know, getting high marks from the Seed Academy isn't just about combat. Combat, command, support, logistics, construction, anything beneficial to rebuilding the Divine City counts toward the Academy's evaluations. Earn high-quality evaluations and accumulate points to exchange for various resources. Can I join? Luo Xiaopang felt tempted, but still glanced nervously at Chu Zichen's sour expression. Working for Chu Zichen meant 6/10 of his divine rice profits were taken as exploitation. Calling it working for him was a euphemism. It was essentially protection money. Not only that, but the other members of the team would also take their cut, leaving him with a mere 20% of his actual earnings. Chu Xiao, what do you think you're doing? Chu Zichen instantly flew into a rage. He had brought the fat man along to threaten Chu Xiao. Refuse the city lord's position and they'd go on strike. He wasn't throwing good money after bad, only to disappear without a trace. Xu Shao sneered contemptuously, "Are you brain dead and blind? Can't you see or hear? I'm poaching your people." Boom! Xu Zichen felt his lungs were about to explode. Pointing at Xu Shao, he trembled, "How dare you poach my people right in front of me? Why not? Haven't you done the same? Besides, your methods toward this Luo fellow aren't exactly friendly. Luo, if you join us, I guarantee fair treatment. For instance, we'll purchase your divine rice at market price, and you won't have to pay me protection fees." Buying divine rice? Divine power, that's all. Xu Shao had plenty of it and didn't need to squeeze the fat guy dry. "You dare? Luo Xiaopang, I advise you to think this through." Luo Xiaopang took half a step back, hesitating to accept Xu Shao's offer. His eyes were filled with sorrow, longing, and fear. Even Xu Shao understood his predicament. When Xu Zichen and the others dealt with him, they never bothered to hide their intentions. Following this group meant being their punching bag. A cash cow they could milk whenever their pockets ran dry. What's there to be afraid of? Think about it, Luo. What about Jiang Cici and the other girls? They bravely took that first step, choosing a path utterly different from their destined fate. If you want to change the situation, you must take that first step yourself. If you're afraid, just yell, and I'll back you up. Xu Shao watched Luo Xiaopang, who was struggling with his decision, with a smile. This chubby guy was different from the others. He was the talent Xu Shao desperately needed. As for the rest, Xu Shao had no interest in babysitting others' children. Whatever their motives for pushing him into this, it was best not to provoke him. Seeing Luo Xiaopang lift his foot only to pull it back, Xu Shao sighed. "Anyway, my door is always open to you. Think it over carefully. Don't let yourself be bled dry anymore." "Oh, what's your shop called?" It's called Luo Xiaopang's farmhouse." "Got it. I'll be sure to stop by." Xu Shao turned and entered the house, opened the 10,000 God store interface, searched for Luo Xiaopang's shop, and placed an order for 100 tons of divine power rice with a flick of his wrist. Xu Shao left a note, "Keep up the good work. You're not the only one who can produce divine rice, but I still want to give you a chance." Outside the door, Xu Zichen was furious enough to lose his mind. Not only had Xu Shao found out about his plans to approach Jiang Cici, Chen Zihan, and Su Mushua, but even this fatso dared to betray him. Su Yuan, teach him a lesson. Su Yuan cracked his neck, cracked his knuckles, and approached Luo Xiaopang with a menacing glare. "Fatso, you've gone 3 days without a beating. Think you're itching for a taste of your own medicine?" Thud. Su Yuan's fist slammed into Luo Xiaopang's eye socket, sending the 300-pound bloke flying backward. Luo Xiaopang curled up, his eyes fixed on the message displayed on his screen. Fortunately, each person could only see their own divine realm interface, so Xu Zichen and the others didn't notice the message Xu Shao had sent him. "Xu Shao, need help? Just yell if you do. Xu Shao, does it hurt? If it does, scream it out. Xu Shao, I'm the city lord. I have the authority to deal with them. Xu Shao, don't fear retaliation. You have Fire Seed University behind you. Xu Shao, I'm not afraid of offending the Wang family." "What are you afraid of?" Luo Xiaopang had poured all his strength into his flesh and blood defense. Though he was accustomed to it, for the first time, a spark of defiance rose within him. Perhaps obeying Xu Shao wasn't such a bad idea after all. Su Yuan and the others grew tired from fighting and sat down on the ground, fuming. "Useless trash. Serves you right to be kicked out of the Luo family, just like your dead mother." Luo Xiaopang's family, the Luos, were also wealthy. Unfortunately, her mother never earned her father's affection. After giving birth to him, she was driven out of the Luo household. Mother and son lived a life far from ideal. Su Yuan didn't notice that Luo Xiaopang, facing away from them, had bloodshot eyes. His plump body trembled as his fists clenched tightly. Just as he rose to leave, a fleshy wall suddenly lunged from behind, biting viciously into his shoulder. "Die! I won't let you insult my mother. Xu Shao, I wish to join your ranks." Chapter 47, No Room for Dead Weight. "What?" Luo Xiaopang bit him from behind. After Su Yuan spun around and shoved him away, he didn't react in time and took a solid punch to the cheek. "You want to die? You're the one asking for it." Thud. A footprint was pressed once more into Su Yuan's furious face. He was on the verge of tears. Why was he being beaten so badly? Xu Shao stepped in front of Luo Xiaopang, glaring at the crowd. "You dare bully others freely in the wasteland city? You violated the city's laws and should be arrested." "Xu Shao, this is between me and that fatso. What right do you have to hit me?" Su Yuan rubbed his shoe-printed face, asking with hurt. Xu Zichen glared angrily. "Xu Shao, I'm reporting you for assaulting a classmate and acting recklessly." He showed no fear. He was clearly in the right now. "Arbitrary? Assaulting a classmate? No. I was merely enforcing the rules of the Wasteland City." "The rules of the Wasteland City? Ridiculous. Come on, tell me which rule in the Wasteland City explicitly permits you to assault classmates?" Xu Zichen stood tall, his voice brimming with confidence. Xu Xiao regarded Chu Zichen with a look of amusement. Failed at fighting? Trying to outsmart me now?
Xu Xiao helped Luo Xiaopang to his feet, a faint, mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
He channeled divine power into the mark between his eyebrows. The lotus emblem of the Wasteland City Lord appeared on his forehead as he sneered. I am the City Lord. My rules are the rules. Now I hold you accountable for breaching the city gates and allowing the monsters to invade.
Facing crisis, not only did you fail to step forward, but you fought poorly, causing catastrophic losses.
The crime of bullying classmates and extorting protection money. For multiple offenses, you shall be imprisoned in the Wasteland City dungeon for 70 days. Arrest them.
This confiscation meant they would be locked up for 100 days.
Equivalent to elimination.
At Chu Xiao's thought, a wooden prison instantly materialized in the sky, descending to envelop Chu Zichen and the others. Panicked, Su Yuan fired a water column at the prison, attempting to blast it away. But before he could fully channel his magic, it vanished into thin air.
Xu Xiao gave a cold laugh. Resisting enforcement? You'll receive 1 lashing per day. Su Yuan's face darkened, seething with anger he dared not voice.
Under the law's suppression in the Wasteland City, he couldn't muster even a shred of power.
The wooden cage carried them away.
Turning to Luo Xiaopang, whose lips were stained with blood, Xu Xiao brushed the dust from his clothes and smiled.
Congratulations. You've escaped your miserable life. Have I truly escaped?
The terror in Luo Xiaopang's eyes gradually faded, replaced by uncertainty.
Of course. But Wasteland City doesn't keep idle hands. If you can't fight, you'll handle logistics.
Rest assured, we won't exploit you. Hearing Chu Xiao's repeated assurances, Luo Xiaopang finally felt at ease, his tense body relaxing.
Classmate Xu Xiao, I'll do my best. Come on, I'll show you around.
With the authority of the city lord, Xu Xiao could imprison lawbreakers. Therefore, once the divine city was fully established, the city lord's authority would grow even greater and more unshakable.
The Abyss faction would never allow such an outcome.
Xu Xiao narrowed his eyes, puzzled by their prolonged inaction. The longer they waited, the fiercer the future assault would be.
After touring the city with Luo Xiaopang, the group was astonished by this technical talent.
Yi Fan was particularly impressed. His troops, after consuming the divine rice, saw their strength surge, boosting their combat effectiveness by over 50%. Alright, from now on, you'll be responsible for supplying grain to the Wasteland City. I'll purchase it using divine power.
Thank you. Thank you. Luo Xiaopang wept with joy.
Gripping Xu Xiao's plump hand, he refused to let go, overcome with emotion. Never before had anyone treated him fairly. He never imagined that today, not only did no one look down on him, but everyone welcomed him warmly.
This made Luo Xiaopang instantly realize this group was different from Chu Zichen's crew. Inside the prison cell,
Chu Zichen, Su Yuan, and the others were suffering greatly. The prison cages suppressed them, relentlessly draining their divine power.
Damn it, my divine power is gone. Ah. Me too, Aya. Drained dry. Totally drained. Not a single drop left. Except for Chu Zichen and Su Yuan, everyone else was wailing and crying.
Chu Zichen's face turned slightly pale as he clung to the wooden prison door, shouting outward, Xu Xiao, you can't lock me up.
What gives you the right to imprison me? Who do you think you are?
However, his companions, drained of divine power, were struck by lightning one after another. After a flash of lightning, a demigod collapsed against the wall, limp and exhausted, as if milked dry of every last drop of divine power. Another bolt of lightning followed, wringing out the last of his divine power. These individuals came from good backgrounds and had awakened decent divine kin, possessing sufficient faith power. Yet they were too lazy to convert it regularly, resulting in vast amounts of divine energy being wasted. Xu Xiao arrived at the prison and observed one prisoner with particular interest.
This one was different. Upon hearing footsteps and seeing Xu Xiao, Chu Zichen grew agitated once more. Let me out. Let me out. Xu Xiao, you're abusing your authority.
Xu Xiao stared expressionlessly at the number above Chu Zichen's head, a number only he could see, and chuckled softly.
I don't provide food here. If any of you think you're worth saving, I can give you a chance.
Whether it's combat, support, or supplying resources like Luo Xiaopang.
Bull. I won't bow to your tyranny. Then stay put. When you come to your senses, you can leave. I'm in no hurry.
With that, Xu Xiao ignored their furious barking.
Begin confirming end-of-month rewards. Monthly settlement, repelled the Abyss's first assault, secured over 500,000 enemy kills.
Rewards, 1 gold grade blazing warblade, 50 divine crystals, 100 drops of divine elixir. Reward, Supreme Divine Eye Heavenly Vision. Reward, Supreme Divine Art Blazing Slash. Reward, 10 streams of lunar radiance. Xu Xiao extracted the moonlight radiance. 10 streams of light washed over his body, renewing his divine form as if it had been forged anew. A colossal surge of vitality flooded every vein, every muscle, every cell.
Xu Xiao's pupils contracted. Bronze Tier 4, Bronze Tier 5, Bronze Tier 6, Bronze Tier 7.
For tiers in succession he had instantly broken through to late bronze.
The two Lolas bound to him by spirit contracts, Tayo and Cici, sensed their divine lord's advancement and also ascended, Silver Tier 1, Silver Tier 2. Chu Xiao rolled his eyes. So it was me holding them back all this time? Blazing slash, its power amplified with each strike, faster and more devastating than the last. 3 strikes could decide life or death. The blazing war blade, infused with terrifying heat waves, could further amplify the power of divine arts. This compensated for Chu Xiao's predicament when using Crimson Slash, where a single strike drained his physical and magical energy. Divine Eye of Heaven could detect the wandering undead within the gray spaces interlayer. Have you made your decision? Shu Zichen remained silent. The others lay convulsing on the ground, unable to speak. Only one person tremblingly raised a hand. I am a pill master. I can handle pill refinement. Chapter 48, 2 Battlefields. Chen Fangyong, starting today, you'll refine pills here. Don't wander off, understand? Brother Chu, I understand. Amidst Chu Zichen's curses, a boy with small eyes abandoned him and followed Chu Xiao out to take charge of alchemy. Others hesitated, glancing at Chu Zichen's pitiful state before choosing to sit down. Chu Xiao smiled, choosing not to force the issue. Good. I still don't fully trust you. So don't do anything that might cause misunderstandings. Yes. I'll focus solely on alchemy and nothing else. Gazing toward the horizon, a frown gradually etched itself onto his brow. Name, Chu Xiao. Level, Demigod. Markings, Immortal Body Divine Form, Icy Aura Prickly, Undead Summoning Jumping. Class, Void Shadow Assassin. Class Level, Bronze 7. Professional Skills, Void Mark, Void Blade, Void Flash, Secret Technique, Crimson Slash. Divine Body, Undying Copper Skin, Iron Will, Heavenly Eye. Divine Power, Infinite. Divine Fluid, 601. Divine Crystals, 2. Divine Arts, Super Speed, Steel Body, Self-Healing. Supreme Divine Arts Alchemy, Inscription, Barrier, Purification, Dispersal, Artifact Forging, Mind Focus, Blazing Slash. Talent, Time Differential. Time flows 100 times faster within the divine realm than in the outside world. Faith Power, Infinite. Follower Race, Xenomorphs. Xenomorph Structures, Hive Unique, Bloodpool Tier 2, Spine Crawler Nest Tier 2, Roach Nest Tier 2, Thunder Beast Den Tier 1. Swarm 50,000 500,000, Bronze Roach 200,000, Bronze Baneling 150,000, Bronze Hydralisk 50,000, Bronze Zergling 99,978, Bronze Thunder Beast 20, Silver Roach 1, Silver Hydralisk 1. Primordial Essence, 955,497 used to upgrade units. After reaching the 7th tier, Chu Xiao's physical prowess surpassed his previous strength by over 3-fold. He borrowed resources and exhausted his divine crystals. He finally managed to produce 20 Thunder Beasts. What surprises would these formidable war-type beasts bring him? Chu Xiao also purchased sufficient source essence from the 10,000 God store to produce bronze-tier insectoid beasts. Thanks to the peculiarity of the insectoids, there was currently no shortage of magic essence preventing the entire force from being upgraded to bronze. The full complement of 500,000 troops was assembled. To defend the desolate city, Chu Xiao dispatched 300,000 troops. He had believed the troop strength to be ample. Unexpectedly, upon opening the Heavenly Eye, tens of thousands of undead were found roaming above the wasteland city's barrier. The abyss had already initiated its operation against them. After Chu Xiao strode away, a pair of sinister eyes peering through the doorcrack finally withdrew their gaze before vanishing. Chu Xiao arrived at the city walls just as Jiang Cici and the others received their rewards, each beaming with joy. Big shot? What brings you here? I came to check on you all and monitor the abyss's movements. If my guess is correct, they'll be here soon. The fading sunlight cast its glow. The city walls were bathed in a rust-red hue. The 5 suppressed their smiles and gazed into the distance. Though there was no sign of movement now, none dared to let their guard down. Understood. We'll intensify patrols. Master, that Chen Fangyong, even though he's related to Chen Zihan, can we truly trust him? Jiang Cici's white battle armor fluttered in the cool breeze, her waist adorned with a silver-grade blazing sword. At that moment, she exuded the bold and spirited aura of a female commander. Of course he's untrustworthy. He's the only one among us who can't channel divine power. But if we don't let him out to relay messages and cause minor disruptions, how could we justify his arduous infiltration? But Jiang Cici couldn't help but chuckle. You're so mean, big shot. I love it. The other 4 girls beside her burst into silver bell laughter. They hadn't trusted Chen Fangyong from the start and had already sent Sun Xian to keep an eye on him. Chu Xiao traveled from the west gate to the north gate, where he encountered Chen Zihan and Yifan. The pair had made significant gains, their aura now firmly stabilized at the silver rank. Captain. X. 2 respectful voices rang out. Chen Zihan and Yifan now placed immense trust in Chu Xiao, especially since those 200,000 jumping insects served as cavalry. Absolutely brilliant. With formidable endurance and the ability to cast 3 divine arts, blazing speed, steel body, and self-healing, they no longer feared enemies targeting their mounts first.
They could endure long-range raids without fatigue, proving more reliable than even the most resilient workhorses. More of these beasts were always welcome. Their original 2,000 had expanded tenfold. Very good, very good.
As long as you've all gained something. I came to remind you the Abyss is about to launch an offensive. Everyone, stay alert. Chen Zihan chuckled. Is this about my so-called cousin? If you ask me, we should just eliminate him outright. Xu Xiao shook his head. Better to keep him around.
This time, we'll trap them like turtles in a jar.
Xu Xiao sighed inwardly. Everyone knew Chen Fengyong was trouble. He's lucky to have a few more days to live. Our cavalry is fully trained. This time, we'll wipe them out completely. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with unmistakable delight. His divine realm resources weren't particularly strong. Within the Yi family, he was practically an outsider. Xu Xiao's alien insects, however, complemented his people exceptionally well. Passing through the north gate, they arrived at the west gate. Su Muxue, Xiao Xianer, and Yi Lingyan halted their cultivation. All three had reached the silver rank in their cultivation.
Su Muxue rose from the green stone where she had been seated, her eyes glistening with a thin frost.
She spoke softly to Chu Xiao. Is the Abyss about to attack?
A cold glint reflected in Su Muxue's eyes. Besides the ice soul long sword at her waist, she also carried a silver-grade frost blade. The presence of both blades plunged the surrounding temperature to an extreme chill. Traces of ice essence crystallized from her cultivation lingered on the ground. Almost. So we need to be extra vigilant these next few days. Beside her, two sharp auras approached. Xiao Xianer and Yi Lingyan stood like drawn blades, faint golden mist seeping from their bodies. Xiao Xianer gazed curiously. Xu Xiao, what rank are you now? Have you reached silver yet? Not yet. I can't compare to you two, he. Xu Xiao didn't dwell on his personal rank. After all, the two youngsters were already silver ranked. As long as he had sufficient resources, he wouldn't fall behind. I'm here to warn you, the Abyss clan has dispatched death spirits. They're just outside the barrier. Be cautious. I've already notified the other two sides. Necromancers? Just as I thought. Those bastards will stop at nothing. Su Muxue spat with hatred. Her brother had been defeated by the Necromancer King, his divine form destroyed, his soul dragged into the abyss. The true power of the undead lay in their eerie, elusive nature. The former Necromancer King once ranked 6th on the Pantheon's elite hunter list. Now he had ascended to the rank of a lord-level demon king. Who would have thought the abyss would send forth a necromancer once more? Suddenly, a wind carrying the pungent scent of sulfur drifted in from the direction of the abyss rift. The expressions of the crowd shifted. A black pillar of light enveloped Xu Xiao, lifting him slowly from the ground and carrying him upward into the air. Xu Xiao! Su Muxue gasped in shock. The other two girls were equally terrified, their eyes wide with fear, unable to look away. The Abyss's Fire Seed Challenge? Why now? No, it's precisely because it could happen at this moment. Their trembling voices, filled with dread, echoed across the empty city walls. The Abyss faction wasn't just attacking in the gray zone, they'd also dragged Xu Xiao into the duel arena, forcing him to fight on two fronts and spread his forces thin. Their prolonged inaction had been timed precisely to exploit the intervals between duels. After each duel, neither side could initiate another immediately unless both agreed. With Xu Xiao in the gray zone, any rash duel request from the Abyss faction would inevitably be vetoed by the Pantheon. So they simply waited for the interval to end. They intended to finish Xu Xiao off completely. Chapter 49, The Necromancer King. Great Xia. Look up at the sky. Idle people stared at the sky daily, hoping for a live broadcast to start at some unknown moment. Just when everyone thought nothing would happen for a long time, two projection screens suddenly appeared in the azure sky. One faces the gray zone, the other faces the grand arena. What? How did two live streams appear? How did Xu Xiao end up in the duel arena? Shouldn't he be building the divine city in the gray space? Good heavens, look at this. The Abyss is advancing with overwhelming force this time. The gray zone, the duel arena. Without Xu Xiao, can they hold the line with just a handful of people? Exactly. Xu Xiao's been reassigned. Does that mean his insect swarm is leaving too? The tea-drinking crowd rose to their feet in unison. Fighting on two fronts, they could already imagine how difficult this battle would be. The horizon of the gray space. A swarm of black monstrosities filled the horizon. Countless, endless. Jiang Sisi and the others felt their pupils contract sharply. Su Muxue, Chen Zihan, and the others stared at the duel arena's giant screen appearing in the sky, unable to believe that Xu Xiao was absent this time. As their pillar of strength, his presence made a world of difference. Zhang Xiaoxiao looked worried. Sisi, can we still win this time? Jiang Sisi's gaze locked onto the demonic creatures outside the south gate, terror spreading relentlessly within her heart. But when she saw her best friend, eyes wide with fear, her body seemingly held captive by an invisible force, unable to move, she forced herself to calm down. Recalling the 10 strange insects Xu Xiao had left behind in her divine domain before departing, she finally relaxed. What?
Didn't we agree not to rely on men? To become women worthy of a great god?
If we're scared by such a minor setback, then we don't deserve to be by his side.
Zhang Cici's calves trembled, though she remained oblivious.
Zhang Xiaoxiao, standing nearby, saw her distress and feigned composure.
Right, let him see how outstanding we are.
But remember, if I make the biggest contribution this time, I get the first bite of the meat.
Get lost. I'm the one eating the meat. You won't even get the broth. Zheng Tianxin refused to back down.
I'm the one who deserves the meat.
Zhang Xiaoxiao's interruption instantly diffused the tense atmosphere.
Zhang Cici addressed her sisters, Shuqi, Xinwan, you two guard the west gate.
Leave this place to us three. Xin Shuqi and Li Xinwan took deep breaths, their chests heaving. We'll guard it well for you. Xu Zichen, listening to the rumbling sounds outside, curled up in the corner.
The wooden door shook slightly, and the rumbling from the ground made them instantly realize what was happening.
Let me out. Xu Xiao, you bastard. I won't let you get away with this. Thud. 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 The deafening booms relentlessly pounded the fragile hearts of the 15. We're not going to die, are we? Don't jinx it.
No, he's not jinxing us. At the dungeon entrance, the short, stocky Luo Xiaopang jingled the large bunch of keys at his waist.
Want to get out? Several heads nodded frantically. Fine. Sign this contract. Once outside, you'll help defend the city. Otherwise, you'll just wait here to die. Luo Xiaopang, you're not human. May you rot in hell. Their voices were hoarse, unrecognizable as their own.
Their curses were vile, shouted until they were hoarse. They couldn't stand Luo Xiaopang's smug, petty-minded demeanor, yet they were powerless against him.
So, none of you are willing to help? Fine. As Chu said, if you don't want to go out, just stay put. I'm leaving now. Whether we meet again next time is up to luck. If luck favors us and we win, we might meet again. If luck's against us. What do you think? Will the Abyss clan spare you? In the gloomy dungeon.
The group exchanged glances, their academy uniforms already wrinkled beyond recognition.
Their hearts couldn't bear the agony of waiting for death. Let's do it. I'm willing to sign. What's death anyway? It's death either way.
One trembled as he reached for the life-saving jade pendant at his chest, where the yin-yang fish swam within. It signaled a sliver of hope if signed, certain death if not.
Another gritted his teeth, rising unsteadily. I'll sign too. Count me in. Me too.
One by one, everyone except Xu Zichen and Su Yuan signed.
What about you? A thunderous crash echoed.
The dungeon groaned, and dust rained down from the massive green stone ceiling above. The surrounding rune formations flickered with a faint glow.
As if they might shatter at any moment. A flash of alarm crossed Xu Zichen's eyes. I'll sign.
Su Yuan beside him naturally followed suit.
Shortly after, Luo Xiaopang led them away from the dungeon. The prison cage shook violently.
The protective array guarding this place completely vanished, and the dungeon caved in, forming a massive pit. Luo Xiaopang toyed with the dungeon's core in his hand. Xu Zichen felt his scalp tingle. That fat bastard had actually extracted the core of the prison, of course it would collapse. The fat man seemed to have turned sinister. He turned his head and chuckled, in extraordinary times, every resource must be used where it matters most. A cold wind swept across their cheeks, and Xu Zichen and the others recognized the fat man's malice. Had they refused earlier, the fatso would have extracted the core anyway. Their fate then would have been left to chance. He was no longer that easily bullied fat man. On the duel field, Xu Xiao faced his opponent, a 3-meter-tall undead creature.
The Necromancer King.
Back then, it was a Lich King that had left the human race's prodigies helpless.
Even Su Han, the peerless prodigy favored by the Pantheon, couldn't defeat it. Now, did the Abyss faction truly believe a Lich King alone could secure victory against him? Did they underestimate him too much?
The combat stats of both sides were revealed.
Party A, Necromancer King.
Retainers, Necromancer Legion 1,000,000, Black Iron Undead Warriors 600,000, Bronze Undead Warriors 200,000, Bronze Undead Mages 100,000, Bronze Wraith Singers 50,000, Bronze Wraith Guards 49,900, Silver Undead 100. Party B, Xu Xiao. Clan, Swarm 500,000, Bronze Lurker 200,000, Bronze Baneling 150,000, Bronze Hydralisk 50,000, Bronze Roach 99,978, Bronze Thunderbeast 20, Silver Lurker 1, Silver Hydralisk 1. 50,000 versus 100,000. The gap is steadily narrowing. People were thrilled to discover that Chu Zhao's insect swarm was exploding in numbers. From an initial 20,000 to the current 500,000, it had grown at a staggering pace in such a short time. Some found it unsurprising, while others grew restless, particularly the Wang family. The Lord of the Abyss hesitated for a moment before coldly inquiring, why not deploy more forces? A demon lord under his command stammered nervously, my lord, the Necromancer King is confident. He has diverted another portion of his forces to deal with the wasteland city. Is that so? Xu Zhao's alien insects were no weak creatures. Their rapid reproduction rate was unsettling. Especially when every single one was bronze ranked.
The Lord of the Abyss couldn't shake the feeling that his forces were too thin. In truth, legions like the necromancers, a mix of black iron, bronze, and silver, were the norm. But Chu Shao? He didn't even have a single black iron tier alien insect. Fortunately, the Abyss side was no pushover either. The Necrolord's 100 silver tier undead were utterly despair-inducing. 100 undying kings charging simultaneously could shatter Chu Xiao's legions in an instant, destroy the crystal holding base, and annihilate him. Chu Xiao himself had not reached the silver rank, while his opponent was already at that level. This too was part of the Abyss Lord's scheme. Black iron, bronze, silver, gold. Whenever someone at Fireseed Academy reached a new tier, he requested a match at that corresponding level. Exploiting conditions the Pantheon absolutely could not refuse. Lucian vehemently opposed it, but he was alone in his protest. Within the Grey Zone, the Abyss's deployment was no simple matter. Its legions numbered over 9 million, reserving only 10% for the human side. Deploying troops, arranging formations. Chu Shao could only command 200,000 troops, while the remaining 300,000 had to be placed under Zhang Cici's command. The situation was dire. Chapter 50, Dragon Bone Wastes Necromantic Summoning. Zhang Cici held the array disc forged by Chu Shao, observing the enemy and friendly forces. A blue glow illuminated the tray. A three-dimensional projection spread across 200 li around the desolate city. Classmate Jiang, the person has been brought. Behind Luo Xiaopang followed 15 students from the Fireseed Academy. They looked exhausted, gazing outside the city walls with grim expressions. Good. Zhang Cici's slender fingers traced the 4 city walls. Each surface displayed varying numbers of names. Assign yourselves to your designated positions according to the divisions above. What are you staring at? Get moving. Luo Xiaopang barked. This felt incredibly satisfying. Hold on, assign them Whisperer gear first. Understood. Luo Xiaopang reluctantly commanded 15 jumpers to hoist the large wooden crate, then addressed Xu Zichen and the others. Hurry up and change into them. Xu Zichen smiled. In terms of strength, he couldn't beat Chu Shao. But when it came to wealth, 100 Chu Xiaos couldn't match him. No need. I have something better. Luo Xiaopang leapt up and gave him a sharp slap. I told you to put it on, so put it on. Why all the nonsense? Xu Zichen never imagined he'd be beaten by the chubby kid one day. He silently noted it in his mind, showing no trace of it on his face. Seeing the young master of the Chu family offer no resistance, the others grew even more timid. Luo Xiaopang gloated inwardly. The boss was right, once we take down the toughest one, the rest will all fear him. The group switched to Whisperers. But they soon discovered it wasn't as simple as they thought. Somehow, I feel like this one is even more powerful than the set I wore before. Me too. It feels like it was made just for me. My power feels like it's multiplied 5-fold. It solves my strength deficiency issue. I'm not the fastest, but now I've got the confidence to charge across and take them on. The set stores immense divine power. I can unleash divine spells freely now. Some individuals possess unique constitutions that inherently reject magical or divine power. This leaves them either unable to wield their class skills or unable to harness divine power despite embracing divine magic. Now, this individual too possesses combat prowess. Chu Shao thoughtfully crafted exclusive gear for them, resolving a group's persistent pain points. For the death-fearing, he prioritized stacking defenses, letting them charge in with reckless abandon. For those blessed with speed, he amplified their agility, making them even faster. For those lacking divine power, he granted them divine strength, transforming them into stationary artillery. Outside, people grew curious about these sets. The dismal performance of that group was already known, but no one expected a single set to transform their fortunes. Could these sets be divine gear? They all seemed to be created by Chu Shao. The dueling arena. This time, the arena was vast, large enough for both sides' combined armies of 1.5 million to play freely. The armies set forth. Chu Xiao's forces entered Cracked Cloud City, Ember Flame Valley, Broken Sword City, Dragonbone Wastes, and Eternal Night City. The Abyss faction also held 5 major cities: Star Burial Plains, Blackthorn Fortress, Whispering Wall, Pale Cradle, and Mistshroud Fortress. Each side placed their divine essence crystal within one of these cities, engaging in mutual attacks until the final destruction of the crystal to claim victory. The 5 cities could be chosen to defend or not. Both Chu Shao and the Necromancer King possess cities that are easy and difficult to defend. It may seem sufficient to defend only the easily held cities, but this is not the case. Each territory captured grants 30 silver tier combat power. If too many cities fall, you'll ultimately face a formidable horde of silver tier forces. Therefore, one must defend their own strongholds while aggressively attacking the enemy. The Necromancer King assessed his own strength against Chu Xiao's and could find no reason why he should lose. All forces, advance. 100 silver tier commanders led a 40 million strong army in a fierce assault. The remaining 500,000 troops were divided among 5 cities, with 100,000 held in reserve as steady as an old dog. Chu Shao, no matter how formidable your forces may be, you cannot crush my army in an instant. As long as I retain maneuvering space, my other forces will converge to annihilate you.
The Abyss had considered many scenarios. Though Chu Zhao's forces appeared small each time, their strength lay in endless reinforcements. Concentrating all his forces in one place was unwise, they must be dispersed. That way, even if reinforcements kept coming, swift elimination would turn it into a piecemeal tactic, a military taboo. Therefore, opening a second front would force him to fight on two fronts simultaneously. The Abyss forces soon appeared on the Dragon Bone Wastes. The land was strewn with dragon bones, young dragons, flying dragons, great dragons, and ancient dragons. The wasteland offered no natural defenses, for it had once been ruled by mighty dragon clans. The Undying King stood at the edge of the wasteland, surveying the flat expanse before him. A few bones could not halt their advance. Upon the Dragon Bone Wastes, a lone figure stood, facing 40,000 troops alone. Its gaze locked with the undead warriors, finally spotting the long-awaited prey. "My master told me to wait for you here. You have indeed come. Jumpy, did you see my bones?" The undead king, puzzled by the lowly jumping bug's question, waved his massive hand. "Attack!" Every city had a landmark structure, typically the Lord's Manor, and the Dragon Bone Wastes were its lair. Capturing the dragon's lair meant capturing the city. A massive army of 400,000 marched forward in full force. On the large screen, the lone figure of Jumpy seemed abandoned by Chu Zhao, leaving her to face an entire legion. "Chu Zhao, what were you thinking?" 40,000 Black Iron Tier undead warriors, divided into 100 battalions, each led by an undead commander. The Lord of the Abyss glared defiantly at the angelic king. "Lady Kaisa, this time, your favorite Chu Zhao is doomed. You should know that a Black Iron Tier battalion led by an undead commander possesses combat strength rivaling 4,000 Bronze Tier units. Black Iron in name, bronze in substance. The combination of an Undying and undead warriors is terrifying indeed." Beside them, Lucian stood respectfully at Queen Kaisha's side. He tugged at the chains, leading several demon dukes he had captured from the Abyss to discuss the Lord of the Abyss. He tugged on the chains, and the demon dukes barked in unison. The Abyssal Lord's face darkened. Truly the top mad dog under the Angel King's command. After the angry rebuke, he refrained from further provocation. Lucifer's icy gaze swept over the Wang family. Wang Shang met his threatening stare, recognizing it as support for Chu Zhao, and clenched his fists so hard they cracked. Some, hearing the Lord of the Abyss's undisguised mockery, drained of color, their hearts clenching in fear for Chu Zhao. Yet seeing Lucian, they felt a surge of satisfaction. Zhang Sisi and the others watched while defending the city. The outcome of the grand arena battle determined Chu Zhao's fate and their morale. If Chu Zhao remained undefeated, they would naturally find the courage to persevere. Just as everyone believed that Tayo Tayo alone could not hold the wasteland. The ground trembled. Countless pallid bones rose from the sea of white, surging like waves beneath the crimson moonlight. Bones of various hybrid dragons fused together like interlocking building blocks. The skeleton of a flying dragon soared into the air, its wings flapping with wind, yet it soared through the sky. The colossal dragon skull, now a hill, flashed with two purple eyes that suddenly ignited. Its body slowly rose, towering like a majestic mountain. An army of white skeletons rose from the earth. The Lord of the Abyss leapt to his feet, trembling with shock. "No! This can't be. Isn't Chu Zhao one of your divine race?" That the divine clan's reserves could master the Abyss's skeleton summoning technique shattered his understanding. Chapter 51, Chariot Thunder Beast. Not only the Lord of the Abyss, but all the divine beings were thrown into turmoil. Wang Shang roared with laughter. "Excellent! Excellent! Chu Zhao sought his own demise, don't blame me. Defying taboos is a capital offense." Wang Shang spat out his murderous intent toward Chu Zhao through gritted teeth, roaring, "Good grandson! That dog Chu Zhao will be joining you down there soon enough." A sudden attack shot forth from Lucian's hand. Wang Shang startled, intercepting it before exclaiming in alarm, "Lord! What do you mean by this?" Lucian pointed at Tayo Tayo, who was battling the Necromancer King while controlling the dragon skeleton, his thunderous roar cracking like lightning. "Open your dog eyes and see clearly. She's using divine power, not demonic power." Wang Shang's eyes darted around, confirming the truth. Anger flushed his face, leaving two patches of sickly crimson. He never imagined Chu Zhao could achieve such feats using divine power. Manipulating corpses and souls was a demon's specialty. Yet the dragon bones revived by Tayo Tayo now emanated wisp after wisp of sacred aura. Across the Dragon Bone Wastes, countless dragon skeleton warriors surged forward. They tore apart undead warriors and shredded undead mages. Though the silver-ranked undead easily crushed the bones before them, they regenerated instantly. Combined with the 5 mighty dragons, the advance was momentarily halted. Veins bulged on the Necromancer King's forehead. After half a day of fierce battle, his necromantic legion was actually held back by a strange insect. A bitter humiliation. Very, very good. The Necromancer King erupted in fury, smashing a nearby undead minion to pieces as he roared, "Change course. Change course now." If they didn't change course now, his army would suffer heavy casualties. The bone dragons of the Dragon Bone Wastes found it difficult to leave this land.
Once departed, deprived of the environment that nurtured their dragon souls, their spiritual power would swiftly vanish. Then, even with Tayo alone, it would be impossible to command such a vast dragonbone legion. Jumping watched them retreat but did not pursue. Excellent, they've retreated. No one had anticipated that the undead king, who had arrived with such overwhelming force, would suffer defeat in the dragonbone wastes. Taking a detour meant wasting precious time. On a battlefield where every second counted, the necromancer king had made his first misstep. What a pity! If only these dragon bones could launch an offensive, how formidable they'd be. Some lamented for Chu Xiao. The summoned bones didn't count as part of Chu Xiao's combat units, since they never belonged to his kin in the first place. Bugs come with limitations. Once outside the dragon bone wastes, the necromancer king could still vie with Jumpy for control over the dragon bones. It's already impressive. After all, the first wave dealt the necromancer king a crushing defeat, buying Chu Xiao a significant amount of time. But they need to be able to attack proactively. What good are they just sitting at home? True. How many enemies does he face? How many men does Chu Xiao have? Holding the line is already a feat, how could he possibly spare troops? Holy. He actually dared to do it. Look, Chu Xiao's army has appeared at Blackthorn Fortress. The group stared in astonishment at Chu Xiao's audacious move. Their expressions looked like they'd swallowed a slimy snake whole. Outside Blackthorn Fortress, 50,000 jumping bug cavalry appeared outside the city walls, imposing and formidable. Yifan temporarily handed over command of the well-trained cavalry to Chu Xiao. The combined human jumper cavalry proved formidable. Chu Xiao, building upon the original 20,000, made a sweeping gesture, entrusting his own jumping insect troops to Yifan for training, exercising the authority of the Wasteland City Lord. He consolidated the retinues of his students, forming this hybrid legion. He led 50,000 troops to the Great Arena, leaving the remainder in the Gray Zone. Volley! Swish, swish, swish. Countless arrows tore through the air, a dense, dark rain blanketing the skies above Blackthorn Fortress. Each arrow pulsed with the surging aura of divine power. For the undead, this posed an immense threat. All undead creatures hid within the castle walls dared not show themselves. Arrows whizzed and embedded themselves in the walls, pouring down relentlessly like a torrential rain of death. He's coming. He's charging in on iron hooves. The undead could never have imagined that Chu Xiao, already short on troops, would dare to split his forces and send men to their deaths. Does he no longer care about the Gray Zone? The Lord of the Abyss immediately dispatched messengers to contact the Gray Zone, intensifying the assault. The collapse of either side would mean victory for them. Useless. Useless. Ha 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 ha. The walls of Blackthorn Fortress are high and thick. They need only retreat behind them. What can you do to me? After overcoming his initial shock, the Necromancer King quickly regained his composure. The thunderous impact of iron hooves shattering the ground was indeed awe-inspiring, but cavalry was ill-suited for siege warfare, utterly useless. Thud. 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 Just as everyone thought this, the ground shook as if hit by an 8.0 earthquake. Vibration waves rolled like ocean tides, one after another. The undead within the fortress cautiously peered up. 10 colossal beasts, each as massive as mountains, were hauled onto the battlefield, revealing colossal living siege engines. After unlocking the bronze credential and gaining access to the entire purchase catalog of the Pantheon store, Chu Xiao spent every last coin he had saved, plus borrowed resources from other squad members, to exchange for 20 thunder beasts. Each thunder beast cost 10 divine crystals, a hefty price indeed. Chu Xiao diligently converted divine elixirs into divine crystals, taking 7 days to gather the crystals needed for a single thunder beast. It felt like waking up to find himself back at square one, but it was worth it. The earth groaned under the crushing weight, its tremors like thunderous war drums pounding into the hearts of all. Shock and dread radiated outward from the battlefield, spreading like wildfire through the live broadcast feed. Dust-filled waves rolled across the land, churning like an apocalyptic storm. What is that? It looks like a thunder beast. This thing, you call it a bug? You guys must have some misconception about the Bug Clan, huh? Damn it all. The Abyss side cursed furiously, while some humans screamed in sheer terror. The mighty thunder beasts, each comparable to a mobile fortress, bore purple armor that effortlessly deflected the undead's attacks without a scratch. The already suppressed morale of the defenders plummeted further. The Necromancer King stood speechless. He had no doubt these colossal beasts could crush the castle with ease. Not just the castle, even his other strongholds would likely fall before them. Damn it, Chu Xiao will breach Blackthorn Fortress. Rally troops? It was already too late to do so. From the moment the thunder beasts appeared, everyone knew Blackthorn Fortress was lost. Only 2 paths lay before the Necromancer King: retreat or stand and fight. Retreat. Everyone, fall back immediately. Boom. The thunder beast crashed into the city walls, its giant sides slicing through defenses that seemed impregnable, shredding them like dry twigs. A gaping hole tore through the wall, exposing the few undead creatures trapped inside before they could retreat. Trample. The thunder beast raised its legs high and slammed them down onto the ground. A terrifying shockwave instantly ripped the life from these undead. Savage. Utterly savage. The fearsome thunder beast raised its head and let out a long, piercing roar, sounding like a battle cry. Chu Xiao's cavalry charged forth. 50,000 jumpers, clad in heavy armor, surged like a flood from the high ground toward Blackthorn Fortress. The humans atop the jumping insects, clad in suits of silver armor, repelled the undead's attacks. Every single one of them was wearing a full set. They're loaded. The divine arts engraved upon the whisperer activated. As if mages murmured incantations beside them. A blue circular formation appeared beneath each jumping insect's feet, moving with the speed of a hurricane. In the blink of an eye, they caught up to the fleeing undead. The jumping insects pierced through the dust, drawing their bows and firing arrows. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows flew in succession. As the specially inscribed arrows left the bowstring, faint blue lightning trails flickered along their feathers. The fleeing undead let out agonized screams before being pierced by the cavalryman's armor-piercing inscribed arrows. A hail of arrows pursued the fleeing undead across the open field, piercing countless spirits. Everyone's jaws dropped. Chu Xiao was too powerful. Chapter 52, Defending the City, Stabbing the Serpent. How fast? In the blink of an eye, that massive Blackthorn fortress was wiped out. The 50,000 insect cavalry were truly formidable, each mount equipped to the highest standard. The Whisperer armor worn by the cavalry possessed the Wind Shadow trait. Speed increased by more than double. This made the already swift cavalry appear and vanish without a trace. Their high-speed mobility posed a tremendous threat to anyone. The armor's defense is formidable, granting immunity to most arrows and magical attacks. After a fierce chase and battle, the insect cavalry suffered minimal casualties. Many quick-witted individuals began inquiring about the Whisperer's origins. Upon learning they were crafted by Chu Xiao, gasps of astonishment filled the air. A set of Whisperers was like having a mage by your side, casting divine spells at will. Those who had initially dismissed them grew solemn. Now, observe the 50,000 cavalry pursuing the undead. They weren't merely spectators, they were meticulously analyzing the capabilities, value, and implications of these sets for Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao had single-handedly defended both the Grand Arena and the Grey Zone. His prowess defied simple labels like genius. The Grey Zone. With 300,000 alien insects aiding the city's defense. Only then could Jiang Sisi, Su Muxue, Chen Zihan, and the others muster the strength to launch relentless counterattacks against the Abyss forces. The grand formation enveloping the desolate city was also the work of Chu Xiao. As countless attacks rained down, Chu Zichen and the others were ordered to maintain the formation. To survive, they had no choice but to fight desperately. It seems, we might just hold out. The moment this thought crossed their minds, the onlookers suddenly found it laughable. The Abyss's onslaught was fierce, yet it seemed rather unimpressive. The more they thought about it, the more terrifying it became. If it were them, they'd likely crumble under the undead's very first charge. After the fall of Blackthorn Fortress, Chu Xiao gained 30 additional silver tier contracts. By infusing them into his own kin, he could gain 30 silver tier combatants. Jump bugs, exploder beetles, spine snakes, cockroaches, thunder beasts. He could simply select 30 and allocate points. Chu Xiao's gaze fell upon the wasteland city, where the light screen before him played out the city's brutal battle. Several girls fought fiercely amidst the bloodshed, their Whisperer sets repeatedly struck by enemy critical hits. If not for the set's exceptional quality, they would have perished long ago. Even so, Jiang Sisi's face was as pale as if she'd been dusted with white powder, utterly bloodless. The silver armor on her chest was cracked in half, and her once flowing long hair hung wildly behind her. Sisi, go rest. I'll take over from here. Zhang Xiaoxiao helped her lean against the city wall. The enemy assaulted relentlessly, and they defended without pause, repelling countless charges. Zheng Tianxin's gaze was filled with worry. Jiang Sisi's armor was already covered in cracks, and the blazing sword in her hand fell to the ground. No, the next wave is coming soon. Without me, the pressure on you all will be too great. After finishing a wave of rune attacks, Zheng Tianxin retreated to Jiang Sisi's side and urged her, Sisi, do you underestimate us? Go down. We can handle this. The scene before Jiang Sisi unfolded like a blood-soaked painting. The brutal carnage on the ramparts made it impossible for her to leave her post. What a pity. If only we had more strong defenders here. Jiang Sisi shook her head, dismissing her unrealistic thoughts. Forcing herself to stand, her blood-soaked shirt revealed a large crimson stain. Woo, woo. The demonic horde sounded the trumpets of siege, and a dense swarm of black shadows filled the sky. The three froze, cold sweat breaking out on their brows. Giant vampire bats spread their wings, circling above the Abyss army. They would rush in and slaughter everyone the moment their mages breached the barrier. Flying units were a significant disadvantage for them. Jiang Sisi had been gravely wounded in a previous battle against these bats, leaving her body weakened. Her cascading black hair, stained with blood, clung to her pallid cheeks. Cough, cough. Overcome with emotion, Jiang Sisi couldn't suppress a mouthful of blood-tinged foam, which spilled from her lips. The two girls rushed to support her. No need. Pushing them away, Jiang Sisi's gaze was resolute. You two return to your posts.
The two girls held back their tears and replied firmly, yes.
Boom! 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 A massive fireball descended.
The battered defensive barrier held for another quarter of an hour, fulfilling its duty.
Crack!
It shattered with a thunderous crash. Shu Zichen bit her tongue, forcing herself to stay alert.
But then he saw a dark, swarming mass of demonic creatures filling the sky bloodbats.
His heart felt as though it had been clenched in a vice, his pupils suddenly focusing.
Witnessing this scene, Xu Xiao sighed abruptly. He pointed at the 20 units of venomous snakes. Shu Zichen led his own men to take cover behind the battlements.
He couldn't possibly confront those flying fiends. Su Yuan, standing nearby, remained indifferent to the matter. His task, like Shu Zichen's, was to maintain the barrier. Now that the barrier had been breached, it would take time to rebuild.
He wasn't about to stick his neck out. Perhaps it was for the best that they died. Zhang Cici and the others stood ready for battle.
Not just the south gate, the east, west, and north gates were also swarming with bloodbats. This time, the attacking monsters closed in from all directions, the pressure mounting sharply. At this moment, Xu Xiao was sorely missed. With him here, he shouldered most of the burden, making things so much easier last time. They're here. Though the bloodbat's sonic attacks remained inaudible, the sight of jumping bugs, spiked snakes, and cockroaches exploding like crushed jam spoke volumes.
Upon the city walls,
the 20 spiny snakes, mid-shot with their dorsal spines, suddenly froze stiff. Purple insect carapaces bulged with a sharp click, their bodies convulsing violently as they shed their full complement of spines. In an instant, rows of silver glinting spines sprouted from their bodies.
Puff! Puff! Puff!
The blood-red bats in flight had no time to revel in their slaughter before the terrifying transformation struck. Sharp, precise spine needles as thick as thighs shot out from the backs of the transformed silver-grade spiny snakes.
They came in relentless, dense waves. The bloodbats, riddled like sieves, fell in droves. Silver-grade spiked snakes.
Zhang Xiaoxiao, watching from the sidelines, gasped in shock. It's the god watching over us in the shadows.
Xu Xiao.
The 5 girls wept tears of joy. Zhang Cici's expression was inscrutable, her heart filled with concern for Xu Xiao. He really had let his guard down. Su Muxue and Xiao Xianer smiled faintly. Xu Xiao, he had been there all along. Southern City bore the heaviest pressure, with Xu Xiao deployed alongside 8 silver-grade spiked snakes, while the other directions each had 4. The appearance of the silver-grade spiked snakes was like a shot of adrenaline, injecting a surge of confidence into everyone's hearts. Below the city walls, Luo Xiaopang commanded 100 catapults to line up in formation. One by one, explosive insects leaped into the pouches of each catapult, settling into position.
Fire! Luo Xiaopang waved his red flag.
The cockroaches responsible for pulling the ropes tightened them to the limit before releasing them.
Boom! 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 Outside the city walls, a series of muffled booms echoed as purple meteor-like explosive insects landed on the abyss's edge, detonating violently. Skeletons, goblins, slimes, bloodwolves, and countless other abyss creatures had limbs torn from their bodies. Giant craters became their final resting places. Yet wave after wave of monsters still surged toward the city walls, trampling over the corpses of their fallen comrades as they charged forward. Skeletal frames erected ladders, while goblins wielded rusty blades and swords to scale the walls. Bloodwolves scaled the uneven ramparts, their glowing green eyes burning with murderous intent. Chapter 53, Fierce Battle. Ha 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 ha. Xu Xiao's tactics had the Necromancer King doubled over in laughter. He had thought his opening was unfavorable, destined to be crushed by Xu Xiao. But the tide had turned. Breaking through the city walls first earned him 30 silver coins. If it were him, he would have immediately led his mobile cavalry to attack the city and capture the fortress, further expanding his advantage. Yet Xu Xiao, for the sake of a few women, abandoned this golden opportunity, leaving 20 silver pieces behind in the gray zone. Heaven favors me. Silver undead, kill them all. As Xu Xiao attacked Blackthorn Fortress, the Necromancer King dispatched 50 silver and 100,000 undead warriors to encircle and annihilate this cavalry force tasked with destroying the fortress. The remaining forces pressed on with the siege. A black tide of undead warriors gathered across the wilderness. On Xu Xiao's flank stood the purple jumping worm cavalry. 50 silver undead, clad in heavy black iron armor, or swirling ghostly blue flames atop their heads like whipped hair. Each radiated a palpable aura of malevolent energy. Xu Xiao commanded only 10 silver jumpers. Counting himself hidden within the swarm and the 10 thunder beasts behind him, he barely mustered 21 silver tier combatants. Though he'd braced for encirclement, he hadn't expected it to come so swiftly. The enemy wasn't stupid either. Their reconnaissance and line of sight were impeccable. Wandering undead synchronized their vision from the air. The Necromancer King's familiarity with the terrain matched Xu Xiao's own. He had tracked him down immediately, preventing him from seizing the city and widening the gap. The Necromancer's consciousness settled upon an undead creature, his gaze piercing through the military formation. Xu Xiao, you are a fool worthy of respect. After today, I shall claim you as my spoils of war.
Your soul will be my most prized possession. The two sides clashed outside Blackthorn Fortress. The Necromancer King watched Chu Shao with admiration. His abilities, his combat prowess all were precisely what the Lich King desired. Imprison Chu Xiao's soul, extract his knowledge, and transform everything into nourishment for his own growth into a great demon.
But I don't see it that way. A heartless monster like you probably doesn't understand what comradeship means. Saving my classmate, I don't consider it a loss.
After spending so much time together, Chu Xiao wasn't truly heartless or cold-blooded. He was naturally moved and bound by their connection. Especially that night, after several girls confessed their feelings, how could he possibly remain unmoved? If only the time and place had been right, he would have transformed into a ravenous wolf, devouring the entire flock of little rabbits.
Besides, I never thought I'd meet my end here. Big talk. Boom. 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 Little did he expect the Necromancer King to attempt further mockery.
Behind him, clusters of green bodies were projected from Blackthorn Fortress, landing among his army. A sky filled with starburst bugs
detonated and exploded.
Each one created a 3-meter wide corrosive zone on the ground, and they were all equipped with the sulfur nitrate charcoal mixture Chu Xiao had purchased from the Pantheon store.
This further amplified their explosive properties. Even if this slowed their movement, forcing them to project instead, it was like stabbing the Necromancer King in the rear with a small knife.
A torrential downpour of explosions.
Dense impact points engulfed half the battlefield in flames and acid. The ghostly blue flames in the Necromancer King's eye sockets flickered with fury.
He watched his forces being bombarded by Chu Xiao with detached indifference, then sneered coldly, "Not bad." Suddenly, he swung his black royal banner and roared at his army. "Charge! Charge! Full charge!"
Surely they wouldn't keep getting bombed once they clashed?
The undead army surged forward. Some warriors raised rust-stained shields, others brandished gleaming silver spears, halting the explosive insects before they detonated.
Death Cross Star.
Interlocking spells wove a vast net across the sky. A group of undead mages unleashed bursts of azure magical energy toward the swarm, intercepting them mid-air. The undead warriors first to engage the swarm drew their long blades.
Chu Xiao was not to be outdone. Hooves thundered like lightning, iron armor clanged. Clang! 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 Draw swords. The synchronized swings of the horse-slaying blades echoed across the heavens.
50,000 blood-soaked horse-slaying blades bore the inscriptions: sharpness, hardness, critical strike, heavy slash, and bloodlust.
Kill! The battle cry shook the heavens.
The moment the two sides clashed, a brutal slaughter erupted. Both sides were elite forces, elite against elite. Chu Xiao locked his gaze on the avatar of the Death King's descent, urging his mount forward. Like a silver bolt of lightning, he streaked across the wilderness, roaring, "You sent your elite troops.
I'm here to fight the elite."
Behind him, 10 silver jumping insects followed closely. The colossal thunder beast strode forward.
With each thunderous stride, the ground cracked like a spiderweb. Its mountainous form crashed into the ranks of undead warriors, slaughtering them indiscriminately.
The Necromancer King hastily summoned 20 silver warriors to encircle and attack.
Not enough, still not enough. Add 10 more.
50 silver-ranked undead were wiped out in an instant, yet the ambush only managed to take down 10 bronze-ranked thunder beasts. The thunder beasts roared and trampled. The massive scythe sliced through the silver-ranked undead, its terrifying force hurling it hundreds of meters away, crashing into the undead army. All eyes were fixed on the scene. The thunder beast's body shimmered with blinding radiance, as if flames and thunder surged beneath its carapace.
A single collision from its body.
Black iron and bronze-ranked undead warriors instantly turned to ash.
The crowd stood frozen in awe. A swing, a stomp.
Without needing any special skills, it reaped hundreds, even thousands, of undead troops. Only silver-tier undead, their bodies shrouded in thick demonic power, could stand against him.
What do you think? Do I have this kind of power? Chu Xiao and the Necromancer King's first direct confrontation. The Necromancer King held his breath, unable to speak. It was agonizing. He had dispatched 30 silver-ranked undead, yet they still couldn't completely suppress 10 thunder beasts. Everyone held their breath involuntarily, bodies trembling. Damn impressive. Powerful. So powerful. Some had their hair standing on end from the thunder beast's overwhelming might. Some girls found their hearts racing, their legs trembling and sweat pouring down. They witnessed these colossal beasts, akin to natural disasters, and felt the suffocating pressure. Zhang Cici's beautiful eyes lit up. She too commanded 10 such formidable war machines. But she held back, knowing the most perilous moment had yet to come. Chu Xiao drew his blazing war blade. Both he and the Necromancer King moved simultaneously. A thick black mist swirled around the Necromancer King, whose crown inlaid with blue and white vengeful spirits frenetically absorbed the surrounding dark energy. Boom! Their paths collided, erupting in a blinding shower of sparks. Blazing slash. The first strike sent golden waves of fire trailing from the blade, scorching a path 10 zhan long. The Necromancer King's scythe glowed crimson. The wailing undead clinging to its blade were reduced to ashes in the inferno. The second strike. Third strike. The Necromancer King's expression suddenly turned pale with shock. Each strike faster than the last, each more ruthless than the previous. Their power piled up layer upon layer. Though Chu Shao was still only at the late bronze tier, his blade was razor sharp, and the blade itself bore auxiliary inscriptions. He forced the Necromancer King to retreat. The aftereffects beneath his feet were scorched by golden flames, instantly turning the ground to charred earth. Impressive! Chu Shao possesses silver tier combat prowess? The figure locked in fierce combat was the pride of the human race, their shining star. He was the flame reignited after over a century of darkness, the guiding light leading humanity against the abyss. His figure stood towering and majestic in that moment. Not only was Chu Shao a formidable warrior himself, but he fought on two battlefields simultaneously, defending his kin, and clashed fiercely with the enemy, inspiring countless souls with his courage. The great battle raged from daylight into night. By the time night fell, the Necromancer King had completely ignored Chu Xiao's 50,000-strong army, though his own forces had already suffered heavy casualties. Chapter 54, Skeleton Sea vs Endless Swarm. Boom! Time and again, Chu Xiao and the Necromancer King collided, their figures intertwining and separating. Two diametrically opposed energies coalesced into spherical spheres of light and darkness. Chu Xiao's arm, gripping the flaming blade, trembled violently as his figure shot backward. His boots scraped a long trail across the scorched earth. As he recoiled, Chu Xiao thrust the blade into the mud with a backhand thrust, using the ground's force to prevent himself from being knocked too far. Put! 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 He coughed up mouthfuls of blood from his lungs. Chu Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Rising to his feet, he sneered at the Necromancer King across from him, far stronger than himself, yet utterly delusional in thinking he could kill him. You're not much either, are you? All that talk, and you're the one full of hot air. Come on, finish me off. The Necromancer's eyes darkened. He hadn't expected Chu Xiao to be so resilient. Any ordinary human prodigy would have been crushed under his blows with their frail frames. How could they possibly fight with such reckless abandon, trading wounds for wounds? Too ruthless, too frenzied. Both sides clashed violently. Chu Xiao fought with brutal ferocity, as if death held no power over him. That resolve sent a chill down his spine. He had never encountered a desperado like Chu Xiao before. The Necromancer King seemed struck by an invisible hammer. His battle robes shattered in patches, a corner of his crown was cleaved off by Chu Xiao's blade, and the soul fire within him blared incessant warnings. Suppressing his inner terror, the Necromancer King bellowed. Oomph! I admit I underestimated you. But this body is too weak to unleash my true power. A loss is a loss. Why resort to excuses? The Necromancer King snorted coldly. I still held the upper hand between us. How did this become my defeat? Chu Xiao gestured for him to look around. The Necromancer King abruptly turned his head, only then realizing the devastating losses among his forces. He staggered, unable to believe what he saw. He stumbled backward 7 or 8 steps before finally steadying himself. The soul flame within his skull flickered wildly, a sign of his fury reaching a boiling point, threatening to destabilize his core. Chu Xiao hadn't expected to enrage him to death. A vast expanse of fallen alien insect corpses and undead warriors lay scattered around them. The numerical advantage had now shifted completely. The remaining less than 20,000 undead warriors were now surrounded by a full 30,000 cavalry and 20,000 alien insect forces. The cavalry had suffered over 20,000 casualties. The main issue was the lack of human riders to replace the fallen, otherwise Chu Xiao could have fully revived them. Chu Xiao secretly gathered the corpses, planning to see if Jumpy could later summon them as undead warriors. As for the Zerg, Chu Xiao had long since begun incubating blood pools, hydralisk lairs, and roach nests within Blackthorn Fortress. He secretly mass-produced troops and covertly deployed them to the front lines. The Necromancer King, consumed by desperation, failed to notice. You cunning human. Black energy rippled across his body as the Necromancer King rallied his remaining forces. His crimson eyes blazed, shooting 2 pillars of flame that sought to incinerate Chu Xiao. After a day of fighting, what did he fight for? Loneliness? No wonder so many demonic comrades warned him not to get locked in a stalemate with Chu Xiao. It was a colossal meat grinder, grinding only his own flesh. Chu Xiao's endless tide of insects was utterly repulsive. The Necromancer suddenly let out a piercing shriek. Above the crown, 3 vengeful spirit essences gradually changed color, turning a blood-soaked crimson. Kill. Now, only a fight to the death remained. You want to fight? I'll oblige. Chu Xiao's figure transformed into a golden meteor, engaging him once more. In the darkness, 2 energy forms shifted and clashed ceaselessly. Wherever they struck, the shockwaves from clashing blades swept away both allies and foes alike. Chu Xiao's blazing slash required a brief pause after every 3 strikes. Otherwise, if he could stack them infinitely, he might actually take down the Necromancer King in one blow. Gradually, the Necromancer King discerned the pattern. After 3 breaths, he swung his scythe precisely toward Chu Xiao's throat. Crash! After dodging the attack, Chu Xiao watched as a thunder beast collapsed under the assault of 3 silver-ranked undead. Its massive scythe, capable of severing anything, was forcibly cleaved in two. Purple insect blood spurted from the severed stump, pooling into a small puddle nearby. Another thunder beast let out a mournful cry. Amidst the deafening crash, its mountainous body crushed several undead warriors who hadn't managed to dodge in time. The unfortunate souls were instantly crushed into pulp. The thunder beast claimed 4 silver undead before its demise. The remaining undead pressed their assault on the other thunder beasts. The trio formed a triangle formation, steadily closing in. Divide and hunt. It seemed they had found a pattern. The one shielding the front withstood the thunder beast's dual-bladed scythe, while the one wielding the great hammer leapt into the air, striking the thunder beast's massive head with a single blow. The blade wielder slashed viciously at the thunder beast's neck, piercing its heart. A barrage of attacks left the thunder beast's massive body riddled with wounds, finally collapsing in exhaustion. In its death throes, it lashed out, taking down several undead creatures. But the chariot-class abomination was being reaped. Does it hurt? Can you be resurrected? The Necron King roared with defiant laughter. He had long noticed that these behemoths weren't as easily replenished as the swarm of jumpers. Chu Xiao was deliberately avoiding losses among the thunder beasts. Even if it meant making trade-offs. He had to eliminate these tank units that could effortlessly tear through city walls. 10 thunder beasts, 27 undead. After the last thunder beast fell, both sides regrouped. Seeing that Chu Xiao had indeed not summoned more thunder beasts, the Necromancer King breathed a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, he sheathed his scythe and raised his staff. Pointing forward, the tip of his staff embedded with Styx crystals in his withered palm erupted with an aura of sinister darkness. Summon the bones. A hoarse voice echoed. 100 meters behind him, space split open into a green fissure like a gaping, eerie eye. Countless skeletal remains began crawling out. Rumble. The gateway to the river Styx opened, and countless undead scrambled frantically outward, skeletons tumbling onto the ground. A sea of skeletons? Holy, they've countered Chu Xiao's endless swarm tactic with a human wave assault. Doesn't that completely nullify Chu Xiao's advantage? I can't think of a way to break this stalemate. The lower-tier skeletons were mostly humanoid, though some belonged to alien races. Minotaurs with bull horns, massive quadrupedal beasts, and a 5-meter-tall skeletal mammoth. Green soul flames flickered within every eye socket. A vast horde of skeletons closed in around Chu Xiao, leaving not a single gap. These were undead creatures from the abyss. The Necromancer King laughed cruelly. Chu Xiao, enjoy yourself. I shall go destroy your city first. The Necromancer King swung his staff, leaving the open nether river portal to distract Chu Xiao while he departed with his remaining forces. Skeleton Sea vs Endless Insect Nest. Which would prevail? Hordes of skeletons and swarming insects clashed violently. On one side, a sea of white skeletons, on the other, a purple swarm of insects. The pallid sea of skeletons surged like a tidal wave, their bone blades flashing with each swing, spattering purple insect blood. Towering mammoth beasts trample through. Ground cockroaches and jumping insects were helplessly mowed down. Death accompanied the swarm. Even as reinforcements poured out of the city gates to replenish the ranks, they could not fill this terrifying meat grinder. The front lines were pushed back again and again. The first line of defense fell. The second line of defense was breached. The third line of defense was breached. The enemy was closing in on Blackthorn Fortress. Should the Skeleton Sea breach the fortress walls, locate the blood pool and cockroach nest, and destroy them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chu Xiao was locked in a bitter struggle. Ha ha ha, Chu Xiao is as good as dead. The Lord of the Abyss watched this unfold and felt certain of victory. Sure enough, sending the Necromancer King famed throughout the Abyss to deal with the insignificant Chu Xiao should be a piece of cake, right? Suddenly overcome by a gambling urge, the Lord of the Abyss grinned his blood-stained maw at the goddess beside him, who remained unflappably composed. Kaisa, care to wager? This time, how about we stake 10 demigods each? These demigods were all once prodigies of their respective races. Securing just one and nurturing their potential could profoundly shape the future. The angelic Queen Kaisa lifted her gaze coldly. Her golden battle armor was spotless, and her wings shimmered with sacred golden light. Her voice was eerily calm. Why not? Let's raise the stakes. How about a minor plane? Chapter 55, Bronze 9th Tier. A minor plane. The Abyssal Lord gasped aloud. At their level, what was considered small was anything but. A plane roughly half the size of Great Xia. Even he would feel the sting of parting with such a realm. Only spaces possessing their own laws, capable of confining and nurturing followers, could be called planes. Most were left behind by mighty demigods after their deaths. He commanded many planes, yet few remained and used, each one too precious to part with. What's this? The Lord of the Abyss, who was so full of bravado moments ago, has lost his confidence. If that's the case, consider it never said. Who wouldn't bet is a bastard? The Lord of the Abyss leapt to his feet in agitation. A pair of black wings suddenly burst forth from his back. The true form of the Lord of the Abyss was also that of an angel. Once, he had pursued Kaisa in vain. When he tried to resort to thunderous force, his wings were torn off by her hands.
After escaping the pantheon, he fell into ruin as a fallen god. Knowing Kesa had set her sights on Chu Xiao, the Lord of the Abyss seethed with jealousy, even though he knew she felt nothing for him. In the arena, no matter how fiercely Chu Xiao charged forward, the vast legion of skeletal warriors stood firm, blocking his advance. Without the thunder beasts, the swarm's offensive capabilities were severely weakened. The sheer numbers of the skeleton sea were utterly overwhelming. This resolved Chu Xiao's determination. He must gather as many divine crystals as possible to purchase demigod-tier monster corpses from the 10,000 gods shop. Blazing slash. Once, twice, thrice, and then exhausted. After 3 consecutive blazing slashes, the technique would deplete, requiring a fresh buildup of power. This limitation stemmed from Chu Xiao's current power level and his mastery of the technique. As a supreme divine technique, the blazing slash could theoretically unleash 100, 1,000, 10,000 strikes endlessly. Yet Chu Xiao would exhaust himself after just 3 strikes, never grasping its true essence. He sensed that if he could land a 4th strike, the benefits would be immense. The golden great blazing war blade felt sharp in his grasp, yet it still lacked that satisfying edge. The flaming battle blade was excellent, but it demanded a great deal from his body. Chu Xiao's palm split open. Blood flowed from the wound into the golden patterns on the blade's hilt. The blade hissed softly, silently absorbing a large amount of Chu Xiao's blood. Suddenly, a crimson glow erupted from the blade. Chu Xiao felt as though his entire body was being torn apart. Gritting his teeth to endure the pain, he thought to himself, "Thank the regenerative power of my immortal body." This strike felt like cleaving through mountains. Muscle fibers snapped one by one, bones creaking and cracking. This strike would soon shock the world. Each time the momentum of the 3rd strike faded, a hazy outline of the 4th strike would emerge in Chu Xiao's mind. And in this moment, Chu Xiao seemed to grasp that profoundly mysterious sensation. The blade's momentum surged in wave upon wave. Blazing flame slash, fourfold. True intent of the blazing sun. A thin membrane pierced with a single thrust. He thrust forward with force. Chu Xiao made contact. A soothing sensation spread throughout his body, like sipping nectar, the warmth gradually intensifying into a blazing heat. The radiance of the sun emerged upon his body. Feeling the searing pain of his meridians burning, the blazing blade suddenly roared like a tiger. The blade's inscriptions glowed. Chu Xiao's pupils turned molten gold as a 40-meter blade shadow materialized. Slashing down. The frenzied blade energy collided with the gates of the river Styx. All spectators collectively gasped in silence. As the blade's shadow shattered the gate, time seemed to freeze. Crack! Chu Xiao cleaved the gate in 2 with a single stroke. The frenzied blade energy showed no sign of abating, continuing to thrust deep into the gate's interior. The blazing war blade slashed into the massive skeletal arm reaching out from within. A finger bone as thick as a calf snapped clean off, its thud upon landing echoing clearly. The Necromancer King, confident he could block Chu Xiao's nether river portal, was truly severed. Countless skeletons perished. In that instant, Chu Xiao's body opened one acupoint after another. Bronze 8th tier, bronze 9th tier. The magical power within his body surged fourfold. He unlocked 81 acupoints of full 54 more than the 27 typically unlocked at bronze 9th tier. After advancing to bronze 9th tier, the power of Chu Xiao's crimson slash would also surge dramatically. A faint bronze glow radiated from his hands into the blade. One strike. A charging colossal mammoth staggered backward, its body tilting sideways like 2 mirrored surfaces sliding apart. With a thunderous crash, it collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. After a brief silence, the live stream erupted in chaos. Chu Xiao's name was shouted in thunderous cheers. "Chu Xiao, you've made us so proud." His former teachers stood in silence, one by one. The high-ranking officials of the pantheon fell silent. The abyssal races were thrown into chaos. They witnessed the rise of a prodigy among men, their eyes fixed on Chu Xiao with a frenzied intensity that seemed to devour him. Yet, Chu Xiao swung his long sword, mowing down a vast swath of skeletal remains. The remaining ones were utterly insignificant. His cold gaze fixed on the distance, the blade's edge pointing directly at the Lich King's location. "Next strike. To strike you down." A chill crept over the Necromancer King's back, causing the flames of his soul to contract violently. His gaze grew eerily piercing, seeing through Blackthorn Fortress. The Necromancer King knew he had no way out. His expression grew grim as a blue spectral figure before him glared with fury. "Necromancer King, if you fail to kill Chu Xiao, I guarantee you will die a most miserable death." The Lord of the Abyss, extorted by Lucian into forfeiting half a plane, saw his fury solidify into tangible form. The Necromancer King could only bow his head, acquiescing to its will. "Rest assured, my lord. I shall personally intercept and eliminate him." After the projection vanished, the Necromancer King's expression froze like ice. He commanded his kneeling subordinate, notify the other 7 kings to launch a full-scale assault. Simultaneously, ensure the city's populace cooperates with us. Understood. I'll make the arrangements immediately. After Chu Xiao's upgrade, Jumpy and Stingy radiated an even more powerful glow through their spirit contracts. Every large screen displayed a close-up of Chu Xiao. Jiang Cici's face lit up with joy as she jumped up excitedly, completely forgetting the demons currently assaulting the city. So cool! Xiao Xianer and Su Mushue's lips also curved upward slightly as they redoubled their efforts to slay the besieging demons. The rulers of the heavenly palaces within the pantheon exchanged hushed whispers. 6 divine relics floated before Chu Xiao. The embers of creation, the celestial covenant, the blood seal of all souls, the Godslayer's emblem, the philosopher's stone, and the core of the great library. Are you saying, Dean, that I may select one of these 6 divine relics to serve as the cornerstone for my advancement to silver rank? Of course. After all that the Abyss has done, the Pantheon can hardly stand idly by. Lucian's projection materialized in the grand arena. Both sides engaged in a silent contest of wills. Lucian smiled. Choose one of the 6 divine relics. You may extract its divine laws to break through the silver tier constraints. Once you reach gold rank, you can fully integrate it with your divine realm, support a demi-plane, and attempt to ascend to the demigod tier of your profession. Advancing to silver rank, using divine relics is the safest and simplest method to extract divine laws. Yet it remains monopolized by the Pantheon, inaccessible to all but the wealthiest and most powerful. Chu Xiao had taken the college entrance exam and entered Fireseed University precisely for such scarce resources. Gazing upon the 6 divine relics, each radiating overwhelming power, his breath quickened. The embers of creation, the celestial covenant, each originated from a former divine emperor tier powerhouse. Stripped by the Pantheon, the lingering will of these divine emperors had been erased. He could now absorb them without hesitation. Which one should I choose? Did Lucian choose based solely on the name and his intuition, without explanation? Trusting his own instincts, he declared, I choose the embers of creation. Lucian said no more, channeling divine power into the embers of creation and sending them into Chu Xiao's divine domain. Within the divine domain, a tiny floating island materialized out of thin air. The next moment, Chu Xiao felt a faint, blurry connection to a sliver of the power of the laws. All right. Once you reach silver rank, you'll be able to draw upon a fraction of the embers of creation's power. For now, let it rest. Besides that, you seem quite fond of demigod corpses? How many do you want? Ha! This was the perk of having a powerful ally. Chu Xiao waved farewell to Lucian, surveying the 100 demigod corpses within the divine realm with a quiet chuckle. This is truly marvelous. Chapter 56, The Battle to Break the City. Though Chu Xiao still couldn't wield the divine relic, its benefits were already manifesting tangibly. Meridians, blood, bones, even every single cell were bathed in powerful divine light, undergoing immense transformations unnoticed. No wonder every member of those great clans can attain a professional demigod rank. We so-called demigods are mere pretenders utterly unworthy of comparison to them. Chu Xiao silently lamented the ways of the world. But now he had a powerful ally to lean on. A little melancholy was fine, but only in moderation. Without divine relics, one could still draw power from the remains of fallen gods, fragments of divine weapons, polluted divine domains, or even demons. Of course, without processing through the Pantheon, these materials were highly dangerous, carrying risks of corruption or possession. The fusion process carried a failure rate, causing the physical body to shatter, the soul to wither, and ultimately descend into corruption. Next up are materials to solidify silver tier combat strength. Prepare materials for advancing to gold rank. Reserve auxiliary materials for fusing divine relics. None of these items come cheap. A conservative estimate puts the cost at 10,000 divine crystals. At Chu Xiao's current conversion rate, it would take roughly a century to gather them all. Therefore, one must still rely on serendipity or divine favor. Once a divine relic is fused, one gains pseudo-divine powers. That power surpasses any professional skills or even the divine arts of a demigod like Chu Xiao. Divine arts without authority are comparable to class skills, but with authority, they become a dimension-lowering strike. Gray Zone, East Gate. A furtive figure peered around the corner. River of the dead, this is undying. Styx receiving. Undead, proceed. The undead have mapped out the military deployment in the wasteland city and marked the locations of structures like the blood pool. You should attack through the west gate. Its defenses are the weakest here. Chen Fangyong relayed intelligence to an ordinary black crow. Over the past few days, leveraging his status as a pill master, he had relentlessly gathered intelligence, secretly compiling details on the military deployment and personnel distribution within the wasteland city. This information was marked on a scroll. The crow grabbed the scroll with its talons and flapped its wings, flying away. Phew! After completing this task, Chen Fangyong exhaled deeply. He had taken immense risks doing this, but luckily the demon concealment stone from the abyss had masked his presence, preventing detection. Even so, it had been thrilling. With that done, he prepared to return and continue lying low. Is the intelligence relay complete? It's been delivered, huh? Chen Fangyong, like a startled cat, arched his body and leapt backward abruptly. Chun Zihan and Sun Xian stood nearby, coldly watching him. You, what are you doing here? Sun Xian had waited impatiently for a long time. To wait for you to relay the intelligence back, of course. Chen Zihan's face darkened beside him.
When Su Mushua found him and warned that someone was trying to drive a wedge between the Chen and Su families, he knew this cousin's household might be the mastermind behind it. He hadn't expected it to be exactly as he suspected. Recent tensions between the Su and Chen families over the seed war and prisoner exchange had soured relations considerably. The possibility of a divine war erupting between them loomed large. While Su Mushua was handling the matter, both sides had managed to restrain themselves. But now that she had been ousted by the Su family and replaced by her stepmother, tensions had flared once more. Her cousin was no ordinary figure, once a prodigy of the Fireseed lineage. His emergence posed a significant threat to Chen Zihan. "Mr. Chen, there's no point in arguing with this guy. Just lock him up." Chen Zihan nodded, utilizing the authority granted by Chu Xiao to summon a prison cell and confine Chen Fangyong within it. Their actions were silent, aided by concealing artifacts. The crow pierced the barrier, soaring beyond the city walls before transforming into a birdman with black wings. The boundary-breaking stone in its claws crumbled to dust, scattering in the wind. It pained him deeply. He had transformed into a crow long ago to follow Chen Fangyong into the city. But as an abyssal demon, Black Crow had been suppressed within the city, unable to access many areas. That was why he had lain dormant, activating Chen Fangyong as his pawn. "Black Crow, did you get the intel?" Black Crow folded his wings and nodded. "The West Gate is vulnerable. When the time comes, we'll signal the undead to destroy Chu Zhao's insectoid structures. Then we'll storm in and wipe them out." "Excellent. Excellent. Excellent. Black Crow, you're about to earn great merit." Black Crow was swiftly ushered inside by the demons, where he met their tribal leader, the Black Crow King, who held the rank of Minor King. The other minor kings had all gathered here, awaiting Black Crow's intelligence. Black Crow King basked in shared glory. After the Abyss elevated these ordinary demon lords to demon kings to bolster numbers for the 10,000 Demons Hall, Black Crow King grew arrogant. "Black Crow, quickly recount the intelligence you gathered to these demon lords." Clearing his coarse throat, Black Raven stood proudly before the 7 demon lords, recounting his undercover mission with vivid detail, a tale brimming with perilous twists and climactic moments. The Lich King, Devil King, Blood Wolf King, Goblin King, Fiend King, and Raven King listened, their confidence soaring. The Lich King, who commanded the unified forces, abruptly rose from his throne. His black cloak billowed without wind as he swept his massive hand through the air, declaring with fervor, "It is settled. Transmit my command. All forces, advance." Whoa! The abyssal horn blared. And the march of attack commenced. Southgate, goblins pushed massive war chariots forward, slowly advancing under the spines of the spiked serpents. Eastgate, hundreds of thousands of skeleton warriors surged over the high ground ahead, appearing within the sight of Shinshuchi and Li Xinwan. Westgate, the Fiend Legion, faces twisted in fury, roared alongside 50 towering demon beasts. At the northern gate, 10-story-tall slimes bounced forward, devouring everything in their path as they radiated malevolence toward Chen Zihan and Yifan's cavalry. With the 7 kings personally leading the assault, the Abyss forces' morale soared. They roared in unison. "Slaughter the humans. Devour their flesh and blood. Imprison their souls. And the women, I crave human women." Earth-shattering roars echoed as the earth cracked beneath the trampling of millions of demonic creatures. Even as countless explosive insects detonated within the Abyss army's ranks, they could not halt their advance. Boom! 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 Flames erupted simultaneously at the 4 city gates east, south, west, and north. The barrier held by Chu Zichen and the others shattered within a quarter of an hour. The light barrier shattered, scattering into fragments of light that fell to the ground. One person cried out in terror, "Young Master Chu, what should we do?" Chu Zichen listened to the battle cries echoing from the abyss beyond. His body, concealed beneath his suit, trembled slightly. Only then did he recall his grandfather's words. "You're not as good as him. Am I truly no match for Chu Xiao? Young Master Chu, why don't we just run? Run far, far away." Chu Zichen's throat fell parched. Seeing the figure on the screen slaughtering enemies left and right, then glancing at the useless underlings beside him, he roared, "Shut up! We're storming the city walls." The spark ignited, blazing fiercely. As the abyss assaulted the barren city, Chu Xiao rode a silver jump bug, leading his forces to the murmuring wall. 10 brand new silver jump bugs now followed behind him. With the 6 lost in previous battles, there were now 14 in total. He dispatched 20 more silver spine snakes to bolster the city's defenses. On the screen, the Abyss forces launched a fierce assault, attempting to disrupt his Dao heart. Chu Xiao sighed helplessly. "This is all I can do. Now it's up to Zhang Cici and the others to hold the line. I must focus on destroying the city and winning the Battle of the Fire Seed." Chapter 57, The Final Showdown. Chu Xiao had seized 2 cities from the Necromancer King, while the enemy had destroyed Eternal Night City and Ember Flame Valley, now advancing toward Cracked Cloud City. The Necromancer King's 27 Undying Kings had replaced Chu Xiao's 10 Thunder Beasts, while 8 more silver-ranked beasts fell to the Jumping Beetles. Chu Xiao himself had slain 7 more. Yet after taking 2 cities, the Undead King's silver-ranked forces not only held steady but grew to 118. Formally, Chu Xiao remained at a disadvantage. Upon the murmuring wall, crimson runes writhed like writhing earthworms, convulsing frantically. Eerie runes coalesced into distorted human faces, screaming with frenzied rage. Chu Xiao stared at these faces as a sinister whisper echoed in his mind. Countless malevolent specters surged toward him, seeking to devour him. Yet they were bound by the very walls. Chu Xiao muttered bitterly. Thankfully we're far enough away. Otherwise, these voices alone could drive anyone mad. Still, there was not entirely no solution. Long-range attacks or dispelling spells would work. Dispelling, however, drained magic reserves severely, which would impact his strength in future battles. Chu Xiao's icy gaze swept over the murmuring wall as one catapult after another materialized from the divine realm behind him. The cockroach operators emitted shrill cries, coordinating like a unified command. Their claws spun the winches rapidly, tightening the bull tendons to their limit. Click, click, click. Once charged, vicious explosive insects laden with black powder leapt in, automatically loading themselves. As the stored energy unleashed, thousands of explosive insects were hurled forth, tracing parabolic arcs through the air. Boom, boom, boom. Dense explosions struck the surface of the whispering wall, dozens of meters high, causing the structure to tremble under the relentless detonations. The garrison troops on the city walls watched the sudden swarm of insects in terror. Boom! 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 Another fierce barrage followed. Explosions poured down like a torrential rain over the undead warriors' heads. Beneath each dazzling cloud of fire, shards of rock and flesh flew through the air. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The undead warriors sounded the alarm. The necromancer hastily cast spells to intercept. Chu Xiao slowly raised his hand and pointed forward. Charge! 30,000 cavalry followed 20,000 jumpers, charging across the horizon. The city walls were ablaze. Had the murmuring wall not been destroyed, Chu Xiao's cavalry would pose little threat, which was precisely why the undead defenders had grown complacent. Yet what they hadn't anticipated was 10 colossal figures suddenly surging forth from beneath the earth. Thunder beasts! The thunder beasts are storming the city. The wind generated by the thunder beasts' charge whipped us 10 meters high into the air. The violent tremors made it hard to believe Chu Xiao had somehow managed to revive these formidable siege weapons. Turning their gaze back to the charging cavalry, the undead were filled with dread. Once the thunder beasts breached the whispering wall, Chu Xiao's 30,000 cavalry and 20,000 jumping beasts would devour the 100,000 defenders left behind. How could this be? How could this be? The necromancer defending the city was utterly at a loss. After relaying the situation to the Necromancer King, there was a long, heavy silence. The mage unleashed bursts of energy spells at the charging thunder beasts, hoping to slow their advance. But the jumping beasts clinging to the thunder beasts' backs thrust their legs forward, charging headlong into the incoming spells. Everyone watched in stunned silence. Chu Xiao feared no sacrifice. The Necromancer King's teeth ground together with a crackling sound. Boom! The first thunder beast crashed into the wall. Its massive frame, clad in purple armor, absorbed only scattered explosions that struck its surface. Its horned head slammed into the wall. A gentle push sent the wall swaying violently, sending countless stones tumbling from the cracks. With a thunderous stomp, a section of wall tens of meters long collapsed. The undead defenders above were knocked off their feet, their screams drowned out by the thunder beast's roars. Another section of wall was shattered by a thunder beast's sheer force. The formidable barrier that had withstood countless armies crumbled like paper under the thunder beast's frenzied assaults. The souls of the dead, once impeding enemy climbers upon the walls, screamed. Amidst the warping walls, they crashed down before everyone's eyes. A massive cloud of dust billowed skyward. 10 thunder beasts, like colossal hammers wielded by celestial gods, shattered the whispering wall, which the necromancer had deemed impregnable. Despairingly, behind it, 50,000 soldiers charged toward the shattered wall. Nothing could stop them from crossing the chasm and pouring into the city. We can't hold it. The Abyss faction collectively cursed the Necromancer King. The Necromancer King had been too arrogant, too careless. He had fallen for Chu Xiao's vicious trick. That damned Chu Xiao hadn't deployed all his thunder beasts. The Lord of the Abyss silently swallowed this bitter pill, glancing at Lucian, who had turned his head away as if none of this concerned him. They had made many underhanded moves behind the scenes. Could they still not stop Chu Xiao? He refused to accept it. After the Whispering Wall's collapse, Chu Xiao upgraded 15 cockroaches and 15 spiked snakes to silver rank, continuing his forced march toward the Pale Cradle and Mist-Hidden Fortress. It was a race of speed. Whoever moved faster would gain the upper hand. Before Cracked Cloud City, the insect swarm put up fierce resistance. Within the Necrolord's hollow eye sockets, the soulfire danced with maniacal delight. A hoarse laugh echoed across the battlefield. Chu Xiao, I've finally found your lair. Kill. At any cost, breach this city. The Necromancer King believed he had found Chu Xiao's Achilles heel. He was certain that continued assault would bring swift victory. Upon the city walls, the swarm of insects now numbered 3 times that of the previous 2 cities. Chu Xiao is in danger. The others shared the Necromancer King's suspicion. If not for the discovery of their base, why would Liyun City's resistance suddenly become so overwhelmingly fierce? It was as if a mandatory order to defend to the death had been issued. While the Necromancer King launched his assault, Chu Shao simultaneously began his own assault on the mist-hidden fortress. Both sides possessed means to gather battle reports. The swarm's pheromones relayed news of the Necromancer King's advance to the swarm's collective consciousness. Chu Shao couldn't help but chuckle wryly. I wonder how long it'll take him to realize there's no divine essence crystal of mine in Cracked Cloud City. The extra troops, naturally, come from other cities I've annihilated. Mass true production. Infinite true production. Chu Shao was delighted by the misunderstanding and focused his efforts on the Mist Shadow Fortress. The fortress before them held a garrison of 200,000 troops. The undead army feared the thunder beasts as well. Allowing them to approach the walls unhindered would only repeat the scenario where the Whispering Wall fell so easily. 100 silver-ranked undead kings were urgently dispatched. Both sides deployed their forces, locked in a standoff. The Necromancer King descended upon one of them once more, using it as his avatar. This time, he had prepared extensively. Troops dug trenches and established defensive lines. Mages set traps, preparing to halt Chu Xiao's rapid maneuvers. Their second encounter was marked by intense animosity. Through his inside sources, the Necromancer King had already learned that the sneak attack on the Wasteland City had failed. The infiltrated agents had long been exposed, yet Chu Shao kept it secret, lying in ambush to await their assault from the West Gate. The moment the Abyss forces stepped through the West Gate, 20 silver-ranked warriors and 10 thunder beasts emerged from all directions. 3 of the 7 kings were instantly slain, and 2 more were crippled. Humans were cunning as foxes, more hateful than demons themselves. Not only that, but Chu Shao, just as the Pantheon had hoped, ignited the spark of human resistance against the Abyss. He wiped out the legacy of their predecessors' arduous struggle from over a century ago. Students of Spark University no longer trembled before the Abyss like tigers. One by one, they unleashed astonishing combat prowess. Especially the names of Zhang Sisi, Zhang Xiaoxiao, Su Muxue, and Xiao Xianer had already been registered in the Abyss, forcing them to take notice. The battle for the Wasteland City was already lost. Now, all eyes were on whether Chu Shao could be slain here. Suddenly, the Necromancer King's expression darkened. Seeing Chu Xiao's smug, triumphant grin, he gritted his teeth in fury. All forces, heed my command. Kill Chu Shao. Chapter 58, The Final Battle. The Necromancer King was cornered. Just moments ago, the Pale Cradle witnessed vast swarms of insect armies and countless skeletal remains. Jumpy and Prickly descended upon Pale Cradle together. Ice Blue Sisi stood upon millennia frozen ground, while Tayo Tayo enslaved an ancient dragon. Perched atop its colossal frame, he looked down. Once the bone dragon left the dragon bone wastes, it would rapidly weaken irreversibly. But defense was no longer necessary. Attack! Attack! Only 2 words echoed in Chu Shao, Tayo Tayo, and Sisi's minds: attack. Found them. Their main force is concealed in the snow. I'll send the undead skeletons first. They're disposable anyway, so no need to worry about losses. Jumping rubbed his hands together, exhaling a puff of white mist. It's freezing out here. Don't those bastards fear freezing to death? Hee, then let the exploding beetles warm them up. The swarm began its advance. The fundal carpet spread unnoticed across the entire arena. Broken Sword City. Chu Xiao's divine crystal activated its summoning power. The insect swarm within the desolate city gradually faded into ethereal forms, each dissolving into afterimages before vanishing entirely. The swarm that had fought in the desolate city was summoned anew, materializing in Broken Blade City's plaza. The swarm poured out through the city gates, splitting into 2 columns, one heading toward the Pale Cradle, the other toward the mist-hidden fortress. The battle had begun, and neither side could retreat. Fierce fighting. Bloodshed. Perseverance. Chu Shao and the Necromancer King fought fiercely, both flushed crimson. His formidable strength made the Necromancer King regret time and again that he had underestimated him. Chu Shao was the greatest threat. He must be eliminated. The Necromancer King no longer harbored hopes of victory. But before his death, he would not surrender without a fight. Roaring, he declared, "You bastard, I'll take you down with me. If you can, come and get me." Having advanced to Bronze Tier 9, Chu Xiao's magic reserves were abundant. His clash with the Necromancer King was evenly matched, his undead body unleashing immense power. Cracks spread across the Necromancer King's undead form. The soul flame trembled violently. How? The Necromancer stared in horror at the gash before him. In such a short time, Chu Xiao's growth had matched his own. The flaming warblade clashed with the scythe of death, sparks flying. Neither could gain the upper hand. Both were battered and bruised. Yet, how could he be worse off than Chu Shao? Facing this formidable foe, the Necromancer King's resolve to die grew ever stronger. Suddenly extending a claw to tear at his own heart. Thud thud. The pulsing blue heart was seized by 5 white finger bones and crushed to pieces. Sacrifice. Ah! A heart-wrenching roar erupted as his body ignited with azure flames. His decaying form erupted with an overwhelming black aura of foreboding. Countless faces of vengeful spirits writhed in the air.
The Necromancer King's power surged rapidly.
Silver Tier 2, Silver Tier 3, Silver Tier 4, Silver Tier 5.
In mere moments, he surged through 4 minor tiers, shattering his own constraints as he burned his soul to gain overwhelming power. Xu Zhao's expression twisted in shock, his back drenched in scalding sweat and blood. The ominous black mist swirling around the Necromancer King carried a palpable intent to kill. Slowly raising his scythe, his form transformed into a black lightning bolt. Die! Xu Zhao raised his blade to block. The next instant, immense force surged along the blade into his arms. His muscles tore apart, bones cracked and groaned, and the veins in both arms burst with a loud pop. Boom! What had been an evenly matched, back-and-forth struggle saw Xu Zhao instantly knocked flying. His immortal body began channeling energy to heal, but the Necromancer King's next strike was already upon him. At that moment, her silver jumping bug suddenly appeared, blocking the path before Xu Zhao. Get out of the way! The Necromancer swung his massive black scythe, tearing through space. The blade was wrapped in black death energy that corroded everything in its path, leaving behind a dark semicircle wherever it passed. The 4 jumping beetles neither dodged nor retreated. Their silver carapaces collided with the scythe of death. Their bodies faltered momentarily before exploding apart. In the way. This gave Xu Zhao just enough time. Activating the Void Flash skill, he drained 1/5 of his body's magic power, teleporting his form a kilometer away. He gasped for breath. The blazing warblade slammed into the ground, a cold gleam flashing in Xu Zhao's eyes. He would not retreat, nor did he have the option to. The magic within him surged into the seraphic battle armor, activating the speed, steel, and self-healing runes. His physical prowess surged dramatically. His blade swung in a horizontal slash. The silver crescent blade collided with the Necromancer King's black scythe in a thunderous clash. Their combined power erupted violently in the air. Circular shockwaves swept outward in all directions. This time, Xu Zhao merely stepped back. He stomped the ground, leaving layer upon layer of cracks. Behind him, angelic wings spread wide. After steadying himself, he proactively charged toward the Necromancer King. Powerful indeed, Seraphim. Their figures clashed relentlessly across the battlefield, shifting at blinding speeds that the naked eye could only blurrily track. For a time, the battle was fiercely contested. Xu Zhao fought with frenzied intensity, each strike carrying the resolve of mutual destruction. His blade's momentum grew sharper with every swing. The true intent of the blazing sun tinged his wings with sparks of radiant light. Immortal copper skin, iron hard bones, heavenly eye. Xu Zhao pushed his divine form to its absolute limit, leaving the onlookers utterly speechless. Wait, I knew Xu Zhao was skilled, but is he really still bronze rank? High-speed maneuvering, one-blade berserk so freaking awesome. I'm mid-silver rank and I couldn't beat him. Many fell silent, while others seethed with envy or dismissed him outright. Within the pantheon, Lu Xian's face darkened as he roared at the gathered elites. Therefore, I propose placing Xu Zhao in the first tier of the Spark program for cultivation. Any objections? Everyone can see Xu Zhao's performance. Not only is he exceptionally skilled, but he also possesses tremendous charisma. Jiang Sisi, Chen Zihan, Luo Xiaopang, Sun Shen, and Xu Zichen, their transformations all stem from him. If anyone still wishes to obstruct this, I shall question their allegiance. Lu Xian, watch your words. You are not yet a divine emperor. At the very least, show some basic reverence when addressing us. Lu Xian retorted bluntly, Black Prison Divine Emperor, is my reverence insufficient? You even spoke of engaging me, a divine king, in a divine battle? You want Xu Zhao to be ranked in the first sequence. For that, he must survive. Very well. It is settled here and now. Should Xu Zhao prevail, he shall be the first sequence. Lu Xian gave the gods no chance to backtrack, turning and walking away. The Black Prison God Emperor leapt up in fury. Damned fool! How utterly insolent! The other divine emperors remained silent, retreating into the shadows. Left alone, the Black Prison Emperor glanced around and chuckled. Could it be my acting was too over the top? Then he too vanished into the shadows. The skies darkened, transforming the battlefield beyond recognition. Xu Zhao and the Death Spirit King battled fiercely for an hour, both determined to destroy the other. The Death King grew increasingly disheartened with each passing moment. Xu Zhao's blazing sun true intent held a subtle counter to him, hindering his performance and rapidly depleting the power he had gained through sacrifice. The Soul King's soul flames flickered wildly in his eye sockets as his body violently recoiled dozens of meters. After creating distance, he roared, Xu Zhao, taste the malice of eternal night. Nether slash, burial of 10,000 souls. The heavens and earth shook. The necromancer's body swelled and exploded. A colossal blue soul entity emerged, wielding a massive scythe. Its eyes blazed crimson as countless shrieks erupted from within its form. The scythe swung. Boundless darkness surged forth, endless souls devouring lifeforce rushing toward Xu Zhao like a torrent. This was the Necromancer King's forbidden art. Feeding on souls, it detonated its divine essence, transforming this place into a realm of eternal night and death. Space itself seemed to warp, dragging everything into eternal darkness.
Xu Xiao understood. He ignited his power, channeling everything into his blazing battle blade. The blade blazed like a radiant sun, igniting a dazzling light in the night. Chapter 59, Silver, Spark. The true essence of the blazing sun poured into the blade, washing away the murky ink-black taint. Xu Xiao drew a deep breath, his gaze unwavering. Scarlet slash. The blade's edge blazed with golden light, and behind him, a fiery sun coalesced within the crimson sky. A sacred aura radiated out, evaporating all the deathly aura closing in on Xu Xiao. He swung his hands, unleashing dazzling energy. A torrent of blazing blade light cascaded like a plunging waterfall, colliding once more with the death blade wielded by the Necromancer King. The blinding light seized the vision of all, engulfing the entire battlefield. A thunderous roar echoed, and everything was leveled to the ground. When the light finally faded, Xu Xiao's battle armor lay shattered, his outstretched wings broken, his face smeared with blood. Before him, a shattered crown hung suspended in midair. The Necromancer King's form had vanished completely, and even the majority of his army had dissipated. Surrounded and slaughtered by the swarm that had arrived, the air fell into a deathly silence. Moments later, the humans watching the live broadcast erupted in a deafening roar. Xu Xiao! Xu Xiao! Xu Xiao! The crowd erupted in jubilation. Xu Xiao had won, once again overcoming a formidable foe. And he had done it while fighting on two fronts, defeating the fearsome Necromancer King of the Abyss with less than half his forces. The myth of the undead race's invincible might was shattered. Their history of humiliatingly capturing human prodigies was now a thing of the past. Victory! A resounding victory. With his own strength, head-on, crushed them decisively. This battle marked the beginning of his rise to fame. This battle etched Xu Xiao's name into everyone's memory. This battle ignited the spark of humanity's resistance against the Abyss. Within the Wang family, Wang Shang watched the scene unfold, his brow furrowing slightly. Xu Xiao's fame had now spread far and wide, making it even more difficult to take action against him. Should their plans be discovered, not only would they face public condemnation, but the entire Wang family could be uprooted and destroyed. Within the divine realm, the remnant divine light of creation erupted. The floating islands suspended within the divine realm erupted with streams of golden energy. Xu Xiao felt as though his very soul was about to ignite. At the final moment, had it not been for the protection of the remnant divine light of creation, his soul would have been swallowed by boundless darkness. The boundaries of the divine realm continuously expanded outward, as illusory laws solidified into reality. Heaven and earth seemed to gain pillars of support. 16 heaven-piercing divine pillars stood at the edge of the divine realm, supporting the azure sky and the golden earth. The demonic essence of the world spread at an astonishing speed, thick and dense like a pervasive fog. The population of the divine realm surged to 1 million, unlocking the tunnel worm and the king worm. Xu Xiao felt the transformations within his body. His bones shattered and reborn countless times, the bronze-hued skeleton now tinged with silver, his blood heavy as lead in mercury. As he clenched his fist, staggering power erupted from his fist, strength sufficient to confront the Necromancer King at full power. Is this the might of Silver Tier? Silver, laws. Silver rank alone was insufficient to wield the power of laws, yet it did not hinder Xu Xiao from communicating with the remnants of creation, drawing strength from them. Xu Xiao now suffered from possessing boundless divine power yet being unable to fully convert it into his own strength. The magic wielded by practitioners was, at its core, no different from divine power. Both are merely forms of cosmic energy. Magic and divine power repel each other. Only when he still possessed his demigod divinity could the two energies coexist. This is precisely why, once the divine essence is lost, one can only function as an ordinary practitioner. To access his divine power, Xu Xiao must undergo a series of cumbersome procedures. He must withdraw the energy from the divine essence crystal, which functions as a bank. Consequently, during external battles, he still relies on magical power. Yet once he grasped even a fragment of the laws, Xu Xiao could streamline this process. Using magic is like paying with cash, while mastering the laws is like activating online banking, allowing you to access a portion of your savings. The depth of one's grasp of the laws determines the credit limit. The swarm's size also grew alongside Xu Xiao's rank advancement. Dozens of sting snakes now bore silver circuits across their carapaces. One thunder beast was entirely covered in a silvery sheen. Twitching and leaping, they resembled neighborhood girls coming into their first bloom. Back to the wasteland city. The battle entered its mop-up phase. On the city walls, Xu Zichen and his group were also assisting with the cleanup, which surprised Xu Xiao somewhat. Besides them, many new faces had appeared. Xu Xiao. Big shot, you're back? A group of girls gathered around, their eyes filled with awe as the new fireseed students approached. Big shot, you must be exhausted. A chubby kid dashed over, pushing past the crowd of resentful girls, and pulled out a chair. Who knows where he got it to place it behind Xu Xiao's butt. Master, please have some juice. Like a magician, he produced a bottle of freshly squeezed peach juice from the divine realm. Its refreshing aroma made throats involuntarily move. Master, let me massage your shoulders. Luo Xiaopeng's professional service spirit left Xu Xiao utterly bewildered.
Sun Xian glanced at the plain water in his hand and froze. It felt like he was facing a career crisis. This chubby guy sure knew how to work the crowd. Damn it, should I just kill him? Xu Xiao sipped the peach juice. Not bad, it actually contained a substantial amount of divine essence, helping him recover quickly. Who's picking on you now? No one. They wouldn't dare this time. Not just that Luo Xiaopang was now a force to be reckoned with. Except for a few matriarch-level women he dared not offend, every single man without exception was treated with utter disregard. All of this was because of Xu Xiao. That's good. Your juice is delicious. Make some for everyone next time, I'll cover it. Sure thing. Sister Cici, Sister Xiao Xiao. Sister Su, Sister Xiao. And Sister Yi. Luo Xiaopang shamelessly called out to a group of girls younger than himself, warmly handing them the juice he'd prepared earlier. His juice was genuinely delicious. If not for being exploited by Chu Zichen, he could have opened his own Peach Ice City franchise, never letting it sit overnight. To the other boys, he pointed dismissively, his tone sharp. There's some inside. Go get it yourselves. You little fatty. Chu Zichen's anger flared, but he thought better of it. The current head of logistics was no pushover. Not someone to mess with. Xu Xiaobai, sensing Chu Zichen and the others had joined the fight, softened his disdain. You guys can go too. Chu Zichen snorted coldly, shooting Luo Xiaopang a meaningful look before turning to leave. A beam of light descended from the sky. Lu Xian appeared, accompanied by a large group of people wearing Fireseed University uniforms. He descended before Chu Xiao. The group chorused in unison, Principal. Very well, very well. You've all done admirably. Leave the rest to them. Xu Xiao, you and the first group who came here follow me. Xu Xiao froze. No need to guard for 100 days? Lu Xian sensed his confusion and smiled. You've surpassed my expectations. Restoring the defenses of this desolate city is no small feat, few could accomplish it. Now that we have a complete defense system, we can leave it to them. You will follow me to study at the True Fireseed University. Chapter 60, The Realm of Fire. Luo Xiaopang tearfully bid farewell to Chu Xiao, Jiang Cici, Sumushua, Chen Zihan, and the other first batch Fireseed freshmen. He then turned to Chu Zichen, forcing a smile that looked even more painful than crying. Young Master Chu, are you tired? Chu Zichen shot him a cold glance before withdrawing his gaze from Chu Xiao and the others who had ascended. He had become the city lord as he wished. Yet somehow, it felt so bitter. Luo Xiaopang, keep managing the logistics. With that, he departed with Su Yuan and the others, leaving him behind. The domain of fire. From afar, it resembled a flame slowly rising into the sky. Under Lucian's divine protection, the 11 managed to navigate the inspections of numerous fire spirits without incident. Lucian explained. These are the fire spirits dwelling here, varying in strength. The weakest are no more than black iron, while the strongest rival God King level. They serve as a guardian force for the realm of fire. Whoosh! Xu Xiao and the others sucked in a sharp breath. Fire spirits at the God King level? With the current agreement between the Pantheon and the Demon Hall that God Emperor level beings should not intervene lightly, God King level beings were effectively the strongest combat force available. We're here. The dormitories are ahead. You can find your assigned quarters using the flame I gave you. Xu Xiao, follow me. The rest of you may disperse. Tomorrow we'll hold the official welcome banquet. Welcome aboard. Only after entering did Xu Xiao and the others realize that Lucian had quietly cultivated numerous elite warriors over the past century. Fireseed University wasn't solely comprised of these individuals. It included talents meticulously selected by Lucian, as well as students who had secretly traded with various families. These individuals remained here covertly to study, drawn by the university's resources. Their lips were sealed tight, not a whisper had leaked out. After the others departed, Lucian led Xu Xiao to the tallest building. Top floor, the principal's office. You did well. Lucian praised Xu Xiao once more, but then added, but it still wasn't good enough. If I hadn't helped you this time, do you think you would have had a chance? None. Xu Xiao answered truthfully. Indeed, without Lucian's demigod corpse, he could never have breached the murmuring wall so easily. Without breaching the whispering wall, Xu Xiao would lose his advantage and be blocked by this natural barrier. Without Lucian's divine relic, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the Necromancer King's final death throes. Good to know. Not bad. There's still hope. Lucian feared most that Xu Xiao would fail to see his true self, succumbing to arrogance and conceit, a common flaw among prodigies. In the end, they all became stepping stones for others. Lucian himself had climbed over them to rise. His talent wasn't exceptional at best, merely average among his peers. But he survived. The others did not. Lucian spoke earnestly, like an elder imparting wisdom. Do you think the supreme divine techniques bestowed upon you are merely for refining pills and crafting artifacts? Setting up barriers, purifying or dispelling negative energies? Not at all. You've only scratched the surface. You haven't yet used them to elevate your divine form.
You're merely defeating a necromancer king. Do you truly believe supreme divine arts are meant for such trivial tasks? Lu Xian explained step by step, and Chu Xiao suddenly understood. So even without relying on an immortal body, he could be incredibly powerful? Had he been focusing on the wrong thing all along? Exactly.
You haven't taken the supreme divine arts seriously. Next, I'll confine your consciousness within the time chamber. 1 day outside equals 100 years inside.
Experience it thoroughly.
Chu Xiao stiffened and nodded firmly. The supreme divine art was profoundly intricate. The perfection he had grasped during the examination was, in truth, merely bronze-tier perfection. Above that lay silver, gold, demigod, and countless other divine abilities he could scarcely imagine. Also, cultivate a bond with your blade. Your blazing war blade is suffering now. You treat it as nothing more than a slightly sturdier weapon, failing to unleash even 1/10,000th of its true potential.
Chu Xiao accepted the advice with humility.
To outsiders, he was already formidable, yet Lu Xian pointed out flaw after flaw.
Lu Xiao was thoroughly criticized, yet he couldn't refute a single point.
Lu Xian truly lived up to his reputation as a God King tier powerhouse.
Even his casual pointers proved immensely beneficial to Chu Xiao. I've said all I need to say. From here on, you must figure things out for yourself. Also, you won the Spark War, defended the Wasteland City, and ignited the spark for humanity. I cannot withhold a reward. Here lies a set of void technology and artificial intelligence named Daipezik.
It can assist you in building your own repository of knowledge.
It will analyze your physical condition. Make good use of it. Lu Xian tossed an object as if discarding trash, then shoved it into Chu Xiao's divine domain without explanation. Before Chu Xiao could process it, Lu Xian pressed, "What do you intend to do with those individuals?" Lu Xian pulled back the curtains from afar. Outside the window, Gaoyi, Wang Lang, and the others were clearly suffering. Gaoyi, Wang Lang, and Wang Sheng tread spinning wheels, weaving cloth to atone for their sins. Zhang Huizhu had been rescued, yet Lu Xian could find no trace of the mastermind behind it all. Their labor here was only temporary. The true judgment would come from Chu Xiao. Gaoyi, Wang Lang, and he all bore deep grudges against each other. It couldn't possibly end so lightly. The simplest solution, of course, was to kill them with a single stroke. Chu Xiao pondered. Within the divine realm, the remnant of creation's ashes sent a thought, "I want it." Ha!
Chu Xiao pondered for a moment, then agreed. Immediately, a circular black hole appeared behind Wang Sheng, who was working.
"No, spare me. Master, I was wrong."
He turned his head in terror, struggling as the black hole sucked him in. Gaoyi and Wang Lang's jaws trembled slightly, their pupils whites devoured by sheer terror. Lu Xian sensed the movement of the Genesis embers but did not intervene. Wang Sheng appeared behind the remnants of creation, his divine form disintegrating as his soul was sealed beneath the floating island. Visibly, the island's surface expanded. The small lake within the island surged with clear spring water, its surface expanding threefold.
"I want it. Here." Next, it devoured Wang Lang.
After Wang Lang was devoured, he too became a cornerstone of the floating island. His divine body disintegrated, and his soul was imprisoned within the island's divine dungeon, where it was continuously drained of its spiritual power. Wang Lang screamed for mercy. His wretched cries were strangely melodious.
"I want more."
Chu Xiao could distinctly sense the remnant of creation's delight.
By all logic, this was a moment for vigilance.
Yet, trusting Lu Xian, he acquiesced to the remnant's demand. Lu Xian could have killed him without such trouble. The noble righteousness of the high god was devoured.
This time, the floating island underwent an even greater transformation. Its area expanded tenfold once more. Birds sang and flowers bloomed across the land, while at its center, a golden temple radiating divine aura rose majestically from the earth.
Chu Xiao's divine statue was placed in the temple square. Standing in the principal's office, Chu Xiao sensed he could now channel a portion of divine power through the statue. He spread his palm, and a golden orb of divine power swirled around his hand.
"Did I just activate online payments?" "Online payment?"
Lu Xian smiled faintly.
"That's a fitting analogy."
Indeed, you can now draw upon a portion of the divine power within the divine realm and use it directly. One could wield divine power without having fully materialized a divine form. For ordinary individuals to achieve this, they would need to reach at least the late silver stage.
Chapter 61, Superhuman Constitution.
Divine power and other energies are mutually repellent.
Only by possessing a divine body could Chu Xiao directly harness such formidable energy. For divine kin, using divine power is akin to online banking, a form of borrowing.
When they cast divine spells and paid for divine power, the funds weren't deducted immediately. Instead, payment was deferred until a set time, when either the user themselves or their divine sovereign would settle the debt. As his own divine master, Chu Xiao had not activated the borrowing function, rendering him unable to directly use divine power to cast divine arts.
Simultaneously harnessing divine and demonic power,
Chu Xiao infused a thread of divine power into his blazing warblade,
while fortifying his physique with demonic energy.
Suddenly, golden divine light surged across the blade's surface, humming with joyful resonance.
With a flick of his finger, a complete rune illuminated upon the blade. The crimson gold blade, sharp as the scorching sun, slashed forward. The golden divine power carried a fierce blade aura, as if it could incinerate everything. A casual slash unleashed a wave of heat at 3,000 degrees. Boom! Lucian swept his hand, dispelling the heat wave, and smiled warmly at the stunned Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao's mouth fell open. His eyelashes fluttered rapidly. Though he hadn't destroyed anything, he already sensed the immense power within. Could this single strike incinerate a necromancer king? Without a sacrifice, yes. Even one with a sacrifice would be severely wounded. A second-rate necromancer king was beneath Lucian's notice. The abyss is getting weaker and weaker. Is the necromancer king worthless? Chu Xiao couldn't help but whistle in astonishment. That single strike had consumed 1/10 of Chu Xiao's divine power quota for the day. He couldn't help but wonder, if he channeled all his divine power into the blazing slash or crimson slash, what kind of destructive force could he unleash? Divine power served a greater purpose than mere destructive force. Its ultimate utility lay in wielding divine authority. Though Chu Xiao did not yet possess them, he began to yearn for them. But is that all? After absorbing 3 divine beings, all the remnants of creation had granted him was the ability to wield divine power? As if sensing Chu Xiao's thoughts, a golden tome materialized before his eyes, bearing 3 characters in gilded letters, Book of Creation. Simultaneously, Chu Xiao's divine form underwent a transformation. Divine body, superhuman constitution, void survival, super recovery, super defense, perceiving illusion, knowledge repository, growth power. The super god constitution fused the void hidden thorns and the mark of immortality. Void survival allows Chu Xiao to briefly exist within the void. His recovery and defense abilities upgraded to super recovery and super defense. His heavenly eye, combined with void technology, enables him to see through opponents and perform battle calculations. The knowledge repository resolves most of his queries, its core being Lucian's void technology, the Daipei. Moreover, he possesses accelerated growth capabilities. This is incredible. Both my hard and soft skills have been enhanced. The Genesis Chronicle? I never imagined it would entrust this artifact to you so soon. Lucian remarked enviously. He had once coveted the Genesis Embers himself, but at that time, another prodigy had seized it, forcing him to choose another divine relic instead. Alright, in 7 days, I'll take you to the time chamber. Now go back and rest well. Chu Xiao also obtained 10 semi-divine artifacts. Semi-divine artifacts viewable but unusable. Chu Xiao didn't understand Lucian's meaning as he listened to Gaoyi, Wang Lang, and Wang Sheng's melodious screams fade away. Lu Xian had subdued Gaoyi and the others to vent Chu Xiao's frustration, all because his own value had risen. Chu Xiao understood clearly that he must constantly push himself forward. One must not lose their value. Isn't that how it is with people? So, you absolutely can't let yourself be devalued. Otherwise, even dogs won't give you the time of day. Chu Xiao stepped out of the office building and walked along the garden path toward the dormitory. Chu Xiao summoned his fire seed before him. The decrepit old gatekeeper at the entrance gave him a sideways glance before snoring away, utterly impossible to wake. 10th floor, room 24. He directed his fire seed at the defensive barrier, releasing it. The flame danced lightly onto the surface. With a ding, the barrier verified his presence. A narrow crack opened in the center, gradually widening until it was large enough for Chu Xiao to pass through. Stepping inside, he found himself in a 5-bedroom, 1 living room layout. The living room was vast, spanning a full 100 square meters. A circular table stood at its center, surrounded by sofas. Upon the table sat a massive sand table, with buttons nearby to adjust the map. Of the 5 rooms, 3 displayed red lights and 2 showed green. Chu Xiao approached one of the rooms. Upon opening it, he found a cozy little cabin. I'm so exhausted. Ever since arriving here, it had been nothing but fighting and killing. He soon drifted off to sleep. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. Beep beep beep, beep beep beep. In his sleep, Chu Xiao heard knocking at the door. He opened his eyes hazily and stumbled toward the door. Who is it? At the door, 3 male students from the Fire Seed Academy stared curiously at Chu Xiao, the newcomer. Zhang Fei, Liu Bei, Guan Yu. Zhang Fei, sporting a bushy beard and looking rather flustered, addressed Chu Xiao. Hey, classmate. The welcome party is about to start. You're a freshman this year too, right? That's right. Better hurry up and get ready. You don't want to be late. What's your name, classmate? We're pretty isolated here. Heard something big happened outside. Tell us about it. Zhang Fei's stubble came right up to Chu Xiao's face, startling him into a tactical step back. Had he not reacted quickly, he might have reached for his knife? Sorry about that. Liu Bei pulled the eager Zhang Fei away and apologized. Just like this guy said, we're cut off from the outside world. We heard about this incredible person who defeated the Abyss Demon and defended the Wasteland City. We're all curious, who is this person? That's right. We heard his surname is Chu. Is it Chu Zichen, the heir apparent of the Chu family? Or is it their second son, Chu Fifan? Or perhaps it's Chu Tianjiao from a collateral branch of the Chu family? Could it be none of them?
Compared to Chu Zichen, the second son Chu Fifan and the collateral branch member Chu Tianjia were far more familiar names. Chu Xiao had also heard of these two geniuses from the main branch of the family. They were the top scorers in the college entrance exams of the previous and previous years, respectively, and had both reached the rank of golden tier powerhouse.
Impossible. The Chu family is the only prominent clan bearing the Chu surname. Could it be a commoner prodigy?
Not that I look down on commoner geniuses, but talent and resources are simply incomparable. Liu Bei nodded silently beside him, fully agreeing with Zhang Fei's assessment.
What if I told you that commoner genius is me? You? Zhang Fei raised an eyebrow, slapping Chu Xiao's muscles up and down. Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it.
I heard the guy stands 9 feet tall, with a broad back and thick waist. His hands are monstrously large, capable of wrenching a necromancer king's head clean off.
You? I don't think so. Enough. Get ready. Liu Bei cut in.
He didn't think Chu Xiao fit the description either, but he held back the sarcasm.
After all, they'd be teammates soon. What harm was a little bragging? This year's class has plenty of beauties, you know. Let's hurry, if we're late, we won't even get a taste of the soup.
Chu Xiao was dragged along by the 3 others to get dressed up. He was now in a black evening gown prepared by the Fireseed Academy, sporting a stylish little hairstyle. Zhang Fei stared in disbelief.
Boss, I don't think we should have brought him along.
Liu Bei and Guan Yu silently nodded in agreement.
Damn, he looks so damn handsome. What chance do we have if he goes? Chapter 62, Genesis.
The super god physique was also a high-tier divine physique. The higher the divine physique, the more striking the individual's appearance. At least none of those divine beings were ugly.
Grand Hall.
Amber crystal chandeliers illuminated the hall brilliantly, while pearl-hued ice silk tablecloths draped over the long banquet tables.
Delicacies arranged on porcelain platters exuded tantalizing aromas.
Champagne glasses were stacked high in the center,
brimming with sparkling wine. Chu Xiao and Liu Bei entered wearing masks.
Thousands of Fireseed Academy students mingled throughout the space, some conversing, others sampling food in small bites, or raising glasses in mutual toasts.
Let's go in.
I wonder why they're having a masquerade this time.
I'd like to get to know those stunning beauties.
Zhang Fei grabbed a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp.
Chu Xiao was genuinely hungry. He strode unapologetically toward the sliced beef on the table. The succulent, juicy Brazilian steak, drizzled with golden sauce, looked absolutely delicious. Chu Xiao took a bite and found it genuinely delicious. He quickly finished it and picked up another piece to eat. Hey, you're a freshman, right? Seems like it. Who are you?
Chu Xiao's cheeks bulged like a stuffed hamster as he looked up, puzzled by the monkey-faced masked man greeting him.
My surname is Zhao. Zhao Ishan. You've probably heard of me? Not at all.
Chu Xiao quickly chewed a few more bites, swallowed his steak, then clasped his hands in greeting.
Pleased to meet you, Senior Zhao. I've heard a lot about you. Ah, glad you've heard of me. So, interested in joining my group? Recruiting? Chu Xiao knew that even within the Spark Academy, factions abounded.
The most powerful were the 8 groups formed by the leaders of the 8 great families.
Yanhuan Hall, Chen Lai. Xianbing Pavilion, Zhou Xueming. Thundercliff Cliff, Tang Wanjun. Qingming Sword Sect, Yi Guhong. Blood Prison, Fang Yanluo.
Starfall Tower, Xiao Guixing.
Ancient Alliance, Zhu Fifan. Phantom Sound Pavilion, Su Tianin.
Well, this is my first day here, and I'm not very familiar with things.
May I take some time to consider before answering, Senior?
Zhao Ishan paused slightly before resuming his smile. Of course. The doors of our Yanhuan Hall are always open to you. With that, he turned to scout for other candidates. After Zhao Ishan departed, Liu Bei materialized behind Chu Xiao like a ghost.
That guy's gone? Yeah. Did he invite you to join the Yanhuan Hall? Chu Xiao nodded. But then Liu Bei urgently pulled him aside, leaning against the wall and whispering in his ear, "Did you accept or decline?" Chu Xiao turned to watch Liu Bei enthusiastically chatting with someone.
The other person was a newcomer like himself, apparently successfully recruited. Zhao Ishan sensed the gaze upon him, raised his wine cup, and turned to offer Chu Xiao a faint smile.
I only said I'd consider it. Liu Bei remarked admiringly, isn't that essentially a refusal? The Yanhuan Hall is notoriously domineering.
If you turn them down, you'll face considerable trouble down the line.
Ah, it wasn't supposed to be like this.
This time, the 8 great families are targeting you freshmen just to recruit that student who defeated the Abyss.
The factions within the Fireseed are extensions of external powers.
No one wants to miss out on a master capable of defeating the Necromancer King.
Liu Bei gave a brief explanation, and Chu Xiao gained a general understanding.
He hadn't expected that merely refusing to join would draw the attention of troublesome factions. Everyone could see Chu Xiao's value. Guided by the principle that if they couldn't have him, they'd destroy him, these clan scions might very well come after him. Lu Xian, however, cared not for any of this. He only cared about the final outcome, much like raising a poisonous insect.
Looks like things won't be too boring after all. What? Nothing. There were roughly 500 new recruits. Who knew where Lucian had found them all, but surely some would refuse to join. Xu Xiao waited to see what would happen. Aren't any teachers participating? Of course not. This is a carnival organized for us students. After all, it's only when the freshmen arrive each year that we get to relax. Just as Xu Xiao thought the evening would end with nothing but eating and eating, Zhao Yishan suddenly stepped onto the center of the stage. All the lights focused on him, making him the center of attention. Everyone, I hear there's an exceptionally remarkable individual among this year's freshmen. Though this is a masquerade ball, I, Zhao Yishan, hold great admiration for this junior. Not only did he defeat the Necromancer King, restoring humanity's honor, he is also a spark that ignites courage within people's hearts. It would be a shame not to meet such a talent at this very moment. Wouldn't you agree? Xu Xiao frowned. After what Liu Bei had said, he knew Zhao Yishan's motives were far from pure. Fire Seed Academy, situated within the fire domain, was isolated from the outside world and had no live broadcast feed. A group of students were excited, eager to see the legendary figure who had defeated the Necromancer King. Liu Bei couldn't stand watching this spectacle. In his view, Zhao Yishan was acting too hastily, and his methods were downright unsightly. After a long while, Zhao Yishan saw no sign of Xu Xiao stepping forward. A flash of displeasure crossed his face. But he was skilled at controlling the situation. He didn't lose his temper on the spot. Instead, his gaze shifted. The spotlight fell upon the two girls Xu Xiao had secretly brought in, who were stuffing their faces with food. Jumping's ponytail, startled by the sudden commotion, bristled like a frightened kitten's fur. Two sharp fangs clamped down on a steak dripping with red oil. Beside her, Cici tilted her head, her purple tail curling around a plate of beef. Both hands held two plates. Another piece was clamped between her teeth. The sudden light fell upon the two insectoid lolas. Xu Xiao suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, his eyes flashing with a murderous glint. Zhao Yishan's eyes lit up upon seeing the two alien insects transformed into sunlit maidens. These two must be the alien insect warriors belonging to our prodigious student. Their performance in the Fire Seed battle was nothing short of remarkable, especially one of them, who summoned a vast horde of bone dragons, securing victory for Chu in one decisive move. Bone dragons? Undead? Some people, confused, exclaimed in shock. Isn't that demonic magic? Manipulating souls is a capital offense in the Pantheon. Ha? No way. Why didn't the Pantheon's elders intervene to arrest them? Rumor has it the headmaster personally vouched for it. Zhao Yishan raised his hand, cutting off the murmurs. Everyone, I too believe this student Chu is no villain. But since we'll be fighting side by side in the future, why not invite him out to explain himself clearly? And tell us about the situation in the Fire Seed War? A boy with small, beady eyes spoke with a sinister glint. Why don't I handle the inspection? Throw these two into my netherworld prison, and we'll find out everything. Before anyone could react, a palm-sized crimson hell appeared out of thin air, hovering over Jumpy and Prickly. It emitted a blood-red glow, poised to imprison the two insectoid lolas. Many frowned. The green-eyed boy's actions violated protocol. Get lost. At that moment, a golden tome blocked the crimson light. Xu Xiao's fierce shout sent the crimson inferno reeling backward under the divine radiance of the Book of Creation. The bean-eyed boy's ashen face contorted. With a gurgle, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body slammed into the wall with a thud. Chapter 63, The Hall of Flaming Splendor. Liu Bei stared in shock at Xu Xiao, who had vanished before him, his voice still echoing with fury. His mouth gaped wide, his face drained of color. He really is that student. The pea-eyed boy was injured by the backlash of the Genesis Records light. Zhao Yishan, far from angered, smiled. It's him? Finally revealed. Zhao Yishan demanded. Mr. Chu, what do you think you're doing? The academy kindly hosted this welcome banquet for you, yet you dare harm our Yanhuan Hall members. Xu Xiao's anger lurked beneath his fox mask. After checking, they were relieved to find the two little ones unaffected by the blood-colored inferno. Ignoring the stunned Liu Bei and the accusing Zhao Yishan, he strode toward the boy with the pea-sized eyes. He grabbed the boy by the hair and yanked him upright, demanding furiously, "Do you enjoy throwing people in jail? Or are you someone's lackey?" The pea-eyed boy's expression shifted, and he protested painfully, I don't know what you're talking about. Is that so? I now suspect you're an undercover agent sent by the Abyss. I'll extract your soul for a proper interrogation. After all, I've already caught one of the Devil's followers. He was a student sent by Fireseed University to participate in the Battle of the Wasteland City. His name was Chen Fengyong. As a fellow agent sent by the Abyss, you should be quite familiar with him, right? Boom. Chen Fengyong is a traitor? I even spoke with him. He seemed like a decent guy. A group of students actually knew Chen Fengyong. This man was the hall master of the Yanhuang Hall, Chen Lai's younger brother, who had recently joined the Fireseed. You're slandering him. What proof do you have? Xu Xiao laughed harshly, the veins on his forehead twisting into a cross-shaped knot. Evidence? You don't have any either, do you? As he spoke, the pressure on his grip intensified.
The bean-shaped man kicked his stubby legs in agony, his eyes twitching wildly as his pupils spun frantically against the whites. His tongue lolled out in agony as Chu Xiao's grip threatened to crush his skull. Chu Xiao turned to Zhang Fei and grinned. "Senior, my hands aren't big, but wringing his head off wouldn't be a problem."
Zhang Fei shrank his neck, unable to meet his gaze.
The others nearby were all terrified by Chu Xiao.
"Stop!" Zhao Yishan launched a powerful strike at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao withdrew his fist to meet the blow. Power erupted from his bulging muscles as their fists collided with a solid thud. The force of the blow shot up Zhao Yishan's arm. Zhao Yishan was pushed back, stumbling backward. Shock and fury surged through him. How could Chu Xiao possess such immense strength?
Zhao Yishan, a silver-tier 5th-rank martial artist, possessed a body hardened through cross-training capable of withstanding silver-tier weaponry. Yet, he was still shaken to the point of boiling blood and chi. This kid was indeed silver-ranked, but shouldn't he be at the early silver stage? The higher the tier, the greater the gap between each rank. Zhao Yishan's expression darkened as he barked, "Chu Xiao! Release him at once! Do you know what killing someone in the fire seed means?" "Killing? Which eye of yours saw me kill anyone? I merely dealt with a lackey of the abyss." Chu Xiao not only refused to release him, but tightened his grip on the green bean man's arm, squeezing his skull until it cracked with a sharp pop. Chu Xiao sneered coldly at Zhao Yishan. "Those who willingly serve as others' pawns must be prepared to be crushed and annihilated." As he spoke, genuine killing intent surged from him, causing everyone present to pale. Fiery fist, ember extinction. Zhao Yishan thrust his fist forward, and the air within the entire hall suddenly warped and blurred from the intense heat. A cluster of blue flames coalesced upon his fist. In the blink of an eye, it slammed toward Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao's pupils contracted slightly as he prepared to summon his blazing blade. Clang! 3 figures darted in front of him. A sword, a spear, a halberd. Lu, Guan, and Zhang blocked Zhao Yishan's fiery fist together. After blocking Zhao Yishan, Liu Bei turned to Chu Xiao and said, "Chu, let him go for now. This must all be a misunderstanding." Chu Xiao calmed down and scanned the crowd, fixing his gaze on a shifty-eyed boy. Taking a deep breath, he grabbed the squinty-eyed boy and flung him toward Zhao Yishan. He couldn't explain why his killing intent had flared up just now. Only upon seeing the sinister grin on the boy's lips did he realize he might have been cursed with a divine spell. He flashed a grateful smile toward Liu Bei. Had they unknowingly tried to frame him for murder? Ridiculous. It was true that his killing intent had been stirred, but it was also the result of Chu Xiao letting it run wild. Chu Xiao genuinely wanted to kill the guy with the beady eyes. The blood prison was utterly vicious. If Cici and Tayo Tayo had truly been captured by him, their fate would undoubtedly be grim. Liu Bei said coldly, "Zhao Yishan, Chu is our hero. He shouldn't be subjected to baseless suspicion. I advise you to apologize to him." Facing Liu Bei, Zhao Yishan concealed his viciousness deep within his eyes, suddenly becoming warm and amiable like a venomous snake hiding its fangs. "Oh, I didn't say anything, did I? A human demigod manipulating skeletons? I have every right to investigate." "Of course. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, I apologize to Mr. Chu." Zhao Yishan extended his champagne glass, feigning magnanimity as he approached to clink glasses. Chu Xiao gave him a dismissive glance, having no interest in playing alone. "Seniors, let's step aside to talk." Their figures crossed paths. Zhao Yishan glared at Chu Xiao with hatred. The crowd finished gawking. Aside from a few who stole glances at Chu Xiao, the others dispersed. Zhao Yishan roared at one person. "You useless fool! Couldn't you provoke him into killing someone?" The shifty-eyed boy stood frozen in terror, unable to utter a word. Their original plan had been to force Chu Xiao to break school rules and kill someone. Little did they expect Liu Bei to intervene. Zhao Yishan watched Lu Guan and Zhang, finding them increasingly troublesome. "Go investigate how Chu Xiao discovered Chen Fanyang's identity. If he can so easily see through others, he must be eliminated." In a corner of the dance hall, Chu Xiao once again thanked the trio for their chivalrous intervention. "Thank you all for your help, seniors." Chu Xiao clinked glasses with Lu Guan Zhang, his mouth stuffed full of food until his cheeks bulged, expressing his gratitude. "You're welcome. We've never cared for that Zhao Yishan. Don't worry about it, Chu. We commoners need to stick together. The groups organized by the 8 great families control most of the missions and resources. Every student who goes to claim a mission has endured their share of scornful looks, yet we can do nothing about it. Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, and I have an idea to form an alliance, rallying like-minded individuals to stand against them. It would be great if you'd join us, Chu. Of course, we won't force you." Chu Xiao smiled. "Let me think it over." Zhang Fei spoke up quickly, his voice booming, "What's there to think about? You've crossed the Yanhuang Hall. Going it alone is going to be rough, right, big brother, second brother?" Liu Bei and Guan Yu nodded in agreement. Guan Yu added, "The 3 of us became sworn brothers precisely because we couldn't stand the oppression. We stand together against the tyranny of the 8 great clans. Chu, you should seriously consider this. You can bring your friends along too. Then, when we form teams for missions, our safety will be greatly enhanced."
Alright, I'll definitely consult them.
Shen Zihan and Xiao Xiena were absent, Su Muxue was detained by her sister Su Tianyin, and Yufan's situation was similar. Only Jiang Sisi and the other 4 girls managed to break free from their classmates and approached.
Big shot, are you okay? Those Yanhuan Hall people were so unreasonable. Why did they attack Tayo and Sisi without warning? Zhang Fei's eyes lit up upon seeing the 5. Shu, won't you introduce us?
Zhang Xiaoxiao suddenly wrapped her arm around Chu Zhao's, while Zhang Tianxin grabbed his other hand. The other 3 girls stood just as intimately beside him, smiling as they said,
"We're our god's friends.
Please look after him, seniors." Zhang Fei's eyes widened as he stared at Chu Xiao, as if seeing a deity.
Holy Guan Yu, suddenly, I don't want to recruit him into the team. Liu Bei, me neither. Chapter 64, Dragon Egg. Wah, this is too much.
There aren't many girls at Fireseed Academy to begin with, and I thought this year I might finally get to have a sweet romance.
Forget it. What's so fun about women? Let's just train together tonight instead.
Zhang Fei and Liu Bei both called out to Chu Xiao, saying he was being unfair. Before Chu Xiao could defend himself. Swish! The evening spotlight suddenly converged into a single beam, plunging the surroundings into instant darkness. In the center of the stage, a slender, white figure stood silently, her skin as smooth as jade, her eyes bright and her teeth gleaming. Some immediately recognized her identity.
Phantom Sound Studio, Su Tianyin. Zhang Fei and Guan Yu's stunned expressions froze on their faces, their eyes filled with adoration and admiration. Su Tianyin's rabbit paper mask couldn't hide her identity from the sharp eyes of her many admirers.
A faint curve touched her lips as her voice, sweet as a nightingale's song, announced,
"Classmates, the annual trading fair now begins.
We, the Phantom Sound Pavilion, shall kick things off. First up are 10 sets of Whisperer outfits that performed exceptionally well in the gray space. Interested parties may bid with equivalent resources."
I want it. I want it. I'll bid 20 divine crystals. 200,000 divine elixir. 100 cubes of celestial fallen essence stone. Oh, Thundercliff Peak takes it.
I'll bid 50 sets of silver grade level 7 snowstorm battle armor. The welcome ceremony also served as the annual barter fair of the Fireseed Academy. During quests, everyone acquires treasures they don't need, yet selling them to the academy fetches too low a price. This is precisely when a bartering platform becomes essential. Students wishing to trade would submit their offers, with each item allowing only one bid.
The final decision rested with the owner. Xu Xiao wondered, how did all these sets end up in the hands of the Phantom Sound Workshop? Su collected them back from us.
He said the battle gear was damaged to varying degrees, so it's better to trade them for more resources. At Fireseed Academy, everything relies on completing quests or family support, so
Zhang Sisi's voice trailed off. The items essentially belong to Chu Xiao. Would selling them be inappropriate? It's fine. 5 Whisperer sets for 10 divine crystals isn't a bad deal. Phantom Sound Pavilion accepted Thundercliff's offer and delivered 10 divine crystals to Zhang Sisi and the others.
1 divine crystal equaled 10,000 divine liquids and 100 million divine power. Zhang Xiaoxiao swallowed hard.
No way. Our family only makes about 100 million a year. Can I really take 2? Our family doesn't even make as much as Xiao. You should keep them, master. After all, you're the one who refined them. You too take them. I don't need them.
After reaching silver rank, refining divine elixir and crafting divine crystals accelerated. Xu Xiao could now obtain 3 divine crystals daily.
Feels like we're being spoiled rotten by the master. Don't be ridiculous. Zhang Sisi's cheeks flushed crimson as she scolded Zhang Xiaoxiao's nonsense. Thanks. I'll repay you later. He truly didn't need it. But Xu Xiao didn't insist further.
One by one, people took the stage to trade the treasures they'd obtained. Most items Chu Xiao could purchase at the 10,000 Gods shop, while the few unavailable treasures were snatched up by groups formed by the 8 Grey clans.
Chu, you see now? Even if your bid matches theirs or even exceeds it, no one will choose to trade with you. This is monopoly. Fireseed University is a microcosm of society. The 8 factions Yenuan Hall, Xianbing Pavilion, and others divide up over 80% of the resources.
What's left is just the scraps for us ordinary folks to fight over, Liu Bei said helplessly.
I get it.
They really do act like they're above everyone else. Just as Chu Xiao grew bored and was about to leave, a series of heavy breathing sounds reached his ears.
Thump, thump, thump.
Chu Xiao glanced around, only to find everyone else seemed perfectly normal.
Hey, what's up? Chu Xiao asked Zhang Sisi in confusion. Did you guys hear that sound? No, nothing.
Chu Xiao furrowed his brow, his pupils shifting slightly as he scanned the area, confirming only he could hear that rhythmic breathing.
Regaining his composure. It's nothing. But then, on the stage, a figure pushed a 4-wheeled cart covered by a red curtain.
Pushing a treasure that had drawn Chu Xiao, or more accurately, the insect nest, to the front of the stage.
Classmates, please look. The boy on stage tore away the cloth, revealing a massive crimson egg within.
Without the suppressing effect of the inscriptions on the curtain, a colossal dragon's aura swept over everyone like a razor-sharp blade.
A gasp rose from the crowd. A dragon egg? Is this the egg of a red flying dragon?
The boy on stage smiled faintly.
Indeed. This very egg was seized from the abyssal dragon's lair by our Yanhuan Hall. Bidding begins now.
Friendly reminder, bids must not fall below 50 divine crystals.
Whoosh.
Eyes widened in disbelief. Red dragons were formidable creatures. A mature red dragon's power was no less than that of a gold-ranked being. The mightiest red dragons could rival gods, and there were even cases of demigod-level red dragons tearing apart lesser gods. Though not true dragons, they were far beyond what these students could easily handle.
I bid 150 divine crystals. 200. One gold-grade weapon.
A set of gold-grade mystic sword formations.
A semi-divine artifact.
Chu Xiao's voice was not loud. Yet it instantly sent a thunderous shockwave through the chaotic trading hub of the dance party. Many pupils contracted sharply, breaths quickening.
Especially among the ordinary students.
Even someone like Zhao, a young master with some family influence, couldn't help but look over.
He didn't possess many semi-divine artifacts himself, only 2. No way. Isn't Chu Xiao just a commoner like us? How did he suddenly become a big shot? Whoa, didn't you hear? Rumor has it he caught Principal Lucian's eye and got major backing. Isn't the Principal Tang Taishan head of the Tang family? I'm talking about the first one. The current head is the 3rd generation.
Whispers of these secrets circulated among the students' giggles and murmurs. Chu Xiao's gaze lingered on the crimson dragon egg, while a faint whisper echoed in his ears, as if urging him to claim it at all costs.
Zhao chuckled lightly.
Chu, you're quite the spendthrift, pulling out a semi-divine artifact like it's nothing.
But do you really have it?
Hearing this, the boy on stage visibly stiffened. It wasn't unheard of for someone to deliberately renege on a debt, leading to the matter being swept under the rug.
Then please show us, Junior. Let's make the trade right here. What do you mean? Would a god like him deceive you?
Jiang Sisi resembled an enraged little tiger. She would not tolerate anyone tarnishing Chu Xiao's reputation. The other 4 stood united in their resolve, ready to stand together through thick and thin. At that moment, Chu Xiao raised his hand, and a long sword radiating a demigod aura materialized in his grasp. The blade was bound by a powerful seal.
Is that enough?
Chu Xiao traded away the demi-divine artifact he had obtained without a second thought.
Those items were mere lifeless objects he couldn't yet wield. Only upon reaching the gold rank could one unleash even a fraction of a demigod artifact's power.
The boy above couldn't believe Chu Xiao would actually purchase this dead end they'd deliberately set up.
He stole a glance at the audience below the stage and quickly declared, I choose this student's semi-divine artifact. Chapter 65, Shatterer of Divine Realms.
Jiang Sisi blinked, staring at the dragon egg held aloft in Chu Xiao's hands, radiating scorching heat.
Is this truly a dragon egg? Isn't trading a semi-divine artifact for it a huge loss?
After all, only dragons that grow to maturity become truly powerful. In a clutch of flying dragon eggs, roughly 1/3 about 3 eggs would perish before hatching.
It wasn't worth half a divine artifact.
Chu Xiao, however, deemed it well worth the price. As he sent it into the divine realm, the voice from the insect nest grew clearer. He now knew the source of the whispering in his ear. The insect nest had awakened a sovereign will. As a dominator of the insect swarm himself, Chu Xiao's will surpassed this consciousness. He was the god of all insect swarms. This dominion functioned like a pope on earth, his spokesperson within the swarm. It could assist him in many tasks, such as the conversion of divine crystals. After the man on the stage repeatedly warned that the transaction was final and non-refundable, he quickly slipped into the crowd. Returning to his team, one member whispered cautiously, So, did the demon seed get implanted?
The boy nodded.
Rest assured, boss.
I've double-checked, no issues. Excellent. I intended to trick Xiao Guanqing. He's been acquiring dragon hatchlings to convert into fallen gods.
Never expected this unexpected bonus. He only has himself to blame for being so foolish. In just 3 days, this peerless prodigy who's been a thorn in the abyss's side will be finished. By the way, why isn't Xiao Guanqing here? Seems his sister got the spark, so he's been busy preparing divine gear for her. That sister-obsessed guy? Not surprising at all. Not everyone will attend the welcome banquet. Xiao Xianer and Chen Zihao were both delayed by family matters. Sun Xian struggled to make his way over. Upon seeing him, Chu Xiao turned to Lu Bei beside him and said, Senior Lu, this classmate of mine is quite capable.
You might consider bringing him into the team. Lu Bei gave him a once-over.
A silver-tier assassin is quite impressive.
If he's willing, he's welcome to join. Big shot, are you ditching me?
Sun Xian's big, watery eyes fixed on Chu Xiao, looking like a puppy that had been abandoned. His expression suggested that if Chu Xiao said yes, he'd burst into tears on the spot.
The others glanced over, their suggestive gazes making Chu Xiao pause. Why did he feel like some heartless jerk toying with a young boy's emotions? No, I'll be training alone for a while. It's safer for you to go on missions with the senior. Getting resources at the Fireseed Academy isn't easy, it'll be tough for you to manage on your own.
Regarding Zhang Sisi and the others, Chu Xiao planned to entrust Su Muxue to contact her sister, Su Tianyin.
Being girls, it would be more convenient for them to stick together.
Oh! Sun Xian's eyes lit up instantly. His delighted expression resembled a puppy awaiting its master's reward.
He frantically wagged an imaginary tail that wasn't even there.
Luo Xiaopeng's arrival made him feel a huge sense of crisis.
He'd be lucky if he wasn't abandoned.
Bro, something seems to have happened at Chen Ziheo's place.
Should we go check it out together?
Sun Xian and Chen Ziheo were assigned to the same dorm room. On their first day, Chen Ziheo had rushed out looking terrible.
Do you know what happened? He didn't say. He left in a hurry. This matter could be inquired about with Su Muxue or Xiao Xianer.
As direct descendants of the 8 great clans, they surely had ways to communicate with the outside world. Once settled, Chu Xiao still needed to call his sister Tongtong to check on her situation, as well as the Moon Knight Corps. He didn't know if any members were here. Chu Xiao understood the wisdom of aligning with powerful allies, so he intended to gather all the facts before making any decisions.
On the stage,
a girl stepped forward, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. She sniffled a few times before addressing the crowd below. Fellow students, what I'm offering for trade is my kin, the Silver Naga clan. This time, I only want divine elixir or divine crystals. As soon as she stepped onto the stage, murmurs of sympathy rippled through the crowd below.
Isn't that the 4th-year senior who had her divine essence crystal shattered by monsters and fell to silver rank? My goddess. She used to be so full of spirit. A nobody like me wasn't even worthy of speaking to her. Who would have thought she'd fall so low? TSK. What do you think? If we invited her to spend the night with us now, would she agree? Their voices grew louder and louder, their words increasingly outrageous.
The girl on stage clutched her skirt tightly, gritting her teeth to hold back tears.
This is outrageous. How could they do this?
Zhang Sisi and the others were so furious they wanted to rush up and help. Liu Bei stopped them, sighing deeply in a low voice.
Don't. This is your first time seeing a shattered one from the divine realm, isn't it? So what?
We can't just stand by and watch her get bullied. The girl stood above, her face lifeless, a hideous scar completely marring her once beautiful features. If anything drew the eye, it was the pair of milky white mounds at her chest. Her waist tapered sharply downward, creating a stark contrast to her voluptuous figure. Standing at a full 5 feet 9 inches, her legs stretched endlessly beneath the hemless skirt. A greasy-looking guy whistled lewdly. Hey, senior, if you spend the night with me tonight, I'll pay you 10 divine crystals.
Only 10? I'll give you 11, but I want extra moves. 12. I'll join the fun too.
Then I can't fall behind 13.
If you make me feel good, I'll go up to 15. That's outrageous, absolutely outrageous.
Zhang Sisi and Zhang Xiaoxiao rolled up their sleeves, unable to hold back any longer.
Senior, we have 10 spirit crystals here. We can lend them to you first. Let's get through this difficult time before worrying about anything else. Hearing their offer, the girl forced a smile.
Thank you for your kindness, juniors, but you really shouldn't concern yourselves with me.
A bespectacled boy pushed his glasses up and deliberately raised his voice. Did you hear that? She told you not to meddle. She's taking your kindness for granted. Let me save our senior sister instead.
Another burly guy licked his lips, his gaze roaming shamelessly over the girl's ample bosom.
Senior, if you become my woman, divine crystals won't be a problem.
The girl bit her lower lip, visibly flustered and uncomfortable, her eyes genuinely contemplating the offer.
What kind of people are these?
Zhang Xiaoxiao couldn't stand it anymore, pulling Zhang Sisi away before she could say more.
Sisi, forget about her.
If she wants to sell herself, let her.
Liu Bei's expression was complex as he addressed the 5 girls. Don't blame senior sister.
She has no choice in this matter. In this world, those who've lost everything, even breathing, is a mistake.
You don't understand. Senior did this entirely for the team. They were careless on the ancient battlefield and got surrounded by the Abyss.
Out of the 5-person team, only Senior escaped. The Abyss demanded 1,000 divine crystals for her ransom.
Our senior and the rest of us are commoners, we simply couldn't afford it.
Liu Bei, Zhang Fei, and Guan Yu felt deeply conflicted, but their own strength was insufficient. They could only silently lower their heads.
Senior, how much more do you need?
At that moment, Zhu Zhao's voice drew everyone's curious gaze. The entire banquet hall fell silent, leaving only Jia Yishuan's trembling voice.
400 more.
Chapter 66, The Firewood Gatherer for the Crowd.
400? Haha, young man, do you have any idea what 400 divine crystals represent?
That's the value of a semi-divine artifact.
What student is worth half a divine artifact? Are they prodigies, or do they come from wealthy families? Just a bunch of ordinary women. Haven't you seen women before? You fancy this woman? Want to chip in and join us? Getting close to a goddess who used to be untouchable? That'd be a blast. The group mocked him relentlessly.
Some sensed something was amiss but dared not speak up to help.
At the location of Huanin Pavilion, Su Muxue frowned. Sis, can't we help them? Su Tianyin flicked her finger lightly against Su Muxue's fair forehead, lecturing her affectionately, you've seen too little of the world. Incidents like this happen all the time. Even our Su family can't intervene in every case. A girl nearby chimed in, Shue, don't think Sister Tianyin is heartless. We really can't help with this kind of thing. If we mess up, the entire Phantom Sound Pavilion could go down with it. Exactly. That boy's about to make a fool of himself. 400 spirit crystals? Even if we had them, it'd hurt to part with that much. Zhao Yishan, seeing Chu Zhao's inquiry, fixed him with a cold stare, arms crossed as he waited to see the show unfold. Boom! In an instant, Chu Zhao vanished from his spot. He slammed the head of the last mocking voice into the ground. A dull thud echoed as the floor cracked. The boy's silver-grayed head slammed into the stone slab, leaving spiderweb-like fissures across its surface. Chu Zhao grabbed the back of his head, forcing his entire face deep into the floor tiles. Chu Zhao's left knee pressed against his back, his gaze as cold as winter. I once heard a saying, he who gathers firewood for the people must not freeze to death in the snow. He who clears the path for freedom must not be trapped by thorns. I helped my senior simply because I admired her character. I beat you up because you're just plain rude. The man braced himself on the ground, struggling to rise. Chu Zhao pressed down harder, his voice eerily calm. You rise only when I permit it. Is that clear? The entire crowd fell silent. No one had expected Chu Zhao to suddenly strike. Only now did they gasp in shock that Chu Zhao had violated school regulations by brutally beating a fellow student. Zhao Yishan beamed with delight, turning to someone nearby and exclaiming, excellent. Absolutely perfect. Go fetch the teacher immediately. Chu Zhao's gaze swept across the room. Speak up. Aren't you all so talkative? Why are you all suddenly so quiet? Seeing no response, Chu Zhao lifted the man, slammed him 3 times onto the ground to vent his rage, then hoisted him up. People saw. The boy's face was now distorted, his nose bridge caved in, and blood poured from his eye sockets and mouth. Chu Zhao's ruthlessness silenced everyone. A few arrogant troublemakers seethed with anger but dared not speak, fearing they might meet the same fate as that man. Su Tianyin watched the imposing Chu Zhao with interest. Such passion was rare these days. Teasing her younger sister, she remarked, your choice of brother-in-law isn't half bad, though he does have too many romantic entanglements. Sis, that's not true at all. Su Mushue's shy voice was barely audible, her cheeks flushing like cherry blossoms in bloom. Su Tianyin extended a finger and gently tapped her sister's forehead, sighing, how did I end up with a sister like you? Shue, if you don't fight for what you want, you'll end up with nothing, you know? If it were me, he'd be in my bed tonight. Wah! Shue, what are you doing? Su Mushue's ears burned hot, the heat reaching her earlobes. Sis, how could you say something like that? Su Tianyin pried her sister's hand away from her mouth, a faint smile playing on her lips. And you? Just sitting around doing nothing? In that regard, you're far worse than those 5 girls. My dear sister, even if it's 1 against 5, you should still have unwavering confidence in victory. Worst case? Marry the little sister and send the big sister off. Su Tianyin flicked her tongue, her gaze fixed on her delicious prey. Su Muxue glared at her sister in shame and anger, yet her eyes held no trace of menace. Instead, she watched helplessly as Chu Zhao stepped closer and closer to that stunningly curvaceous senior. After taking the stage, Chu Zhao flung out 9.5 divine artifacts. Senior, is that enough? Holy crap, he actually has them? 9.5 divine artifacts? Is Chu Zhao that rich? The crowd immediately grew restless. The average price for a demi-divine artifact hovered around 400 divine crystals, with fluctuations of roughly 100 divine crystals based on its abilities and rarity. 9 dazzling beams of divine light erupted suddenly. Jia Xuan's red lips parted slightly, her eyes brimming with uncontrollable excitement as a crystal-clear pearl of tears fell. She had prepared to sacrifice herself, clearly never expecting someone would come forward to help her at this moment. None of her former friends or mentors, not a single one, had offered a helping hand. 1,000 divine crystals was a large sum, yet not an insurmountable one. If they pooled their resources, they could surely come up with it. Chu Zhao's gaze remained calm, undisturbed by the many eyes fixed upon him, filled with contempt for his foolishness. This was merely a trivial matter. He extended a helping hand, removed his mask, and asked the girl, Yishuan, don't you recognize me anymore? Chu Zhao? It's me. Everyone gasped. Chu Zhao actually knew Jia Yishuan? What happened to appreciating her character? This fraud was simply trying to stand up for someone. As he stowed away the 9.5 divine artifacts, the terrifying aura they emitted vanished instantly. Chu Zhao chuckled, gentlemen, I wonder if any of you might be interested in purchasing my 9.5 divine artifacts. Each one, for just 200 divine crystals. Each of Chu Zhao's half-divine artifacts was of the highest grade. Zhao Yishan stared blankly at his own 3 dimly glowing half-divine artifacts, his cold smile freezing as he narrowed his eyes slightly. I'll take that spear wrapped in thunder. 500 crystals. I'll take that ancient mirror engraved with a vast star chart.
I'll take the blood-red jade slip. The Moon Knight Order, Phantom Sound Pavilion, and the late-arriving Starfall Tower all bid above market value for the 3 semi-divine artifacts. Others bid as well, but none matched these prices. Zheng Donglai, Su Tianin, and the late-arriving Starfall Tower awaited Chu Xiao's response. Chu Xiao saw no reason to refuse. He teleported the 3.5 divine artifacts before them, clasped his hands in a bow, and said, "Thank you." This gesture served as a goodwill display from all 3 factions. Chu Xiao, what are you doing? You violated school regulations and harmed a fellow student. It seems I must teach you a lesson today. A stern shout echoed through the air. The banquet hall doors burst open with a thunderous crash. A furious figure strode in with heavy footsteps, clad in a dark professor's robe, his face dark and grim. His gaze alone seemed capable of piercing Chu Xiao through and through. Zhao Yishan's lips curled into a cold smile. The others, upon seeing the newcomer, immediately ducked their heads like ostriches. The arriving professor was none other than Qian Jiajiang, the father of the student Chu Xiao had assaulted. Chu Xiao remained impassive, not even turning his head as he replied, "A professor from Spark Academy? I'm teaching you how to behave." Chapter 67, My backing is harder than you could ever imagine. Chu Xiao. Qian Jiajiang's voice boomed like thunder as he stared at his son's pitifully battered form. The entire hall shook violently, as if it might collapse. Chu Xiao scratched his ear, flicked his pinky, and said indifferently, "I heard you. I'm not deaf." "No need to be so considerate, Professor. You don't have to shout so loud." His tone was flat, laced with cold mockery. Qian Jiajiang clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Chu Xiao, who stood there with utter defiance. The rage made his breathing uneven. "You dare lecture me on conduct? Have you no idea what you're saying? You show no respect for elders, disregard the teacher-student bond, and even injured a classmate. I'm expelling you." "You show no respect for elders, disregard the teachings of your teachers, and I will expel you." Chu Xiao abruptly stepped forward, mimicking Qian Jiajiang's tone with a strange inflection. He stomped the ground, causing it to crack layer by layer. His overwhelming aura made even Professor Qian Jiajiang feel a twinge of inferiority. "Nothing original? You bunch of deadwood, can't even threaten people properly? You can't teach your students, so what's wrong with me teaching them instead? If I educate them well, isn't that just teaching you how to do your job?" Senior Jia Yishuan and her team ventured into the ancient battlefield to fight for the Pantheon, correct? If that's the case, what gives your student the right to speak so insolently? Everyone knew Chu Xiao was actually defending his older sister, yet they couldn't help but agree with him. "Humph, kid, you're too arrogant. Don't think winning 2 seed wars gives you the right to challenge the strong. Surrender peacefully and face my judgment. You still have a sliver of hope. Otherwise, death." Qian Jiajiang's eyes blazed with murderous intent. His son had been thoroughly humiliated. So what if he's the top scorer on the college entrance exam? What of being the son of the gods? The gap in rank was something Chu Xiao could never bridge in the short term. Without strength or backing, he had no choice but to endure it quietly. Qian Jiajiang unleashed his divine power without restraint. The shockwave ripped the ground apart with a thunderous boom, sending countless flying rocks obliterating everything in the vicinity. The crowd stared at Qian Jiajiang in terror. Liu Bei gritted his teeth and rushed forward. "Professor Qian, it's not what you think. Get lost. I won't listen to your excuses." His voice boomed like thunder, making everyone's ears feel like they were splitting. Clenching his fist, Qian Jiajiang drew the green-flamed divine artifact from his spatial pocket, its blade pointed directly at Chu Xiao. "Now, what right do you have to lecture me?" Chu Xiao's gaze was as cold as ice, showing no fear. Jia Yishuan had indeed gone to the ancient battlefield for the Pantheon's mission, where vast numbers of divine beings and abyssal demons gathered. It was precisely through their steadfast defense that humanity could live in peace and prosperity. They had achieved glorious feats, only to be ruthlessly discarded in the end? Principal, have you seen enough? If you have, come down immediately. The moment Chu Xiao finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire banquet hall froze solid. Who is he calling? I think he's calling out to the headmaster, Lucian. Someone whispered, their voice thick with uncertainty and shock. Lucian, the God King, is he your father? Can you just order him around like that? Qian Jiajiang, holding his long sword nearby, paled instantly. His divine sense darted around, frantically confirming Lucian's presence. Chu Xiao's value in Lucian's eyes would determine the outcome of today's events. Even his own professorship could be at stake. Not here? Qian Jiajiang detected no trace of Lucian's presence. A wave of relief washed over him as he silently caught his breath. Chu Xiao, it doesn't matter who you call. This time, you broke the rules first. I have every right to take you down. Well said, grounds and justification. A slender figure materialized mid-air, silver hair like frost, 6 pairs of pure white wings unfurling from beneath a black gold robe. Violet eyes blazed accusatory light from a face bordering on demonic. Lucian looked down on Qian Jiajiang from above, causing his knees to tremble. He could barely withstand the overwhelming pressure emanating from a God King level being. Qian Jiajiang steeled himself and replied. Lord Lucian, Chu Xiao violated school regulations. I merely handled the matter according to protocol.
Is that so? Chu Xiao, what do you have to say? What else could I say?
Chu Xiao shrugged helplessly, his face etched with resignation.
Professor Qian has taken all the moral high ground. I can only accept my punishment.
He keeps harping on school rules, yet ignores his own student, insulting a meritorious servant. He's wronging someone who fought fiercely for the Pantheon with all his heart. He even kicks them while they're down, making despicable demands.
Does such a person truly deserve to remain at Fireseed University? Chancellor, may I ask what was the original purpose of founding Spark University? Was it to satisfy personal ambitions? Was it to foster factionalism and resource hoarding? Or to ignite the students' sexual desires?
A mocking curve lifted at Chu Xiao's lips.
How about we stick to the old rules? Your Excellency, limit Professor Qian's power to silver rank. I'll fight him. One match decides everything?
After speaking, Chu Xiao displayed the video of himself single-handedly eliminating university professors like Lu Hai and Zhou Qiang.
He didn't believe Qin Zhejiang was unaware of this.
Within the same circle, many things were no secret internally. Whoosh! Many admired Chu Xiao's courage. Even more were stunned by his past exploits.
Qin Zhejiang's mustache twitched as he clenched his back teeth. He knew
that Lu Hai and his men had been forced to suppress their power to kill Chu Xiao, only to be killed themselves.
Damn it! How dare they threaten me?
Yet Chu Xiao truly held the leverage to threaten him. Chen Zhejiang dared not gamble. His strength was on par with Lu Hai's.
Very well, very well. What do you think, Professor Qian? Chen Zhejiang's eyelids flicked slightly as he suppressed his murderous intent. I certainly wouldn't bully someone weaker. I admit I failed to investigate this matter thoroughly.
But Chu Xiao's actions are erratic and his methods ruthless.
As an educator, I stepped in to guide him. My conscience is clear.
How convenient, a clear conscience.
What exactly were you doing just now, Professor Qian, drawing your sword?
Lu Xian's probing gaze fixed on him. A powerful chill gripped Qin Zhejiang from behind, causing a bead of cold sweat to involuntarily form on his forehead.
He stammered, my actions were inappropriate. I accept the punishment.
I'm willing to pay out of my own pocket to redeem this female student's companion.
What about me?
I quite like the professor's sword.
Why not compensate me with it? You.
Qin Zhejiang's chubby face flushed crimson. Overwhelmed by Lucian's formidable divine consciousness, his divine domain teetered on collapse, his pained expression plain to see. Here. Consider it my apology to Chu Xiao.
Good boy.
Chu Xiao took the sword and whispered softly in his ear, Professor Qian, my backing is far more formidable than you could ever imagine. Feel free to keep targeting me, keep showering me with resources. After sheathing the sword, Chu Xiao saw no reason to linger and led his group away. Only Qin Zhejiang remained, staring at his infuriating retreating figure, utterly flustered.
Wasn't he just a nobody with no connections? How could Lucian have taken notice of him? Simply because he ignited the spark?
Qin Zhejiang shot a withering glance at his good-for-nothing son, snorted in anger, and swept him away. He dragged his disfigured son to seek out his own patron. The vice principal, also a god king tier being. Chapter 68, Seed of the Devil. The evening gathering ended in discord. After bidding farewell, Chu Xiao and Jia Xuan appeared in the academy's garden. Moonlight flowed like water. Long shadows stretched across the blue stone slabs as the night breeze swept through a mist of stardust, carrying the crisp chirping of insects to their ears. Jia Xuan gazed at this boy who had once been her neighbor's younger brother, her expression complex. The little boy who used to follow her around calling her big sister could now stand up for her and protect her. Chu Xiao's expression was equally complex. The anger and affection he felt were mostly inherited from his former self.
Chu Xiao, you really don't have to do this. Offending Professor Qian for my sake won't be good for your future.
Chu Xiao couldn't help but reach out and trace the scar on Jia Xuan's face.
Does it hurt?
Her body trembled slightly as his warm fingers brushed over the old wound.
It's all in the past now. Thank you. Truly, thank you.
Before today, she had been utterly hopeless. Without gathering 1,000 divine crystals, her best friend would be sold into the abyss.
Once gone, finding her again would be like searching for a needle in a haystack.
The thought of her friends risking their lives to shield her escape. She could never live with herself if she stood by and watched them fall into that demonic abyss.
Jia Xuan wasn't some greenhorn newbie to the Fireseed.
She'd long heard tales of senior sisters sold into goblin lairs, places devoid of women, where only human females were captured for breeding. The thought of them being violated by goblins, reduced to breeding machines, left Jia Xuan with no choice but to sacrifice herself. Glancing at her still alluring figure, her voice held unwavering resolve.
Chu Xiao, I will rescue my comrades, no matter the cost. I know.
I'll go plead with Lucian about this.
You mean? Jia Xuan's expression changed abruptly as realization dawned.
Chu Xiao, you absolutely must succeed.
If you rescue them, I'll do anything. Even if you take an interest in my body.
Jia Xuan's voice grew fainter and weaker with each word.
Woo. Her red lips were pressed shut by 2 fingers. Chu Xiao interrupted, Sister Ishuan, I'll do everything in my power. This situation might be my fault. With your talent, the Fire Seed Academy can't value you highly enough. Why did this have to happen now? Right after I joined the Fire Seed Academy, you were ambushed over intelligence issues? Chu Xiao and Jia Ishuan analyzed the situation step by step. The more they thought about it, the more terrifying it became. Someone wants to use these incidents to kill me. But I won't let them succeed. Sleep. Sleep. When you wake up, everything will be fine. Exhausted in body and mind, Jia Ishuan fell into a deep sleep in Chu Xiao's embrace. Her shoulder rested against Chu Xiao's chest as her breathing gradually slowed. Her disheveled hair drifted with a faint, subtle fragrance, dancing in the night breeze. The two were pressed tightly together. Snow-white, jade-like curves were hidden beneath the loose collar of her robe. Chu Xiao instinctively averted his gaze, silently banishing the lingering remnants of his past self. He naturally harbored special feelings for this neighborly older sister. Now, seeing her again, it unsettled Chu Xiao, causing his heart to race for no apparent reason. Memories of her tenderness replayed in his mind. Once, he and his sister had relied on Jia Ishuan's support to endure one bitter winter after another. Both in reason and in feeling, he had to help. After she blossomed into womanhood, her mature charm left Chu Xiao overwhelmed. Honestly, you're killing me. He couldn't help but kiss her forehead, smiling as he said, no one will ever bully you again. In her sleep, the woman seemed to hear something, murmuring contentedly before sinking back into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Zhang Cici and the other 4 girls had returned. Like thieves, they tiptoed behind the couple. Cici, can you compete? Zhang Cici compared their assets C and E cups, a full 2 sizes apart, and shook her head dejectedly. No way. Zhang Xiaoxiao, however, thrust out her D cup proudly and declared, alone, we might not stand a chance. But there are 5 of us. United we stand, divided we fall. I don't believe any man could withstand the assault of our 5 golden flowers. Unless, of course, he prefers men. Zheng Tianxin, Chen Shuqi, and Li Xinwan weren't as bold as Zhang Xiaoxiao, but their cheeks flushed crimson, their eyes blazing with fierce determination. Forget it, let's just leave tonight to them. After escorting Jia Ishuan back to her dorm, Chu Xiao returned to his own room and retrieved the dragon egg that made the insect nest's heart race. Divine power gathered in his eyes. The eggshell was covered in dark golden runes, and a rhythmic pulsation emanated from within. But Chu Xiao saw through it at a glance. It was a stillborn. Something's definitely off. His divine gaze delved deeper. A flash of golden light erupted from his eyes. Within the golden liquid, his amber pupils beheld a tiny black shadow radiating boundless malevolence. One glance felt like sinking into quicksand, unable to escape. Chu Xiao's divine consciousness was violently tugged as a foul aura erupted from the dragon egg, transforming into hundreds of black tentacles that threatened to drag his soul into its depths. Purify. Disperse. At that moment, 2 divine spells he had prepared earlier flared from his body. Sacred golden light shone forth. The black energy within the dragon egg suddenly writhed in agony, emitting a low, guttural growl. Golden light coalesced into 2 runes within Chu Xiao's eyes as he stared directly at the black foreboding. Ah! A piercing scream seemed to echo in his ears. Within the barrier he had set up, Chu Xiao gave a cold laugh. Die! The black entity was a demonic seed from the abyss. Demon seeds were difficult to detect, excelling at infiltration. They devoured prodigies, transforming them into fallen gods. These people's methods were truly vicious. Sacred runes crystallized in the void, relentlessly cleansing the tainted dragon egg. A stillborn egg, yet Chu Xiao would claim it nonetheless. Upon contact with the black foreboding, the shell's surface emitted a sizzling sound. After some time, not a trace of black aura remained in its eyes. After meticulously inspecting it several times and confirming no further issues, Chu Xiao sent it into the divine realm to be consumed by the insect nest. The hunger emanating from the insect nest within his body finally subsided with satisfaction. Chu Xiao's gaze shifted as he continued to observe silently. A crack appeared in the dragon egg and chaotic energy poured out. The insect nest transmitted a joyful consciousness. For the first time, Chu Xiao felt it so clearly. Name, Chu Xiao. Level, demigod. Markings, undying body, divine form, icy breath, sting sting, undead summoning, jump jump. Class, void shadow assassin. Class level, silver tier 3. Class skills, void mark, void blade, void flash, secret technique, scarlet slash. Divine body, superhuman constitution, void survival, super recovery, super defense, perceive illusion, knowledge repository, growth power. Divine power, infinite. Divine essence, 9601. Divine crystals, 27. Divine arts, extreme speed, steel body, self-healing. Supreme divine arts, alchemy, inscription, barrier, purification, dispersal, artifact forging, mind focus, blazing slash. Talent, time differential, time flows 100 times faster within the divine realm than in the outside world. Faith power, infinite. Follower race, alien insects. Insectoid structures, Hive unique, blood pool tier 2, spine lair tier 2, cockroach nest tier 2, thunderbeast den tier 1, tunnel bug.
Swarm 100,000,100,000, Black Iron Baneling 500,000, Bronze Zergling 200,000, Bronze Baneling 150,000, Bronze Hydralisk 50,000, Bronze Roach 94,931, Queen 5,000, Bronze Thunder Beast 18, Silver Jumping Bug 17, Silver Spine Snake 23, Silver Roach 11. Source matter 1,876,497 used to upgrade units. Silver Tier 3. Unlockable Queen of Blades. Chapter 69 Queen of Blades. Kerrigan, the Queen of Blades in the game, was born with psionic abilities. Humans, Protoss, Zerg. The Queen of Blades' destiny is inextricably intertwined with all three. Xu Xiao didn't wish to revisit the storyline, but the Queen of Blades' emergence brought the Zerg a power truly suited to them psionic energy. Silver tier Zerg could harness psionic energy to deploy shields or enhance their limbs. But Xu Xiao still needed to modify them. He sought to bridge psionic power with divine might. This way, the Zerg could wield psychic shields and cast divine spells. Master, I feel stronger. Jumpy happily wrapped his arms around Xu Xiao's arm, a flash of blue energy flickering along his tail. A light flick of its tail generated a powerful gust of wind. Xu Xiao had no doubt that this lash could inflict massive damage on even silver grade armor. So tired. After playing with his psychic energy for a while, Taio's own reserves were completely drained. He collapsed onto Xu Xiao's chest, his little head resting against his chest as he fell fast asleep. Cici wants to lie down too. Cici, feeling left out, stubbornly pushed his head into Xu Xiao's embrace, nudging the sleeping Tiao aside to claim the prime spot. She blinked her big black eyes, begging to be petted. As Xu Xiao stroked the round little head, his mind wandered to who could fill the role of the Queen of Blades. In the storyline, Kerrigan, aided by Horus, accepted the eternal essence of the Xel'Naga and ultimately transformed into an angelic Xel'Naga goddess. This meant he now possessed another path to godhood. And this path had immense potential. Xu Xiao couldn't possibly entrust it to someone untrustworthy. Beep beep beep. The door was knocked open. Sissy Xuan? Anxious Jia Yishuan rushed over the moment she woke up. She hadn't even taken the time to tidy her disheveled long hair, which hung loosely over her shoulders. Her eyes filled with anxiety as she rushed into the room. Xu Xiao, has Principal Lucian responded yet? Yes. Sis, go freshen up first. We'll leave immediately. Jia Yishuan stumbled over, forgetting she was still in her nightgown. The snow-white rabbit was lively and playful, revealing a generous amount of skin. Yikes! Jia Yishuan screamed and fled. Xu Xiao shook his head. Truthfully, the news from Lucian wasn't encouraging. The abyss had changed its terms. The price had skyrocketed from 1,000 crystals to 3,000. But why such a drastic shift? Soon after, a haggard woman appeared before Xu Xiao, clad in tattered battle armor, her eyes brimming with joy. Xu Xiao hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue. He simply couldn't bring himself to deliver the crushing blow. He'd take things one step at a time. He would try diplomacy first, hoping money could resolve the matter. The two boarded a starship bound for the ancient battlefield. The ship soared into the sky, departing from the dock. A halo of surging divine power enveloped them, while a colossal statue of the angelic king stood at the bow. Standing at the ship's porthole, Xu Xiao gazed into the distance on his first voyage aboard the Fireseed Academy's warship. His enhanced divine physique allowed him to discern minute details kilometers away. His vision was as sharp as a hawk's. Fire spirits parted to make way for the vessel as the floating island housing the Fireseed Academy shrank beneath them. The vessel traversed the skies above the divine realm, heading toward the border with the abyss. Among the shattered starbelts, wreckage from various ships drifted scattered. The closer it approached the ancient battlefield, the more debris filled the void. The abyss and the divine realm had once waged a brutal war here. Each side had committed tens of millions of deities and hundreds of thousands of flying vessels, shattering stars and extinguishing all life. The protracted conflict left both sides convinced it could not continue. Thus arose the pact forbidding the Divine Emperor from personally participating in the boundary-shattering war. Disputes were resolved through victories in localized conflicts, minimizing losses. The War of the Fire Seed was itself a form of boundary-breaking conflict. Proposed by the then weak divine race, it pitted prodigies from both realms against each other to reduce the scale of the conflict. Alas, the divine clan was defeated. We're almost there. Shattered divine blades, decaying warships, even the carcasses of dragons. Are they scavenging? Jia Yishuan nodded. She had once scavenged herself. The remnants of a war fought by tens of millions of deities save for the few intact divine artifacts later recovered lay scattered here. What the gods deemed worthless, these students now scrambled to claim. Well, if it isn't our off-limits beauty, Jia Yishuan. After narrowly escaping death, you should be hiding safely. Why come out to get yourself killed again? A deep, croaking voice echoed from among the others in the cabin. Jia Yishuan's face paled slightly as she shook her head at Xu Xiao, who had been resting with his eyes closed but suddenly opened them like a fierce tiger. He's Principal Qian's eldest son, Qian Bojin. The older brother of the one you beat up. He's gold tier. You can't beat him. Qianbuojin's eyes held no warmth as he threatened, "Go ahead. If you dare touch her, I'll cripple you." Xu Xiao narrowed his eyes. The man in black military attire before him unleashed immense pressure, bearing down on his divine form. Invisible to the eye, Qianbuojin had already launched his attack. Were it not for school regulations and the fact that Xu Xiao was a poster child upheld by Fireseed Academy preventing him from bullying juniors, Qianbuojin would have drawn his blade and killed Xu Xiao long ago. A hoarse voice emerged from Qianbuojin's mouth, "Your head is merely on loan. But if you choose to die, even Principal Lucian won't find fault with me." Xu Xiao, ignore him. Let's go. Jia Yishuan's eyes flickered, her expression grim. Once, she had not feared this man. But now, her divine essence shattered, her power diminished. Her cultivation had plummeted from peak gold to silver tier 7th rank. She was no match for him. Where are we going? After so long apart, don't you want to share a drink and catch up? You probably don't know, but the ransom for your team members has gone up again. It's now 3,000 crystals. Even if my father compensates you with 1,000, it still won't cover it. Unless you're willing to spend the night with me. Qianbuojin drew his dagger from its sheath, baring his vicious fangs as he set his sights on the helpless Jia Yishuan. Jia Yishuan was struck dumb, her last shred of hope shattered. She whirled to confront Xu Xiao. Is that how it is? Xu Xiao nodded. But don't worry. I've scraped together the money. Hearing this, Qianbuojin's pupils contracted as if his scheme had been exposed. A dark aura spread across his face. Poof. Is that so? Maybe by then, the ransom will have jumped to 9,000 crystals. Then you'll come begging me again. One night won't be enough. I want you to be my slave for the rest of your life. Qianbuojin stormed off in fury, hurling a final threat over his shoulder. Xu Xiao, we'll see about that. Jia Yishuan looked utterly desolate and wretched. I'm sorry. I've dragged you into this mess. Xu Xiao reached out to wipe the tears from the older neighbor girl's eyes, making a decision in his heart. Yishuan, would you be willing to be mine? What? What are you saying? Jia Yishuan looked helpless, like a man at a loss for words. Seeing the earnestness in Xu Xiao's eyes, she recalled the past moments they'd shared. Recalling how Qianbuojin coveted her, she gritted her teeth and said, "You little brat, I'll agree. But not here, okay? Fine." The two entered the room. Xu Xiao locked the door, set up a barrier, then gazed dreamily at the big, cute sister who had closed her eyes and shed her battle armor. Yishuan, what are you doing? In the blink of an eye, the familiar girl next door had stripped herself bare, covering her ample snow-white breasts with her hands, waiting shyly to be picked. Didn't you want me to be your woman? That was a misunderstanding. Xu Xiao wiped the blood from his nose and explained, I want you to become my divine attendant. I can restore your combat power to the golden rank. Chapter 70, Backtracking. Hee rustling sounds. Running her fingers over the purple insect mark on her navel, Jia Yishuan fastened her bra clasp, biting her panties as she slipped into her outfit. Her bashful eyes dared not meet her stinky little brother's gaze again. What have I done? He saw everything. She pressed her legs together, feeling utterly mortified. If there had been a crack in the ground, Jia Yishuan would have crawled into it and never emerged. Sis Yishuan, my current power is still weak. I can't convert much spiritual energy. Are you sure you can handle Qianbuojin? Using spiritual energy instead of divine power to unleash her golden tier combat strength meant Jia Yishuan was consuming Xu Xiao's quota. Only then could she wield her original divine spells. Otherwise, the clash of the two divine powers would force her to wield only Xu Xiao's divine magic. Enough. I thought your divine power was insufficient, that you'd only make me tremble. The current outcome has greatly exceeded my expectations. 5 seconds? That's enough time to kill him 10 times over. Jia Yishuan's confidence returned. After connecting with the spiritual energy, the decay of her body halted. Not only that, the spiritual energy was repairing her damaged divine form, allowing her to gradually reclaim the power she once wielded at her peak. You little brat, better step up your game. You lasted far too briefly to satisfy me. Shaking? 5 seconds? Xu Xiao refused to acknowledge any of it. But seeing his former neighborly sister return lifted his spirits. Sis, even though I've scraped together 3,000 crystals, I still feel something might go wrong. We absolutely must keep a tight leash on Qianbuojin, no mercy. Jia Yishuan clenched her teeth, showing no fear. I understand. The abyss changed its mind so quickly. Do you suspect Professor Qian is behind it? Better safe than sorry. Xu Xiao's icy killing intent was as sharp as needles. Why the sudden reversal out of nowhere? You can't be serious, right? If you wanted to ask for an exorbitant price, you should have said so earlier. 2 long swords hung behind Jia Yishuan. One was the divine sword Qian Jiuzhang had compensated her with, the other her own sacred blade. Jia Yishuan's right hand gripped the sacred sword with sudden force. Her eyes blazed with murderous intent as she coldly declared, if he truly interferes, I will tear him limb from limb. In any case, we'll try diplomacy first. If 3,000 crystals can resolve this, we won't complicate matters further, just retrieve the person first. If they renege, it proves their lack of sincerity.
All our preparations will be wasted, and then we'll resort to thunderous measures. The two discussed the details. The starship swiftly reached its destination. Chu Xiao met the lesser god guarding this place. Professor Lee, I'm counting on you. Rest assured, everything's been settled with the other side. Cash for the person, no issues. Chu Xiao nodded, forced to trust for now that the other party wouldn't renege. But why is he here? Chu Xiao pointed at Qianbuojin, who was trailing behind the group with a menacing expression, his unease growing stronger. In the valley shrouded in grey mist, the gold-ranked Goblin King appeared in the center of the fissure, accompanied by a monster that was also a lesser god. A fragmented magic array was etched into the ground. Whether meant for defense or offense, the formation had long since lost its efficacy. Chu Xiao and Jia Yishuan stood at the edge. Qianbuojin's arrival made the possible increasingly certain. Yishuan, you go rescue them. I'll handle the fighting first. Jia Yishuan nodded. The gold-ranked goblin across the way clapped his hands. A group of goblins appeared, pulling 3 prisoner carts. Let's make a deal. Wait. Jia Yishuan pointed trembling fingers at the 3 prison carts. Why only 3? The Goblin King shot her a dismissive glance, casually picking his teeth with a human bone. You mean that one? Couldn't handle our hospitality. Committed suicide. You bastard. Sissy Xuan, calm down. Saving them is our top priority. Chu Xiao grabbed his agitated older sister. The goblin had successfully provoked her anger. He was trying to sabotage their mission. Chu Xiao tossed the storage pouch filled with divine crystals across the room. 3,000 crystals are right here. Release the hostage. The Goblin King caught the pouch and opened it. Divine light flooded the sky. Not enough. How is it not enough? We agreed on 3,000 crystals, every single one is inside. Chu Xiao remained composed, his gaze fixed on the group of scoundrels who had already revealed their malicious intent, while his eyes discreetly scanned the surroundings for any changes. 3,000 crystals, indeed. But they can only save one. One person for 3,000, ha 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 ha. You lot, pick one. Chu Xiao turned to Professor Lee and demanded, Professor, what should we do? Professor Lee, clad in a grey robe with a gaunt face, smiled wryly. Then choose one. Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao seized Jia Yishuan's arm, secretly tracing a circle on it before pointing at the first prison cart. The first one. I'll come inspect the goods. No problem, right? The Goblin King froze, seemingly surprised by Chu Xiao's choice. Fine. Look all you want. Guaranteed fresh. None of the 3 were dead. But they had no intention of releasing them. The Goblin King signaled his subordinate god to strike the moment Chu Xiao drew near, to kill him without fail. 1 step, 2 steps. Tension thickened. Suddenly, Chu Xiao summoned a jumping bug from his divine domain to inspect the situation, maintaining a safe distance from the enemy at all times. The rift split the valley in 2. Advance into the abyss, retreat into the divine realm. Once in the abyss, the Pantheon's protection vanished and Chu Xiao would be instantly transported to some great demon's dinner table. The Goblin King frowned. Chu Xiao was being overly cautious. He signaled to the old man opposite him. The old man gave a slight nod, his pale eyes flashing with a cold, ruthless glint. Chu Xiao, do not blame me. My path has reached its end. Use your life to pave my way to ascending as a mid-tier god. Professor Lee's voice was hoarse, as unpleasant as a leaky bellows. Ominous black mist began to rise from his body. Fallen god. He had fallen. Chu Xiao remained vigilant, his divine consciousness locked onto both Professor Lee and the lower god across from him. They were the greatest threats here. Just as Professor Lee's divine form completely darkened and transformed into a fallen god. Click, click, click. The sound of mechanical gears meshing echoed as Chu Xiao silently pulled a universal equality device from his grasp. Responding to his call, it activated with force. A pocket watch. The hands on its face spun backward in a full circle, erupting with a dark purple glow. Chu Xiao, Professor Lee, and the lesser god were simultaneously drawn inside. Silver Dirge. A divine artifact capable of pulling target individuals into the same realm for combat. Qianbuojin's expression darkened. Professor Lee and the lower god across from him, who had vanished together, had long been in cahoots. Chu Xiao and the other 2 appeared simultaneously within the sky's luminous screen. Blood dripped from Qianbuojin's eyes. Silver Dirge. Damn Lucian, he actually handed this artifact over to him. As the group froze in shock, a dense swarm of insects crawled out from all around. They engulfed the 3 prison carriages. Qianbo's icy smile finally cracked. He cried out in terror, no. They're hijacking the prison carts. Kill the hostages. The moment the words left his mouth, Qianbuojin realized with horror that he had no way out. Only by eliminating Chu Xiao and Jia Yishuan could he survive. Chapter 71, Silver Elegy. Silver? I'd become silver ranked? 2 lesser gods were simultaneously dragged into the sword tomb of the silver sword artifact. Their power completely suppressed. After the initial shock, he turned to glare at Chu Xiao, a silver tier 3rd rank, gnashing his teeth. You little rat, you think your tricks will work?
A mere silver tier novice like you could never grasp the chasm between our powers. Their enemies were 2 silver tier peak level beings. Before even sealing himself in the time chamber, he was already itching to see the results? Curious to see how much of his verbal guidance I could grasp? Xu Xiao sighed at Lucian's approach, though he had little to complain about. He couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. He couldn't help but feel a bit of contempt for himself. Xu Xiao's innate abilities resembled the time chamber, though his time ratio wasn't as extreme. It was sufficient to fully grasp Lucian's teachings. The blazing warblade trembled with excitement. Kill! The rapid growth granted by his god-tier physique demanded real combat to manifest. Aurora Septet. A technique mastered after absorbing Lucian's guidance. Xu Xiao targeted Professor Li as his mark, a flash of silver light erupting. Space shattered like a mirror, 7 intersecting cracks filling the curtain before his eyes. 1 stroke, 7 slashes. The superhuman physique granted by his transcendent constitution shattered the limits of human capability, unleashing unparalleled destructive force. Professor Li's body stiffened abruptly as the blazing warblade sliced 7 times through his defensive gray robes. Though his body remained intact, his blood froze solid, and his bones shattered inch by inch under the relentless, wave-like slashes. Professor Li staggered backward. A metallic taste filled his throat. His body, untouched by injury for so many years, coughed up crimson blood. Professor Li's face turned alarmingly pale. You're so fast. It wasn't just speed. With each strike from Xu Xiao, the blazing light flares accumulated damage, culminating in an unavoidable fatal strike after 7 consecutive hits. 1 strike, 7 slashes. 1 button, 7 combos. Clang! 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 Professor Li was visibly shaken. Xu Xiao danced atop the shattered blades of the silver sword tomb, his figure darting like a bullet. Professor Li's long sword clashed repeatedly against the blazing battle blade, each collision sending a chill down his spine. Damn it, I can barely keep up. Aurora Septet. Despite being only a silver tier 3rd rank cultivator, Xu Xiao had pushed his speed to the very limits of silver tier potential. The blade's scorching aura, radiating 3,000 degrees of heat, tore through Professor Li's defenses. Sizzle! Professor Li's divine body blistered and cracked. His defenses, once those of a lower tier god, plummeted to peak silver tier. He watched helplessly as countless wisps of black smoke seeped from his flesh. Ah! He screamed in agony, his voice filled with terror. No! Why? Why is my flesh beginning to decay? Why can I not advance further? The dark power he had embraced from the abyss coiled around him like living serpents. His emaciated frame swelled instantly. His face contorted into a hideous grimace. The gray robe was stretched taut, and clumps of putrid, rotting flesh oozed endless malevolence. Fallen god. Professor Li's hideous form revealed its true nature after his fall. Yet Xu Xiao gave him no chance. Seizing the initiative, the divine spells of purification and dispelling on his body steadily weakened Professor Li's demonic form. Had he not fallen into godhood, Xu Xiao might not have suppressed him so easily. Professor Li seethed with regret, snarling. You little rat! If you've got the guts, let's fight face to face. Ha 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 ha. Do you take me for a fool? Jai Xuan's pupils sharpened as her snow-white hand never left the hilt of the holy sword at her waist. The 3 rescued individuals beside her watched in horror as Xu Xiao overwhelmed Professor Li. Boss, where did you find this master? He's this fierce? Even though he's being suppressed, Professor Li's combat experience as a lower-ranked god and his silver tier peak strength can't be faked. This guy is just too unreal. Nearby, Xianbo joy turned to despair. Forgetting the 3 rescued by Jai Xuan, he muttered with a sickly grimace. Damn Xu Xiao, he had this planned all along. Another lower god from the abyss tried to intervene, only to realize he was utterly useless. Instead, he felt relieved that Xu Xiao hadn't targeted him first. How could there be such a formidable early-stage silver ranked? In the blink of an eye. Xu Xiao's eyes blazed crimson. 7 strikes, 49 slashes. Old man, you're the one who ambushed and injured my sister Xuan and the others, aren't you? Die. No. With dynamic eye tracking and a knowledge repository powering combat calculations, every move Professor Li made was within Xu Xiao's calculations. Arms bent at the elbows. Professor Li's divine form shattered. Each subsequent strike of the blazing war blade sliced through his flesh, severing his decaying soul. That he could persist without dying was solely due to the resilience of a lesser god's soul. 41. 42. Before the 49th strike, the blade's crushing force swept across Professor Li's head, swollen like a water barrel. Reap. Explosion. At that moment, the few gold-tier observers watching the fight remained silent. From the moment Xu Xiao drew his blade to the instant he killed Professor Li, it took but a few short breaths. The phantom of 7 strikes in one blade was elusive even to the naked eye. Merely an early silver tier cultivator. His combat prowess far exceeded everyone's expectations. To eliminate Xu Xiao, wasn't sending 2 lesser gods from the Abyss and Pantheon factions already sufficient? Within the Silver Sword Tomb, countless broken blades were embedded in the uneven, sunken ground. The broken blades reflected Chu Zhao's murderous silhouette. Kicking Professor Li's head toward the abyss demon god shrouded in death, Chu Zhao's killing intent was no weaker than the abyss itself. It surpassed it. Kill him. He must die. The abyssal demon god had long heard of Chu Zhao's ruthless decisiveness in battle, a true hardened killer. He had once scoffed at the notion, but now, facing the hidden ferocity, fury, and resolve within Chu Zhao's heart, he felt fear. Such a man was absolutely not someone to be crossed. The abyss sought to kill him, but its efforts fell short. Demon Lord above, end. Burning his primordial essence, the sky split opened to reveal a crimson crescent moon, resembling the narrowed eye of a demon. A low murmur echoed through the void. The demon god of the abyss erupted with bursting blood vessels, its entire body drenched in crimson. Hundreds of tentacles writhed across its body, each coiled around a demonic weapon. In an instant, the 100-clawed octopus's form vanished from its original position, launching hundreds of terrifying attacks toward the trembling Chu Zhao. The knowledge repository raced, calculating attack trajectories. Billions of possible scenarios flowed through the Genesis Chronicles, evaluating and feeding back every potential outcome. Chu Zhao frantically dodged and weaved. His hands, catching the slash, paused, so heavy. The blazing warblade deflected, blocked, and redirected the opponent's strikes. Even so, unstoppable blows struck the seraphim, dimming its silver radiance. Attacks continually breached the defenses. A crescent blade sliced through his waist, shattering the silver battle armor and lacerating Chu Zhao's divine form. A giant hammer crushed his hand bones, numbing his left arm. A darting spike from afar pierced his back. When pulled out, black poisonous blood spurted forth. Jia Xuan watched, tears welling in her eyes, yet she still couldn't intervene. Her duty was to keep watch over the others. The two lesser gods were entrusted to Chu Zhao. This was the strategy they had agreed upon. Choosing to trust despite the pain was agonizing. Xianbojin was overcome with elation, nearly shouting in delight. Chu Zhao's head felt heavy and dizzy. Yet, the super defense system wove golden runes beneath his skin, preventing the demon god of the abyss from cleaving him in two. Super recovery factors staunched the bleeding, fighting against the venom seeping into his flesh. Unbreakable. Resilient. Resolute to the death. Chu Zhao's will rendered him fearless, just as within the silver sword mound, countless broken blades hummed and hummed, singing a dirge. Golden light flashed in his eyes, and the blade ignited with an intense, blazing glow. Chu Zhao spat blood, laughing mockingly as he declared, "Ha ha ha ha. You. Is that all you've got?" Chapter 72, Ultimate / Professional Skills, Aurora Septet, Ultimate / Secret Technique Crimson / Divine Arts, Supreme Divine Arts Alchemy, Inscription, Barrier, Purification, Dispersal, Artifact Forging, Concentration, Blazing / Chu Zhao's divine arts and professional skills had grown rapidly. Raising his blazing battle blade, the divine arts of extreme speed, steel body, and self-healing fused seamlessly with his original profession skills, becoming truly his own. Chu Zhao met the opponent's fierce assault head-on, charging forward with explosive momentum. One step, leaving scorched footprints of blazing fire beneath his feet. On the demon god's tentacles, the sudden appendages were engulfed in golden flames. Ignited. The demon god's body had long since become grotesquely twisted, no longer a simple life form. Its writhing black flesh trembled instinctively. Roar. A wretched shriek pierced the air. Chu Zhao severed dozens of tentacles blocking the demon god with a single stroke, the blades light streaking along the gash straight toward its vital core. Abyssal demonic artifacts fell one after another. Countless wails rose as the imprisoned human souls dissolved into vanishing points of light. The abyss cruelly forged human souls into demonic artifacts. In this moment, Chu Zhao's flames burned with unusual tenderness. What it consumed was never these pitiful souls. Instead, it consumed the filthy demonic soul of the abyssal demon god. An aurora pierced the heavens and earth, splitting the world into two halves. Wherever it passed, space tore apart, the demon god's body was devoured, and shockwaves surged like tidal waves toward both sides. His will pierced the void, each speck of flame seemingly imbued with a tracking law. Not a shred of malice was spared. Roar! 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 The demon god screamed incessantly, its torn-apart body writhing on the ground as if begging for mercy. A female figure abruptly materialized, waving her arm toward Jia Xuan. Smiling, she greeted her. Xiaolan. The four girls burst into tears. Their former teammate was about to depart. The days they fought together against the abyss, battling side by side, were vividly etched in their memories. From the moment they stepped into Fireseed University, they had been inseparable. 4 years of life and death experiences had forged an unbreakable bond between them. One of them was already sobbing uncontrollably. If it weren't for me, if it weren't for taking my place, Xiaolan wouldn't have been humiliated by those goblins and ultimately chosen death. The voice across from her couldn't speak, yet it seemed to smile in consolation, assuring her that she had never once held a grudge. The girl glanced at Chu Zhao once more, then smiled and walked away. In that moment, she felt as lighthearted as a new recruit stepping into the ranks of the Fireseed, brimming with curiosity and longing for everything. She had not endured the abyss's brutal beatings, nor those tragic experiences.
The ultimate severed Xiaolan completely from the demon god's grasp. Xu Xiao watched her, his expression hardening with resolve.
He must grow strong enough to shield her from all dangers. A surge of immense power coursed through his body. Silver Tier 4. The divine artifact, Silver Elegy, shattered. Xu Xiao and the two divine bodies plummeted downward.
Unfettered. The colossal aura of the divine bodies engulfed them.
The Goblin King and Xianbuojin both paled. Exchanging a glance, they lunged forward the instant Xu Xiao touched the ground. Kill! A jet-black sword strike erupted violently. Xianbuojin had waited for this moment for a long time, a look of satisfaction curling in his pupils. Kill Xu Xiao, and the promised resources would soon be his.
Boom!
A graceful figure, one hand gripping the sacred sword, blocked the attack before Xu Xiao.
The collision sent shockwaves rippling outward like a meteor crashing to the earth.
Xianbuojin's heart leapt in terror, unable to believe what he was seeing.
Jia Yishuan, weren't you crippled? No, impossible.
I saw you self-detonate your divine essence and fall from your realm with my own eyes. The valley rumbled. The light of the Holy Knight's battle armor erupted violently. Even in its shattered state, even as it creaked and groaned, fragments still falling, it unleashed its final blaze of glory. Where the two stood, the ground cracked like a spiderweb.
Jia Yishuan's gaze was icy cold.
Her massive sword trembled in her grasp as she roared, "You deserve to be slain." Her voice rang like a verdict, saturated with every ounce of hatred.
Damned traitor!
He betrayed her squad, he caused her friend's death, he shattered her divine essence. Sacred runes on her gleaming golden armor resonated with her fury, her grief, and her resolve to avenge her friend. Already a powerhouse with 1 foot in demi-godhood. With every breath, even the swirling dust carried Jia Yishuan's murderous intent.
As her blade descended,
a holy light array, weaving a brilliant golden halo from beneath her feet. Every demonic creature it touched was purified by its sacred radiance.
The noble paladin, Jia Yishuan, delivering her final strike as a paladin.
The traits of the Blade Queen gradually emerged upon her form. 2 pairs of purple insect wings abruptly unfurled from her back, and a long tail whipped out from behind her.
The paladin's armor shattered. No. You can't kill me. My father is.
Xianbuojin tried to resist, but her counterattack lost momentum. As the opponent's sword light shot toward her, terror filled her disfigured face.
1 strike. The divine body shattered, the divine essence utterly destroyed.
Within the divine domain, chaos reigned.
The temple, like a colossus stripped of its backbone, crashed down with a thunderous roar.
His divine realm was on the brink of annihilation.
The Goblin King clutched his battle blade as if it could offer him a shred of safety. Yet the fear once he had commanded now magnified infinitely within his rapidly narrowing pupils.
Facing the foul abyssal fiend, the Holy Light's judgment was nothing but thunderous wrath no filth could survive. The phantom of a greatsword descended from the sky. Though both golden-ranked entities, the Goblin King screamed as he swung his broad axe. But the overwhelming might, the divine aura transcending gold, caused him to drop his weapon in defeat.
The Goblin King gasped, a demigod.
The eyes that once gleamed with greed and cunning now hold only despair. They had bribed a professor, paid off skilled humans, and set a deadly trap only to become a laughingstock. The sword's edge swept past the Goblin King. 1,000 cuts.
A torrent of demonic blood erupted from his body.
His deep green skin was completely covered in black bloodstains. His eyes were vacant, his mouth gaping wide. He couldn't even scream.
He's dead. They're dead.
Xu Xiao rushed over, embracing the figure who had been furiously hacking and chopping the Goblin King and Xianbuojin into bloody pulp.
He comforted him gently.
Blood splattered all over her, yet Jia Yishuan remained in a daze, unaware. She was filled with hatred and regret. She shouldn't have let her guard down and fallen into the enemy's trap.
It's not enough, it's still not enough. Xiaolan is dead. Xiaolan is dead.
The other 3 girls stood silently, watching their captain break down in tears. Wiping away their own tears, they drew their weapons and charged forward to help.
Ah!
Xu Xiao released the girl who felt like a neighbor's older sister, letting her vent her emotions.
Cry. Cry it out. It'll be better once you do. As moonlight descended, the entire world seemed to hold its breath. Chapter 73, Don't move, I'll handle it.
The moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars. By the flickering campfire, 3 girls huddled beneath a single blanket, fast asleep. Jia Yishuan's eyes were red and swollen from crying for so long. Her friend's death had shattered her like a bursting dam, soaking Xu Xiao's collar with tears.
Long-suppressed emotions finally shattered completely.
Xu Xiao offered no words of comfort, only quiet companionship. Suddenly, a pair of red lips drew near.
Xu Xiao, startled by the intoxicating fragrance, instinctively pushed away. Yishuan? Don't you like me?
The immense weight pressed down, and Xu Xiao instantly felt 2 soft mounds against his chest, his mind wandering.
Anyone who says they don't like her is a eunuch. I do. I like Sister Yishuan. Then don't resist. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. 1 minute.
Their lips parted, drawing out a long, sticky thread. A muffled moan escaped from the tangled tips of their tongues. Chu Xiao felt unsatisfied, his brain reeling from oxygen deprivation. "Thank you, Master." Master? Chu Xiao couldn't hold back at the title, her ears burning. The lingering softness of the other's lips on her own made her heart race as if it would burst from her chest. That seductive voice, that provocative title. Before Chu Xiao could process it, a pair of boneless hands cupped his cheeks, forcing his fleeing gaze back into focus. Then, his lips were once again powerfully claimed by the girl next door. Chu Xiao's hands shot out to either side, clutching the wild grass beside him. His toes splayed apart, each one straining against the confines of his combat boots, desperate to escape. A long time passed. Chu Xiao gazed blankly at the sky, his eyes unfocused. Jia Yixuan gently rested her head against Chu Xiao's broad chest, her voice trembling with lingering fear. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to save Fong Fong and the other two today. My little brother has truly grown up. You're a handsome, dependable man now." Jia Yixuan couldn't help but reflect that if Chu Xiao hadn't slain those two lesser gods, even she would have been trapped in that demonic lair. She tucked her cascading hair behind her ears, her neck flushed crimson. She pushed herself up, pressing down on Chu Xiao's chest to keep him from rising. "Don't get up, it's not over yet." "There's more?" Chu Xiao froze, utterly flustered. "Wait, it can't be what I'm thinking, right?" In the woods, one girl in the middle heard the commotion and tried to get up, but the other two covered her mouth and pinned her down tightly. Peeking through one squinted eye, her breathing grew ragged. Click. Something was being undone. "Shu, you little brat. Didn't you say I'm yours? Stop resisting, okay? I'm afraid I won't have the courage to do this again after today." "Fine." Chu Xiao wasn't exactly a saint. With this older sister taking advantage of the mood to act boldly, what was the point of pretending? He relaxed his entire body, ceasing all resistance. Jia Yixuan's slender fingers slid beneath the fabric at his back, stealing his breath once more. Her long lashes fluttered, blinking rapidly as they swept across Chu Xiao's cheek. Long tongues entwined. After surviving a life or death battle, the three bystanders secretly pulled the bedspread higher, burying their heads deep beneath it. Grown up. He had become a man. His psychic power surged. At the base of Jia Yixuan's spine, a long purple tail swayed gleefully from side to side. Dawn broke, bringing a refreshing clarity. A woman who had helped him grow rapidly lay across Chu Xiao's chest, struggling to rise. The slight movement startled her. "Master?" Chu Xiao froze in an awkward position, his youthful vigor still unabated. After a night of debauchery, Chu Xiao, this neighborly older sister still in her senior year, felt increasingly like a married woman. Jia Yixuan leaned down and kissed him lightly, laughing as she said, "You little brat, don't move. I'll handle it." "Ha?" Chu Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Inside the armored vehicle, everyone remained silent. Unable to bear the strange looks from her three best friends any longer, Jia Yixuan blurted out, "Fong Fong, what are your plans from now on?" Lu Fong replied despondently, "I'm planning to drop out." "Me too." All three shared this resolve. The armored vehicle rumbled lowly as silence stretched endlessly inside. Jia Yixuan took a deep breath and declared firmly, "Fine. You take care of Xiao Lan's family for me. I still have things to do. A golden tier trash and a lower god professor. They don't have the power to destroy our team, which can stand against demigods. I will uncover the truth behind this and make those responsible pay." Lu Fang's previously resigned gaze sharpened instantly. She clenched her fists so tightly her nails dug deep into her flesh. Her voice raspy, she finally abandoned her desire to stay. "Be careful." "I know." The rest of the journey passed in silence. The engine roared across the wilderness. Within this wilderness, immense divine power and demonic forces intertwined. Any powerful fluctuation of divine energy here could trigger a terrifying void storm. Tens of thousands of years of epic warfare had sealed this place with countless divine laws. Now, the strongest beings it could contain were merely lesser gods. After racing 3,000 li across the boundless wilderness, the outline of the Two Realms city came into view. Finally, we're back. As the sun set in the west, they returned to their own territory. The towering city walls brought an immense sense of security, banishing the fear and anxiety that had plagued them for over 10 days. They drove over the final stretch of rocky, uneven road. Chu Xiao stepped on the gas pedal as he drove toward the city gate. "Stop the car." A sharp command halted Chu Xiao in his tracks. Before the gate, a squad of city guards clad in black combat gear drew their weapons, aiming them squarely at the group. The captain at the front bore the rank of second lieutenant on his shoulder, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Get out, you demons." "Demons?" A flicker of caution crossed Chu Xiao's eyes. He had underestimated the malice in some people's hearts. He had assumed they would be safe once they reached the Two Realms city, but now they faced the worst possible outcome. Fortunately, they had prepared countermeasures. "Sir, there must be some misunderstanding. How could we be demons? My name is Chu Xiao. I'm a freshman at Fireseed University. We're here to rescue a senior who was captured by the Abyss." "Enough talk. It's you five.
The lieutenant snorted coldly, pulling out a wanted poster bearing the portraits of the five. You are suspected of defecting to the Abyss and murdering Professor Li Ran of Fireseed University, gold-tier student Xianbujin, and their accompanying students. Surrender immediately, or we shoot to kill. The air froze instantly. Jia Xuan and the other three women looked at Chu Xiao in panic, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. But then Chu Xiao slowly raised his hand and reassured them. Stay still. I'll handle this. Officer, do you have evidence to support your claim that we colluded with the Abyss? Which faction do you belong to? We are students of the Spark Academy. Even if we were truly colluding with the Abyss, it would be the Spark University that judges us. Not be berated by some minor officer who appeared out of nowhere. Chu Xiao amplified his voice with divine magic and reintroduced himself. I am Chu Xiao, a freshman at Fireseed University. The divine child who fought in the Spark War. What kind of scum are you, daring to frame me with baseless accusations? Chapter 74, Manhunt. The commotion at the city gate instantly drew a crowd of onlookers. Second Lieutenant Wu Zhao's expression darkened. Isn't that the noble holy knight, Jia Yishuan? Senior Jia? It is her. She returned safely from the Abyss? Thank goodness. I was so worried when I heard her squad was surrounded by demons. At the Chile City gate, those returning from completing missions in the Abyss gradually gathered. Like ants discovering honey, the crowd grew larger and larger. Gradually, the situation spiraled beyond Wu Zhao's control. Jia Yishuan possessed both striking beauty and admirable character. After becoming the Blade Queen, her scarred face healed completely, and her popularity only grew. Some curious onlookers stood on tiptoes to get a better view, others whispered among themselves, sharing what they knew, while newcomers exchanged whispers, trying to piece together the story. Beads of sweat formed on Wu Zhao's forehead as he found himself in a no-win situation. Chu Xiao, you insist on arresting them? Guards, seize them immediately. If they resist, shoot to kill. Shoot on sight? Ha ha ha. With just a bunch of useless fools like you? Chu Xiao suddenly burst into a raucous laugh, his wild laughter sweeping across the entire city gate, echoing off the walls. A dangerously intense glint flashed in his eyes. As Chu Xiao laughed, the earth trembled. On the distant horizon, a bone-chilling legion surged forward, converging from all directions. Wu Xiao looked up, instantly realizing the gravity of the situation. The arrogance in his eyes vanished. Countless ferocious alien insects marched swiftly across the barren wilderness. Silver jumpers moved with lightning speed, silver sparks dancing along their razor-sharp forelimbs. Silver spine snakes followed close behind, writhing their long tails and arching their spines like giant crossbow bolts. Where the silver cockroaches passed, corrosive green acid seared the ground, leaving sizzling pits billowing with acidic mist. Behind them, the siege beasts thundered forward, each step causing the earth to tremble and undulate. At first, no one believed Chu Xiao would dare direct his terrifying army toward the Two Realms city. But it had happened. Wu Zhao's face drained of color, as did those of the soldiers sent to apprehend him, who were sprayed senseless. Had Wu Xiao not been so stubborn, things would never have come to this. Within the city of Two Realms, countless demigods were roused. Chu Xiao secretly produced a grand teleportation array talisman, clutching it in his palm. Seeing the ranks of demigods appear before him, their overwhelming pressure pinning soldiers to the ground, he sneered. The enraged demigods glared at the boy in the black trench coat, his coat flapping fiercely as he stood his ground, refusing to yield. They roared, Chu Xiao, what do you think you're doing? A cold smile curled Chu Xiao's lips as he replied. I've sweated for the fire seed. I've bled for the fire seed. I demand fair treatment. I demand you thoroughly investigate this scum. Who dared to send him to frame a son of the gods? Do you think the fire seed war is some trivial game? That a child of the gods can be framed at will? The color drained from Wu Zhao's face in an instant. The warriors behind him, having confirmed the expressions on each other's faces, silently took a step back. They had all forgotten that Chu Xiao was the only child of the gods born in 100 years. His exalted status demanded respect. Such insults were unforgivable. The 16 demigod realm experts before Chu Xiao felt their facial muscles twitch slightly. They too had forgotten Chu Xiao's true identity, deeply regretting their involvement in this wretched affair. The former child of the gods not only possessed extraordinary personal talent but also hailed from a top-tier noble house, making him someone no one dared to offend lightly. A century later, after participating in the Fireseed War, Chu Xiao automatically regained the title of Divine Son. Yet he received no substantial backing. Nor was he promoted. As a result, many had forgotten the significance the Divine Child represented. It was the face of the pantheon, the star figure thrust forward to confront the ever-growing power of the Abyss. Yet such a figure now found himself embroiled in scandal due to deliberate sabotage? Once the injustice becomes public, no one will escape unscathed. Have you come to your senses? Chu Xiao gave a cold laugh. The air thickened with tension. Chu Xiao's insect swarm couldn't possibly defeat these demigods, but the point was to create a massive commotion to make the schemers behind the scenes think twice before acting. In an instant, the crowd erupted in gasps. This is incredible. So thrilling. Onlookers immediately began live streaming the conflict to their loved ones, sharing the gossip.
From among the 16 demigods, an elderly man with a salt and pepper beard stepped forward. He looked at Chu Xiao's swarm of insects and sighed. Chu Xiao, let's talk this out calmly.
We're not unreasonable people.
First, recall your swarm.
We'll give everyone a proper explanation about this matter. He glared at the officer with hatred.
The situation had spiraled out of control, and he couldn't imagine how furious the higher-ups would be.
Oh? And what exactly do you suggest I do? Retrieve my swarm and accompany you? That's only fair. Ha ha ha. Justice? What justice? Chu Xiao roared furiously at the old man. You want to take me away without any explanation? Pin a conspiracy with the abyss on me and let me rot in prison? Impossible. Either we settle this here and now, or kill me.
Let the world see how you treat a loyal servant who has served you well.
Chu Xiao announced the old man, his resolve unshaken. Leaving? That was impossible. Chu Xiao, don't be unreasonable. There are suspicions you fused with a demon seed. We're merely asking for your cooperation in the investigation.
You have the right to remain silent, but your behavior will be judged accordingly. The old man's voice was steady, his brow furrowed. He slowly gestured for Wu Xiao to take the prisoner.
This matter could not be delayed any longer. Damn it!
Chu Xiao's gaze swept across the faces of the group, his dark eyes burning with an unwavering resolve that left no room for compromise. His own strength was still too weak. Otherwise, why bother with empty words? Whatever schemes the enemy had, he would simply crush them outright. A suffocating pressure hung heavy in the air. Even those who knew something could only shake their heads. Wu Xiao's lips curled into a mocking sneer as he coldly eyed Chu Xiao, signaling his warriors to flank and encircle him. Jia Yishuan gripped the sacred sword tightly. Wu Xiao and his men's attitude spoke volumes. They came straight for accusations, their stance so rigidly labeling them as traitors. There was no room for compromise.
Surrounding warriors closed in relentlessly, the clang of clashing armor piercing the air.
The holy sword sensed its master's grief and fury, humming as it slid from its scabbard.
Jia Yishuan's icy gaze swept over the warriors before turning slightly toward Lu Feng and the others.
The three exchanged glances before drawing their weapons. Lu Feng and the others grasped the gravity of the situation. Despair flashed in their eyes as they prepared for a last stand.
Ready for a last stand.
The crowd began to stir.
Many voiced their indignation on the girl's behalf. Yet how could the decisions of ordinary people sway the elders who held the power?
A sharp gleam of delight flashed in the old man's cloudy eyes, like a dormant venomous snake finally waiting for Chu Xiao to fall into the trap.
Once Chu Xiao was confirmed to have fled in fear of punishment, they could kill him with complete justification. Resisting arrest? Then show no mercy. Attack! Chu Xiao's swarm no longer hesitated, roaring toward the Two Realms city as the array talisman in his hand prepared to activate.
Just then, a threatening voice suddenly rang out, "Halt!
What are you doing?" Chapter 75, Xiao Guanqing.
A man dressed in the senior uniform of Fireseed Academy stepped forward from the crowd. The playful Xiao Xianer by his side winked at Chu Xiao.
Many recognized the man's tall, slender figure and gasped, "It's Xiao Guanqing. His aura is incredibly powerful. A demigod. Xiao Guanqing has ascended to demigodhood."
Xiao Guanqing strode forward slowly. His colossal aura made his hunting attire flutter in the wind.
The crowd automatically parted to the sides, clearing a path for him. The oppressive aura surrounding him made the elder frown.
Xiao Guanqing, this man defied the law enforcement.
Are you going to shield him too? Protect? Ha!
I didn't know you people from Emperor Qing had the authority to meddle in the affairs of Fireseed University.
Xiao Guanqing retorted bluntly. His gaze then turned complex as he looked at Jia Yishuan.
This woman had once been his formidable rival. He never imagined she would be surrounded by monsters and have her divine essence shattered. Xiao Guanqing had originally brought his sister to obtain a long sword capable of becoming a divine armament. Divine armor was the equipment destined to accompany them for life, growing alongside its master. For young nobles like them, collecting components for potential divine gear began as early as the silver rank. Take Jia Yishuan's holy sword, Frostlight, for example. It was a piece of divine gear that could grow alongside her, with the potential to advance into a divine artifact in the future.
Xiao Guanqing shook his head. On an ordinary journey, they encountered such an incident.
His sister seemed to harbor feelings for that boy. The girl by his side drew attention.
Her posture was straight and tall, her waist slender.
Xiao Xianer stood in the breeze, clad in a purple battle skirt. Intricate golden star patterns shimmered with a faint glow as she moved. The divine patterns on her chest armor highlighted her extraordinary nature. Chu Xiao recognized several potent defensive formations.
"Hello, Great Master Chu."
A mischievous smile played at Xiao Xianer's lips, her crisp voice brimming with playful charm. Her lively gaze, however, settled on the woman beside Chu Xiao, a woman of great potential.
"She's so fierce, so intimidating. Susu might not be able to handle this. But if Susu dumps this jerk, doesn't that make him mine?" Xiao Xianer, Senior Xiao.
Chu Xiao hadn't expected to encounter them here either. He'd already prepared to command the insect swarm to launch a fierce assault, activate the array symbol, and depart. After departure, even if the swarm couldn't inflict significant damage, it would still cause a commotion.
The old man from Diching's face instantly turned crimson with embarrassment. This group clearly didn't take him seriously. What were they planning? Boom!
The half-god aura of the elderly man from Diching erupted violently.
What? Thinking of fighting?
Xiao Guanqing stood seemingly casually, yet his position completely separated Chu Xiao from the old man. The matter with the blonde-haired youth could be set aside for now. The priority was dealing with this old man. A wave-like pressure radiated outward in concentric layers, emanating from Xiao Guanqing at its center. Fear flashed in the elder's cloudy eyes as his pupils abruptly contracted.
The demigod realm? You've actually mastered the demigod realm?
Chu Xiao felt a crushing weight press down upon his shoulders, as if 1,000 pounds of force bore down on him. Every moment, a wave of hatred swept over him, yet it carried no intent to kill. Strange. His bones felt as if they were being crushed to dust, yet they suffered not a scratch. The others fared slightly better. Jia Xuan withdrew her envious gaze with a touch of melancholy. She herself was but a step away from demi-godhood. Xiao Guanqing showed no such leniency toward the old man. A razor-sharp divine sense, potent beyond measure, transformed into a blade and pierced toward the old man's defensive barrier.
A muffled groan.
Shocked and trembling, the old man was forced back by Xiao Guanqing, his qi and blood surging violently within his body.
Xiao Guanqing, you've gone too far. Though both were demigods, Xiao Guanqing, though newly ascended, possessed far greater innate talent than the old man. What's wrong with bullying you? Aren't you bullying others too? Chu, do you want me to take him out for you?
Yes.
Senior, please do.
Ha? Xiao Guanqing scratched his head, bored.
I was just being polite. Chu, you can defend yourself now. With me here, they won't dare frame you.
Against a single demigod, Xiao Guanqing still had confidence in his combat prowess.
But against a group of demigods?
Even he couldn't win. Chu Xiao nodded, retracting his insect swarm as he spoke calmly. We brought divine crystals to redeem our senior sister captured by the abyss.
On our way back, we encountered this officer. He was unreasonable, trying to arrest us on the spot and even falsely accusing us of colluding with the abyss. How unjust. I've killed so many of the abyss's elite, there's no way they'd let me go. Xiao Guanqing listened with rapt attention, occasionally falling into deep thought.
Once Chu Xiao finished, he clapped his hands and declared, then there's no doubt about it.
It must be a misunderstanding.
I'll take junior brother Chu Xiao with me now.
Hold on.
The elderly man from Diching, who had somehow already donned his battle armor, blocked their path and roared, Xiao Guanqing.
Do you think you can muddy the waters and sweep this under the rug?
This man couldn't possibly afford the abyss's ransom of 9,000 divine crystals.
Now he's brought back 3 people, what else could it be but collusion with the abyss?
As he spoke, the elder suddenly sensed something amiss. He saw Chu Xiao across from him smiling warmly as he countered, esteemed teacher, how did you know the abyss demanded 3,000 divine crystals per person? After all, the information I received was 1,000 per person. 3,000, that's the price they changed on the spot.
What? This old gentleman is the traitor colluding with the abyss. What are you waiting for? Seize him now.
Chu Xiao's voice turned icy, stunning the surrounding demigods. They had been invited by the old man to apprehend a student suspected of colluding with the abyss, but never expected this mess to unfold. Xiao Guanqing moved with blinding speed, summoning his own 9 heavens thunder armor that crackled with purple lightning energy. Instantly appearing behind the old man, he unleashed a vicious whip punch. The veteran demigod was sent flying, then slammed into the ground by a heavy kick. Xiao Guanqing seized the old man's wrists and snarled, behave yourself, or I'll put a hole in your skull. The old man's eyes widened in fury as he snarled at the others, I'm being framed. You lot, move. Take them out. I dare say none of you will. Conspiring with the abyss is no trivial matter. Hearing this, the other demigods halted their actions.
You must believe me. Chen Bujin told me this before he died. That's how I know.
One of them slammed his war spear into the ground and confronted Chu Xiao, demanding, Chu Xiao, what else is there to say?
Where is Chen Bujin now? Did you kill him? You don't believe me, but you believe him? Ha! Talk about double standards.
But I found Qian's friend, he can prove we were deceived by that old bastard.
Senior Qian fought desperately to cover for us and was dragged into the abyss.
Chu Xiao's words caused the old man's face to turn pale. He knew the boy was spouting nonsense, yet an inexplicable sense of panic gripped him. At that moment, a tall student stepped forward from the crowd and addressed the old man, I can confirm it. He's the spy hiding among us. Before old Qian left, he told me he suspected there was a mole in the Two Realms city and that this operation wouldn't be simple. Little did I know it would become our final farewell.
Wah!
The man wiped away tears as he displayed his chat history with Qian Platinum. Every word and sentence pointed to the old man being a traitor. Suspicious glances turned toward him. His face drained of color.
Chapter 76, The Time House. No, impossible. Chen Bujin is clearly dead. His demon.
The old man's expression abruptly changed. Realizing his slip of the tongue, his stubborn face drained of all color.
Demon what? The seed of a demon? Chu Xiao exposed the truth.
They had intended to plant the demon seed within him all along. The old man attempted to trigger it, only to find Chu Xiao completely unaffected. His last shred of hope shattered. A deathly silence fell over the city gate. They had actually uncovered a fallen god who had defected to the deep abyss.
A faint smile touched Chu Xiao's lips.
This witness he'd paid dearly for proved quite useful. The man was a master hacker. After hacking into Qianbo Jin's bracelet, he fabricated this baseless evidence.
Though the evidence was fabricated, the old man's reaction was genuine.
Several demigods who had been close to him silently took a step back, avoiding him like a poisonous scorpion. An old friend he'd known for millennia cried out in anguish.
You! Why must you be so foolish as to touch the abyss? Touching the abyss has always been the gravest of crimes. Not only would the offender face brutal interrogation until every truth was extracted, but their entire family would be held accountable, suffering for generations.
The elder's face turned completely ashen, trembling so violently he could utter no words of defense. He was old, driven by ambition, his selfish desires overpowering him, unable to resist the temptation. I simply craved advancement too much. With a dismissive flick of their sleeves, the demigods left the place with a cold snort. Wu Xiao remained alone in the clearing, his hair whipped wildly by the wind. With the master who had commanded Wu Xiao now in trouble, he too would not escape unscathed.
Guards! Seize him!
A cold gleam flashed in Xiao Guanqing's eyes. At his command, dozens of formidable golden rank auras instantly materialized behind him, encircling Wu Xiao completely.
The icy killing intent made Wu Xiao's legs tremble, and he dared not flee. Xiao Guanqing didn't even bother to glance at him.
After his men seized Wu Xiao, he turned his head, his gaze settling on the so-called witness Chu Xiao had brought. His eyes held amusement.
A net assassin?
The man's expression shifted, a fleeting flicker of panic darting across his eyes. He quickly regained his composure and raised his hand to take his leave. You've got some nerve, recruiting a divine net assassin to fabricate evidence. But only someone like me would see through it, most wouldn't. Exposed, Chu Xiao gave a nervous chuckle. The plan was assassination. First diplomacy, then force. All I needed was to create an escape opportunity.
Xiao Guanqing raised an eyebrow.
Looking at this seemingly harmless youngster, he couldn't help but feel the urge to give him a good scolding.
So this was merely plan A.
The real plan B involved killing a demigod even more insane than he'd imagined.
I'll take him away first. I'll inform you once the interrogation yields results. As a divine realm inspector, Xiao Guanqing specialized in hunting down these vermin.
With a flash, he vanished into black smoke, carrying the smiling Xiao Xianer. Chu Xiao withdrew his gaze indifferently, snorting with derision.
Seems some people really go out of their way to deal with me.
After Xiao Guanqing departed, the divine net assassin reappeared. Chu Xiao, don't forget the promise you made to us in the shadows.
If you break your word, the consequences will be more than you can bear. I understand. I can purify the stone you gave me, which means I might be able to help you, right?
All I'm saying is, the current purification technique can't handle such a high-level curse yet.
But in time, it will be possible. Within a month at most, I will come to you.
Poof.
Best it be so. Remember, 1 month.
Only after the net assassin departed did this matter truly come to a close.
Great news, Chu Xiao. How did you know that teacher was suspicious?
Jia Yishuan hurried over to Chu Xiao, her voice tinged with excitement.
Chu Xiao whispered, I bluffed him. Let's head back to school. The 5 set off back.
In the corner, Zhang Huizhu's body was entirely concealed beneath her hooded cloak, revealing only a pair of cold, ruthless eyes.
Damn it. I gave myself to that disgusting old man and still couldn't kill him? Looks like I'll have to target the sister he cares about most.
Chu Xiao, imagine the look on your face when you discover your own sister has become a follower of the demon god. Recalling the old man's vile acts upon her, Zhang Huizhu felt as though countless ants crawled over her skin, a wave of revulsion washing over her. Her hatred toward Chu Xiao grew by the day. She had once held such promising prospects. All because of Chu Xiao. She lost her job as a university professor and became Lucian's prisoner. Now she had to deal with that group of ugly old men. Gritting her teeth, Zhang Huizhu vanished in a flash, leaving only a whirlwind in her wake.
Back at the academy, Lucian summoned Chu Xiao.
Leaning lazily against the sofa, Chu Xiao ran his fingertips over the luxurious dragon skin upholstery and asked casually.
You knew about everything?
A flicker of surprise crossed Lucian's eyes.
I thought you'd take it out on me.
Chu Xiao's lips curved slightly in self-mockery.
Why should I? You're not obligated to solve everything for me.
On the contrary, I'm grateful for the silver dirge you gave me. Without that divine artifact, I never could have slain those 2 lesser gods.
But I want to enter the time chamber sooner. I need to grow stronger.
Lucian paused, then chuckled.
Exactly. That's the attitude I like. Lucian's slender fingers drew a gilded pocket watch from his breast pocket.
His voice carried a note of admiration as he said, I'll take you inside now.
The pocket watch suddenly hovered midair, its golden hands spinning wildly across the dial. A dazzling beam erupted from the center of the dial, unfurling a gray portal of time and space between Lucian and Chu Xiao. The space beyond was bizarre, filled with countless watch faces suspended in a space that rippled like water. Stepping inside, the world spun violently. Welcome to the first layer. Lucian smiled at Chu Xiao. The time ratio inside the time house differs greatly from the outside world, and it's divided into several layers. The first level allows departure every 100 years. The second level allows departure every 1,000 years. The third level allows an exit application only once every 10,000 years, and so on. Therefore, do not get lost or attempt to break into the upper rooms. You should simply study divine arts here on the first level. The time chamber carried the risk of disorientation, yet the higher the tier, the greater the potential to grasp the laws of the universe. This was an immense temptation for every demigod aspiring to godhood. After finishing his explanation, Lucian departed alone, leaving Chu Xiao here to contemplate on his own. The first layer's space was a dark-hued grassland. Upon the boundless expanse of grass, Chu Xiao stood utterly alone. A full moon hung low in the leaden sky. Chu Xiao sat cross-legged, his eagerness to grow stronger driving him to take stock of everything he possessed. Divine arts, supreme divine arts, alchemy, inscription, barrier, purification, dispersal, artifact forging, spirit concentration, blazing slash. Insectoid structures, Hive unique, blood pool tier 2, spike snake den tier 2, cockroach nest tier 2, thunder beast lair tier 1, tunnel bug. Divine body, superhuman constitution, void survival, super recovery, super defense, perceiving illusion, knowledge repository, growth power. Divine artifact, Genesis Chronicle void technology. Chapter 77, Gold membership. After my strength reached silver rank, my mastery of supreme divine arts remained stuck at bronze level comprehension. This time, I must truly grasp them. Starting with the purification art. Chu Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Silver light circled his black pupils once as his eyes activated the ability to see through illusion. A pure white divine light emerged from his palm. The light shone upon the gray grasslands. The grayish-white weeds spontaneously shed the impure energy clinging to them, revealing a hint of green sprouts. A look of surprise flashed across Chu Xiao's face. The newly sprouted grass displayed signs of life, its leaf veins becoming visibly distinct. The soil grew moist, rejuvenated. Chu Xiao was captivated by the grass's stubborn growth. It seemed to sense one or two beasts watching. The blushing blades swayed in the breeze, refracting a rainbow of light. This light shot into Chu Xiao's brow, entering his divine realm. Chu Xiao snapped his head up, startled awake. His power seemed to have grown slightly stronger, and within his divine realm, a new shade of green had appeared. Without hesitation, he continued casting the purification divine art. Chu Xiao's pupils contracted slightly. Each new shade of green entering the divine realm brought a gentle, life-giving essence, making the realm feel increasingly real and adorned with the presence of life. 1 day, 2 days, 1 year. After a century had passed for his soul, a potent aura of life radiated from Chu Xiao's divine form. Centered upon him, the boundless gray receded like a retreating tide. Within a 100-mile radius, life flourished. The purification technique has reached the peak of demigodhood. At that moment, a consciousness capable of departure imprinted itself upon his sea of consciousness. Chu Xiao automatically ignored it. 100 years passed within the time chamber. Chu Xiao's figure flickered in and out of the light of the purification technique, a faint, inscrutable smile playing at the corners of his lips. So, what I grasped earlier was merely the first layer of the purification divine art. As his understanding deepened, Chu Xiao realized the purification divine technique comprised 9 layers in total, and he had only just grasped the second layer. Lu Xian remained concealed within the void. Throughout the century within the time chamber, he watched every moment. Fascinating. He can actually purify the gray mist under the abyssal demon emperor's laws and even trigger a resonance with the laws of life. Seeing Chu Xiao continue to comprehend other divine arts, Lucian ceased his observation. Another century passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Xiao sat cross-legged upon the grasslands, his breath drawing in vast quantities of life energy. He flipped his palm, revealing a palm-sized divine crystal within. Crystal clear and translucent, it contained immense divine power. This single crystal equaled 10,000 divine elixirs in value and was priceless. A supreme divine crystal. Finally, it was complete. After countless attempts, Chu Xiao had forged this flawless divine crystal for the first time, its radiance resembling a dazzling starry river. With a supreme divine crystal, many aged and weakened demigods could now break through to become lower-tier gods. As their lives approached their end, the divine power within them no longer matched their peak. The divine power contained within the supreme divine crystal can help them maintain their peak state, paving the way to ignite the divine flame. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. Chu Xiao's divine soul had grown weathered and weary. Yet he found himself utterly captivated by everything within the time chamber, utterly unwilling to leave. After a moment's thought, Chu Xiao rose and made his way toward the second level of the time chamber. Another 1,000 years passed, during which Chu Xiao gained profound insights.
His soul grew increasingly aged, seemingly disinterested in anything but the Tao. Xu Xiao grew increasingly dissatisfied with the second level. The laws accessible on the second level were 10 times more potent than those on the first, and the efficacy of comprehending supreme divine arts here was likewise tenfold.
The third level is at 100 times? Ah! A crack opened in the space. A familiar dwarf head poked through. Quick, give me a hand. Pull me out.
A furry head squeezed through the crack, its delicate little face etched with disgust.
Damn Lucian! How did he get you stuck in this godforsaken place? It took me forever to find you.
Xu Xiao grabbed her small hand and pulled the big shot out of the crack inch by inch.
Ouch, that hurt.
They landed on the ground, the dwarf lowly half kneeling on Xu Xiao's chest, rubbing her little head. She grumbled as she stood up from Xu Xiao.
Ha! Where's everyone? Could it be I'm right beneath you? Her interruption snapped Xu Xiao back to reality.
Only then did he realize he'd nearly lost himself in the moment.
Tap.
The dwarf lowly hopped onto the grass, brushed her skirt, and apologized sheepishly. Sorry, how did you end up beneath me?
Xu Xiao rolled his eyes. Shouldn't I be asking you that? The dwarf lowly quickly added. Never mind that. Nice to see you again, little brother. I've got some good news, you're now a gold member. You've probably experienced the convenience of the Pantheon store lately, right? A Pantheon membership, skipping silver to become gold? Xu Xiao nodded. The convenience of the Pantheon store was undeniable. Leveling up.
And the vast array of supplies available for direct purchase in the Pantheon store saved him a tremendous amount of time.
The inscriptions for the alien insects, the catapults he forged, the array materials he prepared. All of these relied on the Pantheon store.
Beyond accessing higher tier resources, gold tier membership also grants you the right to open a shop. You've got quite a haul of resources from slaying enemies, right?
Especially from the Abyss.
We gods have no use for them, but the Abyss is willing to pay top dollar for them. The dwarf lowly rubbed her soft little hands together, her large, watery eyes sparkling with cunning.
I'd made quite a fortune reselling these supplies, you know.
Xu Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice cracking with shock as he struggled to process the revelation.
You can do that?
The dwarf girl shrugged nonchalantly.
Of course. When have you ever seen the gods and demons locked in a bitter feud, except in ancient times? Some god kings are even close friends with demon lords. It's just an unspoken understanding. Ahem, well, you don't need to know the details. Anyway, think of a name. I'll submit all your materials for you. Xu Xiao pondered for a moment before submitting a name. Heart of the Swarm? Fine, it suits you well. After Xu Xiao submitted the name, the dwarf lowly swiftly completed the process.
Xu Xiao examined the shop's functions with interest. Every so often, he'd ask the dwarf lowly about various matters. He casually listed the top-tier divine crystals he had refined for sale. After finishing her explanation, the dwarf lowly seemed about to say something else. But suddenly her eyes widened. She glanced at the space behind Xu Xiao, shuddered, and exclaimed. I'd better be going, someone's getting angry. Wait, what's your name? Xu Xiao reached out to ask her name, but saw half her body already disappearing into the crack, leaving only two little stubby legs dangling outside. Well, we'll talk about that next time we meet. The crack closed instantly, and several pure white feathers drifted down from the sky. Lucian hovered midair, 6 pairs of wings unfurling to obscure the sky. His violet eyes swept toward the direction the dwarf lowly had vanished, murmuring, Gone? She's gone. Practice diligently. Lucian tore open a spatial rift and pursued the lowly's direction. After the two elders departed, Xu Xiao gazed intently at Lucian's retreating figure. Then, glancing back at the gateway to the first layer behind him, he retreated. Back on the first level. He noticed the gold member privileges again. The shopping section now featured an additional tab bearing the Abyss emblem. Opening the sidebar revealed categories exclusively for the Abyss. Souls, corpses, magic ore, venomous sludge, demigod-level corpses, 5 divine crystals per corpse. The appearance of the dwarf lowly was undoubtedly a tremendous piece of good news. To utilize void technology and modify the swarm, materials are indispensable. Converting divine power into psychic energy requires an eternal forge. The materials for crafting an eternal forge are River of the Dead Water, Solar Essence Gold, Stardust, True Dragon Bone Powder, and Chaos Sacred Flame. Xu Xiao fell silent upon seeing the price list. Xu Xiao's plan to configure an eternal forge for Jiaishuan, one resembling a divine essence capable of converting his boundless divine power, had stalled. The Book of Creation swiftly offered alternative materials. Supreme Divine Elixir, Solar Essence Gold, Cosmic Sand, Dragon Bone Powder, Beast Fire. A substandard ordinary furnace could be procured first, but Solar Essence Gold remains essential. The others can be substituted with common materials. Xu Xiao ran his fingers over the Divine Realm Conquest token he had exchanged for in the 7 slots in his possession, lost in thought. Chapter 78, The Chen Family's Turmoil. Divine Realm Conquest Token. After Xu Xiao listed his Supreme Divine Crystal on the Swarm's Heart Marketplace, a veteran demigod took notice. He offered this token capable of initiating a Divine Realm assault as the trade item. Bind. A thread of divine consciousness merged into it.
The palm-sized token instantly levitated into the air. A familiar interface instantly appeared before Chu Xiao's eyes. Demigods, lower gods, middle gods, upper gods. Nearby gods. Mine. Chu Xiao tapped open the My section and was surprised to see 7 names listed. Zhou Qiang, Lu Hai. Each name was followed by a countdown. Do the people I've killed have priority access?
A month had now passed.
Chu Xiao's breathing quickened.
He'd been scheming about how to seize these lesser gods' domains. Now it was all settled. But even if the divine fire realm is taken over by the pantheon, there must still be followers with demigod status inside.
I must first strengthen myself, then find a reliable ally.
Chu Xiao already had a suitable candidate in mind.
He continued to grind time and level up on the first floor.
Fortunately, having realized the dangers of losing oneself within the time chamber, the temptations of the first layer did not cause Chu Xiao to stray.
Fire Seed Academy.
Chu Zichen, Luo Xiaopang, Su Yuan, and the others completed their city defense duty. After swapping shifts with the incoming students, they boarded a flying vessel back to the academy. The group dragged their weary bodies down the stairs painted with the fire seed emblem.
A black raven perched on Su Yuan's shoulder shot Chu Zichen a cold glance before flying off alone. What a guy.
Don't get mad, Shu-san, don't get mad.
Fancy a juice to soothe your throat?
Luo Xiaopang rolled his eyes, leaping down the steps before taking a deep breath of the air.
Back to life.
Back to life, Luo Xiaopang resumed his fawning over Chu Zichen, prompting the others to shake their heads in exasperation.
Aren't you going to find Chu Xiao?
I will, but I can't find him right now.
I just want to stick with young Master Chu for now.
Now that Luo Xiaopang had become the chief logistics officer, Chu Zichen and the others stopped picking on him. His plump, jade-like face was plastered with a fawning smile. Seeing that chubby face he'd once wanted to punch, he now found it strangely tolerable.
Chu Zichen nodded.
I'll help you find him. Over this period, Chu Zichen had changed significantly, and so had the people around him. Of course, the most notable transformation belonged to Su Yuan. He seemed like a completely different person.
1 month later. Room 24, 10th floor of the men's dormitory. Seniors, has Chu Xiao returned yet?
Liu Bei shook his head, a look of concern on his face.
Not yet.
Chu Xiao hasn't been seen for a month. Yifan sat in the lobby with a dejected-looking Chen Zihan, while Zhang Fei and Guan Yu stood by helplessly.
Then we won't disturb you any longer.
For the past month, Yifan and Chen Zihan had visited daily. But Chu Xiao seemed to have vanished, never returning to his dorm room.
Mr. Chen, I've heard about the Chen family's situation.
As soon as Chu Xiao returns, I'll notify you immediately. Chen Zihan stood up, nodded, and stared blankly at the doorway with lifeless gray eyes. Yifan stood beside him. The moment they stepped outside, a crisp set of footsteps echoed from the corridor's corner.
Well, if it isn't our young Master Chen. How dare you show your face at the Fire Seed Academy?
A raspy voice, like a saw scraping wood, came from a youth clad in the Seed Academy uniform. The long sword at his waist was the very reward Chen Zihan had earned from the Battle of Wasteland City. Yifan frowned and coldly snapped, Chen Shuejuan, shut your mouth.
Ha 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 ha. My bad for not recognizing you.
And you're here too, Yifan, you good for nothing. Two losers together perfectly matched.
Chen Shuejuan walked past Chen Zihan, sneering.
Your source energy is damaged. You're finished for life.
That old fossil poisoned himself in the abyss. He can't protect you now. Hand over the divine essence crystal and you might have a sliver of hope. Otherwise, let the old fool die waiting. Chen Zihan's body trembled.
His fists clenched tightly before going limp. He watched helplessly as Chen Shuejuan's arrogant figure receded into the distance.
Utterly helpless.
At the doorway, Liu Bei patted Chen Zihan's shoulder in consolation.
Don't worry about that brat. Old Master Chen will be just fine.
After saying that, he too felt troubled. Honestly, ever since those prodigies redeemed from the abyss returned, the entire academy's atmosphere has soured.
Exactly.
Aside from Xiao Guanqing and Su Tianning, who are newly born geniuses, Chen Lai from the Yenuang Hall, Zhou Xueming from the Shenbing Pavilion, and Tang Wanjun from the Tianlai Cliff, they're all prodigies from 100 years ago.
Their return has plunged the Fire Seed Academy into a bloodbath.
They've even monopolized the mission quotas.
If you don't obey them, you get targeted. It's way too overbearing. Zhang Fei and Guan Yu couldn't help but vent their frustrations. Their newly formed Shushan faction faced repeated setbacks and now teetered on the brink.
But compared to the Chen family, this was nothing. After the Chen family patriarch collapsed, his divine power sealed off the entire Chen family estate, trapping all the divine fire experts present inside. Now, the Chen family was led by Chen Lai, who had rebuilt his physical form and ascended to demigod status. Upon hearing news of his grandfather's accident, Chen Zihan rushed home without delay. Yet Chen Lai imprisoned him, intending to extract and sacrifice his divine essence to break the divine barrier. Chen Zihan expended his primordial essence to obtain a boundary-breaking talisman and escaped, seeking refuge at the Fire Seed Academy. The two companions left the dormitory building together.
Suddenly, a large group of students wearing the black flame armbands of the Flaming Glory Hall leapt out from the bushes. Chen Shuejuan had returned, lying in wait like a venomous snake. Chen Zihan's eyelid twitched. Yifan, you go first. Go where? We're brothers, we stick together. Chen Zihan, brother Lai misses you terribly. Come home with me quietly, or I'll have to force you. Chen Zihan scanned the surroundings. Students nearby, upon seeing the Flaming Hall members, lowered their heads guiltily and hurried away. None dared meet their gaze. See? No one's coming to help you. I only spared you earlier because I didn't want to clash with that troublesome bastard Liu Bei. But do you really think you can hide forever? Move out. Chen Shuejuan gave the order. A student in the late silver stage vanished instantly from his spot. Thud. A palm strike slammed into Chen Zihan's back, sending his chi and blood surging violently. The wounded divine body violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Chen Zihan summoned the Whisperer set, equipping it in seconds, preventing him from fainting instantly. Chen Shuejuan's eyes lit up. Nice stuff. So this is the Whisperer that's been making waves? It's quite different from what's on the market. After Jiang Sisi and the others sold the original set, Chu Xiao crafted upgraded versions for them. Even those like Su Mushui and Chen Zihan, who didn't need them as much, received theirs. The barrier inscriptions on Chen Zihan's Whisperer battle armor glowed, allowing him to withstand a full power strike from a silver tier 8th rank opponent with his own silver tier 1st rank strength. Chen Zihan smiled bitterly. After his clan had sealed off everything from him, it was the captain who ultimately saved his life. TSK. Strip him down. Such good stuff, it's a waste to leave it on this useless piece of junk. Chen Shuejuan smacked his lips, his eyes gleaming with greed. Humph, so you broke through the Chen family's blockade using divine magic imbued in your battle armor? Chen Shuejuan grew more and more pleased with what he saw. Beside him, Yifan was struggling desperately to hold on. Fortunately, he possessed the engraving of the concentration technique, using the converted divine essence to sustain 3 silver white shields. He held his ground against the assault of 6th, 4th and 5th tier silver ranked students. Stop! Suddenly, 5 clear, furious shouts rang out from the distance, accompanied by the tinkling sound of silver bells. Jiang Sisi, Zheng Xiaoxiao, Zheng Tianqin, Qin Shuqi, and Li Xinhuan spread their silver wings and dove down from the clouds. Jiang Sisi folded her 2 pairs of silver wings and swept her gaze over the members of the Yanhuang Hall before her, roaring angrily. Don't you fear violating school regulations? Chapter 79, Spiritual Energy, Invasion. School rules? Chen Shuejuan sneered with contempt. The Student Council's new policy encourages combat among students to cultivate the fighting spirit and combat skills of the Fire Seed students. We're just having a little fun with Chen Zihan. Jiang Sisi narrowed her pink phoenix eyes in anger. The returning Chen Lai and his group had reshuffled the Student Council, enacting numerous stringent regulations. This was one of them. It was infuriating. Shin Shuqi helped the pale-faced Chen Zihan to his feet, channeling the Holy Maiden's divine light into his body. The steady flow of energy began to restore some vitality to his withered form. A faint flush of color gradually returned to his cheeks. White-silver shields hovered around Zheng Xiaoxiao, Zheng Tianqin, and Li Xinhuan, guarding against any imminent ambush. Chen Shuejuan snorted coldly. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet exploded. His body shot forward like an arrow, slamming a fist into the shield Zheng Tianqin wielded. The shield hummed with the impact, transmitting the immense force of the punch. The force blew Zheng Tianqin's eyes shut. She staggered backward, colliding with Li Xinhuan's shield. Both women stumbled and fell to the ground together. Watch out! Jiang Sisi shouted the warning. Shin Shuqi gritted her teeth, thrusting all 3 shields forward to block Chen Shuejuan as he charged like a raging tiger. Die! Bang! 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 A single punch sent 3 silver white shields flying. The fist of a 9th rank silver ranked fighter was about to slam into Shin Shuqi's terrified little face. Shin Shuqi felt a tight grip around her waist as a reassuringly strong arm wrapped around her. A familiar scent filled the air beside her as she was swept into someone's embrace and spun out of harm's way. Chen Shuejuan's ferocious punch was seized mid-air. Xu Zhao's icy gaze fixed on Chen Shuejuan as he spoke. Mr. Chen, what a temper you have. Is this how you bully girls? In the warm embrace, Shin Shuqi blinked her beautiful eyes, staring at the sharply defined jawline. She trembled with excitement, her legs clamping together involuntarily. On the other side, Chen Shuejuan's face flushed crimson as he strained to free his fist from Xu Zhao's grasp, only to find it immovable. Chen Shuejuan was stunned by Xu Zhao's immense strength, but even more terrified by those dark, piercing eyes. Deep and icy, they sent shivers down his spine even more than Chen Lai's gaze ever had. It felt like an eternity had passed. Let go! Let go! Crack! A piercing scream erupted. Xu Xiao thrust his palm forward and upward, and a distinct cracking sound echoed from Chen Shuejuan's wrist. Beads of sweat the size of broad beans formed on Chen Shuejuan's forehead, his face contorted in agony, turning the color of liver. Xu Xiao, I won't let you get away with this. Is that so? Shuchi, heal him. Shen Shuchi's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she maintained the suggestive embrace with Chu Xiao. She extended her wand and pointed it forward. A soft healing glow enveloped Chen Shuejuan. You know your place. Chen Shuejuan ground out the words through clenched teeth, but he wouldn't let this go easily. However, another blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Chest, abdomen, back, face, thighs, arms. Violent attacks came from all directions. The sound of shattering bones echoed once more. Chu Xiao released Chen Shuchi, instructing her to focus on healing, while he launched a full-scale counterattack against Chen Shuejuan. His speed was so blindingly fast that no one present could fully track him. Trailing after him were countless afterimages, like countless clones. In an instant, hundreds of Chu Xiao appeared before their eyes. The bone-chilling crackles sent shivers through every soul in the Yanhuang Hall. Chen Shuejuan, a silver-ranked 9th-tier practitioner, was tossed about in midair like a soccer ball. His arm snapped back 90 degrees, the stark white bone exposed from his thigh. Yet under Shin Shuchi's divine magic, it swiftly returned to normal. It was precisely this spectacle that made it unbearable to watch. After Chu Xiao cracked his bones, Chen Shuejuan's eyes rolled back, foam formed at his mouth, and his body shook uncontrollably. Blood poured from his wounds. A piercing scream rent the sky. After a continuous wave of agonized screams, the students of the Flaming Brilliance Hall stared at Chu Xiao as if they had witnessed a demon crawling out of the abyss. The glaring plum blossoms scattered across the ground served as a stark reminder, this was someone you absolutely did not provoke. Thud. He kicked Chen Shuejuan from midair into the ground. After the final restorative divine spell concluded, Shin Shuchi gasped for breath, utterly exhausted. Master, I can't keep up. Chu Xiao landed on the ground with deliberate slowness, roaring at the terrified students of the Yanhuang Hall. Get out of here! Only then did they snap out of it, scooping up the incapacitated, thoroughly worn-out Chen Shuejuan and bolting away in a flash. God, you're so cool. So impressive. Chen Zihan's eyes flickered slightly as a wave of disappointment washed over him. Captain, Chu Xiao waved his hand and smiled. I know about the Chen family situation. I asked Principal Lucian. He said it's not a big deal and told me to handle your situation first. Thank you. Thank you so much. Chen Zihan wept with joy. This was the only piece of good news he'd heard in the past month. His voice caught in his throat. He wanted to cry but forced himself to hold back. A man doesn't shed tears easily, only when he's truly heartbroken. Cry if you need to. Chen Zihan touched the tear that had stubbornly escaped the corner of her eye, her back suddenly straightening. No, I won't cry. And I won't be easily defeated. That's more like it. Since you still recognize me as your captain, I'll definitely help you. The faint traces of spiritual energy around Chu Xiao faded away. As spiritual energy flowed into the purple insect mark on his palm, the larval-shaped imprint unfurled its coiled form, metamorphosing into the shape of a jumping bug. Chu Xiao's physical prowess, at the 5th rank of silver, rivaled that of a 9th rank. The top priority now is restoring your core essence while boosting everyone's strength. I already have a plan. Cici, contact Su Mushiwei and her sister. Yifan, you contact Xiao Xiener and her brother. The rest of you come with me back to the dorm. We'll discuss our next steps together. Zhang Cici and Yifan nodded and quickly departed. Back at the dorm, Liu Bei opened the door and eyed Chu Xiao suspiciously. Your strength? Silver 5th tier? What? How did you get there so fast? Zhang Fei and Guan Yu, who had been preparing to close the door and train, rushed out of their room together and entered the hall. In the spacious living room, the boys stared at Chu Xiao, whose power had surged dramatically, as if he were an exhibit at the zoo. In just over a month since they last met, Chu Xiao's growth far exceeded everyone's expectations. He's a freak of nature. If it were you, you might actually stand a chance against those student council guys. Freshmen averaged early silver rank, sophomores mid-silver, juniors late silver, and only seniors advanced to gold. Yet Chu Xiao's current rank had already matched that of sophomores Guan and Zhang, and his actual combat prowess was truly terrifying. Liu Bei gave an awkward chuckle. Even at my silver rank 9, I wouldn't dare claim I could take down junior Chu Xiao. Before long, Su Muxue, Su Tianyin, Xiao Xiener, and Xiao Guanqing arrived together, followed by a little tail Yiling. Chu Xiao brandished his golden divine realm conquest token and addressed the assembled crowd. Next, I invite everyone to join me in conquering 7 lower-tier divine realms. All resources obtained will be divided equally among us. At these words, the crowd was stunned. Chapter 80, Divine Realm Assault. Divine Realm Conquest. Where there are people, there are disputes. Even the great gods within the pantheon did not ascend to their positions through peaceful means. While the pantheon ostensibly mediates all conflicts, the actual bloodshed is no less intense. When a god perished, their divine domain became ownerless. Divine servants above the divine fire realm are taken in by the pantheon, but those below the divine fire realm are left behind in the divine domain to await their demise. Their sole hope for survival lies in slaying invading foes during a divine realm assault. Divine realm assaults are a carnival for demigod realm powerhouses.
The resources left behind in the domains will help newcomers like Su Tianyin and Xiao Guanqing grow stronger. Are you truly willing to share resources with us? Even a powerhouse like Xiao Guanqing coveted the resources of a lesser god. And there were 7 such opportunities remaining.
Su Tianyin, standing nearby, echoed the sentiment. Xu Xiao, how do you plan to divide it? Simple.
You two get 30% each, and I take 40%. How you divide it within your teams is your own business.
40%? While the Divine Realm Assault Order and the 7 priority slots belong to you, we're both demigod-level powerhouses the main combat force. I think the ratio should be adjusted. Su Tianyin and I should each get 40%, leaving the remaining 20% for you. Business is business.
Xiao Guanqing and Su Tianyin felt that beyond providing the slots and token, Xu Xiao was essentially just tagging along.
This split was quite generous.
Xu Xiao smiled mysteriously.
Who said I don't have demigod-level combat power on my side? An eerie silence fell over the hall. Every pair of eyes instantly locked onto Xu Xiao's face. Demigod tier?
Zhang Xiaoxiao gasped with exaggerated mouth movements, while the others watched with bated breath.
Sissy Xuan, come out and say hello. Boom.
An elliptical green teleportation ripple dispersed, revealing a captivatingly long leg stepping forth. Pale purple skin radiated a wild allure, as if draped in sheer stockings. At her ankles, green energy ripples coiled a different kind of fluctuation from divine power. Next emerged a face of captivating beauty, her pupils suspended with 2 star-like flares. Insect-like patterns across her face resembled camouflage, adding an exotic flair. Jai Xuan wore living insect armor, 2 massive claws guarding her chest, accentuating her proud curves. From her back, sharp insect spines radiated outward, forming 2 massive wings.
Queen of Blades Jai Xuan. Jai Xuan. The noble paladin? Xiao Guanqing and Su Tianyin both recognized this classmate. Jai Xuan's reputation as a paladin was legendary.
When word spread that her divine essence had shattered, leaving her crippled, Su Tianyin had lamented her fate for a long time. The fall of a female demigod who stood shoulder to shoulder with her was truly a pity. Jai Xuan radiated a potent aura of demigodhood.
Su Tianyin exclaimed with delight, excellent.
She truly lives up to being the worthy opponent I recognized. Beside him, Xiao Guanqing nodded in agreement. Xiao Guanqing couldn't accept that this civilian prodigy, who had long outshone him, had ultimately fallen victim to someone scheming. Su Tianyin tucked her cascading hair behind her ears and smiled.
I agree to your proposed split. I have no objections either. After transforming into human form, Jai Xuan's aura once again dropped to silver.
Facing the others' confusion, Xu Xiao explained, Sister Xuan is now my divine attendant. Only this way can we preserve her cultivation level and even help her advance further. However, constrained by my own power, she currently possesses only 5 minutes of demigod combat strength. Therefore, I need to forge a demigod artifact for her, which will grant her true demigod-level combat power.
I need your assistance. Alright.
Once Jia truly possesses demigod-level combat power, I'll definitely have a proper spar with her.
Me too.
These are minor matters. Not only did the 2 of them despise such scheming and intrigue, but they also felt compelled to help for their sister's sake. Su Mushue's gaze drifted away from the maturely alluring Jia Xuan, a vague sense of loss settling in her heart. Compared to the 5 golden flowers, she had at least some confidence left, but now even that had vanished. Jia Xuan sat upright on the circular sofa, snuggled close to Xu Xiao. The simplest posture radiated the sunny warmth of a next-door big sister. Her ample assets were concealed beneath a white knit sweater and form-fitting jeans, her curvaceous figure radiating a profound maternal glow.
Her sharp, queenly demeanor left an indelible impression on everyone.
Like the primal call of a tigress, her defined, sensual muscles offered an extreme contrast. Her explosively hot appeal perfectly blended danger and temptation.
Xue.
Su Tianyin's voice rang in her sister's ear. Seeing her dazed and distracted state, Wanner smiled gently.
What are you daydreaming about?
Su Muxue snapped back to reality, only then noticing her sister's teasing gaze.
Nothing at all.
The group engaged in extensive discussion about the details of the Divine Realm cultivation techniques.
From what I understand, Zhou Chang's Divine Realm only has 1 demigod.
The other 6 all have 4 or more demigods within their realms, making them much harder to attack. The Starfall Tower's intelligence capabilities were second to none. The moment Xiao Guanqing obtained the list of 7, he had their backgrounds thoroughly investigated. Xu Xiao pointed at Zhou Chang's name and said, then let's start with him. I can deploy my eye worms to infiltrate and conduct reconnaissance first. Genesis Chronicle, connect to the lobby screen. In the void, countless eye worms transformed from queen beetles formed a horrifying expanse of bright yellow eye sockets. The crowd stared in astonishment at their own gigantic faces displayed on the central screen.
It can actually project the images seen by the alien insects.
That's incredible. Some had grown accustomed to Xu Xiao introducing new alien creatures. Xu Xiao studied the display, adjusting the angle before chuckling softly. Of course. They're the finest scouts, possessing extraordinary senses. They can detect the slightest movements and camouflage and even break through the abyss's misty illusions. Even creatures that burrow underground struggle to evade the highly evolved photoreceptors of the eyeworms. As infiltration units, they couldn't be more ideal. One thing Chu Xiao didn't mention. Eyeworms could also nurture mimicry larvae, effectively imitating enemies to conduct reconnaissance operations. Xiao Guanqing sucked in a sharp breath. These eyeworms? Love 'em, love 'em. For sale? For Starfall Tower, whose primary business was intelligence gathering, he desperately needed such capable reconnaissance agents. We can talk. Xu Xiao produced an offensive token. Upon activation, a star tracker bearing 7 stellar markers materialized before him. With a flick of his divine sense, he swiftly located Zhou Chang's divine domain anchor point within. The floating purple eyeworm immediately began to bob excitedly up and down, emitting a series of gurgling sounds. Then, it burrowed along the star line and penetrated that star point. The large screen instantly displayed the scene of Zhou Chang's divine domain. The eyeworm appeared at an altitude of 10,000 meters, undetected by anyone. The grayish-hued divine domain space revealed vast plains collapsing from all sides, with scattered fragments of land drifting within a void-infiltrated void. Within less than a third of the original territory, a dilapidated temple emitted a faint glow. Within the temple, a human warrior clad in animal skins knelt on one knee, none other than the sole barbarian demigod. Chapter 81, The Hearing. Xu Xiao, Xiao Guanqing, Su Tianyin, and the others stared at the powerful demigod on the large screen, lost in thought. After a long silence, Xiao Guanqing spoke first. I'm not confident I can stop him. Su Tianyin replied, neither do I. He is an exceptionally formidable demigod. The three of us combined might stand a chance. The eyeworm relayed a holographic projection of the barbarian demigod, whose ferocious aura caused their pupils to contract slightly. And this is him weakened without his divine master. If Zhou Qiang hadn't died, even the three of us together wouldn't stand a chance. Su Tianyin nodded repeatedly, deeply agreeing. We only have 5 minutes. If we can't kill him within that time, we'll have to abandon the mission. Xu Xiao narrowed his eyes, fixating on a spot on the projection screen as his body leaned forward involuntarily. Enough. If it truly can't be done, we'll just steal the ore. Don't forget, our goal is merely to gather resources. 5 minutes is more than enough for my swarm to strip its sun gold vein down to its last scrap. At his words, the others finally understood. Their gazes followed Xu Xiao's pointing finger. Within the mist-shrouded mountains, a group of savages guarded the vein. Carts loaded with refined ore were being hauled out one after another. But there were humans too? As their gaze drew closer, the moment they recognized the human faces before the vein, Xu Xiao and his companions exchanged stunned glances. Zhang Fei couldn't help but curse, damn it! Those bastards, stealing my ore? These people were also sealed within the divine realm now, but once the offensive began, they'd have a chance to transport their loot out. If Xu Xiao remained unaware of these thieving rats, even victory might leave him with nothing but an empty shell. This was trouble. Beep beep beep. A series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Everyone frowned and looked over. After Xu Xiao cut the video feed, Zhang Fei stood up and went to open the door. Student council? What brings you here? 7 student council members wearing red armbands pushed past Zhang Fei into the hall. Spotting Xiao Guanqing and Su Tianyin there, they exchanged surprised glances. They then produced a golden scroll and addressed Xu Xiao. Xu Xiao, you assaulted third-year student Chen Xuejuan without provocation. You are to accompany us. We will conduct a hearing to evaluate your actions and announce your punishment. This man's righteous demeanor infuriated several girls. Especially Zhang Xiaoxiao and her friends, who had nearly been beaten to the brink of injury or disability by the Yanhuang Hall members. They angrily retorted. Wait. Didn't the new student union regulations encourage student competitions? What did Xu Xiao do wrong? Encourage duels? The leading male student sneered coldly. He crippled someone. Is that still a contest? Without offering an explanation. With a flick of his wrist, a golden chain shot out from behind him, snapping toward Xu Xiao. Jia Yishuan's expression shifted slightly. Instantly, she struck out, sending the chain capable of binding even a demigod's divine power flying with a single palm strike. Jia Yishuan moved to the man's side. Grasping his neck, she hoisted him high and roared. How dare you? The hearing hasn't even begun. Xu Xiao is still innocent. How dare you arrest him? You foolhardy creature, do you want me to kill you right now? The leader, a senior at the first tier of the Golden Realm, was startled. It took him several breaths to recognize the identity of the attacker. Jia Yishuan. It was actually this killing machine. Wasn't she crippled by that senior's scheme? With Jia Yishuan's hand clamped around his throat, the captain could only plead for help with his eyes. Let go. Let go. Don't you fear punishment from the student council? Jia Yishuan was too swift, too powerful. The student council members had come in force, yet now they were all bark and no bite, too afraid to resist. Su Tianyin let out a light snort, unleashing terrifying divine pressure. The 6 student council members instantly bore the weight of immense force, gritting their teeth as they fought desperately to resist. I never knew the student council held such sweeping authority to arbitrarily punish people. After all, I am one of its 8 council members. The group was silenced under the overwhelming pressure. Xu Xiao stood up, coldly observing the struggling gold-ranked seniors. I can accompany you on this trip, but not as a prisoner. Got it? If you don't get it, I'll make sure you understand in an instant. The senior's face darkened. After Jia Yishuan released her grip, he managed to force out a single word. Understood. Ha-chi, ha-chi. Half kneeling on the ground, he clutched his throat which had nearly been snapped, still trembling with fear. This whole bunch? They're ING outlaws. Scared the crap out of me. Especially since that formidable Jia Yishuan seemed to be following Chu Zhao's orders. His heart trembled with resentment toward the senior who had assigned him this task. Su Tianyin released his restraint, and the 6 men sprawled haphazardly on the ground. They scrambled to their feet, supporting their captain as they respectfully invited Chu Xiao to attend. We'll accompany you. All right. With Su Tianyin and Xiao Guanqing accompanying him, it would save a lot of trouble. Student Council, Deliberation Chamber. Shenlai sat upright at the head of the table, flanked by Zhou Xueming, Tang Wanjun, Fang Yanluo, and Chu Fifan. Seeing Chu Xiao enter not under escort but welcomed courteously, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Shenlai's eyes. Chu Xiao strolled through the crimson doors of the decision hall with the ease of a leisurely stroll. Instantly, hundreds of curious eyes turned to him. The murderous intent emanating from the flaming splendor hall instantly chilled the air in the grand hall. Chen Xuejuan was carried into the hall. His hands and feet were wrapped in white gauze, oozing blood. His entire face resembled that of a Down syndrome infant, wearing a vacant, foolish grin. He was no longer capable of speech. The accusations against Chu Xiao were voiced by Yanhuang Hall members present at the scene. Chu Xiao, you monster! I'll kill you to avenge our captain. Shen Hao, his eyes red and swollen, cried out from the witness stand. Shenlai's brow furrowed, his voice echoing like a sound from the abyss. Chu Xiao, do you admit guilt? Shenlai commanded respect without needing to raise his voice. His black robes billowed as the pressure of a demigod descended like a mountain hundreds of feet tall. He looked down on Chu Xiao from above. The entire hall fell into a sudden, frozen silence. Shenlai, what do you think you're doing? This isn't your personal courtroom. Xiao Guanqing's icy sword intent coalesced into a barrier of sword energy, joining Su Tianyin in repelling Shenlai's oppressive aura. Oof. I simply won't tolerate anyone harming my classmates with impunity. Are you two intending to oppose me? Chu Xiao stood at the eye of the storm, unfazed by Shenlai's formidable power. He sneered coldly, Senior Shenlai, is it? Do you truly see yourself as some supreme being who can decide others' fates with a single word? You bastard. If not for me, you'd still be getting your ass kicked in the abyss. Shenlai's pupils suddenly contracted. His face instantly turning purple. Xu Xiao had struck a nerve. Xu Xiao met his threatening gaze with a low chuckle. Senior Shenlai, you're convinced I'm guilty? Got some kind of superiority complex? Xu Xiao roared with pent-up fury. It seems today's hearing is merely a formality. Some people have already pinned this label on me. In that case, bring your evidence to the Pantheon and accuse me there. Goodbye. Wait. Shenlai frowned deeply. Xu Xiao was about to leave, and he couldn't just let him go. A conviction by the student union would have terrified most people long ago. He had intended to force a confession. But with Xiao Guanqing and Su Tianyin present, the situation was tricky to handle. At the end of the day, they were merely a self-governing organization. If Chu Xiao stubbornly refused to cooperate, they couldn't forcibly detain him. In the past, the student union's sheer power had forced even the most defiant students to submit. But if Xiao Guanqing and Su Tianyin, those two half-god level experts who refused to submit, were to fight him, the situation would escalate dramatically. That was not my intention. Junior Chu Xiao, you may present evidence to prove your innocence. If you cannot produce it, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Chu Xiao turned and stared calmly at Shenlai. His composed demeanor infuriated Shenlai, who forced himself to suppress his irritation and asked, What? Can't you produce it? Xu Xiao sneered coldly, why should I be the one to prove my innocence? What? You've reduced the captain to this state, yet you still spout such nonsense. If you can't prove your innocence today, no one in the Yanhuang Hall will let you off the hook. Shen Hao, standing at the plaintiff's bench, staggered forward as if to charge, but was ultimately restrained by other student council members. His trembling accusations only highlighted Xu Zhao's demonic deeds. My kind captain is gone just like that. He was beaten into a state where he can't even take care of himself by this monster. Xu Xiao. Shenlai suddenly roared, golden vertical lines suddenly cracking open in his eyes, radiating a terrifying demigod aura. I gave you a chance. If you still refuse to produce evidence, even if Xiao Guanqing and Su Tianyin shield him, I will see justice served for Chen Xuejuan. Chapter 82, Why Prove Yourself? Shenlai's icy words instantly froze the atmosphere. Shen Hao smirked coldly as he watched. Xu Xiao stood silent, as if cornered into a desperate situation. Xu Xiao stood there, a barely perceptible curl lifting the corners of his mouth, his eyes concealing a heavy scorn. Then, you explain first.
Senior Chen Lai, why did you harm Chen Shuejuan? Chen Lai was baffled. Shen Hao roared angrily from the side, Shu Xiao, have you lost your mind? We're here to hold you accountable for harming the captain, and you dare to frame Senior Chen Lai? Shu Xiao blinked lightly. So what? You say I harmed Chen Shuejuan, so I must have? But if I say Chen Lai did it, that's framing? How unreasonable. Chen Lai, I'll ask you one last time. Why did you cripple Chen Shuejuan?
If you can't produce evidence of your innocence, I'll petition Principal Lucien to take justice for this unfortunate classmate and strip you of your position as a cruel murderer.
Boom. The hall erupted in an instant.
No one had expected Chu Xiao to not only refuse to defend himself but demand Chen Lai prove his innocence instead. How absurd, how laughable. Yet their laughter soon froze. Xiao Guanqing and Su Tianyan's eyes flashed brightly as they released immense auras, stepping behind Chu Xiao. Chen Lai, explain yourself. The two did not seem to be putting on a show, they genuinely demanded Chen Lai provide an explanation.
Indeed, they demanded explanations from Chu Xiao. Why shouldn't he be held accountable too?
Zhou Xueming, Tang Wanjun, Fang Yanluo, and Chu Fifan exchanged glances before simultaneously unleashing their demigod-level auras. They pounced on Xiao and Su, instantly suppressing their momentum. The four of them still intended to suppress Chu Xiao. A flame appeared before Chu Xiao Lucien's own admission token, the official proof of his status as the son of God. Get lost. Xu Xiao's furious roar dominated the entire scene, as if a hurricane of hundreds of levels had swept through. Shen Hao's eyes, already swollen and red, bore bloodshot marks from the sheer shock. The others' faces felt as if sandpaper had scraped across them. Hair stood on end around their jawlines as they stared at Chu Xiao in utter shock. A fine crack appeared in Zhou Xueming's mask. Tang Wanjun, Fang Yanluo, and Chu Fifan were all affected to varying degrees. The son of God. Only then did they recall that they too had once been the revered sons of God, not to be slighted lightly. That golden flame, symbolizing Chu Xiao's identity, burned steadily, igniting before merging into his divine form. This flame bore another name. Chaos Sacred Flame. Despite enduring repeated injustices, Chu Xiao remained unyielding and unbroken. He dared to resist, confronting tyranny head-on. Finally, within the murky chaos, his spark of fire transformed into the Chaos Sacred Flame. The holy flames might instantly pin the five demigods down, unable to lift their heads. Chen Lai and the others clung to their feet with their last ounce of strength, refusing to kneel. Enough! At that moment, a colossal surge of divine power coalesced into a semicircular barrier of light, crashing toward Chu Xiao. Boom! The moment contact was made, Chu Xiao felt an overwhelming force he could not resist. His body flew backward like a... Chu Xiao stared blankly at the figure before him. A deep, bitter sneer curling in the depths of his eyes. Finally, he'd been lured out. Tang Taizhan, the current dean of Fire Seed Academy, clad in black divine armor. His eyes burned with cold disdain. Was it really that difficult to eliminate Chu Xiao? Lu Xian, though the first dean, had been stripped of his position, retaining only the nominal title of Dean of the Outer Academy. This was also why he often found himself powerless to act, forced to offer only indirect assistance. Tang Tieshan's gaze, as sharp as a poisoned blade, swept over Chu Xiao, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Chu Xiao, don't be unreasonable. The dean is giving you a chance to prove yourself, seize it. Or are you going to claim I crippled Chen Shuejuan? Exactly. Everyone knows Senior Chen Lai was a prodigy, once hailed as the son of heaven. His glorious military achievements are far beyond your reach. So just confess already. What a load of nonsense. What a blatant distortion of truth. In that case, let's stick to the old rules. Tang Taizhan stared into Chu Xiao's contemptuous eyes, seeing in them the choice he had made long ago. Suddenly, the worst possible outcome flashed through his mind. Damn it, I must stop him. Tang Tieshan's pupils contracted as he abruptly unleashed the overwhelming pressure of his divine authority. A terrifying storm swept through the hall, sending tables and chairs flying. Numerous students were caught in the blast, each one lifted off the ground like dust particles and slammed into the surrounding walls. Just as he gloated over subduing Chu Xiao, another, even more powerful aura descended. Alarm bells rang in Tang Tieshan's mind, and his expression froze instantly. That power was all too familiar to him, all too terrifying. It was precisely because of this force that he had tacitly allowed the suppression of Chu Xiao. Tang Tieshan's chest exploded uncontrollably, blood spurting from his mouth. Gripped by terror, he heard Chu Xiao declare, I, Chu Xiao, as the son of the gods, request the Pantheon's impartial judgment. I demand that Chen Lai and Tang Taizhan, who have brought unjust charges against me, provide equal proof of their own claims. I pledge my soul as collateral, prove you did not sever Chen Shuejuan's limbs, nor reduce him to an intellectually impaired invalid. Chen Lai must prove he never used any means to harm Chen Shuejuan or his kinsman Chen Zihan. Tang Taizhan must prove he never participated in the assassination attempt against Jia Yishuan, a fourth-year student at the Breeding Academy, which led to her and her teammates being ambushed by demonic forces. Clang! Lu Xian appeared with a smile. Tang Taizhan and Chen Lai's faces darkened like black holes. Chu Xiao was ruthless, utterly brazen. No one could exploit the pantheon like this to coerce a former divine child, to coerce a major god.
Tang Taishan sensed the intense scrutiny of countless divine emperors within the pantheon.
Among them stood the guardians of Heavenly Palace's order. His knees buckled uncontrollably, nearly causing him to stumble. His eyes blazed with murderous fury as he roared. Xu Shao, why push things to such an extreme? Xu Shao remained standing where he was, his conscience clear. He flashed a row of perfectly aligned teeth, his voice dripping with murderous intent. Extreme? Is it more extreme than what you've done? Old fool. From the very beginning, I never intended to spare you the one who might have framed Sister Ishwan. I'll take things to the extreme and make you pay. Otherwise, why should we bleed for the flame and humanity up front, only to endure your scheming and treachery behind the scenes? I refuse to accept a battle where we bleed and weep. Senior Jia Ishwan and the others deserve a just answer. At that moment, Lu Fang and the other two seniors preparing to retire at the academy were already weeping uncontrollably. Jia Ishwan gazed at the sky with intense emotion. Gazing at the figure she once idolized, she clenched her fists. Lu Xian's merciless gaze fell upon Tang Tiejuan's face, his piercing stare as cold as death. The book of truth in his hand delivered its verdict. Xu Shao, found true. Chen Lai and Tang Taishan, it's your turn now. The trembling pair dared not speak in their own defense. Tang Taishan regained his composure and shouted angrily, Lu Xian, Xu Shao is just a lowly silver-ranked nobody. Are you really going to set this precedent for him? Allow him to freely question a main god? Chen Lai stood behind Tang Taishan, nodding frequently. Right. Even Lu Xian wouldn't dare set such a precedent. If any silver-ranked could point a finger at a main god-level powerhouse and demand an explanation, and the pantheon responded by disciplining that main god, how many gods would be implicated? Who doesn't have some dirty business in the shadows? Whether for oneself or for one's descendants, using a god's influence to eliminate a few trashy individuals, isn't that perfectly normal? Tang Taishan forced himself upright, waiting silently for Lu Xian's response. In the shadows, numerous gods, god kings, and even god emperors watched Lu Xian's decision unfold. Lu Xian, how about we end this matter here? I can offer compensation. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions and demanded Xu Shao prove himself without hearing his side. He doesn't need to prove himself, and neither do we. Those words seemed to drain every ounce of strength from him. Tang Taishan conceded defeat. A main god tier powerhouse had surrendered to a silver tier opponent. Though humiliating, it was far better than proving himself. Enough? Tang Tieshan's face flushed crimson as he uttered the words, his pride nearly shattered. Lu Xian pressed on relentlessly, but if he didn't know when to quit, someone would teach him a lesson. At that moment, a voice rang out from the sky, leaving no room for doubt. Tang Taishan, what if it's me who wants to know? Instantly, Tang Taishan felt as though he'd fallen into an ice cave. Chapter 83, Dismissal. Tang Tieshan's entire body shook violently. He knew all too well who that voice belonged to. The 100th Heavenly Palace, a divine emperor-level powerhouse, the guardian of Heavenly Palace Order, the Sacred Kaisa. Lord Kaisa. I am guilty. Chen Lai, unable to bear Kaisa's divine might, was the first to collapse to his knees, pleading incessantly. An unprecedented chill swept over him, and he dared not meet Kaisa's golden gaze. Chen Lai could only hope that figures like Kaisa would not hold this against him too harshly. I should not have targeted my cousin Chen Zihan for personal gain, causing damage to his primordial essence. I am willing to offer compensation to restore his primordial essence. Seeing no response from Kaisa, Chen Lai gritted his teeth and declared with anguish, I also vow not to lay claim to a single thread of the Chen family's assets. Everything I have gained will be returned to my cousin, Chen Zihan. Kaisa gave a slight nod, and only then did Chen Lai breathe a sigh of relief. When it came to Tang Taishan, he felt as though his soul was freezing solid. Unable to escape. Tang Tieshan's lips trembled as he said, I too, in pursuit of a spot in the top cultivation sequence at Fireseed Academy, allowed my subordinates to brutalize 5 female students, including Jia Ishwan, leaving one of them fighting for her life. I am willing to offer 1 portion of Yellow Springs water and 1 portion of stardust to rebuild Jia's divine essence crystal. Who ordered this? I can't say. This time, Tang Taishan refused to utter another word. Kaisa fixed him with a piercing gaze and declared coldly, effective immediately, Tang Taishan is relieved of his position as Fireseed Academy Dean. Lu Xian will assume the role. The promised compensation is to be delivered immediately. Additionally, you are to guard the black magic abyss for 1,000 years. Thank you, Your Excellency. Kaisa nodded, glancing at Xu Shao as she addressed Tang Taishan. Xu Shao is no ordinary silver-ranked. He is the sole human in his century to voluntarily join the Seed War. He is the human prodigy who repelled the abyss. The backbone of the pantheon, the spark of the world. I can accept his death at the hands of the abyss, but I will never tolerate underhanded schemes. Do you understand? In that moment, Tang Taishan finally grasped Xu Zhao's true standing in Kaisa's heart. A prime god intervening directly crossed the line of what Kaisa could tolerate. Upon hearing this, many archangels and god kings retreated. Kaisa shot a glance at Jia Yishuan before flapping her 6 pairs of wings and departing.
Lucian addressed Chen Lai and the others, return.
Atone for your sins through deeds. The group dispersed and departed. Dealing with Emir Chu Xiao had resulted in Chen Lai's crushing defeat and Tang Tieshan's dismissal.
They began to fear Chu Xiao. Many resolved to keep their distance. He was nothing short of a plague. Chu Xiao, thank you. Thank you for avenging Xiaolan.
Jia Yishuan's words carried the weight of profound gratitude. She had suspected the ultimate mastermind was among the high-ranking officials at the Spark Academy. She never imagined it would be Tang Taishan, a god-tier powerhouse. She had imagined it might be the Dean of Upper Gods, and even that had felt utterly hopeless. She pulled a nameplate from her bosom, bearing the bright, cheerful smiles of 5 girls. Now, among the faces in that photo, only she remained at the Spark Academy. Lu Fang and the other 2 had suffered severe psychological trauma, unable to continue fighting. They chose to leave. The most optimistic, lively troublemaker in the team had left Jia Yishuan forever. As their captain, she was deeply consumed by guilt. Chu Xiao embraced the neighborly sister who pressed close to her, words unnecessary. Lu Guanzhang and the others were filled with admiration. Damn, Chu Xiao, I was so scared I didn't know what to do. Me too. When that god-tier pressure hit, I went dumb, couldn't get a word out. Chen Zihao came over to express his gratitude. The immense pressure Chen Lai had exerted was finally lifted, allowing him to breathe easy. Zhang Cici and the others blinked their wide eyes in admiration. Facing a powerhouse like Tang Taishan without a hint of fear, Chu Xiao was just too cool. Little did they know that Chu Xiao's consciousness had spent 3,000 years within the time chamber. Within the time chamber, Chu Xiao's soul had grown immeasurably stronger, attaining willpower comparable to that of a supreme being. From this day forward, various forms of pressure would have little effect on him. Name, Chu Xiao. Rank, demigod. Markings, Supreme God's Will Soul, Undying Body Divine Form, IC Aura CICI, Necromancy Tiao Tiao, Blade Queen Jia Yishuan. Class Level, Silver V. Zerg Structures, Hive Unique, Blood Pool Tier 3, Spine Crawler Nest Tier 3, Roach Nest Tier 3, Thunder Beast Den Tier 3, Tunnel Bug. Divine Artifact, Genesis Chronicle Void Technology. Let's go! It's time to prepare for the assault on the Divine Realm. The Wang family. Wang Shang sat in his villa. After reading the intelligence in his hands, he was so enraged he shattered the table before him with a single palm strike. Chu Xiao, what a divine son! Alone in the dim study, Wang Shang's sullen face was veined with fury. The Wang family and Chu Xiao were locked in a bitter, unyielding feud. Now, every piece of intelligence about Chu Xiao left Wang Shang seething. His grandson, his son, and his daughter-in-law all had fallen victim to Chu Xiao. That irritating brat. He actually eliminated Li Ran, whom I had arranged, and brought down Tang Taishan, whom I had bribed. Chu Xiao, you've got some nerve. His most cherished desk, made of 1,000-year-old ironwood, crumbled to dust in Wang Shang's fury. Who? A figure cloaked in darkness suddenly emerged from the shadows. The hooded figure lifted the hood covering her face, revealing the lingering charm of a woman in her prime. It's you? Wang Shang recognized her. Zhang Huizhu, the Imperial Qing University professor entangled in an ambiguous relationship with his son. Weren't you captured by Lucian along with my son? How dare you show your face here? Zhang Huizhu gave a cold laugh. The black cloak abruptly fell away, revealing her S-shaped curves. She turned to the stunned Wang Shang and cooed. Hasn't this humble maiden come to seek the protection of the Wang family head? Zhang Huizhu moved closer to Wang Shang. Under his bewildered gaze, she leaned forward, pressing her soft curves tightly against his back. Her voice dripped with temptation. Well? Might the head of the Wang family grant me shelter? Her warm body, the fragrance of a young woman. Even someone as worldly as Wang Shang couldn't help but admire his son's discerning eye. Yet he cautioned, what are you up to? This woman clearly sought far more than mere shelter. Zhang Huizhu gently bit Wang Shang's earlobe and whispered in his ear, I intend to target the sister most cherished by Chu Xiao. I hope my father-in-law will assist me. Wang Lang's third wife, also Wang Shang's daughter-in-law. Her words jolted Wang Shang back to reality. Impossible. Chu Linger is now under the protection of the Moon Knight Order. Our Wang family cannot confront them directly. Otherwise, we would be wiped out in an instant. Is that so? Zhang Huizhu smiled rather than grew angry. Her 2 jade-like arms caressed Wang Shang's chest, slowly sliding downward, breaking down his defenses. Gradually lowering her body, she inquired. And now? Is it possible? Ha! Wang Shang's body shuddered. Evil surged in his heart, and he sneered wickedly. Perhaps it's not entirely impossible. After all, Tang Taishan was so incompetent he got fired. Chapter 84, Shadow. The original plan to attack the Divine Realm was interrupted by an unexpected turn of events. Classmate Chu Xiao, noble persons are prone to forgetfulness. I believe I mentioned a month. The price for breaking the rules is one you cannot afford. Inside the dorm room. A dark, alluring figure pressed a short dagger against Chu Xiao's extended neck. No longer the burly net assassin, a silver-white longsword now hung from his neck. Liu Bei, Zhang Fei, and Guan Yu were bound like art installations, suspended from the ceiling, mouths stuffed with cloth, muffled whimpers escaping them.
Misunderstanding. I was just about to come find you, but hadn't gotten around to telling you yet. Chu Xiao carefully pinched the dagger, slowly lowering it from her neck. He addressed Jia Yixuan, Sis Yixuan, put the sword down.
The shadow assassins of the divine net. Truly the world's foremost assassin organization.
A demigod-level assassin had slipped into the Spark dormitory undetected, and waited quietly in their dormitory for Chu Xiao's return. Come with me. Now. Immediately. Right this instant. Alright. I know you're in a hurry, but hold on a moment. I never said I wouldn't agree.
Seeing the dagger pressed against his throat once more, Chu Xiao exclaimed urgently. Shadow assassins lurked everywhere, and Chu Xiao had no intention of making mortal enemies. Sister Yixuan, notify Su Tianyin and the others the plan is postponed for now. Jia Yixuan remained uneasy, her inverted insect eyes fixed intently on the shadow assassin who dared harm Chu Xiao. Her body had already transformed into the form of the purple-clad Blade Queen. Tails formed from vertebrae like segments swayed left and right, their sharp barbs radiating a dangerous aura. The shadow assassin watched the alluring Blade Queen. Within her massive purple chest, a power not belonging to Jia Yixuan was brewing. The shadow assassin's pupils narrowed slightly as she barked, "Make her stop, or I'll take your head." A cold dagger pressed against Chu Xiao's throat as the female assassin pressed her body tightly against his, carefully avoiding Jia Yixuan's attack path. Chu Xiao felt two soft mounds pressed against his back, faintly scented with the fragrance of youth. He felt it necessary to intervene. "Hold your fire, both of you. Wouldn't you like me to save this person for you?" At Chu Xiao's words, the cotton balls behind him flattened further, the dangerous aura thickening. "Don't rush. With so many wanting me dead, it's only natural to have others probe into your affairs. Besides, the fact that your shadow princess is cursed and her divine essence is about to shatter isn't exactly a secret. Right?" After completely lowering her guard, Chu Xiao struggled to rein in his wandering thoughts. The female assassin's figure was stunning, not much less impressive than Sister Yixuan's. Of course, what impressed him most was Shadow's intelligence capabilities. "Where is your little princess? I can treat her right now." Seeing that Chu Xiao didn't seem to be lying, the female assassin sheathed her dagger, leaving the two buttocks exposed for him to see, and headed toward the door. "Follow her." Chu Xiao grew increasingly surprised as they walked. Following her to the girls' dormitory entrance, he stammered, "You're a fire seed student too? Wait, how can I enter the girls' dorm?" The female assassin shot him a suspicious look and snapped, "You're backing out now? If I can enter the boys' dorm, why can't you enter the girls'? Is that how it works?" Chu Xiao's Adam's apple bobbed as his feet froze in place, utterly paralyzed. He looked up to see a sea of colorful flags fluttering, various panties and underwear hung between the buildings. Chu Xiao's voice cracked slightly. "If I go in, you won't scream pervert and have me arrested, will you?" A flicker of light danced in the girl's eyes beneath her black veil. "Great idea. If you can't cure the shadow princess, I'll scream molestation. Then I won't even need to lift a finger to get rid of you." Jia Yixuan followed behind. The girls' dormitory? She knew it like the back of her hand. "Don't worry. If she screams rape, I'll rip her clothes off and say I like her." The female assassin spun around abruptly, staring at the once noble paladin in horror, as if to say, "Is this something you'd actually do?" Her persona was shattered. Without a hostage, the female assassin was no match for the paladin, a warrior who could both fight and heal, whose combat prowess was unmatched. Oomph. He entered a room laid out like a typical boys' dormitory. 3 girls emerged from the bathroom, white towels wrapped around their waists, faces cradled in their hands, wet hair dripping. Suddenly, a boy casually waved his hand at them. Gasping at the half-circle of exposed flesh, they dropped their basins and scrambled into their rooms. "Don't look!" The female assassin grabbed Chu Xiao by the collar with astonishing force, yanking him in front of her. "Look again, and I'll gouge your eyes out." Jia Yixuan shielded Chu Xiao, snarling, "You dare." Chu Xiao stepped between them, frowning at the female assassin. "I asked you before. You said it was okay to come in. You're not going back on your word now, are you?" "No, I said I'd take you to see the patient." The female assassin hurriedly led Chu Xiao to a door plastered with talisman seals. "She's under a powerful curse. Only the seals on this door can contain it. Why not summon the curse caster to lift it?" "We did. Even Principal Tang said the curse is extremely stubborn. Only the supreme purification technique can expel it." "Tang Tai-san?" The female assassin nodded. This was getting interesting. To prevent the curse from spreading if the talisman was exposed, Chu Xiao pulled a divine crystal engraved with barrier inscriptions from his robe and casually tossed it at the pink door. Instantly, a blue light screen divided the room into 2 separate worlds. A top-grade divine crystal? A nightingale-like gasp echoed from the doorway as 3 fully dressed young women entered the hall together, witnessing Chu Xiao's extravagant use of a top-grade divine crystal as the erase foundation. They stared at him as if he were a monster. "Yi Feng, is this the person you brought to treat Yi Huan?" "That's correct.
They watched as Chu Xiao opened the door. An ominous aura spread like countless arms, reaching out from the doorway to grab at him. A golden light suddenly flared around Chu Xiao. The black malevolence touched the golden light, recoiling as if scorched by flames. This could work. The female assassin's beautiful eyes lit up. Previous curse masters who came here merely cast spells to protect themselves, utterly incapable of making this malevolent energy retreat. Several black hands, finding Chu Xiao untouchable, shifted their attack toward the 5 girls outside the barrier. Thud! 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 The tentacles slammed against the barrier, causing the 4 girls who had witnessed the curse's power to gasp in alarm. Only when Chu Xiao's barrier truly held back the vicious curses did they pat their chests and gasp for breath. That scared the hell out of me. This kid's got some serious skills. Not bad. He's actually pretty cool. Buzz. The sacred sword sheathed at Jia Xuan's waist, sensing its master's fury, immediately let out a piercing warning cry. A colossal sword aura hovered above the 4 women's heads, causing them to immediately cover their mouths in terror, unable to utter another sound. After Chu Xiao entered, boundless malevolence sought to invade his divine domain. Chapter 85, Soul-Devouring Blood Curse. Soul-Devouring Blood Curse. His eyes activated the Heavenly Eye effect, and the Book of Creation automatically identified the curse's name while analyzing countermeasures. Though Chu Xiao had previously been unfamiliar with the Soul-Devouring Blood Curse, he now knew it inside out. The Soul-Devouring Blood Curse was exceedingly rare. Similar to the common Soul-Devouring Mysticine Curse, it was a treacherous and insidious spell. If a cursor recognized the Soul-Devouring Mysticine Curse but remained ignorant of the Soul-Devouring Blood Curse, then congratulations, you're about to fall victim. The cursor uses their own blood as a catalyst. After absorbing the Soul-Devouring Mysticine Curse into their body, the blood curse reveals its true nature. It travels through every inch of the divine body via the bloodstream, devouring the soul. The victim becomes a soul slave. The Soul-Devouring Darkine Curse and the Soul-Devouring Blood Curse have entirely different methods of removal, yet both are exceptionally troublesome curses. The latter is far more covert than the former. And far more dangerous. 2 golden beams shot from Chu Xiao's eyes, landing upon the girl whose aura was weak and frail, on the verge of being consumed. He gave a cold laugh. You're lucky those people didn't strike hard from the start. Instead, they took their time, wanting to use your divine body to nurture this strand of blood soul. Otherwise, it would have devoured you already. Chu Xiao didn't know if she could hear him or not. He reached out and pulled open the collar at her chest. Swish! Instantly, countless tiny figures formed from shadowy spirits swarmed out from her chest in dense clusters. The sight made one's scalp crawl. These specter-like figures growled lowly, threatening Chu Xiao not to meddle in their affairs. Soon, they would breach the maiden's divine barrier, invade her divine essence, and devour her soul entirely. Get lost! Chu Xiao pressed her fingers together, revealing golden inscriptions on her palm. She pressed downward, purifying the gray spirits and imprinting them onto a pair of snow-white jade rabbits. With a soft hum, Chu Xiao withdrew his hand, leaving the golden inscriptions between the snow-white peaks. They radiated a deterrent aura, keeping the surrounding shadow spirits at bay. Upward chest, throat, cheeks. Downward, lower abdomen, thighs, calves, feet. At each point, Chu Xiao meticulously imprinted golden inscriptions, banishing every arrogant shadow soul. Next is to purge the Yin energy within her body. Chu Xiao was unaware that the demigod-level spellcaster invited by Yi Feng and the others had been panting after banishing just a few spirits, while he had driven out hundreds in one breath. Yi Feng's eyes flickered with astonishment, her regard for Chu Xiao shifting. Their days and nights of fervent prayers had finally borne fruit. Previously, when exorcists they had sought out drove the spirits from Yi Huang's body, these malevolent entities would find opportunities to burrow back in, burrowing deeper and deeper. Finding them again was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Yet before Night Phoenix and the others could react, the spirits fled the moment they saw Chu Xiao's golden talisman, as if encountering their natural enemy. He no longer approached Night Phoenix's body. He actually pulled it off. Good heavens, Yi Feng! Where did you find someone this formidable? The blue-robed girl beside Yi Feng stared wide-eyed. As a gold-tier spellcaster herself, she knew she couldn't match Chu Xiao's power, the kind that made restless spirits cower in fear, daring not to approach. Now, the malevolent spirits and demons that had once swirled around Yi Huang's body were gone. Her life was saved, at least for now. Sister! Yi Feng's voice trembled with emotion. The shadow spirits lurking deep within Yi Huang's marrow had relentlessly ravaged her body, causing her unbearable agony. Now freed from the shadow spirits, Yi Huang revealed a serene little face, her long black lashes fluttering occasionally. Somewhere within the academy. Put! A black-clad boy vomited blood violently in the dormitory. Someone broke my curse. Half kneeling on the floor, the boy's pale face suddenly opened, revealing 4 crimson eyeballs. A searing pain tore through his soul. Backfired by the blood curse, he couldn't even stand up. Beside him, Su Yuan frowned and rasped. Was it Chu Xiao? The boy wiped the black blood spilling from his lips and glared coldly ahead. It was him. I underestimated the supreme divine art. But my curses aren't so easily broken.
The boy chanted a series of incantations. In midair, the words twisted and distorted like living creatures, piercing through his 4 eyes and appearing unseen on the chest of the girl in the blue dress. Neither Yifeng nor the others noticed the invisible cursed seals infiltrating the barrier. The blue-skirted girl jerked her head up, her eyes splitting into 4, her gaze fixed intently on Xu Xiao. The driven-away ghostly souls collided feebly against the golden light. And once the incantations entered her body, they erupted violently. Sizzle! 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 The brilliant golden light, encountering the erosion of black demonic energy, instantly dimmed. Oh no! Yifeng and the others heard the ghost's piercing shrieks, but Xu Xiao, trapped within the barrier, heard something far more terrifying. The demons that had escaped from Yi Huan's body spun wildly, devouring and merging with one another, coalescing into a distinct, shadowy form. A gaunt, elongated humanoid figure brandished a scythe, slashing toward Xu Xiao's head. Yifeng wanted to help, but someone was faster. With a whoosh, Jia Yishuan transformed into Blade Queen. Her bone wings flapped, propelling her instantly before the demon. Her purple tail, like a curved blade, clashed against the scythe swing. Xu Xiao pressed both hands against Yifeng's lower abdomen, purging the yin energy from her body. He couldn't spare his attention. The healing process couldn't be interrupted. If it stopped, the yin energy would backfire. Hidden deep within Yi Huang's body, that most cunning blood soul seized its chance and devoured both Xu Xiao and Yi Huang simultaneously. This was the true horror of the blood curse. The Yin souls expelled by the soul-devouring mystic Yin curse possessed no offensive power. Should the caster lower their guard, it would lead to utter ruin. Thus, Xu Xiao's barrier allowed entry but not exit. The spellcaster's expression darkened. Through the blue-skirted girl's perspective, he witnessed a fluttering tail lashing out at the ghostly forms, shattering each twisted incantation one by one. He couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? Only the most skilled spellcasters could dispel my incantations. Xu Xiao is restrained. How did that woman manage it? The spellcaster never imagined Jia Yishuan was using psychic energy, a collective term for multiple forms of energy. As the Blade Queen, Jia Yishuan combined her dominion consciousness to inflict damage upon the specter at the soul level. It was equivalent to 2 top-tier spellcasters capable of annihilating ghostly spirits working together to heal. To the boy casting the spell, this seemed impossible. First, top-tier spellcasters are hard to find. Second, arrogant sorcerers disdain collaboration. He had exploited this arrogance to ambush and eliminate many prodigies. Explode! The boy's blood-stained lips uttered the command. After the cold word echoed, the lingering spirit he'd been exchanging blows with Jia Yishuan exploded. In an instant, a violent surge of demonic energy spread outward in a black sphere. Jia Yishuan, standing closest, bore the brunt of the blast. A green spiritual energy shield materialized before her startled face. The shadow spirit, having absorbed the power of a demigod for so long, unleashed a force that hurled her toward the barrier. Jia Yishuan stared in horror at Xu Xiao, who stood equally within the storm's eye, her voice trembling as she cried out. Xu Xiao. Chapter 86, Blood Soul. The barrier surrounding Xu Xiao shattered instantly, allowing vast amounts of yin energy to seep into his ears, nose, and mouth. The boy casting the spell watched this unfold with sudden delight. It worked! The black raven perched on Su Yuan's shoulder cawed in satisfaction, addressing the Su Yuan before him. Excellent, Your Majesty. The heir to the supreme divine art has been eliminated. We may proceed with our operation. Within Su Yuan's body, a hoarse voice echoed faintly. Very well. Go inform the other demon lords. Prepare to ambush Shao Guanqing and Su Tianyin. They want to invade the divine realm? We'll be waiting for them inside. The black crow flapped its wings with a caw and flew toward the horizon. After the Yin energy invaded, Xu Xiao collapsed limply onto the snow-white body, his own divine form suddenly stiffening. Yin shot energies slithered like venomous snakes, coiling and writhing across the surface of the body. The remaining Yin energy coalesced in the air into a skull bearing a wicked grin, as if mocking his overreach. Amidst the vast expanse of white mist, Xu Xiao's soul had inadvertently entered this place where silence reigned. Xu Xiao, I hate you. Xu Xiao, all I wanted was to sleep with your sister. You wretched peasant. Not only did you refuse to hand her over willingly, you dared to resist. How I hate you. A wave of malevolent thoughts surged forth from the churning white mist. Within the mist, the gray figure was none other than Wang Chang, slain by Xu Xiao. Xu Xiao, do you remember me? Niu Benben from Chapter 8. I'm in so much pain. Why did you eat me? I'm Lu Hai. My death was so unjust. The white mist took shape, countless malevolent thoughts coalescing into fog monsters' heads that slithered toward him like venomous snakes. Xu Xiao furrowed his brow, swinging his scythe arm forward. A wind blade sliced through the mist monsters. The white mist churned, its malevolence still present. Ha ha ha, you can't kill me. If you can't kill me, I'll kill you. A shrill cry pierced the thick fog. The fog creature's face revealed one hideous visage after another, the very people Xu Xiao had defeated, appearing one by one.
Wang Chang, Niu Benben, Lu Hai, Zhou Qiang, Li Ran, and others, their faces were corroded and riddled with holes, as if they had crawled out of the depths of a demonic abyss, seeking vengeance against Chu Xiao. What an eerie mist! It can't kill me! Chu Xiao pressed forward relentlessly. The Book of Genesis revealed a path ahead, densely packed with tiny red dots along the way. At the path's end, a massive red dot stood out starkly. After dispatching a fog monster, Chu Xiao stared at the map and murmured, "I can't summon the alien insects to fight here. It's not wise to engage them. To break this stalemate, it seems I must confront the final boss marked on the map." Fortunately, he had the Genesis record. Otherwise, without a clear direction, facing a map that looked like a maze of twists and turns, Chu Xiao wouldn't have been confident he could reach the end before his soul power depleted. Pushing forward without hesitation, Chu Xiao raced like the wind. The entire fog sea erupted into chaos. "Chu Xiao, come kill me. I'll tear you apart, you demon. Wah, my flesh, my bones. I'll slice your flesh off piece by piece too. It hurts so much. I am a god. Why? Why must I die by your hand?" The curses of the fallen souls, each one wrapped in overwhelming hatred. This hatred drew Chu Xiao into counterattacking them, tempting him to pause and engage in fierce battles. "No, I can't let them hold me back." The voices of the souls seemed to mock him, constantly drawing his hatred toward them. Oomph, what a vicious curse. Anyone else would have charged in to fight, only to die here, drained of divine essence and utterly exhausted. Yet, a powerful, world-purifying light flared around Chu Xiao's soul. In terms of soul power alone, he was a veteran who had endured 3,000 years. Refine. His hands formed the lotus seal. The mist monster bearing Wang Chang's face twisted and shrank, its rotting features sucked into an invisible vortex. Chu Xiao attempted to refine the mist monster and succeeded. Moments later, a gray bead appeared in Chu Xiao's hand. Mist pearl. The essence distilled from the most adept mist-manipulating demons of the abyss. Crushed, it could transform a 10-mile radius into a fog zone. A valuable asset. Perfect for assaulting the divine realm. Eyeworms are peculiar creatures that can detect fog zones. With the mist bead, we'll hold the advantage of stealth. Chu Xiao advanced steadily, casually gathering mist orbs along the way. Before long, hundreds of gray beads filled his hands. He climbed the mountain, ascending to its peak. Countless mist monsters along the mountain path grew desperate, lunging frantically at Chu Xiao. A cold, mocking glint flashed in Chu Xiao's eyes. For most demigods, the divine soul is indeed a weakness. Without undergoing 3,000 years of divine soul tempering in the time chamber, I certainly wouldn't be able to refine you with such ease either. But, come into my bowl. The mist dispersed as Chu Xiao shot up the mountain path to the summit. Inside a thatched hut atop the peak, a young girl stared at him with cold, astonished eyes. "Who are you? Why are you here?" As the girl cried out, the mountain itself seemed to come alive. Countless terrifying monsters were spewed forth from its depths. Wriggling insects oozed from rock crevices, crawling creatures with rotting human faces slithered forth, and half-severed humanoid demons relentlessly pursued their prey. Ah! The girl, overcome with terror, lunged toward Chu Xiao. These materialized demons were something Yi Huang had witnessed firsthand. The mountain peak beneath their feet served as the venue for the shadow initiation trial. Chu Xiao had just seen the beautiful face of the white-clad girl. So, had he stumbled into her assessment for becoming a shadow assassin? As the girl lunged toward him, Chu Xiao's eyes flashed with even greater scorn. With a flick of his wrist, a dark gold blazing blade appeared in his hand. One strike cleaved the heavens. A fiery inferno suddenly erupted, stretching across the heavens and earth. "No, you can't kill me. I'm one of the shadow heirs. The shadow won't let you get away with this." Chu Xiao showed no intention of stopping. The blade sliced the girl cleanly in two, from head to toe. A suffocating pressure emanated from Chu Xiao, stifling the crimson figure. Infiltrating? The blood soul transformed into the night phoenix could scarcely believe it. "How did you spot me?" Chu Xiao pointed to his own eyes and sneered coldly, "Of course I saw you." Impossible. The blood soul refused to believe it. However, having missed the prime opportunity to parasitize and seize control, he remained unfazed. "Ha ha ha, kill me then. Each time you kill me, my power doubles. After 9 deaths, this blood soul form will rival a high god within this woman's divine domain." "You can't kill me. Is that so?" The blazing war blade trembled lightly. Chu Xiao swung his hand, and the feeble blood soul was torn apart by searing flames. Yet the blood soul swiftly reappeared before Chu Xiao, taunting him. "Come on, man. If you're a man, come chop me down. Your wish is my command." After 6 strikes, Chu Xiao prepared to unleash the 7th. The cleaved blood soul twisted its form, revealing its true body, a dense swarm of blood snakes. Each one strained to burst forth, intent on tearing Chu Xiao to shreds. The blood soul sneered arrogantly. "One more strike, and I'll be a lower-tier god." Chapter 87, A Blade Forged Over 3 Millennia. Shut up. The 7th strike pierced the blood soul's body unimpeded once more, cleaving it clean in two. Splatter. One stroke pierced the membrane separating mortal and divine realms. "God, I have become a god. The treasure bestowed upon me by the Lord has taken effect. Blood Soul's excited voice echoed through the void, his body rising into the air. Instantly, a crimson tailcoat covered his hideous demonic form. Just as he was overcome with ecstasy, feeling the surging divine power within him, his eyes widened in terror. Who are you? A frog at the bottom of a well can only see a small patch of sky above its head. Like peering at a leopard through a tube, one sees only a fragment. Yet, when the Blood Soul ignited the divine flame and ascended to the realm of the gods, Chu Shao appeared in his vision as towering and formidable. This was no foe he could hope to defeat. The eighth strike. Fiery flames poured down. Blood Soul abruptly lowered his head, his body shattering like glass. His once proud divine form could not withstand the blade's edge. The blood-based laws of its divine form were scorched by the flames, reduced to primordial essence, dripping away drop by drop. Gazing at his vanishing lower half, a thought suddenly surfaced in the Blood Soul's mind. Chu Shao, you did this on purpose? Of course. You should never have challenged me within the realm of souls. Horror. Terror. Chu Shao had deliberately allowed him to ascend to godhood, intending to refine his primordial essence to repair this maiden's divine soul. The Blood Soul screamed. Souls shouldn't be your weakness. How could you do such a thing? At that moment, the Blood Soul had no expectation of defeating Chu Shao. Escaping would be a victory in itself. Though it had been reborn. His divine form proliferated wildly under the power of the blood path, reforming once more. Yet, a twisted visage radiated unspeakable terror. Within the crimson blood crystal at its brow, Chu Xiao's expression of contempt was reflected. The ninth strike. A single strike honed over 3 millennia. Before Chu Xiao's blade even emerged, the entire sea of souls surged violently. Beyond the mountains, the sea churned with stormy waves. As if it could not bear the weight of the 3,000 years etched upon the blade. The soul's killing intent, pushed to its absolute limit, condensed into a plain, unadorned gray/line. A flash of steel. A shattering sound pierced the void. Shatter. A blade that stunned all flew forth. This strike severed not only the high god's divine form, but also the relentless pursuit that reached straight to the soul. The newly reconstituted divine form, before it could merge with the soul, shattered once more. The Blood Soul divine form instantly exploded, scattering into a sky filled with blood-red orbs. Within each droplet, the Blood Soul's face twisted in bitter resentment. The Blood Soul screamed. Master, I don't want to die. Release me, and I'll serve you as your dog. Release me. The Blood Soul, lurking in concealment, finally realized it had all been a trap to lure him out. Treacherous humans, devils. Chu Xiao's killing intent locked onto him. The Blood Soul knew he'd never be spared, and cursed furiously. You bastard. You treacherous scum. I'll fight you to the death. At worst, I'll shatter this little girl's soul sea and make sure you can't save her. Trash, you can't do it. Blood Soul's expression suddenly froze, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Ha ha, Chu Xiao, why are you so damn hard to kill? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the blood mist from his shattered body scattered in the wind. Severing karma, breaking the cycle of reincarnation. Chu Xiao slowly closed his eyes, the terrifying aura emanating from his body fading in an instant. Every scene of Blood Soul's countless evils was captured in his mind. A cruel hatred curled at the corners of Chu Xiao's mouth. Damn it all. In the visions, countless humans perished in unspeakable ways. As a human himself, Chu Xiao could not ignore the Blood Soul's atrocities against human infants, heart gouging, blood draining, alchemical refinement, and a litany of other horrors. Gazing upon the severed limbs and mangled children, his resolve to confront the abyss only hardened. The primordial downpour poured relentlessly. Night Phoenix's soul sea unexpectedly calmed. The primordial essence that fell upon the sacred mountain nourished the earth, reviving all living things. Within the mountain's core, a pale figure stirred to life. Gone, gone, gone. The rest was up to Night Phoenix herself. Chu Xiao now saw her completely, even in her soul form, leaving nothing hidden from his gaze. From the slain Blood Soul, Chu Xiao gained 2 rewards. Examining the Blood Soul orb and the demonic artifact boundary-breaking spike in his hands. He cast a purifying spell before disappearing from Yi Huang's soul realm with satisfaction. This time, the enemy's scheme was nothing short of vicious. Fortunately, he had entered the time chamber beforehand, cultivating his divine soul to the level of a main god. Even with his physical limitations preventing him from wielding the full power of a main god. Within the divine soul's secret realm such as this sea of souls, Chu Xiao could unleash formidable power. Put. The spellcaster spat another mouthful of blood at the 4 kings meeting, abruptly bracing himself against the table to steady his body. After gasping for breath for a long while, he delivered news that stunned the other 3 kings. Blood Soul is dead. What? How is that possible? Wasn't he said to be unmatched in the Soul Sea realm? Blood Soul King, could you have mistaken him for someone else? Would I risk half my soul to joke with you? The Raven King fell silent before asking. Have the Blood Soul Orb and the boundary-breaking spike, the demonic treasures bestowed by the Divine Sovereign, also been lost? Blood Soul King nodded grimly, his eyes darting wildly as demonic patterns flickered within them. 3 of the 7 kings perished during their assault on the wasteland city. The remaining 4, facing the Abyss Lord's wrath, chose to abandon their divine bodies.
They possessed students of the Fire Seed Academy to infiltrate the human world. They were ordered to kill Chu Xiao, yet they still failed.
Was it Lucian who intervened?
The Blood Soul King had no choice but to admit yes. Who else could silently annihilate a blood soul that had reached the rank of High God in the Sea of Souls after 9 deaths? Such an ascended god bears obvious flaws, but it absolutely could not have been slain by Chu Xiao.
Damn it! We underestimated Chu Xiao's standing in Lucian's eyes.
The Lich King, the Fiend King, and the Raven King concurred with this assessment. The plan to use the Blood Soul Orb, gain momentary High God power after 9 deaths, and eliminate Chu Xiao was devised by the Lord of the Abyss. The Blood Soul King had even sacrificed half his soul for this. The Demon King, clinging to a sliver of hope, asked, could it be that the enemy merely imprisoned the Blood Soul King without killing him? Is that something Chu Xiao could have accomplished? Impossible. Blood Soul King declared with certainty, I am absolutely certain the Blood Soul was killed, not imprisoned. According to our plan, if Chu Xiao chose to trap the Blood Soul with a barrier, the Blood Soul would use the Boundary Piercer to escape and then find a place to lie low. After all, Chu Xiao once trapped the Void Black Mosquito. The 4 kings had calculated every possible outcome, yet never anticipated Chu Xiao breaking the stalemate. At worst, he should have killed Night Phoenix, drawing endless vengeance from the shadows upon Chu Xiao. His failure to rescue her would naturally draw retribution upon him. The 4 kings exchanged glances. Finally, the Blood Demon King broke the silence and asked Su Yuan beside him, how's the matter of contacting Chen Lai progressing? After the Lich King secured his lifebox in a safe place, he returned his body to Su Yuan. Su Yuan bowed humbly toward the 4 kings. Your Excellencies, they have agreed to cooperate. Chapter 88, 13 Ghostgate Needles. Awake! Awake! The overwhelming aura of death receded. Within the pink chamber, not a trace of Yin energy remained. Chu Xiao opened his eyes and crawled up from Yi Huang's snow-white chest. With the dark spirits and black mist no longer clinging to Yi Huang's body, the entire room brightened. As the barrier dissolved, Yi Feng rushed into the room. Cradling her sister, whose complexion was gradually regaining its healthy flush, and examined her closely. Yi Huang and Yi Feng were identical in appearance and physique, as if carved from the same mold. Sister? I feel like I've been in a very long nightmare. A soft, sweet voice murmured in her ear. Unlike the ill-tempered Yi Feng, this was an adorable girl, with a fluffy teddy bear snuggled against the headboard. This is wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Yi Feng had sought help from many to break the curse, but none could do anything. The blood soul was deeply concealed. Even the self-proclaimed ghost doctor Grandpa could only identify the curse's name, the soul-devouring mystic Yin curse. After the curse was lifted, the hidden blood soul not only survived but grew stronger, feeding off the scattered soul energy of the defeated spirits. Nonsense! Nonsense! Let me in! Downstairs at the dormitory, a bearded old man was blocked by the dorm supervisor. He puffed out his cheeks and glared, insisting on entering the women's dormitory. Oomph! You disrespectful old fool! Do you think you can just waltz into the girls' dorm? Letting you in would be the real nonsense. What's going on? Hearing the commotion, Yi Huang asked in confusion. That voice. Could it be Ghost Doctor? Grandpa Ghost Doctor has arrived? Yi Huang propped herself up to greet him, only to realize Chu Xiao had merely tucked her blanket around her without dressing himself. Yikes! Get out! Chu Xiao was kicked out the door by the furious Yi Feng, his heart heavy with sorrow. I've seen things I should and shouldn't have. So what? If it comes to it, I'll show you too. Before long, Yi Feng ushered the Ghost Doctor into the room. Upon entering, the old man first appraised Chu Xiao, finding himself unable to quite fathom this youngster. How peculiar, how peculiar. Ghost Doctor Grandpa, please check my sister again. Is there anything else wrong? Very well. The old man raised his aged arm, and 13 silver needles emerged from his sleeve, hovering before Yi Huang. Baidui, Zhenzhong, Wuyin as his fingers slowly descended, the needles settled precisely into the girl's body under his control. In Chu Xiao's vision, threads of divine energy connected each needle. Occasionally, the needles would tremble, their vibrations traveling along the threads to the old man's fingertips. Is this the divine power of medicine? Chu Xiao watched with growing fascination. The old man seemed to sense his observation and learning, deliberately or inadvertently slowing his movements slightly. This eased the pressure on Yi Huan while satisfying Chu Xiao's curiosity. After a long while, the needles were withdrawn. Phew! Little Phoenix, where did you find such a skilled practitioner? They've completely expelled the curse. I failed to break it earlier and only recognized it after poring over ancient medical texts. What afflicted little Phoenix wasn't the soul-devouring Yin curse, but something far more insidious, the soul-devouring blood curse. The blood soul-devouring curse? Exactly. It's a cursed art from the ancient era. Back then, there existed a demonic entity called the Blood Soul, capable of silently parasitizing the divine bodies of those with divine firepower. Initially, these demons were weak and thus difficult to detect. Over time, it gradually spawned dark spirits that disguised themselves as the soul-devouring Xianin curse, deceiving the cursebreaker into attempting to remove it as a Xianin curse. It lurked in the shadows, devouring the spellcaster's divine power and the primordial essence leaking from the cursed victim during healing. Eventually, it became completely intertwined with the cursed individual, rendering it impossible to destroy. After hearing this, Yifeng felt a wave of dread wash over her.
Then what about my sister?
The old man also felt a pang of regret.
Fortunately, my instincts warned me. I realized attempting to break the curse using the soul-devouring yin-yang exorcism would endanger her life.
Stopping immediately gave Xiao Huang a sliver of hope. Otherwise, not only Xiao Huang, but I too would have faced a blood soul capable of unleashing the power of a high-ranking god within the Sea of Souls.
My entire cultivation would have become its nourishment.
Yi Feng's breath caught slightly.
She turned to stare at the old man, exclaiming, "Grandfather Ghost Doctor, who could be so ruthless as to scheme against my sister and even you?"
The old man slowly raised his head, his gaze sharp as blades.
"I cannot say for certain, but it must be one of a few individuals."
Xu Xiao scoffed.
"Since Senior Night Feng isn't in a good spot either. Once we handle what we promised you, we'll be on our way."
Xu Xiao had no desire to hear more. He had no interest in getting entangled in the Shadow Organization's internal power struggles. He had enough troubles of his own.
"Hold on."
The ghost physician halted Xu Xiao, studying him with appreciation.
"Young man, I see you possess remarkable talent. Might you be interested in inheriting my legacy?"
Xu Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, puzzled.
"Excuse me, senior, what exactly is the difference between your medical arts and healing magic? If I learn your medical arts, does that mean I'd be changing my profession?"
The ghost doctor narrowed his eyes, sizing Xu Xiao up from head to toe.
"Good question, lad.
My medical skills are naturally incomparable to healing magic, and learning them won't require you to change professions.
So, are you interested?" "No, it feels like it might bring trouble." The ghost doctor's medical skills were formidable and alluring.
But Xu Xiao sensed that becoming the old man's apprentice would inevitably entangle him with the shadows.
"Hold on."
The ghost doctor stroked his beard, chuckling coldly.
Countless have sought to inherit my medical arts only to be rejected. You dare refuse me?"
Before Xu Xiao could respond, he was horrified to find himself lifted by the ghost doctor's supernatural power, his entire body floating in midair.
"You refuse it, but I insist on giving it."
13 pitch-black bone-piercing needles slid from the ghost doctor's sleeve, their tips glowing with a bluish light. With a flick of his wrist, they all plunged into Xu Xiao's back. A chill pierced his heart, yet his spirit soared. Xu Xiao suddenly felt his blood flow freely through his meridians, his heart pounding with vibrant vitality. The vast life force absorbed from the time chamber had transformed his heart into a golden hue. He could now see within himself.
Simultaneously, vast medical knowledge flooded his mind.
He absorbed all the memories in a haphazard manner.
Recalling the specific details of the ghost physician's medical techniques, knowledge gushed forth from the Book of Creation.
The old man's techniques, experience, herbal identification, and disease diagnosis felt like personal instruction.
"It seems I can now treat patients with acupuncture too." Xu Xiao marveled at the power of the Genesis record.
After the meridian and heart modifications, the divine power he could draw upon had increased fivefold.
Who knows? Perhaps even the golden rank is within my reach now.
Xu Xiao landed lightly, while the ghost doctor clutched his mouth, coughing up a pool of congealed blood.
Cough, cough, cough.
"Young man, how much of my Ghost Gate 13 needles have you truly grasped?" Xu Xiao had been harboring some resentment, but seeing the old man's exhausted state, his heart softened. He answered truthfully, 10%, senior.
10%?
The old man's trembling beard nearly fell off. He stared intently at Xu Xiao, seeing no trace of boastfulness, and laughed heartily.
"I believe you.
Never did I expect, in my twilight years, to encounter such a prodigy." After passing on the legacy, the last of his vital energy drained away, and his body collapsed swiftly.
"My life has not been in vain. Truly, it has not been in vain."
The ghost doctor's already aged face grew even more weathered as he smiled bitterly.
"I was selfish.
Young man, I don't ask you to call me master, nor do I ask you to get involved in the affairs of these two little phoenixes.
But when their lives hang in the balance, would you save them just once?" Chapter 89, Soul Pearl, Divine.
The ghost doctor slumped onto the floor. Seeing Xu Xiao's reluctance to commit, he made no further demands. Instead, he gently stroked Yi Huang and Yifeng.
"You two girls, my fate is sealed. My death now isn't solely due to the curse binding little phoenix. When I failed to break through to become a main god, I already had little time left. The curse merely hastened the process." The two girls wept uncontrollably. "No, it's all my fault. All my fault. If I hadn't been so arrogant, exploring that ancient ruin, we wouldn't have been cursed. Grandpa Ghost Doctor wouldn't have left us so soon."
Yi Huang's voice broke into fragments. Over the years, the two had long regarded Ghost Doctor as their own flesh and blood grandfather. The memory of childhood days, when they'd tug at his beard and play, and the Ghost Doctor would lose himself in their repeated calls of Grandpa, smiling so broadly his mouth couldn't close. The orphaned pair wept even harder.
After school, others had parents, but they had grandpa. When bullied, it was grandpa who took their small hands, tracked down the bully's parents to argue, forcing those arrogant heads to bow in apology. Throughout their entire lives, the ghost doctor grandfather was their only family. The ghost doctor addressed Chu Xiao, who still refused to give up treatment and was determined to needle him. Give it up, kid. Don't I know my own body better than anyone? I know you wish to avoid karmic retribution, but some things cannot be evaded. When I dug those two little girls out of the pile of corpses, I saw today's outcome. Cough cough. They are the redemption for my sinful life. Little Phoenix, as a ghost doctor, I've committed countless evils. But to have met you two in my final days, I have no regrets. No, Grandpa didn't do evil. Grandpa is the best. The old man smiled as he lowered his arms, which had been caressing them. Ghost Doctor Grandpa. Yi Feng and Yi Huang wept with heart-wrenching anguish. Their only kin, their sole anchor, was gone. Alone and abandoned, the world now held only the two sisters, clinging to each other for survival. His primordial essence is depleted. The ghost physician has exhausted every ounce of strength to reach this point. He must be preparing for a desperate last stand. Chu Xiao inserted golden needles into the old man's body to probe his condition. The moment they touched the body riddled with wounds, the Genesis record automatically revealed the brutal truth. The ghost physician's body had long been undermined and corrupted by the blood soul lurking in the shadows during each treatment of Night Phoenix. Every golden bone was covered in cracks. His soul's essence had dimmed to a lifeless glow. This was not the physical state befitting a high god. Woo woo. Yi Huang threw herself into Chu Xiao's arms, her tears soaking his clothes. Chu Xiao helplessly spread his arms, gently patting her delicate back. We should lay the ghost physician to rest. Jia Yishuan understood and retrieved a bronze coffin set used for laying comrades to rest. They Hu warriors who constantly walked the line between life and death each kept a set of coffins ready for themselves and for their comrades. Watching Chu Xiao cradle the old man's remains into the coffin and close the lid, Yi Huang's sobs were punctuated by the sound of clenched teeth as she whispered, "Ghost Doctor Grandfather, it was all to save me." In the shadows, he was the only family my sister and I had. Night Phoenix wiped away her tears, clenching her jaw. Sister, rest assured. I will find out who harmed you and harmed Grandfather Ghost Doctor. Until his dying breath, the old man had thought only of the two girls, paving the way for them. This hatred must never be forgotten. Wiping away a tear, Yi Feng said to Chu Xiao, "You may go. We can take care of ourselves." Wait. Chu Xiao flipped his hand, handing the soul orb obtained from slaying the blood soul to Yi Feng. This soul orb can replenish your primordial essence and aid your breakthrough to demigod. Consider it my repayment for the kindness shown by the ghost physician. Yi Huang paused, accepted it, then nodded, forcing a faint smile. Thank you. I'll come find you. With that, Chu Xiao led Jia Yishuan out of the girls' dormitory. The dorm supervisor at the entrance gave him a casual glance before returning to her knitting. The two walked along the central avenue into the small grove. Jia Yishuan asked Chu Xiao, who had suddenly stopped walking, "What's wrong?" Suddenly, crimson beams of light flared up around them, enveloping Chu Xiao and Jia Yishuan. From the shadows of the woods emerged a figure in a blue dress. Seeing that Chu Xiao showed no surprise at her appearance, she asked in astonishment, "You noticed me all along?" When the senior passed down medical techniques to me, you carelessly leaked a trace of lower-tier god energy, which I detected. Chu Xiao pushed Jia Yishuan behind him and calmly faced the senior classmate before him. This person had secretly replaced Yi Huang and the other's roommate, lying in wait. She certainly had no good intentions. Chu Xiao smiled faintly. Experience truly counts. I couldn't escape this karmic debt with you, senior. Poof. The woman's cold brows furrowed in fury. Hand over the inheritance that old hag gave you, and I'll let you die painlessly. Otherwise, I'll make you taste a curse far more terrifying than the soul-devouring blood curse. Swish. A cold gleam flashed in the woman's hand. A terrifying, vengeful spirit coiled around her hand. The specter emitted a shrill, wicked cackle as the surrounding temperature plummeted precipitously. I know you mastered the supreme barrier technique. But my wrathful spirit heart-devouring array is no ordinary barrier formation. With your strength, you cannot break it. Unless, of course, you possess a divine artifact specifically designed to shatter formations. I don't have such a divine artifact. Truth. The woman possessed the divine ability to discern truth from falsehood. Upon hearing his words, she immediately concluded Chu Xiao was not lying, and her guard relaxed further. Behind Jia Yishuan, her insect wings spread fully, her tail twitching uneasily. This woman ranked third among the most dangerous foes she had ever faced. The two most perilous encounters had both been against unbeatable divine fire realm powerhouses. Had it not been for someone coming to their rescue, she and her squad members would have perished long ago. Growing impatient, the woman resolved to force the issue. The third eye between her brows suddenly opened, and waves of seductive allure radiated from her body. In a haze, several naked beauties rose slowly from the sea of wine and flesh, swaying seductively toward Chu Xiao. How shameless! Jia Yishuan's face flushed crimson. She turned away, refusing to look at these wanton women. She had never witnessed such a spectacle before.
Her ears burned bright red, overcome with embarrassment. Yet beside her, Chu Xiao wore an expression of righteous indignation.
Is that all? Had his past life's experience with hundreds of T-levels been wasted?
He sneered coldly, I may not possess a divine artifact that shatters boundaries, but I have a demonic artifact that does. A black, sharp spike, coiled with malevolent energy, shot from Chu Xiao's hand, piercing straight toward the woman's third eye.
What? It's the truth.
The woman sensed grave danger as her third demonic eye suddenly sounded the alarm. A demonic spike as thick as a forearm pierced through the barrier she had set up with a thud. She gasped, the boundary-breaking spike. A renowned boundary-shattering artifact of the abyss. How did you get it? Breaking through the barrier, 3 golden flying needles followed close behind. The 13 Ghostgate needles weren't merely a life-saving medical technique, they had been developed by the Ghost Doctor into a top-tier secret art capable of taking lives. Thud. 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 The needles pierced her body, instantly sealing her cultivation. The residual divine power of the Ghost Physician, as expected, rendered this lesser god helpless as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Chu Xiao remarked coldly, disabling you serves as vengeance for the Ghost Physician. However, how to proceed from here is up to you.
Chapter 90, Invasion.
Yi Feng and Yi Huang emerged from the forest. Standing side by side, the surrounding vegetation seemed to ignite with their boundless fury.
Yi Feng confronted the woman, demanding, who exactly are you? When did you possess Sun Yun? Ha 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 ha. You want to know? I'll tell you, I belong to the ghosts.
You cannot kill me, or else you'll face the ghosts' relentless pursuit.
Shadow ghosts? Night Phoenix and Night Phoenix were horrified.
This was the infamous organization within the Shadow Realm, specializing in dirty deeds.
Didn't you always stay out of the candidate races?
The woman sneered coldly, that was then.
Now we've been reborn, becoming the most loyal hounds under that master.
Chu Xiao, having inherited the Ghost Physician's legacy, you are qualified to join us.
Refuse, and you'll meet the same fate as that old fool.
With that, the woman waited smugly for Chu Xiao and his companions to consider her offer. Those who had heard of the shadow ghosts knew no fear.
The next second. You. A long blade pierced through the woman's chest, emerging cleanly from her back.
Chu Xiao gripped her trembling shoulders, plunging the blade deep into her chest once more. His voice was cold.
Sorry, I'm not here to be anyone's lackey.
Wiping the blood from the blade as he withdrew it, Chu Xiao added apologetically, sorry, I made the decision for you.
Killed? Yi Feng couldn't believe it.
A lower-tier god of the ghost realm, Chu Xiao had killed her without hesitation. She was a powerhouse at the divine fire realm, not some cabbage in the park.
Kill? Or keep her around for the new year?
Chu Xiao spoke casually, yet Yi Feng and Yi Huang struggled to accept his ruthless decisiveness. Especially Yi Feng, who took a step back in fear.
He wouldn't swing a blade at me too, would he?
Beside him, Yi Huang smiled faintly, her eyes crinkling like crescent moons as she turned to Chu Xiao. Junior brother Chu, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Yi Feng snapped out of his daze.
Sis, what do you mean?
Night Phoenix's crimson lips curved upward as her fingertips toyed with a strand of black hair by her ear. Silly sister, Junior Chu is already on our side. Yi Feng seemed skeptical. She glided over to Chu Xiao, a flicker of wariness in her eyes. She poked his chest with her finger, only to find him seemingly unconcerned. Only then did she revert to her usual defiant demeanor. Is that so? If you weren't capable, I wouldn't have come to save you. Chu Xiao smiled as he bid farewell to the sisters Yi Feng and Yi Huang. The moment he turned away, a sharp pain shot through Chu Xiao's earlobe as a small hand yanked his ear.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
So you do feel pain after all. My little Chu brother sure knows how to charm the ladies. Jia Yixuan appeared beside him, her beautiful eyes twinkling with playful amusement, yet her affectionate gaze held a hint of reproach.
From now on, you're not allowed to take risks alone, understand?
Through the Ghost Doctor, she too knew that to break the soul-devouring blood curse, they would ultimately face a high god in the realm of souls. Jia Yixuan didn't know what backup plan Chu Xiao had, but the mere thought of the danger involved. She clenched her fingers so tightly she twisted that annoying ear of his a full half-turn.
See if you dare do it again. I won't. I won't again.
Chu Xiao's hoarse, grimacing expression amused her. Suddenly, a pair of large hands wrapped around her waist. Having tasted her flesh, Chu Xiao found himself increasingly unable to control himself. His wide mouth seized her plump, tempting red lips. His hands grew restless, expressing his desires.
Smack, smack, smack.
In the small grove, another pair of lovers became lost in passionate embrace.
Night. Everyone gathered in room 1024. Chu Xiao scanned the room.
Xiao Guanqing, Su Tianning, Yi Feng, Yi Huang, Jia Yixuan, and Zhao Ming's 6 demigods were all present.
Chu Xiao declared in a resonant voice, everyone, let me reiterate. This battle for the divine realm is no simple matter.
Though we anticipate only one peak demigod among our opponents, unexpected formidable foes may well emerge. Your primary objective is to engage and delay those demigods, ensuring they do not interfere with the insect swarm's mining operations.
If opportunities arise, eliminate the hidden enemies one by one.
Zhao Ming, the Moon Knight Corps' leader at the Spark Academy, had assembled a formidable Moon Shadow Knight squad.
Clapping his fists excitedly, he replied. Rest assured, Brother Chu. It's merely an interception. Even if we encounter those veteran prodigies, I'll handle it.
Yi Feng and Yi Huang stepped forward in unison, clad in crimson phoenix divine armor.
Dual blades at their waists hummed with battle-hungry intent. Chu, leave your safety to us.
The two women had been invited by Chu Xiao.
Better to play it safe than risk being counterattacked.
You needn't trouble yourselves over that brat.
Focus instead on seizing the moment to assassinate the opposing demigod. Chu Xiao nodded.
Senior sisters Yi Feng and Yi Huang, barring unexpected powerful foes, you will be the main force to eliminate that peak barbarian demigod.
Should other demigods intervene, you buy me time while I contain the peak barbarian demigod. Everyone understood. As the token's owner, Chu Xiao must enter Zhou Chang's divine realm to fight.
After Chu Xiao demonstrated the formation array he had obtained from the slain female lesser god, these demigod prodigies had already counted him as part of their combat strength. Cici, Muxue, you two will join Senior Lu and the others. Your task is to control the 200,000 bronze jumping worms and 50,000 bronze spike snakes to raid the mines. A visionary opened the perspective. Within the dormitory, one after another, the surveillance feeds brought the entire divine realm into everyone's field of vision.
Leave it to us.
Master, please be careful, seniors. With numerous demigods involved, Zhang Cici and her group were clearly unsuitable for further participation. The group completed their preparations. Chu Xiao extended his palm, where a dark gold divine power infused token hovered. With a light tap of his fingertip, divine power drawn from the divine realm flowed into the runes etched upon the blade and sword.
The token activated. Select my optional divine domain. The token instantly transformed into 50 points of light, recombining in the air to form a celestial orbit with 8 stars revolving around it. Prepare yourselves.
Chu Xiao continuously channeled divine power, selecting the faintest star among them.
As light intertwined, a violet portal to the divine realm slowly opened.
Zhao Ming grinned.
I'll go ahead and scout things out for you.
With that, his towering frame stepped through, vanishing into the violet portal. Yi Feng and Yi Huang exchanged a glance, then took each other's hands and stepped through together. Xiao Guanxing and Su Tianyin vanished. Jia Yishuan, clad in silver-white battle armor, took Chu Zhao's arm and said, "Let's go too." Chu Zhao's gaze darkened slightly as he nodded.
Let's go. After everyone vanished, the portal and the star tracks disappeared.
Inside the room, they materialized on the large screen. Swarm 100,000,100,000,000, Black Iron Burstbugs 500,000, Bronze Jumpers 200,000, Bronze Burstbugs 150,000, Bronze Spine Snakes 50,000, Bronze Roach 94,000, Bronze Queen 5,000, Bronze Overseer 930, Bronze Thunder Beast 18, Silver Zergling 17, Silver Baneling 23,
Silver Roach 11, Gold Queen Blade 1. Chapter 91, Psychic Power, Shield.
The Great Xia Live broadcast screen reactivated. This time, billions of citizens witnessed a shattered divine realm, projecting 6 distinct scenes within.
Chu Zhao streaming again? Normal. He's the son of God.
All his actions are monitored in broadcast.
The Pantheon seeks someone capable of carrying the banner for the new generation. Should he succeed, the rewards are boundless.
Should he fail, his journey becomes invaluable wisdom for those who follow.
Zhou Chang's divine realm, once a glorious temple, now lay in utter ruin.
Within its walls, people witnessed the mighty, terrifying barbarian demigod. A mountain-like figure knelt half-bent, praying devoutly to the fallen god lord. Beside him stood a massive axe, its blade dried with the blood of countless creatures.
Whoa! If I'm not mistaken, this barbarian is a demigod? Definitely a demigod. Has Chu Xiao become so powerful he can challenge a demigod now? Something's off. Look at the intel. What the hell is this Blade Queen?
She's already reached gold rank. Everyone turned to Chu Xiao's profile, where information about the insect swarm was prominently displayed. Zerg structures, Hive unique, Blood Pool level 3, Spine Crawler Nest level 3, Roach Nest level 3, Thunder Beast Den level 3, Tunnel Bug. Swarm 100,000,100,000, Gold Queen of Blades 1. Once the alien insect population hit 1 million, Chu Xiao's divine realm could no longer accommodate configurations like all silver or all bronze units. A single gold tier Queen of Blades alone could match the strength of 100,000 bronze tier Zerg units. After upgrading swarm structures to tier 3,
it can absorb enemy corpses and fuse them with primal essence to forge silver tier units.
With construction costs rising, Chu Xiao no longer produced units of a single tier but instead adopted tiered production. While some were shocked that Chu Xiao had obtained a gold tier familiar, they soon felt reassured.
If his entire swarm could reach silver rank, a relentless tide of millions upon millions could overwhelm even several demigods. Rainforest, basin, plains, hills. Zhou Chang's divine domain was composed of these 4 terrains.
Chu Xiao and Jia Yishuan appeared within the rainforest, where the heat was stifling. The humid air clung to their skin like countless ants crawling over them, making it unbearably uncomfortable.
Chu Xiao looked up at the towering ancient trees overhead, their dense green canopy intertwining to block out the sunlight, and couldn't help but frown. Jia Yishuan's combat boots sank into the humus layer as she turned to ask, "Can you sense the others' locations?" "Not yet. I've deployed the eye worms for reconnaissance." As expected of a lower god's domain, this is the Apocalypse realm, a tier above the Spirit Coffin realm. It can sustain the existence of true living beings. The suppression of divine senses is far stronger than outside. At the Spirit Coffin realm level, a divine domain could sustain lifeforms beyond divine kin. The even more powerful Heavenly Revelation realm housed numerous creatures beyond even the divine sovereign's control. These beings, varying in strength, coexist with the divine sovereign's kin to form a perfect ecosystem. Divine consciousness rippled outward like waves. After confirming the surroundings were safe, Chu Xiao released 8 worker bees, allowing them to seek suitable locations for hatching and constructing structures. Fungal mats spread out. Hordes of cockroaches, springtails, and spiny snakes marched in all directions. The collapsed lower divine realm was vast in scale. Even after deploying his million-strong army, Chu Xiao remained inconspicuous. Soon, the eye insects relayed feedback. A 3-dimensional map model instantly materialized within Chu Xiao's field of vision. "Found them. Su Tianyin is closest to us. Let's go to her first." Jia Yishuan clasped her hands around Chu Xiao's waist as they rode intimately atop a single creature. Beneath them, the jumping insect suddenly kicked off with its hind legs, leaping onto a tree trunk 3 meters in diameter. It landed steadily atop the trunk. The jumping bug cursed profusely, "FCK this SHT." Yet helpless, it obeyed the Divine Lord's command, carrying the two through the tree trunks. As they marched swiftly, they finally encountered the local natives. A swarm of fluorescent poison moths took flight. Sizzle! Sizzle! The fluorescent toxins shed by the falling moths landed on the bronze-jumping beetle's carapace, releasing corrosive blue smoke. That's some potent fluorescent powder. Fortunately, the silver-jumping insect's psychic shield can withstand it. The powder scattered from the moth's wings fell like a blizzard. The poisonous moths flapped their wings, stirring up fierce scales. After a brief moment of resistance, the vast swarm was poisoned and fell to the ground, legs flailing. The dead alien insects, coated in fluorescent powder, were immediately devoured by the moths, drained dry in an instant. Spectators outside watched with hearts pounding. The formidable might of Chu Xiao's alien creatures had already taken root in people's minds. Yet now, these powerful creatures suffered heavy losses against moths that weren't even part of the favored clan. Had anyone else been attacking, they would likely have retreated in fear at this point. Jia Yishuan pressed herself against Chu Xiao as the silver grade jumpers surrounding them activated their shields. Rhomboid shields formed an impenetrable defensive barrier. Powder landing on the shields crackled like firecrackers, yet it could not harm them. People watched with fascination. They couldn't help but wonder about the transformation of Chu Xiao's alien insects. "I recall from the last battle that these silver grade jumpers couldn't use these shields yet?" "You're right. Silver grade jumpers pack immense firepower, but they're incredibly fragile. A single hit from the silver grade undead back then would have finished them." "Shocking. Shocked. Shocked." A barrage of comments flooded the screen, filled with expressions of shock. Such a twist indicated the God Lord's significant progress, and Chu Xiao's swarm was also growing stronger. Not only the silver tier alien insects, but the armor coverage rate of bronze tier ones was also steadily increasing. No, it was the insects themselves gaining armor. After advancing to tier 3, the blood pool and cockroach nest automatically absorbed the lightweight metals Chu Xiao purchased from the Pantheon store, adding armor defense to the units during production. Holy crap, how much divine power does that take? Passively taking hits wasn't Chu Xiao's style. As their figures darted through the forest, the spiked snake troops below had already raised their dorsal spines. Each spine had been reinforced. Their arrowheads were encased in metal engraved with runes for penetration, speed, and precision. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spines seemed to gain eyes, their spiraling wind ripping through the startled expressions of their targets as they pierced the fluttering, fleeing moths. Damn, they're strong. Moths are bronze tier 2. I thought their rank was higher than the alien insects, yet they were killed so easily? The person above is absolutely right. I have the appraisal skill. Moths average around bronze 7-8 tier strength, while the alien insects are at 5-6 tier. Getting slaughtered by a creature 2 or 3 tiers below is beyond belief. As an archer, just engraving a level 1 rune on an arrowhead is painful enough. 2 tier? I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Oomph, what's so surprising? If my kin had that gear, they could do it too. Are you blind? Didn't you see the 3 level 2 inscriptions engraved on it? What other vassal house could afford such extravagance? Sour grapes, just admit it. This godly Chu is just that awesome. Blackie, get lost. From a musket to a cannon. After over a month apart, Chu Xiao had matured completely. At the girls' academy, Zhao Linger's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she tugged at the sleeve of a female teacher beside her, who wore thick black-rimmed glasses. "Teacher Zhang, did you see that? That's my brother. My real brother.
Beneath her black and white office attire, Zhang Huizhu's ample bosom trembled with anger, though she forced a smile. Linger, your brother is quite formidable.
Of course. He's my pride and joy. Is that so? A deep hatred flashed in Zhang Huizhu's eyes. Excellent.
The more outstanding you are, the more priceless your expression will be when you see your little sister transformed into a little witch of the abyss by me.
Chapter 92, 3 Conditions.
Wang Shang sat in Hanghai City's Sihai residence, his gaze complex as he watched the live stream above.
Uncle, are you troubled by Chu Xiao? Wang Shang raised his baijiu glass, downing the potent liquor in one frustrated gulp. Jilling, that's precisely why I came to ask for your help.
That brat killed your nephew, murdered your aunt, and ruined your cousin.
I hate him.
Wang Shang slammed the glass onto the floor, his eyes blazing with fury.
Uncle, rest assured. I've now been elected commander of the 1st Battalion of the Moon Knight Corps. Chu Xiao falls squarely under my jurisdiction. The dim light in the private room reflected off Wang Jieling's icy eyes.
Her slit dress revealed a section of jade white thigh, the falling hem hugging her pert, rounded hips. The higher the slit, the more dangerous it became.
Her eyes gleamed like venomous snakes lurking in the grass. Uncle Wang, what about the support you promised me? No problem.
As long as you eliminate that bastard Chu Xiao, I, Wang Shang, will fully support you becoming the next head of the Wang family. A golden light suddenly flashed in Wang Jieling's icy eyes. She sat lazily across from Wang Shang, picked up her glass of red wine, and gently clinked it against his.
Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation.
Wang Shang greedily tore his gaze away from his distant cousin's chest. He took a light sip, feeling a surge of satisfaction. With one card protecting Chu Xiao now neutralized, eliminating him would become significantly easier. Hearing rumors of this cousin's promiscuous behavior, Wang Shang's mind began to wander beyond mere cooperation. Perhaps I could try my hand at adding another heir to the Wang family. After all, such a vast estate needs someone to inherit it. Wang Jieling wanted the Wang family, but Wang Shang wanted both the man and the entire clan. Each harboring their own hidden agenda, they watched the screen as the group of assassins slaughtered relentlessly. The whistling of spines piercing the air. Each venomous snake reared up, transforming into a master of slaughter. Precise and swift, they reaped the lives of the fluorescent poison moths. An arrow pierced the moth's wind barrier, its tail dart dragging a long vacuum tunnel. Fluttering moths fell in droves, their fluorescent bodies glistening as they plummeted. The entire screen erupted in a tragic, beautiful melody of death. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Even silver tier moths couldn't withstand thousands of spine attacks. A terrifying casualty ratio. Apart from the initial devastating blow from the moths that caused heavy losses. Once the aliens gained their footing, they became terrifying. Hardly any more Zerg died afterward. Chu Xiao and Jia Yishuan dodged the moths with jumps, while he deployed some of the silver lurkers to defend against the spine crawler squad. The silver spine snakes themselves could also deploy blue shields. Once a defensive wall was erected, no moth could cause trouble anymore, and they began slaughtering the alien insects. Before long, the entire swarm of moths was slaughtered. Swarms of cockroaches emerged from the ground, dragging the moth corpses back to their base. They dumped the bodies into blood pools, cockroach nests, and thunder beast dens to produce silver tier troops. Who among them hadn't earned their silver grade status through arduous training? Chu Xiao, however, only wanted the enemy's corpses. The alien insects swiftly occupied the area, leaving a contingent behind to construct defensive positions. Chu Xiao pressed forward. Before the crimson rainforest, the alien insects halted. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A cool breeze rustled through the leaves. Within the mangrove forest, green-skinned poison frogs with puffed cheeks lurked on tree trunks, in grassy patches, and around water pools. Their sheer density made outsiders' hairs stand on end as they stared in horror at the greenish-yellow poison frogs, their dorsal poison glands swollen. Both sides maintained a cautious distance. Amidst the mottled tree shadows, a massive golden poison frog emerged, seated in a frog palanquin carried by 16 silver-grade poison frogs. Human, my poison dart frog clan wishes to become your vassals. But you must agree to several conditions. Speak. Chu Xiao hadn't expected the tank-like poison dart frogs to be able to speak human language. The golden poison dart frog's eyes flashed crimson as it slowly raised its webbed claws, addressing Chu Xiao with defiance. First, you must provide 10,000 humans annually as blood offerings. Before it could finish, Chu Xiao's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Yet the self-important golden poison dart frog continued its boastful demands. No elderly, their flesh is too tough. Preferably tender-skinned children and women. For men, double the quantity. Outside. People gasped in waves of horrified shock. This was no longer the act of a human deity. Not even the demons of the abyss would consume humans as blood offerings. Chu Xiao gave a cold laugh, his eyes flashing with a chill that froze the forest air. His gaze pierced through the crimson-tinged rainforest floor. Beneath the soft earth, human skeletons lay buried. His gaze demanded. Zhou Qiang still feeds you humans as blood offerings? The golden pupils of the poison dart frog suddenly contracted.
He sensed a murderous intent emanating from the seemingly weak human before him. Could he possibly dare to kill me? The golden poison dart frog failed to notice that Chu Xiao was different from those feeble cultivators. He snorted coldly, of course. If you wish to ascend to a lower tier god, you'd best treat me with respect. Without my poison dart frog clan supplying frog treasures, do you think you could become a lower tier god? Chu Xiao thought of the countless skeletal remains beneath the muddy swamp. His eyes, sharp as blades, fixed on the golden poison dart frog as he demanded, and what else? The poison frog elder, seeing Chu Xiao's submission, let out a sinister grin, revealing sharp teeth. His tongue flicked, wrapping around the severed human finger still lodged in his mouth. Swallowed it with a wet gulp before continuing. Second, you must give us 10 million units of divine power each month and never set foot in our sacred grounds. Encroachment? Was he still the sovereign god kingdom then? Chu Xiao's murderous intent boiled over. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, enunciating each word, and what else? The poison frog elder's eyes darted about as he explained to Chu Xiao. Human, don't think you're getting the short end of the stick. Once you taste the benefits of frog treasure, you won't be able to do without it. Zhou Chang's ascension to a lower tier god was entirely thanks to our poison dart frog clan's full support. It extended a 5-meter-long tongue, coiling a bright yellow crystal stone from its mouth, and sneered. This very thing is the frog treasure that can help you advance your cultivation. That fool Zhou Qiang, if he weren't so stubborn and unwilling to fully support us, could have become a mid-tier god long ago. Even a high god, or even a supreme god, wasn't out of reach. The poison dart frog's eyes gleamed lecherously as it scanned Jiaishuan, who radiated an alluring aura. It extended 5 fingers joined together and declared, "Third, I want her. I like this woman's scent. I want to have children with her." Boom. The moment the 3 conditions were stated, the outside world erupted in uproar. Many were furious that Zhou Qiang, a human fire god realm powerhouse, would engage in such blood-soaked profiteering. Yet others shifted their attention to the astonishing frog creature. At Hanghai Central Plaza, an elderly man pushed up his reading glasses and trembled as he pointed at the screen. I recognize it. This is the descendant of the once revered golden sage. The poison dart frog clan. Their innate divine power is to produce frog treasures that enhance one's life essence. The surrounding crowd erupted in commotion. Old master, you mean these frogs are actually descendants of the golden sage? Chapter 93, The Golden Sage. The golden revered one was a treasure trove from head to toe. He also ranked 9th on the beast registry as a legendary creature. Starting as a mere happy frog, it ascended through the ranks until becoming a mighty poison dart frog of the main god tier. The old man's voice cracked with shock before he continued. The monster registry states that every 10 years, a golden grade poison dart frog can produce a transcendence frog treasure that aids in breaking through to demigod. Every 100 years, it can produce a transcendence frog treasure that aids in breaking through to lower god. This shows that if this frog advances further, achieving godhood is no mere fantasy. The crowd stared at the poison dart frog before Chu Xiao, all traces of anger vanished, replaced entirely by greed. The transcendence frog treasure purifying marrow and reshaping bones, altering the very essence of life. Such temptation, how many could resist? But judging by the poison dart frog's tone, their clan's transformation requires vast numbers of humans as blood offerings. Isn't that utterly cruel? What do you know? If becoming a supreme god is possible, what do a few sacrifices matter? If it were me, I'd make the same choice as Zhou Qiang. You. Poof. That's just womanly sentimentality. After stating his terms, the poison dart frog grinned, bearing fangs like poisonous spines, and waited silently for Chu Xiao's acceptance. He didn't believe anyone could resist the temptation of becoming a supreme god. The moment the poison dart frog uttered its first demand, Chu Xiao had already sentenced it to death. By the time the 3rd condition was spoken. Then. Execution by slow slicing. Well done, froggy. Well done, 10 million godly powers. Well done, giving birth to babies. Chu Xiao's fury erupted like a volcano dormant for years. The terrifying killing intent thickened like a swamp. By the time the golden poison dart frog regained its senses. Rib bit? Deep within the blood-red rainforest. A bone-chilling, writhing sound echoed. A tunnel-boring worm over 50 meters in diameter burst through the muddy soil. Its body, covered in countless muddy scales, emerged from the ground. Each segment was densely packed with backward-facing hooks. The group froze in terror. Frog eyes widened in terror. What is that? Look, there are so many jumping insects coming out of its mouth. Is this also an alien insect? What terrifying alien insects? Hordes of jumping insects leapt out from within, followed closely by cockroaches and spiny snakes, viciously pouncing upon the poison dart frogs before they could react. You filthy vermin, you dare demand my blood? Let me show you who the master is, and who the prey truly is. Chu Xiao roared, kill them all. Not a single one must be spared. The poison dart frogs, crouching in confrontation with Chu Xiao, emitted pitiful croaks. They scrambled away in panic, their long, green legs leaping like delicious prey. In an instant, the ground trembled beneath the swarm's footsteps and rivers of blood spilled, transforming the place into a hell on earth. You're mad. Have you lost your mind?
The golden poison dart frog screeched in fury. His face drained of color as he emitted a shrill, piercing shriek. Foolish human, you will pay for your arrogance. With that, the golden poison dart frog puffed out its belly, revealing a dense forest of human faces covering its skin, each one belonging to a wretched soul it had devoured. The souls trapped within its belly emitted silent wails. In the next instant, the spirits broke free from the belly and charged toward the alien insects that had invaded the poison dart frog's territory. The poison dart frogs used them to help their people stabilize their position.
The alien insects suffered heavy losses. Ha 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 ha. Humans, our poison dart frog clan is invincible. Is that so?
As Chu Shao commanded the alien insects to exterminate the poison dart frog clan. At the central square of Hanghai City, the man who had sneered at others' womanly compassion stood frozen in the square. He rubbed his eyes over and over. Then, he cried out in anguish. My wife, my son, how could it have devoured you both? Damned poison dart frog. I hate it. I'm not human. I shouldn't have left you, ignored you. Wah, I'll kill it, I'll kill that damn stinking frog. The man slammed his head against the ground, his voice hoarse with weeping, his eyes streaming blood-tinged tears. His fingers dug into the ground, leaving blurred trails of blood. Some onlookers who had been about to mock the man suddenly froze. They recognized familiar faces, more or less. Zhou Chang's relatives and friends froze in shock. They had pulled strings and spent fortunes to secure their sons' and daughters' admission into the prestigious Magic City University, only to find them now on the poison dart frog's dinner table. Zhou Qiang, you bastard. Zhou Qiang, you deserve to die. You deserve it. Wah, my daughter, my son. Countless families shattered, countless souls shattered on the spot. This time, they weren't mere bystanders, they were directly involved. Their former indifference and mockery now seemed utterly ridiculous. How admirable was Chu Xiao's act of standing up for his sister. Charge, Chu Xiao. Go for it, Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao took a step forward, facing the enraged poison dart frog. His laughter was mournful, maddened, and filled with murderous intent. Do you think all humans are like Zhou Qiang, beasts who betray their own kind? Do you think one Zhou Qiang represents all of humanity? Chu Xiao, a silver 5th rank cultivator, strode forward with a presence that even gold rank powerhouses could not ignore. The poison dart frog met his icy gaze with trepidation, its body suddenly stiffening. Chu Xiao's overwhelming pressure crashed down like a tidal wave. The closest hundreds of poison dart frogs couldn't withstand his roaring sonic waves. One by one, their bellies swelled and exploded. Intestines, bones, and rotting flesh littered the ground. No one saw it as savage, only as exhilarating. Kill, kill, kill. Chu Xiao let his killing intent surge into his consciousness, his eyes turning crimson. His will transmitted through the insect network to every alien creature. Each alien insect became a demon crawling forth from hell. The killing intent burst forth, raging unchecked. The hundreds of thousands of poison dart frogs that had launched their counterattack were slaughtered until they trembled in terror, their hearts shattered by the carnage, their ranks utterly shattered. The sight filled the spectators with fervor. These harmful creatures finally met their deserved end. Two poison dart frogs were cornered by a jumping insect, forced to extend their tongues in a desperate attack. Swish, swish. Two swipes. Side strikes. The scarlet-eyed jumping insect leapt through the forest at incredible speed. The first poison dart frog, overcome by boundless terror, puffed out its belly, which glowed a sickly green. With a thunderous boom, the explosive blast wave corroded everything within a radius of over 10 meters. Yet, the jumping bug at the explosion's epicenter, its carapace now rotting. With a sudden, powerful leap, it gave the second poison dart frog no chance. One swift strike severed its head. Two bronze 9th tier poison dart frogs were brutally slain by this bronze 6th tier jumping bug, causing those with keen eyes to flinch. Far from over. As more alien insects displayed attacks far exceeding their apparent strength, completely erasing the image of a weak insect swarm from people's minds. They had become insects capable of standing on their own. How could this happen? How could this happen? The golden poison dart frog roared in frustration at the one-sided slaughter. His frog army was no pushover. They once boasted the glorious feat of defeating 100,000 enemies with just 10,000 troops. Why did this happen? Chu Xiao, I'll kill you and scatter your ashes to the winds. Chu Xiao sat far away atop a jumping insect, a cold smile curling his lips. His fury matched the poison dart frogs in intensity. Come on then. At Chu Xiao's challenge, scurried backward. It couldn't muster even a shred of will to resist. At that moment, a demigod-level divine consciousness suddenly descended, barking at Chu Xiao. Enough. Human, retreat now, and I may spare your life. Chu Xiao burst into laughter. You bastard, who do you think you're threatening? Chapter 94, Venomous Mist Siphon. The Will of the Supreme God. Chu Xiao was shaken by the roar, his consciousness sea churning with towering waves. Wiping the blood that spilled from the corner of his mouth, his fighting spirit surged rather than waned. He sensed it more keenly than the others. It was the Golden Venerable. Retreat?
A resolute smile flashed across Chu Xiao's face. His pupils contracted to pinpoints as battle intent surpassing silver erupted. How could I retreat without annihilating every last one of you? Jia Yixuan transformed into the Blade Queen, standing before Chu Xiao. Her demigod aura erupted, crushing down upon the Golden Venerable. The Golden Sage descended upon the Golden Great Poison Dart Frog, forcibly elevating its power to that of a demigod. With demigod strength and god-tier willpower clashing, the entire blood-red rainforest creaked and groaned in agony. All beings below silver rank shattered instantly, utterly powerless to resist. Even the silver-tier beings retreated frantically. Against demigods, numbers below gold tier held no significance. The heavens and earth abruptly shifted color. Two colossal wills churned the crimson storm. Outside, witnesses gasped at the sudden outbreak of combat. It's ignited! It's ignited! What a tremendous commotion! Those outside couldn't sense the will of the Supreme God, but a few powerful individuals frowned, sending out their divine senses to probe. Holy, isn't that Jia Yixuan, the pride of our Hanghai? How did she become so demonically alluring? All eyes were drawn by the gasps. Without the helmet's concealment, the once cool campus beauty, Hanghai's prodigy, had transformed into a breathtakingly fiery queen. A purple figure darted relentlessly between the Golden Venerable's extended tongues. As both sides erupted into fierce combat. Her slender form was tightly encased in the purple creature's armor so thin it might as well have been skin outlining her breathtaking S-curve silhouette with tangible color. Her full breasts were cradled by two insect claws, making onlookers yearn to offer their own hands in place. Is this even human? You know what I mean, derivative. This is what makes it even more thrilling. Der sister! Der sister! A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, each louder than the last. Beyond her figure, Jia Yixuan's terrifying strength was even more shocking, and she was merely a member of Chu Xiao's entourage. That was utterly impossible under normal circumstances. A favored disciple is stronger than a divine master. Wouldn't they fear being subjugated, only to rise and become the master themselves? No, that seemed like a reward for him. Someone swallowed hard and muttered, "Damn it, why couldn't it be me?" Wang Shang and Wang Jieling glanced over. Jealousy flared intensely in Wang Jieling's eyes. She thrust out her ample bosom, her slender waist and exaggeratedly plump hips stirring bloodlust. Yet, Wang Jieling still disliked anyone drawing more attention than herself. The pair of titanium alloy dog eyes belonging to the male dog beside her were already fixed on Jia Yixuan, unable to look away. This stirred murderous intent in the perpetually jealous Wang Jieling toward Jia Yixuan. As for Chu Xiao, she felt no urgency. He, I will make you mine. Then I'll torture you bit by bit until I devour you completely. The most beautiful woman in the world can only be me. Any obstacle in my path will be crushed into dust. Wang Jieling clenched her fist toward Jia Yixuan, as if already grasping her in her palm, ready to crush her into a pulp. Wang Shang sneered coldly, "They've hit a brick wall. Who'd have thought the coveted Golden Venerable would be hiding in a lower-tier god's domain? Ha ha ha, this is laughable." Oh? Wang Jieling looked over with curiosity. This was something she hadn't anticipated. The old man was quite formidable after all. Crossing her legs, shifting her posture to reveal skin as white as jade, she remarked with interest, "So, they're as good as dead?" "Oomph, absolutely. Even with his power greatly diminished, the Golden Venerable is no match for a mere pair of juniors. Pity he revealed himself too soon. I never got the chance to claim his treasures." Wang Jieling straightened her posture and asked, "Could it be you want to interrogate the Golden Venerable about his divine treasure?" "Who wouldn't? With his treasures, I could attempt to ascend to a main god." Wang Jieling's breath quickened as she gazed at Wang Shang as if he were a precious treasure. "Uncle Wang, if you truly become a main god, then that matter might not be impossible." As she spoke, Wang Jieling tugged at her long skirt, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of more skin. It seemed she wasn't wearing any undergarments underneath. Wang Shang gasped for breath. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The supreme god in existence as eternal as the heavens themselves. Even if destroyed, it could reincarnate through a vessel like the Golden Sage, regaining its power. Only a higher-tier god king, or even a god emperor, could destroy it. Wang Shang's aged face twitched. Is that truly possible? He gazed at his beautiful niece, though she was his adopted daughter with no blood ties. But thrilling. His eyes fixed on her chest, his heart surged involuntarily. Poof. We'll see once you become the supreme god. Wang Jieling sought to use Wang Shang as a stepping stone to glimpse higher realms. But with her talent, ascending to supreme god was impossible. Her only hope lay in a mystical text she'd stumbled upon, a manual on draining yang energy to replenish yin. It taught her how to exploit men, how to plunder everything they possessed for her own gain. Old geezer. He was a bit old, but she gritted her teeth and thought of it as being bitten by a dog. Both men stared silently at the heroic figure of Blade Queen on the large screen. Jia Yixuan's evolution had transcended human limits, her physique now perfectly proportioned yet sinister, wielding immense power. Bang! 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 Ha 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 ha! Admit defeat, little beauty. Surrender now, and I might spare your life, make you my concubine. Get lost. Golden Reverend puffed out his enormous belly, spewing corrosive poison mist from his throat sac. The area instantly filled with toxic fumes. The cunning giant frog used the toxic mist to restrict Jia Yishuan's high-speed mobility. The moment her purple insect wings touched the dark green poisonous mist, a section melted away. Jia Yishuan was forced to retreat, seeking an opening to strike. Below, Xu Xiao gave a cold laugh, 3 golden needles clenched in his hand. How bold of you to covet my woman. Ghost Gate 13 needles, life-seizing. With a flick of his wrist, 3 golden streaks shot forth, piercing Jia Yishuan's Baihui, Yongquan, and Tanzhong acupoints. The needles unleashed the latent power within Jia Yishuan, now in her blade queen form, as a miniature psychic storm erupted above her head. The bone spines on her insect wings, unaffected by the corrosive poison mist, began to regrow. The spiritual energy depleted within her body rapidly replenished. Xiao Chu? Jia Yishuan rejoiced. The Golden Venerable watched in horror as his formidable opponent, who had battled him for so long, miraculously regained her strength. His gaze toward Xu Xiao was filled with murderous intent. But it was too late to deal with that troublesome man, Xu Xiao. A crimson tongue flickered. All around. Whether the corpses of alien insects or poisonous children, all were swept into his mouth and devoured, transforming into his energy. The giant frog's bloated belly swelled once more. Beneath its skin, countless insects seemed to crawl. After a series of muffled gurgles from its throat, it suddenly swallowed and expelled. Toxic miasma siphon. Jia Yishuan gritted her teeth as her spiritual energy surged through her body. Spirit Energy Storm. Chapter 95, Spirit Energy Storm. The cunning giant frog narrowed its eyes. Dark green poisonous mist gushed from the Golden Venerable's massive mouth like a floodgate bursting. After Jia Yishuan's golden needles pierced the pressure points, colossal spiritual energy erupted like a tornado. A deep blue spiritual energy vortex formed before her, unleashing a torrent toward the dark green toxic mist. The two collided violently midair, causing space itself to warp. The corrosive poison mist was torn open by the powerful tornado storm, rapidly dissipating. The psychic tornado lunged at the mountainous giant frog. Boom! The frog's patterned skin was torn open by the psychic tornado, leaving a wound over 10 meters long. Its potent psychic energy drilling deep into the flesh like a drill bit. Rib bit. The giant frog's body, weighing hundreds of tons, was hurled hundreds of meters away, crashing into the thick trunks of ancient trees with a blood-curdling scream. What kind of power is this? The golden giant frog narrowed its eyes, the scene before it making its head buzz. It had been repelled. Spiritual energy gnawed at every inch beneath its skin. The venomed dart frog sage, his lower limbs paralyzed from the thunderous impact, let out a low, guttural growl as the oily, viscous defensive layer covering his body evaporated completely. His body hadn't suffered such a massive wound in ages. The golden sage stared at his severed foreleg, his mind shattering in an instant. An eerie silence hung over the livestream. The immensely powerful demigod-level poison dart frog was covered in cracks like shattered glass, hundreds of tiny wounds continuously spurting blood. Wang Shang, seeing that Jia Yishuan had not been crushed by the demigod-level golden revered one, abruptly leapt from his seat. He. As a high god, he pointed at Xu Xiao, utterly flustered and unable to speak. The Ghost Gate 13 needles, which Wang Shang and the Abyss had conspired to seize, had fallen into Xu Xiao's hands. Using the Ghost Gate 13 needles he had obtained, Xu Xiao had weathered the crisis. His furious roar. His piercing roar filling the entire room with terrifying divine power. A table full of fine dishes was shattered and wasted by the shockwave. Using the 13 Ghost Gate needles, Xu Xiao activated Jia Yishuan's power. The Blade Queen, who had been at a disadvantage, surged with strength in an instant. Wang Jialin finally showed emotion. A flicker of desire passed through her divine eyes. She glanced at the old man before her, her gaze flashing with deep scorn. Perhaps I could have made a better choice. Rather than consorting with this old man, I should have chosen someone more pleasing to the eye. Wang Jialin clearly saw the energy swirling around Jia Yishuan. That energy was neither divine nor demonic, but something far more complex. Her thighs clenched tightly in desire, as if a torrent surged within her body. The silk gown rustled softly between her snow-white thighs. Wang Jialing bit down hard on her fiery red lips, the longing for Xu Xiao in her eyes impossible to contain any longer. Her nails dug deep into the armrest of the chair, leaving deep indentations in the century-old sacred wood. After the psychic storm subsided, many powerful figures pondered, their divine senses probing forward. A cold snort echoed through the air. And the guardian of Heavenly Palace's order, the sacred Kaisa, instantly froze the boundless malevolence with her icy aura. Within the celestial palace, Lucian stood beside the radiant figure seated upon the throne. Sacred Kaisa's golden eyes flickered, and a hint of warmth finally broke through the eternal frost at her lips. Her pure white battle armor was imbued with the might of cosmic laws. Her long hair flowed in the wind, and even as she stood there, her presence radiated an aura of untouchable grace. Yet, even this divine incarnation bore dark energy coiled around her jade-like feet. The battle raged on. Boom! 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 Tongue blades slashed.
The demigod giant frog extended its pink, elongated tongue, which suddenly split into 3 razor-sharp blades mid-air. They tore through the atmosphere, transforming into deadly blades that slashed at the purple figure suspended in the sky.
Jaishuan flapped her wings, sidestepping the dark poisonous glare from the left. The ensuing tongue lash, bearing countless barbed hooks, offered no escape.
Jaishuan's insect wings abruptly folded inward. At the critical moment, her body plunged downward in a rapid dive.
Psionic energy surged through the sacred sword Frostlight, a blue glow rippling across its blade. Godslayer Thunder Slash.
The blade whistled, carving a tragic, deathly circle.
Swish. Both tongue blades snapped simultaneously. Black demonic blood spurted from the giant frog's wounds. Clang.
Jaishuan had no time to sever the third tongue blade and could only brace her sword to withstand the blow. Sparks flew fiercely as the tongue blade collided with the holy sword. Her body was flung through the air and slammed into the ground.
Circles of shockwaves radiated outward. Damn it!
Suddenly, the golden venerable, poised to press his advantage, felt a sudden twitch in his eyelid.
In an inconspicuous corner, Xu Xiao, who had appeared there unnoticed, stood atop a colossal beast radiating golden light.
From this giant frog, he sensed the divine power fluctuations of a demigod.
Divine descent? Damn it, he can use divine soul descent too?
No time for further thought.
Boom! A blinding azure light, like a bolt of blue lightning, pierced the darkness of dawn.
Spirit energy compressed to its absolute limit, containing the terror capable of shattering heaven and earth within the thunder beast's gaping maw.
Suddenly erupting.
The thunder beast's massive body jerked backward, its 4 legs sliding out over 10 meters of trench as the golden venerable faced its terrifying spiritual energy storm head-on.
Its enormous frog eyes
flashed with terror, immediately curling a layer of black muddy sludge over its body as defense. Its mountainous frog-like body was easily shaken by the psychic storm unleashed by the thunder serpent. The churning waves of earth pierced through as easily as paper.
Rib bit.
The golden venerable's blue pupils contracted violently, urgently puffing out his throat to spew black toxic mist in rapid bursts, attempting to withstand Xu Xiao's long-prepared fatal strike.
Damn it!
The spectators in the livestream held their breath, eyes wide with shock. The ancient tree trunk snapped clean in two at the waist, the ground shattered beneath it, and the golden venerable nearly collapsed unconscious. Having lost half his body, he barely managed to steady himself, his eyes blazing with terror as he shot a furious death glare.
Xu Xiao, I'll fight you to the death.
The golden venerable never imagined that in the final moments, it would be the very insect he had scorned who delivered the fatal blow, piercing his very being.
Xu Xiao tumbled from the thunder beast, landing on one knee.
A grim smile hung on his lips.
Ha. The colossal thunder beast's body had long been drained dry.
Its will had transcended the physical limitations of its own form. Golden needles pierced Xu Xiao's head as well, amplifying his power.
The madness flashing in his eyes made everyone look away.
His current state was scarcely better than that of the golden revered one. Yet, even this insignificant silver tier being unleashed an all-out attack that left the demigod-level golden giant frog on the brink of death. Xu Xiao slumped, leaning against the thunder beast's remains, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes before vanishing.
Successfully passing the torch. Sissy Xuan, it's yours now. You little brat, get some rest. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could the former paladin, now the Blade Queen, let it slip?
For the swarm. All restraints shattered as azure spiritual energy erupted from her body, propelling her strength to mid-demigod level.
In an instant,
space collapsed and twisted, plunging the world into sudden darkness.
The end has come.
Black energy coalesced like a black hole, violently sucking the golden venerable's massive body from its position,
thrashing its 4 frog-like legs in a futile attempt to escape. At this moment, he no longer possessed sufficient energy to resist.
The black energy touched the giant frog's body, slowly dissolving it.
No.
At that instant, a powerful will pulled itself free from the frog's body.
The golden giant frog, regaining its senses, watched helplessly as it was sucked into the black hole, wailing pitifully, "Ancestor, save me. You can't do this to me."
The golden poison dart frog, possessed by the golden revered one, had become the scapegoat. The terrified soul that had escaped saw the weakened Xu Xiao nearby, filled with both shock and delight.
What a chance!
I'll seize your body and then properly enjoy that beauty.
Croak! 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 Chapter 96, Soul Possession? Rib bit. The giant frog, gleaming golden all over, croaked.
It burrowed through the rippling spatial waves into the purple divine domain.
Its 2 bulbous eyes stared skeptically at the scene before it. Rib bit. Xu Xiao's divine realm was truly extraordinary.
Emerald forests, lapis lakes and seas, crimson jade lakes and seas, along with lava pools, plains, and valleys teeming with life. The overwhelming vitality left the golden venerable utterly incredulous that this could be the divine realm of a newly born demigod. He rubbed his eyes.
Quack quack, my destiny has arrived. Such a solidly formed divine realm rivaled the spirit coffin realm. Constructing a demi-plane here could elevate it to a true demigod realm.
But that kid is only silver ranked.
Outstanding. Absolutely outstanding.
The Golden Venerable's original divine domain was naturally even more vast than this, resembling an entire star domain capable of sustaining his subordinate deity's survival and cultivation.
Yet if asked to trade, he would agree.
No, he must exchange.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
With such a divine domain, this old man can advance further toward the position of God King. Even the lofty God Emperor, it's not beyond attempting.
Have you seen enough?
A cold voice exploded behind the golden giant frog. Like jade shattering in a frozen pond, it startled the Golden Venerable into whirling around.
Who? The frog's vertical pupils contracted as its divine sense spread across mountains and rivers.
It had detected not a single trace of presence.
Entering my domain without so much as a greeting to this master?
Xu Xiao drifted down from above, his mocking gaze appraising the golden giant frog with scorn.
Xu Xiao, you've arrived just in time.
Far from alarmed, the golden giant frog beamed with delight. It excitedly extended its tongue toward Xu Xiao, licking its wide-open mouth.
Once I devour you, this entire place will be mine. Oh? Care to take a look around? What?
A chill instantly gripped the giant frog's heart. It whirled its head to survey the surroundings, where hundreds of premium divine crystals, resembling artificial hills, abruptly appeared within its bulging frog eyes. At the sight of the vast quantity of supreme divine crystals, the golden revered one's expression relaxed, revealing a look of greed.
Xu Xiao shook his head.
His foolishness still surpassed his own expectations. It was said the Golden Venerable had perished from foolishness born of greed. The golden giant frog licked its massive mouth full of sharp teeth once more and roared with laughter. Xu Xiao, you think an array constructed with these divine crystals can kill me? I am an immortal god, as eternal as the heavens themselves.
Mine. All mine. As long as I kill you.
Xu Xiao's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile, his gaze cold and detached.
Then try it. Refine. In an instant, complex array patterns emerged from every divine crystal, weaving intricate networks.
The Golden Venerable trapped within was cast into a colossal cage.
Interesting. The golden giant frog roared with thunderous fury, its golden patterns writhing like living serpents. Its colossal body supported a towering golden divine demon phantom. Divine magic body, activate.
Activating the divine magic body, the golden revered one managed to carve out a space within Xu Xiao's starry sky demon refining array.
Its hind leg sprang forward, crashing heavily into the array and unleashing a colossal wave of demonic energy. Did you think this old man was so easy to deal with? The once stable array nearly shattered under the divine magic body's impact, hundreds of fine cracks spreading through the air. Xu Xiao grunted, spitting blood as he was violently thrown back. Interesting. 800 array bases aren't enough? Then make it 8,000. 8,000 isn't enough?
Then make it 80,000.
With a god-level divine soul, refining divine crystals became effortless.
High-concentration divine crystals proved impractical for Xu Xiao, who was still at the silver rank. As array foundations, however, they were perfectly suited. Hard enough, sturdy enough, brimming with divine power, endless and inexhaustible.
Refine. Refine. Refine.
Bubbles rapidly formed on the giant frog's skin, popping with a popping sound as pools of pus and blood oozed out, startling the Golden Venerable, whose pupils contracted sharply. The immense pressure had compressed his magical body to half its size. The killing intent within the great formation multiplied exponentially. Thousands, tens of thousands and still increasing spiritual crystals ground away at the Golden Venerable's magical body, the very form that allowed him to battle formidable foes.
For the first time, the frog's bell-like eyes showed panic. Crack!
A sharp crack echoed as a fragment of his soul shattered.
Brother Chu, Grandfather Chu, I know I've made a mistake. Please spare this little frog.
The Golden Venerable's body shrank smaller and smaller, his voice growing fainter and fainter.
I have treasures. I've hidden countless secret treasures. I'll give them all to you. I'll surrender everything to Grandpa Chu.
The Golden Venerable shamelessly begged for mercy. While it possessed a main god-tier soul, within Xu Xiao's demigod divine domain, its power proved insufficient to crush him. Instead, Xu Xiao's divine soul grew increasingly robust, exerting a subtle suppression over him. This was precisely why Xu Xiao had employed the Grand Formation to refine this cunning poison dart frog. Though Xu Xiao possessed a main god-level divine soul, his power usage was capped. Sustained, gradual exertion was feasible, but combat demanded immediate, full payment. Insufficient. Xu Xiao's eyes narrowed sharply as he immediately pushed the array to its absolute limit. Seeing his stubborn resistance, the Golden Venerable flashed a ruthless glint in his eyes and roared, "Xu Xiao, you forced my hand." From the frog's mouth, he spat forth a bronze square cauldron.
Divine Farmer's Cauldron, a god-tier secret treasure.
A deafening crash shook the heavens. The Golden Venerable, heedless of certain covetous eyes, summoned the treasure he had obtained by chance. He aimed to shatter the demon refining array that was slowly consuming him. The divine crystal suspended in the void suddenly cracked without warning. With a crack, it shattered completely, plunging into the forest below. Ah, Xu Xiao, you won't kill me.
Golden Venerable poured every last ounce of his already strained soul power into the Divine Farmer cauldron. His body grew smaller and smaller, yet his eyes shone with a bright light, flashing a hint of smugness. Didn't see that coming, did you? Xu Xiao's control over the formation was pushed back by a force, the recoil shattering the crystallized divine crystals one after another. At that moment, a golden streak of light blocked his path. The Book of Creation. The ancient, spinning tome unleashed equally primordial might. Golden runes danced from its open pages, coalescing into chains as thick as bridge piers that tightly bound the colossal bronze cauldron. The Genesis Chronicle and the Shinnong Cauldron seemed like two wrestling giants, pulling the chains taut. The erupting tidal wave of energy uprooted underground trees, suddenly collapsing into a pit thousands of feet wide. No! The golden giant frog's eyes widened in horror as it watched the Divine Farmer cauldron inch by inch being dragged toward a floating island in the sky, slipping beyond its grasp. It regretted so deeply it wanted to smash itself to death. Give it back to me. My Shinnong cauldron. Yet Xu Xiao snorted coldly. The blazing blade finally drew from its scabbard. Having mastered the blazing slash of 3,000 years past, it transformed into a crimson and gold fire dragon. Its 10,000 Zhang body coiled and spiraled forth, roaring as it lunged to tear into the Golden Venerable. Boom! The colossal divine magic body shattered violently. The Golden Venerable struggled frantically. No, don't kill me. I'll submit. Xu Xiao, I'm useful. I have great value. Too late. Xu Xiao's gaze was icy. From the moment you began feeding on humans and walked the path of darkness, your death was already sealed. Quack! As the Golden Reverend met his end, he was consumed by endless despair just as he had been in his weaker days when facing that mighty angel. That beautiful figure had always been his ultimate pursuit. Why? I only wanted to stand by your side once more. Having absorbed the divine soul power of a main god, the Chu Xiao Divine Realm underwent a sudden transformation. Chapter 97, Divine Realm Sanctuary. Insectoid structures, Hive Unique, Blood Pool Tier 3, Spike Snake Den Tier 3, Cockroach Nest Tier 3, Thunder Beast Lair Tier 3, Tunnel Worm Tier 1, Spire Tier 1. Swarm 100,000 500,000. The Genesis Chronicle seized the Divine Farmer's cauldron, dragging it into the remnants of creation to become its cornerstone. The swarm reached the demigod threshold of 5 million units. Unlocked spires capable of producing aerial units like flying dragons and corruptors. The Divine Realm level ascended from the Spirit Coffin realm to the Apocalypse realm. Xu Xiao was startled. He hadn't ignited the divine flame yet. Why had his divine realm advanced? It was clearly connected to the Genesis embers. Upon reaching the Apocalypse realm, his divine domain resembled a sacred sanctuary. The demonic essence gradually transformed into divine aura, sufficient to accommodate demigods for cultivation and advancement. Emerald Forest, Jade Lake Sea, Crimson Jade Volcano, Starlight Plains, Forbidden Canyon, Cloud Dream Marsh. Steaming spiritual energy swept over towering ancient trees, their leaves glistening with a pale golden radiance. Within one ancient tree, a human face emerged hazily, surrounded by two small floating orbs of light. Inside, they were tiny winged sprites. Beneath the surface of the glazed lake sea, the distinct silhouette of a fish could be faintly seen. A spirit fish leapt joyfully from the water, its splash freezing mid-air into a blossoming bouquet of ice crystals. At the crater's edge, a crimson lizard raised its head, cautiously crawling out from between the rocks. Everything was different now. Professional level, Silver 7th tier. Xu Xiao, you're awake? Jia Yixuan sensed the fierce battle raging within Xu Xiao's divine realm but dared not disturb him. She commanded the cockroaches to drag the golden giant frog's remains to the blood pool, then waited silently. How long has it been? Only 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Within the divine realm, Xu Xiao had spent nearly 7 days fully assimilating his gains, elevating his divine realm to the heavenly awakening realm. So my talent has strengthened too. Talent, time differential time flows 500 times faster within the divine realm than in the outside world. Beyond his talent, within the divine realm, Cici and Tiao Tiao were enveloped in two fleshly spheres, undergoing evolution. Jia Yixuan stood beside Xu Xiao, cradling a pile of bright yellow crystals, and asked, Xu Xiao, what should we do with these frog treasures? The frog treasures produced by poisoned dart frogs held immense appeal for numerous practitioners, demigods, and divine realm experts. Outside, a crowd of people saw dozens of jumping insects carrying numerous frog treasures looted from the poisoned dart frog's lair. One by one, they craned their necks, wishing they could take a bite. Good stuff? Of course we keep it. They're harmful things. They should be destroyed. The frog gems themselves are innocent. The guilty ones are Zhou Qiang and those man-eating poison dart frogs. It'd be such a waste to destroy these. Exactly. With this much frog treasure, Xu Xiao could reach the demigod realm in no time. What's wrong with that? Only a fool would throw them away. Only a fool would throw them away. Countless eyes stared at the divine advancement materials exploding from the poison dart frogs, their voices trembling slightly. Xu Xiao picked up one of them. A vengeful spirit, invisible to ordinary eyes, clung to its surface. Chaos sacred flames blazed fiercely in his palm as he gave a cold smile. Destroy them all. The crowd froze, then erupted in an uproar, filled with anguish and regret. A master alchemist beat his chest in frustration, pointing at Chu Xiao and shouting, "You fool! Wasting heavenly treasures! Wasting heavenly treasures! He's still too young. If these treasures were used properly, how many human prodigies could they cultivate?" Indeed, indeed. Chu Xiao, however, remained utterly unconcerned. Facing the screen as if conversing with them, he declared, "A true man stands between heaven and earth, knowing what to do and what not to do. I know some will mock my foolish actions today. But why should others meddle in my affairs? Destroying the frog treasure isn't about flaunting moral superiority, it's a warning to certain individuals that the path to godhood is narrow and arduous. But does this make me a demonic practitioner? What difference would that make between us and the poison dart frogs?" Chu Xiao abruptly raised his hand, the chaos sacred flame swirling around his palm, illuminating his resolute face as he hurled golden flames toward dozens of boxes of frog treasures. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, his eyes blazing with intensity. "I, Chu Xiao." Chu Xiao planted his foot, causing the ground to crack open in a series of fissures. A long blade in hand, its gleaming edge wrapped in coils of searing flame. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, he swore the divine emperor's oath. "Only the blade reveals the true heart." Dragons roar from the blade's edge, shattering the starry sky. Blood stains the abyss 99. In that instant, the thunderous roar shook every human soul, reminding them of the battle against the abyss. It was an epic saga of blood and tears. Countless heroes and divine emperors shattered the starry sky, sealing their resolve with death. How many forebears fought bloody battles across the 99 layers of the abyss, buried in foreign lands? And now, the very humans they guarded were being treated as fodder for advancement? Chu Xiao's blade flickered with a faint glow. Within the fiery war blade, a resolute intent to slay echoed in response. The blade's light flared like a solar flare erupting, an overwhelming sacred aura soaring skyward. The heavens echoed with the voice of the great Tao, its reverberations lingering long after. All present fell silent in reverence. Heavenly deities focused their attention, while boundless demonic energies fell silent. In that moment, Chu Xiao declared to all realms, his battle with the abyss would be fought to the death. Boom! This scene ignited a torrent of fury within the hearts of all who witnessed it, as if the entire cosmos had been frozen in time. The Lord of the 99-layered abyss trembled with rage upon his throne. How dare he? Ha 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 ha! Bloodstained Abyss 99? Then come! I await you on the 99th layer of the abyss. Billions of ordinary humans and professionals stared dumbstruck at Chu Xiao raising his blade, their long-dormant battle fervor suddenly erupting. Well said. Kill him. Slaughter every bastard in the abyss. Kill. Kill our way back. I'll avenge my son. Count me in. My sister died horribly in the abyss. I'll risk my life to wring the neck of one of those abyssal monsters. The spark was ignited. The ancient battlefield between realms. A group of human soldiers heard Chu Xiao's impassioned words. Glancing at the enemy forces surrounding them in overwhelming numbers, they gritted their teeth and raised their battle blades. Charge! Follow me into battle. Follow the captain. Give it everything you've got. Give it everything you've got. To hell with it. A battalion commander, clutching his beloved woman, silently raised his broken blade as he faced the decimated remains of his comrades. An old soldier, limping on one leg, drew his last drag from his old pipe, grabbed a longbow hanging on the wall, and walked out the door without looking back. Let's go, let's go. Enough with the tough act, let's get out of here. The real business isn't done yet. Chu Xiao merely sought to add a wager to the abyss. As for plunging into its depths, that was but one duty he must bear as a child of the gods. But he didn't know that his show of bravado had brought humanity a new lease on life. Countless warriors returned to the battlefield as human resolve surged. They reclaimed the 90,000 li of territory the abyss had invaded. Chronicles, the day the torch ignited the prairie. Chapter 98, The Barbarians. Heave ho, heave ho. Heave ho. Hey! Ow! Jiang Cixi tapped Zhang Tianxin's head, who was grunting away, and lectured, "Work properly. We need to haul back all the resources as fast as possible." Zhang Tianxin rubbed her little head, wiggled her bottom over to Jiang Cixi, and grinned. "Cixi, I admit I was wrong. But seriously, now that those annoying savages aren't bothering us, we don't have to be on guard all the time, right?" Lu, Quan, and Zhang dispatched their insect swarms to handle surveillance, while Jiang Cixi and her 4 companions focused on transporting the Sun Essence Gold. With no more sudden barbarian ambushes, the girls' workload suddenly lightened. Only then did Zhang Tianxin find time to slack off. "Don't worry, sisters. Your senior here is keeping watch. No enemies around now." Liu Bei monitored the feed. On the screen, the once surging barbarian legion had automatically retreated to the side, facing off against them. As Liu Bei commanded the jumpers forward, the barbarians retreated. When Liu Bei took a step back, the barbarians advanced. In short, the enemy showed no immediate intent to attack. Zhang Tianxin stuck out her little pink tongue and made a funny face at Jiang Cixi. "Exactly. I don't know why, but these natives seem to have given up interfering with us. Still, we can't let our guard down. Jiang Sisi couldn't figure it out either. Surrounded by mountains. Hidden among the trees, Xu Xiao, Jiaishuan, and Su Tianyin gazed out across the verdant basin toward a barbarian city built of stacked obsidian. From the aerial perspective of the eyeworm, the entire city resembled a sleeping lion. The hundreds of meters of city walls glowed with a blood-red hue, nourished by the blood of enemies. Bizarre skeletal frames hung along the walls, while beneath them, even more skeletal structures were piled high. Within the city, several lurkers transformed from venomous snakes crept stealthily forward. How is it? Can you see inside? Su Tianyin, her divine armor stained with blood and her head wrapped in thick bandages, asked anxiously. Xu Xiao took a deep breath and replied, no sign of Xiaoguanqing on the city surface. We're sending the underground to begin the search. Su Tianyin's eyes darkened. It's all our fault for being careless. We never expected 5 demigods to suddenly appear and attack together. Xiaoguanqing was captured while covering my retreat and holding the rear. Xu Xiao kept part of his divine consciousness anchored in the infiltrators. By sensing the life fluctuations of the demigods, he detected 5 powerful energy signatures converging within the city. Xiaoguanqing's aura, however, was absent. Feeling the 5 colossal energy fields, he frowned and said, I did suspect someone might intercept us, but I never imagined there would be so many. What abilities do they specialize in? Su Tianyin didn't respond immediately. After deep contemplation, she said, these individuals are peculiar. Their faces are unfamiliar. Aside from Zhou Xueming, none of them resemble any demigod I've ever encountered. Their techniques are simplistic, as if concealing something, and none wear divine armor. Otherwise, 5 demigods surrounding Xiaoguanqing and me, we wouldn't have stood a chance. Su Tianyin pounded her chest in frustration, nearly flattening little Nai in the process. Xu Xiao, be cautious. Among them is a demigod highly skilled in divine perception. They might detect traces of your infiltration. Got it. Xu Xiao guided a lurker deep underground. With a pop, it surfaced, its 6 bulbous, bright yellow eyes scanning an empty room. Nothing. He passed dozens of barbarian dwellings. Blackened bread lay on tables, spiderwebs covered the tatters of bedding, and 2 wooden swords children's playthings lay discarded on the floor. Empty. Not a trace of habitation. Xu Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed. The intruder's sharp forelimbs pierced the earth, its tail flickered, and it swiftly vanished underground. Above ground, not a trace of disturbance remained. Bang! 2 human soldiers kicked the door open. Swords drawn, they charged into the room, scanning the surroundings warily. Ha! Was there something here just now? Cut it out. I told you it was just your imagination. What's the point of bragging about your keen hearing? Come on, let's go play with the women. You know what? The barbarians might have darker skin and not bathe much, but their bodies are undeniably impressive. They're a hell of a lot of fun in bed. If you don't come, I'm enjoying them all by myself. Wait for me. I'm coming too. After the 2 left, the lurker controlled by Xu Xiao poked its head out, its eyes filled with disgust as it watched the scum depart. Then, he followed them underground. Following the pair, he descended dozens of meters underground. Above ground, various sounds of panting drifted up. No, stop. She's just a child. Get out, get out, get out. She's just a savage. Watch me take her right in front of you. 2 human soldiers dragged a minor barbarian, tearing her clothes apart, their eyes gleaming with lecherous lust. The girl's mother struggled to her feet, while her father, one arm hacked off, was pinned down, roaring with fury. Human, you will face retribution. The fierce savage survived only through sheer vitality. They were not warriors of the divine realm, but civilians left behind. As former warriors, the men had seen darkness before, but never imagined this day would come upon them. A female savage, bare-chested, lunged forward and bit into a man's arm. The pain made him slap her hard, sending her flying to the ground. You filthy woman, if you don't know your place, I'll kill you. Several human soldiers roared with laughter. The female savage's well-toned body and ample curves had long stirred their lust. They immediately rushed forward, tearing apart the flimsy animal hides covering the girls and women. Ha 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 ha, scream all you want. Scream until your throat bursts, no one will come to save you. The human soldiers had been lurking in the divine realm alongside their godmaster for ages, unaware their atrocities were being broadcast live. Off-screen, a crowd of onlookers seethed with fury. Holy, you animals! Is this something I can watch without paying? Xu Xiao, come out and deal with them. Who the hell owns these dogs? Shame on humanity, I'm gonna kill that bastard. In the video, the girl's clothes had been torn off. Her hands and feet pinned to the ground by 4 men, unable to move. Her mouth was covered, leaving only tears welling up in her eyes. Guys, I'm going first. The rest of you wait your turn. Yeah, boss is awesome, boss is awesome. The boss is the boss, he doesn't play by the rules. The silver-ranked captain, leading the group, grinned savagely, revealing a monstrously large, sinister object. He thrust it toward the girl's mouth and snarled, "Serve me well, and your whole family lives. Otherwise." Just as the silver-ranked captain prepared to act, the soldiers behind him suddenly froze in terror. One pointed tremblingly ahead, stammering, "Monster! A monster!" Thud, thud, thud. The lurking creatures emerged suddenly, their side-like forelimbs piercing the scum's chests, taking them away in an instant. The alien insects burrowing from the earth not only annihilated the human soldiers but also terrified a group of savages into retreating to the corner, their black eyes filled with dread. The girl was lifted by her mother, who had crawled to her feet, tears streaming down her cheeks. Chu Xiao scanned the group families composed of the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. A hoarse voice emerged from the lurker's mouth, demanding, "Do you know where the captured human demigod is?" Chapter 99, Stone Axe Tribe. The barbarians exchanged nervous glances, none daring to answer. Finally, the rescued female savage strode forward, her ample bosom swaying, and approached the lurker. She knelt respectfully, palms pressed flat against the ground. "Honorable messenger, I know where he is imprisoned. I will guide you there. If possible, please rescue my daughter and husband." Agreed. Follow the insect tunnel network to exit the city. Xu Zhao's voice, like sandpaper scraping, emerged from the lurker's mouth. The savages peered into the pitch-black opening, none daring to step forward. The grotesque forms of the alien insects were as terrifying as the human soldiers. At that moment, the rescued girl, clad in tattered clothes, timidly stroked the purple exoskeleton of the lurker and summoned her courage, Stone Axe Tribe Mara. "I am willing to trust you. Mighty being, may I know your name?" The girl's budding figure boasted a generous C-cup, though not quite matching her mother's ample E-cup. Yet paired with her nearly 1.8-meter height, she possessed a unique allure. It was only those human soldiers who failed to recognize her worth. Such a dark-skinned girl would have been a supermodel in Xu Zhao's previous life. More crucially, Xu Xiao sensed the power of faith emanating from her. Sparkling fragments emanated from her devout body, palpable to Xu Xiao. "My name is Xu Xiao, a human demigod. Lord Xu Xiao, please accept Mara as your loyal servant." Xu Xiao, who had never known the nature of the power of faith, now experienced the joy a common demigod feels upon gaining a follower. Perhaps taking her in wouldn't be so bad. Follow this jumping bug. Take your father and leave. Mara, kneeling on the ground, flashed a look of delight. Suddenly, Mara sensed a searing aura coalescing before her. She lifted her gaze slightly, her pupils abruptly contracting. A furnace, ablaze with golden divine power, hovered before her eyes. After obtaining the sun essence gold, Xu Xiao had forged this furnace, now pulsing with divine energy. By connecting it to the void technology core within the Genesis Chronicles, the divine power furnace served as a receiving terminal, channeling his immense divine energy. Jumpy and Prickly, both undergoing incubation and metamorphosis, each possessed one. The other alien insects, however, could not fuse with it. Xu Zhao's authoritative, detached voice echoed, "Do not resist. Attempt to merge with this power." "Yes." Mara excitedly extended both hands, palms upward, to receive the Divine Lord's gift. The divine power crucible slowly descended into her palms. Mara felt a sudden heat in her palms. In the next instant, golden streams of light scattered and flowed into her wheat-colored body. Her meridians, muscles, and bones underwent a baptism. A wave of black impurities was expelled from her body. A sharp pain shot through the back of her hand, leaving behind a delicate mark shaped like a miniature alchemy furnace. The filth on her body's surface was washed away by divine power. Mara's entire body trembled violently, floating upward as her tempered form flashed with a silver glow. Helmet, breastplate, gloves, stockings, boots. Ah! Mara tilted her head back, letting out a satisfied, tremulous sigh. Her aura surged violently. Black Iron Tier 3, Black Iron Tier 4. Silver Tier 7. Gold Tier 1. Beneath the silver-hued armor, the ordinary girl who had been merely Black Iron Tier 3 instantly blossomed into a Gold Tier powerhouse. The surrounding barbarians were both shocked and delighted. The upgraded Silver Radiance armor, crafted from a new alloy in living metal, hugged Mara's alluring form, perfectly accentuating her curves. The breastplate's two rounded protrusions firmly protected her chest. The hip-hugging battle skirt formed curved defensive panels, revealing two pairs of mesmerizingly long legs beneath. The white silk wrapping her legs was crafted from spider silk, offering protection against both stabs and abrasions. Xu Xiao acquired it from the Pantheon shop, a pricey purchase indeed. Perfect. Indeed, only a race of wisdom could integrate the divine power forge. Xu Xiao admired his masterpiece with a satisfied chuckle. The silver radiance armor, fused with the divine power forge, allowed his primary weapon to shift freely according to his will once worn. Mara gazed down at her transformed self, her voice trembling with excitement. God Lord, Mara shall become your sword, your shield, clearing all enemies from your path. Closing her hands, two massive silver battle axes materialized, gleaming brilliantly in the firelight. The other barbarians gazed upon Mara, who seemed like a celestial being, and immediately fell to their knees, foreheads pressed to the ground in devout worship. Alas! Xu Xiao never again encountered a barbarian whose faith matched Mara's intensity. Believers were categorized by faith level: shallow believers, true believers, fanatical believers, saints, and the favorite of the gods. Only Mara alone met the standard of a fanatical believer.
The others who worshipped Chu Shao could no longer receive the silver radiance armor, for he no longer bestowed the divine power forge upon them.
Mara stood tall and proud,
her envious gaze fixed upon the silver-hued battle armor.
"Grant me your power, divine lord.
I too would walk through fire for the divine lord. I'm certainly more useful than that brat Mara.
Choose me. Choose me."
The barbarian who had doubted Chu Shao instantly changed his tune, trembling as he shouted. The next moment, Mara's long legs landed on the ground as she coldly snorted.
"Oomph. Just moments ago, you doubted me. My lord is not some puppet you can summon at will. To receive his blessings, you must pay the price. From now on, you fall under my command. Who's in favor? Who's against?" The group of savages hung their heads in disappointment, unable to meet her gaze. They were savage, but not stupid. After 7 centuries of Zhou Chang's domestication, save for their race, the barbarians differed little from humans. Divine power descended upon Mara's mother, Martha.
Wounds on her thighs, waist, and chest healed, bruises fading. Mara attempted to drape a garment over her mother but was refused. "Lord God, please restore my injuries.
It will be easier to sneak you in this way." Chu Shao froze. This was indeed. Mimetic insects hatched from the ground, dragging away the bodies of soldiers whose mimetic forms had been taken.
They reappeared before everyone's eyes. The squad leader waved his hand, and the wounds and bruises reappeared on Mara's mother's body. Martha threw on a tattered garment and led the mimic soldier out of the dungeon,
escorted to another hidden location. Along the way, the sight of numerous tribal women imprisoned and abused by humans was heartbreaking. Chu Shao couldn't help but ask curiously, "Doesn't your tribe's chieftain do anything about this?" Martha fell silent for a moment. "Lord Divine Master."
The barbarian tribes comprise 6 clans. They are the Golden Tribe of the first tier, the Iron Sword and Iron Hammer tribes of the second tier, and the Stone Axe, Stone Club, and Stone Knife tribes of the third tier. Tribes from the first and second tiers are either handpicked by the great figures of the pantheon or possess powerful warriors capable of protecting their people. Only our 3 weak tribes remain neglected. Even our chieftains have abandoned us.
Is weakness our original sin?
Soon after, Martha led Chu Xiaojiu to the Black Altar. This place was protected by a grand formation, no wonder the eyeworms couldn't detect it.
Chapter 100, The Succubus. Martha? Lottie? A voluptuous woman, dressed in revealing attire, approached Chu Shao and his companions. "Have you finally come to your senses?
With your assets, Martha, joining me in embracing our master will surely earn us great rewards." Her pale blue eyes appraised Chu Shao, her pupils brightening.
"Not bad, this man you've chosen. Even I can't see through him. Man, why not consider me? Martha's a conservative.
Whatever you desire, I possess." Lottie thrust her ample assets forward, leaning her body against Chu Xiao's human form. She gently bit his earlobe, her eyes sparkling with the satisfaction of a scheme succeeding.
Her towering breasts pressed against Chu Xiao's back as zzzzzzz.
2 blinding slashes severed her head.
Martha watched warily as the animal skin garment slipped down, revealing the alluring honey-toned skin beneath. "You're not Lottie. Who are you?"
Lottie would never say such things or wear such shameless clothing.
A wild surge, an intoxicating fragrance. Lottie's voice sweetened. Hey, my dear friend, I am your dear friend. Swear allegiance to that master with me. Once you've tasted life's ultimate pleasures, you'll never return to bland, uneventful days. Come on, let's savor happiness together, let's indulge in life together."
As she finished speaking, 2 spiraling horns sprouted from her head and her face became covered in dense, intricate abyssal runes.
A demonic cloak draped over her form. Coils of black vines twisted into undergarments, concealing her curves.
Below, it was much the same as if a barbarian warrior had appeared wearing nothing but a swimsuit. Lottie gazed at Chu Xiao's soul, her eyes hazy as she murmured,
"Am I beautiful? Don't you want to favor me? Come, let us make love amidst the clouds of Mount Wu and reach the heights of bliss together."
Lottie spread her wings, her star-shaped tail swaying excitedly as she yearned to engage Chu Xiao in battle.
"You're a succubus? I've merely transformed into one."
Barbarians and humans around them gasped, breathing ragged as they swallowed repeatedly. Fortunately, Chu Xiao possessed a god-tier will, preventing him from succumbing to her allure. The purple emblem on Lottie's navel emitted an alluring glow, magnifying her seductive charm and assets to the extreme.
"Damn, I'm sold. Holy, she's the real deal. Is this even a demon? I'm hooked."
Her worldview followed her senses. The humans outside were led astray by Lottie, now transformed into a succubus. Her eyes transformed into stars, and a burning desire ignited within her.
Wang Sheng couldn't resist either. A high-ranking god shamelessly began undressing.
Wang Jialin looked at Wang Shang and Chu Xiao with utter contempt, especially the lecherous old man. Chu Xiao's gaze remained utterly unruffled, while the old man was utterly repulsive. Her eyes glowed with seductive intent, her intertwined legs trembling uncontrollably as they rubbed together.
With trembling excitement, she declared, "Man, I've claimed you."
The lord of the 99th layer abyss had seated himself opposite Kaiset at some point, sneering, "Ha ha ha, humans are becoming more and more pathetic.
Kaisa shot him a cold glance, dismissively replying, "That's precisely why we need the fire seed, isn't it?" Chu Xiao's breathing remained perfectly steady. Kaisa was satisfied that such a person would become the future Angel King. Only someone with unwavering resolve was worthy of upholding the order of the Celestial Palace. Oomph. The Abyss Lord met with a cold rejection, finding the exchange uninteresting. He commanded the Demon King to tempt Chu Xiao into corruption, but Chu Xiao's faith was terrifyingly steadfast. His smile froze on his face as his gaze lowered, filled with murderous intent. Bang bang bang. Martha and Lottie clashed relentlessly. Though the succubus possessed formidable seduction powers, she proved no match for Martha, a silver-ranked warrior, in combat. "You two, come at me together." 6 men drew their swords and charged forward, igniting a fierce exchange of blows. Boom! Clad in silver armor, she kicked 2 men into the ruins of a house and swung her sword with overwhelming force toward her beloved sister. Martha's figure flashed like lightning, leaving trails of silver afterimages across the large screen. The succubus Latala grabbed a human soldier to shield herself from the sword. Crack! The human who had once humiliated the barbarian tribe was cleaved in two by the enraged Martha's sword. Her figure flashed before Latira's eyes. "No, impossible. Where did you get this power?" Martha's gaze grew cold. "Of course it is a gift from my master, my dear sister." "You chose the wrong master." Before a soldier could scream, Martha crushed him into the ground with her silver war boot. His body arched like a shrimp as he coughed up blood in great gulps. As a true believer, she had gained strength, gained weapons, and now displayed the aesthetics of violence to all. So powerful, so fierce. Viewers before the screen gaped in astonishment. Martha's silver radiance armor, infused with sun essence gold, repelled every attack from the silver 9th rank expert even without the divine power forge. Sword strikes landed upon her like raindrops skimming a mirror, leaving not a single scratch. Anyone with eyes could see that Chu Xiao's outfit swap with a barbarian warrior was no simple matter. Clang! The human warrior who had launched the sneak attack thrust a powerful sword strike toward her chest. Martha didn't move an inch. She braced against the blow, twisted her twin blades, and sliced off the head of this squad leader level expert. Blocked? Blocked? A spectator rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Aside from sparks flying, the warrior woman transformed into a lethal panther hadn't suffered a single scratch. Damn impressive. Where can I buy that battle armor? Heart of the Swarm. It's sold in Heart of the Swarm. Someone opened their Pantheon store, where the purchase option for the silver glow armor appeared prominently. But the price? Holy crap, a sun-forged gold or an equivalent treasure? Way too expensive. No way I could afford it. A palm-sized piece of sun essence gold cost 10 million divine fluids, and how much divine power equaled 10 million divine fluids? Martha's gear wasn't meant for ordinary people. Some powerful professionals had other thoughts. I'm stronger than that female barbarian, right? A battle became Martha's stage, simultaneously drawing out the 5 demigods lurking in the shadows. Finally, the Lich King, the Wraith King, the Raven King, the Blood Soul King, and Zhou Shueming materialized above the city. The Lich King had been passionately kissing a half-naked barbarian woman with exposed cleavage when interrupted. His eyes narrowed slightly. An interesting woman. So reincarnating as a human is such a delightful experience. Gentlemen, this woman is mine. The Demon King, Raven King, and Blood Soul King paid no heed. After possessing human bodies, they gradually became intoxicated by the tender embrace of human women. Only now did they realize how utterly pointless their past acts of capturing and slaughtering human women had been. Were nothing but a waste. Caw, never mind. Next is mine. I'm third. Enough. Just give me some soup. The Lich King bared his ghastly teeth and cackled. Fine, I've got enough. As a woman, Zhou Shueming had no interest in Martha whatsoever, but she had set her sights on the silver glint armor. Her battle armor, I want it. From the very first glance, Zhou Shueming was captivated by its formidable capabilities. She was a battle armor enthusiast. Chapter 101, The Wrathful Spirit Heart Devouring Formation. With each breath Martha took, the surging divine power refracted into a rainbow of light upon the surface of the battle armor. Zhou Shueming's eyes widened as pitch-black divine power oozed from her body like ink. Unable to hold back any longer, she charged forward. The Lich King screamed, releasing the 2 barbarians beside him. He let them fall, crashing down brutally into a pulp. She's mine. Don't take her. Ha. Since Miss Zhou has made her move, I shall no longer hold back. I'll join in. One figure emerged from the flames, stepping upon crimson fire wheels. Damn bastards, breaking their word. The Lich King seethed at his impatient comrades. Had they too noticed this woman's extraordinary nature? Her body, her very soul, had been reshaped by supreme divine power. Who could possibly create a body so perfectly attuned to divine power? Seize it, and he could truly ignite the divine flame within a human form, ascending to become a lesser god. The clamor of 5 combatants clashing filled the sky. Countless crimson threads flashed, cascading down from above. The Blood Soul King's fingertip flickered with a subtle hook, his attack striking first. Get lost. Zhou Xueming laughed bitterly in rage, his black spear coalescing as he hurled it at the Blood Soul King, his ally, just a second ago. Blood Soul King's expression turned cold as he was forced to turn and dodge. This evasion left his position open. Caw caw caw. This old crow takes the lead. With a flap of his black wings, the Black Crow King surged forward at blinding speed. The 5 combatants, entangled and mutually restrained, arrived almost simultaneously before Martha, who stood at the storm's epicenter. Xu Xiao watched coldly from the sidelines. Just as the Lich King's claws reached for Martha's chest, blood-red pillars of light suddenly erupted from the ground. 5. Perfect. Xu Xiao thrust a long sword into the ground with a backhand motion. A massive circular magic array abruptly materialized in the sky and on the ground. Damn it! This is the Wrathful Spirit Heart Devouring Array. It's Xu Xiao. That bastard Xu Xiao is setting us up. The Lich King realized it a bit too late. A presence transcending demigodhood erupted from the body he sought to possess. Martha revealed her true form. A silver tear mimic larva, imbued with Xu Xiao's will. The Xu Xiao beside him was the true Marga. We've been tricked. All demons paled in horror. Zhou Xueming immediately and decisively self-detonated her Black Demon God armor. Her decisiveness made Xu Xiao glance at her. A decisiveness reminiscent of a ruthless woman. Zhou Xueming's sixth sense sent shivers through her enchanting features. An instinctive reaction screamed, self-destruct the divine armor and escape immediately. Otherwise, In the next instant, the Blood Soul King, whose primordial essence had been wounded and possessed only half a divine soul, let out a piercing scream. Countless dark spirits locked onto him. He was the easiest prey. Zhou Xueming's pupils contracted. The ghostly spirit's piercing gazes made his scalp tingle. Thank goodness, thank goodness. I ran fast enough. The Wrathful Spirit Heart Devouring Array. When activated by the Supreme God Xu Xiao's will versus that of a lesser god, the outcome was entirely different. One after another, exceptionally powerful ghosts tore at the Blood Soul King. Each one radiated the energy fluctuations of a demigod. No, this can't be. How could Xu Xiao be at the demigod tier? Xu Xiao was certainly not a demigod, but he could mimic one. When a demigod-level shadow spirit was mimicked using the will of a supreme god, it became exceptionally powerful. These shadow spirits' essence was gathered within the remnants of creation, and Xu Xiao's imitation was flawless. The demigod specters, unleashed through the formation, effortlessly tore through the Blood Soul King's defenses. Had the array not required time to activate, its deployment would have been too slow. Only when close enough could it have been trapped. Xu Xiao alone could sweep through the divine realm. Zhou Xueming's voice was shrill. Beneath her black skirt, her thigh bore patches of blue and purple bruising. She had been bitten by a specter, losing part of her soul essence from her thigh. Xu Xiao, you truly are a master manipulator. Exploiting our individual greed to lure us together, you intended to ambush and eliminate all 5 demigods at once. Xu Xiao materialized, sneering coldly. Shouldn't we thank your teammates for this? If not for the enchantress's spell of seduction, how could we have ignited the greed within these fools? The Lich King and his cohorts often invited the succubus to join their revelries for entertainment. Her enchantment proved an excellent aphrodisiac. The demon showed no resistance whatsoever, allowing the succubus's will to invade their soul seas. Over time, they grew complacent. The 4-headed fiend, convinced that the gap between himself and the succubus meant no harm could come, were utterly foolish. Damn this heart-devouring array of wrathful spirits. Who placed this formation in Xu Xiao's hands? The demons seethed with fury. Being charmed was one thing, but encountering the wrathful spirit heart-devouring array slowed their reactions, lulling them into carelessness. And fell victim to its trap in an instant. They reap what they sow. Zhou Xueming shot a cold glare at the succubus who had shrunk her head back, too afraid to show herself. He suddenly bit through his tongue, spitting a mouthful of essence blood. Divine armor. Blood prison Rakshasa. 2 demon heads, their cruel grins frozen in place, bulged from his shoulders, coldly watching Xu Xiao. Having re-equipped his divine armor, Zhou Xueming's figure suddenly shot forward, stabbing toward Martha, who was outside overseeing the formation. Clang! Sparks flew and scattered. Mara, wings spread wide, a ring of flying swords swirling behind her, battle axe raised, shielded her mother. Evil god, if you wish to kill my mother, you must first get past me. Golden-ranked Mara gripped her twin axes tightly. A blue glow flickered upon the blades, not divine power, but psychic energy. The silver-hued axe flew from her grasp, spinning rapidly through the air. Boom! Boom! The axe collided fiercely with the Rakshas's war spear, unleashing a crimson and rust-colored energy storm. The ground cracked, buildings collapsed. Zhou Xueming's expression drained once more. Mara, who resembled a goddess of war, could match her blow for blow with merely gold tier strength. Zhou Xueming roared in fury, a mere gold tier dares to be so insolent? What if we join forces? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Golden spines and golden sides unleashed equally formidable power as twin storms of psychic energy swept toward her. Jiao Jiao, Cici, and Mara surrounded Zhou Xueming, whose spirit trembled violently. Zhou Xueming fell silent. Silence hung heavy all around.
Yet the storm raging outside the battlefield was no less fierce than the one within.
I recall those two were Chu Zhao's familiars, right? That's right, them. One jumping bug, one spiked snake. They actually advanced to gold rank too. Damn, just how powerful is Chu Xiao? No clue. Absolutely no clue. He changes every day. Anyone paying attention to the battle gear those three are wearing? Can I ask, is it even battle gear?
I suppose you could call it divine gear. The old scholar pushed his glasses up and affirmed.
Unbelievably awesome, ridiculously extravagant, utterly outrageous.
He's got less than silver, yet he pulls off 3 pieces of divine gear. Battle gear and divine gear, a single character's difference, yet it separates the mortal from the divine.
The crowd was filled with both envy and jealousy. Sister Zhou, right? Care to sit down and talk? Surely we don't need to fight to the death over this?
Chu Zhao's voice emerged from the lurking figure below. Zhou Xueming momentarily abandoned her all-or-nothing resolve.
What do you wish to discuss? Let's discuss cooperation. Do you want to restore your true essence and break free from Chan Lai's control?
Hearing this, Zhou Xueming narrowed her pupils and stared intently.
Chapter 102, Unscrupulous Wealth. Ha! You want to turn me against him? Is that not acceptable? Whatever Chen Lai can offer you, I can match and surpass.
Zhou Xueming, the prodigy of the Pantheon, paid a hefty price to retrieve from the abyss, possessed the innate talent to upgrade quasi-divine artifacts into true divine artifacts. She was also known as the Star Forger. Divine artifacts were rated from 1 to 9 stars based on their star rating. Each additional star increases the artifact's power.
Are you serious? I'm a greedy woman, I want a lot. Can you afford to give it? Divine power?
Chu Xiao smiled indifferently.
Woman, name your terms. 3 fierce golden warriors stood before Zhou Xueming. Fighting them would be disadvantageous, for her escape was impossible without a desperate fight. She grinned. Fine. 1,000 drops of divine essence per month.
Unlimited supply of gold, silver, copper, iron, and other metals.
100 sets of the outfits they wear. Finally, provide me with the pills needed for advancement each year. How about it? Not too much to ask, right?
Zhou Xueming narrowed her slanted eyes, a fleeting blush crossing her cheeks. Even she felt her demands were excessive.
You might as well go rob someone. Martha fumed from below.
The clan chieftain's annual income was only 100 drops of divine essence.
1,000 drops a month? That's nothing short of a pipe dream. If you can't afford it, forget it. We'll settle this with weapons. A group of online commenters frantically typed away. Hear that? Now that's asking for the moon. Awesome.
A single divine crystal per year, a modest goal.
Big shots, hit me up. I'm cheap. I only need 100 drops of divine essence.
I'll take 10 drops.
I'll pay you.
At Hanghai Plaza, a chubby guy wiped away cold sweat and sucked in a sharp breath. Just 1 drop of this stuff would be enough for me to break through to silver rank.
As for the demands that followed, they were utterly unreasonable. Is that woman out of her mind? She's demanding the salary of a demigod for 10 years? What gives her the right? One man couldn't help but laugh out loud. Forget it. Chu Xiao will never agree anyway. Let's just wait and see her get rejected. Zhou Xueming secretly probed for possible avenues of survival.
She made these demands to buy time and seize an opportunity, never expecting Chu Xiao to agree. She was asking for too much.
Well, you're the one who told me to bring it up. Chu Xiao's expression remained composed, yet oddly amused. That's all? What? Zhou Xueming reflexively retorted, scratching her ear as if she'd misheard.
Chu Xiao patiently continued, no problem.
Everything you mentioned can be arranged.
The mercenary, whose face was split by a scar running across half his face, spit out a mouthful of aged liquor. Hell, I'd have to lick blood off blades for a whole year just to scrape together 10 drops of that divine liquid.
That is ruthless. The kicker is that man actually delivers.
Zhou Xueming's face remained composed, but her heart pounded like a drum.
Really possible?
Jiao Jiao, give her a bottle of divine liquid to calm her nerves first.
Got it.
The twin ponytailed girl next door had completely shed her insectoid markings, looking every bit like an adorable middle schooler as she gulped down a bottle of divine liquid. She pulled another bottle from her pocket. Jumping pondered for a moment, then placed the new bottle back in her pocket.
She screwed the cap tightly onto the empty one. He reluctantly tossed it over. Here. Zhou Xueming instinctively reached out to take it.
When she opened it, half remained. The divine liquid inside was pure and flawless, brimming with more divine essence than any rare treasure she'd ever tasted.
She couldn't help but exclaim. Divine elixir of the highest grade. You actually treat divine elixir like water? There was still plenty of divine liquid left, far more than anyone could ever drink. Tayo was simply being protective of his food. Little did she know that just this half bottle of divine liquid left Zhou Xueming reeling. Her legs grew weak and sweaty.
Her right hand clutching the bottle, trembling slightly.
No wonder she could reach gold rank so quickly. The sheer extravagance was outrageous. The onlookers erupted in chaos. That girl drank divine elixir? Yeah, and top-tier stuff at that. Kill the body, kill the spirit. Kill the body, kill the spirit. Zhou Xueming didn't hesitate, taking a small sip. The divine power he'd lost instantly returned. Holy crap! Imagine sipping this divine elixir while unleashing devastating attacks. Endless, truly endless. Xu Shao curved his lips into a smile, watching her with amused eyes. As long as you stick with me, you'll have all you need. Zhou Xueming. I surrender. I'll follow you. No problem. With each swearing an oath in the name of the Pantheon, the matter was settled. Zhou Xueming stepped aside, leaving the four monsters who had been desperately waiting for backup utterly dumbfounded. Miss Zhou. Miss Zhou. Miss Zhou? Damn it, you, save us. The four monsters were in tears. Breaking the formation from within was extremely difficult. They could only hope Zhou Xueming would destroy it from the outside. Who would have thought a demigod could be bribed? How could she be bribed by him? Zhou Xueming flushed. Though she owed no loyalty to monsters, turning on them so abruptly felt unprincipled. I'm sorry. Xu Shao offered far too much. Put. One after another, the monsters spat blood in fury. Fortunately, Zhou Xueming didn't expose their true nature. To the others, it still looked like four humans were spitting blood. Ha ha, what a too much. If it were me, I'd betray too. Those four are pitiful. First betrayed by their own, then turned against. Serves them right for opposing the divine Xu. Damn you, Xu Shao. Do you think you can kill us? Better to rely on yourself than others. The four decisively began their own rescue. A fierce battle ensued. The crowd watched the spectacle unfold, but it seemed they wouldn't be killed anytime soon. Suddenly, green clusters of exploding bugs appeared in the sky. The Lich King looked up to see a swarm so dense it obscured the sky, a legion of jumping insects descending from above. Each bug clutched a black orb. Boom, boom, boom. The four demon lords instantly descended into chaos. The explosions themselves weren't terrifying. What was terrifying was the swarm of them, along with the bombs they carried. The Raven King spread his wings, darting left and right, his face gradually revealing a sharp, black, flat beak. The Demon King's expression changed abruptly as the blast's shockwave ignored his defensive barrier and slammed directly into his body. I can't hold on any longer. Me neither. The Wraith King beside him steeled his resolve, flashing a cold smile at the Lich King. Old witch, your life isn't here anyway. Take the hit for me. With that, two demonic claws seized the terrified Lich King, hoisting him overhead as a human shield. Who said that? No, don't. Brilliant idea. The Blood Soul King learned his lesson, extending a blood-red tentacle to seize the fleeing Raven King. Old Raven, why not do a good deed? You bastards. Both of you bastards. Caught off guard, the Black Raven plummeted from midair, flapping its wings wildly as it was covered in a hail of ricocheting bullets. His true form revealed. A terrifying Black Crow King appeared before the people's eyes. A demonic creature? Holy, it's the Demon King. How did the Demon King break through? Chapter 103, Demon King. Endless exploding beasts, bombard. A torrential downpour of firelight exposed the true forms of the four monsters. This time, the onlookers were utterly dumbfounded. Monsters had infiltrated humanity's divine domain conquest war. It was like a civil war suddenly facing an external enemy. Could this be tolerated? Demon Lords, are you the Lich King, the Wraith King, the Blood Soul King, and the Raven King? Xu Shao let out a strange cry of shock, turning to the helpless Zhou Xueming beside him and asking, Zhou, did you know? They're your classmates. Panic washed over Zhou Xueming's face. I didn't know. Shen Lai introduced them to me. We came together to ambush your assault on the divine realm. I didn't know they were demon lords. How could this happen? Xu Zhao's face darkened with fury. So it was Chen Lai who colluded with these demons. Damn him. How dare he? Could he have orchestrated this alone? No. I saw Wang Shang, the head of the Wang family, talking to him on the phone. It might have been Wang Shang who arranged the connection. The Wang family? As in the wealthiest family in Hanghai City? Ah, yes. Their entire conversation was transmitted without reservation. Wang Shang crushed his wine glass in fury and shouted, slander. All of it is slander. That brat holds grudges over the smallest things. What a cruel heart. He wants to drag the Wang family into utter ruin. Xu Shao and Zhou Xueming joined forces, their accusations growing increasingly outrageous. Heaping unfounded accusations upon the Wang family. At this moment, the crowd feasted on the drama with relish, while Wang Shang and his family felt a chill run through their hearts. Some were true, some were false. The Wang family couldn't withstand scrutiny. Wang Shang roared in fury from within the private room, Shut up! Shut up! Stop talking! Though Xu Shao and the others couldn't hear him, the sheer force of his voice shattered the expensive red wine bottles lining the room. His bloodshot eyes burned with madness. Xu Xiao, how dare you slander the Wang family like this? I won't let you get away with it. Bang! The door burst open with a kick. Angels with folded white wings filed in, snorting coldly. Wang Sheng, who exactly do you intend to make pay? Xu Xiao is our divine son. What do you intend to do to him? You're here so fast. Wang Jialin silently retreated to the side, blending into the background. The angel lashed out with a whip, cracking it across Wang Sheng's weathered face. How dare you collude with abyssal monsters to attack the divine son? Do you think you're a cat with 9 lives? Ah! Wang Sheng let out another agonized scream. The angel's furious whip struck the other side of Wang Sheng's face. Even if you had 9 lives, they wouldn't be enough to pay for today's crimes. Slander! This is slander! Wang Sheng curled up helplessly like an old man, shielding his head. How dare you beat a family head without evidence? My Wang family is no small household. They're spreading lies. I never did any of these things. Heavenly Palace Enforcement Division. The leader of the squad was Ning Lihong, known as the Blood-Handed Butcher. If it were anyone else, Wang Sheng might have dared to fight back. But facing this butcher? If he dared resist, the man would tear him apart with his bare hands. Still trying to wriggle out of it? I'll whip you to death. The Son of God wouldn't falsely accuse someone. You traitorous dog, you'll confess everything in prison. With a sharp crack, the lash tore through Wang Sheng's suit, leaving his flesh torn and blood spilling onto the floor. No, I protest. I protest. Ugh. Ning Lihong teleported over in an instant, punching Wang Sheng squarely in the gut. The blow sent bile surging up his throat, and he vomited acid-tinged bile. He whispered softly into his ear. Master Wang, it's best to behave yourself. Tang Taishan has confessed, and all the men working for you have confessed too. This time, you won't escape. Wang Sheng's face contorted in fury. His gaze fixed on the trembling live broadcast screen. You want to destroy my Wang family? Who? Who wants to destroy me? Ning Lihong gave a cold laugh. Take a guess. Ha 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 ha. Wang Sheng let out a piercing scream to the heavens. Xu Xiao. I underestimated you. I should have killed you myself back then, no matter the cost. Wang Sheng coughed up blood from the rage in his heart and collapsed to the ground. Ning Lihong spoke coldly, take him away. As he left, he cast a final glance at the trembling Wang Jialin. In the shadows, Gao Zhengqin watched Wang Sheng being led away, a surge of satisfaction washing over her. Old man, this is your comeuppance. If you hadn't forced yourself on me back then, I never would have given up on myself and ended up with my cousin. Today's events are merely the beginning of the Wang family's downfall. And that Zheng Huizhu, she killed my child, and I won't let her off either. Gao Zhengqin gritted her teeth, her resentment finally finding release. Xu Xiao remained unaware of the Wang family's affairs in Hanghai. His insect swarm had been relentlessly bombarding the rear for nearly 4 hours, stripping away layers of earth. Deep within the forest, smoke curled from catapult launch sites as swarms of insects crawled out of the tunnel network. Xiao Guanqing was carried out on the back of a lurker. Xiao Guanqing, wake up! Xiao Guanqing opened his eyes wearily. Spotting Su Tianin, he gave a wretched smile. Su, I'm just glad you're safe. Put. Xiao. Xu Xiao placed a hand on Xiao Guanqing's pulse, his brow furrowing. The piercing wound on the other's chest stained the lining of his undershirt crimson, and strands of blood glistening with a golden sheen were gushing out steadily. Xu Xiao swiftly seized a sharp needle and deftly sealed the acupoints. Divine power slowly surged in. For turbulent forces within Xiao Guanqing's body erupted along the needles, releasing black smoke as they were channeled out. Thank goodness we got here in time. Otherwise, he'd be crippled for life. Woo-woo, it's all my fault. If it weren't for covering for me, Xiao wouldn't have been captured. Su Tianin trembled as she knelt in a pool of blood, the boy in her arms breathing faintly. Guilt-ridden, she let him rest his head on her long, black-stockinged leg, offering him a pillow of her knee. Xiao Guanqing's eyelashes fluttered, his eyes dim and lifeless. He reached out a hand to touch the woman's cheek, but couldn't even lift his fingers. A wretched smile pulled at his lips. You're safe. That matters more than anything. Put. Xiao Guanqing coughed up another mouthful of blood, his expression tragic and agonized. Xu Xiao. Save him. Don't panic, let me take a look. As Xu Xiao administered the needle, Xiao Guanqing began convulsing violently. Su Tianin, overcome with panic, clutched the person in her arms tightly, pressing their head against her snow-white chest. Soft and warm. Xiao Guanqing's complexion flushed rosy as he gave Xu Xiao a thumbs up. This injury hadn't been in vain. Put. Xiao Guanqing forced up the congealed blood in his throat, his breath growing faint once more. Xu Xiao's face darkened abruptly. Would this act really not be exposed? Suddenly, he caught a flash of cunning in Su Tianin's eyes and realized. Forget it. If it makes you happy. Turning his gaze to the battle within the city, Xu Xiao's eyes grew cold, a chill erupting from his stare. It's time to begin the harvest. The wrathful spirit heart devouring formation, close. The 4 pillars converged, gradually shrinking the confinement array trapping the 4 demon lords.
Wandering vengeful spirits let out piercing screams as a sky-filling crimson light surged upward.
Holy, they're closing in? You bet. Looks like those vengeful spirits are looking pretty tasty now.
Like boiling a frog in gradually heated water, after exhausting the Four Kings' strength, Chu Xiao's killing intent froze like ancient ice, his eyes piercingly cold.
Demon lords?
Once you're here, you'll have to play ball with me.
Chapter 104, Self-Destruction. How could the 4 demon lords willingly surrender? The Lich King roared in fury, "Everyone, if we don't unite now, will be picked off one by one and destroyed individually.
To show my sincerity, I'll go first."
Permafrost skeleton.
Cornered, the Lich King summoned his demonic form to shield himself from Chu Xiao's relentless barrage. 10,000-year-old black ice encased the dragon's skeleton, its crown set with 12 brilliant gems. Eyes blazed with ghostly blue flames. He had completely abandoned the human body he had possessed, reverting to his true, monstrous form. Humans, witnessing the colossal Lich King's form, held their breath in terror, sweating bullets for Chu Xiao. The Lich King raised his right fist and slammed it viciously into the barrier's light screen. With a thunderous crash, he staggered back, terror etched on his face. What are you waiting for?
Chu Xiao's barrier stood as solid as a mountain. It's actually this strong.
Damn that woman, it's all her fault for giving Chu Xiao such a gift.
A lesser god actually dying at Chu Xiao's hands? Ridiculous. Yet resentment was useless now.
He urged the other 3 kings. The 3 kings exchanged nods. The wrathful Ghost King, incarnation of gluttony. The Raven King, a 1,000-winged calamity. Blood Soul King, the core of the Sea of Sin. For towering demonic forms pressed against the array's light barrier, which showed no sign of shrinking, struggling desperately.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Wave after wave of attacks struck the barrier, sending bursts of explosive light flying in all directions. The 4 kings shook the barrier violently. But a barrier of lower god-tier strength was not so easily breached. They were not Chu Xiao, they possessed neither the supreme barrier technique nor the barrier-piercing spike. This alone showed just how perilous Chu Xiao's situation had been.
Chu Xiao sneered coldly. Useless.
Ha ha ha, you 4, just accept your fate and die. Outsiders stared oddly at Chu Xiao, who looked like a major villain, muttering speechlessly, why do I suddenly feel like Chu Xiao is the real demon lord? I kinda feel sorry for those 4 poor souls.
I feel the same way.
The demon king Chu Xiao is terrifying. Anyone who crosses him gets crushed into the ground. Poof. Even if Chu Xiao is the demon king, he's a good one.
What's wrong with being a demon king?
Every single thing he does is for his loved ones, for humanity. I say some self-righteous gods are nothing but hypocrites.
Someone like Zhou Qian?
He'd be better off being a demon king.
Great demon king Chu Xiao, kill them. Kill them. Kill them.
The crowd roared with fury. The soul flame of the abyssal lord trembled violently. His eyes blazed with murderous intent, so intense it had already crushed the throne beneath him to dust. You 4 useless fools.
Use the boundary-piercing spikes I gave you. Did you lose them? Aren't you going to fight to the death?
The 4 kings stiffened upon receiving the telepathic command.
Exchanging glances, demonic light surged in their eyes. There's no escape. The demon king's abdomen split open, revealing a gaping maw.
Between 2 rows of dagger-like teeth, a supple purple tongue slithered out. Wrapping around the Black Crow King in front, it laughed cruelly.
Black Crow, unite with me. All 3 heads of the Black Crow King revealed terror, yet offered no resistance. After being swallowed by the Demon King, 2 wings sprouted from the back of the colossal demonic form.
The left was a bone wing, the right a black demonic wing. Blood Soul King, become my flesh and blood. The Blood Soul King wasted no words either, his body, like a sea of blood, directly merging into the Demon King's form. A thick blood mist swirled around the body. As the Demon King opened its maw, a terrifying vision of mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared.
Lich King, what are you waiting for?
The 4 kings merged into one. A golden crown, identical to the Lich King's, appeared atop the Fiend King's head.
Boom! The barrier formation trembled, swelling like an inflated balloon.
The realm of the 4 fiends. In an instant, the Demon King ascended to the realm of a lower god. The Abyssal Heart, another secret treasure bestowed by the Lord of the Abyss, fused them together as their aura steadily surged upward. Middle-tier god, high-tier god. Explode! Boom! Within the domain, the Demon King's gaping maw revealed a sinister grin, while the Black Crow King and Blood Soul King's curses echoed incessantly.
All or nothing mutual destruction.
Their bodies exploded with a thunderous roar, accompanied by a piercing screech as a tidal wave of blood mist crashed against the barrier's luminous walls. The earth shook and mountains trembled.
The entire lower god realm trembled as the light of doom descended.
As the 4 kings faced death, their expressions revealed despair, ferocity, and triumph.
Chu Xiao, die with us.
The retreating barbarian tribes fell into panic. The insect swarm stirred restlessly. Within the temple, the barbarian demigod and the other 4 human demigods driven here by Night Phoenix and Night Phoenix's followers stared blankly toward the basin. Through the collapsed void, pairs of enormous eyes scrutinized them with keen interest.
Void monsters. What a vile demon lord. Once the divine domain's laws here completely dissipated, the void monsters would swarm like starving fish, devouring everyone whole.
Shenlai gritted his teeth as divine power surged violently within him.
Damn it, we've been deceived.
These vile creatures truly cannot be trusted. Shenlai addressed the barbarian demigod, follow me, and you might have a sliver of hope.
Otherwise, you'll perish here with the rest of them.
The barbarian demigod gazed into the void beyond the domain and refused.
No.
I will rise and fall with this land.
Fine. If you won't go, then we will. Shenlai seethed with fury. This trip had yielded nothing.
He'd also received a telepathic message Chu Shao had smeared him with a huge load of slander.
He had to leave immediately to make arrangements.
Otherwise, even if he escaped, the Pantheon would hunt him down and kill him.
That Zhou Shueming.
If not for her, I wouldn't be in this passive position.
He retrieved the treasures for departure and vanished with the 3 others. Outside the temple,
Yi Huang, Yi Feng, and Zhao Ming slowly retreated together, shattering the escape crystals to leave the divine domain.
At the storm's epicenter, the laws of the realm were in disarray. Xiao Guanqing and Su Tianyin weren't so fortunate.
The void demons beyond the domain first detected this location. Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads as they urgently reported to Chu Shao. The escape crystals have failed.
Chu Shao's pupils contracted.
He immediately ordered everyone to detach, but he hadn't anticipated the laws being disrupted. Someone had sealed him off.
Snap.
The array barrier shattered. The terrifying energy from the Four Kings' self-detonation surged toward Chu Shao in an instant, threatening to engulf him.
Chu Shao, what should we do? Ask me? I have no idea either. It's over. It's over.
The two embraced in despair, sharing a wretched smile.
Xiao Guanqing and Su Tianyin had given up. But Chu Shao hadn't. I know you're anxious, but don't panic. Let me think of a solution.
The supreme divine crystals Chu Shao had scattered around him coalesced into a barrier. The barrier's luminous screen held firm against the oncoming explosive energy. The assaulting force collided. 1, 2, 3 dozens of priceless divine crystals shattered in an instant. The remaining crystals could only hold out for a few more breaths. The more perilous the situation, the calmer Chu Shao became.
His mind raced. What did he possess now?
His main god-level soul lacked the energy to fully absorb the self-detonation force of a higher god. The only recourse was to utilize treasures. But what treasures did he possess? Suddenly, a long-neglected secret treasure flashed into his mind. The Lord of the Abyss roared with laughter.
Kaisa, Lucian, this time I've won. Chu Shao is as good as dead. His gambling instinct flared once more. How about a wager? Shall we stake a demi-plane?
The Abyss Lord harbored a deep grudge over the lost demi-plane, always scheming to reclaim it. Lucian shot him a cold glance and sneered.
It's just a demi-plane. Is it really worth holding onto so tightly? A miser like you dares covet Lady Kaisa? A set of Archon-level defensive formations, I'll take your bet.
The Lord of the Abyss gasped for breath and fury.
Fine, I'll take your bet. Chapter 105, Battle Intent. What a terrifying explosion. What are those monsters? It feels like my very soul is being sucked away.
Void fiends are common foes with the Abyss. Born from the ancient war between gods and demons, they harbor intense malice and greed toward both. The human spectators stared blankly at the void monsters, each as vast as an island. Further away, colossal overlord-class beasts loomed, as vast as planets. The laws of the divine realm twisted. Chu Shao had no time to think. He channeled all the spiritual energy accumulated within his divine power forge into the embers of creation. Grayish-white flames ignited before him. And within that faint flame, time itself froze. Chu Shao felt his life force rapidly draining away, his consciousness struggling on the brink of death as a kaleidoscope of memories flashed before his eyes.
Great Xia, Blue Star, Gods and Demons, Technology. Void Technology, Genesis Chronicles, Divine Bodies. Ding!
A voice piercing the soul resounded. Chu Shao lifted his gaze to behold a familiar gray world.
Behind him, 2 black wings glowed, resembling angelic wings. Class, Void Creation.
Class level, Gold. Class skills, Creation, Aurora Septet, Ultimate / Secret Technique Crimson / Divine Body, Genesis Form Void Survival, Super Strength, Super Regeneration, Super Defense, Perceive Illusion, Knowledge Repository, Growth Power.
Divine Artifacts, Genesis Chronicle, Shinnome Cauldron God Tier, Divine Power Forge Demigod, Blazing Warblade Demigod. Chu Shao's transformation was witnessed by all.
The crowd gasped in astonishment.
Chu Shao, is he an angel? Why are his wings black?
Black suits his title as the Great Demon King perfectly. Chu Shao's eyes snapped open, stunned by the immense transformation. The remnants of creation's embers hovered before him, enveloped in the primordial aura of the universe's birth. A strand of the chaos sacred flame split off, mending the rift in the void. The void monsters outside angrily extended their claws, attempting to tear open the rift. But upon encountering even a single spark, the chaos sacred flame engulfed them like oil doused with fire, instantly consuming them.
Look! Void monsters! Good heavens, they're terrified!
Outside the domain, a chorus of screams erupted. Only the mightiest demons could withstand the onslaught, yet even they frowned, watching Chu Shao warily. A few emitted intense killing intent. Chu Shao seized the moment to draw them all into the divine realm. His divine form tore apart, regenerated. Fortunately, his divine power was boundless, enduring the relentless drain. An ordinary person would have been drained dry long ago. The embers of creation proved formidable, shielding against the void's scrutiny and repelling the malevolence. A divine radiance suddenly flared upon his form. The body of creation? His body sensed the power of the void. Chu Shao clenched his fist toward the crack. Seal it! Instantly, the gaping wound in the sky flickered out like a snuffed candle. Some watched with gritted teeth. Their schemes had failed once more. How? How could he be so hard to kill? An ordinary person would have died 10,000 times over by now. Tell me why. Answer me. Within the divine realm. Xiao Guanqing's eyes widened as he let out a startled cry, supported by Su Tianyin. Chu Shao, where did you get this demi-plane? And your divine realm has manifested as a divine nation? A divine realm with complete laws and a well-defined divine form could be called a divine kingdom. More importantly, possessing a divine kingdom unlocks the power of descent, allowing one's apostles outside to wield divine authority. Such rich spiritual energy, Xiao Jia. You're so fortunate. Su Tianyin remarked enviously. With such vast spiritual energy for cultivation, even if Jia Yishuan lost her divine essence, she still had a chance to ignite her divine fire. Such a divine fire realm powerhouse, though lacking their own divine kingdom, could still attain longevity and immense power. Before Jia Yishuan could respond, Xiao Guanqing had already found a spot to sit cross-legged. Quick! Let's soak up this opportunity. Xu Zhao's transitional profession was replaced by void creation. His eyes fixed on Zhou Chang's divine domain as he analyzed its laws. Taking a deep breath, and he drew immense law energy into the demi-plane gifted by Lucian, evolving it into a divine realm. He could now afford to support Jia Yishuan, the fully restored demigod. Feeling the surging golden great energy, Xu Zhao's lips curved slightly. His gaze pierced through half the divine domain, fixing on the temple. Zhou Chang's split soul? Nice work. You nearly succeeded in your revenge. The sealed space, impossible to escape it, was all the work of a sliver of Zhou Chang's soul fragment. New grudges mingled with old. Xu Zhao's gaze darkened, murderous intent flaring. His body suddenly lunged forward, shooting out like a bullet. Hum. The ground cracked for dozens of meters as Chu Shao spread his wings behind him, soaring in a straight line. Within the temple, the barbarian demigod narrowed his eyes, remaining utterly still as he waited in silence. Boom! Chu Shao crashed into the temple. Waves of dust billowed outward as the shattered structure shook violently. Massive stones tumbled from the vaulted ceiling to the floor. Surrounding stone pillars collapsed under the impact. The barbarian's massive frame slowly rose to its feet, turning to face Chu Shao. You finally arrived. Chu Shao knelt on one knee, his blade radiating a blinding glow. His right hand gripped the flaming warblade, which was deeply embedded in the stone slab, its surface flickering with sparks of fire. Rising to his feet, he stamped his war boots on the ground. And sneered at Zhou Qiang, who was watching him with mockery. Wait for me to kill you again. Do you even have the skill? A demigod is no ordinary bronze-tier opponent. Don't judge me with your bronze-tier perspective. Zhou Qiang picked up the heavy battle axe beside him, his voice rolling like thunder. Clad in the divine armor, wild breath, he looked down on Chu Shao, who couldn't even assemble a full set of divine gear. Killing you is my chance. Chu Shao, die so I may ascend. Zhou Chang's battle axe blazed toward the heavens. Burning with fierce battle intent, his rage surged toward his opponent. Chu Shao's cold eyes flashed a mocking smile. Raising his blade, flames coiled around it like rings, pointing straight for Zhou Chang's heart. Very well. I was just lamenting that the slaughter wasn't satisfying enough. Some say I'll stop after one chapter. This will give you a refill. Boom. Both figures erupted from their positions, crimson flames and pitch-black energy vortexes colliding midair. The air shattered as their figures crossed paths. Chu Shao stomped the floor, causing it to collapse with a thunderous crash. He spun, transforming into a streak of light, his blade trailing a long, fiery tail. Across from him, Zhou Qian grinned savagely, spinning around as well. He leapt upward, raising his massive axe. A primal breath sucked in the surrounding spiritual energy, causing his arm muscles to bulge explosively. Sky-shattering slash. In an instant, the spiritual energy within the temple parted. A frenzied wind pressure coalesced into a fan-shaped axe blade, slashing down toward Chu Shao. Zhou Chang's chest heaved violently, his eyes burning with unparalleled madness. Die for me. Just as the axe was about to strike him, Chu Zhao's body shot forward like a cannonball. Raising his battle blade, he met the axe shrouded in crimson killing intent. Ultimate slash. Boom! The ear-splitting roar forced onlookers to cover their ears. Chu Zhao's arms bulged with coiled muscles as divine power surged through them. Azure spiritual energy transformed from his divine power furnace, violently flooding into his battle blade. At the instant the two divine weapons clashed, a spherical shockwave of crimson and black energy erupted outward.
The reverberating sound waves spread like ripples, shattering the temple's architecture.
Sparks flew from the clashing blades as the two forces proved evenly matched, locked in a stalemate.
Zhou Qiang bared two fangs, his voice trembling coldly. "You think you can handle this?" Barbarians possessed innate brute strength within the same realm, they could match humans in raw power. Yet his attack was effortlessly parried by Chu Xiao. How could a mere gold-tier practitioner manage this?
Chu Xiao braced against the slash, not retreating a single step, then thrust his battle blade forward.
They parted, each standing on opposite sides.
Chu Xiao sneered, "Obviously, you're just too weak." The creator's divine body granted him superhuman strength. Though still only gold tier, his power was over 10 times that of an ordinary gold tier warrior. The weight of a demi-plane allowed him to draw upon vast divine power, rivaling that of a demigod in quantity.
Chu Xiao possessed a demi-plane that even demigods only began to refine. He felt no fear whatsoever. Boom! 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 Both sides clashed fiercely around the temple, locked in an evenly matched battle. As Zhou Chang's axe descended, Chu Xiao's battle blade met it head-on. A tsunami-like wind pressure split the crimson killing intent emanating from the axe's strike. The blade's energy, condensed to its absolute limit, formed a blazing white blade aura that collided with Zhou Chang's axe in midair.
Their battle energies tore at each other, forming a sharply defined dividing line. No one had anticipated Chu Xiao's formidable combat prowess, capable of clashing head-on with a demigod. Even more terrifying, a battle intent as fiery as flames rose steadily from behind Chu Xiao. Chapter 106, Crimson Slash, True Intent of the Blazing Sun. True intent of the blazing sun. Fiery flames tore through the air, obliterating lesser foes in an instant. The onlookers, already trembling in awe, shouted Chu Xiao's name in frenzied acclaim. Only the most prodigiously gifted could stand against Zhou Qiang, a demigod-level powerhouse. An elderly man's voice trembled as he declared, "Look! The demigod rankings of the primordial golden list." Unbeknownst to them, a golden scroll had drifted down from the heavens. Whenever a prodigy emerged or an earth-shattering event caused the rankings to shift, the primordial golden list would manifest.
Name, Chu Xiao. Rank, demigod. Occupation, void creation. Class level, gold. Rank, 100th. Reward, divine gear seraph.
Above the heavens, the primordial golden list blazed with dazzling radiance. A pillar of divine light, resembling the Milky Way descending from the heavens, enveloped Chu Xiao. The moment he donned the silver-white helmet, a game-like interface appeared before his eyes. The opponent's strength, weaknesses, and attack patterns became crystal clear. Forged from dragon crystal, the armor fused a divine power furnace into its chest, where colossal spiritual energy coalesced into a shield. With a sharp clang, it repelled Zhou Chang's assault. Ancient inscriptions appeared on the armguards wrapped around Chu Xiao's hands, and he felt his strength multiply exponentially.
One swing.
He swung with a thunderous roar, striking the barbarian's body. The savage's body was cleaved by the blade, sending him flying backward.
Zhou Chang's expression abruptly darkened.
His formidable body crashed into the temple, shattering the last intact section of the structure. Zhou Qiang trembled violently from the impact.
"You!"
Chu Xiao donned the divine armor, overwhelming him with relentless pressure until he froze like a statue, collapsing to the ground.
Divine armor? There's actually divine armor? Ha 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 ha. Is heaven trying to make me its sharpening stone?
Glaring at that towering figure, Zhou Qiang trembled with rage.
Was he truly this laughable, pitiable, and pathetic? Why?
Why did these prodigies and prodigious talents leave no room for ordinary people like him to survive?
He, Zhou Qiang,
worked harder than anyone, strived more than anyone. Whenever opportunity knocked, he clung to it with deathly grip, refusing to let go. But in the face of innate talent and resources, everything else was meaningless. Chu Xiao possessed innate talent and vast resources beyond Zhou Chang's reach.
So he's above everyone else? And I'm destined to be nothing but an ant? Because he was an ant, Zhou Qiang had no right to sit at the table. Fine. Since I'm the commoner and you're the prodigy, I'll pull you down.
Barbaric rage, blood boundary breaking true intent.
Zhou Chang's body erupted with overwhelming battle intent.
His muscles swelled like rock, ancient barbarian totems etched into his skin. His strength surged violently, his speed increased. Zhou Qiang lunged forward again, heedless of his wounds, heedless of the blood flowing. The fiercer his fighting spirit grew, the greater his strength became, beating Chu Xiao until blood spattered, forcing him into pure defense. Chu Xiao shielded his eyes, head, chest, and other vital areas. His arms and legs were slashed repeatedly. Were it not for the superhuman regenerative abilities of his god-born body, he would likely have been incapacitated by now.
Brother! Chu Xiao! Zhou Chang's frenzied assault plunged Chu Xiao into a desperate predicament. Countless attacks struck his divine armor, failing to breach its defenses yet overwhelming his bones with relentless force. Impressive.
Truly worthy of a demigod clad in divine armor.
Far stronger than during his Bronze Age.
Chu Xiao grew more spirited and exhilarated with every strike.
At that moment, Zhou Qian let out a battle cry, his pupils contracting as crimson-black aura erupted around him. Endless abyssal energy surged from the barbarian demigod's body. Fallen god, he had fallen. His dark skin cracked inch by inch, revealing writhing, horrific flesh beneath. Burning his very essence, he roared, "Let's go together, Chu Xiao." Behind Chu Xiao, a phantom suddenly twisted into existence. A blazing sun rose, a wheel of battle intent igniting. Golden flames consumed his form, sparks scattering and staining the world behind him crimson. Chu Xiao raised his battle blade and uttered 2 words lightly. Scarlet Slash. A hazy awareness seemed to grasp a sliver of the law. As the blade descended, Zhou Chang's terrifying figure collapsed. The boundless abyssal demonic energy was cleaved apart by the aurora like light gathered upon the blade's edge. With a sharp clang, wild breath met the razor-sharp blade energy, sparks flying from the divine armor. In a single second, the chestplate before him shattered, a gash stretching east to west across the barbarian's body. Ah! The searing heat cooked his flesh. Impossible. A brilliant blade flashed silently, severing 2/3 of Zhou Chang's neck in a single stroke. Blue blood gushed from the wound. This strike severed flesh, severed divinity, and severed destiny itself. Boom! Zhou Chang's body collapsed to the ground. The remaining third of his head roared in defiant fury, "Chu Xiao, I lost. But I didn't lose to myself. I lost to my origins, I lost to fate." Chu Xiao remained silent. His own origins were no better. He should have been like Zhou Qiang. Only because of his cheat code did he leap off his original path. Rest assured, I'll walk your path for you. Is that so? Why wasn't I the one who gained that opportunity? Zhou Qiang seethed with envy, but it was too late. In the end, he reflected on everything and warned Chu Xiao, "Watch out for the dark." Boom! Chu Xiao's pupils contracted sharply. Before Zhou Qiang could finish his sentence, divine power exploded his head. For the first time, Chu Xiao showed genuine shock. He scanned the surroundings, but that force seemed to have never existed, drawing no one's attention. Swish, swish, swish. The seraphim lost its luster, peeling away from Chu Xiao's body and falling to the ground. He leaned weakly on his flaming warblade, its blade now dull. That strike had drained him completely. It wasn't something he could wield casually. Chu Xiao struggled to steady himself on his feet, fixing his gaze on Lucien, who had appeared without a sound. Lucien's cloak billowed as he glanced indifferently around, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as if wary of something. After a long moment, he swept his sleeve, and both vanished. After their departure, the divine realm collapsed and vanished entirely. The demons waiting in the void swarmed in like a school of fish. Heavenly Palace. Chu Xiao slowly opened his eyes, propping himself up from the jade bed. Dragging his heavy head, he heard the sound of melodious music drifting through the air. Where is this? Misty clouds swirled, muffling the city's clamor. The melody seemed to wash over the soul. Awake? A cold female voice rang in his ear. Chu Xiao turned to see the divine Kaisa, her silver hair like snow, seated upon the divine throne. He was utterly surprised. He exclaimed, "Queen of Angels, Kaisa? Interesting. You know me?" Kaisa played the harp with one hand, its clear, beautiful notes weaving enchanting melodies through the ethereal mist. Chu Xiao's eyebrows twitched, as if stripped bare and reset to factory settings. His mind emptied, leaving him utterly still. Kaisa's slender fingers glided across the strings, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she awaited Chu Xiao's reply. "I'm not sure if it counts as knowing you? If legends, picture books, and videos count, then yes, I know you." "Interesting. The latent threat within you has been neutralized. You may go." Kaisa waved her hand. Chu Xiao plummeted from the clouds, reappearing in the principal's office of the Fireseed Academy. Mara, her hair tied in a ponytail, was reporting on a mission. Chapter 107, The Son of God, Sequence. Lord God. Mara's delighted voice rang out like the breaking dawn as she rushed toward Chu Xiao with joy. Her full figure, clad in fiery robes, collided with Chu Xiao in a heartfelt embrace. "You're unharmed, truly a blessing." Mara wiped tears from her eyes, her blue irises brimming with crystalline droplets. Accompanying her were Xiao Guanqing, Su Tianyin, Su Muxue, Zhang Sisi, and others. "Chu Xiao, welcome back." Xiao Guanqing pulled Chu Xiao close, winking gratefully for his assistance in the divine realm. "Of course I had to come back." With a fist bump, their bond evolved from a nod of recognition to a life or death friendship, just that simple. Leaning against Su Tianyin, who had already secured her own path, Xiao Guanqing teased Chu Xiao, "How about I give you my sister as a token of my gratitude?" "No thanks." Xiao Xianer was beautiful, but something about her seemed off. Xiao Xianer, whose eyes were fixed entirely on Su Muxue, caught the glance and nodded with a smile. Xiao Guanqing felt a twinge of disappointment. He'd been so close to straightening his sister out. "Well done, Junior. Your strength has grown remarkably fast." Lu Guanzhang and his 2 companions radiated a golden tear aura. Standing there, they exuded an overwhelming presence. The trio had come to submit their departure reports. Su Mushue's icy face gave a slight nod, her expression growing even colder, like a block of frozen ice. This group had gathered here for various reasons. Chu Xiao couldn't help but ask, "How many days have I been gone?" A month. Zhang Fei pulled Chu Xiao over with practiced ease, hooked an arm around his shoulder, and leaned close to whisper in his ear, "You have no idea how worried we were about you, kid. Especially the sisters." A chill ran down Zhang Fei's spine as a dozen hostile glances turned his way, forcing him to swallow the rest of his sentence. "Anyway, you're safe now. That's all that matters. Thanks." Chu Xiao hadn't realized a whole month had passed. Lu Guan and Zhang all advanced to gold rank and entered their senior year. Senior year differed from junior year. They must now deploy to the ancient battlefields to enlist and acclimate to combat against the abyss. Liu Bei smiled. "As it happens, the three of us will be departing for White Emperor City shortly. Shushan is now in your hands." Shushan, hastily assembled, had suffered severe blows due to the return of Chenlai and others. Yet within another month, it had been revitalized by Chu Zhao's performance. But. No buts. Besides you, who else could we entrust it to? Exactly. Don't let the efforts of the three of us go to waste. All right. Chu Xiao agreed, turning to Lucian with gratitude. "Thank you, Headmaster, for your protection at the last moment." The last vestiges of malevolence sensed Lucian's presence and swiftly retreated. Otherwise, Chu Xiao would have faced grave danger. Both in reason and in gratitude, thanks were due. "I did nothing." Lucian remained impassive, his true thoughts hidden from all. "Your arrival is timely. I must inform you about the Academy's cultivation sequence. Originally, I secured the first sequence for you. Nothing to discuss: unrestricted resources, unrestricted privileges, top-tier priority across the board. But after watching your livestream where you took down Wang Shang, the head of the Wang family, it angered some people. Void, Genesis, Abyss, War God, Heavenly Mechanics, Eternity, Chaos, Order, and Life — these are the 9 colleges established by our Spark Academy. Now you can only choose one to receive its corresponding resources." The Wang family head was taken down? Whether it's 1 share or 9, Chu Xiao couldn't care less. He could procure resources on his own. "You don't mind?" "Of course I do. But compared to resources, I'd much rather see Wang Shang die." Chu Xiao scoffed. The Wang family had targeted him more than once. Their presence remained a sword hanging over his head, robbing him of sleep and appetite. Lu Xian nodded, his voice icy. "You needn't worry about that. He's already dead. The resources for cultivation came from his divine realm and Gao Yi's. I've secretly and openly eliminated countless deities. The divine realms of Zhou Qian, Lu Hai, and others have certainly fed you well, haven't they?" Lu Xian flicked 9 tokens onto the table and explained to Chu Xiao, "Refusing those men's demands is certainly an option, but the dangers you face will multiply. Your status as the Son of God has now been fully acknowledged by me. I will shield you from most threats henceforth. That is why I agreed to this compromise." Chu Xiao's gaze lingered briefly on each of the 9 tokens. He reached out, plucking the one engraved with the name of the creator, then flicked the rest aside. "I understand." Lu Xian's voice came back, cool and detached. "Additionally, Chenlai emerged unscathed from this incident. He offered up a perfect scapegoat and has others protecting him. He too will be one of the 9 sequences." Chu Xiao stiffened, his voice turning cold. "No problem. I'll settle my accounts with him in due time." Lu Xian's slender fingers suddenly touched Chu Xiao's brow, summoning a golden barrier array upon the demigod's divine domain. Gold tier 1, silver tier 9. Silver tier 1. A faint mist clouded Chu Xiao's pupils. His power had been sealed by Lu Xian. Staggering back 2 steps, he realized the others seemed frozen in place, as if struck by a binding spell. Zhang Cici and the others froze mid-motion. Chu Xiao exclaimed in shock, "Principal Lucian, what are you doing? Your power has risen too rapidly. Participating in the gold tier fire seed battle now would be certain death. The seal can be lifted, but you only have 3 chances. Until you become a demigod, you'll have to keep pretending to be weak. I'll erase the others' memories too, no need to worry." Chu Xiao was stunned. "But shouldn't I be able to fight gold tier opponents now? Even demigods aren't beyond my reach." Lu Xian sneered coldly, "Kill that trash? Know why someone proposed sparing Chenlai? Because during his gold tier days, he has a record of defeating a lower tier god in direct combat. Chenlai is crippled now, but he's not as simple as you think. Some are waiting for him to recover. So that's how it is." Chu Xiao sucked in a sharp breath. "My apologies. I was arrogant." Outside, the rankings on the primordial golden list shifted once more. Name: Mara. Class: Battle Axe Warrior. Professional level: Gold. Rank: 100th. Reward: Divine Gear Breath of the Wild. Mara? Lu Xian smiled. "Exactly. She'll draw fire for you." The little girl agreed to this herself. Chu Xiao's voice was solemn. "I will grow stronger." Having a young girl take the bullets for him left a bitter taste in his mouth, but he knew this was the best choice. "Chu Xiao, you handled this well. During your slumber, Xiao Guanqing and the others breached the remaining divine realms, plundering their resources. They likely set aside your share for Jiaishuan. I've taken the Wrathful Spirit Array. It poses too many risks. As a personal reward, I'm giving you a Tianren No. 7 warship and a portion of True Dragon Bone Powder. Once you've accepted them, leave with the others."
From now on, try not to leave the academy.
Lu Xian cautioned. Heaven's Edge 7.
Xu Xiao accepted the sleek silver warship, his gaze lingering on Lucian with a peculiar expression.
After a long pause, he finally couldn't resist asking, Principal Lucian, is your real name Guxialuan? Chapter 108, Skyblade 7. What nonsense are you spouting? Skyblade 7 wasn't what Xu Xiao had imagined.
It was truly just a warship, but one far more sci-fi in nature. A cold, colossal silver warship, its streamlined hull sharp as a blade, its surface glistening with a faint golden sheen.
Along both sides of the hull, rows of divine crystal cannons bore the scars of brutal combat.
The engines had been hit, leaving the entire ship crippled.
I believe you can repair it. Utilize your demiplane and the Eternal Forge. This is your first assignment.
Oh, and by the way, I also happen to be the Dean of the Genesis Academy. After Xu Xiao accepted it, time resumed its flow.
Lord God! Mara threw herself into Xu Xiao's arms in delight.
Xu Xiao realized with horror. It wasn't stopped, it was reversed.
Lucian, terrifying indeed. 7 days later. Deep within the little mountain range, dig. A cockroach burrows into the mountain, mining solar essence gold. The divine realm evolves.
Having absorbed the territories of 8 lesser gods, the divine domain now flourished.
Transformed from a realm of fantasy into a tangible world, its resources could be brought into reality for use.
In this regard, Xu Xiao and Xiao Guanqing were now comparable to demigods. He also put the corpses of the Lich King, the Demon King, the Raven King, and the Blood Soul King to good use.
Fish on.
Jia Yixuan reclined on a lounge chair, her purple tail lazily swishing through the air as she hooked the fishing rod and gave it a tug. A spirit fish with 3 forked tails, red, yellow, and green, thrashed wildly on the water's surface, struggling to break free. Without even glancing, Jia Yixuan flicked the line in a sweeping arc through the air. The fish floundered as it landed in a small pond behind her. Within, spirit fish of all sizes drifted quietly. Azure skies, crystal clear lake waters. Xu Xiao, Jia Yixuan, Teoteo, and Cici enjoyed their tranquil life.
Jia Yixuan lay lazily on a lounge chair by the riverbank.
Xu Xiao straddled her graceful form, gazing at her pearl-white skin as he applied sunscreen with both hands,
caressing the finest white jade.
Her heart stirred against her will. The warm touch made Jia Yixuan's eyelashes flutter slightly.
Don't move.
Xu Xiao swallowed hard, his fingers gently pressing against the luminous skin as he slowly spread the homemade lotion. The potency seeped in bit by bit.
Cool and silky smooth, yet a faint heat stirred in her lower abdomen.
Jia Yixuan let out a soft moan, sending Xu Xiao's mind spiraling further. His fingers moved uncontrollably toward the 2 exposed half-circles. Her lovely face flushed slightly as Jia Yixuan's wounded essence gradually healed with each soothing application. Her body trembled instinctively. Her tender skin tightened, her eyes closed tightly, her delicate lashes seeming to anticipate something. Following the curve of her spine downward, a thick tail suddenly stiffened and pressed against her. Ah! The powerful tail was surprisingly sensitive at that moment. Gentle hands caressed her, and Jia Yixuan turned her head, cheeks flushed crimson as she clenched her fists. She felt so comfortable she wanted to roll over and thoroughly ravish Xu Xiao. Ugh, how could you? You gotta take good care of that tail, after all, it's your ultimate weapon in battle. Xu Xiao narrowed his eyes. While this tail, comparable to a divine artifact, was undeniably powerful in combat, he preferred its other function. When it wrapped around his waist, the exquisite sensation made him reluctant to let go. It had worked hard, it deserved a proper reward. Jia Yixuan suppressed her inner urge and changed the subject. Xu Xiao, what's the repair progress on the Tianren 7? When can I take command? Ever since entrusting Tianren 7 to the demigod tier Jia Yixuan, she had become utterly captivated by this formidable warship. The hull spanned 2.5 kilometers in length, its armor forged from solar essence gold, granting immunity to most divine artifact attacks. The Heaven's Edge 7 possessed a barrier defense of upper god tier caliber, capable of accessing the knowledge repository forged from the Genesis Chronicles to analyze enemy combat capabilities. Its true might lay in its ability to traverse dimensions, making it a formidable weapon against the abyss. Simultaneously, Tianren 7 boasts god-slaying grade firepower, having served as a bridgehead for assaults into the abyss. It also possesses capabilities such as armories, medical pods, and monitoring stations, capable of equipping a demigod to the level of a divine fire realm warrior. Xu Xiao stroked the tail all the way down, teasing a certain Blade Queen until she gritted her silver teeth and trembled before retorting. Only 20% repaired. We're running low on solar essence gold mining is underway. Other materials like netherworld mystic iron, stellar core matter, void alloy, and godslayer steel still require procurement and refinement. Besides, is your body healed yet? As he stroked relentlessly, the creature beneath him struggled to hold back crystalline tears welling in her eyes. Xu Xiao leaned down and whispered softly into her ear, why endure it? Why not enjoy it together? No, don't. Cici and Tiao Tiao are still here. Let me go. No. Xu Xiao's voice was deep and amused. Ah, don't run. No means yes. Here I come.
From the river, two adorable little girls poke their heads out, tilting their heads as they watch the two animals press tightly together on the riverbank. Cici, don't look. Jiao Jiao covered Cic's eyes with her own eyes wide with curiosity. Cici, master, what are you doing? Over the course of an afternoon, a certain demigod lay limp on a lounge chair, having been thoroughly pampered, allowing someone to get away with mischief. Xu Xiao suddenly realized his divine body of creation was incredibly powerful. So powerful it was almost frightening. A gentle press on the unconscious demigod's body drew an unconscious soft moan from Jiaishuan. All internal injuries vanished. After equipping the divine power forge, her demigod strength stabilized. She applied for graduation and settled permanently within Xu Xiao's divine domain. No, please spare me this time. I can't take it anymore. Xu Xiao chuckled softly. You're just trying to prove yourself. Who was it that said, only oxen die from exhaustion, not fields from overplowing? Jiaishuan pulled Xu Xiao toward her with exasperation, wrapping her arms around his neck as she scolded playfully. You've plowed the ground flat, is this how you farm? Seeing the crystalline eyes beneath him, Xu Xiao couldn't resist a light touch. Feeling it wasn't enough, he bit down hard once more. Jiaishuan's violet eyes widened, her tail thudding rhythmically against the ground. After a long moment, their lips parted. The lingering sensation of their connection left both of them savoring the moment. Get up. We can't really ruin the floor, can we? No. Xu Xiao's eyes widened. What? No. SSHHH. I told you, no means yes. No begging now. No way. A faint smile touched Xu Xiao's lips. His divine physique was in prime condition. This might not be enough to truly satisfy him. The battle was about to erupt. They traded blows back and forth. After a long while, Xu Xiao blinked, gazing down at the beauty beneath him. He pressed, want it? Or not? Jiaishuan's ears flushed scarlet as she bit her pearl-white teeth. No, really, no. Is that so? No means yes, you know. Jiaishuan stared at Xu Xiao in horror. I want it. I want it. His scheme succeeded. Xu Xiao's warm breath brushed against her. You want more? That afternoon stretched on interminably. Chapter 109, The Barbarian's Kin. After a day devoid of shame or restraint, Xu Xiao stood silently before the barbarian temple. On the starlight plains, a magnificent city rose from the earth, continuing the rugged architectural style. Except for the city walls, constructed from sunfire lava capable of withstanding volcanic assaults. Inside, the ancient tent structures of the barbarian tribes were restored. Row upon row of black tents encircled the colossal temple and altar. Within the central sanctuary, the barbarian transformed Xu Xiao stood tall, revealing two gleaming white fangs. His skin had turned a deep blue, making him the very embodiment of a walking savage. Tears streamed down Xu Xiao's face. Truthfully, I didn't need the blue skin or fangs. Bonfires blazed. The barbarians no longer divided themselves into clans or ranks, living together as equals. Mara was chosen as the tribe's leader. This arrangement fostered unity. Xu Xiao and Jiaishuan arrived late. Walking with an awkward gait, Jiaishuan hid behind Xu Xiao, pouting reproachfully. Liu Bei embraced Martha, their intimate display drawing Xu Xiao's curious gaze. Noticing Xu Xiao's gaze, Liu Bei made no pretense of modesty. He planted a kiss on Martha's red lips and smiled, saying, Junior Chu, you're late. Martha hurriedly stood up and addressed Xu Xiao respectfully, Greetings, Divine Lord. Xu Xiao waved his hand dismissively. I told you, there's no need for such formalities. Xu Xiao hadn't anticipated that Lu Guanzhang and his crew were into this sort of thing, preferring the massive and the savage. Barbarians all had impressive builds, none were small. At first glance, they were utterly captivated. Their bold demeanor and exotic charm instantly captivated the trio. And shamelessly begged Xu Xiao for more. Adhering to the principle of consent, Xu Xiao made no attempt to stop them. Liu Bei had actually abducted Martha, and her husband had enthusiastically seen them off. Xu Xiao found it hard to fathom these savages, seemingly reverting to matriarchal clan rule. Mara, her face veiled by a beaded necklace, swayed her hips and danced atop the altar encircled by bonfires. The rest of the savages sang and danced, celebrating new life. Cici grabbed a whole roasted lamb, opened her mouth wide, and took a huge bite. Jumping stuffed a handful of skewers into his mouth, whipped out the sticks, and gulped them down. When will the three seniors be leaving? Soon. Liu Bei fell silent, then turned to Xu Xiao with a request. I won't be taking Martha with me. She'll be safer staying with you. She's carrying my Liu family's child now, ha ha ha. Zhang Fei and Guan Yu echoed the sentiment. We're not taking ours either. Big bros got it made, but we're no slouches either. I got all three of them pregnant. They'll definitely give birth to men who stand tall like me. Whoa. Zhang Fei was still a son-preferring guy. But how did he end up being the one raising other people's children? The more they learned about the battle at White Emperor's City, the heavier the mood grew among Lu, Guan, and Zhang. Enough talk. Let the music play on, let the dance continue.
The trio indulged in reckless abandon, sowing seeds of their own, perhaps because they held little hope for their own futures.
Xu Xiao remained silent.
He too would walk this path someday.
Cheers! Cheers! Lord! Lord Master, allow me to pour your wine.
The succubus, branded with the slave mark, remained behind, carefully observing Xu Xiao's expression.
Why fear him?
You're my little treasure too. Liu Bei reached around to grasp the succubus's slender waist, squeezing her soft flesh hard enough to make her gasp softly.
Stop it! Xu Xiao's face darkened.
Liu Bei was a car enthusiast, and he'd immediately zeroed in on the Maserati.
These two sports cars were incredibly thrilling. Too bad Xu Xiao couldn't have them. Big shot. Sis Jia.
Jiang Sisi led the 4 golden flowers over, ruthlessly pushing Miss Succubus aside, afraid of corrupting Xu Xiao. Xin Shuqi and Li Xinwan flanked him on either side, 2 round, white figures lifting Xu Xiao up. They led her to the bonfire and invited.
Goddess, would you dance with us? All 5 blinked their bright, white eyes, their faces full of anticipation.
The orange-red flames danced in the darkness, stretching their shadows long and intertwined, like a little demon smiling. Of course. Xu Xiao accepted the invitation, wrapping his arm around Xin Shuqi's waist as they stepped onto the dance floor. Chuckling softly, one palm pressed against her lower back while the other held her delicate, boneless hand. Their light steps and graceful movements pushed the air of intimacy to its peak. Xin Shuqi shed her shyness, her jade-like arms wrapping around him with graceful ease, like a water snake. Her eyes sparkled with desire. Raising her toes, she seized a moment when Xu Xiao wasn't looking and pressed a deep kiss upon his lips.
Shuqi, you sly fox. We agreed just dancing, nothing else, we're doing it together.
Jiang Sisi exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Xiaoxiao.
The two clinked their glasses lightly, their resolve set.
All 5 of them now possessed silver tier 7th or 8th rank strength, yet each felt they had reached their limits.
Xu Xiao's power had skyrocketed. Though sealed by Lucian, the individuals around him were exceptionally formidable.
The 3 gold tier powerhouses, Jumpy, Stingy, and Mara.
The demigod beauties, Yifeng and Yi Huang.
The childhood friend and neighborly big sister, who was the first to taste victory, was also a formidable combat force as a divine servant.
Su Muxue, lurking in the shadows, watching intently.
They sensed the impending crisis.
If they didn't act now, they would lose everything.
The campfire crackled, sending a burst of sparks flying.
As the dance concluded, 5 people took turns inviting Xu Xiao to share passionate kisses.
In the shadows, Su Tianyin tugged at her sister's sleeve, fuming, "Look at yourself never fighting for what's yours.
Now you're drifting further and further away, aren't you?
Sure, this jerk has more women chasing after him, but he's still better than Chen Lai, the one your family set you up with. At least this guy would fight tooth and nail for his woman."
Su Mushue's icy gaze fixed on the dance floor center.
Her exquisitely dressed figure revealed alluring collarbones as she sighed.
Family matters, I can handle them myself. As long as you and Brother Xiao are happy. I still have the family to consider, I can't be selfish.
With the storm brewing, now is no time for romance. When someone attempted to provoke a clash between the Su and Chen families, Su Muxue and Old Master Chen Tianqing saw through the scheme and silenced the radical voices on both sides. But with Chen Tianqing's downfall, Su Muxue distanced herself from the Su family's power center. The Su and Chen families had clashed in countless battles, large and small, each suffering immense losses. Su Muxue was welcomed back to take charge of the situation.
Unlike Xu Xiao, who stood alone. Behind her stood a family. You. Su Tianyin didn't know what to say.
If you ask me, that wretched family being destroyed is for the best. Just bring Anju to the Xiao family and let your brother-in-law protect you. They wouldn't dare lay a finger on the Xiao family.
Sis, did you marry your brother-in-law for the Xiao family's influence too? Su Tianyin paused for less than a second before smiling. What are you thinking? We truly love each other. Anyway, family isn't that important. You should think more about yourself. Look at those 5 foxes fighting and scrambling. Aren't they just afraid Xu Xiao is too outstanding and they'll fall behind?
The evening continued, the night breeze carrying a hint of commotion.
Chapter 110, Divine System, Legion.
After subduing the barbarians, Xu Xiao's retinue expanded beyond mere insect swarms. They formed a legion with the demigods Jia Yishuan and Zhou Shueming as commander and deputy commander.
5 cavalry regiments, each 10,000 strong. Blood Rage War Maniacs. Fangs of the Wastes. Bone Shattering Warband. Shadowthorn Hunters. Thunderclap Roar. Affiliations, Xenos, Savages, Humans.
Swarm 100,000,100,000, Barbarians 30,000, Humans 1-1, Golden Jumpy 1, Golden Prickly 1, Golden Mara 1, Demigod Blade Queen 1, Demigod Zhou Shueming 1.
Legions, Blood Rage Berserkers, Wastelands Fawn, Bone Shattering Legion, Shadowthorn Hunters, Thunderclap Roar. Legion Emblem, Heart of the Swarm. Gobble down meat, chug down wine.
The feast was halfway through. Jiang Sisi and her 4 companions finally resolved to become vassal deities to Xu Xiao. From this day forward, they would share in his glory and his misfortune. Their divine cores merged into Xu Xiao's divine domain, forming a pantheon.
Insignias appeared on each of their arms. The Kiss of Oath. The Legion's insignia appeared on the backs of the hands of Zheng Sisi, Zheng Xiaoxiao, Shen Shuqi, Zheng Tianqin, and Li Xinwan. The Swarm Corps was formally established. Congratulations! Congratulations! Lu Guanzhang, Xiao Guanxing, Su Tianyin, and others came to offer their congratulations. Lu Xian suppressed Chu Zhao's power precisely to prevent him from rashly intervening in the divine war. Chu Zhao's personal prowess was undeniable, but his divine lineage held equal importance. Facing the crowd's teasing, the 5 girls no longer possessed their earlier boldness. They shyly tucked their necks like ostriches. Alright. Let's keep celebrating. Don't be hard on Cece and the others. Whoa, already playing the defender? Junior Chu, I envy you. You've gained 5 beautiful demigods. Unlike us 3 rough and tumble fellows banding together as a divine faction. Liu Bei was slightly tipsy, a bit drunk. In a state between drunkenness and sobriety, he voiced his concern. Chen Lai's divine system is no simple matter. If the divine realm's rules didn't forbid them from using the power of their divine kingdom, you wouldn't have one. Be careful. Don't let your guard down. Don't wait until it's lost to regret it. Liu Bei tried to say more, but Zhang Fei and Guan Yu dragged him away to continue the revelry. Let go. I'm not drunk. Brother. I get it. I understand everything. The 3 of us reborn souls came back this time specifically to seek revenge on Chen Lai, right? We originally planned to drag Chu Xiao along too. But I realized that letting him grow alone might be the only way to make revenge possible. Zhang Fei and Guan Yu fell silent. Chen Lai was too powerful. Xu Shan was slaughtered to the last man by Chen Lai. They were Avengers crawling back from hell. Guan Yu gave a bitter laugh. Last time, my carelessness led to defeat. This time, I will carve out a bright new world. Brother. Second brother. Third brother. In the shadows. Yi Feng whispered to his sister, shall we go? He's gone. There are too many people around him now, and I'm not striking enough to catch his attention. I believe that one day, I'll carve out a place in his heart. Yi Feng gave a bitter smile. His sister appeared delicate, yet she was far more determined than he was. Let's go. We need to deal with the shadow issue first. Indeed. There are scores to settle. Xiao Guanqing and Su Tianyin departed with Su Muxue in tow. After everyone had departed, the campfire burned out. Chu Xiao sat atop the city wall, gazing into the distance. The horizon at the edge of the plain was pitch black. Distant insect chirps echoed clearly. The alien insects had made their home here. A cool breeze blew gently. Chu Xiao leaned against a pair of soft supports, held in someone's embrace, savoring a moment of tranquility. Yixuan, do you think I can protect all this? Today, Senior Liu and the others clearly came prepared to die. They spoke of preserving the seed as if I didn't know that in matriarchal barbarian tribes, no one can tell who the father of a child is. What did his final words mean? Xu Xiao felt a pang of sadness. He had come here alone, a solitary soul. Having grown through trials, he found a fleeting respite and grew attached to the simple beauty of peace. Xu Xiao was terrified that this moment would prove fleeting, that he couldn't protect those around him. Woo! Before he could finish, something was suddenly thrust into his mouth, disrupting his tangled thoughts amidst the churning waves of snakes. The defenses slowly cracked, melting away on his tongue. A salty taste mingled with other emotions. Jia Yixuan pressed a passionate kiss upon his lips, then drew his head tightly against her chest, murmuring softly, "Tonight, I'll risk my life for you." Risk my life? Who has time for emo nonsense now? Jia Yixuan stared at Chu Zhao's excited profile, giggling softly as she narrowed her eyes. Still feeling melancholy? Just give it your all. No one will blame you for the outcome. Before Chu Xiao could respond, he suddenly clasped her snow-white nape tightly, closed his eyes, and pressed a deep, passionate kiss upon her lips. Me, a time traveler? Moping over spring and autumn? People would laugh me to death if they heard that. Xu Zhao's desolation vanished in an instant. All that remained was a vision of the future. After forming a divine system, greater power brought greater responsibility. From enhancing divine power, preparing divine gear, to selecting quests, there were countless tasks to tackle, leaving no time for lamentation. Come to think of it, it seemed he had forgotten about his little sister. How was the little girl faring? 2 deep kisses exchanged, already lost in passion, unable to pull away. The road stretches far ahead, strive with all your might. I care not for the loss of a city or a fortress, the back and forth of attack and defense, the campaigns and battles. Only a life lived to the fullest can justify this journey. Xu Xiao chuckled, I'll take the first victory. Jia Yixuan refused to be outdone, challenging the spirited young man, I haven't lost yet. Watch my ambush from all sides. 10 sides? 4 at most. I'll sneak through your defenses. Sweetness spread between his teeth, and Xu Xiao relished it. His tongue pried open her defenses, launching a full-force assault to overwhelm her, leaving her unable to defend both ends. Primitive instincts yearned to pierce through all darkness. Yet she sought to disarm him. Jia Yixuan's eyes flashed with a dangerous violet light. Xu Xiao stiffened. I've lost. Still fighting? Fight. Blood rage battle madness. Fangs of the wasteland. Bone-shattering warband. Shadowthorn hunters. Thunderous roar. 5 cavalry regiments.
Amidst the great battle of Chu Shao, he still pondered how to assign responsibilities. Through the insect swarm heart insignia, the 5 corps leaders could communicate with one another. Chu Shao could also issue commands. Yet it was best to separate their functions: light cavalry, heavy cavalry, flying dragon troops, and special operations.
Specialization was key to maximizing each unit's strengths. Damn it, another city fell. Not paying attention? You dare get distracted at a time like this, you little brat? Don't you fear I'll squeeze every last drop out of you?
Xu Zhao's fighting spirit surged. Bring it on.
Quack quack.
At Fire Seed Academy, a black duck flapped its wings, landing at Su Yuan's window. It craned its neck toward him and declared, "Su Yuan, the 4 kings are dead. I am now the leader of this academy. I now command you, cooperate with Chen Lai to complete the capture of Su Muxue and secure the marriage alliance between our 2 families." Su Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. The Su family's internal strife had reached its conclusion, neither faction able to gain the upper hand. The Grand Elder intervened, bringing Su Muxue back to become the family head while also arranging her marriage to Chen Lai.
Was this another scheme targeting Chu Shao? I obey the High Envoy's command.
From the moment he embraced the abyss, there was no turning back.
Caw caw. Do well, and I won't shortchange you.
Black Crow gloated triumphantly, never imagining that with the 4 kings dead, he would become the abyss's ruler here.
Caw caw, I must build a great enterprise here. Chapter 111, The Creation Academy. Wow, he's so handsome. It must be Chu Shao.
He's even more handsome in person than on livestream.
Wah, I want to have his baby so badly.
Before the Tower of 10,000 Phenomena, the crowd surged. When Chu Shao appeared with Jiang Sisi and the others, the atmosphere suddenly froze.
His battle achievements were trickling into the seed through various channels.
After Lucian became principal, intelligence on the Divine Child was no longer restricted by those with ulterior motives. When the top rankings of the 9 sequences were released, Chu Shao was the only unfamiliar name.
Thus, everyone was eager to find out more. He's so handsome.
I'm so jealous of those 5 sly foxes by his side. They clearly have no real talent, yet they get to coast along effortlessly.
I got into Spark Academy through my actual abilities. Exactly. They must be rotten to the core. 5 good-for-nothings. Chu Shao shouldn't have picked them. Where there are women, there is strife.
Jiang Sisi, arm linked with Chu Zhao's, was suddenly yanked to a halt by a sudden tug.
Big shot?
Following Chu Zhao's gaze, she smiled and replied, "Ignore them.
That's just how women are."
Chu Shao halted, turning toward the female classmate who deliberately raised her voice. He stepped before her, his gaze cold and piercing.
Apologize. What?
Her voice trembled. The gaze of the killing god before her made her feel as though she'd witnessed a sea of corpses and blood, about to become another soul perishing under Chu Zhao's blade.
Why should I? You, bullying women is nothing to be proud of. And I actually liked you. Apologize. Chu Shao's voice tightened.
As the ruler of the divine system, he had a duty to protect his subordinates.
He no longer needed to be meek and submissive.
Of course, he never had. Others' patience isn't a bargaining chip for you to push your luck. Others' kindness isn't capital for you to trample on dignity.
One last time. Apologize.
Her eyes trembled, her lips pressed tightly together in refusal.
You're bullying me. Chu Shao, my father is the richest man in the city, huh? Buying you access to the fire seed? Helping you fabricate your thesis?
Besides, I don't need your affection.
It's too cheap. Chu Shao turned and walked away.
Exposed, the girl froze in place. Chu Zhao's revenge was instant.
Ding.
Your actions have severely violated school regulations.
You are hereby expelled.
The girl received her expulsion notice, her history of bullying boys and girls, committing every conceivable evil at school exposed. The scandal of her buying her way into the Fire Seed program was exposed. Her achievements, gained through plagiarized research papers, were completely discredited.
How could this happen?
Her face drained of color as each piece of news pierced her heart. Her voice trembled.
No, you have no right to treat me this way.
Chu Shao shook off the arm that lunged at him and turned to leave. The crowd parted automatically, no one blocking his path.
It was terrifying.
Just a few words shattered the composure of the wealthiest student in the creation department.
How did he manage to make Qian Kaiwei lose control like this? Truly the son of God, so impressive. Impressive my ass. Now that we've pissed off this sugar daddy, what's our department supposed to do?
Sigh, Chu Shao only cares about his own pleasure, not our survival. I was counting on Qian Kaiwei's scholarship to get by.
Expulsion? Qian Kaiwei clenched her fists. How could she possibly be expelled?
Her eyes darted wildly, her body trembling, but Chu Shao had already walked far away, unwilling to spare her even a glance.
Big shot, is this really wise? That guy isn't someone to mess with. No worries, you're my loyal followers after all. John, CC and the other four exchanged sparkling glances. It felt so good to be looked out for. It was just a trivial matter. Chu Xiao tested his skills, seamlessly integrating the void technology from the Genesis Chronicles into the Skynet system to uncover Qian Saiwei's past. With irrefutable evidence, the report was processed. Her status as the son of God ensured the punishment arrived in an instant. Some people just need a lesson. Let's go claim our resources. Entering the third-floor Linglong Pavilion, a 9-section spiral staircase ascended, with students queuing on each level to collect resources. Within the circular service area, 100 students in white uniforms sat attentively, processing various requests. A potent aura of magic essence filled the air, while rare materials lay stored on high shelves, protected by the luminous glow of protective arrays. 3 boys, accompanied by their peers, collected this month's pills and rewards for completed tasks. They descended the stairs, brimming with excitement. Upon seeing the breathtakingly beautiful 5 women, their jaws dropped to the floor. Look! They're so beautiful. One recognized Chu Xiao and hurriedly pulled his companions away. Let's get out of here fast. Qingming's sword sect just issued a notice looking for trouble with Chu Xiao. We can't afford to get involved, don't let us get dragged into this mess. Chu Xiao remained unaware. He walked straight up to one of the students serving there, held up his fire seed, and said, "Excuse me, I'd like to claim my resources." The girl across from him took the information Chu Xiao handed over. Her expression froze as she stared at the panel before her, exclaiming, "The chief?" Students waiting in line turned their heads in unison. Some recognized Chu Xiao, others did not. At that moment, everyone knew the chief's position had a new occupant. How did we suddenly get a chief? Aren't the chief's resources supposed to be claimed by the Qingming sword sect? Shu, keep it down. This is gonna be good. A stiff, formulaic smile froze on her face as the girl instantly froze, unsure how to react. Is there a problem? The girl stammered, "The resources, they've all been claimed." Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow. Lucian hadn't mentioned this situation. No, he probably wouldn't know either. Such trivial matters weren't his concern. Who took them? Can't we just make them return them? Ha 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 ha. I'd love to see who dares demand our Qingming sword sect give up our resources. A maniacal laugh echoed. Fiery sparks flickered silently in Chu Xiao's eyes as he coldly retorted, "Taking resources that don't belong to you, isn't it only right to give them back? Not theirs?" The voice grew colder, chilling the entire space like frost settling. The female student who had greeted them clasped her arms tightly around herself, as if her body were freezing solid. Come, everyone listen up. Our new top student says we're unqualified to claim resources? What an impressive display of authority. Ling Wuchen's white figure stood atop the 3-foot-tall green peak, his robes billowing like a sword immortal. It's the white-robed sword immortal, Ling Wuchen. Good heavens, it's actually him. A fierce sword intent swept through the air. Ling Wuchen's gaze swept indifferently over Chu Xiao as he looked down from above. A silver tier 1 can become a chief? Our creation academy may be a bit weak, but surely we don't have such low standards? Ling Wuchen's cold smile deepened. Or could it be that Junior Chu, relying on someone's protection, only dares to bully girls? You've barely arrived and already made 2 lovely female classmates cry. Your top seat, I suspect it wasn't earned fairly, was it? Swish, swish, swish. Behind Ling Wuchen, a row of Qingming sword sect students simultaneously drew their flying swords, radiating formidable presence. You're lying. Zhang Xiaoxiao stood protectively in front of Chu Xiao, her voice filled with fury. Humph, and you say it's not? Surrounded by girls, all you do is indulge in pleasure. I don't think you deserve the position of chief at all. Of course, I abide by the academy's rules. But shouldn't our chief show us what he's got to dispel our doubts? Qian Kaiwei lurked nearby, her cold sneer devoid of mercy. The Qingming sword sect was a no-nonsense, combat-oriented faction that valued proof above all else. Oh? Chu Xiao slowly raised his gaze and smiled. How exactly should I demonstrate? Chapter 112, Divine Power Crucible. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. A frantic voice rang out from behind. The rotund Luo Xiaopang struggled to push his plump, tender body through the crowd. His chubby, fleshy face was covered in beads of sweat. Captain Ling, God tier, we're all on the same side here. No need for this. Peace brings prosperity, peace brings prosperity. Luo Xiaopang? Chu Xiao stared speechless at the chubby little guy, who looked like a plump quail but had grown another size. On the other side, Ling Wuchen was about to lose his temper. But recognizing the man as the merchant guild leader whose reputation had skyrocketed recently, the one supplying them with divine rice and arms, he forced down his anger and asked, "You know Brother Luo?" "Yes, I know him." Luo Xiaopang wiped the sweat from his forehead and addressed Ling Wuchen. "Captain Ling, Brother Chu is absolutely not the type to bully others without reason. Could there be some misunderstanding here? Could you please give us some face and let this matter drop?" Just as Ling Wuchen was about to agree, Chen Saiwei's tear-streaked face cooled his resolve. "Luo, you'd be wise not to get involved this time." Luo Xiaopang fumed. When they need him, they sweetly call him Chubby. When they don't, it's Junior Luo. What a disgusting face, not nearly as charming as Chudashi. Ling Wuchen raised an eyebrow. Junior Kaiwei, is this fellow student falsely accusing you of bullying classmates and fabricating research?
Qian Kaiwei stepped forward from the crowd, her eyes slightly reddened. With a pitiful tear, she said, "That's right. Senior, he unfairly branded me with the stigma of plagiarism without any evidence." Luo Xiaopang beside her gasped in shock. How did this involve that young lady? The Qin family was a wealthy dynasty whose businesses spanned every corner of the Great Xia Empire. From daily necessities to military equipment, divine gear, and even artifacts, their influence permeates everything.
I reckon he's just sticking up for his woman. Who doesn't know about Saiwei's scholarly reputation?
Not to mention her recent paper, research on solving transmutation problems through a multiphase coupling model of energy conversion and divine relics based on the divine power crucible.
Absolutely mind-blowing. Yeah, the divine power forge from Sister Saiwei's family is incredible. It perfectly resolved the issue of my divine relic constantly fragmenting. My combat power tripled. Me too. Using the divine power crucible, I successfully cured my firepower phobia.
People stepped forward one after another to echo her words. Qian Kaiwei strutted like a peacock in full plumage. A month and a half ago, a set of flawless battle armor had been delivered to her home.
Its structural design was entirely different from anything currently in use.
What captivated her most was the divine power forge. Qian Kaiwei, who had a history of appropriating others' creative ideas, excitedly sought out her father, pleading to claim this design as her own. But this time, her father firmly refused. After stewing in anger for a long time, Qian Kaiwei resolved to take matters into her own hands. She commissioned a royal scribe to pen a groundbreaking paper that would make her name resound throughout the Fire Seed.
Zhu Xiao glanced sideways at Luo Xiaopang, asking uncertainly, was the divine power crucible manufactured by their family? Luo Xiaopang nodded earnestly. That's right. I'm figuring out how to get one for the big shot.
You wouldn't believe it, but this piece of gear is selling like crazy among the upper echelons of the Spark Academy. Everyone knows Qian Saiwei's name, and no one dares cross her for fear of having their orders cancelled. Jiang Sisi sneered coldly, but it's not Chu. Before Jiang Sisi could finish, Ling Wuchen cut her off, his face dripping with scorn. Xu Xiao, you accuse Kaiwei of forgery.
Can you produce evidence? Can you match her achievements? Xu Xiao gave a cold laugh. My friend, as far as I know, the divine power crucible wasn't your original concept, was it?
With a wave of his left hand, a dense forest of formulas appeared on the blue light screen.
His gaze remained calm as he looked at Qian Kaiwei. Could you explain the core algorithm of the divine power crucible?
The divine power collapse protection module has 3 flaws.
Can you point them out? And how did my work become yours?
Qian Saiwei's body trembled, a fleeting flicker of panic crossing her eyes as her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her shirt.
Chu, how could you claim someone else's work as your own? Is that honorable? No.
Though she denied it verbally, Qian Saiwei's heart trembled violently.
It was likely Kuei encountering a vengeful ghost. How could she be so unlucky?
But this wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. She'd weathered every storm before experience was on her side. Qian Kaiwei calmed her nerves, reviewed the tricks she'd pulled, and after deeming them flawless, smiled.
Xu Xiao, I know you're smart.
You managed to build upon the theory I proposed.
But your attempt to frame me for this female classmate is laughable. I know you used the divine power furnace, but the paper's publication date predates the furnace's existence by a long shot. How could I possibly plagiarize something that never existed?
Qian Kaiwei demanded confidently.
Ling Wuchen's face suddenly darkened with fury. Xu Xiao, I never imagined you to be such a treacherous villain. Without Saiwei's open-source paper technology, how could you and your little lover have donned the silver radiance armor and defeated such formidable foes? Shameful. Utterly shameful. Apologize to our junior immediately and admit your false accusations.
The crowd erupted in commotion. A figure stepped forward from the crowd, coldly sneering at Xu Xiao. Could it be you're just jealous of Senior Saiwei's talent? How shameless. Senior Kaiwei is so gentle and kind, how could she possibly steal a paper? Last time, if it weren't for her providing the divine power furnace, I would have been crippled in battle.
Yeah. Apologize and get lost. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. Qian Saiwei's lips curved in an almost imperceptible smile. Timely feigning vulnerability, she lowered her eyes and said, everyone, please don't be like this.
Perhaps Xu Xiao simply didn't expect me to publish my paper first. Her lashes fluttered as she forced a wry smile. Besides, I often participate in forum discussions. Perhaps some of my ideas were seen by Mr. Chu, who then developed his research.
Such a misunderstanding isn't surprising. I see.
Someone, convinced they understood the truth, spoke up. Even if he stood on the shoulders of giants in his research, he shouldn't slander our senior like this. Qian Kaiwei suddenly staggered, looking pitifully vulnerable. A single tear was perfectly captured by someone nearby.
Damn it, Sister Kaiwei is too selfless. Come with me to the forum, we'll dig up the results. Me too. Let's go together. Before long, the students actually found Qian Siwei's posts on the forum.
One by one, they watched Chu Xiao's anger boil over. Zhang Sisi stamped her feet in frustration.
They checked the forum too and found it was true.
But only she knew that the divine power crucible was Chu Xiao's creation, nothing like it had existed before.
Genius, explain this.
Zhang Xiaoxiao, Zhang Tianxin, and the other two girls paced anxiously.
Chu Xiao narrowed his eyes.
The other party's methods were rather clever, most people wouldn't be able to tell.
Ling Wuchen gently supported Qian Siwei's limp body, his eyes blazing with fury. Did you see that? Chu Xiao, what proof do you have that Kaiwei plagiarized you?
She selflessly shared knowledge, yet you spread lies here.
Do you really think we're blind? Smack! Smack! Smack!
Chu Xiao watched the spectacle unfold, then turned to Qian Kaiwei.
Does your father know about this? Could your actions cause him immense losses?
Just moments ago, he had uncovered the truth. After formally allying with Xiao Guixing and Su Tianin, he had distributed the first version of the Divine Power Crucible blueprints to bolster their allies' strength. Xiao Guanqing had approached Qian Siwei's father, Qian Duoqian, for contract manufacturing, which led to the blueprints being leaked. By now, Qian Duoqian must have understood the full story. After all, the Son of God had begun using the power of the Fire Seed to suppress Qian Duoqian.
Enough! Qian Kaiwei shook her head tearfully. Senior Ling, who wouldn't want their research recognized? Sometimes academia is just this cruel: publish first, publish later, and the outcomes are completely different. I just didn't expect. Wah! Chapter 113, Academic Plagiarism.
Outside Fire Seed Academy, a massive airship requested docking.
Qian Duoqian paced restlessly on the vessel, his urgency palpable.
Xiao Guanqing and Su Tianin sat quietly beside him, showing no emotion. Upon learning the truth, Qian Duoqian broke out in a cold sweat. You too, my daughter hasn't caused too much trouble, has she? Xiao Guanqing's eyes betrayed undisguised disappointment. You'd better hope to pass the review soon. How could anyone make such a foolish mistake? Chu Xiao had entrusted them with the blueprints for the Divine Power Furnace out of trust, yet they had leaked them.
Both professionally and personally, Xiao Guanqing felt no face to plead for Qian Duoqian's mercy. Fire Seed Academy.
Qian Kaiwei, a master of green tea tactics, instantly won hearts with her performance.
Qian Kaiwei was convinced her arrangements were flawless, secretly gloating. Absolutely foolproof.
The publication dates on the website had been altered, with the earliest entry dating back 3 years. With this evidence, Qian Kaiwei was brimming with confidence.
Qian Siwei's little tricks might fool others, but they couldn't deceive Chu Xiao, who possessed void technology.
A smile curved at the corner of Chu Xiao's lips. A second earlier, Genesis Record had utilized the computational power of void technology to locate Qian Siwei's personal hacker and had him sent in.
Chu Xiao also notified the student union, presenting the evidence.
The student union president of the Genesis department, known for his incorruptible integrity, agreed to handle the matter personally.
Academic plagiarism could be a minor offense or a major one. It all depends on whether you've stepped on a landmine. What's so funny?
A group of people, fired up, unleashed a barrage of criticism at Chu Xiao. Ignoring the onlookers, Chu Xiao stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of Qian Kaiwei. His smile seemed to strip away every layer of Qian Kaiwei, his gaze brimming with confidence as he stared her down, forcing her to retreat step by step.
You, what do you think you're doing?
Qian Kaiwei gasped in fright, her voice rising in a shrill scream. Looking into Chu Xiao's eyes, she felt inexplicably panicked. Qian Kaiwei suddenly sensed something was terribly wrong.
Senior Ling, I don't feel well. Could you please take me away? I don't want to pursue this matter any further. Alright. Kaiwei, I'll take you home right now.
The others felt heartbroken. They gazed enviously at Qian Kaiwei, shielded by Ling Wuchen, wishing they could take her place.
Hold on. You can't leave yet.
Zhang Sisi stepped in front of them.
They couldn't just leave like this.
If they left, the matter would never be cleared up, and the accusation of plagiarism would fall squarely on Chu Xiao.
What do you think you're doing? Ling Wuchen was furious. Do you insist on me teaching you a lesson before you'll be satisfied? Kaiwei is kind and forgiving, not holding a grudge against you. Now move aside.
Just then, a group of student council members approached from afar. At their head stood Lin Dao, the president.
Among the 9 student councils of Fire Seed Academy, each president possessed distinct personalities and character traits.
Lin Dao, however, was known for his unwavering integrity.
Great, it's President Lin.
He's here. Even if Chu Xiao is the son of God, he won't be able to run wild much longer.
Lin Dao, over here.
We're right here. Ling Wuchen was delighted. He couldn't act freely against Chu Xiao, the son of God, but Lin Dao was different. That stubborn fool only recognized his own principles and showed no mercy to anyone. Among the group, only Qian Kaiwei felt an inner alarm.
Something was terribly wrong.
Lin Dao wouldn't get involved in ordinary matters unless they were exceptionally difficult to handle.
Her dispute with Chu Xiao was still in the early stages of back and forth. Sending a representative would suffice.
Qian Kaiwei knew full well that if a proper investigation were launched, her evidence might fall apart. She desperately wanted to avoid Lin Dao, the man dubbed the police dog. Lin Dao earned the nickname police dog thanks to his astonishing case-solving abilities. So, Senior Ling, I'm exhausted. Let's just leave. Qian Kaiwei was genuinely anxious. Looking at Chu Xiao again, his eyes held a hint of amusement, like a hunter who had set a trap, quietly waiting for the moment his prey fell into it. Ling Wuchen didn't want to embarrass Qian Kaiwei, but he sensed that the woman he cared for seemed determined to let Chu Xiao off the hook time and again. Wait, his looks are seriously impressive. From a man's perspective, Ling Wuchen didn't care about Chu Xiao's looks. But now it seemed this man's looks were entirely tailored to Qian Kaiwei's preferences. Damn it! This couldn't just be left at that. Kaiwei, don't worry. Lin Dao is a master at solving cases. This little matter won't take him a minute to handle. That plagiarizing brat deserves a lesson. Ling Wuchen completely ignored Qian Kaiwei's urgency, waiting confidently in place. Exactly, Qian. We can't let plagiarists get away with it. Plagiarism is despicable. Stealing others' hard-earned achievements and claiming them as your own people like that should be expelled. Expulsion. 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 Qian Kaiwei was on the verge of tears. Thanks a lot, everyone. Lin Dao. Ignoring Ling Wuchen's outstretched hand, Lin Dao walked straight to Chu Xiao, grasping both of his hands. Thank you, Junior Chu Xiao, for donating the Divine Power Crucible. It saved the futures of 27 gold tier members. Lin Dao had come at the invitation to do more than just expose Qian Kaiwei's plagiarism. The greater goal was to win over Chu Xiao, this capable junior. Ever since that group of returnees arrived at the Fireseed Academy to rebuild the Divine Path, life as student council president had become unbearable for Lin Dao. Fortunately, Yi Guhong stayed out of affairs. He didn't have to follow the path of the others, either being co-opted or resigning voluntarily. Not long ago, a conflict erupted between his faction and Chen Lai's followers. A covert attack shattered the divine relic, robbing it of its potential to grant godhood. At this critical moment, Xiao Guanqing's delivery of divine power furnaces proved vital. These furnaces, rumored to be personally forged by Chu Xiao, served as substitutes for the divine relics, stabilizing the injuries caused by the self-detonating relics. No need for formalities. We're all here to confront the abyss. A whisper suddenly rippled through the crowd. Wait, weren't the divine power furnaces provided by Kaiwei? Is there some misunderstanding? Isn't Chu Xiao the plagiarist? Why does Lin Dao seem to hold him in such high regard? Impossible. I escaped the beast cavern precisely because I fused with the divine power forge Kaiwei provided. There's no way she'd be involved in anything questionable. Qian Kaiwei silently stepped back, the stinging whispers ringing in her ears. Her face drained of color, wishing she could vanish on the spot. Kaiwei, where are you going? Come refute them. Ling Wuchen refused to believe it. He had reviewed the forum Qian Kaiwei provided. The earliest post dated back to May 7, 3 years prior, with numerous well-reasoned comments and discussions below. What did Chu Xiao have? Nothing at all. Lin Dao swept his gaze over Qian Kaiwei, who had slipped away but now stood frozen in place, and snapped angrily. Miss Qian! Why haven't you explained yourself yet? Qian Kaiwei's body shook violently, her eyes flashing with despair and terror. Moments ago, she had received a reply to her message confirming the hacker's intelligence. That hacker had been detained by the authorities on suspicion of betraying national interests. Under intense interrogation. It's over. Completely over. Her body trembled uncontrollably. By now, Ling Wuchen had also sensed something was amiss. Glancing at Chu Xiao, who was watching the scene unfold, he took a deep breath and snapped, Chu Xiao, is this amusing? Just because our research overlaps, you bully a girl like this? Are you even a man? Chu Xiao, let's just drop this matter. We won't hold it against you. I'll return the resources you demanded. Exactly. It's just a little resource. Why make such a fuss? This is pathetic. Overlapping research isn't plagiarism. And you're dragging the student council into this? That's going too far. Yeah, if it were me, I'd gladly give the research to Kaiwei. The tide turned. Led by Ling Wuchen, many rushed to speak for Qian Kaiwei. They were eager for any chance to curry favor with someone from the Qingming sword sect, especially a battalion commander. Qian Kaiwei's face lit up with surprise and delight. However, Chu Xiao smiled indifferently and addressed Ling Wuchen, a brain is a fine thing, too bad you don't have one. Ling Wuchen's face darkened instantly. He roared furiously, Chu Xiao, you want to die? Chu Xiao chuckled lightly. I don't know if I'll die, but you're going to die soon. Ling Wuchen lunged at Chu Xiao in fury, but his divine power suddenly spun out of control. His charging body froze mid-air, eyes wide with terror, before crashing heavily to the ground. The crowd exchanged stunned glances. Chapter 114, Furnace Explosion. What's happening? Ling Wuchen's eyes burned crimson, his aura wildly unstable, one moment raging, the next languishing. His aura? No, don't. Boom. Like a torrent, Ling Wuchen's immense vital energy poured from his pores as a crimson mist, his body exploding like an overinflated balloon.
Xu Shao, what have you done to me?
Stop this at once, or even you, the son of the gods, will face trouble.
Ah! Ling Wuchen's murderous intent surged as he lunged toward Xu Shao.
Yet, devoid of strength, it was nothing but impotent rage. Xu Shao chuckled lightly, brushing imaginary dust from his shoulder with disdain.
Calling you brainless would be flattering.
Your problem stems from using a substandard divine power furnace. Xu Shao swept his cold gaze across the entire scene, his expression so indifferent it was chilling. The crowd instinctively ducked their heads as he spoke slowly.
I've stated that Qian Saiwei's theory contains 3 critical flaws. These 3 fatal flaws are the root cause of your divine essence degradation.
Xu Shao kicked Ling Wuchen aside, still disbelieving and lunging forward, and coldly remarked, "My resources aren't so easily obtained. I came here today to gather resources for crafting a furnace construct to repair your degraded divine essences.
Since everyone trusts her, I won't interfere."
Among the resources, there was a specialty from the Fire Seed Academy that couldn't be purchased elsewhere.
We don't need it now. Senior Lin, I'll leave the rest to you. No problem, right?
Lin Dao laughed heartily, "No problem. I'll make sure it's handled perfectly."
A deathly silence fell over the area.
Meeting Lin Dao's gaze, which seemed poised to sweep them all away, each of them recoiled in fear.
Xu Shao walked past the dazed Qian Kaiwei and murmured softly, "Copying?
You still need to use your brain. Think carefully about those 3 mistakes, they can still be solved." Qian Kaiwei slumped on the floor, recalling the problems Xu Shao had mentioned. It was true she liked to copy, but she did her homework too. She understood the theory behind the divine power crucible pretty well. It wasn't vanity driving her to claim it as her own. As a researcher, she was competent.
3 flaws. Wait, I get it. I get it.
Qian Kaiwei appeared almost frenzied.
The others stopped Xu Shao. Wait, you can't leave. What are we supposed to do without you?
The school forum was already flooded with reports of students rushed to treatment after the furnace explosion. Panic set in, fear spreading rapidly.
They couldn't let Xu Shao escape.
One student collapsed to the ground, a skinny kid who'd also used Qian Saiwei's divine power furnace.
After witnessing Ling Wuchen's horrific state, he couldn't hold back any longer. Xu Shao, you're the son of God, the top student. Save me. Save me. No, you must save us. Xu Shao, you can't just abandon us. You created the divine power forge, you must have a way out, right? Exactly. You created this thing, so you have to take responsibility. If not for your divine power crucible, I'd merely lack divine power. I could still become a divine fire realm powerhouse.
The 5 golden flowers blocked the path between Xu Shao and the others, forming a human wall. Zhang Cici's face was stern as she sneered, "Too late.
Didn't every one of you just swear up and down that Xu Shao plagiarized and stole? Get lost.
One more step forward, and I'll break your legs."
Ha! How shameless.
It wasn't Xu Shao who sold it to you, why blame him?
Whoever sold it to you, go after them.
One man snarled, you're leaving me no way out. I'll kill you." He was cornered.
No!
Lin Dao's eyes widened in terror, never expecting someone to take such desperate measures. The golden tier senior student, just as his palm was about to strike Zhang Cici.
Clang!
A cold, clear sword light sliced through the air. Zhang Cici held the sword in one hand, her divine power furnace churning within. A deep rumble erupted behind her as golden divine light burst from the furnace's core. The sacred sword stood as unshakable as a mountain, steadfastly absorbing the senior's full force strike.
Blot! Impressive, Junior.
No, she relied on her divine equipment's power.
Is this what the divine power furnace can do? Impressive. This Junior is only silver tier, right? Can the divine power forge achieve this level? The crowd gasped in awe, turning their gaze back to the 5 figures.
Divine light radiated from their bodies, standing there like 5 immovable mountains. Even among Li Kuei and Li Gui, one could discern distinct differences.
Amazing. They're truly blessed. The gold tier senior staggered backward, knocked back by Zhang Cici's sword strike, his face darkening. How could this be?
His strength, his divine power all fell short of Zhang Cici's. Zhang Cici resonated with the divine power crucible, radiating concentric circles of light that drew ceaselessly from the divine realm. The sword's brilliance intensified as the surrounding divine power condensed.
A humming sword cry.
Zhang Cici thrust forward with a long stride, her body shooting out like a bullet.
Boom!
The golden rank senior student raised his sword in terror to meet the attack. A crack echoed from his arms, the sound of cracking bones. So heavy, so heavy! His divine body buckled under the strain, leaving cracks dozens of meters long in the ground.
The immense wind pressure blew the others away. Zhang Cici's eyes transformed completely into dazzling gold.
She raised her gaze, sneered coldly, and increased her output. With a thunderous boom, the wail of the divine power forge erupted from Senior Huang Jin's body. He was sent flying backward in terror. The remaining men wore expressions of utter despair.
The furnace blew up. Senior blew up.
An unknown voice cried out in shock, igniting the fear within everyone's hearts.
The flaws of the substandard divine power furnace finally revealed themselves. The limit of divine power Jiang Cici's furnace could withstand and the limit of senior gold were worlds apart. While Jiang Cici could withstand golden grade attacks, the senior couldn't bear pressure exceeding his own tier by even a fraction. Under the immense strain, the divine essence crystal shattered instantly. Ruined? Ling Wuchen's hair fell wildly about his shoulders as he struggled to accept this reality, rising from the ground in a daze. Ha ha ha. I'm crippled? He grabbed someone by the shoulders, his grip frantic and frenzied. I'm ruined, he wailed pitifully. Get lost. The person grabbed, feeling a shared sense of misfortune, kicked the senior away in disgust. Thud. He fell to his knees. Next, the second, the third. Unable to bear the pressure any longer, they all knelt down one after another, each clinging to their own future. Chu Xiao turned and walked away without a moment's hesitation. Jiang Cici sheathed her sword with a cold sneer. You reap what you sow. Zhang Xiaoxiao, Zhang Tianqin, and the others hurried to follow. So satisfying. Absolutely satisfying. The sight of that crowd groveling earlier was utterly revolting. Malicious slander, recklessly ruining someone's future. They pretended to uphold justice, yet had no evidence whatsoever. Nonsense. They deserved it, every bit of it. Zhang Xiaoxiao exclaimed with satisfaction, Cici, you're getting stronger and stronger. That sword strike truly had the divine might of a female sword immortal. I say we should have broken his limbs. Sis Cici was far too soft-hearted. Yeah, he was practically begging to die. Killing him would have been perfectly justified. The four golden flowers seethed with indignation. After connecting to the Chu Xiao divine realm and becoming subordinate deities, not only did the resonance of their divine power forges reach 90%, but they could also draw upon a fraction of Chu Xiao's divine power. The magic concentration within their bodies rivaled that of gold tier beings, demanding urgent release. Seeing Chu Xiao silent, the five asked curiously, Great God, what are you thinking? That little Karami isn't worth your trouble. Chu Xiao snapped back to reality and smiled. It's Qian Saiwei's father, the wealthiest man, Qian Duoqiang. He insists on meeting me personally to apologize for his daughter. Apologize? More like shift the blame, I'd say. Going? Go. Why wouldn't you go? Chapter 115, Compensation. He pushed open the reception room door. Qian Duoqiang's bulky frame was sunk deep into the sofa. Hearing the commotion, he immediately rose, strode from the sofa to Chu Xiao's side, grasped his hand, and said urgently, Mr. Chu Xiao, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. It's entirely my fault for failing to discipline my staff, leading to today's incident. Qian Duoqiang's mountainous frame caused his trenchcoat to billow as he moved. His small eyes, hidden beneath layers of fat, flashed with sharpness as he apologized. I am truly sorry. I apologize on behalf of my daughter. Qian Duoqiang spun around abruptly, yanking his daughter who had been hiding behind him, peeking out timidly into the spotlight. What are you doing? Apologize to Chu Xiao right now. Qian Kaiwei, tears welling in her eyes from humiliation, stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. This child. Chu, you deserve a beating and a scolding. It's all my fault for being too busy to teach her properly, letting her cause such a huge mess. Qian Duoqiang's attitude was decent, and with Xiao Guanqing and Su Tianyin stepping in, Chu Xiao couldn't be bothered with the aftermath. Enough. She's not my child. Just manage her yourself. What do you want from me? Qian Kaiwei lifted her head, her eyes red. Suddenly, Chu Xiao didn't seem so unpleasant after all. He's so handsome. I really like him. As long as Mr. Chu doesn't mind. Qian Duoqiang breathed a sigh of relief. The Xiao family was a force he couldn't afford to provoke. His status as the wealthiest man was still in its burgeoning phase, no match for an established dynasty like the Xiao clan. Qian Duoqiang pushed forward 6 rings and smiled. Inside is the compensation I offer. I hope we can put this matter behind us. At Xiao Guanqing's signal, Chu Xiao swept his divine sense over them. Whoa! What a generous gesture. 6 demigod tier flying vessels, 10 million units of spirit essence, 5 sets of divine armor. All in all, the total value exceeded 100 million spirit liquids and 10 trillion divine power. Qian Duqiang remarked calmly, I know you're about to embark on an expedition to the Void Realm. First, to seize the opportunities left behind by our predecessors. Second, to broaden your horizons and accumulate resources. I've specially prepared these demigod tier flying vessels. The Void Domain Expedition was a crucial extracurricular practice for second-year students, serving as the primary avenue for most to acquire divine equipment. Of course, true prodigies placed greater emphasis on the legacy of their predecessors. Freshman year laid the foundation through independent cultivation, achieving silver rank. Sophomore year focuses on practical fieldwork and treasure hunting. Chu Xiao and Jiang Cici applied for advanced placement together. The demigod tier flying vessel could shield against void turbulence, providing a safe means of travel. Qian Duoqiang was quite thoughtful. It's a fine gift. I'll accept it. Chu Xiao waved his hand, and 5 rings hovered before Jiang Cici and the others. He cast a dismissive glance at Qian Duoqian. Anything else?
Qian Kaiwei watched her father, usually arrogant before others, now groveling and bowing. Her heart fluttered.
He's so domineering, I love it. Qian Duoqian's fleshy cheeks twitched with flattery. He'd chosen the gifts carefully and he hadn't made a mistake.
Xu Xiao, I'd like to discuss the Divine Power Forge with you.
As you know, the Divine Power Forges currently in production carry the risk of divine essence degradation. I humbly request that you grant me the official copyright and fix this issue. In return, I'm willing to offer you 50% of the profits as compensation. Qian Duoqian spoke with genuine sincerity, truly eager to seize this opportunity. He was desperate to advance. Xiao Guanqing spoke up.
Xu Xiao, Mr. Qian is a decent man. He just spoils his children a bit and neglects their discipline.
The matter with Qian Kaiwei isn't a big deal in our circle. You understand, people aren't born equal.
Besides, she's learned her lesson. She'll issue a public apology, make restitution, and be barred from participating in the Academy's research projects going forward.
Qian Duoqian's gift likely involved Xiao Guanqing's strategic input. Was this a reminder that he didn't need to play the saint? Getting tangible benefits was what truly mattered? Xu Xiao nodded. Leave this matter to Cici and the others.
Their families are all in business, they understand the ropes better than I do. Qian Duoqiang's face brimmed with earnestness as he deliberately relaxed his breathing, his gaze sweeping over 5 youthful yet sharp-eyed faces.
I understand. Thank you, classmate Xu Xiao.
Xu Xiao didn't want to be bogged down by such matters. Zhang Cici and the others had seen the world since childhood. When it came to business, they were far more capable than Xu Xiao. If all else failed, they could always seek help from their parents and families.
Qian Duoqian was the Academy's major benefactor, and Xiao Guanqing didn't want to lose him entirely. A peaceful resolution would be ideal. Xiao Guanqing and Su Tianyin both exhaled in relief. They'd feared Xu Xiao might be the type with moral scruples, incapable of compromise.
If that were the case, things would spiral toward the worst possible outcome.
What? Think I'm some saint who won't let Qian Kaiwei off? Think I'm petty and vengeful, determined to crush her? Xu Xiao looked at them both with amusement.
Whether it's cultivation or life itself, it all boils down to gains and losses.
Qian Kaiwei took my thesis, but I didn't actually lose anything.
As long as I get compensation, there's no need to dwell on this matter.
Exactly. Exactly. Xiao Guanqing roared with laughter. You're definitely the man I chose. He slapped Xu Xiao on the back and asked, what about those students whose divine essences degraded because of those substandard divine power furnaces? Will you step in? Xu Xiao shot him a peculiar look, his otherwise calm eyes flickering. I'm no saint. Why should I care? Ha ha ha.
I was worried you'd get morally blackmailed into taking on these thankless tasks.
Su Tianyin hesitated for a moment before interrupting. Xu Xiao, what do you think of my sister? With my eyes? Cut the banter.
I'm asking if you'd be willing to become my sister's husband.
The air instantly froze.
Xiao Guanqing stepped in between them and explained, don't blame Tianyin for being so direct. It's just that my sister-in-law is in a tough spot and her sister is worried.
What happened? Didn't Su Tianyin return to manage the Su family affairs?
Xu Xiao had always regarded her as a friend, but there were things he didn't know.
Xiao Guanqing fumed. What else could it be? A family-arranged marriage, and it's that bastard Chen Lai again. She didn't refuse? Su Tianyin sighed in frustration. My sister was raised to prioritize family interests above all else.
She's always been shackled by the family's chains. To her, personal happiness means nothing compared to the clan's prosperity. The Su family has been in dire straits lately.
Su Tianyin recounted the conflict between the Su and Chen families. Xu Xiao frowned. Chen Zihan, he's taken action against the Su family?
Su Tianyin's voice grew solemn. It was Chen Zihan and Chen Lai joining forces to target the Su family.
Xu Xiao took a deep breath. Knowing Chen Zihan, this seemed unlikely. Clinging to a sliver of hope, he asked, was this his own decision? Xiao Guanqing and Su Tianyin nodded simultaneously.
A chill wind swept through the air.
Xu Xiao fell silent for a moment before asking with a faint smile, when is the wedding?
1 month from now.
Chapter 116, A Banquet of Betrayal? You're so handsome. I love you. Are you crazy? Yeah, love sickness. Xu Xiao. Cici, what kind of weirdo did you bring home?
Zhang Cici paused for a moment, because it means an extra share of the profits. You don't know the cost of living until you run the household.
Zhang Cici really did sell Xu Xiao out. Put. Hey, Kai Wei's really cute, right? Having her around would definitely liven things up. Plus, we all agree that building a good relationship with Qian Duoqiang is nothing but beneficial. That's true enough, but she's practically selling herself out. Exactly. Thanks to Boss Qian's sponsorship, we now have our own Legion headquarters.
Qian Duoqiang provided a miniature realm resembling an island, connected to the divine realm with unrestricted access. The 1,000-acre base featured mountains and rivers. In the basin of the central mountain range, the Soul City stood majestic.
It housed 5 legions conducting daily training: the Blood Rage Berserkers, the Wasteland Sfang, the Bone-Shattering Legion, the Shadowthorn Hunters, and the Thunderous Roar.
Amidst the 5 distinct military camps, the towering city lord's mansion housed forging workshops, alchemy laboratories, offices, libraries, meeting rooms, and more.
Gazing out from the city lord's office, Xu Xiao saw flying dragons circling in the sky. Alright then.
Fiddling with the pendant on his chest, Xu Xiao admitted he couldn't get his hands on such rare goods. Xian Kaiwei pouted, complaining, Xu Xiao, don't underestimate my administrative skills. I've been helping my dad with business since I was little.
Being your secretary is no problem at all. When there's work, the secretary handles it. When there's no work, you handle the secretary. Isn't that perfect? Clang.
10 piercing gazes turned toward her.
Undercurrents swirled in the office, the air taut with tension.
Jiang Sisi looked at Qian Kaiwei, who was clearly losing control, and said,
please stick to your assigned duties.
Qian Kaiwei fluttered her long lashes. No way. You promised my dad you'd look after me. Jiang Sisi's eyes flashed coldly.
It's education, not babysitting.
For a moment, Jiang Sisi felt she had made the wrong choice. Whatever. Suddenly, Qian Kaiwei pushed up her black-rimmed glasses. The girl in her office attire adopted a serious tone. Xu Xiao, Yi Guhong sent someone looking for you.
Will you meet them? Qian Kaiwei added timidly, it's about Ling Wuchen.
Xu Xiao understood. The other party had heard the news and was holding Qian Kaiwei accountable.
Bring them in.
Qian Kaiwei lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper.
They want you to come in person.
The room fell silent. Xu Xiao waved his hand dismissively.
Send him away. I have no time for them.
After dismissing everyone, Xu Xiao finally produced a palm-sized levitating airship. Holding it in his hand, he began to study it. The Great Xia was one of countless minor realms beneath the Divine Realm.
Above the Divine Realm lay the Void Domain, which connected to the boundless abyss.
And all of these Great Xia, the Divine Realm, the Void Realm, and the Abyss were enveloped by the Void itself. To explore the Void Realm between the Divine Realm and the Abyss, traversing the chaotic law zones, a flying vessel capable of resisting chaotic laws was indispensable.
Star Scar? Ancient scriptures were engraved upon the vessel's hull, automatically translated by the Genesis Chronicles.
The palm-sized flying vessel could instantly expand to 500 meters long and 200 meters wide at his command.
The intricate inscriptions seemed to breathe, faintly radiating fluctuations of law.
Xu Xiao probed with his divine sense, discovering the hull was constructed from void vibrant gold to sever the chaos wheel laws. The core power furnace burned divine crystals. Divine runes on the furnace efficiently and stably converted the divine energy of the crystals into spiritual energy, sustaining the crew's needs while also powering the ship's array barriers and weapon systems. The navigation star charts, equipped with a realm compass, aided in route planning. 1-star shattering grade main cannon and 12 void splitting grade divine crystal cannons provided formidable defensive capabilities. Xu Xiao smiled faintly. Old Deng sure knows how to play the game. The void domain harbors distant relatives of the void beasts, the void creatures.
Hunting them aboard the Star Scar isn't a bad idea.
Void beast blood makes excellent array materials, and their cores are often used to forge void weapons.
I'm already getting impatient. There's still a month before Su Muxue is forced into marriage. According to Su Tianyin, they'll resolve the Su family's predicament and eliminate Su Muxue's concerns. All I need to do is crash the wedding. First, I must enhance my strength. Xu Xiao sat cross-legged indoors. A drop of divine blood squeezed from his fingertip drifted slowly toward the hovering, constantly rotating flying vessel, Star Scar. Imprinting his mark upon it, the Star Scar hummed and trembled. Before long, it had imprinted Xu Xiao's primordial power. The storage space now functioned like a holographic projection, accessible at his command. Left and right, up and down.
Xu Xiao maneuvered the Star Scar like a toy airplane, flying it with remarkable agility throughout the room.
What incredible speed! My eyes can't even keep up.
Only by slowing it down 100-fold can I barely catch a glimpse. Xu Xiao grew increasingly fond of this toy, playing with it to his heart's content.
Except for the weapon systems, I've explored every inch of it.
After integrating it with the Genesis log for control, I can even enjoy the fun of intelligent piloting. No need for me to lift a finger.
Who wouldn't love a flying toy? After 2.5 hours of familiarization, Stellar Scar shot out the window. Xu Xiao had fully mastered it. Accelerate!
The Star Scar's bridge sliced through the air. Its pitch-black hull shimmered with stardust as it accelerated, breaking the sound barrier in an instant. A violent shockwave rippled through the air, and the flying vessel vanished from sight, reduced to an imperceptible speck. 1 word, fast. 2 words, very fast. 3 words, too fast. Having tested its top speed, defenses, and firepower, Xu Xiao recalled the Star Scar, a smile curling his lips. Docking it outside the city, he vanished in a flash, reappearing in the Academy's Legion activity room. The erected gate in the activity room connected to the realm. Xu Xiao, save me. Qian Kaiwei was being held hostage, a claw clamped around her throat from behind. She bit her lower lip, tears glistening in her eyes.
What do you think you're doing? A group of white-robed sword cultivators materialized silently before Chu Xiao. Sword light flashed as over a dozen flying swords emitted icy glints aimed squarely at Chu Xiao. Come with us. What if I refuse? A cold glint flared in Chu Xiao's eyes. Not only had he barged into their private territory, but he was now brandishing a sword in defiance. Burglary is a serious crime. Murder in the home is an unforgivable crime. Have you considered this? Do you believe I'll execute you on the spot? You wouldn't dare. Exactly. I merely asked you to meet Senior Yi. How did that become burglary and murder? Seeing Chu Xiao reach for the dagger at his waist, one man cried out urgently, Chu Xiao, don't do anything rash. Rash? Ha ha ha. At worst, it'll be self-defense. You tell me within 7 steps, is my blade faster than your swords? Gulp. The leader's Adam's apple bobbed, his sword blade trembling imperceptibly. Don't come any closer. Hum. A burst of blade light erupted as Chu Xiao's figure instantly materialized before the lead swordsman. His supreme blade strike slammed into the flying sword held in the opponent's hand with a clang. Crash. The silver-ranked 9th-tier sword cultivator's arms buckled helplessly. The powerful blade strike sent him crashing into the wall. He didn't even have time to react before his entire body was embedded into the wall. How is this possible? Other sword cultivators watching nearby were also knocked flying by the impact. As they scrambled to their feet, each stared at the figure embracing Qian Kaiwei, their hearts trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 117, Yi Guhong. Every face turned deathly pale. Especially the lead sword cultivator, his eyes wide with terror, his 2 broken arms hanging limply at his sides, grimacing in pain until his voice cracked. The leader's voice cracked, Chu Xiao, the Qingming sword sect will never let you off the hook. Chu Xiao raised a hand, causing the man's pupils to shrink in terror. The entire room fell silent. Chu Xiao responded with a light chuckle, shouldn't you be thinking of a reason why I shouldn't kill you? To raise blades against the son of the gods is to court death. In an instant, cold sweat poured down their faces. Every single hair on their backs stood on end. What do you intend to do? Chu Xiao's power, audacity, and dominance surpassed their comprehension. Recalling his actions, they realized for the first time that Yi Guhong's reputation held no sway over him. 3. Chu Xiao turned his head, his voice calm as he counted down. 2. Don't do it. The flaming warblade gleamed with an unsettling, eerie light. Chu Xiao's eyes were as cold as a frozen pond. 1. Dead silence. A deathly silence so profound one could hear the swordsman's hearts pounding wildly. One finally snapped, dropping his flying sword and kneeling on the ground. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Only then did they realize death was but a step away. Their faces contorted with terror as they dropped their weapons and knelt, begging for mercy. Unnoticed, even breathing grew difficult. Chu Xiao turned to face the leader. Swish! A cold gleam flashed as the blade trembled, driving straight toward the sword cultivator's head. To kill him there was not a moment's hesitation. Just as Chu Xiao's blade descended, an invisible barrier of sword energy materialized. Boom! A deafening explosion of sword energy erupted beside his ear. Chu Xiao was sent flying backward, his expression utterly unflinching. His attack had been effortlessly blocked, the blade's energy dissipating like mud sinking into the sea, neutralized in an instant. Yi Guhong? The figure in white robes lifted his gaze, stars twinkling in his eyes. Yi Guhong surveyed his subordinate, whose eyelids wouldn't even lift, and remarked coldly, Mr. Chu, isn't that a bit too ruthless? Before his words had fully faded, Yi Guhong raised the tip of his sword. Sword chi surged from all directions, sealing off every possible retreat for Chu Xiao. His swiftness was sealed. As the blinding sword light struck his chest, Chu Xiao's eyes flashed with sharpness as he countered. Ultimate slash. A frenzied blade aura unleashed a furious dragon's roar, meeting the opponent's casual strike in an instant. Enormous force surged through his arms, sending droplets of blood spattering from his hands as he staggered back 6 steps. Thud! Chu Xiao planted his foot firmly on the ground, halting his momentum before crashing into the wall. What a devastating strike! The injuries on his arms visibly began to heal. Compared to the white-robed sword cultivator he had defeated, Chu Xiao held the advantage in his formidable divine physique. Ha! This is interesting. Yi Guhong sheathed his sword, observing Chu Xiao with keen interest as he gripped his blades, their blades vibrating in his hands. His gaze shifted to the subordinates whose limbs twisted unnaturally, their hands rendered useless by the shattered bones severed by Chu Xiao. The curiosity in Yi Guhong's eyes grew even more intense. How is this possible? How did he block Senior Ye's strike? The onlookers' pupils contracted into tiny dots. As Yi Guhong's gaze swept over them, their bodies froze one by one. The sword cultivators were both shocked and terrified. Even their leader, a silver-rank 9th-tier sword cultivator, couldn't withstand Yi Guhong's strike. Yet Chu Xiao had done it. He accomplished what the entire Qingming sword sect had failed to achieve. Chu Xiao slowly sheathed his blade, his eyes fixed on Yi Guhong. A cold smile flickered across his face. Senior Yi has come personally to demand an explanation? What if? I still refuse?
Yi Guhong stood there, his tone indifferent.
It matters not. I have already obtained what I sought.
Xu Xiao felt a chill run down his spine under Yi Guhong's gaze. Yi Guhong continued, you truly possess remarkable talent.
I'll wait for you to grow stronger.
Yi Guhong's gaze shifted to Chen Kaiwei, who was hiding behind Xu Xiao. Narrowing his eyes, he coldly declared.
Miss Qian, I've always been clear about debts and favors.
Xu Xiao slashed this worthless piece of trash once, so I'll repay him with a sword strike.
You crippled Ling Wuchen, so I'll cripple you. That's only fair, isn't it?
Qian Saiwei's slender frame pressed tightly against Xu Xiao's back, her body trembling violently as she shook her head like a rattle.
No, no. I don't want to become a cripple. Save me, Xu Xiao. I'll agree to anything you want. Please, save me.
Yi Guhong stepped forward slowly, beginning to count aloud.
3.
Qian Kaiwei bit her lower lip, eyes tightly shut, clinging to him like a koala. He could feel the thump-thump of her heart beating beneath her soft chest.
2. Xu Xiao sighed softly. Senior Yi, I can cure Ling Wuchen. Once he's healed, can we just let this go?
Tears glistened in Qian Saiwei's eyes as a deep sense of security washed over her from the warmth against her chest. She wiped her tears with her small hand, droplets plopping onto the floor.
Why, I thought you didn't care about me anymore. My dad doesn't care about me anymore. You don't care about me either. Xu Xiao, you're so responsible. I really like that.
Xu Xiao froze awkwardly in place.
Yi Guhong reigned in his fierce aura, his gaze growing more appreciative toward Xu Xiao. All right.
He swiftly drew a purple manual from his sleeve and addressed Xu Xiao, the 10,000 phenomena sword array. I'll trade it for a divine power crucible, one forged by your own hands. Xu Xiao's eyes widened as his breathing quickened. The divine arts taught in freshman courses were all run-of-the-mill stuff. They were perfectly adequate for ordinary people, but for someone like Xu Xiao or Yi Guhong they were optional at best.
Simple divine arts could be replicated with a single glance.
This one, however, was different. It belonged to the lineage of divine arts, originating from Yi Guhong's professional inheritance. The 10,000 phenomena sword array has 18 layers. The first layer controls 4 swords, the second adds 4 more, and so on. Mastering the first layer alone will let you dominate at the silver rank. The second layer lets you fight gold rank opponents. I've only mastered up to the 4th layer myself. You won't be at a disadvantage. It wasn't just no disadvantage, the 10,000 phenomena sword array could be said to compensate for one of Xu Xiao's greatest weaknesses. Xu Xiao suppressed his inner yearning, took 3 deep breaths, and replied. Agreed. I can upgrade it for you later. Since the other party valued clear-cut debts and favors, Xu Xiao didn't want to take advantage of this. The divine power crucible was indeed powerful, and Yi Guhong could certainly acquire one if he desired. Fortunately, only a divine power forge crafted by his own hands could unleash its full potential.
It can be even stronger? This time, even the usually unflappable Yi Guhong couldn't help but be surprised. No one would refuse the chance to grow stronger. Xu Xiao's divine power forge was akin to carving out a second source of divine power within his body. Divine power doubled, combat prowess increased, it was inevitable. Yi Guhong shot Xu Xiao a piercing glance before pulling out a sheet of sandpaper, its surface pulsing with divine energy. How about we seal the contract? Xu Xiao smiled.
The other wasn't stupid, he feared being cheated by him. He flipped through Yi Guhong's contract, giving it a thorough look.
Why not? Upon receiving the 2 divine power furnaces, Yi Guhong's divine eyes swept over them.
They were indeed more exquisite and flawless than the ones Chen Kaiwei had provided.
Understood. Let's go. Wait.
Yi Guhong eyed Xu Xiao suspiciously as he called out to halt them. Xu Xiao scanned the surroundings.
My resources, give them back to me. Chapter 118, The 10,000 Phenomena Sword Formation. Yi Guhong walked away, smiling happily. Clang!
Qian Saiwei's dagger, concealed in her sleeve, clattered to the ground. Her clothes were soaked through with cold sweat. Only then did she realize her ample bosom had been squashed out of shape. Blushing, she hopped away and thanked Xu Xiao. After leaving Xu Xiao's side, a chill ran through her body. The lingering pressure Yi Guhong had brought with him still hung heavy.
Thank you. Thank you. No need. Just fulfill your duties properly.
Qian Kaiwei bowed her head, her loose strands of black hair cascading over her shoulders.
All right then, I'll be your secretary tonight. First, contact Shushan and bring them over. Then organize the schedule for the Void Domain expedition. We'll depart in 3 days. Yes, sir. Xu Xiao turned and entered his demi-plane. The demi-plane was housed within Tianren 7. Through Void technology, the two were seamlessly integrated. Within the demi-plane's divine realm, 5 legions stood ready for action. Ishuan?
Xu Xiao's chest pressed against 2 soft mounds, his mouth covered by a large one, the air in his lungs forcefully sucked out by a certain demigod.
Mum. Why won't you let me fight? Afraid I can't beat him? Jai Xuan's eyes burned red, the insect tail at her back flickering with a dangerous glow. Yi Guhong has no intent to kill me. That's still not acceptable. What if he develops the intent to kill? He won't. I want to see the gap between us and them.
Jia Yixuan still refused to let Chu Xiao off the hook.
If you want sparring practice, you can do it with me. Or do you think I'm not good enough? Of course not. But, can you bring yourself to fight me?
Chu Xiao smiled as he wrapped his arm around her waist, flipping the secret manual in his hand.
I'm not losing out at all. Sister Yixuan, let's train together. No need. I have my own suitable lineage. I see.
As demigods, they should each have their own path of cultivation.
Chu Xiao picked up the 10,000 phenomena sword array to study it.
Without relying on external objects or formations, his strength was still far from reaching Jia Yixuan's level.
Lu Xian called him a bully, and it was understandable.
The 4 flying swords of the first layer of the 10,000 phenomena sword array possessed myriad transformations. The methods of the sword immortal differed significantly from many of the secrets within the pantheon. Mastering the 10,000 phenomena sword array demanded control over the spirit foundation guide and the ability to perceive the flow of spiritual energy. It also demanded mastery of the 1,000 machinery knot, 10,000 phenomena pupil, heavenly net hand, 9 chapters covenant, sowing mystic veins, commanding weapon arts, boundary barrier robe, split soul technique, shared fate seal, yin-yang transformation, 5 elements arts.
Chu Xiao felt a headache coming on.
I thought I'd stumbled upon a bargain, but it turns out to be a poison delicacy. Whether I can swallow it depends entirely on whether I possess the right tools for the job. Chu Xiao didn't know if He Guhong harbored malicious intent toward him. These divine arts would delay the growth of his strength. Perhaps the other was truly just a prodigy, oblivious to this consequence.
Practice or not.
Once the 10,000 phenomena sword array was unleashed, Chu Xiao's power would surge dramatically, potentially even catching up to or surpassing those prodigies of yore.
Practice. Must practice continuously. Within the divine realm, the 500-fold acceleration of divine soul flow would drastically shorten cultivation time.
The crucial task now was gathering the flying swords required for cultivation. Chu Xiao browsed the 10,000 gods shop, only to realize after much searching that he'd been ripped off.
Damn it, I knew it was too good to be true.
Flying swords were only sold by the Qingming sword sect. High-quality ones came at a steep price, and they employed scarcity tactics. The materials, forging methods, and battle gear for flying swords all differed.
This is outrageous. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Xiao, what's with the panda eyes? Chu Xiao waved dismissively, sighing, overdid my cultivation. Nothing serious. Let's go.
He had mastered the first layer of the 10,000 phenomena sword formation, but without a flying sword, ordinary blades couldn't unleash the formation's full power. Later, Chu Xiao spent an entire day pumping iron, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted. A group of people stood before Chu Xiao. Zhang Sisi and her 4 companions, Xian Kaiwei, Luo Xiaopeng, along with Shushan representatives Shindu, Bong Shoui, Lu Junjie, and others gathered around.
Let's go.
Heading out from the fire domain, the 20,000-mile airspace could be traversed by a demigod-class flying vessel, reaching the void domain in just 5 days. All boarded the Star Scar airship as the hatch closed. Transforming into a streak of fiery light, it tore through the celestial canopy, bursting out of the fire seed realm in an instant. Behind the vessel, divine crystals blazed, spewing a brilliant blue trail. Within the captain's quarters, Chu Xiao closed his eyes, continuing to ponder the 10,000 phenomena sword array. Beyond the confines of the Fire Seed Academy, the summoning clan's teleportation services were severely restricted. Even Chu Xiao himself struggled to connect.
Beep, beep, beep. Feeling it? Want to come aboard? Jia Yixuan sent a message.
Above the Star Scar, a silver warship concealed within a barrier maintained a fixed altitude and distance, guarding alongside. Chu Xiao surveyed the crowd training around him, temporarily handing command to Zhang Sisi before slipping away. Black wings soared through the vast expanse of the sky. He slipped into Skyblade 7. Phew, I'm alive. From behind, he was embraced softly. A day apart felt like 3 autumns. Having not seen each other for 9 autumns, their longing was profound. But Chu Xiao hadn't come here for that. He needed to hurry and sit cross-legged to cultivate. Jia Yixuan suddenly felt bored and decided to spice things up. Her hands roamed freely. Chu Xiao sucked in a sharp breath. His resolve was steadfast. No matter how obedient his body might be, his words remained unyielding. Supreme dispersal technique troubles, be gone. Jia Yixuan, like a mischievous spirit, kept tempting him, her hands gradually advancing toward strategic areas.
Seeing Chu Xiao's saintly demeanor, she couldn't help but giggle. Focus. You practice your way, I'll practice mine. Suddenly, Chu Xiao's eyes widened.
He settled his mind and murmured. I hope that after mastering the 10,000 phenomena sword formation, I can reach the point where I can strike someone by plucking a leaf. Then I won't need to pursue magical flying swords. I could wield a regular longsword to cast the formation. Chu Xiao held his breath, entering sage mode as his cultivation speed surged 500-fold.
Within the heavenly blade number 7 lay a demi-plane where divine realms manifested.
Only by approaching it could he freely summon his vassals like in the academy, creating an infinite stream.
The heavenly blade number 7, possessing this demi-plane, was the true source of Chu Xiao's confidence.
The flying vessel journeyed for 4 days.
Excellent. Just one more day until we reach the Void Realm.
On the final day, Xu Shao refrained from cultivation, instead focusing all his attention on monitoring the surrounding airspace.
Don't let your guard down.
The closer we get, the more dangerous it becomes.
John Cece nodded in acknowledgement, skillfully maneuvering the flying vessel.
Though they had their own flying vessels, they couldn't sustain the divine crystal consumption. Xu Shao had given them the craft more as practice. After gaining control of the airship systems, she projected all surveillance feeds onto the large screen. The others stared intently, monitoring the situation with utmost caution. Meanwhile, 10 massive, pitch-black vessels hovered in the concealed airspace.
Boss, we've got a fat sheep. Concealed within the clouds, 10 pirate vessels formed a vast jaws-like formation, waiting for the prey to walk into their trap.
The scarred, burly man curled his mustache and snarled.
Men, get ready to strike.
Unbeknownst to Xu Shao and his crew within the star chart, they steadily plowed toward the pirates.
Chapter 119, The Scar-Faced Pirates. Look outside. It's so beautiful.
A group of girls, captivated by the breathtaking scenery outside, immediately rushed to the windows in delight. The horizon blazed with crimson gold waves of cloud. Winds roared and clouds churned as golden fireworks blanketed the sky. A celestial palace rose from the earth, tinged with a soft rose hue.
Layers upon layers of clouds, bathed in dazzling rays of light, transformed into celestial beings attending a banquet. Shapes shifted ceaselessly.
At times, a phoenix spread its wings, at others, a golden dragon coiled and twisted. At the boundary between the divine realm and the void, this breathtaking spectacle was but an illusion. Beneath this painted scroll lay danger. Pfft, a bunch of useless pretty faces.
I don't know what's so great about them. If it weren't for Senior Lu's orders, I'd never listen to that womanizing jerk. Finish training. Shendu muttered discontentedly.
They were here for adventure, not a vacation.
Bringing along a bunch of useless women just to warm his bed at night? Fang Xiaoyi tugged at Shendu. Cut it out. You're only here because of Xu Shao. Watch your step, or you'll be the one tossed out. What's there to fear? I'm a full-fledged gold-tier expert, surely more useful than 5 women? If anyone gets kicked out, it'll be them.
Fang Xiaoyi sighed, giving Shendu a look reserved for fools. It must be said, Shendu possessed talent worthy of pride. Among his peers, his cultivation pace rivaled that of the elite clans.
Even lacking resources, he never fell behind.
After Liu Bei discovered this commoner prodigy, resources poured in, fostering an arrogant streak. He even looked down on Xu Shao, a mere silver-tier cultivator.
Lu Junjie, standing nearby, cautioned, Shendu, you can't bite the hand that feeds you.
You should work on your temper, or you'll end up at a disadvantage.
What's there to fear? With my talent, shouldn't Xu Shao be begging me for resources? Once I become a god, I can even look out for him.
Otherwise, I'll show him what it means to be out of his league.
Lu Junjie. Here we go. Xu Shao plunged headfirst into the encirclement of the Scarface pirates. 10 lurking beasts suddenly tore through their camouflage, revealing gaping black muzzles.
The ship's ferocious patterns fixed upon their prey like bloodthirsty eyes. Scarface's fleshy cheeks twitched, a greedy gleam flashing in his eyes. His coarse voice piercing the clouds.
The fat sheep up ahead, halt your ship for inspection.
10 pirate ships extended black barrels with a clanking clatter, their cannons fully deployed, sealing off the Star Scar's escape route.
Pirates! What do we do? What do we do? Chaos erupted within the ship's cabin. Quiet. Not a word. They only want money.
Xu Shao activated the incoming transmission, revealing a menacing figure with a scarred face on the screen. He scanned the room, seeing only a few boys. Xu Shao had already instructed the girls to hide in a secluded corner to avoid unnecessary trouble. The scarred man's eyes lit up with satisfaction at the sight of 9 young faces.
Kid, you know the rules for passing through, right?
The scarred man bared his blackened teeth, his gaze settling on Xu Shao, who remained utterly unruffled. The young man's gaze was anything but ordinary. He hoped the other would know his place. Xu Shao remained composed, 1,000,000 points of divine power.
Please spare us, Scarface.
Scarface was surrounded by a group of greasy-looking henchmen, each eager to get their hands dirty. Hearing Xu Xiao's offer for passage fees, they found it utterly boring. Xu Shao followed convention, purchasing passage for this stretch of road.
Not bad. You know your place.
Scarface, clad in pirate garb, shrugged.
Fine. You may pass.
The fleet parted to make way, and Xu Xiao's payment went through successfully.
1 million? Shendu gasped aloud.
He had never even seen such a colossal sum.
As the child of impoverished farmers, how could he possibly endure being extorted for 1 million? He immediately demanded, how dare you pirates? Xu Shao, why did you give it to them? Xu Shao frowned. Shut up.
Scarface raised his right hand,
clenching his fist.
The ships that had parted to make way immediately closed in, their modified gun barrels flashing with a dangerous gleam.
Think it's too expensive? Scarface tapped the dagger at his waist and sneered, then add another 1,000,000.
Xu Xiao's eyes turned icy cold, his expression darkening as he turned to glare at Shendu, who had spoken out of turn. Shendu flinched under Xu Xiao's gaze, swallowing hard before turning his head away.
Proudly, he remained silent.
Rage surged within Chu Xiao, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes.
Fine. I apologize for my teammates' foolishness. 2 million is reasonable.
The scarred man's vanished smile returned to his yellowed skin.
Impressive. Friend, what's your name?
Shindu's eyes darkened at being called foolish. Before Chu Xiao could respond, he blurted out, Chu Xiao, you're not allowed to touch Shushan's funds.
2 million is too much, not even 1 million should be given.
What are we, a group of 20-odd people, afraid of him for? Instantly, the entire cabin fell deathly silent. Veins bulged on Chu Xiao's forehead as he glared at Shindu with fierce eyes. Scarface shot him a hostile look, his rough fingers resting on the serrated edge of his battle knife.
Son of God, Chu Xiao? Are there others with you?
Chu Xiao took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to strangle Shindu on the spot. He forced himself to control the murderous intent surging within him.
3 million. Give us some face. Or are you daring enough to kill the Son of God?
Chu Xiao wasn't certain how much face his identity held with this scarred bandit. Silently, he activated the flying vessel's defense module. The scarred man's left eye flashed with ferocity as his fingers tapped lightly against his scabbard, as if deep in thought. Scarred face appeared even more vicious within the blue screen.
Fine. I'll grant you that favor. 2. Smack.
Before Shindu could finish speaking, Chu Xiao's palm struck out. The heavy blow struck his face, sending him stumbling backward into the cabin door behind him. Say one more word, and I'll cripple you. Shindu clutched his face, his eyes seething with 7 parts venom, 3 parts defiance, and 10,000 parts hatred.
Scarface smirked. Heh, Mr. Chu, you could learn a thing or two about managing your men. A guy like this wouldn't last 3 minutes under my watch. Thanks for the advice. Can we proceed now?
Shindu stood up, furious, and roared at Chu Xiao, you bastard.
What right do you have to hit me?
Bringing 5 women here to play is one thing, but I won't tolerate you misappropriating Shushan's public funds. The other 8 boys rushed to restrain Shindu's shoulders and cover his mouth, but it was too late.
Women?
The scarred man's hoarse voice rang out with surprise.
Brothers, how long has it been since we touched a woman?
Boss, it's been 2 whole years.
My mouth's gone dry from the lack of taste. The pirates collectively erupted in excitement.
Boss, keep the women, let the men go. Without women, we'll have to take care of ourselves and that hurts too much.
Yeah, women, I want women.
Instantly, the faces of the women aboard the ship turned pale. Their eyes burned with hatred as they glared at Shindu. Shindu jerked his neck back, breaking free from his classmate's grip, and roared, what are we afraid of?
Let's fight them.
They're just a bunch of puny pirates.
Chu Xiao can't protect you, but I can.
Ha 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 ha.
The raucous pirates doubled over laughing. Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Chapter 120, Golden Scarface.
Shindu, oblivious to Chu Xiao's darkening expression, exclaimed excitedly.
Classmates, I, Shindu, will never let these pirates bully you. I'm a gold tier 1, and they're just gold tier 2, what's there to fear?
Scarface patted the ring-handled broadsword at his waist, wiped away tears of laughter, and exaggeratedly declared, this is too much. Where did this clown come from? Chu Xiao, I advise you to just kill him off. Chu Xiao narrowed his eyes, his body radiating extreme killing intent, I will.
Scarface, add another 2 million, and this matter is settled. 5 million, what woman couldn't you find?
A flicker of interest crossed Scarface's eyes.
This deal was no small sum.
He licked his lips, a lecherous grin spreading across his face.
The money's enough, but I'd like to meet your female classmate. How about it?
Before he could finish, a thunderous boom erupted as the Star Scar's main cannon unleashed its attack, striking one of the pirate ships directly ahead.
Get lost. The pirate ship automatically activated its blue barrier. However,
the barrier shattered after 3 seconds, the ship's stern veered off course, and it was struck by the cannon fire.
Decisive. Too decisive. Chu Xiao's forceful move caught everyone off guard.
His forcefulness, his ferocity, terrified the band of pirates.
After several breaths, the pirates finally cried out. Enemy attack! Enemy attack!
Before the pirates could react, 12 sky-splitting divine crystal cannons flashed with menacing light.
Shells rained down, striking the flaming hull. The entire vessel instantly transformed into a fiery ball, spinning as it plummeted toward the ground.
Save me, wailed one pirate, his voice filled with despair.
Scarface roared in order to counterattack. Chu Xiao, you're asking for death.
9 pirate ships immediately opened fire, targeting the rapidly charging Star Scar.
The Star Scar abruptly accelerated, shields deployed.
The divine crystal cannons on both sides completed a full charge cycle as Jiang Cici and the others took control of the attack. It was their first encounter with ship-to-ship artillery combat, and their expressions were tense.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Attacks relentlessly struck the pirate ships, sending ripples through their defensive barriers. The Star Scar, trailing blue flames from its stern, burst through the breach.
Scarface bellowed, stop it. Boss, it's so fast. The scattered pirate ships suddenly accelerated, roaring in pursuit.
But the Star Scar was faster still.
The quantum engine roared, its tail thrusters burning the divine crystal into deep blue flames as the hull shot forward like a speeding bullet. Good, good, good. Shu Shao, that's the spirit. I told you we should have taken them on. Shu Shao paid no immediate heed. The pirate fleet reacted instantly, swerving to close in like hunting sharks, their cannons locking onto the Starscar in unison. Scarface sneered savagely, fire. Don't let that kid escape. Bring the woman back. Dangerous light flared from the cannons' muzzles. The moment Shu Shao broke free from the encirclement, dozens of attacks closed in from behind, crashing into his barrier. Flames erupted where the projectiles struck the barrier. The ship sounded its alarm as the barrier withstood the barrage, its cannons firing at full power. A single breath later, the shield shattered. The ship accelerated at high speed, finally breaking free from the Scarface pirates' encirclement. Black smoke billowed from the stern. Of the 4 Riftbreaker-class engines, 2 had shut down. After breaking free, the ship's speed plummeted. Pursuit! Scarface sneered coldly. The flying vessel plunged into the void, entering the asteroid belt. Scarface led his men in pursuit. The Starscar hovered behind a meteorite the size of 10 football fields, smoke billowing from its hull. Scarface's fleshy cheeks twitched. Men, follow me. Close in and kill. The pirates cautiously approached the Starscar. Boss, it looks deserted. No one? Impossible. You go check. Scarface licked his lips with excitement. He had no other hobbies, he just loved women. The female students at the academy were all fair-skinned and delicate, he couldn't let them escape. Boss, found it. Just one guy. A pirate who had broken through the Starscar gate dragged the unconscious Shindu onto the pirate ship. Damn it, where are the others? Wake him up and interrogate him. A basin of cold water splashed across his face, and Shindu slowly came to. Pirates? Where am I? A wave of painful memory surged through his mind. Shu Shao. You shameless bastard. Thud. A blow to the back of his head sent Shindu reeling as 3 men dragged him up. Spit it out, they snarled. Where are the others? If you don't talk, I'll just enjoy looking at your pretty face. A chill ran down Shindu's spine, his anus clenching in fear. The thought of Shu Shao filled him with rage. They're gone. Those cowards have other flying vessels. They actually abandoned me and fled. Oh? The scarred man bared his large black teeth, his gaze fixed on Shindu. You say I'm nothing to fear? Of course. Care for a fair fight? Ha ha ha, you're truly amusing. But I can grant your wish. Shindu gritted his teeth, his thoughts racing. Pirates were nothing but a rabble, there was no need to fear them. Before he could finish, Shindu felt the world spin violently as his face slammed hard against the deck. Intense pain shot through his mind. His face turned purple-black and he couldn't utter a word. The next second, a red alert blared throughout the ship. The shrill sound tore at his eardrums. The frantic warning prompted Scarface to push himself up, bellowing, full power to the barrier. Maximum output. Amidst the explosions, the entire ship shook violently. The other ships were similarly pushed back hundreds of meters by the shockwave. The exploding Starscar was engulfed in flames. Scarface's face twisted into a terrifying grimace. You ruthless little bastard. If I catch you, I'll beat the out of you. Beep beep beep. A communication request came through. Scarface tapped the screen, his palm slamming down on the table, tearing the edge to shreds in his rage. You dare contact me? Shu Xiao's broad face appeared on the screen, making Scarface's eyes bulge with rage. Shu Xiao's expression remained calm, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his eyes. Like the gift I sent you? Shu Xiao, you've gone too far. Do you really think I can't catch you? Shu Xiao gave a cold laugh. Better not pursue. Take down one of your ships, and I'll take down another. Enjoying the blast, huh? Of the remaining 9 ships, 3 nearby vessels had their propulsion systems destroyed and were now immobilized. Ignoring Scarface's fury, Shu Xiao continued, I gave you 2 million. That settles this matter. Also, strip Shindu naked, that's my third little surprise for you. Shu Xiao sighed, his tone as calm as ever. I was trying to settle this peacefully. If you know what's good for you, everyone wins. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. The words barely left his mouth when dozens of blinding cannon blasts slammed into the 3 immobilized ships. They tore through their protective barriers without harming a single crew member. Scarface, I hope you don't push your luck. Scarface cut the transmission, fuming so hard he could barely catch his breath. Boss, should we chase them? Chase my ass. You bastard. His furious palm slammed into the table, shattering it into pieces. Scarface trembled all over, roaring at the terrified Shindu, strip this kid naked. I'll see what kind of surprise he's hiding. Shu Xiao's threats were certainly infuriating. Chasing after him would be unwise. They were here to hunt, not to risk their lives. 2 henchmen pinned Shindu down while another tore open his clothes under his terrified gaze. A face, flushed crimson with excitement. Boss. A surprise, a huge surprise. Scarface approached, bewildered.
Upon seeing the sight, his ugly face twisted with unrestrained malice.
Ha 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 ha. This is truly a grand gift. Chapter 121, The Void Realm. Whoa!
Shindu's mouth was covered. A group of vicious pirates approached with sinister grins. His body had been altered by Chu Xiao's divine arts, now capable of appearing either male or female. The flying boat Xiaoyu. The survivors trembled with lingering fear. Fang Xiaoyi approached with a grim expression, shouting angrily, Chu Xiao, isn't this going too far? The other boys stared at Chu Xiao as if he were a demon. They clamped their thighs together, terrified that Chu Xiao might turn them into irresistible temptresses who could seduce both men and women.
Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Chu Xiao looked up coldly. What do you suggest I do? Kill him? Fang Xiaoyi retorted stubbornly, of course not. We're classmates. You have a duty to ensure his safety. That idiot? I have an obligation? Ha 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 ha.
Chu Xiao was boiling with rage.
I warned you before we set sail. You must obey my orders on this voyage, or don't even bother boarding the ship.
If it weren't for him, we might have reached an agreement with the Scarface pirates.
I told you to shut up, but you didn't listen. Do you know what the worst possible outcome is?
Chu Xiao's gaze swept over the heads of his classmates, who kept their eyes downcast.
He grabbed Fang Xiaoyi by the collar and leaned in, his voice thick with fury.
The worst outcome is this: the men get killed and the women get captured.
Facing those ruthless pirates, what do you think will happen to you? And what about the other girls? Thud. He shoved her to the ground and roared, this isn't the Great Xia Empire. It's not the academy. And it certainly isn't your homes.
Get it through your thick skulls. We're in the Void Realm, where life and death hang by a thread at any moment. To survive, you must stay alert at all times. If anyone else is as foolish as Shindu, or acts like Fang Xiaoyi, get the hell out.
Don't drag others down with you.
A heavy, oppressive atmosphere filled the cabin.
Chu Xiao paced heavily, eyeing Fang Xiaoyi sprawled on the floor. You want to disembark too? I. Fang Xiaoyi instinctively dared not reply.
Indeed, this was the chaotic Void Realm, a realm where murder went unpunished, a haven for outlaws beyond the law.
I'm sorry, I was wrong. Chu Xiao's icy glare forced her submission.
She pressed her lips tightly together, suppressing her pride. Though Chu Xiao had abandoned Shindu, he had saved everyone else.
A demigod-class flying vessel abandoned without a second thought.
Without the protection of the Little Rain, this group would have been discovered by Scarface, who was actually nearby, leading to an unspeakable tragedy. The 3 airships that had flown away were bait. Under the protection of the Skyblade 7, the group successfully evaded the Scarface pirate ship search. The enemy searched back and forth several times. Finally, finding nothing, they turned back.
On the pirate ship, Scarface sat with Shindu straddling his lap, his eyes blazing with fury. Damn it! A bunch of little rats, how could we not find them? Never mind. 5 million in compensation will cover our losses. We're pulling out.
Shindu lifted his head in humiliation, his body groaning under the strain as he growled hoarsely.
Chu Xiao! Chu Xiao! Chu Xiao! That bastard, he's inhuman.
Chu Xiao hadn't provoked the pirate crew to the point of no return, otherwise, they wouldn't be relentlessly pursuing him.
5 days later,
the Little Rain appeared above the waters where the death seagulls circled.
A gray mist hung thick in the air.
The airship docked at a dilapidated pier. Above the harbor, flocks of spiraling deathgulls plunged into the mist, occasionally snatching out a few adventurous souls.
They attacked in packs, tearing their victims to shreds mid-air. What terrifying monsters!
A group stared blankly out the window. Fearful of the divine crystal cannon's power, the undead seagulls did not approach the Xiaoyu. Zhang Sisi approached, wrapping her arms around Chu Xiao's shoulder, her face filled with shock.
Chu Xiao, is this our first stop? That's right.
The dead nether extinction abyss allows us to fish for treasures and obtain nether extinction fruits that grant rapid growth. 1 nether extinction fruit can elevate 1 tier, with a maximum of 3 fruits allowed. Except for Shindu, who was already at gold tier 1, the others Chu Xiao had selected were all at silver tier 6 or 7. Consuming the nether extinction fruit would allow them to reach the peak of silver tier, just 1 step away from gold. Many of them had accumulated sufficient cultivation, yet their strength plateaued, held back by their innate limitations. The nether blossom fruit presented an opportunity to break through to gold rank.
Whoa! Can we really get them? Let's go. Head to the deck.
A chill swept in with icy mist as Chu Xiao stood on the Little Rain, carrying a basket of fishing rods and bait.
10 bait pieces per person per day.
Use your own resources if you want to catch more.
We'll fish here for 10 days, then move to the next location. Got it?
Chu Xiao's eyes seemed tinged with some mysterious force. With a single glance, not a single soul uttered a sound.
Fang Xiaoyi and the others nodded silently.
Taking the resources handed to them, everyone found suitable spots to fish.
Let's go too.
At the bow, Chu Xiao distributed fishing rods to the 5 girls, each with her own unique charm, as they stood on either side of him. Zhang Sisi's red lips curved upward as she tied the fishing line to a spirit fish.
Spirit fish, divine gear, divine crystals, divine artifacts, any substance imbued with divine essence could serve as bait.
Jiang Cece's rabbit-like eyes flashed with confidence. With a flick of her rod, the spirit fish darted into the gray mist, its faint glow quickly vanishing from sight. Chu Shao glanced at the 5 girls, casually baited his own hook, cast it into the abyss of eternal darkness, and then paid it no further mind.
It's biting! It's biting!
Soon, Feng Shui's excited voice rang out from behind him. Her delicate frame, willow-thin waist, and excited chest rose and fell with her rapid breaths. She yanked the rod, hauling up a streak of green spirit light.
Quick, look! What is it?
The group crowded around, eagerly examining it.
Feng Shui let her eyelids droop, sighing dejectedly, it's a worn-out shoe. What a shame. Sis Feng, don't lose heart. Keep trying. Master, come help me out.
Jiang Cece's alluring figure beneath her silver-white leather armor deliberately pressed close to Chu Xiao's arm, her voice soft and seductive.
Hurry, it's so big.
The fishing rod is about to be dragged down by it.
Chu Xiao drew closer to the trembling Jiang Cece, her soft curves cradling his arm.
He wrapped his arms around her from behind, gripping the violently tugging fishing rod.
Don't worry. Follow my divine power. Jiang Cece's eyes sharpened as her body surrendered to Chu Xiao's control.
She let him grasp her small hand, channeling his potent spiritual energy into her. The rod instantly bent and tightened, the black fishing line spinning through the reel as it was reeled in. Jiang Cece felt the warmth radiating from Chu Xiao's body, relaxing as she let the fish drag the bait. Now's the time, set the hook. The deep, resonant voice murmured at the edge of her earlobe, warm breath brushing against her skin. Jiang Cece's body went limp, nearly slipping from her grasp. Chu Xiao took the rod, and its tension immediately steadied.
Don't panic. I've got this. Okay.
Jiang Cece's ears flushed crimson as she murmured softly in response.
Splash.
The mist parted, and a purple spiritual light burst forth like a dragon emerging from the sea.
Chapter 122, The Extinguished Spirit Fruit.
The sea of mist violently exploded. A 5-meter-long dragon sturgeon sliced through the mist, its golden scales shimmering under the Xiaoyu House searchlight. Its fins spread like drawn blades, and 2 rows of sharp teeth clamped down on the spirit fish,
refusing to let go, thrashing its tail in a desperate struggle.
Chu Xiao drew it toward him with a palm strike, growling low as he swung Jiang Cece backward.
Thud!
The dragon sturgeon crashed onto the deck. Between the thuds of its tail slapping the deck, it transformed into a beam of white light. The glow faded, leaving behind a purple ningxi fruit.
Another extinguishing fruit. We got it.
Jiang Cece wrapped her arms around Chu Xiao's neck, tiptoed, and pressed her lips excitedly against his.
This is fantastic. It's a top-grade nether extinguishing fruit, its potency is even stronger.
The other 5 girls turned their heads in unison, their gazes instantly burning with intensity. You take it first to absorb it. I'll help the others.
The first one went smoothly.
After Jiang Cece absorbed it, she could break through her limits and rapidly level up.
Feng Shui and the others watched with envy. Damn it, comparing people is so frustrating. Why do I only have some junk? Look at what bait she used. What kind of stuff are you using?
Sigh, these are all Shushan's resources. Why do we have to settle for inferior crystals? Maybe we should go talk to Chu Xiao about this.
Are you crazy? Forget what happened to Shindu?
Watch out, or he'll send you to the pirates too. Several figures stood by the ship's rail, watching Jiang Cece absorb the premium Mingxi fruit with eyes brimming with envy and resentment. By midday, Chu Xiao's team had completed their 6 fruit quota. Xian Kaiwei also sat cross-legged, absorbing the extinguishing fruit.
The sun was high in the sky.
A tall, lanky youth, seeing the worthless junk he'd caught, violently smashed his fishing rod to the ground, stomping his feet in fury. 10 divine crystals were gone.
Why should we use this junk? After half a day, we haven't even caught a single Ningxi fruit peel.
The freckled girl beside him clicked her tongue, her voice dripping with sarcasm.
Think about your gender, their looks, and what you are. Do you really deserve someone to hold your hand and help you fish for treasures? Damn it, this is so unfair.
A round-faced boy wailed, I've used up all my inferior crystals too, and I'm stuck with this crappy battle gear.
Should we go protest? Yeah.
Why are they rationing our resources? The group grew increasingly frustrated.
I can't take this anymore. I'm leaving if I have to.
I just contacted an upperclassman who's nearby.
Anyone want to come with me?
As they spoke, their frustration deepened. Their eyes finally settled on Feng Shui, who had caught the nether extinction fruit and begun her cultivation. I'm not leaving, and I advise you not to either.
Senior Feng, didn't you hate him earlier? Come with us. Yeah.
Chu Xiao only cares about his little sweetheart.
Not only does he embezzle our resources, but he's also a bully.
There's no point in staying here any longer.
Feng Shui glanced at the 6 figures ahead, absorbing vast amounts of vitality.
She couldn't deny feeling envious, but she sighed dejectedly, you go ahead.
I think this place is just fine. You. Never mind.
Since Senior has her own plans, those who wish to follow me, let's go find Chu Xiao. Make him cough up the resources.
If he insists we stay, then he must share the Mingxi fruit. Eyes lit up among the group. Some weren't genuinely eager to leave, they were just resentful. You're right. With so many of us, what's there to fear? Fang Xiaoyi yanked the person back, exclaiming urgently, have you all lost your minds? All the supplies were personally provided by Chu Xiao. Shushan hasn't had any money since Senior Lu left. No way, I don't believe it. Exactly. Senior Lu always treated us equally back then. He never showed any bias and was incredibly generous. And now? One gender barrier and all possibilities are shut down. Oomph. Just because those women slept their way to the top, we're supposed to accept unfair treatment? Fang Xiaoyi was utterly dumbfounded. Why would you have such a misconception? Don't I know Shushan's financial situation? Shen Du said it. He said Chu Xiao is the rat in Shushan's rice bin, and that Senior Shen has already subdued Scarface. He'll bring people to reclaim what's rightfully ours. Fang Xiaoyi's face drained of color. You haven't actually contacted those pirates, have you? Listen to me, juniors, you absolutely must not get involved with those pirates. But the others couldn't hear anything anymore. Lu Junjie threatened, Fang Xiaoyi, if you choose to stay, don't come crying to me later. Xu Zhao's actions have angered everyone. Don't expect me to save you when the time comes. Lu Junjie, did you stir this up? Ha! How is that instigation? What goes around comes around. If Chu Xiao can start the first day of the month, don't blame me for finishing the 15th. Is that so? I'm curious what you intend to do. Xu Xiao appeared abruptly. The crowd swallowed nervously, frozen in terror. Xu Zhao's gaze swept over the remaining individuals, his voice as cold as frost. Whoever wants to leave, I won't stop you. Senior Fang is right, the divine crystals used for treasure fishing were all provided by me. You don't need to repay them. Get out of here quickly. Lu Junjie, we don't believe you. Return the divine crystals? They're just inferior crystals drained of divine power. Divine crystals? Don't they even know the difference between inferior crystals? True enough. Xu Xiao had compressed the divine crystals too much, most couldn't perceive the immense divine power within. No wonder we kept pulling up junk, turns out they were using them directly. I don't care if you believe it or not. Get out of here now, or don't force me to kill someone. The mist grew colder, emanating a murderous intent. Lu Junjie stood with 7 boys and 6 girls blocking Xu Zhao's path, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. Xu Zhao's eyes suddenly turned icy. A storm of spiritual energy erupted around him. Though only at the silver tier, the overwhelming pressure caused Lu Junjie's expression to shift repeatedly. Forced back 3 steps by the spiritual pressure. Only on the 4th step did he abruptly halt his retreat. The air froze, his pupils narrowing slightly. Lu Junjie seethed with frustration, his face flushing crimson. His own silver tier 8th rank power had been intimidated by sheer presence, leaving him unable to take another step forward. Xu Xiao, aren't you afraid of facing disciplinary action from the academy? Embezzling public funds, murdering a classmate, do you really think you can act with impunity? Xu Xiao couldn't be bothered with his nonsense. He stepped forward decisively, unleashing a punch that silenced Lu Junjie's voice abruptly. In a blur, Xu Zhao's shadow closed in on Lu Junjie's extended fist. Slightly lowering his stance, he unleashed an explosive right-handed punch with devastating force. Boom! The force of the punch pushed back Lu Junjie's face. He hastily raised both palms to block the strike. His 200-pound frame was punched through like a paper bag, sending him flying backward. Lu Junjie slammed into the ship's rail, collapsing limp onto the deck. Dead silence. Silent shock. One punch, and an 8th-tier silver-ranked fighter was knocked out. The 7 boys watching had their hopes utterly shattered. The girls covered their mouths, unable to look at the senior lying beside them. Lu Junjie's clothes were torn to shreds, his body flattened like a crushed oil drum. So vicious, so brutal. Both hands were completely crippled. The frenzied psychic energy had ravaged his flesh, leaving only bones piercing through the skin. And a blur of flesh. Xu Xiao tossed aside the handkerchief he'd used to wipe his fist, sneering with disgust. Does anyone still doubt? Xu Zhao's ruthless dominance reminded everyone once more that this was a world of lawless outlaws. And they were nothing but trembling lambs. Chapter 123, Gathering the Flying Swords. Aren't you going to get out of here? The group stood rooted to the spot, as if nails had been driven into their feet. Leave, or stay? Could they possibly stay? We're leaving now. One student's teeth chattered. Xu Zhao's single punch had utterly shattered their petty schemes. That overwhelming presence, that ruthless decisiveness, they belonged to a different world altogether. He was a demon who had stepped onto a blood-soaked land, crawling out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The bloodlust radiating from Xu Xiao carried a thick, palpable intent to kill. Ordinary people who dared to approach felt as if they were drowning, unable to breathe. Terror spread relentlessly. The great god is mighty. If you ask me, this pack of ingrate dogs should have been kicked out ages ago. Luo Xiaopang dragged a huge fish ashore, set it down, then addressed the 2 female classmates beside him, throw them to the fishes. What a disgraceful bunch, daring to challenge this great god Chu. Lu Junjie spat out a mouthful of blood as two women clad in black armor dragged him ashore. Chu Xiao looked down from above as a boy helped Lu Junjie up, only for him to scramble away, rolling and crawling in his haste. Chu Xiao's murderous intent sent shivers down their spines. They scrambled to flee, terrified he might change his mind. The deck fell silent once more. Fang Xiaoyi, accompanied by 5 girls, pleaded, Chu Xiao, can we stay? Focus on your cultivation. Yes. Within the mist, a massive shadow crept silently closer. Yet everyone's thoughts were either on fishing for treasures or elsewhere entirely. Master, please help me. I want to absorb some high-grade nether extinction fruits too. Luo Xiaopang held a pile of low-grade extinction fruits. The only 2 medium-grade fruits were used to win over the senior classmate beside him. Whether she was his daytime secretary or nighttime secretary remained unclear. He personally looked down on the medium-grade ones. I'll keep an eye out. Thanks a ton, big shot. Luo Xiaopang pulled over the 2 women hidden beneath their armor and said enthusiastically, Master, these are my girlfriends. Could you keep an eye out for them too? Chu Xiao nodded. The 2 women flushed. It felt a bit embarrassing to be taken down by a younger, scruffy little chubby guy. But damn, he was hot. The chubby guy was actually a decent person. Luo Xiaopang knew when to back off. He left the fruit and drinks behind, took his women to the side, and made sure not to interrupt the big shot's business. Watching Fang Xiaoyi directly use divine crystals to fish for treasures, he couldn't help but walk over and say, Senior Fang, how about we make a deal with a few other lovely seniors and juniors? Go ahead. How about you all hand over your divine crystals to me? I'll provide you with some extinguishing fruits and a set of silver radiance armor. What do you say? Fang Xiaoyi gasped in shock. You mean, we could still get divine crystals? Of course. The divine being never said we couldn't have them. You made a mistake today. You shouldn't have used divine crystals to fish for treasures directly. You should have bought some more common, cheaper divine substances from me. What a waste. Such a waste. Not everyone is a god who can lure treasures with divine crystals. Luo Xiaopang shook his head like a rattle, deeply regretful. Fang Xiaoyi and the others exchanged bewildered glances. The group made it ashore. After receiving treatment, Lu Junjie shot a venomous glance at the Xiaoyu moored at the pier. Let's go into town. Find Sister Wang, she'll help me get revenge. The 14 entered the bustling streets, heading toward the city lord's residence. Lu Junjie's arms were wrapped in white bandages. He paid no heed to the vendors' cries along the way, nor did he glance at the wares displayed around him. The others, however, were like country bumpkins visiting the Grand View Garden, finding everything utterly novel. The city lord's mansion was resplendent with gold and splendor. A massive frame of 500 jean lay lazily sprawled across a brocade-covered bed. 8 well-built men, half their bodies exposed, attended to him. Each held a crystal-clear grape in his mouth, feeding it slowly and deliberately to Sister Wang. Lu Junjie's eyelid twitched. The bloated figure, layered with folds of flesh, nearly made him vomit. Suppressing his revulsion, he knelt on one knee and pleaded, Sister Wang, I've been wronged. Please avenge me. Oh? Sister Wang narrowed her barely visible eyes. The mountains of flesh on her face shifted slightly as her pleasant voice carried a hint of mockery. Isn't this young Master Lu the one who ran away from my house? You actually have the nerve to enter the Void Realm? Fat cow. Lu Junjie, whose family had fallen on hard times, suppressed his anger. It's a misunderstanding. I'm only here to find you some loyal servants. What do you think of these fellows by my side? Students of the Fire Seed. Sister Wang waved her hand, and the men beside her immediately stepped back, leaving her alone. She extended her left hand, a limb indistinguishable from a hoof, and said, Come closer. Let me take a good look at you. Lu Junjie, what do you think you're doing? Lu Junjie's attendants behind him sensed trouble and gathered in alarm. Menacing guards emerged from the shadows, their presence intimidating. Each possessed extraordinary strength far beyond what a group of Fireseed students could handle. Lu Junjie sneered coldly, You must know this. Without permission, you entered Ouching City illegally. Your personal safety is not guaranteed. I hereby declare you all slaves to Sister Wang. Ahaha, well done. Sister Wang's plump arms patted her rolls as she laughed heartily. Guys, grab these little guys. Let's see if we can squeeze any value out of them. If not, let them repay their debt with their bodies. Sister Wang sneered coldly. Now you can tell me everything about yourself. Lu Junjie's face darkened at the thought of Chu Xiao's expression. He voluntarily shed his outer garment, revealing a well-defined 8-pack. Clenching a wineglass between his teeth, he addressed Sister Wang, Sister Wang, let's drink and talk. Sister Wang's smile deepened. Thump, thump, thump. Xiaoyu Extra Edition, a squadron of ghost guards, fully equipped and advancing, halted. Clad in ghostly blue armor, the luminous inscriptions on their suits shone like guiding beacons in the misty sea. An 8-man palanquin carried a fleshy egg. Their heavy footsteps moved in perfect unison. By order of the Lord of Fengouyu City, all personnel disembark for inspection. Luo Xiaopong's tightly gripped fishing rod snapped and clattered onto the deck. Master, they're advancing aggressively. What should we do? The ghost guards looked like demons incarnate. Among them stood a monstrous creature. Instantly, the sight terrified the little chubby boy. Spotting Lu Junjie dodging among the crowd, Xu Xiao remained composed. Ignore them. You mentioned earlier that you're qualified to purchase a flying sword from the Qingming sword sect? Yes, they even gave me 2 extra. I don't need them. If you want them, master, I'll give them to you. Xu Xiao acquired 2 from Luo Xiaopang, purchased 1 himself, and possessed 1 from Chen Kaiwei of the 10,000 God shop. The 4 flying swords for the first tier were now complete. With a thought, Xu Xiao made the 4 flying swords hover. Their blades shimmered with a light distinct from divine power or spiritual energy, the energy Yi Guhong referred to as magical power. The Genesis Chronicles recorded, Divine Power Forge Conversion. Xu Xiao gained access to this mystical energy without needing to study it separately. He settled his mind, imbuing the flying swords with his divine consciousness. What followed was the most crucial part. Split the soul, attach the soul. To fully command the flying sword and master the 10,000 phenomena sword array, he must tear apart his own soul essence and bind it to the blade. Splitting one's soul was an excruciatingly painful and perilous endeavor. The slightest misstep could turn you into a fool. Yet the benefits were undeniable. After splitting the soul, it was as if an additional self controlled the sword array, and the 4 blades became one in intent, coordinating flawlessly. Enemies facing Xu Xiao must contend with 4 Xu Xiao simultaneously. Such temptation is worth the risk. Luo, keep helping me acquire flying swords. Luo Xiaopang beamed with delight. Yes. Chapter 124, Flying Swords, Soul Splitting. He activated the barrier and sat cross-legged. Having practiced the soul-splitting technique tens of thousands of times, Xu Xiao moved with effortless familiarity. His hands formed seals. Within his sea of consciousness, a blue soul seemed torn asunder by a pair of giant hands. The agonizing pain of his soul being ripped apart made Xu Xiao let out a soft groan. Ah, the pain! The agony of the soul was no less than having an arm broken, the belly ripped open, and flesh and blood flayed inch by inch while still alive. Such agony was not for ordinary mortals to endure. Though Xu Xiao had swallowed pain-suppressing pills beforehand, the agony still made him wish for death. Before long, the torn-away soul gradually took shape under the nourishment of divine power. A purple mass of energy transmitted consciousness. He flung it into the flying sword. The fragment merged into the flying sword. After burrowing inside, it completely occupied the blade, enveloped in purple lightning. Sparkles of lightning flickered across the blade's surface. Huff! Cold sweat poured from Xu Xiao's forehead. Only now had he fully mastered the first flying sword. This was precisely why the 10,000 phenomena sword array required flying swords. Practicing with ordinary blades, the blades lacked the lightning blow and could never achieve true independent consciousness. With a single thought, the flying sword performs flawlessly control as smooth as silk, without the slightest lag. More crucially, it seems unaffected by Lucian's rank suppression, unleashing the explosive power of a golden tier 1. Whoa! I underestimated the power of this sword formation. With 4 gold tier 1 practitioners channeling their strength together, my combat prowess could challenge mid-gold tier, or even late gold tier opponents. Xu Xiao murmured to himself. The 10,000 phenomena sword formation continues to grow stronger with increased power, raising its challenge tier accordingly. I dare not imagine the scene of Yi Guhong, surrounded by 16 demigods, hunting down a lesser god. 4 soul fragments split apart. Xu Xiao's aura plummeted significantly. To recover, he would need extensive time to nurture his soul or consume rare treasures that mend spiritual energy. Closing his eyes to sense the transformations of the 4 flying swords, a faint smile touched Xu Xiao's lips. All along, he had relied on his insect swarm, winning through sheer numbers, making his own body a weakness. If an enemy employed a decapitation tactic, Xu Xiao would face grave peril the moment a formidable foe drew near. But now? No need to fear anymore. With a flicker of thought, 4 swords circled his body, shielding him. The formidable sword energy formed a unique field, deflecting all attacks. Boom! Suddenly, the flesh cannon tank rolled onto the deck. Nearly half a ton of weight sent the Xiaoyu-class ship rumbling with a thunderous crash. Xu Xiao opened his eyes, gazing at the intruder as he coldly inquired. What is it? Sister Wang, growing impatient, sprang to her feet from the human litter. Seizing the moment the formation master broke the barrier, she darted into the defensive light shield. Sister Wang's chubby cheeks twitched. Seeing the flying swords swirling around Xu Xiao, her face drained of color. Yi Guhong, what is Senior Yi to you? Xu Xiao stared for a long time before discerning a faint human form amidst the mass of flesh, nearly mistaking her for a demonic creature. Senior Yi is a mentor who believes in me. The 10,000 phenomena sword array came from him. The divine power gathered in Sister Wang's palm gradually dissipated. A pleasant voice emerged from the fleshy mass. Little brother, it's my fault for barging in uninvited. Dispel the sword formation. I have no intention of causing you trouble now.
Senior Yi places great importance on cause and effect.
I wouldn't risk offending him by attacking you.
The flesh ball cracked with a sharp snap, as if splitting open. A pig-like paw emerged from within, bearing a ring upon its palm.
A small token of apology, though it may not be much.
Inside the ring lay a vast wave of flying swords and sword blanks. Xu Xiao stared in astonishment at full 104 blades, 27 of which were fully formed flying swords.
This is far too valuable. Xu Xiao was a bit bewildered. Why would the other party turn from enemy to ally just by seeing his flying swords? The little meatball fidgeted awkwardly. If he wasn't mistaken, she seemed to be acting coy. How is Yi? Senior Yi doing?
I haven't seen him in such a long time. Sister Wang dared not look at Yi Guhong, fearing he might mistake her for a demonic creature and strike her down.
In truth,
these past years, her life hadn't been much different from that of a demonic creature.
Xu Xiao sighed. Senior Yi is doing quite well. Why did you come looking for me, senior sister? Sister Wang replied coldly, Junior, you're too kind.
Lu Jinjie, the one you let go, found me and wants to cause trouble for you.
Rest assured, I'll kill him the moment I get back. I see.
No longer sensing hostility from Sister Wang, Xu Xiao withdrew his sword formation. Though he couldn't split off more soul fragments, he accepted Sister Wang's gift with gratitude, his expression unchanged.
Senior, it seems you're troubled by a curse now? If you don't mind, I could try to lift it. Sister Wang's entire body trembled uncontrollably as if struck by lightning. Little brother, you can help? Yet, before long, Sister Wang's fleshball went limp again. Forget it. I've consulted skilled cursebreakers before.
Ever since I fell victim to this curse, neither human nor ghost, my life has been ruined.
If you're willing to try, that's enough. I don't want to endure another blow.
From clinging to hope to sinking into despair, Sister Wang had seen her expectations shattered time and again. As a result, she had developed a terrifying shadow. If not for her willpower suppressing the murderous intent surging within her, the moment Xu Xiao uttered the word curse removal, she would have lunged to kill him. Her voice was broken and fragmented. Judging by that beautiful voice, Sister Wang must have been a great beauty before the curse took hold.
Leaning against Xu Xiao's back, Shin Shuqi couldn't help but speak up. Senior, have you heard of the supreme purification technique? Even a master might not succeed, but don't give up hope. Give it a try. Supreme purification technique?
A slit wriggled open on the meatball, like a tiny mouth gasping in surprise.
Yet it remained obscured by too much flesh to discern clearly.
2 clear tears streamed down the fleshball's face.
But that, the secret technique of the Angel King, the supreme purification technique? It is. It is. That's the one. Ha ha ha, then I'll try once more. Who would choose this ghastly form when they could live with dignity? Tears continued to spill, soaking the floor beneath. Even if I fail, I have no complaints. This is fate. Xu Xiao nodded. Sister Wang, hold on. It might hurt a bit. Go ahead. No matter how much it hurts, could it possibly hurt more than my heart has all these years?
Xu Xiao wasted no more words. 13 golden needles shot forth from his palm, synchronized with the purification technique, targeting Sister Wang, whose eyes blazed with determination.
Sister Wang gasped, the 13 ghost gate needles?
This moment only deepened her trust in Xu Xiao. Perhaps it really could work.
A golden needle pierced the flesh ball.
Visible black vapor rose from the needle, and black pus blood flowed down its shaft, forming dark bubbles.
Be careful. This is an extremely vicious curse. I still don't know its name. Xu Xiao gave a cold laugh. Sister Wang, rest assured. I know. It's called the flesh-devouring bodhisattva calamity. The caster's intentions were truly wicked. This curse has been lost to ancient times. No wonder your repeated visits to doctors have been fruitless. Chapter 125, The Flesh-Devouring Bodhisattva Calamity.
The golden needle pierced the flesh ball, gradually purifying the curse and melting the fat.
Ah!
Sister Wang screamed in agony. Black cursed runes erupted violently, crawling like earthworms across her flesh in dense swarms. Xu Xiao's 4 flying swords hovered in midair, their sword chi shredding the curses that had transformed into black tentacles, attempting to detach from Sister Wang's flesh. Once freed, it would seek out another host to possess.
Shin Shuqi's holy light staff glowed golden.
Healing and paralysis spells were continuously cast upon Sister Wang's body, easing her agony. Finally, Xu Xiao could see Sister Wang's mouth.
Open your mouth.
A floating elixir clouded with medicinal vapors was tossed into her mouth. Wang Jia, who had been writhing in agony just a moment before, instantly felt refreshed and invigorated, as if she had drunk from a clear spring.
Little brother, thank you.
Feeling much better, she straightened her back. The pain that followed was bearable.
He must endure it.
Xu Xiao took a step back, bit his fingertip, and traced runes in the air.
Purification. Barrier. Dispersal.
One by one, the runes entered Sister Wang's body as Xu Xiao and the curse began battling for control.
Encircle and divide, trapping her within the barrier. A flash of purifying light.
Like a stubborn scab, the black curse that had clung to Sister Wang for years was gradually consumed by the golden light. Less, just a little less. Her body pinned down by the flesh bomb, Sister Wang endured agony with every passing moment. She knew the changes within her body all too well. Damn impressive. Amazing. Little brother, I love you. Confessed to by a flesh bomb, Chu Xiao nearly lost his composure, but thankfully he remained professional. Just then, a massive black python broke through the blockade and lunged toward Chu Xiao, snapping its jaws. Get lost. The purifying divine light coalesced into a dragon, colliding head-on with the serpent. Ah! Sister Wang screamed in agony. She couldn't endure it any longer, even with pain-suppressing pills. Facing the curse's vicious backlash, devouring her essence and blood, her spirit was severely shattered. I can't go on. I can't take it anymore. Brother, save me. No, kill me, kill me. The pain is unbearable. Chu Xiao seemed unable to bear it, his resolve weakening, allowing the curse to seize its chance. Pop. Pop. The two golden needles sealing the curse were shaken loose. The black curse escaped from the flesh ball, morphing into a skull with half its face rotted away, fat-cheeked and big-eared, gradually taking the form of a demonic Buddha. Ka, I'll eat you alive. Chu Xiao was held fast by its power, unable to move. Now, he had become the perfect meal. His flesh and blood, his vital essence 100 times more delicious than Sister Wang. Brother, be careful. Sister Wang's eyes blazed crimson. She had witnessed this scene before. It was this very flesh-devouring Buddha that had ensnared her, reducing her to a mere blob of flesh. Alas, her body was now under the flesh Buddha's control, leaving her equally immobilized. Kill me, and we'll both perish together. Nice try. The flesh bodhisattva lunged from Sister Wang's body toward Chu Xiao. Mid-flight, it sensed danger and tried to retreat, only to find its body dotted with lightning sparks. No. His soul flickered through the lightning, gradually fading away as the dispersing light encircled him completely. Chu Xiao guided his flying sword, intercepting the trapped curse mid-air. Too late. Wang Jie's fleshball oozed a pool of black blood. The curse swiftly receded from her body. Chu Xiao drew his blazing blade. Aurora Septet. The blade sliced through the demonic shadow, its speed repeatedly severing the curse, splitting it apart and purifying it. The curse had occupied Sister Wang's body for too long, absorbing too much of her power. Now, that power was being stripped away, piece by piece. Sister Wang, brace yourself. Survive this ordeal, and you shall be reborn. Before the Queen Sister could respond, the curse wailed in agony. No. My power, my soul. You demon. Die. The fierce resistance collided with the sword formation, causing the flying swords to tremble violently. The recoil sent a surge of energy coursing through Chu Xiao's body. Wiping blood from his lips, he shot a golden needle into his body. Ah! Spare me! Have mercy! Chu Xiao, don't kill me! Curses erupted in a frenzied backlash, tangible black mist darting left and right. He condensed crimson blood droplets into venomous serpents. The venomous serpents lashed their tails, striking at Chu Xiao. 1, 2, 3. No! One venomous snake pierced his brow, burrowing toward Chu Xiao's sea of consciousness. Ha 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 ha! I'm back in business. Surprised? Thrilled? The curse invaded Chu Xiao's consciousness, manifesting as a white-bearded old man who sneered. Most of his power was concentrated within that single drop of tainted blood, breaking through the barriers to possess Chu Xiao. However, the divine crystal floating island rose, and beams of light encircled the curse, invading the sea of consciousness. Chu Xiao, surprised? Thrilled? This tactic felt eerily familiar. If I hadn't deliberately left a gateway open, how could you have entered? For the first time since awakening its self-awareness, the curse erupted in fury. No, absolutely impossible. How could you possibly trap me? The crimson figure surged, preparing a final, desperate counterattack. Yet, a bone-chilling shriek erupted from the softening blood form as a purifying force 10,000 times more potent than the outside world descended upon the curse. Traces of blue smoke began to rise from the cursed entity's body as it struggled to resist. As the last drop of tainted blood was purified, Chu Xiao withdrew from the sea of consciousness. Before him, Sister Wang was lifted entirely by divine power. The fleshball gradually shriveled, her skin slowly losing its wrinkles under Chu Xiao's piercing needles. A flawless physique came into view. A strand of blood-red hair attempted to escape. Chu Xiao's pupils contracted sharply. He immediately cast a barrier, trapping it. Absorbing the opponent's divine soul energy not only compensated for the damage caused by splitting his soul, but also granted him fragments of cursed memories. It's Chen Lai again. Ah! Sister Wang realized her naked body, though covered by a loose skin-like cloak, left her too ashamed to show herself. Chu Xiao's fingers flew like lightning, sealing each of her acupoints one by one. Stagnant blood, toxins, and residual thick fat all evaporated. Finally, he wielded his knife, peeling away her wrinkled skin to stimulate vitality and replace it with fresh, youthful flesh. Only then did Chu Xiao exhale in relief. Done. With the divine power withdrawn, Sister Wang fell limp like a broken puppet into Chu Xiao's arms. Snow white and utterly exposed, the woman rejuvenated to her former youth touched her flawless skin. Before any trace of shyness could surface, she exclaimed in delight. It worked! It really worked! A water mirror spell. Her face regained its former radiance. 10 years. 10 long years. That ruined my life for 10 years. Sister Wang wept uncontrollably. Xian Kaiwei gasped beside her, Jilin? How could it be you? The woman slipped on Chu Zhao's discarded coat, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. I'm not Wang Jilin. I'm Wang Xiaolin, her younger sister. That ugly woman took everything from me. My beauty, my talent, my family. Chu Xiao lay weakly nearby, his face lit with triumphant joy. Sister Wang, I've fulfilled my mission. Chapter 126, Wang Xiaolin. Purify. A pristine blue light descended upon Sister Wang, melting the bloodstains from her body like ice and snow. Beneath Wang Xiaolin's cloak, swan-like curves emerged. Her crimson lips parted, and her eyes that had never shed tears even when transformed into a fleshball monster grew misty. Is this really not a dream? Ah. Chu Xiao stepped forward, pinching her rosy cheeks. Does it hurt? Little brother, are you teasing your sister? Following Wang Xiaolin's gaze, Chu Xiao saw the pain she had suppressed for years, now swept away by pure joy. Wang Xiaolin didn't blame Chu Xiao. Instead, she stepped closer, her snow-white chest pressing against Chu Xiao's. Her soft curves drawing them closer. Her flushed, pretty face broke into a smile as she asked. Brother, would you accept my body as a pledge? Tall and slender, Wang Xiaolin was no less imposing than Chu Xiao. Separated only by a layer of fabric, they pressed tightly together, a pink aura of intimacy suddenly spreading. Luo Xiaopang quickly covered his eyes, only to have the two senior sisters block his ears from both sides. I won't look, I won't look. I won't listen, I won't listen. This was no sight or sound for him to witness, he'd likely be silenced forever afterward. Sister Wang. Shun Shuqi pouted. The other 4 girls also kept their distance, afraid that Chu Xiao might not have enough self-control. Sis Wan, you're joking. Don't you like Senior Yi? So what? It's perfectly normal for men to have multiple wives and concubines. What's that? Are you saying my brother can have all these beauties fluttering around him, but I, his sister, can't be a little flighty? Her slender hand traced her chest, revealing 8 defined abs. Chu Xiao grabbed the bold senior sister before she could descend further. Sis Wan, don't test me, I'm no saint you. Sister Wang, do you know where Lu Junjie is now? May I handle him? A flash of murderous intent flickered in Wang Xiaolin's beautiful eyes. Of course. I never intended to let him off the hook, nor your other classmates. I hear they betrayed their younger brother? Yes. Guards. Bring him up here. Sister Wang radiated a newfound vitality, her entire demeanor transformed beyond recognition. As Lu Junjie was dragged forward, he caught sight of Wang Xiaolin's radiant, luminous face, snow-white skin that seemed to glow and couldn't help but swallow hard. Sis Wan? You dog. Where do you think you're looking? Dig it out. Ah. 2 flashes of sword light streaked through the air. Lu Junjie trembled as he covered his bleeding eyes. Sis Wang, spare my life. I won't dare again, never again. Sister Wang's decisive cruelty flashed across her face, revealing a captivating radiance. Though I am beautiful, I don't mind others admiring my snow-white charms. But a dog like you're not worthy. Chu Xiao quickly averted his gaze, he'd seen more than enough. Don't be afraid, little brother. Sister will show you. Brother, what do you say we do with him? Chu Xiao's gaze swept over the blinded Lu Junjie and the other students kneeling with their heads pressed to the ground, his disappointment palpable. Is this all Shushan University has to offer, Senior Liu Bei? Chu Xiao took out a divine crystal and handed it to Wang Xiaolin. Sis Wang, how much is this divine crystal worth? Let me see. A crystal-clear divine crystal floated lightly into Wang Xiaolin's hand. It emitted gentle divine energy fluctuations, as if a dragon soared within, a stream of divine power constantly circulating. What a fine piece! Wang Xiaolin stiffened, her expression unusually stunned as she examined the crystal. Her fingertip gently traced the crystal's surface. A high-grade divine crystal, one of these is worth 100 ordinary divine crystals, 1,000,000 divine elixirs, 100 billion divine power. Little brother, you're so rich. Why don't I tag along with you from now on? Sister is beautiful and kind-hearted, skilled in many arts. A single technique could transport you to heaven and earth, letting you savor every tender delight this world has to offer. A flicker of desire danced in Wang Xiaolin's eyes, and Xu Xiao dared not respond. This sister sure knows how to stir things up. I can't handle this. Hearing the mention of divine power worth 10 billion, the suppressed female student gasped in shock. This isn't just ordinary inferior crystal? We missed out on 100 billion? One by one, they were too stunned to think. At the silver rank, amassing 1 million or 10 million divine power points in a year was still achievable. But 100 billion divine power? It was beyond their wildest dreams. Poof. You blind fools. The moment the divine crystal landed in her palm, Wang Xiaolin sensed its extraordinary nature.
How could these people mistake it for a worthless crystal drained of divine power? I hear my brother gave each of you 10 crystals? Even subpar ones are worth 1,000,000. Judging by your attire, your family isn't well off, is it? 1,000,000 a day, can you even afford that? Wang Xiaolin sneered. Brother, why not hand these over to your sister? Let me squeeze every last drop of value out of them? The group of students regretted their decision. No, Chu Xiao, save me. I don't want to go back. Yeah. We're classmates, help us out. Chu Xiao, I can accompany you. I refuse to return to that hellhole. Take me with you. Look at me, my figure is excellent, no worse than the few by your side. Chu Xiao stared at them coldly, sneering, the resources left behind by Senior Lu at Shushan are scarce. What little remained was already depleted while treating your injuries. The 100 billion divine power, I intended to give it to you all along. But I never imagined you'd show no gratitude and instead try to harm us. Sister Wang, as you suggested, let's squeeze every last drop of value out of them. As for Lu Jinjie. What do you think you're doing? Chu Xiao, I warn you, if you dare touch me, Senior Chen won't let you off the hook. Is that so? Snap. Lu Junjie's face drained of color as his hand bones snapped effortlessly. Chu Xiao advanced step by step, his gaze icy cold, his pitch black eyes churning with boundless chill. Spies for Chen Lai? Inciting a bunch of fools to rebel and cause trouble? Instigating Sister Wang to take action against me? According to Wang Xiaolin's intelligence, this Lu Junjie was still entangled with Chen Lai. Chu Xiao seized his throat, hoisting him up, and bellowed, Lu Junjie, how many lives do you think you have to play with? Wah! Lu Junjie's eyes bulged crimson as he kicked frantically, already gasping for air. Chu Xiao chuckled coldly, conjuring a fishing rod to bind him tightly. He flung him into the mist, saying, use your body to pay back a fraction of the damage. The fishing line burrowed into his flesh, devouring his flesh and blood. Lu Junjie's face contorted, his eyes flashing with madness. His wretched screams sent shivers down the spines of the others. Whether traitors or loyalists, all fell silent. What? Think I'm being too harsh? If Sister Wang hadn't been kind enough not to be used as Lu Junjie's pawn today, what do you think would have happened? Think carefully, have I really gone too far? The group of students kneeling on the ground trembled violently. Lu Junjie's agonized screams still rang in their ears. They knew all too well what fate awaited those female classmates if Chu Xiao truly fell into that den of evil. Chu Xiao, this is all Lu Junjie's fault. Yeah, it's got nothing to do with us. We don't even know Sister Wang. We never meant to harm you. Even now, the group felt no remorse whatsoever. They had followed Lu Junjie precisely to get a piece of the pie, to feast on the blood-soaked buns. Chu Xiao laughed bitterly in rage. Sister Wang, have them taken away. I don't want to see these people's ugly faces anymore. Aiding and abetting evil, sometimes that's even worse. Very well, little brother. Chapter 127, Fishing for the Supergrade and Extinguishing Fruit. Lu Junjie dangled on the fishing line as his desperate accomplices were led away. Chu Xiao finally revealed a look of satisfaction. The group continued fishing. Wang Xiaolin found it amusing and joined in. One rod, one tug on the line. Got it. A flash of light was reeled in, revealing a slender sword within. Wang Xiaolin sighed regretfully, only silver grade. Trash. After fishing for a while, Wang Xiaolin looked at Chu Xiao with curiosity. Brother, who exactly are you? How did you find such a great fishing spot? Chu Xiao's spot not only had high bite rates but was also safe. Chu Xiao smiled brightly. His gaze lingered on Wang Xiaolin's deliberately exposed collarbone, drifting downward over her snow-white, pearl-like skin. I'm just an ordinary new fireseed recruit. Yeah, right. If the Son of God is ordinary, then who else could be called the heavenly prodigy? The two fished by the side, the others following suit. Luo Xiaopang was cornered. Fong Senior? Well done, little fatty. Is junior brother Chu's divine crystal worth 100 billion? Hee. Aren't I just helping you realize its worth? Luo Xiaopang stared at the long legs draped over him, his heart trembling uncontrollably. He'd gladly be crushed by those thighs. Fang Xiaoyi's legs, clad in black stockings, were stretched out over the fallen chubby boy. She flicked her long hair. She had come to terms with it. Chu Xiao was out of reach, and the chubby guy before her didn't seem so repulsive after all. Chubby, look at your senior, am I beautiful? Wah! Luo Xiaopang's loyalty to Chu Xiao grew stronger by the minute. Following the big shot meant getting feted was too good to be true. Back in the day, he never got such good deals. Senior, we can discuss this matter later. The mist was eerie and unnatural, a sickly gray. Terrifying screams pierced the air from within the gray haze. Sister Wang, what is that thing? Jiang Cici and the others dropped their fishing rods in fright, crowding close to Chu Xiao. After fishing for half the day, terrifying black shadows appeared within the mist, causing everyone to reel in their rods, leaving only Chu Xiao's line, still hooked to Lu Junjie. That's the nether roar. The prey my brother has been waiting for has finally arrived. Wang Xiaolin stood beside Chu Xiao, her peaked demigod aura subdued, a faint smile in her eyes. Don't worry. I'm in charge here. The gray mist surged like a tidal wave, engulfing their vision like a tsunami, resembling the apocalypse. Xu Xiao stood beside her, his expression grave. I'm counting on you, Sister Wang. Obtaining the super-grade nether extinguishing fruit would determine whether he could break through to mid-stage or late-stage golden core. At the early stage of golden core, Xu Xiao could split his soul into 4 strands, commanding 4 flying swords. At mid-golden core, he gained 1 more split soul, and at late stage, 2 more. Typically, one could only command 8 flying swords upon ascending to demigod. Sealed by Lucian, Xu Xiao found it difficult to enhance his own strength. Superb-grade nether extinguishing fruits were rare treasures, and naturally, the more he could obtain, the better. Moreover, Jiaishuan, Cici, and Tiao Tiao hidden within the Heavenly Blade number 7 also required the nether extinguishing fruit. Watch me. Wang Xiaolin's peak demigod aura collided with the mist, forcing back the tsunami like fog. Boom! The misty tsunami surged forward once more, threatening to engulf the Xiaoyu. Wang Xiaolin shifted her jade-like feet and unleashed a thunderous surge of demigod pressure. Her long hair fluttered as spear intent, spanning heaven and earth, coalesced and shot forth. The churning gray mist was pierced open, leaving a gaping hole. The mist that tried to surge back was torn apart by the icy blue spear intent, unable to coalesce for a long time. The tsunami surged along both sides, bypassing the Xiaoyu and rushing left and right. Impressive! Jiaishuan, the Heavenly Blade number 7 and fellow demigod, flashed a look of awe. She was no match. Truly worthy of her reputation as a veteran senior, her first strike was devastating. This made it clear, once Chen Lai and his group unleashed their full power, Xu Xiao would be utterly overwhelmed. Even someone as formidable as Wang Xiaolin had been outmaneuvered by Chen Lai. Truly, who knows what his true strength is? Could she defeat him within a month at the gold rank? Wang Xiaolin let out a cold laugh. The colossal creature at the end of the fishing line was suddenly yanked from its misty lair by a tremendous force. A creature resembling a whale or a koan revealed itself. A void beast, the gray mist whale. Stunned gazes fixed upon the immense gray form. Zhang Cici and the others exchanged flustered glances. Could it be that Xu Xiao had been fishing for the gray mist whale? This wasn't a mist beast formed from treasures, but a genuine void beast. Most mist beasts born from treasures wouldn't attack humans, but void beasts were different. It had an insatiable appetite for human flesh. A void beast is coming. No, don't eat me. Help! Help! Shrieks of terror echoed across the misty sea. The gray mist whale's twin fins lashed the foggy sea, sending terrifying waves crashing over the small boats. With a single gaping mouth, it swallowed hundreds of adventurers whole. A group daring to fish at sea met their end as their vessel shattered and they perished. Only when facing death head-on. Zhang Cici and the others finally grasped its true meaning. God! Don't worry, it can't sink the demigod tier Little Rain. Not everyone could afford a demigod tier flying vessel. Those using gold tier or silver tier vessels found them utterly inadequate against the demigod tier gray mist whale. Shattered fragments of airships plummeted to the ground. Woo! The horn from the deep sea sounded as the gray mist whale caught up to a fleeing gold-grade man. With a flick of its long tail, it slammed him on half a ship. In one gulp. Swallowed whole man and vessel alike. Terrifying. On both sides, rows of tiny eyes darted their gaze, locking onto the Little Rain docked at the pier. With an excited tail slap, it charged forward. Right on time. Close the door, let Sister Wang in. Without Wang Xiaolin, Xu Xiao had no intention of exposing his strength here to confront a demigod-level void beast. With Sister Wang as his backup, he could afford to be reckless for once. Go for it, Sister Wang. Wang Xiaolin jerked the fishing rod. The gray mist whale, its mouth clamped around the bait, suddenly writhed in agony, thrashing its body in a desperate attempt to shed the fishing line burrowing into its flesh. Entangled by demigod-level divine power, it couldn't break free. Wah! Another piercing wail. Its mournful wail made everyone cover their ears, their faces distorted by wave after wave of sound pressure. The Little Rain activated its barrier light screen. Boom! The gray mist whale, drawn in by the lure, slammed into the barrier. With each impact, the deck of the Xiaoyu class trembled violently. Wang Xiaolin gripped the rod in line, her eyes suddenly blazing with intensity. Brother, this rod of yours is quite something, isn't it? Did you forge it yourself? Ordinary rods and lines couldn't withstand her demigod-level divine power, nor could they withstand the tug of a demigod-level void beast. Just a little trick. Nothing to write home about. Wang Xiaolin licked her lips, realizing this little brother was no ordinary fellow. Supreme tier purification divine art. Dispelling curses even she couldn't break. Supreme tier barrier techniques, dispelling arts, and now even artifact forging. Just how exceptional must one be to master supreme divine arts to this degree, techniques that would exhaust an ordinary person's entire lifetime of study? Little brother, I'm growing fonder of you by the day. Having earned Yi Guhong's favor and mastered the 10,000 phenomena sword formation, your combat prowess won't be weak either. Wang Xiaolin didn't see Chu Zhao's kin. Her fingers lightly stroked the fishing rod as demigod-level divine power surged wildly into it. Inside the gray mist whale's body,
A tangled mass of fishing line churned in its throat, spiraling down the esophagus to tightly coil around its organs.
Die. Chapter 128, The Grey Mist Whale. Wah!
The grey mist whale clamped down on the fishing line,
pulling the line and rod into a crescent shape.
The spirit bamboo, emerald green throughout, bore rows of gilded inscriptions.
Each inscription seemed to breathe, swallowing and expelling the divine power infused by Wang Xiaolin. The spirit bamboo, originating from the divine realm, was forged with a nail-sized fragment of solar essence gold, granting it both resilience and hardness. The fishing line, tempered by spiritual energy, easily withstood immense force. Taut and rigid, it flexed back and forth.
Brother, your craftsmanship is incredible, it hasn't snapped yet.
Don't worry, Sister Wang.
The fishing line and rod are imbued with god-binding patterns, soul-devouring patterns, and diamond patterns. They won't snap or break so easily.
Then I'll start showing off. Go ahead and show us what you've got.
Wang Xiaolin flickered her wrist. The grey mist whale, tormented by the line, let out a wretched cry. The agony of flesh being torn away gnawed at it relentlessly. Boom! It slammed headfirst into the barrier. The impact sent a wave of foul, grey mist surging outward. The mist whale's ghostly green eyes blazed with a bloodthirsty light. It opened its massive jaws, revealing rows upon rows of razor-sharp teeth. It bit down on the barrier. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Its teeth shattered. The barrier's light screen began to crack like a spider web. Sister Wang. Don't worry, that beast won't turn the tables. The spear, poised for action, stood at her side. And the moment the barrier shattered, the spear at Wang Xiaolin's side erupted with a crimson glow. Heavens fall, shatter the sea. A crimson meteor streaked across the sky. The grey mist whale's gaping maw, poised to devour, instantly tore open a crater over 10 meters in diameter. Splash, splash, splash. Muscle tissue and crimson blood rained down. The shockwave from the spearhead pierced through layer upon layer of mist. Charred scorch marks were clearly visible at the grey mist whale's wound. Xu Zhao's Adam's apple bobbed. This girl is way too strong. With a single shot. And she'd defeated a late-stage demigod-level void beast head-on. Xu Xiao had slain his share of demigods himself, yet he knew he lacked the power to pierce one with a single strike. Inside the Heavenly Blade Unit 7, Jia Yishuan pouted in displeasure. I could do that too. Jiang Sisi and the others gaped slightly. How enviable such combat prowess is. Just as everyone believed the grey mist whale was utterly defeated. The massive body suspended by fishing line convulsed violently, faster than lightning. A putrid, acidic mist shot toward Xu Xiao. Little brother. Xu Xiao. Swords, come. Xu Xiao roared, summoning 4 flying swords that flashed with thunderous light to shield him as explosions of lightning erupted. Purple sword light descended abruptly, encircling his body. Each flying sword radiated terrifying sword energy. Countless sword energies swirled wildly, deflecting the surging acid mist to the side. On the other side, the 3 individuals pinned down by the ghost guards, unable to defend themselves, perished instantly. Even among the ghost guards, one could not withstand the golden-grade corrosive acid mist and was dissolved. Wang Xiaolin let out a startled cry. Still shaken, she fired another shot, finally shattering the illusory beast. As a torrent of blood rained down, Wang Xiaolin rushed to Xu Xiao's side, urgently asking, "Are you okay?" Xu Xiao shook his head. "I'm fine. I'll have someone clean this up." Luo Xiaopang immediately mobilized his men. They began dissecting the carcass. Clatter! Treasure piled high, radiating brilliant light. 10 dark purple fruits lay exposed, their surface veins pulsing like living tissue, emitting an unsettling aura. Superior-grade nether-extinguishing fruit. A ghost guard gasped in shock. Superior-grade nether-extinguishing fruits were 3 times larger than ordinary ones, causing them to suck in a sharp breath. These fruits held efficacy even for demigods. Additionally, there were hundreds of sets of Void Sea battle armor, the most common armor set found within the abyss of extinction. A vast quantity of nether crystals, sufficient for forging spatial artifacts. And 1 semi-divine artifact. The soul-devouring spear. Beyond these, there are only some low-grade silver tier equipment. Xu Xiao selected the Godslayer spear. "Sister Wang, I'll give you this Godslayer spear. How about I make it up to you with another 100 divine crystals?" Wang Xiaolin's lips curved into a faint smile as she took the semi-divine artifact. Its chill touched her palm. "Then I won't refuse. Since my little brother is so kind to his big sister, I can't let that go unacknowledged. I have a bottle of dragon blood due perfect for offering up to that one in the heavens." A meaningful smile played on Wang Xiaolin's red lips as her slender hand flickered, revealing a jade porcelain bottle in her grasp. Xu Xiao's pupils suddenly contracted. "Thank you, Sister Wang." This Sister Wang was far more formidable than he had imagined. After dragging the colossal flesh of the grey mist whale into the demi-plane, Wang Xiaolin departed with her entourage. Phew, big shot, that lady's got some serious presence. Luo Xiaopang dared to approach only after Wang Xiaolin had departed. He handed Xu Xiao a spatial ring with a sly grin. "Big shot, here's 10 million drops of divine essence proceeds from selling off all that stuff." Xu Xiao glanced at it, his interest waning.
Take a portion for yourself. Keep the rest as team funds. Divine essence, divine crystals. Chu Shao didn't even glance at them now. What he sought was something money couldn't buy.
Keep an eye out for flying swords and rare materials. Money's no object.
Understood. Luo Xiaopon's spirit sword. Master, look at this. Luo Xiaopon's round, chubby face beamed with delight as he produced a black egg radiating a faint life force. A gray mist whale egg? During the dissection, Luo Xiaopang had secretly hidden the egg while directing the entire process. The other party hadn't noticed. Perhaps it was also because Wang Xiaolin chose not to hold it against him.
A mature gray mist whale reaches demigod tier strength.
With proper cultivation, it can break through to lower god tier, a truly rare combat beast.
The gray mist whale possesses an immense internal space, making it suitable for transporting supplies as a battle beast.
And possess thick, tough hides.
Had it not been for its gluttony, allowing Chu Zhao's fishing line to entangle its body, defeating it in direct combat might not have been guaranteed.
Raising a spirit beast from infancy. Can be trained to be loyal. That's thoughtful. You keep it. Ha!
Having obtained 10 super gradient extinguishing fruits, Chu Xiao returned to the Heavenly Blade 7.
Sissy Xuan? Oomph. Sis? Oomph. Oomph. Good sister? Oomph. Oomph. Oomph.
For the first time, Jia Xuan ignored Chu Xiao.
Instead, she joined Cici and Tayo Tayo, carrying food while checking the surveillance footage.
Jealous? Chu Xiao wrapped his arms around her from behind, clasping her slender waist and pulling her body into his embrace. His broad, muscular chest pressed tightly against Jia Xuan's pale back.
Angry? Because of Sister Wang?
He could clearly feel her heartbeat, and Chu Xiao felt a surge of satisfaction.
This is my Yi Xian. I thought you didn't care about me at all. How could I not care? You never got jealous before. Why this time? Jia Xuan tried to pull away, unwilling to speak.
You. The person wasn't being honest, and her ears turned crimson.
Is it because I gave her the Godslayer gun?
Because I called her sister?
Or because I didn't let you fight the Grey Mist Whale?
Jia Xuan lifted her lashes slightly, pouting, all of the above.
All of it. For some reason, she couldn't control her emotions today.
Jia Xuan pouted, you smell like her perfume.
Is that so? But my mouth only tastes of yours. Sealing her red lips, stealing her breath.
The Blade Queen spun around, her delicate fists pounding the big bad wolf's chest.
Don't move.
My divine weapon is far more splendid than any god-slaying spear. A flash of cold steel struck first, then the spear erupted like a dragon.
The resolve to charge into battle, no retreat, only death.
Jia Xuan's eyes widened in shock.
##%%. Chapter 129, Mid-Golden Realm. After soothing her jealous older sister, they each began their cultivation. 3 massive flesh spheres breathed.
Jiao Jiao, CICI, and Queen Blade's evolution required returning to their primal state and re-entering the insect nest. Suddenly, Chu Xiao felt lonely.
Who would have thought a single super-grade nether extinction fruit could trigger the transformation of a demigod-level Blade Queen?
His fingertips brushed the dark purple skin, sensing the energy within. Chu Xiao grabbed the fruit in his hand and took a large bite. The surging energy within the fruit flowed through his teeth and gullet, filling his stomach.
Boom! A colossal tempest erupted within his body.
Veins bulged like living creatures, pulsing and writhing. Such savage power. No wonder they need to transform into flesh cocoons, only then can they absorb it safely. Drops of vital energy strained against the skin's pores, desperate to break free and surge outward.
Coalesce. Supreme Spirit Coalescence Technique.
The energy within his body raged like a rampaging dragon. Chu Xiao must tame it, forcing it to obey his command. Otherwise, the rampaging divine power, spiritual energy, and magical force would violently collide and intertwine, shattering Chu Xiao's divine form.
Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable. Casting the spirit coalescing technique, he condensed the 3 energies into 3 colored chains. Like blood vessels, they originated from his heart chamber, coiling around his pounding heart. The golden hue gradually stained the heart. 1, 2, 3, 12 chains. Far thicker and more numerous than ordinary 4th-tier golden chains, the heavenly god's shackles bound Chu Xiao's heart.
From the chain's lock, the 12 divine shackles could channel 3 times the energy of ordinary 4th-tier golden chains. Yet breaking through this layer of shackles to reach the demigod realm. The difficulty was also 3 times that of an ordinary demigod. The shackles manifested the awakening of his bloodline. And the more powerful the bloodline, the stronger the shackles. Once broken, the benefits are beyond imagination. Difficulty and opportunity coexist. Early Golden Realm, Mid-Golden Realm. Chu Xiao's overflowing energy assaults the inscriptions sealing his heart. Silver Tier 2, Silver Tier 3, Silver Tier 4. Chu Xiao knelt on one knee, his bones creaking.
Inwardly observing, the bones of his entire right hand glowed golden. Golden bones, golden heart. A colossal battle intent surged from his core. As if a blazing sun appeared behind him. The true essence of the blazing sun. Chu Xiao roared, and a great sun manifested behind him, forging his bones, tempering his divine heart, and his eyes blazed with golden light. Slash! Savage energy swirled beneath the blazing war blade, forming a colossal vortex, where the fiery shockwaves passed, leveling everything in its path. Chu Xiao stared blankly at the mountain range within the demi-plane, scorched through by his own flames, molten lava dripping from its slopes. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it, blade aura. The true intent of blazing flames unleashed the blade aura, its encircling shockwave incinerating every stone in its path. Chu Xiao's true intent had reached the second tier, the realm of condensing chi into a blade aura. The scorched earth before him was a testament to combat power he'd never dared imagine before. I'm too strong. Facing Yi Guhong's golden grade sword strike again, he needn't retreat. Chaos reigned. Chu Xiao burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. The effects of the super gradient extinguishing fruit still lingered within his body, requiring gradual refinement. Its transformation of the body was comprehensive, not only enhancing cultivation, but also bloodline, innate talent, martial bone, and insight. Time passed bit by bit. Chu Xiao's strength fluctuated under the suppression of the seal. 9 days later. Chu Xiao exhaled a long breath. Silver 4, gold 4. So my strength has remained stable at the initial gold 4 tier after all. Chu Xiao felt no dissatisfaction, instead, he was quite pleased. His current gold 4 level felt solid and well-grounded, leaving him no fear of it being a fluke. Before him, a war blade danced with joy. With a flicker of his thoughts, it slid out of its scabbard on his back. Hum. A formidable aura rippled through the air, as if cleaving it apart into 2 layers. Infused with his soul, the blazing battle blade became a semi-divine artifact. By infusing it with a fragment of his soul, Chu Xiao could now fully unleash the blade's power even at the gold rank. Brilliant! A faint mist began to spread around them. No, it's not mist, it's the aura fluctuations of a demigod. Pop! The sound of a cocoon bursting echoed as an alluring figure emerged. Mist-like gauze veiled her hazy curves and proud stature. SSHHH. Chu Xiao's pupils contracted. Thankfully, no one else was present. He swiftly stepped forward and draped a cloak over her. Sister Yixuan, congratulations on completing your transformation. The golden radiance of the Holy Knight, the violet sharpness of the Blade Queen, the will of the swarm. The unleashed sword's might. The third tier of sword intent. Chu Xiao endured immense pressure, unleashing a blade aura to shield himself. Thankfully, Sister Yixuan harbors no intent to kill me. Otherwise, I'd be minced meat by now. Smart ass. Really think you'd be mincemeat? Jia Yixuan glanced over with amusement. That brat, he's grown stronger. It was far from as simple as he made it sound. The barrier formed by his blade aura shielded his body. To get this close to a demigod who had carelessly let his sword slip, Chu Xiao was undoubtedly one of the strongest among the gold-ranked. Snow-white petals stained with purple mucus, Jia Yixuan transformed into a delicate purple orchid. Her tail swished excitedly behind her. Thank you, dear brother. Her affection poured forth as she tackled Chu Xiao to the ground, extending her fragrant tongue and smacking her lips. Stinky little brother, how should I prepare you? You smell delicious, you stinky little brother. Mid-stage demigod. Chu Xiao's consciousness sounded frantic alarms. So powerful even Wang Jia couldn't match this. Oh? This little brat needs a good lesson. Even now, you're still thinking about your sister Wang. The insect tail bound Chu Xiao's hands and hoisted him up. Dangerous light flared from the purple vertical pupils. Chu Xiao couldn't struggle at all. Snow-capped peak soared. Bare feet lifted from the ground, insect wings unfurling behind him to span over 10 meters, obscuring the night's glow. Chu Xiao stared directly at the breathtaking figure as her cloak slid off. Unable to look away. Being suspended like this seemed rather intriguing. Long, straight legs flowed gracefully, skin as pure as white jade, untouched by dust. Do you like it? Yes. Beautiful? Beautiful. Jia Yixuan smiled softly, running her finger across Chu Xiao's chest. Then who do you think is more beautiful, Sister Wang or me? Whoa. That question was a bit of a killer. Fortunately, Sister Wang wasn't present, so it didn't matter. Of course Sister Yixuan is more beautiful. The second insect tail, cool and slick, slid beneath Chu Xiao's abdominal clothing, tracing upward along his skin. Honestly, where are you looking, you little brat? Wherever it should be looking, of course. Hee. Chu Xiao was bound, his body unable to endure any longer. A demon, a deadly demon. After her transformation, her extreme beauty made every inch of Jia Yixuan radiate an evil aura, tempting one to sin. Her alluring form was a poison that bred addiction. I will never forgive gambling and drugs. Sister Yixuan. I've reached mid-gold rank now. Why don't we settle our positions with a wager? A dangerous voice whispered in Chu Xiao's ear. Is that so? Do you think you can overturn the heavenly gangs? Chapter 130, Reversing the Heavenly Stems. Battle, Gold Tier. Both combatants were restricted to Gold Tier 4 strength. Meaning Chu Xiao could fight at full strength, while Jia Yixuan would fight at her former Gold Tier 4 power level. You little brat, you only get one chance to reverse the heavenly gangs. reversing heaven's firmament, acting with utter recklessness. The ultimate temptation. Xu Xiao could barely breathe. I will succeed. To overturn the heavens, one needs strength and capital. Come. Fight. Xu Xiao's breath caught, his eyes sharpening. Opening move. Aurora Septet. Blade shadows multiplied, splitting into 7 fiery rays of sunlight. His figure vanished abruptly. Jia Xuan's golden vertical eyes tracked the movement at high speed, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Holy sword frostlight materialized in her hand. With a casual swing, sword energy surged forth. The two clashed, weaving into a dazzling explosion of energy midair. Not bad for a little brat. A hint of surprise flashed across the golden vertical eye. The speed and power unleashed by Xu Xiao at the 4th tier of gold rank were no weaker than those of a 9th tier gold ranker. Golden tier. Each tier brings a transformation. Each additional tier meant a massive increase in damage. Ordinary people, honest and straightforward, simply lack the qualifications to challenge opponents of higher tiers. Or rather, they're the targets for those who do. You're not half bad, sis. Looks like I'll have to get serious if I want to rise to the top. Holy light surged within Jia Xuan as her divine power furnace transformed spiritual energy and divine might into sacred radiance. Thus, even after her divine body shattered, she could still wield the skills of a holy knight. The holy light continuously fortified her body, multiplying the power of her golden 4th tier abilities several times over. The paladin, capable of both tanking and healing, proved to be a formidable foe. 7 blades flashed in an instant, turning the heavens and earth. Xu Xiao's body left after images, 7 figures attacking the enchanting figure on the battlefield from different directions. Each strike was an ultimate slash. Take this. Jia Xuan sneered coldly, raising her holy sword overhead. The divine power forge rapidly channeled energy, causing the blade to erupt in blinding radiance. Her will charged forward. Her desire for supremacy equally urgent. Divine judgment, heaven's wrath. A pillar of light pierced the heavens, crashing violently against the 7 layers of blade light unleashed by Xu Xiao. Boom! Energy swept in all directions. Both combatants were sent reeling by the impact. Aurora Septet, ultimate slash. Xu Xiao's divine form erupted with terrifying power, growing increasingly adept at high-speed movement and unleashing devastating critical strikes. Their figures clashed relentlessly midair. The battle's aftershocks reshaped the landscape of the demi-plane, crushing cities and uprooting fortresses, leaving behind colossal craters. Through the ultimate slash, Xu Xiao ignored Lucian's restraints, unleashing the full combat potential of his golden 4th tier cultivation. So that's how it was. Lucian's seal had never bound his combat power at all. His gaze sharpened. In an instant, he teleported behind Jia Xuan and swung his blade horizontally. A fatal strike. Enough to cleave an ordinary gold tier 4 warrior in two before they could react. Don't even think about it. A sharp cry rang out. The purple insect tail lashed out. The blade struck the insect tail's carapace, erupting in a shower of sparks. As if forged from a demigod artifact, the tail's hardness proved impervious to the blade. Xu Xiao had known all along that the insect tail he toyed with was formidable. But he hadn't expected it to be this formidable. The recoil surged through the flaming battle blade, shooting up his arms and into his meridians, blood vessels, and muscles. Xu Xiao grunted as the recoiling tail flung him backward. Jia Xuan's insect wings fluttered lightly behind her, her figure shattering like a dreamlike bubble. She materialized before Xu Xiao, raising her blade in a swift strike. Queen's Wrath. The sword's glint flashed, magnifying endlessly within Xu Xiao's heavenly eye. Xu Xiao's gaze sharpened abruptly. A blue barrier materialized before him, shielding his spirit energy. It coalesced into a palm-sized shield, blocking the sword's tip. Clang! The metallic clang reverberated. Xu Xiao was sent flying another 100 meters, his body crashing into towering ancient trees. He smashed through trunks so thick 10 men could barely encircle them, one after another, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Jia Xuan's gaze turned icy. Admit defeat? No. One more time. Xu Xiao wiped his mouth, his eyes blazing with defiant arrogance as he locked gazes with the woman who stood like a war goddess, his fighting spirit raging. Poof. Then I'll teach you about the king and queen. The sword of the holy knight, the will of the blade queen. The end blade of divine punishment. Holy, you're playing this big? You underestimated my resolve to ascend. Queen, never bow down. The sword's light, capable of annihilating all things, surged forth. Xu Xiao unleashed all 4 swords. The 10,000 phenomena sword formation. Xu Xiao simultaneously unleashed the Aurora 7 swords, the ultimate slash. His thoughts were clear. 1 + 4 = more than 5. A third of his energy was drained in an instant. The blazing sun true chi enveloped the blade and a colossal sword shadow coalesced. 7-fold Aurora slash. Jia Xuan's face paled with shock. That brat is fighting hard. His blade's glow emitted an aura that threatened Jia Xuan. If she didn't break free from the restraints, he'll lose. Boom! Blades clashed fiercely. centered on the two combatants. Terrifying shockwaves flattened everything in their path. Wave after wave, blade energy and sword energy repeatedly leveled the ground. Within a kilometer radius, the ground instantly collapsed. Chu Xiao and Jia Yishuan fell into the meteor crater. Standing within it, their clashing blades collided once more. A raging storm shredded the surrounding debris and earth into fragments. Pretty strong. Not strong enough to make you beg for mercy? Chu Xiao was utterly confident. His blade, his intent, they would not permit defeat, nor would they suffer it. He stepped forward, the blade slashing fiercely. Boom! Flying backward, she crashed into a dirt pit. Jia Yishuan stared blankly at her body embedded in the mud, her strength now elevated to golden 5th tier. I lost? Chu Xiao's palm split open, his form battered. The sevenfold aurora slash had drained too much of his strength, even his stamina plummeting to dangerously low levels in an instant. Fortunately, he had one. He had defeated the Holy Knight, renowned as the Pride of Heaven, and the Blade Queen, who possessed a demigod physique. Want to go again? Sure, but I'll change tactics. Jia Yishuan thrust her insect tail forward, freeing herself from the restraints. She sheathed her holy sword and declared, "You can reverse the heavenly gangs now." Whoa. Chu Xiao instantly transformed into a ravenous wolf, charging forward to embrace her breathtakingly curvaceous form. Jia Yishuan's voice was tantalizing as her snow-white form nestled against Chu Xiao's chest, her garments already torn to shreds by the blade's aura. She tilted her neck back, gazing at him with intense passion. Chu Xiao's breathing grew heavy. Victory was his, and he could savor its sweet rewards. Though losing wasn't bad either, it offered a different kind of charm. But he didn't like losing. A man must never admit defeat. Go! Gnawing on a white radish, the two transitioned seamlessly from one battle to the next, their intensity surpassing any previous clash. They fought each other tooth and nail, neither willing to concede defeat, determined to battle until the other was utterly terrified. His palm touched soft skin, the delicate form in his arms more alluring than ever. Perhaps influenced by the threat from the external queen sister. Jia Yishuan's warm cheeks flushed crimson. Yet she offered no resistance, instead wrapping her two snow-white legs around Chu Xiao's waist like a deadly coils. The body bears one mark after another. A mark of ownership. Hee, you're so impatient. The taste of blood mingled in their mouths. In the midst of deadly temptation, Jia Yishuan sank her teeth into Chu Xiao's shoulder, leaving a deep bite mark. Pain mingled with pleasure. Chu Xiao endured, his breath enveloping her flawless form. Trails of blood appeared on his back. The pleasure of dominance, you couldn't imagine it. Savoring an unprecedented experience. SSSSH. Chapter 131, Kidnapping. A sudden roar erupted from the clouds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 9 black warships appeared on the horizon. Chu Xiao, I've finally found you. Scarface Shindu watched on the screen as Zhang Cece and the other girls appeared shopping within Seagull City. Shindu, are you saying that if I capture these 5 women, I'll gain unimaginable benefits? Exactly. That bastard Chu Xiao seized Shushan's inheritance. The resources are beyond imagination. If the master obtains them, he'll surely advance even further. Scarface ran his fingers over a divine crystal, so condensed it emitted not a trace of divine power. As his divine sense probed it, the terrifying divine essence caused his eyes to transform into gold coin patterns. His tongue flickered, a greedy smile curling his lips as wickedness stirred within him. Let's do it. Sneak into the city and kidnap him for me. Fishing for treasures, cultivating. After Zhang Cece and the others consumed the inextinguishing fruit, the effects were extraordinary. Their bodily functions were activated, instantly advancing 3 minor levels to reach late or peak silver rank. Simultaneously, they gained hope of advancing to gold rank. To push their cultivation to this level within 9 days. Something unimaginable during their arduous training at the academy. Fang Xiaoyi's expression was complex. She had once been full of ambition, eager to join the Fire Seed and make a name for herself. But reality proved far harsher than any tale. Without resources or guidance from renowned masters, her progress was severely limited. Gazing at the plump face and the chubby hand wrapped around hers, Fang Xiaoyi concealed envy for Zhang Cece and the others in her eyes. People really are different when compared to one another. The group entered the city and split up. Fang Xiaoyi followed Luo Xiaopang to buy daily necessities, Shen Kaiwei went to purchase divine spell manuals, while Zhang Cece and the others wanted to browse the jewelry shops. Cece, what do you think of this jade pendant? Would it suit a great god? It's excellent. It boosts attack power by 30%. TNTN has such a keen eye. Cece, what about this ring? I think it'd be perfect for the great god. Zhang Xiaoxiao held a jade ring up to the sunlight, comparing it carefully, her little scheme written all over her face. Zhang Cece and the others knew exactly what she was up to, even without her saying a word. Not suitable. Not at all suitable. Is that Shindu? Zhang Cece's footsteps halted. The group about to exit the jewelry shop instantly felt a chill. If Shindu is here, does that mean Scarface is too? Thud, thud, thud. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed behind her.
Jiang Cici whipped her head around to see the terrifying knife scar etched across the obese pirate chieftain's face. Scarface grinned savagely, baring his blackened teeth. Jiang Cici's hair stood on end. The iron hook on Scarface's severed right hand whipped through the air with a thunderous clang, lunging toward Jiang Cici as she drew her sword. Clang! The flaming sword unleashed terrifying force, sending her body crashing out of the shop. She braced the sword. Skidded across the ground for over 10 paces. Jiang Cici's trembling arm fixed on the pirates closing in from all sides. Silence filled her heart. How did you get in here? Jiang Cici regretted her carelessness. Xu Xiao had initially forbidden them from leaving the airship. But after establishing a rapport with Wang Xiaolin, he couldn't resist their pleas and permitted them to shop within the city. They had assumed that with Wang Xiaolin's protection as the city lord, there would be no trouble. Little did they know, Scarface had slipped into the city unnoticed. Interesting. You're quite skilled, little girl. Scarface emerged from the shadows. Don't wait. No one's coming to save you. Just surrender peacefully, and I won't harm you. After all, I'm quite skilled at showing kindness. Ha 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 ha. The pirates burst into wicked laughter. Scarface stood before Jiang Cici, carrying the unconscious Zhang Tianxin over his shoulder. Zhang Xiaoxiao and the other two were hoisted onto the shoulders of the remaining pirates, who jeered and mocked them. Silver Peak. Shindu's hoarse voice rang out. He was astonished, he was jealous. Jiang Cici's performance was no less impressive than his own at the first tier of gold rank. Very well. Sir, these 5 girls were only at the 6th or 7th tier of silver 10 days ago. Now they've all reached Silver Peak. It's clear Xu Xiao spared no expense. Now we have even less to fear. Xu Xiao won't be showing up. Beside Shindu, a mysterious figure cloaked in black sneered in turn to Scarface. What a romantic fool. I don't like this woman. Kill her for me. Scarface narrowed his eyes at the words. My apologies, but I rather liked you. Clawed claws shot out, cold light tearing through the air. Jiang Cici leapt backward to evade, 3 green glowing poison claws whizzing past her eyes. The scarred man spun around, his voice tinged with both shame and fury. I underestimated you. Suddenly, the mysterious man's expression changed. Hurry up! With that, Jiang Cici watched helplessly as the mysterious figure opened the black hole portal and led the others away. Facing the overwhelming pressure from Scarface, she could only raise her long sword and shout. Get out of the way. Leave them behind. Heh, you should mind your own business. Killing intent flared in the scarred man's eyes as a terrifying aura surged toward her. No more games. The pitch-black blade's aura raged unchecked. Die. The blade's edge sliced through the air, a crimson aura of energy descending toward Jiang Cici. At this strike, Jiang Cici, a silver tier P cultivator, couldn't even discern the blade's path. She hastily raised her sword to block. Thud. The blade forced its way through the flaming sword, slicing into her shoulder. Blood gushed forth, staining her clothes crimson. Jiang Cici braced herself, the blood loss causing darkness to pool before her eyes. Scarface prepared to strike a second blow. Get lost. At the critical moment, Xu Xiao launched his flying sword, striking the scarred man's battle blade. His stern face brimmed with murderous intent. Those who seek to kill me, go to hell. 4 flying swords shot across the sky. Scarface scrambled to block them, his face darkening. Seeing resistance futile, he retreated swiftly, snarling, Xu Xiao, if you want to save your little girlfriend, come after me alone. Otherwise, I'll kill them. With that, he plunged into the passageway before it closed completely. Cici. Xu Xiao steadied Jiang Cici and immediately sealed her acupoints with golden needles to treat her wounds. I'm fine. Hurry and save Xiao Xiao and the others. I know. Sister Wang is already chasing after them. From the moment Jiang Cici sent the message to Xu Xiao notifying Wang Xiaolin to his arrival here, it had taken only a minute. He hadn't expected things to nearly go so wrong. Xu Xiao blamed himself. I was careless. I shouldn't have let you go out. I assumed they'd attack the Xiaoyu directly, never expecting them to detour into Aochang. It's not your fault. Jiang Cici lay weakly in Xu Xiao's arms. Carrying her back to the city lord's mansion, Xu Xiao felt deeply troubled. The enemy had escaped using spatial abilities, leaving him unable to pursue. All he could do was wait quietly for news from Wang Xiaolin and Jia Xuan. Inside the city lord's mansion, Luo Xiaopang arrived with several women to visit. Master, I've posted a rescue mission. We will find and save them. Ma'am, hurry. Whatever the cost, they must be rescued unharmed. The Void Realm was a chaotic mix of all manner of beings. Once abducted here and cast into the abyss, there'd be no chance of ever finding them again. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Xu Xiao pounded his fists against the wall, consumed by regret. Luo Xiaopang and the others dared not speak. Soon, Wang Xiaolin entered the room with a dark expression. Xu Xiao immediately stepped forward. Sis Wan, where is he? The target left no trace, but I captured this individual. You? Xu Xiao grabbed a boy by the neck and yanked him up. This was one of the classmates who had come with them. He'd grown dissatisfied with his lack of success and decided to leave. His girlfriend was with him. Xu Xiao gripped his throat tightly, the boy's cervical vertebrae cracking audibly. Xu Xiao's eyes were bloodshot, filled with a savage, murderous intent.
Talk. How do you contact them? Chapter 132, Black Tide Archipelago.
Scarface took my girlfriend in Zhang and the others to the pirates' lair, the Black Tide Islands. Wang Xiaolin manipulated the boy, who spilled everything he knew like beans spilling from a sack. Wang Xiaolin turned to look at Xu Xiao, her expression growing grave. This is trouble.
The Black Tide Islands are where all pirates gather.
There are 12 powerful divine fire realm experts there.
Even I can't venture there lightly.
Xu Xiao stared at the boy under Wang Xiaolin's control. His eyes vacant and hollow. His soul had been searched, leaving him utterly brainwashed.
Wang Xiaolin's soul searching inflicted irreversible damage to the brain.
Even so, it was still insufficient to quell Xu Xiao's fury. He knew the park's cruelty while entering pirate territory meant suffering tenfold, 100-fold more inhumanity. In his past life, he had ventured deep into the park to rescue someone, only to arrive too late, a regret that haunted him for the rest of his days. That person was his beloved sister. A raging fire burned within his heart, and the urge to kill spread unchecked. Eyes bloodshot, teeth clenched, Xu Xiao uttered a cold, resolute command.
Black Tide Islands.
I see no reason for its continued existence. Such a den of demons should never have been allowed to exist in this world. Xu Xiao summoned the fire seed within him and contacted Lucian, his eyes filled with sorrow.
Lord Lucian, I request permission to execute the divine punishment war upon the Black Tide Islands.
As the face of the pantheon and the world's emblem, the divine child held the authority to confront darkness and uphold justice.
Lucian's expressionless eyelids lifted slightly as he mechanically inquired, have you considered this carefully? Divine punishment war will suppress the Black Tide Islands' combat power to demigod level.
A full tier above your own.
In other words, you will face 12 oversized demigods, perhaps even more.
Wang Xiaolin pressed her red lips together, staring at Lucian as he materialized. Blinked, then turned to look at Xu Xiao.
Little brother is actually gold tier? No, you're actually going to hold a divine punishment battle? Have you lost your mind? Do you even know what it means to suppress a lesser god to the demigod realm? Too impulsive. Risking your life over a few women? But why does this feel touching? Wang Xiaolin's breath caught, her ample chest trembling with excitement.
If a man was willing to risk his life for her, she'd gladly offer him an extreme experience.
A dual sensation of ice and fire. Wang Xiaolin instinctively tried to stop Xu Xiao's recklessness.
But the frail Jiang Cici beamed with admiration. God, I'm coming too. I'll find Xiao Xiao and the others.
The chubby guy beside them wiggled his hips, eagerly pledging his loyalty. Count me in too. I can prepare supplies and handle logistics for you guys. You're all out of your minds. Count me in too. I can hold off a few demigods for you. Lucian coldly declared, impossible.
Only Xu Xiao is permitted to fight this time.
You are not his followers, you do not meet the requirements. Everyone froze.
Xu Xiao shrugged indifferently.
Thanks. I can handle it alone. Sis Wang, take good care of them for me, okay?
Xu Xiao's piercing gaze fixed on her, causing Wang Xiaolin to flinch instinctively before nodding blankly.
The next moment, she realized with horror that she actually felt afraid. Why?
Lucian's gaze withdrew from Xu Xiao as he said indifferently, since you've made up your mind, I'll activate the divine punishment battle realm now.
Black Tide Archipelago. 9 black warships arrived via warp jump. The sea was as black as ink. Giant whirlpool tornadoes pierced the heavens and earth above the surface, barring any enemies unaware of the sea passage from entering. 12 colossal islands formed the head of a monstrous beast.
The 2 outermost islands, like fangs, guarded the archipelago's security. The remaining scattered islands, large and small, were home to countless pirate factions.
On Black Gold Island,
the scar-faced crew returned to drink heartily. Damn, this last raid netted us a ton of gorgeous babes. That skin, those curves, that's Snow White. Let me have my turn, and I'd gladly shave 10 years off my life.
No worries, the boss is always generous. We'll just line up. Ha 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 ha, who says otherwise? That's exactly why I've stuck with him all this time. Scarface's room.
Scarface, Zhang Xiaoxiao, and 4 other girls, along with Shindu and the mysterious figure, were all present. Scarface's lecherous gaze swept over them. He rubbed his hands together and said with a sleazy grin, My lord, how shall we deal with these little wenches? The black-clad figure casually revealed a flawlessly beautiful face. It was Wang Xiaolin's twin sister, Wang Jialin.
Wang Jialin looked at the 4 feisty little women with disgust and said contemptuously, They're yours. They're all going to be disposed of anyway. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. No, don't come near us. If you do, we'll kill ourselves right here.
Zhang Xiaoxiao, Zhang Tianxin, Shen Shuqi, and Li Xinwan huddled together, trembling violently.
Once you enter a den of thieves, there's no happy ending.
Tears welled in their eyes as they prayed for Xu Xiao's arrival. But they all knew it was impossible.
Not only did Xu Xiao not know their location, but even if he did, he couldn't break through. The four had long resolved to die. The moment the enemy's filthy hands touched them, they would end their lives to prove their resolve. Ha 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 ha, little beauty, no need to resist. Wouldn't it be better to come with me? Look at this little beauty once so full of herself, now she's begging for mercy. Life is short. Why not seize the moment? Beside them, Shindu's eyes blazed with a golden light of hatred. Rage made his chest heave violently. My lord, perhaps I should join in too. Scarface froze. Then he slapped his thigh. All right, together. Wang Jialin stood nearby, casually pulling up a chair and settling in to watch the show. Out of reach. Chu Xiao, let's see how you'll save them. Wang Jialin wanted Chu Xiao. As she got to know Chu Xiao, she found herself consumed by intense jealousy toward the women around him. Their lives were so much better than hers. Why hadn't she met someone like him back then? Why had her life been so bitter, forcing her to survive by stealing her sister's identity? Her sights were set squarely on Zhang Cixi and the others. She would exact her revenge. After entering Outjun, Wang Jialin also discovered that her beloved younger sister had regained her beauty. Had Chu Xiao cured that disfigured face? This time, jealousy twisted her completely. Poof. The most beautiful woman in the world can only be me. Without Wang Jialin's assistance, Scarface and his crew could never have infiltrated Outjun undetected and rescued anyone. The four girls on the bed stared in terror at Scarface, whose presence radiated a sickening aura. Scarface grinned, removing his blindfold. From his rotting eyes, a sinister glow emanated. The four girls froze as if struck by lightning, their bodies instantly immobilized, only the terror in their eyes remaining. Scarface tore off his clothes, revealing a body covered in thick, black hair that was truly revolting to behold. Wang Jialin, who had been watching the spectacle, frowned and vanished in a flash. Too disgusting. Little beauties, let me show you some tender loving care. God. Cece. Wah, mommy. The four trembled, realizing even suicide was impossible, their despair deepening. Scarface drew nearer and nearer, his hand poised to touch Zhang Tianxin's snow-white skin. Bang. At that moment, the door burst open with a kick. Scarface whipped his head around to find 12 furious eyes fixed on him. His gaze shifted to the four delicate girls on the bed, and a torrent of rage erupted from them. You bastard! You've ruined our Black Tide Islands! Scarface's vicious grin froze instantly. He stammered, my lord, what happened? The pirate lords of the 12 main islands had all gathered on Black Gold Island. What monumental event could have caused this? Boom! A hand slapped out, a voice roared. Someone has unleashed the Divine Punishment War. A Divine Punishment battle realm has been cast over the island. We can't escape. Scarface clutched his swollen cheek, stunned. How could this be? Chapter 133, the livestream, shock. You worthless piece of trash. You provoked someone you shouldn't have. Stunned Face, dazed from the blow, crawled up from the ground, his face a mix of tears and blood. Sir, it wasn't my doing. Who dares attack the Black Tide Islands? One of the men, clad in black robes with a skull embroidered on his back, pointed at the four golden flowers on the bed and sneered coldly, wasn't that your doing? Chu Xiao? How could he possibly have the strength? Sir, we needn't fear him. Gathering the full might of the Black Tide Islands, crushing him would be a mere trifle. Thud. Scarface was sent flying again by a slap. Fool, utter fool. Have you ever seen a swarm of insects thick as the stars? Scarface, what? The outer ring of the archipelago has been utterly destroyed by countless swarms of insects. Thousands of small islands have all sunk into the sea. Every single soul perished, not a single survivor remains. Though the outer ring was neglected, it still held formidable power. Tens of millions of pirates. It happened in an instant, almost the blink of an eye. The slaughter began, and some still tried to rescue others, but it was too late. The group was weighed down by a heavy mood. The big shots, who had been enjoying themselves with women, were stunned when they heard the report. Only when they saw the battle realm outside sealing off the entire archipelago. Only then did they snap to their senses. This was an all-out extermination, a fight to the death. Zhang Xiaoxiao and the others let out bitter laughter. Ha, the great god has arrived. He's here. Xinwan, don't be afraid. At worst, we die. If we die, the great god will avenge us. Tian, my dear sister, let's go together. The four girls knew survival was hopeless, but hearing Chu Xiao hadn't abandoned them was enough. Ues. I'll deal with you first. Get lost. The scarred man who tried to force himself on them was knocked flying again. Clutching his face, he whined, Sir, why won't you let me kill these four Ues? Kill them? Ha 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 ha. One of them laughed bitterly in anger, demanding, Do you think you can kill a notorious thug listed in the abyss? Do you think death is the end? That there's no way to torment you anymore? These four are our bargaining chips, they must remain unharmed. Now, get out and clean up your own mess. Above the archipelago, the live feed screen activated once more. This time, a group of pirates stared blankly at the familiar scene appearing on the screen. Holy crap, how did I end up in the Son of God's battle feed?
A massive blue light screen appeared in the sky above the Black Tide archipelago. The footage of Chu Zhao's divine punishment battle projected onto it, exposing the Void Domain pirate's disgraceful actions for all to see. Holy! A pirate, pulling up his pants with a wretched woman lying beneath him, stared into the camera. Seeing his atrocity exposed, a chill ran down his spine. The next moment, a jumping bug silently took his life from behind and carried the woman away. The pirates collectively fell silent. They had once been feared for their mystery, brutality, and reputed invincibility. Now, strange insects suddenly appeared around them, mercilessly reaping lives. They stared upward, frozen in shock. When had the roles of hunter and prey reversed, turning them into the hunted? We're done for. We're finished. A pirate plopped down onto the ground, beside a woman bound by chains, her limbs restrained, her clothes in tatters. The woman's dark, filthy eyes flashed with a long-lost gleam. Ha 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 ha, you deserve it. Die. All of you, die. The woman screamed hysterically, tears streaming down her face. 7 years. 7 long years she had been trapped in this place, where the sun never shone. Tormented beyond endurance, she endured unimaginable agony. They had cast an unbreakable spell upon her, robbing her even of the ability to take her own life. Beyond the screen, a deranged old woman, pointing at the chained woman, suddenly regained her senses. My daughter! My poor daughter! Her wretched cries moved listeners to tears and pierced hearts. Many turned their sympathetic gazes toward her. Yet tragedies like hers were far from rare in the Void Realm. Countless explorers met gruesome ends, many without families to mourn them, leaving no one to care or remember. As skeletal remains, pieces of equipment, and faces were identified one by one, the outside world grew to despise the Void Domain pirates. Bang! At the Zhou residence, a man smashed his most cherished porcelain vase in a fit of rage. His deceased daughter had appeared in the Void Realm under the control of a pirate. How dare you! She was the Zhou family's eldest daughter. Many things became crystal clear in an instant. The Zhou family faced a bloodbath. Massive swarms of insects descended upon the island. Xu Zhao's figure materialized on the deck. On the Skyblade 7. His expression darkened slightly, impatience flickering in his eyes. The Void Realm was a place where, once fallen, even the legitimate daughter of a noble family would meet no good end. That was why Chu Zhao launched his attack with such urgency, delaying even a second could lead to irreversible consequences. Kill! 10 million insects swarmed down, thick as clouds, obscuring the sky. Beside him, Jiaishuan, Sisi, and Tayo stood. Opposite them stood the leader of the Black Tide Islands. Chu Zhao, retreat now, and we'll let bygones be bygones. Release the hostages. The person you seek isn't on Black Tide Islands. How can we hand them over when they're not here? Release them. Chu Zhao, don't be stubborn. We truly wish to avoid war with you. But if you insist on this course, the Black Tide Islands are not to be trifled with. One of the 12 pirate kings. Beneath his black cloak, his face was dark. He received the message the man had been found. But to hand them over like this, where would the Black Tide Islands' dignity lie? Where would the authority of their 12 kings stand? They'd come knocking on our door, demanding the prisoner. If they set this precedent, what would become of piracy? This time, Xu Zhao's roar shook the entire sea, thunderous and fierce. Release him. The swarm of insects whined all around, poised to strike in the next instant. Behind Xu Zhao, 12 golden grey thunder beasts glowed with purple light, their terrifying psychic energy building. The pirate king's expression finally shifted. Suddenly realizing this situation would not end well, he cursed inwardly. Scarface, you bastard. Yet, with the live broadcast camera rolling, he couldn't admit defeat. The survival of the Black Tide Islands hung in the balance. Xu Zhao stepped into the void, his fury crystallizing into palpable killing intent as a terrifying aura surged behind him. I'll count to 3. He slowly extended one finger. 1, 2, 3. The pirate king remained silent. Xu Zhao hesitated no longer. Kill. Boom. 12 terrifying attacks struck the island. The sea breeze ceased, the air froze, and the entire space fell into utter stillness. The thunder beast's furious roar, like 12 blazing suns, slammed viciously into the core of the outer island. Where the lightning struck the earth, soil and rock layers instantly crumbled like thin pancakes, disintegrating layer by layer. The castle, once hailed as indestructible, was crushed beneath the sea in an instant by the thunder beast's concentrated spiritual energy assault. No! Stop! An island spanning over 500 square kilometers split clean in two. The fangs guarding the Black Tide archipelago were shattered for the first time. The pirate king screamed in fury. My island! Xu Zhao, this isn't over! Outside the arena, gasps echoed. That's insane. I love the thunder beasts. Golden grade? 12 golden grade thunder beasts? In just a short time, Xu Zhao had once again brought them surprise and astonishment. Many began to fidget with restless anticipation. Xu Zhao's growth rate was simply too rapid. Hanghai's premier women's academy. Zhang Huizhu's eyes flashed with disgust.
Xu Xiao was too outstanding, too formidable. She was confident she could kill him now, but how long could that last? A year? 2 years? Or just a month? Each time she saw him, his power underwent earth-shattering transformations. She should never have crossed someone like this in the first place. She regretted it, she feared it. Glancing at the young girl beside her, her resolve to lead her astray only grew stronger. We must never confront them directly. It's enough to force the siblings to turn against each other and slaughter one another. What annoyed Zhang Huizhu lately was a newly transferred teacher who constantly opposed her, even trying to snatch Chu Linger away from her grasp. That person felt strangely familiar to her. Zhang Huizhu decided to teach her a lesson. Xu Xiao had shattered the island, leaving the thunder beasts exhausted and in need of rest. The pirate king before them, who had intended to intervene, fled with sudden alertness. Tens of millions of pirates perished beneath the sea, marking the greatest loss they had ever suffered. The pirate king's murderous intent flared as he snarled, "Xu Xiao, don't you care about saving your little girlfriend?" Xu Xiao smiled faintly, a smile so cold it trembled. "So she really is here with you? If I hadn't come, would you have released her? If I hadn't killed, would you have negotiated with me? A deserves to be dealt with like a. I'll slaughter you all until you're left bare and stripped clean. I'll slaughter you until your hearts tremble with fear. Kill you until you can never do evil again. One last time give me my people back." Chapter 134, Breaking Your Fangs. 12 thunder beasts charged with full force, and the pirate king dared not block their path. The shattered island sent shockwaves through the crowd. Golden grade thunder beasts truly terrifying. Xu Xiao is so reckless. Charging into the Black Tide archipelago for 4 female classmates? What kind of god-tier boyfriend power is this? Woo woo woo, my body's tingling with emotion. I'd love to be his girlfriend. So risky. Others have charged for love before, only to earn the pirate's fearsome reputation. This time is different. Did you see the battle realm? The Pantheon has intervened. Both sides have an understanding the Black Tide's backers won't interfere, and Xu Xiao will only attack the archipelago with his own strength. The Black Tide archipelago. Even if everyone's strength were reduced by 1 tier, it remains an impregnable fortress for any single individual. The battle realm, restricted to divine fire realm experts, had been tampered with by Lucian. But those pirates are also favored kin divine magic support won't be lacking. Bone Eroding Isle and the Destroyed Mist Isle, both fangs of the Black Tide. Now gather 10 golden tier masters, including Scarface. The red-nosed pirate chief roared in fury, "Damn Scarface. If not for you, would we be cornered like this?" His island had been shattered by the swarm not long ago, and every pirate on it except him had perished at the insect's jaws. Even in death, they were dragged into the demi-plane, reduced to raw material for Chu Zhao's elite troops. Scarface's face flushed crimson, unable to utter a word. He had resisted once before and been beaten senseless. Before coming to resist, he had been brimming with confidence. Facing the overwhelming swarm, his heart sank completely. Enough with the nonsense. How do we defend ourselves? We can't just wait for the thunder beasts to regain their strength and meet the same fate as Mist Island. The fate of Mist Island sent a chill through everyone. Their overwhelming assault shattered the island and sent the pirates to the ocean floor utterly unstoppable. Charge in for a desperate fight? No one wanted to be the first to charge. Boom! The next instant, the earth shook violently. No decision was needed. A massive tunnel-boring insect burst from the ground, making the choice for them. From its mouth poured a vast swarm of insects. Kill! Xu Xiao charged ahead, leaping from the tunnel bug's mouth to confront 10 golden-ranked warriors. Xu Xiao? The 10 men froze, then erupted in wild joy. Couldn't wait to come find your death? Ha 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 ha. I thought this time I was done for, but instead I ran into a fool? Scarface's face twisted into a venomous grin. Outsiders watched as Xu Xiao charged out alone, exchanging puzzled glances as a flood of confused comments filled the screen. Hold on, steady yourself. Are you that confident, boss? There are 10 of them. So what? My god is going to slaughter them all. Look closely, 10 gold-ranked fighters, not 10 pigs. Do you have to be this reckless? This brainless? If it were me, I'd send in the swarm. Aren't they endless? Wear down these pirates. No. Xu Xiao, calm down. The reversal came too fast for anyone to react. Kill. 10 pirates charged forward, eagerly donning their battle gear, afraid they'd miss out on the kills if they were too slow. But then, buzz, 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 buzz. For flashes of sword light sliced through the air, their clear, piercing ring echoing in the ears of the 10 men. Their bodies trembled, as if they had heard the sound of death. The burly man with a bushy beard, clad in heavy armor, charged at the forefront. His pupils contracted in an instant. His body shielded by formidable divine power. Yet before he could comprehend it, his upper torso and lower limbs were severed. A flying sword spiraled upward, its menacing whine now directed at another terrified pirate. No, don't. Thud. A head flew off, another dead.
This pirate had just ascended to gold rank, with plenty of time to squander, to live it up, to toy with beauties.
Yet, he immediately followed in his predecessor's footsteps.
Everyone slammed on the brakes, frantically using swords, battle axes, and hammers to brace themselves.
Death had arrived. They stared into Chu Xiao's bloodshot eyes, reduced to trembling lambs.
They saw the one who bullied others with impunity, who had treated human life as worthless.
Spare me. I surrender. I surrender too. I have treasures, I'll give them all to you. Please, just spare my life, I'll give you anything.
They became supplicating lambs, their hearts consumed by every fear imaginable.
How could this happen?
Not a single thought of resistance stirred within them. Gold tier wasn't weak, but it was useless. Chu Xiao stood at the front, his eyes blazing with savage fury. The heart of the insect swarm, the heart of slaughter. This time, he held nothing back. Golden tier 3, facing a weaker golden tier opponent.
Instant kill. Put. Put. Put.
One head after another was torn apart.
Gold or black iron, no difference.
Scarface collapsed to the ground. He didn't die, not because he was stronger than others, but because he was left behind as the final meal.
Outside, silence reigned. After a long moment, the earth-shattering commotion erupted. Holy crap, that's insane. Chu Xiao.
Ha ha, my boss is just that confident.
Gold rank? Might as well be a pig. Oh, it was an instant kill? No big deal then. I'll hold off on my opinion for now. Woohoo, so handsome, so manly, undruling. Chu Xiao.
Slaughter.
Screams echoed relentlessly from the black tide's fangs.
Silver-grade jumpers, gold-grade stingers and jumpers led the charge, reaping their victims. The corpses of the fallen were summoned forth by the jumpers, only deepening the eerie atmosphere.
Spiky's icy aura spread across the island.
Gold-grade psychic energy froze everything, frost forming on the icy sea surface. Tens of thousands of pirates who had fled the water were frozen to death within the ice.
In the sky, the pirate lords facing off against He Jiaxuan and the 12 golden great thunder beasts glared with eyes ablaze, silently observing the carnage below. Chu Xiao's tunnel-boring insects proved overwhelmingly powerful, breaching the island's defenses in an instant and unleashing their destructive force at the core.
The moment the swarm appeared, signaled the beginning of a carnage feast. 10 gold-ranked beasts, like 10 pigs, couldn't even mount a proper defense.
What do we do now?
One pirate king watched Chu Xiao brutally slaughter Scarface, his eyelid twitching. Even these hardened, ruthless men trembled at the sight of Scarface enduring the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty, scorched by fire, skinned alive, tendons ripped out, only to be restored and healed again.
Too ruthless, too brutal. Chu Xiao unleashed his fury without restraint. He unleashed all the resentment accumulated over 2 lifetimes.
He could not bear another moment of helplessness, nor the loss of another cherished soul. The 4 golden flowers had long taken root in his heart. Who wouldn't adore 5 stunning beauties who called him God, brother, and daddy, who delighted him with their laughter? Chu Xiao turned to gaze at everyone, his eyes pure and flawless. Blood dripping from them.
Can't we all just live in harmony? Why did you have to come and provoke me?
Chu Xiao stood in a pool of blood, her battle armor stained crimson. A single sidelong glance made everyone clench their legs, as if they'd glimpsed a specter crawling out of hell.
Monster! Monster! Scarface was still alive, struggling.
Chu Xiao hoisted him up and asked coldly, I said it was over.
Why did you come back? I gave you face, why didn't you take it? Answer me.
Scarface gasped for breath, his body pierced by hundreds of holes. Air whistled through his throat, leaving him speechless. Only his eyes conveyed terror and regret. I didn't know you'd go this crazy.
Crash! Black Tide's fangs snapped off, sinking into the ocean depths.
The entire swarm retreated into hiding along their network.
Chapter 135, Dragon Spine Island.
Dragon Spine Island, Coral Isle, Thousand Machinery Island, Echoing Gorge Bay, Setting Sun Isle, Ghost Mask Isle, Soul Devourer Isle, Bell Ringing Isle, Twin Islands, Skeleton Isle. 10 islands were on high alert. No one wished for Chu Xiao to attack their island first.
My island! My island!
The pirate king who had stood at the forefront of the standoff wept bitterly as he watched his own Erosion Bone Island crumble to ruins.
Damn it, we can't just stand by and watch and take them all down, can we? What should we do? Whose island should we defend? Yours, mine, or his? The pirates couldn't unite to mount an effective defense.
Some even sat back and watched as Chu Xiao destroyed the other pirates. After all, the pie is only so big. If you take a slice, what's left for me?
Enough bickering. Everyone's only thinking of themselves, no wonder Chu Xiao took 2 islands in a row.
Old 8, predict which island he'll attack next.
We'll ambush him in advance.
A hoarse voice spoke from the massive throne, where a pirate king as tall as a giant sat.
All fell silent.
No one dared contradict the leader's words. The 8th pirate king immediately produced a crystal ball, running his hands over its blue surface. Gradually, images of Chu Xiao's assault on Dragon Spine Island appeared within the crystal.
Dragon Spine Island?
No, the image is changing. Its Ghost Mask Island.
Its Soul Devouring Island. Boss, someone's interfering with my divination. These are the islands most likely to be attacked.
The screen displayed 6 islands in succession. The island lords whose names were called immediately lost their composure. No, I must return.
All my possessions are there. On Soul Devouring Island, I have 18 beloved concubines.
I must take them all with me.
I must return too. Enough! The Skeleton Island Lord roared, everyone, charge to Dragon Spine Island. Or gambling we must break Chu Zhao's offensive. Boom! On Dragon Spine Island, Chu Zhao's tunnel-boring insects descended.
Meanwhile, on the other 9 islands, camouflaged pirates had secretly begun their ascent.
The swarm! The swarm is attacking. The ground trembled.
Within the island city, Bloodhook and Widow, 2 late Golden Realm experts, scanned the room and murmured, Chu Zhao has truly arrived.
Everyone, hold your positions.
Emerging from the dragon spine-like mountains, vast swarms attacked pirate strongholds on both flanks. Except for the island city built on flat terrain, none of the other settlements could withstand the swarm. Bloodhook and Widow gazed at the swarm outside the city walls.
Excellent!
Reinforcing the defenses with formations to prevent them from breaching the city walls has proven highly effective.
Good heavens! What is that? A dense swarm of black shadows filled the sky.
A group of pirates screamed and scrambled up the city walls. Gigantic wings obscured the sky. Moving at incredible speed, the vanguard was led by 3 golden-grade flying dragons. Through war-sustaining combat, devouring tens of millions of pirates, Chu Zhao extracted vast quantities of divine essence from their bodies.
This essence was sufficient to further strengthen the divine realm and cultivate golden-grade alien insects.
The Dragon Legion flapped their wings, swiftly arriving above the pirates. Their tails billowed, unleashing countless blade-like insects from their rear ends.
Duck! Little 5. San! Pirates unable to evade were cut down and carried away by the fissioning blade insects.
The mage's ranged counterattacks proved largely ineffective. The aerial dragon, maneuvering at high speed, flapped its wings to gain altitude, effortlessly evading the ranged attacks. 10,000 meticulously selected flying dragons carried 10,000 savage warriors.
The First Legion under Chu Zhao's command, Blood Rage Battle Frenzy. Charge! For the Divine Sovereign!
Bar, a barbarian warrior with serpentine totems painted across his face, charged into the city alongside his golden-grade flying dragon, Baba.
The glory of the vanguard is mine. The golden-grade dragon roared, spreading its wings wide.
Leading the charge, it seized a pirate clinging to the city wall and hurled him into the void.
Bloodhook erupted in fury. You're asking for death.
He swung his greatsword to meet the twin battle axes Baral hurled. The greatsword and battle axes clashed head-on. A burst of gale energy and psychic force erupted, sending pirates clinging to the surrounding walls tumbling down.
Bloodhook was startled.
The barbarian before him had been elevated to gold rank through divine grace. He should have been unable to withstand his gale force.
No, his energy isn't divine power? What is it? Suddenly, Bloodhook felt a sharp pain in his chest.
He lowered his head, his eyes turning to the rear in utter despair. He couldn't make out the figure behind him, but the axe had already shattered his spine and pierced through his armor. The sharp axe protruded from his chest before being yanked back. Mara materialized from nowhere, her eyes bloodthirsty.
For the Divine Lord. Slaughter them all.
The Widow of Poison shuddered beside him. Bloodhook was a late-stage gold-tier warrior like herself. How could she be slain by a low-tier gold-tier barbarian warrior? Her gaze fell upon the blood-stained battle axe. The Widow of Poison's eyelid twitched. They were 2 demigod-tier axes. How outrageously powerful was that?
He's dead. The boss is dead. Bloodhook's men looked around in utter confusion, terrified out of their wits. Damn it! So the flying dragons outside, the insect swarms, they were all just decoys.
All to hide the female barbarians sent in covertly. So powerful, so massive, so dazzling.
Chu Zhao, you rock.
Wipe out these bastards. Woo woo woo, I suddenly fell in love with the barbarians.
Are these the ones Chu Zhao encountered in Zhou Chang's divine realm? He actually subdued the barbarians? Did you see the combination of the 2 sides?
Yeah, barbarians plus alien insects 1 + 1 equals more than 2.
Their powers skyrocketed.
Barbarian dragon knights, barbarian lurker knights, barbarian roach knights, barbarian hydralisk knights.
Slaughtering pirates like slaughtering dogs. Mara sat atop a golden tier Zergling.
And she lay in wait in the shadows for precisely this decisive moment.
How magnificent, this cavalry formation.
A single Zergling is already formidable, but now they've joined forces.
The savage, intelligent ones forged a pact with the broodlings.
As fellow members of Chu Zhao's brood, their collaboration faced no obstacles, pushing the Legion's combat power to its absolute limit.
Beside them, vast swarms provided cover and served as sacrificial shields. The Cavalry Legion suffered negligible casualties.
Too terrifying, too ruthless. A group witnessed a pirate force led by 5 gold-ranked commanders being charged by a detachment from another legion, the Wasteland's Fong. In a single clash, over half were cut down. Of the 5 gold-rank leaders, 2 were killed, 2 fled, and 1 was crippled.
Damn it!
They're all clad in powerful battle armor.
Our attacks feel like scratching an itch against them. The Pirate King, arriving at breakneck speed, was both furious and anxious. Speed up! Everyone, speed up! Xu Zhao's legion, the Swarm Mind, made its first appearance. The pirates' eyes widened, their throats too dry to speak. Such a terrifying legion reminded them of the Son of God from the Pantheon, leading his righteous angelic legions. The little skirt from the Celestial Palace was equally formidable and powerful, once nearly wiping them out during a siege. Had not a powerful figure intervened at the critical moment, the Black Tide Islands would have been utterly annihilated. Unlike the Order Angels, the Swarm was far more ruthless and merciless. Whether pirates begged for mercy or fought back, they were all annihilated. Dragon Spine Island marked by death itself. Clang, clang. One by one, the most brutal pirates lost all will to fight, dropping their weapons and fleeing for their lives. Signal fires blazed everywhere. A group of pirate kings rushing to the scene received yet another piece of bad news. Coral Isle, Thousand Machinery Isle, and Echoing Fjord had fallen, all pirates slaughtered. While the insect swarms simultaneously descended upon Sunset Isle, Ghostface Isle, and Soul Devouring Isle. The swarm on Dragon Spine Island, as if sensing their presence, had already retreated. What should we do? Divide our forces to provide support. The brothers holding the line must hold out at all costs. Chapter 136, Three-Front War, Heart of the Swarm. Thrilling. Absolutely thrilling. Xu Xiao has avoided the enemy's main force, defeating them one by one. Brilliant. He precisely timed the Pirate King's arrival, launching a surprise attack with the tunnel bugs. It was lightning fast. The Pirate King can't catch him. Excellent field of vision. Did you notice those alien insects floating in the sky? I feel they serve as Xu Xiao's eyes, granting him precise control over battlefield dynamics. You're right. They're floating so high, I didn't even notice. The barbarian and alien insect combo is brilliant too. Cavalry charges deal devastating blows to pirates. Ahaha, well done. The Black Tide Islands are trapped within the battle realm. Everyone except the golden demigods is trapped on the islands. Even their warships can't break out. Hilarious. Exactly. Xu Xiao's fighting them alone. If he could still deploy warships, what'd be the point? Spectators buzzed with heated discussion about the battle. Within Xu Xiao's dominant consciousness, vast amounts of information converged. Still haven't found it? Xu Xiao frowned. 5 of the 12 main islands had already been destroyed, leaving 7 remaining. Where on earth could they be? Standing beside the Thunder Beast's lair, Xu Xiao watched silently as the Thunder Beast cave expelled a massive fleshy tumor. The growth shattered, spewing foul-smelling mucus. Roar! A golden tear Thunder Beast raised its neck, its eyes glowing crimson, inheriting the murderous intent from the swarm's will. The Thunder Beast strode toward the fortifications of Ghostface Island. Jiao Jiao leapt onto its back. 2 golden great beasts radiated a chilling aura of murderous intent. Thunder Beast! The Thunder Beast is coming! Woo! The war horn blared long and loud. Ghost Mask Island, gathering a multitude of gold tier beasts, raised its battle flag. The 30 gold tier beasts at the forefront, gazing upon the towering Thunder Beast, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Fear not. Lord Ghostface has already set up formations. This time, we shall hold them off head-on. Among the pirates lurked a demigod-level Ghost Mask. Ian Hung glared at the swarm of insects, baring his yellow teeth in a cold smile. Xu Xiao, you're far too full of yourself. The lightning strike caught them completely off guard. The loss of 5 islands was certainly painful, but it wasn't without its benefits. 5 additional demigods were deployed to search for enemies with enhanced mobility. The remaining ones garrisoned their respective islands, resting and waiting for the weary enemy, resolving their internal conflicts. The swarm of jumpers crawled up the jagged stone walls, encircling Ghostface City from all directions. Fire! At Xu Xiao's command, the cockroaches pushing hundreds of catapults halted, tautening the ropes. Creak, creak. After tightening the turntables, the further modified explosive bugs, one by one, exuded the scent of death. TNT? Xu Xiao had finally developed this devastating weapon. It was an organic compound. Xu Xiao had only known of an explosive called TNT, vastly superior to black powder. But in his previous life, he hadn't researched its manufacturing process, so he'd never managed to create it. Combining void technology with the knowledge of this world, Xu Xiao developed it and poured it into the blood pool. Within the yellow flesh growths on the backs of the explosive insects, large quantities of TNT were embedded. Each gram of TNT released over 4,000 joules of energy. Detonation produced vast quantities of gas, resulting in astonishing explosive force. Round detonators were embedded into the backs of the jumping insects, serving as the triggering devices. Whoosh! 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 The silver-grayed exploding bugs arced through the air, landing upon Ghostface City. The walls shook violently as the explosions ripped through the city. The blast wave shattered a silver-grayed pirate's defensive barrier completely, blowing his head off. Each explosive bug carried 100 kilograms of TNT, equivalent to a small aerial bomb capable of easily penetrating 5 stories. What the hell is that? Holy, help me! Save me, save me. Ghostface City was protected by a barrier. Yet, as thousands of explosive bugs rained down from the sky, the barrier that intercepted 2/3 of them shattered instantly. The remaining third scattered chaotically into the city. The demonic face contorted in fury, gritting its teeth as it shouted. Shu Shao. His voice pierced the sky, and anyone could hear the murderous intent in his roar. But, faced with tens of thousands of explosive insects carrying TNT, every defensive position he had set up was shattered. The pirates' ballistae were destroyed before they could fire a single shot. Shu Shao unleashed wave after wave of chaotic maneuvers, leaving the pirates questioning their very existence. The insect swarm suffered equally heavy casualties. Facing the pirates, the swarm couldn't emerge unscathed, but Shu Shao could withstand the attrition. Massive numbers of explosive bugs crashed into the city walls. And the sturdy walls completely collapsed after several rounds of bombardment. Charge! Shu Shao, Tayo, and the Golden Grey Thunder Beast led the charge. Ghostface Willow Eyebrow, her brows furrowed, brandished her halberd and bellowed, "Men, follow me!" Two torrential forces clashed outside the city walls. Holding the inner defenses was futile, they'd only become sitting ducks for the enemy artillery. Only when they were locked in close combat did Shu Shao cease launching his explosive insects to avoid friendly fire. Mountain-shattering spear. A demigod-level shockwave erupted from the swing. Ghost Mask could no longer wait to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. He longed to cleave off the boy's head with a single thrust. The reward from his backer was assured. Before the spearhead reached its target, the crushing force capable of shattering mountains already pressed against Shu Xiao's eyes. Before Shu Xiao, the 10,000 phenomena sword formation unleashed 4 blades simultaneously. Fortunately, through countless sparring sessions with Jia Xuan, Shu Xiao had mastered the art of reversing the heavenly gangs. The 4 swords pulsed in rhythm. The blade's aura surged, crimson slash. Boom! The furious pressure from both sides shattered the ground, tearing open a crack hundreds of meters long. The masked figure's assault crashed into the swarm like a tsunami, shredding countless bronze and silver alien insects. Shu Xiao's counterattack was equally relentless. Space itself seemed to warp as pursuing pirates exploded one by one, turning into a sky-filling mist of blood. Blocked? A gold-tier warrior blocked a demigod. Not only Ghost Mask was stunned, but everyone else was equally shocked. Chen Lai, clutching a naked woman, was about to revel in Shu Xiao's demise. Startled, he leapt from the bed, the blanket sliding off him unnoticed. The elephant's strength failed. He didn't use the 10,000 phenomena sword array. If Chen Lai had used the sword formation, Yi Guqing's signature technique, Chen Lai could understand. Even he wouldn't dare underestimate it. But he actually used a self-created technique to block Ghost Mask. Chen Lai narrowed his eyes slightly. Shu Xiao, you're truly an eyesore. Sunset Island. Jia Xuan retracted her insect wings, the sacred sword stained with blood. Her gaze burned as she watched the 2 pirate kings soar across the horizon. She grinned, "You're late, you know." Hooked on the tail of Jia Xuan's blade queen form hung a severed human head. The 2 pirate kings stared wide-eyed. Seventh. Jia Xuan flicked her tail, flinging the severed head toward them. Her 2 tails twitched uneasily. "What terrible things have you done? My stinky little brother is absolutely furious." Stared at like prey, the once feared pirate king instantly felt a tightening in his pants. Exchanging uneasy glances. Meanwhile, Zhou Xueming wore the transformed divine armor, silver radiance armor, with flying swords forming an array behind her. 2 flying swords held the heads of the pirate kings. Zhou Xueming licked her wounded arm, her eyes flashing with madness. This master seems not entirely unacceptable after all. Shu Xiao fought on 3 fronts simultaneously. Shocked. Crucially, he seemed to be gaining the upper hand. Chapter 137. Does he have demigod-level followers? Shu Xiao launched attacks on 3 fronts, while the enemy reinforced their positions separately. Yet something felt off. Madman, bloodbath. The pirate king was dismembered and executed by slow slicing. On soul-devouring island, the last demigod pirate king never imagined he'd come here to meet his end. Zhou Xueming's battle armor evolved into divine gear. Paired with the divine power forge, it was like cheating. The battle armor, enhanced by supreme artifact forging and supreme inscription arts, amplified the divine technique's power several-fold. The divine power furnace provided relentless support. Zhou Xueming unleashed late-stage demigod divine spells in an unending torrent. Her fighting style was frenzied and reckless, instantly slaying 2 mid-stage demigod pirate lords. Chen Lai was driven to the brink of madness several times. Mine. They were all mine. Whether it was Zhou Xueming or Jia Xuan, both were women Chen Lai had set his sights on first. A woman who could fight by day and fight by night, who wouldn't want her. Plotting to frame Jia Xuan served not only to deal with Shu Xiao. Chen Lai had intended to play the hero, rescuing the damsel in distress, or else coerce and bribe her into becoming his. Shu Xiao, damn Shu Xiao. Beside Chen Lai, Tang Wanjun, Fang Yanluo, and Chu Fifan exchanged glances, their expressions oddly twisted. They all saw the satisfaction in each other's eyes. They hadn't joined Chen Lai's scheme willingly. Zhou Xueming had fled swiftly, joining forces with Chu Xiao. Shen Lai had flown into a rage, and the three of them had suffered for it. Now, they were delighted to see him humiliated. Shen Lai took a deep breath and addressed Tang Wanjun. I hear Chu Xiao has a younger sister? Yes. Bring her to me. Fang Yanluo and Chu Fifan froze. Impossible. Chu Xiao's family is now under the protection of the Pantheon. So what? Operating under the Pantheon's rules makes it nearly impossible to kill Chu Xiao. The Pantheon intends to use me as a whetstone to sharpen the sharpest blade imaginable. With the deaths of the three pirate kings, the outside world seemed to freeze. He's gone mad, utterly mad. My goodness gracious. Holy Mother of Heaven. Is this the ending I envisioned? 3 demigods torn apart by Chu Xiao's followers? How many more surprises does Chu Xiao have in store for us? The 5 kings split into 3 groups. Chu Xiao sent one to this location, while the other 2 provided backup elsewhere. Who could have imagined? The 2 routes aiming for a 3-on-1 advantage would so quickly become evenly matched. Jia Yixuan, Zhou Xueming, and the remaining 2 demigods erupted into fierce combat. When the demigod on Chu Xiao's side received the news, he was utterly dumbfounded. Demigod-level familiars? How is that possible? Regardless of the final outcome, Chu Xiao's name had been etched into the annals of the mortal realm and across all realms. The son of the gods, reborn after a century, was a true powerhouse. Chu Xiao raised his blade coldly. I'll give you one chance, those who surrender will not be killed. Ha! The pirate king with the hook nose and the shadowy youth-like pirate king sneered in unison. You think you're some kind of demigod? That line should be ours. We're giving you a chance, surrender and you won't be killed. You think a mere silver coin can buy the life of a demigod? The 2 pirates sneered with contempt. Their luck had been too good. We had no confidence facing those 2 women. Killing you? That's a piece of cake. Chu Xiao's lips twitched slightly as he sneered. How do you know I'm weak? Maybe I could beat them? Whoosh. The live stream exploded with excitement. He said he could win? What a joke. He's a demigod, not a silver ranked. Even if he's bragging, he should at least draft it first. Oomph, who says Chu Xiao can't win? Maybe he will? Exactly. I won't let you slander my god like this. Wanna bet? Loser does a handstand while taking a dump on stream. Fine, I'll take you up on that bet. Shen Lai narrowed his eyes and asked the 3 in the room, so what do you say? Can Chu Xiao actually win? Tang Wanjun and the others couldn't answer. But seeing Chu Xiao's confident demeanor, it didn't seem like he was bluffing. Shen Lai answered himself, I think he can do it. Tang Wanjun and the others fell silent, their shifting expressions not escaping Shen Lai's notice. You're shocked too, aren't you? Just wait. This junior will surprise us all. He'll take everything from us. Since no one believed him, Chu Xiao had no choice but to demonstrate how to slay a demigod. Splitting his soul into 4 streams, he possessed the flying sword. The flying sword erupted in thunderous lightning. Ah! My ears! The crackling thunder roared like 1,000 thunderbirds screaming. Weaker pirates clutched their ears, half kneeling on the ground. Even the 2 pirate kings frowned, sensing trouble, and roared. Kill him! Thunder snakes whipped wildly. The next instant, the thunderbird collided with the 2 pirate kings wielding their battle blades. Frenzied purple lightning coiled around them like an octopus, while the sword aura instantly tore through their defenses. The divine power within Chu Xiao was nearly drained dry. This time, he gave it his all. His divine power furnace, operating at maximum capacity, smoked from the strain. Bearing the agony of his body's relentless disintegration, Chu Xiao's eyes blazed like lightning as he snarled. Slaughter! No, this can't be. Each sword aura was amplified by the formation. The hawk-nosed man, clinging to desperate resistance, attempted to activate the defense of his divine armor. Yet his efforts proved futile against the sword formation. Chu Xiao! Bastard! I don't want to die. Ah! Ah! The hawk-nosed man's voice cracked with the electric shock as sword light poured down like a torrential rain. His body instantly charred black. Then cleaved in 2 by 2 flying swords. The semi-divine artifact clattered to the ground. Meanwhile, the shadowy man was consumed by flames. The true intent of the blazing sun transformed into a resplendent sun, obliterating the pirate king who dared resist on the spot. The shockwaves from the explosion carried far, piercing every ear with their clarity. Chu Xiao watched it all unfold before him with detached indifference. Ordinary people could never match his near-suicidal assault. Every cell within his body detonated its microcosm, unleashing earth-shattering power while his body was torn to shreds. Fortunately, the regenerative capabilities of the Genesis body were astonishing. Dead. 2 living pirate kings were killed by Chu Xiao like that? This is ridiculous. They barely even made an appearance, did they? Boom. The shockwaves from single-handedly taking down a demigod rolled in relentless waves, shattering everyone's preconceptions. On the live feed, 3 terrifying figures made every pirate tremble, made every viewer tremble. Merciless, cold, and powerful. Utterly ruthless. Is he really not a demigod? Are the two pirate kings here to make fools of themselves? How did he die? How did he die? I didn't even get a clear look. Deep within the Black Tide archipelago, the pirate king, Skeleton. A single palm shattered the throne, his fury causing the entire temple to groan. Useless. 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 A bunch of useless trash. This should finally unite you all. The suppressed skeleton's face turned deathly pale, his body convulsing uncontrollably. The fallen were fellow lesser gods, just like him. Though suppressed to demigod status, he wasn't some common cabbage to be chopped down at will. Why does he have a demigod-level retainer? How could he personally slay a demigod? He couldn't comprehend it. Watching Chu Xiao gasp for breath. Lava-like cracks spread across his body, clear signs of damage to his divine form, leaving him visibly weakened. Yet that couldn't alter the fact he'd decisively slain a demigod. Recalling the message he'd received, his bones felt as though they'd been plunged into an ice cave. Bring those 4 women to me. And summon all the pirate kings to gather at Skeleton Island. Chen Lai. Audience, shock.avi. After a long silence, someone finally gasped, how long has the livestream been on? All 8 kings, wiped out? Is Chu Xiao a demigod? No way. If he were, Pirate King wouldn't be holding back. Then how did he pull it off? He has a demigod-level familiar? The entire Black Tide archipelago plunged into unprecedented panic. Chapter 138, Defeat like a collapsing mountain. With the Pirate Kings in action, the islands fell faster than anyone anticipated. 7 cities fell in succession. Even the remaining demigods, formidable as they were utterly terrified. Run! Run! Hurry to Skeleton Island. Forget our homes, forget our empires, leave it all behind. From Thousand Machinery Island, Echo Fjord, Bell Ringing Island, and Twin Islands, 4 pirate kings all suppressed to the demigod realm fled in disarray. Accompanying them were a group of gold-tier subordinates. Damn Lucian! He even suppressed the power of our own demigods. They understood all too well they'd been used as sharpening stones for Chu Xiao. The Son of God needed constant combat to grow. The enemy couldn't be too strong, lest they kill him instantly. Nor could they be too weak, failing to provide meaningful training. How far could 12 demigod-level sparring partners push Chu Xiao's growth? Their very survival. They honed Chu Xiao's combat prowess and willpower. When they died, as resources from lesser gods, they replenished Chu Xiao's divine domain. The thought was chilling. The pirate kings gathered on Skeleton Isle wore grim expressions. What do you think? Is there any chance if we surrender now? One cowardly suggested. The other 3 fell silent. If there was a chance, they would have surrendered. But, forget it. The look on Chu Xiao's face says he intends to wipe us all out. You'd be better off figuring out how to take him down. All 4 pairs of eyes turned to their leader, Skeleton. Oomph, no need to worry too much. Chu Xiao and his trio didn't emerge unscathed from killing the 6th brother and his men. At the very least, they expended a significant amount of divine power, and we've deciphered the divine spells behind their attacks. We won't be caught completely off guard. Let's strategize our counterattack. Chu Xiao, Jai Xuan, and Zhou Xueming successfully reunited on Ghost Mask Island. Chu Xiao, are you okay? Allowing Jai Xuan to support his nearly collapsing body, Chu Xiao directed Cici and Tiao Tiao to continue their harvest. Within the swarm's collective consciousness, the eye worm transmitted images of 4 pirate kings, terrified out of their wits, fleeing their own islands. I'm fine. I'm fine. Cough cough cough. Chu Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Having abandoned the 4 islands, he could once again harvest lives on the island, using the pirates' corpses to forge silver and gold tier swarms. And slaughter with them. With the eye worms providing precise surveillance, it was far too advantageous for him to make targeted deployments. Chu Xiao skillfully evaded the powerful demigods, prioritizing attacks on the weaker islands. With lightning-fast strikes, he crushed their will with overwhelming force. By the time the group reacted, it was already too late. They still have 5 demigods and over 100 gold-tier warriors. Time to switch tactics. Oh? I thought you'd just charge straight in. Zhou Xueming's body was wrapped in bandages and she had changed into 2 sets of silver radiance armor. After activating her talent, her divine gear had become so abundant it was impossible to use it all. Zhou Xueming's talent allowed her to upgrade equipment, but not every piece could withstand her divine power. Since we're not attacking yet, I'll rest for a bit. I'm exhausted. Chu Xiao nodded. He pulled out 2 cups of recovery potions prepared by Luo Xiaopang and handed them to the pair. Next, we'll rest and wait for the enemy to tire. There's no need for us to charge straight into their heavily defended, trap-laden final island. After all, the mimic insects have already infiltrated their ranks. So we can simply confuse the enemy with ranged attacks. Jai Xuan and Zhou Xueming smiled calmly. You're so sneaky. We love it. We'll follow every command from our stinky little brother master. Jai Xuan pinched Chu Xiao's soft, bony arm and closed her eyes in concentration. Boom! 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 Silver-grade exploding beetles launched wave after wave of suicide attacks. Damn it, push forward. Keep pushing forward. Black Tide Archipelago, the last bastion. Above the skeletal colossus, the surviving pirates clashed in a cacophony of battle cries. Wave after wave of jumping bugs scaled the walls, engaging them in one-on-one combat. Mages, archers, wiped them out. The square-faced gold-ranked pirate commanded the counterattack. The brutal siege battle erupted in full force. The alien insects seized the ramparts multiple times, only to have them swiftly reclaimed by the pirates. Flesh was torn apart, bones dissolved. Walls formed from pale, crystallized bones collapsed, only for necromancers to wield their wands and mend the shattered masonry. Chu Shao commanded from the rear. The Genesis Chronicle unfolded like a video game screen. Jump bugs, blast bugs, cockroaches, spine snakes, flying dragons, eye bugs, thunder beasts, tunnel bugs, mimic bugs, and lurkers, all coordinated by the Genesis Chronicle linking the swarm's will. Unified production and control. With the Book of Genesis and Void technology, soulless swarms were implanted with individual AI modules, making them sharper and more ferocious in battle. Pirates with mechanical prosthetic eyes, shouldering otherworldly Gatling guns. Clack clack clack, clack clack clack, firing relentlessly. Silver cockroaches unfurled psychic shields to guard the front, while a bomb bug strapped with TNT crawled out from behind. The cockroach's tail had evolved into a springboard. The bomb bug leapt lightly off it. Psionic energy flares across the flesh spring, its trajectory precisely calculated. Boom! The bomb bug landed precisely beside the mechanical-eyed pirate. The explosive blast propelled him skyward with the heat of TNT, while corrosive acid melted through his battle armor and into his mechanical body. The pirate who narrowly escaped behind him took off running. Slaughter. Pure, unadulterated slaughter. The cockroach was then eliminated by concentrated fire, yet the swarm's numbers remained undiminished. Ding! A ethereal voice echoed in Xu Zhao's mind. The final piece of the puzzle fell into place. Facilities such as the hatchery, swarm host nest, evolution chamber, spore crawler, and spiked crawler were unlocked. All swarm species are now available for development. This battle, Xu Zhao reaped rich rewards. Having devoured numerous divine essences, he finally evolved his divine domain into its complete form. It's time to suffer defeat. Xu Zhao gave a cold chuckle. Subsequently, the insect swarm was suppressed amidst the island's frenzied counterattack. A pirate king, eyes wild with fury, led a group of gold-tier warriors to wipe out 3 viper dens, 5 cockroach nests, and 2 blood pools. The swarm's numbers plummeted. Yet they failed to notice their own heavy losses, blinded by bloodlust. Good news! Good news! Xu Zhao is finished. Men, counterattack. Charge! A pirate kicked aside the cockroach corpse blocking his path. The one feigning death within it scrambled over cover and charged forward. Fire the oil cannons. Avenge our fallen brothers. Slaughter every last one of these vermin. Let the world see what we're made of. Only the most capable and ruthless pirates survived, each seething with pent-up fury. They finally saw a glimmer of hope. The Pirate King had secured the key to victory. First, destroy the insect hive structures, cutting off their endless supply of reinforcements. Crossbow cannons fired in unison, fire oil rained down. Outside the Bone City, blazing fires erupted instantly. Wizards within the city cast spells. Warriors rolled out catapults, gradually pushing the front lines forward to encircle and eliminate the alien insect's living space. A golden tier thunder beast let out a mournful cry as it breathed its last under the combined assault. Dozens of spine snakes were pulverized into pulp by a single spell. The pirates launched a desperate counterattack. Within the Bone City, the 3 rulers rejoiced, bellowing, "Ah, Xu Zhao, your doom is upon you. Second brother, third brother, let's join the fray. Seize Xu Zhao and present him to our master." Chapter 139, Leviathan. Twin Islands fell. Thousand Machines Island has fallen. The Return Fjord has fallen. With 3 islands falling consecutively, Xu Zhao suffered heavy losses as his insect hive structures were devastated. A band of pirates who had landed on Sunset Island let out a deafening roar. Elite pirate warriors surrounded Xu Zhao in layers upon layers, fearing he might escape. Trapped. Finally trapped. Having lost numerous pirates, including one of the Pirate King's own men, the skeletons finally cornered the once invincible Xu Zhao on Sunset Island. Xu Zhao, your doom is upon you. Xu Zhao's side had 3 demigod-level fighters, while the enemy had for the gap seemed negligible. Yet whether it was Jia Yishuan or Zhou Shueming, facing 3 late-stage demigods and 1 peak-level demigod, they were simply outmatched. They were being drained. Xu Zhao stood at the front, a cold smile on his face. Laugh now. Soon you won't be laughing at all. You will soon pay for your wicked deeds. The tables had turned. Now Xu Zhao controlled the city, while the pirates were tasked with attacking it. Not a trace of panic flickered in Xu Zhao's eyes, which deeply irritated the skeleton. Don't fight to the last. For the sake of your status as the son of God, surrender now and I'll grant you a dignified death. After the city fell, the insect swarm transformed it. The once bustling streets were now carpeted in purple fungal mats. Highly sensitive to psychic energy, it converted magical elements and spiritual chi from the air into psychic power compatible with the swarm's needs. nourishing the hive's structures, larvae, and individuals. Standing atop the purple-covered city walls, Chu Shao sneered, "Enough with the nonsense. If you want to kill me, come and cut me down." The city had been utterly transformed into the Zerg style. Each breathing structure was a colossal organ, drawing sustenance from the hive flesh to mutate and grow stronger. Puff! 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 Hordes of Zerg poured forth from the evolution chambers. After a wave of upgrades, their speed, strength, and defense multiplied exponentially. All preparations were complete. After consuming the remaining xenomorphs on the island, the population units were freed up. Stubborn to the end kill. Pirates rolled out massive catapults, hurling projectiles at the swarm. Flaming projectiles slammed into the swarm and the city walls, shaking the fortifications violently. The swarm took cover behind the corpses of 5 thunder beasts, preparing to repel the enemy charge. Fire! Set them ablaze. Burn every last slimy creature to ashes. The pirates discovered that fire attacks were an effective way to deal with the fungal carpet. Without it, the swarm's combat effectiveness dropped by several levels. The savages commanded the swarm to extinguish the flames. Both sides tugged at each other, suffering casualties on both sides. Thud! 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 A colossal golem materialized before the city walls, its body encased in thick armor. Ball charged toward the golem atop his flying dragon. Destroy it! The dragons unleashed swarms of blade insects, which slammed against the golem's armor with a series of sharp cracks. The earth trembled as the 30-meter-tall clay golem was blocked by 10,000 dragons. In its final moments, it smashed its club into the dragon horde. Hundreds of dragon riders were knocked off their mounts and shattered by the impact. Ascend! All units ascend! After striking the golem, Baal immediately ordered the Dragon Legion to ascend to higher altitudes. Enemy mages unleashed a barrage of arrows, crossbow bolts, and magic crystal cannons. Staying too close would be perilous for the dragon army. On the ground, the cavalry led by CC and Tayo charged into the pirate formation from both flanks. The runic light on the battle armor flickered incessantly. Both sides are incredibly powerful. The entire battlefield became a meat grinder, with fierce attacks and defenses. Spectators witnessed the gold-ranked CC deploying a psychic barrier to deflect a massive fireball. Then, purple spiked cones began to materialize around him. A powerful aura pulsed along the spikes. The cone pierced through layer upon layer of defensive spells, striking the one-eyed golden tier archer. The force propelled him dozens of meters before pinning him to the ground, where he writhed in agony. So strong, my goddess CC. Get lost, Stabber is mine. And Jumpy too mine. Jumpy transformed into a necromancer, summoning dead pirates one by one from the realm of the undead. Her lowly appearance paired with terrifying tactics won her countless admirers. Mara charged ahead, leading the barbarian cavalry to rout an enemy heavy cavalry regiment, rushing to reinforce the struggling Martha and Lottie. After giving birth, the two women transformed into formidable warriors, charging into battle. A massive meatball swung out, knocking out a pirate who lunged forward. Martha triumphantly held up one finger to Lottie. She'd knocked out one more pirate than her rival, securing victory. An assassin drew a ghostly blue dagger from behind and plunged it into Martha's back. Poisonous patterns instantly crawled up Martha's neck and face. Die! Enraged, Martha grabbed the assassin's face and slammed it into the ground, smashing the skull like a watermelon. Wah! As the sun set in the west, Chu Shao waved his hand, and the barbarians beside him immediately sounded the retreat horn. After the last thunder beast fell, he shifted the battlefield into the city, where even more brutal street fighting erupted. Quick, quick, quick! Charge! Charge! The pirates are moving. After the swarm fled into the city, the bloodthirsty pirates charged forward recklessly. Skeleton sensed something was wrong, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Outside, someone finally caught a glimpse of the truth. You fools! Chu Shao is luring you in. They're not retreating in disarray. Withdraw immediately. Yet, it was ultimately too late. The gates slammed shut, sealing the pirates who had stormed the city from the outside world behind a massive formation barrier. Outside the city walls, for thunder beasts and countless swarms of insects burst through the cracked ground into the crowd, blocking the pirates' advance. The Swarmheart Legion had somehow managed to encircle the pirates. Chu Shao, Jai Xuan, and Zhou Xueming stood facing 4 demigod-level pirate kings. Chu Shao, you actually feigned defeat? What a cunning tactic. Cold sweat beaded on the skeleton's forehead. The earthly divine kingdom entrusted to his care by the master was about to shatter. It was over. Completely over. Chu Shao, stop this at once. Do you realize what you're doing? My master would never permit you to destroy the Black Tide archipelago. Is that so? Chu Shao knew it would be difficult. He knew the Black Tide Islands had survived this long because there must be a powerful force pulling the strings behind the scenes. But so what? Boom! A high-energy reaction suddenly erupted in the distance. The skeleton's eyelids twitched violently. The sky abruptly darkened as a colossal figure shed its cloak of invisibility, revealing itself before all. The Cosmic Colossus. The Leviathan, mistaken for Kerrigan's flagship, unleashed its lower god-tier main cannon. A single shot struck the unprepared skeleton. Instantly vaporized. Lord Skeleton, dead? Dead? Holy, what kind of monster is that? That's cheating. Absolutely cheating. Xu Shao can deploy warships. One by one, alien insects fell from the Leviathan. And one by one, the warship's cannons opened fire in all directions. It was a brutal slaughter, and the pirates' morale completely collapsed. Yet they had no way out. The swarm surged forward. From start to finish, the pirates had only faced a fraction of Xu Xiao's vast swarm. Save for the two demigods, the endless tide of insects engulfed everyone. The arrogant gold-ranked pirates were no different from ordinary men, torn apart by the enraged lurkers. Holy, Xu Xiao is ruthless. This battle had been a trap from the very beginning. A grave he had dug for them. Who said Xu Xiao had lost? He hadn't. He exploited the pirates' reckless advance and struck them down. The pirates screamed in agony as they fell, pleading for mercy as they fell, were slaughtered to extinction. On Skeleton Island, Shindu awoke with a groan, his gaze fixed on Sunset Island. Rage twisted his lips into a twisted grin. Bring those 4 women to me. I'll torture them to death before Xu Xiao's very eyes. Chapter 140, Gunara, God of Darkness. Shindu. An unknown entity had taken possession of Shindu's body. The pirates brought Zhang Xiaoxiao and the other 3, along with a girl from the Fire Seed Academy, before him. Wang Jielin knelt half-bent, head bowed in submission, revealing her snow-white figure. The Shindu she once scorned was now beyond her reach. Damn it, how could such an entity personally intervene? A god king. Undoubtedly a powerhouse at the god king realm. Wang Jielin kept her head bowed, not daring to look up. The figure had spotted her, this little mouse, but paid her no mind. Bring her along. Outside the city of bones, swarms of insects gathered. Leviathan appeared in the sky above. Lucian's pact restricted warship usage, yet Xu Xiao had transformed Skyblade No. 7 into the celestial colossus Leviathan, a creature belonging to the chosen clan. Puff. 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 From Leviathan's belly, like laying eggs, 20 golden great thunder beasts were projected downward. As the beasts struck the ground, they kicked up towering waves of dust several meters high. They replaced the 12 slain thunder beasts, encircling the skeleton city completely. Shindu's face darkened as he addressed the sky. Pantheon, I admit defeat. But have you gone too far? This colossal beast clearly surpasses demigod status, reaching the realm of a lesser god. Thunder beasts, Leviathans, no wonder his useless subordinates failed. Yet the Pantheon remains silent. Lucian sneered coldly in midair, Gunara, god of darkness, if you're not satisfied, come spar with me. Arrogant, domineering, utterly overconfident. Xu Xiao received Lucian's telepathic message. One word sufficed. Do it. He forged Leviathan using the heavenly blade No. 7, catching Lucian off guard. But that's what makes it so delightful, isn't it? Every time it's others who make the first move, leaving Xu Xiao constantly on the defensive. This time, let them taste the agony of being slaughtered. Gunara, the dark god, was furious enough to burst a blood vessel, yet he could do nothing about it. Lucian ranked among the elite, even among the god kings. Though he too was a god king, his divine essence had aged and deteriorated, making him no match for Lucian. That was why he needed to establish the Black Tide Islands, a realm of darkness, to prolong his life. The 5 girls were bound by the divine power of Gunara, the dark god. Bound like bondage art, their exquisite figures restrained by tendrils. Xu Xiao, all your women are in my hands. If you wish to save them, retreat immediately. Otherwise, I will strip them naked and humiliate them before your very eyes. Xu Xiao and his companions all retreated into the Leviathan. The swarm consciousness transmitted images of the 5 bound women through the eyeworm. Zhang Xiaoxiao and the others, Xu Xiao, forget about us. Fire your cannons and wipe out these bastards. Avenge us. Avenge all the humans they've slaughtered. Gunara, dark god, shut the hell up. Gunara, the dark god, clenched his fists. Already seething with hatred, his rage now burned fiercely. She had no intention of handing them over. Her plan was to trick Xu Xiao into conceding defeat. She'd kill him the moment the battle realm ended. Xu Xiao's trembling voice echoed, main cannon charging, preparing to fire. Jai Xuan's voice cut through the chaos, Xu Xiao, don't fire. We have to save Cici and the others. Zhang Xiaoxiao added, God, just having you here makes us so happy. Meeting you in this lifetime is our greatest fortune. Don't hesitate, these demons won't spare us. Zheng Tianqing pleaded, Master, fire the cannon. Don't let us look down on you. Shen Shuqi and Li Xinhuan spoke in unison. Xu Xiao, we're yours in life and yours in death, it's just that we weren't blessed enough. Take care of Cici. We have no regrets. Tears welled up in everyone's eyes. These 4 women showed such grace and dignity, truly moving. Wang Jielin seethed with envy, her teeth gnashing with jealousy over such devotion. Xu Xiao, have you made up your mind? Why don't we call a truce for one day? I can give you a chance to meet them. One day? Poof.
It wouldn't even take a quarter of an hour for the troops she planned to deploy to reach the battlefield.
If she could just buy some time, Gunas Dark God could turn the tide. Damn Lucian. If he hadn't ambushed our reinforcements, my troops would have reached the Black Tide Islands long ago. Bull. We both know that delaying even a minute now could completely shift the tide of battle. Xu Xiao, tears welling in his eyes, roared at the four women. I'm sorry for letting you down. Truly sorry. I did everything I could. Cici, Tian Tian. I'll remember you forever. We don't blame you. Xu Xiao issued the order through his tears. Execute orders, main guns fire, all other guns salvo. Fire. Fire. Fire.
The Leviathan's belly convulsed violently.
High energy reactions were detected. Ganara, the Dark God, watched Xu Xiao's resolve with horror.
Damn it, this body can't unleash much power within the battle realm.
Upon Leviathan's main cannon, terrifying psychic energy gathered, swallowing even the light itself.
Ganara, the Dark God, hastily summoned energy from his true form. But the distance was too great, and the battle realm bound him.
Dark Spear of Darkness. Green psychic energy and a black spear collided mid-air.
Two surging currents of energy instantly formed a ring-shaped field spanning a kilometer in diameter.
Destruction descended.
The skeletal city's impregnable defensive walls, standing for 10,000 years, shattered into fragments in an instant. Behind them rose a towering mound of human bones. Rage.
The earth,
unable to bear the weight, it crumbled piece by piece.
Half of the Dark God's temple lay in ruins. Leviathan fared no better. A mournful cry.
Half its body pierced by spears, flesh and blood flying. A living warship, it possessed organs like a true living creature, breathing. The shockwaves from both sides continued to sweep across 1,000 miles,
sweeping away all combatants below gold rank.
The Leviathan collapsed with a shrieking roar, causing Xu Xiao's eyelid to twitch. He never expected that at the final moment, a terrifying existence comparable to a lesser god would appear. The Thunder Beast, originally deployed for intimidation, now radiated layer upon layer of spiritual energy barriers, repelling the dark aura of the Dark God Spear. Ganara, the Dark God, flashed a glimpse of ruthlessness in his eyes.
Damn it, this body is about to shatter. Xu Xiao, I will take you with me.
Another black spear materialized.
Ganara, the Dark Goddess, sneered contemptuously and hurled it forth. She tore through the battle realm without hesitation, allowing the outside world's energy to flow in. Terrifying fluctuations of a lower god level shattered the battle realm's constraints. 20 colossal golden-grade thunder beasts stepped forward. Roar!
Amidst the earth-shaking roar, massive spirit energy shields rose before Leviathan, their armor blazing with blinding light.
Crack!
The first shield shattered. A black spear pierced through one thunder beast's body. It braced itself desperately with its limbs against the ground, holding on for a second before its form vanished completely.
The second, the third.
Thunder Beast stood shoulder to shoulder, forming a wall of flesh and blood that brought tears to the spectators' eyes.
Wah, the Thunder Beasts are so brave and fearless. The beasts are so cute, we can't kill them. Is there anyone who can save them?
8 in a row the Thunder Beasts' bodies couldn't withstand the Dark God Spear. The 9th Thunder Beast suddenly lowered its head, plunging both tentacles into the ground. Their fan-shaped skulls were the hardest, and all the other Thunder Beasts followed suit, placing their heads in front of the Dark Divine Spear. Roar! 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 Shindu's body was half vaporized, revealing a terrifying grin.
Gak 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 gak, Xu Xiao, you can't stop me. Chapter 141, The Swarm, Eternity. 10 insect queens appeared beside Leviathan.
The Thunder Beasts fell one by one, every second and every inch of ground they gained was precious beyond measure. Truly befitting a god king, his methods are beyond compare. This time, Zhenlai was certain Xu Xiao was finished.
The Divine Fire Realm was an entirely different concept from any realm below it.
The Divine Fire Realm involved the laws themselves. The Dark Divine Spear embodies the law of ruin. Contact with it will be obliterated by its black divine power.
Without equal divine power to resist, any counterattack or defense proves futile.
It must be said, Xu Xiao's Thunder Beast is quite remarkable. It actually managed to delay the Dark Divine Spear's attack.
Useless. An ant is but an ant. Zhenlai laughed maniacally.
His path to godhood had been abruptly halted, and his obsession with deification ran deep.
Obsessive to the point of sickness.
Xu Xiao was the divine child thrust forward by the Pantheon, just as he once had been. Why had he failed?
Why did they not grant him aid? Why didn't they come to save him? Does failure mean enduring humiliation in the abyss?
Zhenlai did not reflect on his own actions, but instead blamed all responsibility on the Pantheon.
Ha ha ha. The Pantheon. What a fine Pantheon indeed.
He didn't know that Xu Xiao had also been utterly alone at the beginning. As one grows older, they must weather storms alone. Zhenlai failed to see the true nature of this world.
Wait. The 17th, the 18th.
2 Thunder Beasts remained, but the situation grew increasingly dire.
Leviathan let out a long cry and soared into the sky.
10 bizarre alien insects clung to its body, anchoring themselves with claws on its tail while spewing a purplish-black mucus from their mouths and rapidly flailing their other claws. Leviathan. Repairing. A psychic barrier rose. After the final thunder beast exploded, a massive blue light screen appeared before the ascending Leviathan, thrusting a black spear forward. Roar! Leviathan's piercing voice echoed. Chu Shao sat within its cockpit, his eyes cold and sharp. A ruthless command echoed outward. Everyone could hear the murderous intent within. Fire! No, this can't be. Gunara, the dark goddess, let out a piercing shriek, her shattered form consumed by rage. Her head, her body, were utterly obliterated by the main cannon's beam. The entire skeleton city, Skeleton Island, resembled a scene from the apocalypse. The pierced island shattered into 7 or 8 fragments, continuing to split apart like cracking ice. The sea churned with raging storms and towering waves. With Skeleton Island at its center, the entire archipelago faced its final destruction. Tsunamis, gales, tornadoes, whirlpools. Terrifying psychic fluctuations tore everything apart, even shattering the seabed as molten lava surged from the depths. White steam rose into the sky, completely altering the landscape. Hiss! The crowd gasped in astonishment, their tongues hanging out like lizards. Not a single patch of land remained intact across the entire sea, the scalding water bubbling violently. Some noticed. The Leviathan soaring into the air, restored to life under the healing touch of the 10 queens. They stared in terror at the colossal beast. Damn impressive! Well done, Chu Shao! After centuries of terror and countless lives lost, the Black Tide archipelago finally met its end. All hearts yearned to be the one who crushed the Black Tide, to follow immediately. The waters surged into the vanquished archipelago. And soon, not a trace remained visible. Shanlai gritted his teeth. Gunara, the dark god, fled into the void. Lucian watched silently as the Pantheon's rescue ship vanished in a void jump. Wait, is that the woman from the island? Black Tide Islands. The men who had been brought here were slaughtered without mercy, leaving only the women behind to be toyed with. And Chu Shao had rescued them all. This. Chu Shao! Chu Shao! Chu Shao! Outside, the cries for Chu Shao grew louder and louder, drowning out even the roar of the surrounding tsunami and storm. They never imagined that even in the midst of battle, Chu Shao still had the strength to save these weaklings. Damn impressive! Chu Shao, I love you. You're our hero. Angels from the Pantheon flew out of the ship's hold, connecting with one dazed female warrior after another. Many of these women had once been the pride of heaven, only to ultimately fall prey to the Black Tide Islands. They became breeding grounds for pirates spreading evil, a truly lamentable sight. Inside the Leviathan, all 5 women were present. Zhang Xiaoxiao clung to Chu Shao like a koala, refusing to let go. The other 3 women watched the first sister to act with envy. After narrowly escaping death, such emotions could no longer be contained. Zheng Tianqin pressed her ample bosom against Chu Xiao's back and whispered softly, God, do you still mean it when you said we're yours in life and death? Right? Right? Isn't meeting us this lifetime your greatest fortune? It turned out that the 5 people at the final moment were all mimicry bugs, false beings created by mimicry. The real 4 golden flowers had been secretly hidden by Chu Shao and slipped away when the battle erupted. Those words were all part of Chu Xiao's carefully crafted script. This, I. Don't speak. Kiss me. A passionate kiss. Like intertwined serpents. Chu Shao blushed crimson, yet not a single person around them offered a teasing remark. Clap clap clap. What a lucky student, Chu. In the shadows, a middle-aged man dressed in traditional Tang-style formal wear addressed Chu Shao with gratitude. Thank you, student Chu, for saving my daughter. Though she remains unconscious now, the fact that she's alive, that's what matters most. Alive is what matters most. Zhou Yuanshan, head of the Zhou family, appeared within the Leviathan. Chu Shao released Zhang Xiaoxiao, who was hooked by the threads, and bowed his hands in greeting. It was nothing. No need to thank me. I believe anyone with the ability to save lives wouldn't stand by and let such evil continue. I simply did what I should have done. As a child of the gods, it is my duty to ignite the flame, raise the banner, and uphold justice. This life of mine, Chu Shao, should be lived to. Establish a heart for heaven and earth, establish a destiny for the people, carry forward the lost teachings of the sages, and usher in an age of peace for all generations. Boom! A colossal resolve erupted from Chu Shao. His divine essence ascended as vast currents of willpower surged into his body. His divine core swelled to fullness, threads of law energy now circulating through his being. Gold Tier 3, Gold Tier 4. Demigod. Within the divine realm, all the favored clans looked up. They sensed the Lord's transformation as divine dew descended upon them, catalyzing their metamorphosis. Jump ascended 3 tiers in succession, reaching Golden Tier 6. Cece followed suit, reaching Gold Tier 5. The rest all advanced to varying degrees. Marat ascended to Gold Tier 2. The earth-shattering changes within the divine realm continued unabated. Chu Shao opened his eyes, sensing the colossal energy surging within his body. A sudden thought crystallized in his mind, and a command shot out through the insect network.
Swarm. Eternity. The entire brood descended into utter frenzy. Swarm. Eternal. Swarm. Eternal. Only the creator god could be eternal. Zhou Yuanshan watched Xu Xiao with growing admiration. His visit this time was to extend the Zhou family's friendship. Supporting such a young talent held immense promise. The female classmate who betrayed Xu Xiao wore a long robe, nothing underneath, her eyes filled with regret. She and her boyfriend had schemed to betray Xu Xiao for personal gain. Instead, they had plunged themselves into a hellish abyss, subjected to torment. After Xu Xiao rescued her, she felt profound unease. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. If only I'd stayed like Fang Xiui. In life, choices matter more than effort. Chapter 142, Zhou Yuanshan. Zhou Yuanshan wore traditional Tang attire, accompanied by an elderly steward who carried a woman draped in a grey robe empty beneath. The legitimate daughter of the Zhou family. As a father, I nearly lost my mind when I learned my daughter had died. At the time, all the evidence pointed to my daughter being truly dead. I even saw her body. I should have examined it more carefully. Zhou Yuanshan wept bitterly. Though only middle-aged, his hair had turned completely white and his face was gaunt like that of a man nearing death. I understand the pain of losing a loved one. Back then, the head of the Zhou family must have been overwhelmed by grief, unable to think clearly. It's not your fault. No, it was my fault. Had I paid more attention back then, my daughter wouldn't have been abducted. If I had thought more carefully back then, I would have noticed something was amiss. I had my suspicions too. If I'd been more determined, perhaps I could have stormed the Black Tide Islands and rescued her. Thank you. Truly, thank you. Xu Xiao looked at Zhou Yuanshan, seeing in him the version of himself from his past life. In his previous life, faced with his sister's corpse, he had detonated a nuclear bomb in despair, sending some people to their doom and causing himself to be transported to this world. Now, Xu Xiao stood before Chu Linger, whose features matched his past life with 99% certainty. He had avoided her, afraid to look her in the eye, dreading that it was all just a dream. Zhou Yuanshan said sincerely, anyway, thank you. The Zhou family will assist with the Su family matter. From this day forward, you are our Zhou family's most honored guest. Xu Xiao accepted the token Zhou Yuanshan tossed him. Engraved upon it was the Zhou family crest of fierce-eyed beast. The Zhou family's ancestral creed, repay kindness tenfold and vengeance tenfold. Zhou Yuanshan swept his hand, and 10 demi-planes floated in his palm. A token of our esteem. This is far too valuable. Xu Xiao possessed limitless divine power. Ordinary items were never beyond his reach. But sub-dimensions were different, they were scarce resources. After ascending to demigodhood, one must cultivate their own demi-plane, manifesting their divine domain into an earthly god kingdom. This way, his followers could relocate to the demi-plane and fight alongside him. Unlike the divine realm. Far from the pantheon and the divine realm, where they would lose contact. No need to thank me. These demi-planes aren't the best, but they'll do for now. When I acquire better ones, I'll send them your way. Then I'll shamelessly accept them. Jiaishuan, Zhou Xueming, Sisi, Teoteo, Mara, and the 5 golden flowers all required demi-planes. In return, Xu Xiao transferred a divine power forge over. This divine power forge might serve as a substitute for a divine essence, becoming Miss Zhou's source of divine power. Huff. Zhou Yuanshan's breath quickened as his eyes burned with intensity, fixed on the furnace whose divine fluctuations had been suppressed. I won't stand on ceremony. Zhou Yuanshan's daughter was already crippled. Her divine essence shattered, her divine domain collapsed this lifetime, she would never reach the divine fire realm. The moment Zhou Yuanshan laid eyes on the divine power crucible, he knew it represented another path to godhood. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Zhou Yuanshan felt he had gained the upper hand. After a moment's thought, he quietly transmitted his voice. Shu, don't be afraid. I'm sending you this message to impart a divine technique of the bedroom. This art is incredibly potent, enabling you to bed 1,000 women daily. Of course, its greatest benefit lies in enhancing your constitution and sharpening your insight. Your current girlfriends are beautiful, but their innate potential is limited, meaning their future achievements will be constrained. If you master this bedroom art, you might even have a chance to become a supreme deity. Xu Xiao's mind was instantly captivated. The divine art of the bedchamber emphasizes the harmonious union of yin and yang, a perfect blend where the main account can level up the sub-account during moments of pleasure. Once the secondary channel is cultivated, they can hunt monsters together, level up together, and ultimately achieve mutual benefit. Setting aside the more unconventional positions, it's quite powerful. Thank you. Practice diligently. The true essence of this only you can experience it. It's indescribably wonderful. Xu Xiao blushed as he bid farewell to Zhou Yuanshan. Xu Xiao, what did the Zhou family head say to you at the end? Nothing, absolutely nothing. Really? A group of girls looked over suspiciously. No way. What did she do about it? Jia Yishuan pointed at the woman on the ground and asked. Scarface had her divine status stripped, imprisoned in the divine realm, tortured daily by barbarians. Shindu was used once by Gunas dark god and died. Wang Jialin escaped. Chu Xiao hadn't seen her either, so he didn't know. The only one left was the senior who betrayed them. No, don't kill me. I'll do anything. I'm already suffering terribly. Please don't kill me. The woman knelt down begging for mercy, disregarding the robe slipping off her shoulders to reveal her back, whipped raw and bleeding. She crawled forward, sobbing. Kill her. Women like this are nothing but trouble. I agree. Give her a quick death, it'll be our final act of mercy. Then. Great God, wait. Luo Xiaopang hurriedly pushed his way through, his chubby face wearing a fawning expression. Killing her like this is too wasteful. It won't compensate for our losses either. This woman belongs to the production department. Her divine domain can produce the spiritual materials needed for flying swords. Imprint them with the slave mark and hand them over to me. We'll never be short of flying swords again. Oh? This was news to Chu Xiao. To save her life, the woman extracted 6 types of spiritual materials from the divine domain used for forging flying swords: thunder iron, cold marrow jade, crimson fire gold, starfall sand, azure spirit wood, and soul devouring stone. These were the precious resources she had relied on to make her living. Then I'll leave their management to you. Killing her out of spite would serve no purpose, especially since her suffering alive was far worse than death. If she wished to cling to life, he would grant her that. Luo Xiaopang smiled and thanked him. Who said you could stand? Crawl. He kicked the senior student back down to the ground. Luo Xiaopang felt no pity for the poisonous woman who nearly doomed them all. He didn't even bother to admire the revealing glimpse of her undergarments. Fang Xiaoyi and the others compared themselves to her, feeling secretly relieved. They'd come so close to meeting the same fate as this classmate. Sticking with Luo Xiaopang and tagging along with Chu Zhao's team, not a bad move. In the shadows, Wang Jialin watched the receding Leviathan with a darkened gaze. Her gaze was deep and intense. Chu Xiao, I will have you. Wang Jialin escaped, but her arm was seeping blood. The Leviathan's lingering image and roar ignited the sickness and madness within her soul. Beside Wang Jialin lay a figure identical to her own. Wang Xiaolin had been defeated once more, reduced to a captive. My dear sister, tell me, does he love you? Or me? Or both of us? Wang Jialin spoke as she shed her clothes, her body slowly drawing near. Her crimson lips pressed against her sister's, and her form dissolved into a streak of light, merging into her sister's body. Suddenly, Wang Xiaolin opened her eyes. Though the two looked identical to the divine mind, Wang Jielin's soul was dark and purple, while Wang Xiaolin's was pure and flawless. Now, there was no way to tell us apart. He, Chu Xiao, can you tell us apart? Guess who I am? Chapter 143, Accepting the 5 Golden Flowers. Whoa, great God, we almost didn't get to see you. On the Leviathan. Time Wave delivered the 4 emotionally shattered girls. Zhang Sisi was pulled over as well. Good sisters, let's feast together. Chu Xiao was surrounded by admirers, though he had no idea how things had turned out this way. I'm not late. This is truly wonderful. Cherish it. How many men get to enjoy the best of both worlds? Know how many are still single? What excuse do I have not to cherish this? Woo. His mouth was covered, his limbs pinned down. Wait, that's... He was in heaven, in heaven. A thorough massage washed away every ounce of Chu Zhao's fatigue. Zhang Sisi traced the scars on Chu Zhao's body. That particular scar, even a body forged by the creator couldn't heal a mark from his past life. The one who betrayed him in that past life had plunged a blade deep into his kidney. A terrifying wound gouged into his smooth abdomen. Intense passion, snow-white and blinding. Zhang Sisi mistakenly believed this wound was inflicted by Chu Xiao, shielding them from danger, driving her to devote herself even more fervently. Chu Xiao offered no explanation. Delighted by the misunderstanding. Chu Xiao was worth everything the 5 girls could give. What woman could resist a love letter written in blood and death? Chu Xiao unleashed the divine punishment war. And no one believed he could prevail. No one believed he alone could defeat the Black Tide Islands, guarded by 12 demigods. A battle where death was certain. Chu Xiao himself knew it too. Without the last-minute fusion of the divine essence, without the Leviathan of lesser god tier power, could he possibly survive? Was it worth it? Zhang Xiaoxiao rested her head against Chu Zhao's chest, her snow-white skin pressed against his body. Her voice was soft, her body trembling slightly. Is it worth it for women like us? They had transformed, grown. From girls into women. Zheng Tianqin murmured softly, yes, great God. Our intentions weren't pure when we first approached you. We. Her lips were silenced. No words were needed. Everything was expressed in that deep, passionate kiss. Chu Xiao understood perfectly well what they meant. Between men and women, first encounters often spark desire at first sight. After all, they were strangers before. What truly matters is how they interact afterward. Through their time together, the women's resilience, their resolve to defy their families, and their unwavering belief in journeying alone to the fire seed, these were enough. Ah, it hurts. After Shin Shuqi cast a healing spell, she was ready to fight another 800 rounds. Shuqi, having you here is such a blessing. Mum. Shinshuchi cast a healing spell on herself. No, 3. 1 just wasn't enough. Tossing and turning, the group opened their hearts to one another. Chu Xiao unleashed the dual cultivation divine technique bestowed by Elder Zhou. The 5 girls watched curiously as he drew the diagrams with his divine power. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Who knew you were such a big shot? I totally misjudged you, humph. Calling me a god? Don't you like it? I like it. You don't like me calling you god? Then what should I call you? Baby? Big brother? Daddy? Roar. A wolf-like roar erupted like a volcano. Chu Xiao didn't realize it, but Zheng Tianxin was actually the most playful. She bound his hands and feet, feigning anger. Bad boy, time for a lesson. Do you like X? I do. I love it so much. Cece, save me. Zhang Cece displayed the poise of a seasoned woman. Don't bully Sister Tianxin. I'll fight you for her. Outside the Leviathan, torrential rain poured down. Rainwater cascaded down the battleship's cannons, but the clattering sound of water did not disturb those inside. Outside, someone found a spot and sat cross-legged to meditate. Zhou Xueming opened one eye, observing Jia Yishuan before him pretending to meditate while her divine sense swirled outside the door. Aren't you going in? Before, he only had you. Aren't you afraid someone might take him? This battle cemented their fame. The peerless duo. The crowd bestowed this title upon them. Jia Yishuan's Blade Queen and Zhou Xueming's endless battle gear stole the show. Men all have legs. If he wants to run, I can't stop him. Besides, don't you want to go in? These days, men willing to fight for you are few and far between. He's now the playboy god's son. I don't like playboys. Everyone knows our divine son once waged war for a woman's sake. He single-handedly launched the divine punishment war, battled 12 demigods, and destroyed the Black Tide Islands. How majestic, how romantic, but I just don't like it. You don't like it? Then why do I see envy and jealousy burning in your eyes? The most immediate impact of Chu Xiao's ascension was felt by the 2 demigods. The heavy shackles weighing them down vanished. They were one step closer to the divine fire realm. Blah blah blah, Demacia. The commotion inside was too noisy for them to focus on cultivation. Where are you going? Zhou Xueming watched the opponent transformed into the Queen of Blades, her fiery figure accentuated by the purple insect armor, and his eyelid twitched. You're not going in there to murder your own husband, are you? What are you thinking? I'm just following your suggestion, giving them a song to liven things up? Ha! You, how dare you? Zhou Xueming was stunned by Jia Yishuan. Was this really the same icy paladin? The same cold goddess who kept others at arm's length? If her suitors saw her like this now, they'd probably want to kill Chu Xiao. This was downright unfair. Zhou Xueming gritted her teeth. Her battle armor shed away, revealing a flawless divine form, white as polished mirror. I'm going too. Jia Yishuan sneered coldly, oomph. Then let's see who's stronger, who truly is Chu Xiao's foremost divine attendant. Fine. I'll beat you until you beg for mercy on your knees. Who's afraid of who? Chu Xiao. Arg. Arg. Wah. A black warship trailed behind the Leviathan. Wang Jilin lay sprawled lazily across the cockpit, surrounded by handsome men massaging her shoulders, tapping her back, and feeding her grapes by mouth. Curtains hung low. Her snow-white toes hooked around a handsome man's chin, her eyes brimming with springtime desire. Suddenly, terrifying power descended. Her narrowed almond eyes darted in horror toward the dark figure before her. And my lord! Ganara, the dark god, glared fiercely at the bed. Seeing Wang Jilin so engrossed, she sneered coldly, I didn't help capture your sister for this sort of thing. Chu Xiao is about to enter the fairy forest. I've activated a legacy site of a higher god. He should obtain intelligence soon. Go ahead and prepare. Make sure you implant the poisonous insect within him. Wang Jilin abandoned her playful mood, kneeling halfway on the floor. Her breasts trembled as the other's murderous intent pierced her very soul. If she failed in this task, this ruthless individual would show her no mercy. Wang Jilin was no divine child, no one would shield her. Rest assured, my lord. I've already arranged for the Moon Knight Corps to welcome him early. I'll infiltrate their ranks. Once the opportunity arises, I'll turn Chu Xiao into your loyal dog. Excellent. Should this task be completed, I guarantee you'll ascend to the rank of a main god-level powerhouse. Even this insignificant Moon Knight Corps, it's optional. Wang Jilin's eyes blazed with ecstatic delight. The commander of the Moon Knight Order is merely an ordinary main god and among the weakest of them. Chapter 144, The Flames of Purification. A fierce battle raged. Deep Sea Dragon. Drunk on life and death. 7 days later, all gathered in Chu Xiao's demi-plane. This is pirate treasure? Good heavens, there's so much? The pirates' hoard was incredibly rich, leaving everyone dazzled. Divine elixirs, divine crystals, battle armor, semi-divine artifacts, divine spells, spiritual herbs, spiritual materials. With all this, how many troops could he equip? Take whatever you like. The items left behind by the pirates were merely icing on the cake for Chu Xiao. The truly valuable treasures had long been sacrificed to Gunara, the dark god. But for the rest, these were treasures. Really? Of course. Following me is better than following Chu Zichen, right? Chu Xiao said to Luo Xiaopeng. Big shot, I was just playing along, my heart has always belonged to you. Get lost. Who needs your fat-covered heart? Go pick something. Fang Xiaoyi watched Luo Xiaopeng, secretly startled. That fatso had some luck. Zhang Sisi and her 4 companions were even more enviably fortunate. 5 gold tier talents. Such trashy talents, yet Chu Xiao pushed them all the way to gold rank. Fang Xiaoyi's talent was far superior to theirs. Overnight, Chu Xiao had employed some divine technique, conjuring it like magic. Fang Xiaoyi believed Chu Xiao wouldn't resort to divine techniques with side effects that might hinder Zhang Sisi and the others' future potential. I'm so jealous. Fatso, if you could make me gold too. How? Whatever you want? I'm serious. Gold rank, the first threshold holding back their growth. After reaching gold rank, one may select a divine relic to cultivate as their personal artifact. The Stellar Covenant, the Seal of 10,000 Souls, the Godslayer's Emblem, the Philosopher's Stone, and the core of the Great Library. Lucian had already entrusted all 5 divine relics to Chu Xiao. Zhang Sisi cradled the Stellar Covenant, her breath catching. Husband, may I truly take it? After being thoroughly chastised by Chu Xiao, Zhang Sisi finally addressed him as husband. The moment she saw this divine relic, she was utterly captivated. All along, Chu Xiao's power had grown too rapidly, threatening to leave them behind. Of course, honey. Brother, I won't hesitate then. Shin Shuqi cradled the Philosopher's Stone, gently kissed Chu Xiao's forehead, and absorbed the golden star-shaped stone into her body. Instantly, immense divine power rippled outward. The divine power's tidal phenomenon fell upon the woman, radiating mature femininity. Her long hair flowed like a dazzling starry river. The law resonated, and a golden divine halo appeared above Shin Shuqi's head. Holding the sacred staff, clad in a pristine, noble robe edged with gold thread, her curvaceous figure seemed transformed. Noble, elegant, and utterly sacred. Stunning. Holy crap, she's divine. Shin's transcendent beauty promises boundless future potential. That was an understatement. Everyone knew what Luo Xiaopeng said would inevitably come to pass. Too beautiful. I feel like words can't even describe it. Shin Shuqi smiled sweetly. Big bro, love you. The other 4 girls hurriedly took their shares. In an instant, surges of divine power washed over the subplane, painting it in breathtaking splendor. Fang Xiaoyi playfully punched the chubby one with a hint of jealousy. Look at them. Luo Xiaopeng chuckled. Don't worry, follow the big shot, good stuff always comes around. With that, he couldn't resist giving Fang Xiaoyi a quick squeeze. Chu Xiao watched them select their items with a satisfied smile. These pirates weren't half bad, they provided him with resources to cultivate his godly power. Semi-divine artifacts and divine gear were priceless treasures. The moment they appeared, they'd be snapped up in an instant. Chu Xiao walked through the treasure vault, surveying the treasures lining the walls as he moved. The pirates' treasures were as numerous as cow hairs, and he couldn't possibly identify them all at once. Suddenly, Chu Xiao spotted a suit of armor radiating the fiery essence of the sun amidst a pile of gold coins. The blazing war blade at his side began to vibrate violently. Using his divine power, Chu Xiao summoned the armor into the air, revealing its full form. It's actually part of a divine set. Is the blazing blade also divine gear? With a thought, the armor automatically encased Chu Xiao's body. Simultaneously, the helmet, armguards, gloves, boots, and other pieces flew out from among the gold coins that had buried them. 3 seconds after Chu Xiao donned them, the divine armor dimmed and fell away. Ha! Just now. Chu Xiao had clearly sensed a connection. This divine armor had granted him immense power, multiplying his strength, speed, and defense several times over. Unfortunately, they faded after just 3 seconds. Could it be missing something? Stupid little brother, what did you pick? Jia Xuan circled around, selecting several pieces of jewelry that could enhance her strength before finding Chu Xiao. Seeing the divine gear on the ground, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Isn't this the famed, purifying flames of the angelic clan? It's missing the core holy angel heart, otherwise this divine set would suit you perfectly. Purifying flames, archangel's heart. Chu Xiao pondered silently. Jia Xuan frowned. You wouldn't be thinking of repairing it, would you? It's incredibly difficult. The sacred angel heart was lost along with the divine sun's demise. The method for crafting it is gone forever. Everyone has tried to recreate the original, purifying flames, but no one has succeeded. The sacred angel's heart must be the source of divine power. Isn't it similar to the divine power forge? I wore it for 3 seconds before the divine power forge exhausted its energy and fell off. What are you implying? Chu Xiao nodded. The divine power crucible suffices at the demigod realm. I sense this divine armor set is far more than just demigod realm level. Therefore, a more powerful furnace is needed to supply the energy. Fortunately, having now ascended to demigod realm, I can attempt forging the eternal forge. The materials for the eternal forge had already been gathered.
Just as he was about to begin, Chu Xiao realized his power was insufficient, leaving the project stalled. Only upon reaching the demigod realm did the possibility of attempting it arise. If you can, please make sure to repair it, little brother. I was once that divine child's idol too. If not for her, I never would have considered applying to Fireseed University or worked so hard in my studies. Jia Xuan gently tapped Chu Xiao's forehead encouragingly. Chu Xiao knew that divine child an angel clad in a short skirt, radiating both fierce elegance and formidable strength. Even before her demise, she was hailed as the next angelic king. Her name was He Shi, and she was also an outstanding scholar. Sissy Xuan, you can look forward to it. I'll definitely get it fixed. I'll be waiting. If you can repair my idol's divine gear, I'll give you a little surprise. How surprising. How delightful. Chu Xiao's eyes crinkled with a smile as he wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Anticipation. If Chu Xiao wanted to wear the purifying flames, he'd need to modify it after all, it was women's attire. Those two mounds up front would need smoothing out. Beep, beep, beep. Someone's looking for me? Chu Xiao opened the blue screen to find a call request from the Moon Knight Order. Since joining, Chu Xiao had almost forgotten he was part of the Knight Order. They hadn't sought him out, nor had he reached out to the Knights. Chu Xiao, this is Zheng Donglai. We met briefly before. You know Zhao Ming, right? Chu Xiao nodded. Come to think of it, you're practically one of us Moon Shadow Knights. Zhao Ming and I managed the Moon Shadow Knights together. Not long ago, we discovered the tomb of a high god in the fairy forest. It's protected by a powerful barrier. I hear you're skilled at both setting up and dismantling barriers. I'd like to invite you to explore this tomb with us. Chapter 145, Fairy Forest. Chu Xiao, should we go? Zheng Donglai, like Chen Lai, is a returner. He's deeply calculating who knows what he's thinking. If he belongs to the Moon Knight Order, he should be trustworthy. After all, back at the academy, the Moon Shadow Knights showed us goodwill by purchasing our demigod artifacts at a premium, helping us raise the ransom money. Zhao Ming of the Moon Shadow Knights even participated in the Divine Realm campaign. He seems decent enough. Chu Xiao detected nothing amiss. But your concern isn't unfounded. We're a big target now. Being cautious is wise. But as long as we grow stronger, there's nothing to fear. The fairy forest is still 7 days' voyage away. Let's strive to become more powerful during this time. Chu Xiao wrapped his arm around her and smiled. While major breakthroughs in cultivation are unlikely, we can equip everyone with divine gear. This time, I've acquired ample materials to forge eternal forges. I'll upgrade everyone's gear. Jia Xuan nodded. Worrying was futile. No matter what schemes lay ahead, strength remained the most reliable safeguard. Let me help you. The 7-day voyage concluded swiftly. Between the fairy forest and the Black Tide Islands lay a vast desert. Giant worms periodically emerged from the sands, snarling at the leviathans soaring overhead. The appearance of these colossal beasts filled them with dread. Puff, puff, puff. Chu Xiao ordered the release of swarms of alien insects, which burrowed into the sand in overwhelming numbers. After earth-shaking tremors, the dismembered sandworm segments were hauled back to the leviathan by flying dragons. As they approached the fairy forest, glimpses of greenery began to appear. Finally, we've arrived. A group of young women were confined aboard the insectoid mothership, bored stiff to the point of sprouting. Chu Xiao could activate the leviathan's jump drive to arrive in seconds, but it couldn't perform 2 jumps in quick succession, nor was there any need to. Everyone, prepare for landing. Once we're down there, be on your guard at all times. Got it. Everyone perked up. Zhang Cici and the others were no longer deadweight, they had become true gold tier powerhouses. I can't believe I've finally reached gold tier myself. Now you all see I was right, huh? If I hadn't been decisive and set my sights on such a great guy, you wouldn't have gotten a single drop. Cici, don't even start. You were the first one begging for mercy last night. Exactly. First doesn't mean you're the main woman. I'm the one who can take it the hardest. No objections to me being the main one, right? Tian, your reckless attitude is terrifying. We can't let you be the leader who knows what you'd put us through. Enough. Do you think you can outdo Sister Xuan? She's big and tough. I'll be the second wife and take the heat for you too. What a sly little Xingyuan. Who knew you were like this, Wan? The girls chattered and laughed together. After becoming golden, the group gained the ability to fly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chu Xiao led his group to land at the camp. Zheng Donglai, who had been waiting here all along, greeted them warmly. Fellow juniors, you must be exhausted. Chu Xiao cut straight to the point. We're okay. Senior Zhang, what's the current situation with the divine tomb? Zheng Donglai frowned. Not good. We were the first to discover it, but somehow word got out. Tang Wanjun, Fang Yanluo, and Chu Fifan have arrived too. Chen Lai isn't here? No, he hasn't. After observing Chu Xiao's expression, Zheng Donglai whispered, rumor has it he's preparing for his wedding and couldn't make it. Chu Xiao froze. Well, I hope he prepares well then. Be careful. They mean trouble, and they've brought a lot of people.
Tang Wanjun, Fang Yanluo, and Chu Fifan brought 159 elite fighters. In contrast, Zheng Donglai's side numbered only 47, including Chu Xiao and his group. Come, let me introduce you. This is the rising star, Chu Xiao, our junior classmate Chu. The son of God? Everyone knows him. But what are these girls here for? Sightseeing? Amidst the crowd, a man with hawk-like eyes frowned. We're facing twice as many enemies. How are we supposed to fight with these deadweights tagging along? Li Xiao, what's your tone? Right, I was wrong. The son of God might just twist my head off in a fit of rage over a pretty face. Li Xiao retorted with a sarcastic tone. Xu Xiao, don't mind him. He's the nephew of Professor Li Ran, whom you killed, so he holds a grudge against you. Li Ran brought this upon himself, and Li Zhao dared not defy the Pantheon's will by causing trouble for Xu Xiao. But finding an excuse shouldn't be too hard, right? Gold rank? Xu Xiao walked over with a cold smile. Smack! A slap flew out. Li Zhao's face instantly burned. He hadn't even seen how Xu Xiao had moved. Damn fast. So decisive. Truly the playboy god already beating up a classmate for his woman. That's got some swagger. Hey. Are we just going to stand by and watch? What else? You want to step in? The group exchanged glances. Li Zhao covered his face, overcome with shame and anger. Xu Xiao, what do you think you're doing? We invited you here to hunt for treasure out of goodwill, and you turn around and attack us maliciously. Me? I just wanted to show you. Gold tier. You couldn't beat it either. You. Li Zhao recalled the black tide that had just been annihilated and instinctively ducked his head. Xu Xiao's murderous intent was something he couldn't withstand. Very angry? Keep your anger bottled up. Keep talking, and I'll cripple you. The 5 golden flowers, along with Mara and Ball, had mastered a formation. With 7 forming a cohesive unit, they could stand their ground against demigods. Xu Xiao apologized to Zheng Donglai, sorry about hitting your dog. But I can guarantee these guys can hold their own against 1 or 2 demigods. Oh? Zheng Donglai didn't seem bothered by Li Zhao getting beaten up at all. Instead, he looked at Zheng Sisi and the others with keen interest. Fine, I believe you. Let me introduce you to the others. Zheng Donglai introduced them one by one, this time with utmost courtesy. As Chu Xiao passed by Li Zhao, he muttered 2 words under his breath, "You're asking for it." Li Zhao gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with venomous rage. Yet, his clenched fists slowly relaxed. He really had no choice but to endure it. Damn Chu Xiao. Sister Wang? Chu Xiao quickly forgot about Li Zhao, but he never expected to run into Wang Xiaolin here. Wang Xiaolin stepped out of the crowd with a smile. Radiant and restored to her former glory, she seemed genuinely surprised to see Chu Xiao. Little brother, what brings you here? After speaking, she glanced at the group of women surrounding Chu Xiao. What a lucky guy. Can I join you, sis? Whoosh. The surrounding crowd was utterly stunned. Chu Xiao actually knew this formidable woman? What exactly was their relationship? Judging by Wang Xiaolin's tone, she didn't seem to mind the many women and wanted to join in. What kind of game is this? So jealous. Poof. Let me warn you. Don't even think about making a move on my good little brother. He saved my life, and he might just save yours too. If you don't want to die, just behave yourselves. So that's how it is. Many had heard that Wang Xiaolin's curse had been lifted. After it was lifted, not only did her appearance become stunningly beautiful, but her abilities also skyrocketed, a blessing in disguise. Xu Xiao? His cursing skills are that advanced? This is great news. Curses are the most common hazards when exploring divine tombs. Having him along will be a huge relief. Some folks are in for a rough time. Having offended such a powerful cursebreaker, I wonder how they'll handle those curses now. Chapter 146, The Divine Tomb. A brief respite. All the people Zheng Donglai had invited had arrived. Everyone, please follow me. They flew 5 kilometers along a forest animal trail. Along the way, the beasts were intimidated by the powerful aura of a group of demigods and scattered in flight. The towering ancient trees seemed to have eyes, watching this group of intruders. Xu Xiao secretly released his insect swarm. Connection lost? A cockroach sneaking into the forest was smashed to pieces by a club wielded by a cyclops. The venomous snake was pierced by countless arrows. A mere forest, yet fraught with danger. Xu Xiao, I forgot to tell you, stay off the beaten paths. Only the trails blazed by mighty divine beasts are safe here. Generally, no beasts dare to destroy them. Especially if we disturb a divine beast, we'll all be left behind. Is that so? No wonder his strange insects were treated as snacks. We're here. The camp ahead was surrounded by numerous adventurers. Zhao Ming led a group of knights clad in crescent mooncloaks, facing off against Tang Wanjun, Fang Yanluo, and Chu Fifan. Call it a standoff, but it was more like being surrounded. You guys are way too bossy. We found this place first, why should we give it up to you? Did it say your name on it? What proof do you have you found it first? Exactly. We clearly found it first. You're the ones who should get lost. Tang Wanjun sneered coldly. His men held overwhelming numbers. Anyone else wanting access to the divine tomb would have to obey their orders.
Tang Wanjuan's men barked orders at the group of independent adventurers. If you want in, you have to earn it.
Now get inside and scout the way. Why should we? We're not going. Think you're too good for us? Throw them in.
A piercing scream echoed as an adventurer was tossed through one of the 9 gates. He soon became a lifeless corpse, spat out by the divine tomb.
You, how could you do this? Think you can tag along and reap rewards without lifting a finger? Not a chance. Either go in, or die. Tang Wanjun and his group forced the scattered adventurers closer to the gate.
Spotting Chu Xiao and his group, Tang Wanjuan's eyes lit up.
Finally, you're here. His expression darkened upon seeing Zhou Xueming.
Mr. Zhou, you found yourself a fine master.
Even I can't fathom you now.
Mr. Chu, the nickname Playboy Divine Lord, truly lives up to its reputation.
Zhou Xueming ignored him. Is it him?
Chu Xiao, the son of the gods. Come on, let him settle this for us.
Exactly. He represents the pantheon. Following him into the treasure hunt should be safe, right?
Chu Xiao, you must stand up for us. Chu Xiao's face twisted into an odd expression as he rolled his eyes.
Ha! Look, these people are going too far. They can't crack the divine tomb's traps, so they're sending us to our deaths. Aren't you the son of the gods? Go judge them.
Make them understand the authority of the son of the gods.
Exactly. We're all backing you up. We'll cheer you on from here. Zhang Sisi was so exasperated she laughed bitterly. How can you be so shameless? Why don't you listen to yourselves? One of them stepped forward arrogantly. Aren't you supposed to help us?
And I was rooting for you, shouting 666 for you. They showed no self-awareness whatsoever. Pointing at Zhang Sisi and the other women, they sneered coldly. You women only made such rapid progress because you hooked up with Chu Xiao, right? So what if you help us? We want to become powerful too.
Exactly. You can't treat us differently just because we're men. If I were a woman, I could climb into your bed too. Chu Xiao saw mockery in Tang Wanjuan's expression.
He turned his gaze toward the adventurer attempting moral blackmail and walked over.
You, what do you think you're doing? Aren't you the son of God? You can't just do whatever you want. Do you think we'll report you? Chu Xiao glared at the most vocal man with fox-like eyes and chuckled. Do you think you're clever? Or do you think I'm stupid? What do you mean? Arg.
Chu Xiao grabbed the man's head and drove his knee up with brutal force. A chilling smirk curled at the corner of Chu Xiao's mouth.
I won't tolerate moral blackmail in any form. If you want the treasure, go get it yourself.
But they're forcing us to die.
Aren't you going to do anything about it? Ah! Another piercing scream echoed.
Chu Xiao turned his head, his eyes flashing dangerously.
I said it, I won't tolerate moral blackmail. If you unite, you can absolutely stand up to them. You're just not united enough, yet expect others to fight your battles? Do I look like I have time to spare? Clap clap clap. Tang Wanjun smiled as he looked over. This is the Chu I know. I thought you'd turn against us for a bunch of idiots. Chu, since you won't intervene, kindly step aside. Let these fools be your scouts. Chu Xiao snorted derisively. You're no saint yourself. Fine. Just don't let your men stir up trouble among the crowd. Chu Xiao pointed at the man with fox-like eyes and said, Need me to remind you whose man you really are? Boom. A terrifying killing intent erupted. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and the entire city fell silent. Only then did they remember this was the ruthless man who had slaughtered hundreds of millions of pirates across the Black Tide archipelago without batting an eye. How had they dared threaten him to provoke his wrath? Thud. The man with fox-like eyes immediately dropped to his knees, begging for mercy and pleading to Tang Wanjun, Senior Tang, I don't want to die. Senior Tang, save me. Get lost. I don't know you. Useless. Though it was merely a minor diversion, meant to tarnish Chu Xiao's reputation. He never expected the other party to botch such a minor task, dragging him into this mess. Want to live? The chance is right before you. Choose one of the 9 factions. Survive, and this matter ends. How ruthless. Any discerning observer could see the man had been discarded as a sacrificial pawn by Tang Wanjun. Yet there was nothing to be done about it. A sneer curled at the corner of Tang Wanjun's mouth. He refused to admit it, and Chu Xiao couldn't challenge him on it unless he truly didn't care about his own reputation. The fox-eyed man approached the gate, his steps halting and his gaze shifting nervously. Yet once he reached it, his feet refused to budge. Take the third door. The man froze. Hearing Chu Xiao's well-intentioned warning, he gritted his teeth and stepped through the third light gate. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Chu Xiao, you didn't just randomly point him in a direction, did you? Actually, we've already tested it. Only one of the 9 doors is the correct choice, leading to the corresponding treasure. But the order of the gates changes every time, and no more than 3 people can enter simultaneously. He's dead meat. Killed by the very son of God he trusted. Killing both body and soul.
If someone dies because of the Son of God's advice, it will undoubtedly tarnish Chu Zhao's reputation.
Incompetence, too, is a crime. A 1 in 9 chance is too difficult. Tang Wanjun and the others were still feeling their way.
According to intelligence, the portal should contain the correct method to bypass it.
Obtaining that method would allow them to safely disarm the trap.
But there were 9 layers inside, each with 9 choices. Everyone stopped at the first layer.
After a long while, the man still hadn't emerged.
Tang Wanjuan's gaze swept over Chu Xiao, filled with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. The Pantheon's protection came with conditions. The moment Chu Xiao brought disgrace upon the Pantheon, he would be discarded without hesitation, perhaps even hunted down.
That would be splendid. Just then, a cheer erupted. It's moving! It's moving! He's coming out! Chapter 147, The Temple. How could you possibly guess? Chu Xiao, you were just guessing blindly, right?
A cold glint flashed in Chu Xiao's eyes like a blade.
If you're unskilled, practice more. Isn't it obvious at a glance which path leads to survival and which to death? What do you mean, obvious at a glance? No way, Chu Xiao actually knew? Damn it, I remember now.
He knows the supreme barrier technique.
A test like this must be a piece of cake for him, right? The first gate held one path to survival.
Beyond it lay 9 more gates demanding choice, still a 9-to-1 selection. This repeated 9 times, forming 9 layers. Therefore, to truly clear the challenge, one could only gamble on a single chance among over 387 million choices.
It's practically a death sentence.
Or, by following the clues on the doors, calculate the correct answer through computational power. The Genesis Chronicle had already calculated the outcome through its algorithms the moment it was activated.
Chu Xiao, thank you. This treasure I obtained from within is yours. Tang Wanjun clenched his teeth, staring at the fox-eyed man as he spoke each word deliberately. You bastard, have you thought this through? Whose dog are you, anyway?
Poof. Chu Xiao abruptly raised his hand, deflecting Tang Wanjuan's aura and shielding the fox-eyed man. He snatched the box from his hand, glanced up, and remarked, interesting. Chu Xiao bestowed a set of basic divine armor, thunderclap, upon the fox-eyed man.
You did well. This is your reward. Whoosh.
The difference in status was starkly evident. The crowd erupted in derisive laughter. Chu Xiao wielded both benevolence and authority, while Tang Wanjun could only rage impotently.
This is hilarious. He gives nothing, yet expects others to offer treasures? Exactly.
He nearly lost his life over this.
How ridiculous. First he denies everything, now he wants people to be his lapdogs? Looks like this dog's finally woken up.
The fox-eyed man sneered bitterly. Tang Wanjun, I'm not afraid of you.
I'm not afraid of you at all now. He snarled viciously, woof woof woof.
In Chu Zhao's hands lay the mechanical diagrams surrendered by the fox-eyed man, keys that could effortlessly unlock the Divine Tomb's traps. It was a major contribution.
Tang Wanjuan's face turned deathly pale. He now understood Chun Lai's hysteria. Chu Xiao, you're truly an eyesore. Is that so? Then can you get in yourself?
The Divine Tomb's mechanisms activated, merging the 9 gates into one to reveal the true entrance within.
All could now enter. Tang Wanjuan's emotions were complex. Great, let's go in. Charge. Bang.
Fools. Only our Yenhuang Hall can be the first to enter. Several adventurers were slain.
Tang Wanjun charged straight in. Relying on their numbers, they brutally eliminated others and entered first. Chu Xiao, aren't we going to pursue them? No.
I never said this door was the right one.
Then which one?
Moonlight spilled down, casting a long shadow of the Divine Tomb's gate beneath its glow.
The true gate lies hidden within it.
Put. Looks like the real fool stepped forward on his own, no announcement needed.
He's too impatient, pressured by Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao, let's go.
The group slipped into the shadows. The invisible barrier rippled outward like water.
Sasha. What a beautiful moon.
Pure moonlight bathed the altar where the group stood, casting a streak of pristine silver light upon it.
A circle of semi-divine artifacts lay arranged upon the altar. 2-star semi-divine artifacts? Mine is a 3-star one. And even 4-star ones. The group rushed forward eagerly. Everyone selected one.
Chu Zhao's gaze fell upon a dark red tang sword, 5 stars.
Impressive. Far superior to the blazing war blade. As the battle intensified, the gold-tier blazing war blade began to feel inadequate.
The blade gleamed like blood jade, its scabbard wrapped in golden dragon pattern threads.
Clang. The moment the blade was drawn,
a profound sense of kinship surged through him.
Fine blade.
If used to cast divine arts, its power could be tripled, if not more. Congratulations, you've obtained a fine blade. Zheng Donglai was delighted. He had acquired a gourd capable of brewing wine that enhanced abilities perfect for him.
You got something good too. Haha, thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had a chance to get it. Let's go. Let's enter the hall and take a look.
Before the altar, a colossal palace rose majestically.
The entire structure glowed golden, radiating a divine light.
2 door pillars were covered in ancient patterns, their aura timeless. At the entrance, 2 stone sculptures of mythical beasts seemed almost alive, glaring menacingly at the humans who dared to enter.
Those 2 beasts are terrifying. I feel like they want to eat me. I feel the same way. Shall we go in?
The Moon Shadow Knights hesitated, unable to move forward.
All eyes turned to Chu Xiao. See that stone pedestal? You can all try lifting it.
Those who can lift it have the right to enter.
Otherwise, your journey ends here. Ha, it really is here. Let me give it a try.
Zhao Ming was a soldier by nature and had great confidence in his strength. He widened his eyes, rolled up his sleeves, and hoisted the waist-high stone block.
Lift. Lift. Lift it up, ah!
Zhao Ming's veins bulged as he strained with every ounce of strength, yet the stone block remained firmly planted, not budging an inch.
Damn it, how can it be this heavy? Even using divine power didn't work.
Senior Zhao, moving the stone block tests the nature of your divine power. It won't work unless your divine power has been refined to a certain level.
Looks like I need more practice, ha ha ha. Zhao Ming didn't seem embarrassed. One by one, the others stepped forward to try.
Zhang Cece stood before the stone pedestal, her expression solemn. The stone pedestal was a perfect opportunity to test their recent progress.
Lift. Thud.
The stone block shifted an inch, still failing to gather.
Good, that's impressive. You actually moved the stone block that even the captain couldn't budge.
Zhang Xiaoxiao, Zhang Tianxin, Li Xinwan, and Xin Shuqi each tried in turn, but only managed to shift it a fraction. Thus, a group of Moon Shadow Knights gazed at them with admiration.
It was Chu Xiao's turn. Standing before the black stone pedestal, covered in intricate patterns. Ha! I can't decipher these either?
Chu Xiao's mastery of inscription was already exceptional, yet the runes on the pedestal were unlike any he had ever seen. He stepped forward slowly, wrapping his arms around the pedestal and channeling divine power into it.
Chu Xiao braced his legs firmly, clenched his teeth. Lift.
A surge of divine energy rippled outward from him like ocean waves. The divine power within him cycled through wave after wave, seeming to grow purer with each exchange.
Chu Xiao's eyes lit up.
It turned out this technique also possessed the function of refining divine power. His clenched fingers tightened with increasing force.
Oomph.
With a thunderous roar, he hoisted the massive stone block overhead.
This is incredible. It worked. It finally worked.
A bright yellow glow flashed in the beast's eyes, and a mark appeared on the back of his hand.
Congratulations. I was just lucky.
I wish I could get lucky too, Zhao Ming said enviously.
The others continued their attempts.
But in the end, only Zhang Donglai, Jia Yishuan, and Zhou Xueming succeeded.
Looks like you girls aren't up to it, huh? Zhou Xueming taunted the 5 golden flowers, who were seething with anger. Zhang Cece and her 4 companions stomped their little feet in fury. Yeehaw! Chapter 148, The Ancient Sacred Spring.
Entering the grand hall revealed a world unto itself. The interior formed its own distinct space, where pure spiritual energy washed over them, causing every cell in their bodies to begin absorbing it autonomously. 16 stone pillars soared skyward, their surfaces engraved with ancient script. 8 colossal dragon sculptures encircled the central sacred spring, their mouths spewing a concentrated, deep blue spiritual liquid.
Chu Xiao dipped a hand into the spring.
The luminous, crystalline water seeped directly into his pores. Upon contact with the divine body, the primordial form trembled faintly. Zheng Donglai exclaimed excitedly, the spiritual energy here is incredibly dense.
Cultivating in this place, I should be able to break through in no time.
And the spring water it seems to possess the power to purify the bones and marrow.
The stone pillars hold divine technique manuals, all ancient forbidden arts long lost to history.
He was utterly astonished. Arcane Cataclysm, Moon Eroding Blade, Archangel's Hymn, Plague of Death, Void Rift, Curse of 10,000 Bones, Decay and Rebirth, Blood Rivers, Reversal of Fate. This great master had fused ancient sorcery with immortal arts. As death approached, he carved his ultimate knowledge onto the stone pillars, awaiting those destined to inherit it. Chu Xiao scanned them one by one, his eyes settling on a devastating forbidden technique. Blood River Reversal Curse explodes all blood within the body to elevate one's power by a tier.
After the explosion, the body is severely damaged and cultivation plummets. A life or death battle tactic.
However, with the formidable regenerative power of my world-creating physique, this technique might be exceptionally suited to me. Chu Xiao settled his mind to contemplate. The others did likewise, selecting divine arts that appealed to them and sitting before the stone pillars to slowly grasp their essence. Suddenly, a flash of sword light streaked toward Chu Xiao from behind. The hairs on Chu Xiao's back stood on end as he turned his head slightly. The blade's edge sliced past his ear.
Get lost. He struck out with a palm, landing squarely on the ambushing Zheng Donglai. Boom! His demigod-level combat power erupted suddenly.
The suppressed meridians cracked and popped as they opened. Zheng Donglai was hurled like a cannonball, crashing into a stone pillar.
Realizing Chu Xiao's overwhelming power, his eyes widened in shock.
His eyes blazing crimson as he prepared to charge once more.
What's going on? Senior Zhang, what are you doing? This is bad. He's gone mad. Zheng Donlai's forced cultivation of the eternal wither and bloom curse clashed with his original cultivation system. His blood reversed course, surging through his meridians, instantly spawning a demonic obsession. Ha 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 ha. A cold, sinister voice emerged from his mouth. Chu Xiao, thank you for bringing me into the divine tomb. But all of this is mine, everything belongs to me. You cannot compete with me. Die. Chu Xiao frowned. He'd long heard that Zhang Dong coveted Yifei Hong's sword immortal profession, seeking to cultivate immortal arts. He never imagined this would happen. Not everyone had the Genesis Chronicles to guide them in refining their magical power. Without true magical power, forcing divine energy to drive immortal arts could lead to spiritual backlash. Zheng Donglai had chosen demonic arts. A cold glint flared in Xu Zhao's eyes. Seeking death. Zheng Donglai launched a surprise attack on the startled Zhou Xueming, nearly wounding her with a single strike. Jia Yishuan reacted, sidestepping and lashing out with her tail. A purple, side-like tail clashed fiercely with the sword, sparks flying. Xu Xiao, Jia Yishuan, Zhou Xueming, and Wang Xiaolin reacted simultaneously, closing in to surround Zheng Donglai. Seeing the situation turn against him, Zheng Donglai leapt backward and grabbed a stone pillar. Black tentacles sprouted from his legs, stabilizing his body. Oomph. Xu Xiao, you're lucky you weren't killed in that sneak attack. Since you outnumber me, I'll let you off for now. But just you wait, I'll kill you soon enough. Bang. A wave of black mist swept through, and Zhang Donglai's body vanished completely. Even divine sense couldn't detect him. The others exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused by the situation. What do we do now? Zheng Donglai, why did you try to kill me? Does Xue know something? No one noticed the fleeting flicker of unease in Zhou Xueming's eyes as she protested, I don't know either. Maybe it's something to do with the cultivation technique. Xu Xiao stared at the stone pillar thoughtfully. It probably has nothing to do with the cultivation technique. Zheng Donglai was already problematic before he entered. The stone pillar's cultivation technique had been verified by the Genesis record. As long as one didn't force its practice and abandoned it at the first sign of trouble, there shouldn't be any issues. Zheng Donglai's problems stemmed more from himself. He glanced at Xue, whose eyes had flickered with an abnormal expression for a split second. Seems my chastisement wasn't harsh enough. Continue your cultivation. Jia Yishuan gestured toward the spirit spring. Stinky little brother, why don't we soak in the spirit spring while cultivating? Might just double our efficiency. Well, alright then. The four shed their clothes, retaining only minimal coverings. The three women draped themselves in sheer robes, their forms faintly visible as they entered the spring. Misty spiritual energy swirled on the water's surface, their hazy silhouettes stirring the soul. Jia Yishuan's jade-like feet emerged from the water, the spring's glow radiating from the roots of her long legs. Xu Xiao stared blankly. Beneath her sheer robe, her exquisite figure traced captivating curves. Jia Yishuan's eyes sparkled like stars as her peach blossom cheeks drew near. You silly little brother, what are you staring at? Her red lips curved into a smile, the dual cultivation technique tugging at Xu Zhao's restless heart. So that was her plan all along. Zhou Xueming glided over in a form-fitting silk robe, her breasts pressed against Xu Zhao's back as the scent of orchids wafted into his ear. Xu Xiao leaned slightly, glancing at Wang Xiaolin beside him. She wore a faint, ambiguous smile. Something's off. Why are these two just diving right in without a second thought? Pale skin, faint blushes. Xu Xiao was completely immobilized, entangled by two beautiful snakes. Wait a moment. The spring water seemed to possess aphrodisiac properties. Even he gradually lost his resistance to its power, tempted to surrender his last shred of defiance. Little brother, isn't it nice having three big sisters keep you company? Splash. Wang Xiaolin plunged into the water, surfacing with a splash near Xu Xiao. Ripples shimmered. Sparkling droplets of the elixir splashed onto everyone. Two small hands rested on Xu Zhao's chest. Sis, I wouldn't mind being the youngest either. I'm a very traditional woman, you know. Xu Zhao's Adam's apple bobbed. Three temptresses. How could he bear it? Fairies, enchantresses, you wicked creatures. Let's begin our cultivation. Instantly, countless threads of delicate spiritual energies seeped into the bodies of the four. Golden light shimmered across each divine body, revealing intricate golden inscriptions. Xu Zhao's creation body was the most prominent. Behind him, a pattern resembling a great sun materialized. As the golden light dispersed, clusters of black aura above the stone pillars retreated upward as if encountering a natural enemy. These dark vapors concealed themselves within the high clouds, unnoticed by anyone. The three forces within Xu Xiao gradually merged together, twisting like three differently colored strands into a single, new power. Jia Yishuan suddenly let out a soft, low moan. Xu Xiao channeled this power into her body. Beneath her skin, the three-colored radiance devoured the last vestiges of hidden injuries, propelling her divine form toward a higher plane. Jia Yishuan's pain receded. This newly born energy undertook a comprehensive restoration and transformation of her body. Beneath her soaked gauze skirt, breathtaking curves trembled. Swish! Wings unfurled. Purple insect wings tinged with flecks of golden radiance.
In her bright eyes, concentric golden rings interlocked.
At first glance, 3 rings of light. But within them lay intricate inscriptions forming an array diagram. You little brat.
Jia Yixuan wrapped her arm around Chu Xiao, her gaze unfocused.
Move aside, it's my turn.
Zhou Xueming suddenly opened her heart-shaped eyes, charging like a ball and shoving the modified divine body of Jia Yixuan aside.
Master, can I upgrade too?
She had completely let go of herself. Calling him master with every breath made Chu Xiao's heart blossom with delight.
Chapter 149, The Parasite. After practicing dual cultivation with Zhou Xueming and Jia Yixuan, each gained their own insights. Next was Wang Xiaolin.
Having regained her health, her snow-white skin glowed like pristine spring snow. As she drew near, her voluptuous form rippled like waves across water. Her luminous eyes emitted a captivating crimson glow. The next moment, Chu Xiao felt something warning him, but he was already completely ensnared. Wang Xiaolin lay atop Chu Xiao, her soaked clothes clinging to her form, revealing glimpses of skin beneath. A flash of viciousness flickered in her eyes.
Chu Xiao, you've finally fallen into my hands. Who said you were hard to kill?
The indestructible Chu Xiao is about to become my dog.
Tell me, should I kill you now?
A large fruit ball pressed against Chu Xiao's cheek as Wang Jialing crawled out of the spirit spring. Her domain had already trapped the other 2 women. No one could stop her now. Sitting by the pool, she curled her bare feet, admiring her own body with self-indulgent pleasure. Then, she retrieved a brocade box from the clothes nearby. Opening the box, a centipede-like poisonous worm crawled out. Split into 2 segments, the larger head pierced her snow-white chest while the smaller head burrowed toward Chu Xiao's heart. Heart-controlling bug, such a precious thing, how could I possibly leave it for others? She immediately reported Gunas dark god. Her attempt to harm the divine child constituted a provocation against the pantheon. Wang Jialing had secretly intercepted the mind-controlling bug precisely to keep Chu Xiao under her control. Chu Xiao's brows furrowed, his lips pressed together.
As if enduring immense agony.
2 soft little hands wrapped around Chu Xiao's neck as her head leaned against him, revealing a sickly smile.
Mine. All mine. Don't worry, I'm too busy cherishing you to ever harm you.
Wang Jialing had already planned over 100 little games in her mind, imagining herself as a queen enslaving Chu Xiao, and couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Put.
Suddenly, the suppressed will of Wang Xiaolin launched an attack. And Wang Jialing, overcome by rage, spat out a mouthful of blood. A cold, piercing sword light struck from behind.
Wang Jialing froze, raising her hand to block.
Her clawed hand collided with the sacred sword Frostlight, 2 energies clashing violently.
Bang!
In an instant, Jia Yixuan was sent flying by her strike. Jia Yixuan spun around just as the other insect tail struck true.
Clang!
A faint clang echoed as the second insect tail lashed viciously across Wang Jialing's back, sending a surge of pain coursing through her body. Die! Just as Jia Yixuan was about to be pierced through by her claws, Zhou Xueming attacked in time.
Boom! Zhou Xueming was sent flying backward. The gap between a demigod and a lesser god was immense.
Wang Jialing lunged forward to finish her off, but her body suddenly halted.
Ah, don't bother me. Wang Xiaolin, wouldn't it be better to just let me devour you?
Wang Jialing was constantly disrupted by her sister, unable to unleash her full power.
Jia Yixuan's strike gave the struggling Wang Xiaolin an opening. Rage erupted from Wang Jialing's mouth. Don't even think about it. This is my body. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended. Wang Jialing stared in horror as Chu Xiao floated before her, shrouded in black aura. His wings spread wide, eyes glowing crimson, his icy glare sending shivers through the 3. Who are you? The shock deep within her soul left Wang Jialing utterly paralyzed, unable to muster any will to resist. Chu Xiao, something was terribly wrong. His wings seemed to be oozing blood, and his eyes were a terrifying shade of deep purple black. Stop. Stop right now. Die.
A cold, sinister laugh erupted from Chu Xiao's mouth. His black eyes darted around, sending a chill through the 3 witnesses. The next moment, Chu Xiao's massive hand clamped around her throat as he tilted his head, as if pondering something.
Ah! 2 sharp fangs pierced the snow-white neck.
Blood gushed forth, sucked into his mouth.
Wang Jialing struggled desperately to resist, yet she was as powerless as any ordinary mortal woman. Let go. Let me go.
Her legs ground together. Struggling desperately, yet gradually, a hazy look began to cloud her eyes. Instead of biting her to death, Chu Xiao extended his tongue and licked her. And her wound visibly began to heal.
Rip!
Her clothes ripped apart, and he lunged to bite Wang Jialing's shoulder again. Behind Chu Xiao, a blood-red sun gradually materialized, resembling an eye, mercilessly observing the scene below. The unsettling sight caused Jia Yixuan and the other to exchange horrified glances, both unable to bear it.
Chu Xiao, is that you?
Chu Xiao froze abruptly, as if recalling something only to forget it again.
Clutching his head in agony. Who am I? I? Demon King, Nuclear Bomb, Chu Xiao, Swarm, Overlord. Ah! Tri-colored energy erupted from his body. Source energy. I must control the source energy. Perfect opportunity. Wang Jieling bared 2 rows of stark white teeth, activating the heart-controlling parasite. The parasites relentlessly tore at Chu Xiao's heart. Get off me! Chu Xiao suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Wang Jieling by the throat once more. This time, he pressed his lips against hers. Massive energy surged through his mouth into her body. The sudden influx of energy drew the mother bug out of Wang Jieling's body. Sensing Chu Xiao's aura, the mother worm burrowed out of Wang Jieling's chest and infiltrated his body. The segment within Chu Xiao was violently flung by the mother worm's tail into Wang Jieling's body. No! By the time she realized what was happening, it was too late. Chu Xiao frantically drew energy from her mouth. Wang Jieling's power was drained by him, becoming his strength. Her divine soul rapidly shrank, causing her to fall from her lower god status. Demigod, gold, silver. No, no! Give me back my power, my power! Her power flowed into the unfinished eternal forge, where a small sun rose. The blood-red haze on the wings behind Chu Xiao gradually faded, half of them tinged with gold. Sister Wang? Only then did Chu Xiao realize she had lost her will at some point, clinging to Sister Wang and devouring her with wild abandon. She tried to pull away, but a slender white arm yanked her back. Don't stop, keep going. Chu Xiao stiffened. Sister Wang was someone he'd never even considered had he somehow won her over without realizing it? Little brother, you saved me twice. Isn't it only right that I offer myself to you? If you're a man, come here and kiss me. After Wang Jieling was subdued, Wang Xiaolin seized control, branding her beloved sister with a slave mark to be thoroughly tamed later. Now! It was time to act. Chu Xiao watched the two in their suggestive embrace kissing, and not just any kiss, but a deep French one. Forget it, I'll listen to Sister Wang. Whether influenced by the poisonous insects or not, the two seemed to share a telepathic connection as single thought revealed the other's vulnerabilities. Chu Xiao caressed the other's jade-like back, practicing the dual cultivation technique as their energies intertwined. A luminous glow began to radiate from the curve of her back. And Wang Xiaolin finally broke through the bottleneck that had trapped her in the demigod realm for so long. The entire hall instantly sucked in vast amounts of spiritual energy. Even the spiritual spring was sucked into a whirlwind. A golden flame ignited within Wang Xiaolin's mind. Ignite the divine flame, achieve true godhood. Just a little more, little brother. Give me a hand. Wang Xiaolin never imagined happiness would come so suddenly. After her sister had taken everything from her, she had all but lost the chance to ascend to godhood. Her pupils contracted. As another surge of Chu Xiao's power coursed through her body. This is the feeling. So damn satisfying. Mum. The divine law descended, and her soul was elevated. Underworld, death. The semi-divine death scythe evolved into the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Chapter 150, The Grim Reaper, entwined. Clad in the robe of death, wielding the scythe of death. The law of death descended. Within its domain, all things wither and decay. The domain inherently suppresses those below the divine fire realm. Chu Xiao possessed the divine power forge and the divine armor, purifying flames of atonement. Thanks to Wang Jieling's power, he had imprinted the laws onto the eternal forge, enabling him to withstand the suppression. The law engraved upon the furnace is the theft of all that belongs to others. After Chu Xiao resisted, Wang Xiaolin froze, exclaiming in shock. You're quite the little genius, able to summon power even within the domain. Her arms tightened around Chu Xiao's waist, as if she wanted to claim this man as her own. Such demigods were no ordinary beings at the very least, they wouldn't be killed by a mere glance from a lesser god. Those sculpted pecs, those tempting 8-pack abs. Come fight your big sister, little brother. Win, and you get a prize. 1, 2. Chu Xiao took a deep breath. What kind of tests were they throwing at him? Chu Xiao chuckled, don't regret this, sis. My enemy is a genius capable of killing beyond his level. Naturally, I must do the same. So what if he's a lower-tier god? I'll defy my superiors right now. Here I come. A fierce battle ensued, neither side gaining the upper hand. Wang Xiaolin pondered for a moment. Indeed, Chen Lai has such a record. Sister will help you train some more. How do you want to train? Wang Xiaolin casually retrieved a treasure orb. Its pure white glow emitted faint ripples of divine power. She slipped it into her sea trench, then beckoned to Chu Xiao with a finger. Come take it. If you succeed, I'll be your little slave today. You can do whatever you want with me. Don't you want to conquer the body and soul of a divine fire realm powerhouse? Ah woo. Wang Xiaolin knew how to be alluring. Chu Xiao's battle fervor ignited. Don't regret this, Sister Wang. Liar's a puppy. Whoosh. The next instant, wings unfurled behind Chu Xiao as he vanished from his spot. His speed was blindingly fast, faster than any demigod, approaching the realm of a lesser god. The roar of a sonic boom echoed through the air. Wang Xiaolin watched Chu Xiao appear behind her and smiled faintly. Not bad, but still not enough. A long leg lashed out like a whip. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck Chu Xiao's abdomen, sending him flying backward. Ha! Wang Xiaolin frowned slightly. She had restrained her strength, yet the kick should have at least knocked Chu Xiao unconscious, leaving him at her mercy.
Instead, it felt like striking an iron plate, not a scratch on Chu Xiao.
My divine body is incredibly tough, Sister Wang. Be careful. Is that so? Let me see just how tough it is. Thud. 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 Thud.
Gradually unleashing her full strength, Wang Xiaolan's fist struck the body of creation like hammering against an iron door, producing a metallic clanging sound. The more she struck, the more astonished she became.
This power was formidable enough to trouble Chen Lai. Sevenfold Aurora Flash.
Chu Xiao suddenly matched Wang Xiaolan's blazing speed, reaching out to catch her flying kick. He pulled her forward, toppling her onto his chest.
Wang Xiaolan's snow-white divine form fell onto the Genesis body, radiating starlight. The two lay intimately pressed together.
Her snow-white imprint spread across his chest, its area steadily expanding. Chu Xiao wrapped his arms around her waist, holding her petite frame tightly.
Sis Wang, my little slave, how will you please me? Nonsense, I didn't lose. Really?
Only then did Wang Xiaolan suddenly realize the pearl hidden in the ocean trench had vanished, and even the mountain peak itself had been pinned down by 5 fingers. A crystal-clear pearl, held aloft by Chu Xiao's divine power, floated in midair.
Well, my little slave. Yeah.
Caught off guard, Wang Xiaolan's tiny fists pounded against Chu Xiao's chest.
My sister's law? How did you get it, master? Guess. Wang Xiaolan's rosy cheeks flushed crimson, her body bristling with defiance.
Her breath tickled Chu Xiao's ear as she whispered seductively, "Why not, tie me up?
Give me a proper punishment? Don't men love whipping women stronger than themselves to satisfy their conquest urges? Whip? I wouldn't know how. For my sister, I only know how to cherish."
He locked Wang Xiaolan's hands, pressing her against the stone pillar wall slam. A bead of sweat slid down her shoulder. Her toes curled high as a warm breeze brushed her snow-white neck. Beneath her gauze robe, a heart-shaped rune gradually appeared on her lower abdomen. The faint purple symbol resembled a succubus's mark. Similar, yet not quite the same.
Boom!
Wang Xiaolan's eyes widened as she stared at the man before her. A tingling sensation spread through her body, leaving her unable to control herself as if under a spell.
A slave mark? A master's servant contract? Oh no, now I'm truly become little brother's slave.
But her physical senses had sharpened. And every slightest sound from the outside world filled her senses. Whether that was a blessing or a curse, she couldn't tell. Her divine power was invaded, transformed into Chu Xiao's tricolor divine power. So powerful. The divine power surged through her body, fortifying her divine form from head to toe. Within the sea of souls in her mind, the imprisoned Wang Jilin suddenly opened her eyes. Her clothes were tattered, yet her face remained breathtakingly beautiful. No, this power fluctuation is. The residual energy laws within Chu Xiao grew ever more profound, wave after wave washing over the little slave, propelling the divine domain's quality to its zenith. Tricolored light surged over both figures. The eternal forge recorded the laws of death. Chu Xiao pressed his nose against hers, knees braced against her legs to pin down this defiant sister. He sank his teeth into her collarbone, exacting revenge for the bite marks she'd left on him.
Naughty little slave deserves a lesson. Wang Xiaolan's white legs wrapped around Chu Xiao's waist, attempting to wrestle him down.
When Chu Xiao stood up, her small body was lifted and slammed back against the stone pillar, causing it to thud with a dull echo. Such feeble strength meant nothing to either of their divine bodies. But a little slave who bites her master must be properly disciplined.
Mum.
There. The divine fire realm expert, lightly disciplined by Chu Xiao with a swat on her little bottom.
You little slave, daring to bully your master? The parasitic bond between them solidified into a slave mark, binding Wang Xiaolan even more tightly.
Harnessing the seal's power, Chu Xiao made her body go limp, her eyes brimming with lust. He unleashed the rainfall technique, drenching their sweat-soaked bodies. Her damp, dark hair clung to Chu Xiao's shoulders.
Wang Xiaolan refused to be outdone, pouncing on Chu Xiao once more. Master, stay still. Now it's your servant's turn to serve.
Fingers traced lightly across his chest, revealing 8 tempting abdominal muscles that came into Wang Xiaolan's view. Little brother, you've turned me into a true slave.
How should I resist just a little?
Her snow-white breasts gleamed brightly. Wang Xiaolan propped herself up on her elbows, her eyes locked on Chu Xiao lying on the floor as she asked slyly. Becoming his slave wasn't without its perks. Swarm 100,000, 100,000, blast bugs, jumping bugs, sting snakes. A swarm interface appeared in her vision, allowing her to produce and command 100,000 insects. Wang Xiaolan casually produced a batch, all of them gold tier. She could even conjure up 100,000 gold tier familiars, or even demigod tier ones.
Whoa! Unbelievable, these alien insects.
No wonder Chu Xiao is so powerful. These alien insects aren't your average legion.
Even Jiaishuan couldn't obtain an alien insect legion. Since I'm your first level 2 base, I'll give you a completely different experience, your very first one. Awah! Awah! Wah! Wails and howls. Chapter 151, The Buried God. Wang Xiaolan's ascension to the divine fire realm was a trump card, one that must be used wisely. Jiaishuan and Zhou Xueming recovered. Watching the little slave clinging to Chu Xiao's side, she remained silent. Oomph. Chu Xiao was drenched in sweat. Sis, dear sis, what's going on? I'll apologize to Xiao Nu for you. Little slave, I want to be your little slave too. For some reason, Jia Ishuan seemed like a different person, increasingly developing into a little woman. Chu Xiao scratched his head, unsure how to comfort her. Taking a divine fire realm cultivator as his little slave, he didn't even know how it happened. One little slave is enough for my master. This sister here should go find somewhere cool to chill. The little slave monopolized her master, openly challenging the mistress. The harem finally erupted in flames. If she could have beaten her, Jia Ishuan would have pinned her to the ground and rubbed her into the dirt. Little slave. Oomph. Enough noise. I found the door to the next level. Zhou Xueming pushed aside a stone statue, revealing a pitch-black opening beneath. A chilling wind swept through, starkly contrasting the serene atmosphere above. We're already here, might as well take a look. The four donned their divine armor and descended the stone steps one by one. After they entered, the statue emitted a dull scraping sound as it slid back into place, sealing the opening. Deprived of the entrance's light, Chu Xiao paused, grateful for the light-emitting divine orb. The path they had come by vanished, leaving only the way forward. Master, this servant is scared. Jia Ishuan rolled her eyes. This was a skilled practitioner. Brother, sister's scared too. Me too. Xue is scared. Three women make a scene, how lively. Stop fooling around. Do you really want to experience the winds of the underworld here? If you're naughty, you'll get a taste of the family rules. The kind that keeps you bedridden for 3 days. The three women stiffened. Having already experienced Chu Xiao's discipline, they were a bit scared. Chu Xiao wasn't that extreme, but these three women constantly tested his limits, making it hard to hold back. They descended slowly for what felt like an eternity, traversing thousands of steps. Finally, the ground came into view. A chilling wind howled. A putrid stench wafted from a hole glowing with crimson light. A faint aura of cursed energy spread. Chu Xiao furrowed his sword-like brows, pointed at the three women, and a purification divine art descended upon them. It carried away the cold, oppressive aura, replacing it with warmth. The cave entrance was overgrown with eerie green vines. Upon the vines hung fruits bearing human heads, a sight both eerie and terrifying. Death vine. For practitioners of dark magic, they were a potent tonic. For those of light magic, they were poison. Be careful. Those faces up there are cultivators who strayed into this place, strangled by the death spirit vines and sucked inside. I understand. Best to burn these deadly things. A chaotic holy flame descended upon them, causing the faces to scream as blood tears streamed down. Stimulated, the vines began writhing, advancing toward Chu Xiao and his three companions. Clang! A green spiritual energy barrier materialized, deflecting each attack. After becoming a demigod, Chu Xiao's spirit energy barrier had grown astonishingly thick, reaching the width of a palm. The vine strikes against it felt like mere tickles. Within the divine eyes, the black aura of curses attempted to bypass the barrier. Chu Xiao snorted coldly. The chaos sacred flames automatically tracked them, igniting them mid-air. One by one, curses resembling ghostly flames suddenly ignited. Wang Xiaolin gasped. Curses? Chu Xiao nodded. Exactly. They're not as vicious as the ones you encountered, but most people wouldn't be able to handle them. Wang Xiaolin instinctively felt fear toward curses. Forgetting her banter with Jia Ishuan, she quickly pressed her chest against Chu Xiao's back and hid behind him. She cautiously craned her swan-like neck to peer through the scorched hole. Let's go in. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, a rustling sound came from inside the hole. The four of them startled and hurriedly backed away. A dark shadow darted out of the hole, pitch black except for a pair of bulbous eyes that flashed by. Clang! Sharp claws collided with Chu Xiao's psychic shield, the sound of metal scraping against metal echoing. The three women instinctively covered their ears. The sound was piercing. Chu Xiao frowned slightly, finally getting a clear look at the creature. It was a human, all four limbs planted on the ground, its head twisted a full 180 degrees, with a ghostly green vine hanging from its back. Parasitized? Isn't that one of Tang Wanjuan's group? 12 tentacles extended from the vine behind it, propping up the body as it lurched forward in a grotesque charge. Chu Xiao's pupils suddenly contracted as his blazing blade drew from its scabbard with a sharp clang. Slash! Swish, swish, swish. Where the blade passed, fallen vines writhed before being consumed by the trailing flames. Clang! The charging monster slammed into the psychic shield, only to be sliced clean through by the blade as it swung back. A rotting head fell to the ground. Disgusting. Terrifying. A silver-grade necrotic vine parasitizing a gold grade? The four of them sucked in their breath. Necrotic vines could easily parasitize hosts of higher tiers, and who knew how many gold tier, or even demigod tier, vines lurked within? Fear not, they still dread my flames. Chu Xiao flicked a flame downward, and the corpse burst into roaring flames. They pressed onward. The further they went, the more eerie it felt. Coffins, shrouded in spiderweb-like filaments, hung suspended in midair. The fort traversed a narrow stone bridge, the abyss below a pitch-black void from which intermittent wails and howls echoed. Could these be the sacrificial followers of that powerful being? Seems he lived in ancient times. Exactly. The pantheon today forbids such sacrifices. When a deity dies, their followers are taken away. Everything within the divine realm becomes resources for other demigods. How terrifying, sacrificial burial. But for my stinky little brother, I'd gladly do it. Chu Xiao held Jia Yishuan close and scolded, "Nonsense! Even if I die, I wouldn't want you to sacrifice yourselves for me." Wah! Her mouth was silenced. After a long moment, Jia Yishuan parted her lips, her words trailing off as she murmured, "You're the one talking nonsense. You won't die. We'll be together forever." Sweet and sour. Zhou Xueming and Wang Xiaolin both rolled their eyes. Crossing the stone bridge. In the cavern opposite, ghostly green flames flickered to life. In the center, a stone coffin sat solemnly. Different from the outside. Looks like he held quite a high status. The crypt contained numerous burial artifacts, including several powerful divine artifacts. "Don't touch it." Chu Xiao stopped Wang Xiaolin, who was reaching for a divine great spear. "These items carry powerful curses, and I get an extremely bad feeling about them." "I feel it too. The most eerie thing is that stone coffin up ahead." "Why don't I feel it?" Wang Xiaolin reluctantly withdrew her claw, feeling resentful. Though she had ascended to a lesser god, lacking a proper divine artifact left her among the weakest of the first wave. Zhou Xueming sneered, "Go ahead, go ahead. Best if you end up like them too, then we'd have one less opponent to argue with." "Oomph. I'll handle it." Chu Xiao dispatched a jump bug, commanding it to retrieve the equipment. The jump bug crawled out slowly, its purple claws grasping the god tier spear. In the next instant, seeds of the necrotic vine appeared on its body, devouring it. A jump bug, its back now covered in tentacles of the death vine, charged madly toward Chu Xiao and his three companions. There really is something wrong here. After obliterating it with a single strike, Chu Xiao stared at the coffin lid that had automatically swung open, fear etched on his face. A gray arm extended from within, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. Chapter 152, Middle Rank God, Xingling. A green-haired girl rose from the stone coffin, observing the four with keen interest, especially the three women radiating vibrant life force. "Not bad at all. This god has slumbered for ages. Upon awakening, I find such fresh and delicious delicacies. Especially you, little girl of the lower deities. Come on, sweetie, hop into my bowl." Who's supposed to come into the bowl? The aura emanating from her was terrifying, far surpassing any enemy Chu Xiao had ever faced. This was a living mid-tier god. Compared to her, all the powerful beings he had encountered before hadn't even scratched the surface of their true strength. Lu Xian claimed he'd tricked many to their deaths. It seemed he wasn't exaggerating. He'd used my hands to kill quite a few. I'll have to show him more respect from now on. It wasn't the overwhelmingly powerful opponents he feared, but those who were both formidable and treacherous. The domain of a mid-tier god was vast, its laws perfected. The young girl wielded at least 3 fully mastered laws. The power surging from each law far surpassed that of Wang Xiaolin, a novice who had only recently mastered the laws. "Wait. I'm the divine son of the pantheon. Can you spare me? I'll pay any price." What a loss. They say greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant, and indeed it is. Most divine tombs today are primarily focused on inheritance, with few containing powerhouses surpassing the demigod level. Chu Xiao initially assumed this tomb would be similar, but upon entering this underground chamber, he realized something was terribly wrong. He hoped his identity would prove useful. Pantheon? Son of the gods? These are unfamiliar terms. Why not explain them to me in detail first? This deity was so ancient he didn't even know about the pantheon? Gunara, the dark goddess, naturally knew the details. These ancient deities were different from them, having endured the Great War against the Abyss. Their power was staggering. Their ancient cultivation systems didn't follow the path of ascending to demigodhood either, but instead began directly from practitioners, gradually condensing divinity and igniting the divine flame step by step. Only such divine tombs pose danger to Chu Xiao. So it's been 3 trillion years already. My divine sovereign has also fallen. The girl formed from the death vine tapped her jade-like foot lightly on the ground. Instantly, an intense chill swept over them. Whoosh! The girl materialized beside Chu Xiao, lowering her head to whisper softly into his ear, "Why should I give you any face?" The chill was bone deep. Chu Xiao felt her hand press down on his shoulder, its chill so intense it felt as though it might freeze him solid, slowing the very flow of his blood. I can lift your curse." "Oh? Interesting. You?" The girl clearly didn't believe him. The curse upon her, one that even left a mid-tier god like herself lifeless, originated from a powerful demon god of the abyss, a being of the highest divine rank. Ah! Chu Xiao found himself choked by her grip around his neck, his legs pushed off the ground. The girl was surprisingly tall, standing every bit as tall as him. I hate being deceived more than anything. Die. Wait. He can do it. He really can. 3 women cried out in unison, "Do you know about the blood-flesh bodhisattva tribulation?"
Hearing this, the woman loosened her grip slightly, allowing Chu Shao to catch his breath.
"You can break the flesh and blood bodhisattva tribulation?" Cough cough cough.
Chu Shao had nearly suffocated from her grip, kneeling on the ground and gasping for air.
Yes, I can.
The blood-flesh bodhisattva calamity on my body was lifted by this very brother of mine.
Vines shot up from the ground, binding Wang Xiaolin into a rope art.
5 vines tightly restrained her limbs and head.
Smaller branches continuously explored her divine body, searching for traces of the curse.
Wang Xiaolin blushed as the goddess performed a thorough examination. Her divine essence, the laws within her, even her very soul seemed laid bare. No secrets remained hidden from her.
Indeed, it is the flesh and blood bodhisattva calamity. Seeing your current state, I believe it.
While this curse falls slightly short of the one I endured, it's still far beyond what ordinary people could resolve.
Thud.
Wang Xiaolin fell to the ground, her face flushed crimson. She scrambled to her feet, her eyes wet as she gazed at Chu Shao, burying her head behind him.
Boy, open your divine realm and let me in, or die.
With no other choice, Chu Shao opened his divine realm, allowing a green vine to burrow inside.
Remember, this god's name is Qingling. Little girl, you fancied this god's divine spear just now, didn't you? It's yours. Everything else here is yours too.
But first, you must lift the curse above.
Granting treasures and solving the curse, this was Qingling's test.
If they couldn't even handle this, she wouldn't believe Chu Shao could succeed.
How terrifying, Your Excellency. Chu Shao, are you okay? I'm fine. After entering the divine realm, Qingling was thoroughly satisfied.
Chu Shao was temporarily unharmed.
Shall we continue exploring? Chu Shao nodded.
Lady Qingling said we can explore other areas. This place no longer poses a threat to us.
The greatest danger had been eliminated. Guna's schemes as the Dark Goddess had utterly failed.
For countless years, every soul who entered the divine tomb had perished by Qingling's hand. She believed this time would be no exception. Of course, all those individuals had entered through the 9 gates. The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. If Chu Shao said so, it should be fine. Chu Shao commanded the jumping bugs to transport these items into the forbidden canyon of the demi-plane.
It was the projection of the divine realm within the demi-plane. Qingling appeared above the canyon at an unknown moment.
Having chosen to make her home in the Emerald Forest, she watched silently as the sealed divine artifacts fell into the valley, her expression tinged with nostalgia. Qingling gazed at the floating island in the sky, her eyes brimming with tears.
Embers of creation, so you are the master this time. Master. After the looting concluded, the 4 continued deeper into the realm. Moving aside the stone coffin would grant access to the next level. Mine. All mine. Stealing my artifact? Die. Fire tornado. Arctic blast. Storm blade.
In the vast space, Tang Wanjuan's group and a band of lone fighters clashed fiercely. The 10 divine artifacts before them radiated intense halos.
Ha 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 ha.
10 mid-tier divine artifacts, each one the legacy weapon of a mighty deity.
For geniuses like them, such scenes were nothing new. Tang Wanjun himself bore the legacy of several such deities. Go kill the rest of them for me. At that moment, the space rippled.
On the massive altar, the figures of Chu Shao and his 2 companions suddenly materialized.
Chu Shao, how did you get here?
I clearly closed the gate.
Is that so? Then you didn't close it properly. Well, fine things. I'll gladly accept them.
With a sweeping gesture, Chu Shao drew all 10 divine artifacts into the demi-plane.
Tang Wanjun gritted his teeth in fury. No. My divine artifacts.
With Chu Shao snatching the prize, the group's eyes blazed with fury. They halted their fighting, all glaring at him with vicious intent.
Hand them over, and we'll spare your life. Chapter 153, The Son of the Gods. Once swallowed, there's no spitting it back out.
With a wave of his hand, the 10 divine artifacts floated before him, radiating a luminous glow. Each artifact circled around him, urging Chu Shao to accept their inherited power.
No thanks.
For Chu Shao, who had yet to forge his first law, the divine artifact inheritance of a mid-tier god proved insufficient.
Typically, the first law chosen would become the most crucial one. He must choose the very best.
This privilege was reserved solely for prodigies like Chu Shao.
For ordinary mortals struggling to ascend to godhood, choosing a highly demanding law would actually diminish their chances of success. Ha! What the hell are you lot yapping about?
The moment Chu Shao spoke, Tang Wanjuan's anger flared, flames nearly leaping from his eyes.
Chu Shao, you're too arrogant. Do you really think no one can rein you in? There is. But that person is definitely not you. Tang Wanjun, Chu Fifan, Fang Yanluo, since the 3 of you became Chanlai's lackeys, do you even have the right to stand on the chessboard anymore? You chose to be dogs, so you should just be loyal guard dogs.
Don't you dare dream of stepping back onto the chess player's stage.
Chu Shao sneered coldly. 3 failures, daring to come provoke him. He now possessed the confidence to do so.
Exposed by his direct accusations, the truth he dreaded most laid bare, their teeth clenched so hard they ground audibly.
Angry? Resentful?
I don't know why you made those choices in the first place, but abandoning the dignity of being a child of the gods is the worst possible choice.
What is a child of the gods? Merely a facade for the pantheon? Merely a stepping stone for you to ignite the divine flame and ascend to godhood?
Xu Xiao's voice grew louder as he spoke. No, it is more than that.
It is a responsibility. It's the act of kindling a spark that ignites a prairie fire.
It is upholding justice and punishing evildoers, the very will of the pantheon. It is the backbone that confronts the abyss and upholds the pantheon's rule.
It is the hope of humanity. Boom.
Below, the crowd reacted with mixed emotions. Some sneered in disdain, others were stunned by Xu Xiao's words. But those truly moved were the 4 former children of the gods.
Tang Wanjun and his 2 companions exchanged shifting glances.
Zhou Xueming clenched her delicate fist tightly. Xu Xiao had spoken aloud the original aspirations they had long forgotten. Tang Wanjun, Zhu Fifan, and Fang Yanluo trembled violently. Xu Xiao's words cut deep, piercing their hearts like icy needles. The others are no different.
Trash, useless scum, bullies who prey on the weak. What good is the legacy to you?
Nothing but continuing to bully the weak and act with utter recklessness.
If you're trash, why not stay in the trash heap? Why come out in court death?
Xu Xiao's piercing gaze fixed on the enraged group of rogues charging toward him. They were seething with rage.
One roared, "Bull! We're not useless. We don't bully the weak and fear the strong. That's right. We have spirit too. Give me the legacy, and I'll take on the abyss." Yeah. Not everyone's as lucky as you. We just haven't had a chance. Give me one, and I'll kick the entire abyss's ass. Really?
Xu Xiao paid no heed to their lies.
My chance? Ha 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 ha.
Xu Xiao laughed wildly, then abruptly shifted his demeanor. Clenching his jaw, he roared, "My chance was fought for with my life.
Why, in 100 years, have I been the only one chosen as the son of God? Use your ass to think it through.
If you can't figure it out, I won't mind twisting your head off to use as a chamber pot. My fate is mine to decide, not heaven's." Well said. My fate is mine to decide, not heaven's. The wandering adventurers Tang Wanjun, Fang Yanluo, Zhu Fifan, Zhou Xueming, Jai Xuan, Wang Xiaolin.
Even Qing Ling was stunned by Xu Xiao's audacity.
Exposed by Xu Xiao, the man who only blamed heaven and others grew furious. But then Xu Xiao added, "I can give you all a chance to prove yourselves." Xu Xiao paused, and immediately someone couldn't wait to jump out and ask, "How do we prove ourselves?"
Simple. Defeat my senior here. Victory grants you the artifact. Defeat binds you to a contract, serving me for 100 years.
After 100 years, whether you stay or leave is entirely up to you.
Xu Xiao pointed at Wang Xiaolin, grinning like a fox. Had.
A bunch of fools. My sister Wang is a lower-tier god, wielding the mid-tier artifact Spear of Dead Thorns that removes curses.
There's no reason we should lose. Even Tang Wanjun and his 2 eager companions stand no chance against Wang Xiaolin wielding a mid-tier divine artifact. Really? Ha! There really are fools. Xu Xiao chuckled inwardly, his expression stern as ever.
Of course. I swear by the name of the Son of God, if you win, it's yours.
Sounds pretty good to me. I think it's doable. That little lady doesn't look too strong. She's definitely not strong. Her power is at most mid-demigod level, not even as good as mine. Wait, is this a trick? What kind of trick could there be? In my opinion, we can go for it.
Whispers and murmurs immediately filled the air below.
Tang Wanjun frowned and turned to Zhu Fifan and Fang Yanluo beside him. What do you two think?
Zhu Fifan had heard of Xu Xiao from his cousin Xu Zichen. After doing some digging himself, he pondered, if Xu Xiao says this, he must be absolutely certain.
But if we don't take this gamble, are we really going to spend our entire lives as dogs? Exactly. Isn't Xu Xiao skilled at breaking curses? Why not change the terms to lifting the curse? What do you think? Their eyes lit up. After the incident with Zhou Xueming, Chen Lai's suspicion had reached its peak.
He had bound all 3 of them with master-servant contracts and vicious curses. The master-servant contract was manageable, there were ways to circumvent it.
But that vicious curse? It was the leash trapping them, binding them so tightly they couldn't breathe. Tang Wanjun nodded and stepped forward first, agreed. But we set the rules.
Zhu Fifan declared, double the stakes. If you lose, you relinquish the title of Son of God. We inherit that identity and continue fulfilling the duties of the Pantheon.
Brilliant. Why didn't we think of that? Old Xu, you're the one who always thinks things through.
Xu Xiao narrowed his eyes.
This prodigy sharing his surname, for some reason, evoked an inexplicable sense of malice within him. Fine. What about you? What can you offer?
Zhu Fifan froze, not expecting his offhand suggestion to be accepted. Delighted yet wary, he replied, I possess the legacy of a high god.
I can bestow it upon you. An inheritance from a high god? Is that so rare?
Xu Xiao sneered coldly, I defeated you.
This divine tomb inheritance is mine. Instead, wager everything you possess. Your divine body, your divine nature, even your divine essence. Whoa! Playing for such high stakes. Those paying close attention noticed that, for some reason, Xu Xiao was genuinely furious. For a moment, they hesitated to get involved. Xu Xiao's battle record was etched in their minds. When this ruthless man lost control, he spared no expense. Most crucially, he possessed the power to back it up. What's wrong? Jai Xuan and the others noticed something was off with Xu Xiao and gathered around him with concern. I don't know. I just want to kill him. Only he stirs this urge to kill within me. Xu Xiao genuinely didn't know why. Though he'd only met Chu Fifan today, the loathing ran deep in his bones. Staying in the same place with him for even one more second felt nauseating. Was it because his surname was Chu? Could it be that the original owner had some unresolved conflict with this Chu Fifan? Chu Fifan's expression abruptly changed, leaving him in a tight spot. Are you sure? Then I'll add them too. Chu Fifan pointed at the three women beside Xu Xiao, his lips curling into a cold, wicked smile. The moment the words left his mouth, Tang Wanjun exclaimed in alarm. Wait, that doesn't count. Let's change the stakes. Fang Yanluo, standing nearby, stared at Chu Fifan in equal shock. Are you out of your mind? Have you forgotten why Xu Xiao earned the nickname the Playboy God? That moniker came from a pirate who kidnapped his woman. Ha 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 ha, he's not crazy. In fact, I think it's perfect. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, its aura dark and foreboding. A murky aura clung to him like pond sludge, a faint stench emanating from Zhang Donglai. Zhang Donglai's eyes burned crimson, his hair hanging wildly. His muscles bulged like corn cobs, covered in terrifying black, raised lumps. The corn man, Zhang Donglai. He stood beside Xu Fifan and grinned widely. Xu Xiao, I told you I'd kill you. Now get ready to die. Chapter 154, The Demon. Kid, watch out. He's a demon. Demon? A void demon? Xingling immediately alerted Xu Xiao to Zhang Donglai's abnormality. No, the void demons are merely their trained enforcers. Kill him, you must kill him. Xu Xiao, if you eliminate him, I shall grant you a treasure that will temporarily grant you the power of the divine fire realm. Whoosh. Xu Xiao sucked in a sharp breath. He could attain divine fire realm strength this quickly? His eyes gleamed as he looked at Zhang Donglai. Well, I'm not planning on dying. But you? Prepare to meet your end. Xu Xiao's murderous intent surged, his eyes blazing with furious rage. He now had a reason to eliminate Chu Fifan as well. Refusing to use the three women as stakes, he roared furiously, Chu Fifan, it seems you've truly grown accustomed to being a dog. Do you think others are like you? They are my people. I cannot use them as stakes. I possess a divine artifact called the Divine Power Crucible. If you wish, you may use it as the wager. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to slaughter every last one of you. After being repeatedly called a dog by Xu Xiao, Chu Fifan could no longer maintain his facade of hypocrisy. Fine. Xu Xiao, just you wait. Killing you and then taking them is just as good. It's 4 of us against 4 of you. Dare you? Suddenly, 3 auras identical to Zhang Donglai's erupted from Tang Wanjun and his companions. Shengling's face twisted in horror. Demons? These are demons, possessing overwhelmingly infectious power. These 3 fools won't last long before they're consumed, becoming new demons themselves. So that's how it was. Wait, so they want to infect my 3 dear sisters too? Oomph, good sisters? They're clearly your little lovers. That's exactly what they plan to do. When the time comes, you'll be hampered by your role as their guardian and unable to fight freely. In the end, they might even take you down too. Heh, what a clever scheme. Exactly. That's the terrifying nature of demons. They start out weak, but as they lurk and devour more divine beings and demons, they grow stronger and stronger. By the time you realize it, it's already too late. Lurking. But that thick stench of evil and the ominous aura radiating from them, how could no one see it? This time, it was Qingling who gasped. You can actually perceive demonic thoughts? They resembled demonic energy, so when they first appeared, we all mistook them for abyssal monsters and paid them no mind. After all, they'd fought for untold years, neither side able to gain the upper hand. It wasn't until the very end that both gods and demons realized what was happening. The gods suffered heavy casualties. Your current cultivation system might be an attempt to compensate for the lack of god-tier combat power. Demons are this terrifying. Xu Xiao fixed his gaze on the 4, a cold smile curling his lips. Ha 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 ha. Why would I need 4 of you? 1 of me is more than enough. His ability to perceive that ominous demonic aura gave him a better chance than ordinary people to avoid being ambushed. According to Qingling, demons initially lie dormant? Why would they lie dormant? Why? Naturally, it's because they're weak. The initial demons weren't truly threatening, the only real fear lay in their stealth. 1 against 4. Xu Xiao, are you out of your mind? How dare you spout such arrogant nonsense? Fine. If you want to die, we'll grant your wish. A bone-chilling aura of murderous intent flared around the 4. The others recoiled in shock, scrambling backward. You too, retreat. Don't come near those 3. The 3 women widened their eyes slightly and silently retreated.
The Divine Realm connection activated, drawing everyone into the Divine Realm space.
The crowd gasped in shock once more. How is this possible? To connect to the Divine Realm from the Void Realm? Haven't we already left the Pantheon far behind? Xu Xiao.
The three women looked at him with concern. Xingling appeared beside them, blocking Jiaishuan and the others.
Don't go. He can handle it. He's the only one who can manage this. Lady Qingling.
But Jiaishuan tried to speak further, but Wang Xiaolin and the others covered her mouth, watching anxiously. Xingling transmitted her voice to Xu Xiao. This is the power of demons and invasion of the Divine Realm.
No wonder the Pantheon now places your true Divine Realms under supervision.
Your Divine Realm is merely a triple-layered projection cast by it, less real than your earthly Divine Kingdom.
After Qingling's explanation, Xu Xiao understood the basic structure of the current Divine Realm. The initial Divine Realm one possessed could be likened to entering an internet cafe to go online. The machines and servers weren't yours. You only possess the right to use a single terminal. Once that privilege is revoked, you are permanently barred from the path of divinity. Crafting a demi-plane is like purchasing your own device, be it a phone or computer, granting you the ability to deploy programs locally. While it still requires an internet connection, certain functions can operate offline. Without the Pantheon's network, Xu Xiao's demi-plane was crippled. Upon reaching the Divine Fire Realm, one truly possesses servers and terminal devices. They gain greater freedom in wielding divine power and divine arts, and by engaging with the laws of the realm, they can establish certain rules. As one ascends further, the scale of the service expands, terminal devices become increasingly advanced, and the scope of achievable feats grows exponentially. This holds true for lower gods, middle gods, and upper gods alike. At the level of a prime god, it equates to possessing control over all networks within a designated region. The size of that domain directly reflects the main god's power. Senior Qingling, are you a traveler from another world? Qingling's explanation was clear and concise, and Xu Xiao understood it instantly. What time traveler? Focus, they're coming. Zheng Donlai's four-man army assembled all human legions. Tang Wanjun and Chu Fifan commanded armies of martial artists, while Fang Yanluo led western heavy armored regiments. Zheng Donlai's forces were peculiar. They were humans armed with muskets and cannons. Xu Xiao, with our combined 10 million troops, we can crush your divine domain in 3 minutes. Surrender! We'll give you a chance to become our dog. Ha 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 ha. Dream on. The 6 territories: Emerald Forest, Jade Lake Sea, Crimson Jade Volcano, Starlight Plains, Forbidden Gorge, and Cloud Dream Marsh were connected. Forbidden Gorge stood like a natural barrier, blocking all invading forces. Oomph! A mere geographical feature dares to halt our advance? Utterly delusional. Zheng Donlai pulled 10 heavy cannons from the rear of the formation, aiming them squarely at the Forbidden Canyon. He, I intended to use these against you. Now it seems I have no choice but to deploy them. The sheer cliffs flanking the gorge appeared as if carved by a peerless master into smooth, mirror-like surfaces. The 90-degree vertical walls offered absolutely no footholds. Apart from the gold-ranked fighters, Zheng Donlai's men would be trapped outside the cliffs. Attacking through the central gorge was clearly unwise. Everyone knew Xu Xiao's insect swarm was endless. Why choose such a clumsy piecemeal tactic? Of course not. Heh, everyone. Once I wipe out this damnable gorge, we charge together. Blitz Xu Xiao, we must take his head first. Chapter 155, The Battle to Slay the Demon. Boom! 10 cannons, each unleashing firepower far surpassing that of a peak demigod. The mountain wind howled as the canyon walls collapsed under the bombardment, sending towering clouds of dust into the air. Terrifying. So powerful. These demon crystal cannons actually contain a trace of law-level power within their attacks. The 100-meter-high natural barrier shattered instantly. After the earth-shaking explosion, countless boulders plummeted from the sky. Ha 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 ha. Xu Xiao, your chasm is nothing but child's play to me, easily shattered with a flick of my wrist. 10 cannons tore open a massive breach, collapsing the chasm that stood before them. Zheng Donlai was supremely pleased with himself. The ambush troops Xu Xiao had positioned on both sides of the cliff were also wiped out in a single barrage. He spurred his horse forward, roaring. Charge! Dust billowed toward Xu Xiao's flank as the jumpers activated their psionic shields one by one. 100,000 silver-gray jumping insects, each clad in heavy armor, stood ready for battle. This time, Xu Xiao did not deploy the barbarians, fearing possession by celestial demons and the spread of demonic thoughts. Oof! You think you can restrain my 5 legions just because I currently lack a way to counter the demonic thoughts? Not only that, but Sister Ishuan, Shueshue, Sisi, and Tayo have all been sealed away. Ordinary swarmlings possess no independent thought, existing solely as vessels for the hive mind. They feared no corruption. Charge! Both sides charged desperately across the ravaged remains of the canyon. The first challenge for the alien insects was to seize the high ground atop the collapsed earthen mound, the elevated position that had been bombed into ruin. Zheng Donlai was no different. But, boom! 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 One after another, the jumpers stepped on landmines as they began their advance. Flames erupted, shockwaves surged, and thousands of jumpers were blown skyward. Xu Xiao's eyelid twitched. Someone was imitating his explosive bugs?
As the enemy bombarded with magic crystal cannons, they dropped hidden explosives onto the ground. These explosives closely resembled Xu Xiao's explosive bug landmines. And indeed, that was the case. Ha ha ha, Xu Xiao reaps what he sows.
Did he really think his little tricks couldn't be replicated? You know what? These mines are incredibly effective against cavalry.
Zheng Donglai's talent lay in fabrication. The mines he crafted remained under his control, allowing him to decide whether to detonate them. Charge! They slowed the alien insects' charge, and with the cavalry holding the high ground, they gained the upper hand.
One side descended, the other ascended.
Naturally, they could leverage the potential energy to further amplify the advantage of their charge. Swish! 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 Blade after blade of cavalry's sabers swept through the jumpers. Black flashes danced along the steel as razor-sharp blade energy instantly sliced through their hard exoskeletons, felling them beneath their mounts.
Excellent! Excellent! Xu Fifan rejoiced. The newly acquired power was inherited by his vassal clan, and the black demonic thoughts boosted the entire clan's strength by 50%. The vanguard of the jumping insects suffered defeat. Xu Xiao watched the enemy charge down, his gaze steady. The heavenly eye silently recorded the fluctuations of the demonic thoughts. The Genesis Chronicles began their analysis. The canyon was immense. Even the collapsed earthen mound would take considerable time to reach.
Within Xu Xiao's field of vision, the eyes of those humans who had first harnessed the power of the extraterrestrial heavenly demons had already turned black.
Senior Qingling, have they completely succumbed to demonic corruption?
That's right. Each time these vassals use their demonic thoughts, they become a little more corrupted by him.
Before long, the silver ranked will be consumed entirely. Even those 3 demigods won't last much longer. They truly brought this upon themselves. Not only that, but they're dragging me down with them.
As the demonic thoughts grew stronger, Xu Xiao immediately ordered the projection troops behind him to launch explosive bugs.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Before the explosive bugs hit the ground, Fang Yanluo's heavily armored elite troops arrived on the battlefield. They raised their shields, divine light slowly rising from their surfaces.
A flash of crimson light. It detonated first. What?
Look, Xu Xiao's previously unstoppable projectile explosive bug attack has been countered.
What kind of move is this? Before Xu Xiao detonated his own, he detonated one himself?
Wait, look closely. Those explosions seem to cancel out the bug's attack. So that's how it works.
Isn't this just explosive reactive armor? Xu Xiao froze. Had the enemy researched it to this level?
They came prepared, and they're no ordinary foes. As expected, none of these former children of God are simple. They've effortlessly devised a way to counter the explosive bugs combined with TNT projectiles.
Hey! Xu Xiao's situation looks pretty dire.
Amidst the gaps in the explosive bug bombardment, the enemy cavalry closed to within a kilometer of Xu Xiao. A single charge would bring them within striking distance.
Suddenly, at the front of the heavy cavalry legion,
50 golden tear revealed their golden hues, surrounded by swirling flying swords.
Sword formation.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of flying swords, carrying blazing chi, tore open a gap, their scorching heat searing the iron armor of the enemy.
Hundreds of the fastest charging cavalrymen fell from their horses, screaming in agony.
Even the unicorn steeds had their legs severed by the gale energy, collapsing to the ground.
Flying swords. So many flying swords. Besides the Qingming sword sect, who else possesses the power to summon such a multitude? Xu Xiao, he has so many hidden cards. Indeed.
Look, these flying swords are rather crudely forged.
But the alien insects aren't human. They don't require such sophisticated craftsmanship.
Even if they're only used once, the materials can be recycled and reforged afterward. Their combat power is staggering. Each flying sword is like gaining an extra gold coin.
Thousands of gold coins at once. Who could withstand that?
The two sides traded blows, neither gaining the upper hand. At the mountain's base, more and more troops began to gather.
Mutual slaughter ensued. A colossal flesh-grinding mill consumed the followers of the 5 demigods. Held them off. Held them off again. The endless nest is coming again. Does Xu Xiao still hold the advantage this round?
Impressive, impressive, impressive. Holding his own against 4 opponents, a veteran demigod, once the son of God, and he's not backing down at all.
Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Zheng Donglai and his 3 companions turned ashen. Fang Yanluo, can your heavy cavalry break through quickly? Damn it, he's stuck to us again. My blitzkrieg won't work unless we break through fast. Fang Yanluo's heavily armored elite force served as the spearhead, tasked with plunging deep into the heart of Xu Xiao's legion.
What had seemed a straightforward mission was now blocked by Xu Xiao's sword formation.
It's Yi Guhong's 10,000 phenomena sword formation. This formation is his signature work, extremely difficult to deal with. I need a little time. Understood.
We'll launch attacks from both flanks to buy you time.
Count on it. Give me a moment and we'll break through. Xu Zhao's swarm was vast. Without the help of the familiar creatures to clear a path, the four of them feared being trapped in the endless tide of insects and worn down to death. Faced with the terrifying sword formation of 50 golden great alien insects, not a single one dared to charge in and be surrounded. Unbeknownst to them, the demonic thoughts lingering on the fallen corpses were being purged by the vast purification array. Chapter 156. How many more minutes? Kill. 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 Charge. Charge. The clamor of battle shook the heavens as a heavily armored knight thrust his lance into a cockroach's abdomen. Divine power twisted through the spinning shaft, instantly reducing the pierced insect to pulp within. A torrent of hundreds of thousands of heavily armored knights pierced the sky, their battle intent concealed beneath their helmets. Blood-soaked killing intent dyed half the sky crimson. For the Empire. For the Divine Sovereign, crush them. Heh, is a loud voice all it takes? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flock of flying dragons suddenly burst from the sky, unleashing swarms of blade insects. Dozens of heavily armored knights clad in black armor at the front were suddenly struck by wave after wave of blade insects. Clang, clang, clang. The heavy armor remained intact, but it was now pitted and dented. Beneath the black armor, the knights' chests caved inward as the armor pressed against their bodies, blood pooling within.